In a land of fire, the pyramid scheme organization, known as My Village, hosts a coliseum. The arena is filled with the cacophony of complaints. There is nothing to captivate the audience. The outcome is utterly predictable. Hyuga Neji effortlessly crushes Uzumaki Naruto. Just as he is about to conclude the match, Neji suddenly halts his movements. Observing Naruto, who speaks with utter illogic yet responds each time with a fervor akin to a superhero, Neji smiles and silently removes his forehead protector, revealing the caged bird seal upon his forehead. He has awaited this moment. Hyuga Hisashi, Neji's father, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, is troubled by the timing of Neji's revelation, which exposes the family's disgrace before a gathering of dignitaries and outsiders in the Coliseum. It is evident that Neji has a strong agenda in the highest seats of the arena. Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, casts a sidelong glance at the third Hokage, whose expression is grim yet quickly masked. Orochimaru chuckles, admiring his former teacher's unwavering patience, a true embodiment of a shinobi. Then, are you suggesting that with enough effort, anyone can become Hokage? Face reality. Only those destined to be Hokage are born with that fate. With these words, Neji dons his forehead protector once more. Naruto, immobilized by a chakra blockade, falls silent. Bowing his head, he grits his teeth, his shoulders trembling. Ultimately, he clenches his fists and shouts at Neji, "Humph. So what? I refuse to give up easily." In that moment, the victor is clear. In terms of both strength and rhetoric, Neji completely dominates Naruto at this stage. With the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, as expected, Naruto is sent flying once again. The notion that hard work can realize dreams is nothing more than a fantasy. Neji states calmly. The match, which should have concluded, is prolonged by Neji's insistence. Then, in a moment of desperation, Naruto calls out to the Nine Tails, "You vile fox. You've overstayed your welcome. It's time to lend me your power." The chakra of the Nine Tails surges forth. Naruto regains his mobility, albeit in a rather disheveled manner, and brings Neji crashing down to the ground. Neji succumbs to the Nine Tails. Lying on the ground, he watches Naruto, who is now shouting in excitement, momentarily engulfed in self-doubt. Before the confrontation, Naruto had seemed a mere underdog, but now he appears as a formidable force. A captured bird, if clever enough, will use its own beak to unlock the cage, for it has not relinquished its hope of soaring freely in the sky. Noera Hyuga, hands in pockets, glances at Neji with a sense of detachment. Neji is taken aback. Simultaneously, the audience erupts into applause. Suddenly, Neji feels a sense of relief. The birds are imprisoned. They do not blame the cage nor the one who confines them, but rather the birds for not being wise enough. Uzumaki Naruto, your sophistry has won. Just as Neji closes his eyes in resignation, a mechanical voice resonates. Ding! The comparative live broadcast has commenced. It will showcase the life of this world's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. The right side of the golden-framed screen displays the Naruto of this world, while the left side reveals the Naruto of a parallel universe. With the booming mechanical sound, all are left stunned, gazing upward at the enormous screens. Is it an illusion? Haha, Hokage-sama, you certainly have a flair for humor. We are all here. Who could possibly cast an illusion beneath our very noses? The elder seems truly fearful. Even as he speaks, there are no signs of chakra turmoil within him. It continues to flow steadily. Soon, the mechanical voice returns. Ding! All relevant personnel have been pulled in. Everyone may freely express themselves within the comparative live broadcast. During the viewing, any aggressive behavior is strictly prohibited. There will be a quiz segment with prizes, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, forbidden techniques, and even resurrection. What are these things? A quiz? Resurrection? As the audience is enveloped in confusion and astonishment, the first message appears in the chat room. Fourth Kazekage, Rasha. 1. Rasha, I am dead yet still able to speak. Rasha, hey. Orochimaru, get out here. How dare you lay hands on me? Rasha, the fourth Kazekage, how can he still speak after death? The people in the Coliseum are momentarily bewildered. Looking up, they see the fourth Kazekage seated beside the third Hokage. Why is he proclaiming himself as deceased? Could it be? Hiruzen Sarutobi squints slightly, recalling the appearance of Orochimaru during the previous exam. He watches the fourth Kazekage with caution. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi inquires uncertainly at that moment. Orochimaru is also struggling to comprehend the situation. A deceased person can still speak. This. Attempting to channel chakra for a surprise attack on Hiruzen, he finds an unprecedented calm within himself. Any aggressive behavior is prohibited. Orochimaru shakes his head in resignation. He then removes the Kazekage's ceremonial robe, revealing his true identity. There's no other choice, Hiruzen-sensei. You should be grateful for the emergence of this comparative live broadcast. Attacks are impossible. Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi sees his former student, a surge of unnameable fury rising within him, followed by a wave of dread. He had never imagined that the fourth Kazekage had been killed by Orochimaru and disguised so close without his notice. What do you intend to do? Of course, it's to send you off for the final journey. Having been exposed, Orochimaru abandons his pretense. He gazes up at the enormous screen. Let this decrepit old windmill of Konoha turn once more. As he speaks, Orochimaru squints slightly. Is the screen a product of technology or ninjutsu? Many share a similar thought with Orochimaru. At this moment, another message appears in the chat room. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It seems the dead can indeed speak. What is this? Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It appears to be true, brother. Uzumaki Naruto? Is he a descendant of Mito? Senju Hashirama. That seems likely. Mito, are you there? Uzumaki Mito. I am. Senju Hashirama. Ha, you are dead too. Uzumaki Mito. Shortly after Tobirama's death, the land of whirlpools was annihilated, with every shinobi village involved, including your Konoha. Tsunade eventually brought back Kusina, who was suitable to become a Jinchuriki, and then I died. Uzumaki Kusina. Mito grandma. Wait, Naruto. My child. Senju Tobirama. Damn. The inherently wicked Uchiha. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama. Here you go again. Senju Tobirama. Humph. Uchiha Madara. Konoha was involved. Do you think the Uchiha, whom you deliberately targeted and isolated, had any chance to partake? Have you asked your dear subordinates? F4. Crisis. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. I knew you would be here, Madara. Senju Tobirama. Brother, be quiet for a moment. Uzumaki Kusina. Everyone, be quiet. Naruto, can you see the messages? Are there any living people here? If so, speak up. Might Guy, squeak. Chapter 2. Jio Xian Dog of the Third Generation. Minato, stop playing dead. Come out here. Wait, Kai? Kakashi attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late. Might Guy had already spoken. As ninjas, especially regarding matters concerning the Jinchuriki, one should refrain from speaking lightly. After all, the deceased are gone, yet the living remain. Moreover, it is uncertain whether this is an illusion or something else. Vortex Jio Xian Wonderful. Is that you, Might Guy? Kakashi, are you there? Where is Naruto? I mean Vortex Naruto. Uchiha Meichin. Let us put the resurrection prize guessing aside for now. Sasuke, are you okay? Quickly tell mother if you are still alive. The two mothers were undeniably anxious. Of course, there was another who was equally distressed. Luo Sha. Hey, hold on a moment. Everyone from Tsunade here, listen up. The plan is terminated. Do not let Orochimaru succeed. The shinobi from Tsunade were astonished. Their own Kazekage had died, yet no one had noticed. And the plan was still ongoing. This is dire. Vortex Jio Xian Meichin, you are dead too? Uchiha Meichin, let us discuss this later. Sasuke, did you see anything? Sasuke, who was changing clothes and waiting for Kakashi to bring him in, suddenly felt his eyes turn red. Mother, I am still alive. I will surely kill that guy with my own hands. After 5 years, Sasuke felt as if he were dreaming, hearing his mother's voice once more. In the arena, Naruto scratched his head. Vortex Jio Xian How peculiar. It's the first time I've met someone with the same surname as mine. Hinata Neji opened his eyes. Looking at the foolish Naruto before him, he was once again rendered speechless. Isn't this obvious? Above the stands, Orochimaru looked mockingly at the fluctuating expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Sarutobi, you seem a bit tense. Oh, it must be because you intentionally concealed certain matters, right? Indeed, this aligns perfectly with your character, after all. If everyone knew that Naruto-kun was the son of a hero, who would bear the resentment of those fools? My apologies, Teacher Sarutobi. You must surely have the best interests of Konoha at heart. Orochimaru's words gripped Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat like a vice. At that moment, Many Konoha ninjas turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Vortex Naruto. Auntie, do you recognize me? What a coincidence. Your son's name is the same as mine. The crowd. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems this is not an illusion. Even the deceased can summon the third Hokage. What a tough, old coin. Fourth Hokage, indeed. That old man should have been dragged out and dealt with long ago in my village. Though they were sworn enemies, upon realizing the winds were unfavorable for Konoha, they immediately began to cooperate. Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei. What is the meaning of this golden and black screen? Fifth Mizukage? For a moment, many were astonished. Has there been a new Mizukage from Kirigakure? Vortex, Gyo Xin Nai. Do not interrupt. Naruto, I am your mother. How could you not know me? Vortex, Gyo Xin Nai. Don't tell me you are unaware that your father is the fourth Hokage. Gyo Xin Nai felt an ominous premonition. Upon her words, the arena fell into an immediate silence. That fox demon is actually the child of a hero? You cannot be serious. The younger generation of Chunin all turned to look at the foolish Naruto below. Inazuka Kiba was left dumbfounded. Neji stood in shock for a while before suddenly smiling in understanding. Vortex Gyo Xin Nai. What on earth is happening? Vortex Gyo Xin Nai. Old man. Didn't I ask you to take good care of Naruto? Vortex Gyo Xin Nai. Is this how you take care of my son? Vortex Gyo Xin Nai. Minato. Come out now. I know you are in the chat room. Within the chat room, Gyo Xin Nai's furious voice echoed incessantly, questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen one after another. Namake's Minato had directly gone underwater. Naruto was left in a daze. Sarutobi Hiruzen, meanwhile, was drenched in cold sweat from the barrage of questions. Even Uchiha Meichin was startled by her close friend's anger, daring not to interject. At that moment, the sound of the comparison system echoed once more. This sound was like divine music to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Likewise, many shared the same sentiment. Kakashi wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. He was genuinely frightened, fearing he might hear his own name from Gyo Xin Nai's voice at any moment. Fortunately, after the comparison system's announcement, Gyo Xin Nai's voice was silenced. Content loading complete. Comparison viewing countdown begins. 19:1. Friendly reminder, please watch attentively and actively participate in the prize quiz. Comparison viewing begins. Buzz. The moment the words fell, the golden frame screen on the right lit up, revealing the following scene. Land of Fire, Konoha. It has been 3 years since the Ninetales incident. The infant Naruto has been taken in by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at the Sarutobi clan's residence for 3 years. Today is the day Naruto is sent out to live on his own. The scene shifted. The top floor of an old apartment. A ninja from the Sarutobi clan pushed open the door, and a musty smell wafted out. From today onwards, this will be your home, the Sarutobi ninja said, turning back with a look of disdain. At his feet stood a frail child, looking helplessly at him. The child had blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and most notably, the 6 whisker marks on his face. This is your living allowance for this month. Once it's gone, you'll have to find a way on your own. The Sarutobi ninja finished speaking, threw down an envelope containing 3,000 ryo, and turned to leave, seemingly unwilling to linger for even a second, leaving the child standing helplessly by the door. The child was none other than the young Vortex Naruto. Is this Naruto? Haruno Sakura was momentarily stunned. In fact, the rest of Team 7 also recognized Naruto immediately. By the way, Naruto had received quite a bit of instant ramen from Sakura. Shikamaru leaned against the railing, gazing at the golden-framed screen above. The comparison viewing shows 2 entirely different lives of Vortex Naruto. This is surely the Naruto from our world, the one we are so familiar with. What could the other one be like? However, not everyone reacted as quickly as Shikamaru. The mood in Konoha grew significantly heavier. Gyo Xin Nai's remarks had evidently placed Konoha in a predicament. Yet, one could not blame a mother who was concerned for her child. From the current perspective, it was indeed Konoha's own doing. Orochimaru was thoroughly entertained, especially as he was close enough to clearly see the changing expressions on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. How amusing. The only regret was that no one from Konoha dared to speak freely now. After all, the third Hokage was still alive and sitting in the stands. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. As things stood, it was impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to die as a hero. Moreover, Orochimaru had a vague feeling that if he dared to persist, the fourth Hokage, who could not be resurrected, would. Vortex Gyo Xin Nai Naruto? My child, oh how wonderful. Old monkey, is this how you take care of Naruto? 3,000 ryo a month? You are so generous. Where's my inheritance? Vortex Gyo Xian Nai. Minato, if you do not come out and say something, Naruto will never acknowledge you as his father. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Ahem. Chapter 3. The Helpless Child, the Accursed Fox Demon. Absurd. MMP. In that instant, many on the Konoha side were left bewildered. It is indeed true. If Gyo Xian Nai's words had left them in disarray, now, the hero who perished protecting the village during the Nine-Tails incident, the fourth Hokage, had come forth to speak. There is nothing more than allowing the last flicker of hope within them to dissipate entirely. You say he is the son of a hero. Gazing at the images framed in gold, to claim there is no regret would be a fallacy. They all understand what images will unfold next. You say, why didn't you speak up sooner? What we hear are merely the words of the fox spirit, and all that is required is an outlet for our grievances. This grand scene of recognition draws to a temporary close here. Senju Hashirama. Is Uzumaki Naruto a member of the Uzumaki clan? Senju Tobirama. Brother. Isn't it obvious? Whoever said Senju Hashirama was foolish. Look, after the fourth Hokage and his wife fell silent, he hastily stepped in to mediate. Even the dullest would understand that this matter is a disgrace for Konoha. Senju Tobirama promptly joined his brother in this performance. Tsunade, to my knowledge, members of the Uzumaki clan all possess red hair, while Uzumaki Naruto seems to have golden locks, akin to the fourth Hokage in the records. Uzumaki Mito, Kusina is of pure Uzumaki blood, and in such cases, the other half typically possesses a balanced or superior bloodline power. Senju Hashirama. Has a great ninja clan risen in Konoha after our demise? Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then chimed in the chatroom. Not at all. Even the small ninja clans are struggling, and even if there were potential for rising, Orochimaru's words undoubtedly intensified the tension on Konoha's side. Senju Hashirama. Little Tsunade's hair color is also golden. It seems clear now. What? The fourth Hokage is actually the illegitimate child of the legendary Sannin Tsunade. The scene within the golden frame continued. Little Naruto, after the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan departed, struggled to open the window. Standing outside and waiting for the musty smell within to dissipate, he tilted his adorable little face slightly upward, gazing blankly at the sky. He did not understand why everyone despised him. He stood there all alone until noon. Feeling hungry, little Naruto found the room empty, the musty scent still lingering. Summoning his courage, he descended the stairs with little money in his pocket. Yet, this place was too unfamiliar. Little Naruto couldn't find any shops selling food, wandering aimlessly through the streets. However, soon enough, a voice suddenly rang out in the previously tranquil street, capturing everyone's attention. A man, whose demeanor was inconsistent with that of a commoner, exclaimed, "Hey, look, it's him, isn't it?" Another somewhat different commoner echoed, "That's right, it's him. Look at the whiskers on his face." The conversation between the two quickly attracted considerable attention. With these two initiating the discourse, the villagers' chatter escalated. Recently, many commoners had heard similar rumors. Moments later, little Naruto felt a palpable malice enveloping him. His steps involuntarily slowed as he overheard the villagers' conversations and insults. "It's him. Damn, the cursed fox spirit. How shameless. How is he still alive? I want to kill him, to avenge my brother." The malice had become tangible. The smile on little Naruto's face gradually faded. "Damn fox spirit." Whoosh, without any warning, a small stone whizzed past little Naruto's ear. It began. Someone could no longer contain themselves. The lens shifted to the face of the first speaking commoner. "Kill the fox spirit." An elderly woman retrieved an egg from her basket. Whoosh, smack. With precision, it struck little Naruto's forehead, who was entirely unprepared. In an instant, pain surged, egg yolk splattered, and little Naruto clutched his head, his azure eyes shimmering with tears. Observing little Naruto curled on the ground, some individuals felt a pang of sympathy, yet the majority seemed to have found an outlet for their frustrations. Hastily seizing the eggs from the elderly woman's basket and throwing them all at little Naruto. The fox spirit must perish. In no time, various small objects were hurled toward Naruto. Naruto winced in pain, desperate to flee. But the next moment, a small stone struck his leg, causing him to stumble and fall. This scene undeniably incited the fervor of the crowd. The fox spirit has been defeated. Wonderful. Thus, more and more people joined in, relentlessly attacking a defenseless child. Little Naruto curled up, his cries drowned out by the incessant curses. He truly did not understand why this was happening. His first venture into the streets was met with such treatment. It's because of this fox spirit. He is the one who caused the death of the fourth Hokage. Cursed fox spirit, why? Why did the third Hokage allow him to remain in the village? Whoosh, this time, what was thrown at Naruto was a kunai. Clang. However, at that moment, a ninja wearing an animal mask appeared. He intercepted the kunai. The Umbu ninja, who had been monitoring Naruto, promptly intervened to halt the commotion. Feeling the attacks cease, little Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He saw a masked ninja standing before him. Yet, little Naruto remained engulfed by malice. And even in the exposed eyes of this person, he could still distinctly sense the hostility. His vision blurred, then turned crimson. He subsequently felt someone grasping his hand. Roughly, little Naruto felt pain coursing through his body, as his hand was gripped painfully. But he dared not utter a sound. In his obscured vision, he was being led away from the crowd. After the Umbu ninja took little Naruto away, another Umbu ninja arrived late. Everyone stop. This matter ends here. The third Hokage has issued orders. No one is to mention words like fox spirit in front of Uzumaki Naruto. No one is to attack Uzumaki Naruto. No one is to discuss matters related to Uzumaki Naruto. A series of prohibitions were issued. Everyone present fell silent. Yet, resentment lingered on their faces. Many who arrived late felt regret, lamenting why they hadn't arrived sooner to seize the opportunity to eliminate the fox spirit. Thus, after the Umbu ninja departed, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves about the incident. Before long, news of the fox spirit's appearance spread throughout Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, the golden-haired child with 6 whisker marks on his face, is the culprit responsible for the deaths of everyone's loved ones, the fox spirit. Uzumaki Kusina. Uzumaki Kusina. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I want you dead. Chapter 4 Senju Minato. Kusina's anguished voice was swiftly muted. Everyone heard that mother's heart-wrenching cry. Naruto looked around in bewilderment. Everyone was gazing at him. Had it been before, he would have been overjoyed. But at this moment, he suddenly felt as though he was not happy at all. Suddenly, an inexplicable force emerged. In an instant, Naruto was again clutching the back of his head, grinning foolishly. It turns out I have a mother, and she loves me dearly, so close at hand. Neji could distinctly sense Naruto's transformation. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. How could Naruto, who had just been in a daze, suddenly revert to such a foolish state? Instinctively, he prepared to activate his Byakugan to see if this wealthy Naruto had been affected by an illusion. Yet, before long, Neji fell silent. Due to the comparative system, he was unable to mobilize his chakra, and thus, the Byakugan could not be activated. He silently kept a watchful eye on Naruto. The golden-framed screen revealed a plethora of information. The seasoned Inoki would not let this opportunity slip away. Inoki. I see now. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha, isn't he? Inoki. The third Hokage truly lives up to his reputation. After all, he is the son of a hero. However, I cannot say I am surprised by your actions. Inoki. If I am not mistaken, even those Umbu ninjas are like this. After all, an unsteady upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. Many of the Umbu ninjas bowed their heads at Inoki's words. The fourth Raikage. While that old fossil from a Wagakure is quite bothersome, he speaks the truth. Under the third Hokage's rule, I find nothing strange about Konoha. Terumi Mei, I have a query. It is quite normal for the Uzumaki clan to serve as Jinchuriki. From the known information, it seems that Uzumaki Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki is something his mother, Uzumaki Kusina, was aware of. Terumi Mei, however, as I understand it, Uzumaki Kusina was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and there is scant information regarding the Nine Tails incident. When a tailed beast separates from its Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki dies shortly thereafter. Considering Kusina's character, she would not be the type to willingly let her child become a Jinchuriki. Terumi Mei was about to continue when her words inadvertently provoked Gaara. Gaara, these people deserve to die. A mother allowing her child to become a Jinchuriki. These words resonate deeply with me. Moreover, he was enraged because he saw a reflection of his former self in Naruto. Yet he was evidently in a better position due to the protection of sand. Temari and Kankuro exchanged complex glances with Gaara, as they were unable to engage in any aggressive actions. For them, it was akin to receiving a brief respite, free from the burdens of anxiety. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. He awkwardly chimed in within the chatroom. Uchiha Madara. Humph, utterly embarrassing. Senju Tobirama. Brother, please hold your tongue. Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Naruto. You should have heard or seen my remarks. Senju Tobirama. First, confirm whether this footage is authentic. Regarding his disciples' decisions, Senju Tobirama refrained from expressing his stance. Naturally, as a competent politician, he instantly discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. Even though the information was sparse at present, it was evident that someone would soon appear to rescue the beleaguered Uzumaki Naruto. Although as a deceased individual, Senju Tobirama wished to refrain from meddling too much. The attitude of his sister-in-law and the silence of his once adorable granddaughter filled him with an ominous premonition. Furthermore, due to the recent discussion, he had already concluded that Uzumaki Naruto represented a fusion of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. If the Senju had not integrated into Konoha, then the fourth Hokage should be known as Senju Minato, not Namikaze Minato. This was an undeniable fact. After all, aside from the Senju, there were few capable of suppressing or equaling the Uzumaki lineage. Thus, even as a deceased person, he felt compelled to intervene. Oh, is the second Hokage asking me something? My apologies, I did not intend to deface your Shadow Stone. I promise not to do so again. Naruto scratched his head and replied with a grin. Senju Tobirama, that is not what I inquired about. Do you recall the images displayed on the screen? Uzumaki Naruto, a little, but I have mostly forgotten. Hehe, alarmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated sharply, and a sheen of cold sweat covered his forehead. It was a serious matter. As the teacher Tobirama himself had taken the initiative to question him, Kusina had suddenly fallen silent for reasons unknown, yet Hiruzen could not forget her previous words. He believed that if Kusina were to be resurrected now, she would undoubtedly rush forward to eliminate him. Wait, this comparative system seemed to mention rewards within its quiz, including the resurrection of the deceased. Coupled with Minato's attitude, a chill ran down Hiruzen's spine. Under the gaze of his subordinates, Hiruzen dared not to respond. Orochimaru excitedly extended his long tongue, licking his parched lips. Sarutobi-sensei, I suddenly feel that this situation could become even more interesting. Orochimaru, be quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen reprimanded with a fierce facade, yet his demeanor only seemed to invigorate Orochimaru further. Hehe, Sarutobi-sensei, I have made my decision. I will take my leave, and let this decrepit old windmill of Konoha continue to turn slowly. Someone will destroy it and rebuild anew. I wish to witness all of this unfold. With that, Orochimaru glanced down at Naruto, his interest in the boy rising to a level akin to his obsession with the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, within the chat room, under Senju Tobirama's persistent guidance, Naruto began to share his recollections and inner thoughts. I don't really know how to express it. I just remember that everyone seemed to despise me, unwilling to play with me or sell things to me. Each time I walked down the street, I could feel the malice directed toward me. In the stands, Hinata clenched her small hands, her palms slick with sweat. She recalled the night she first met Naruto, realizing that he had lived such a life back then. Hanabi sensed Hinata's emotional shift and promptly grasped her sister's hand. To ease her sister's worries, Hinata forced a strained smile. The younger generation felt a weight in their hearts upon hearing Naruto's words. In the lounge, Sasuke slowly sat up. It was no wonder that the fool would behave this way. Given his character and that peculiar sensation, he struggled to possess genuine empathy. It was not a lack of empathy. Rather, as future Sasuke once articulated, Naruto would never truly comprehend his suffering. In Naruto's eyes, he had endured his hardships. So others must endure theirs as well. In simple terms, you are suffering? I have suffered too. I emerged from it, so you must as well. In his worldview, the concept of individual differences did not exist. Thus, when pain arrived, he finally began to grasp this notion, albeit slightly. Chapter 5. Old man, where is your face? Thankfully, there was Iruka-sensei, who was unlike anyone else. Thankfully, there were many companions. Just as Naruto was about to continue speaking, Senju Tobirama suddenly inquired, Iruka-sensei? Yumino Iruka, Lord Tobirama, I am Naruto's teacher at the Ninja Academy. Senju Tobirama, answer me, were you different toward Naruto from the very beginning? Iruka, Lord Tobirama, initially, I harbored resentment towards Naruto, just like everyone else. However, as a teacher, I understood that such hatred should not be directed at a child. Senju Tobirama, so, someone enlightened you and repeatedly suggested that you treat Naruto well? Yumino Iruka, that is not it. I deeply comprehended the will of fire, which led to my eventual awakening. Senju Tobirama ceased his inquiries toward Iruka for it was no longer necessary. Even if Iruka had ultimately failed to change, a second Iruka would emerge under such circumstances. At this moment, Senju Hashirama spoke up once more. Senju Hashirama, I see. Fourth Hokage, your son is remarkable. He grasped the significance of companionship early on. Senju Tobirama, be quiet. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, let me finish. Just as Senju Tobirama was about to speak, the seasoned veteran Anoki has made his appearance once again. Anoki, haha. Lord Hashirama, you remain unchanged. Anoki, however, the facts are laid bare before us. To evade the crux of the matter is merely self-deception. Anoki, how could the identity of the Jinchuriki be exposed? It's quite difficult to fathom. A child, in their innocence, cannot possibly comprehend so much, nor think so deeply. In moments of utter helplessness, one clings desperately to the last thread of hope, especially a child. Anoki, in my view, it won't be long before we see the familiar visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the big screen. Ha! The fourth Raikage nodded in agreement. Indeed. That's the essence of the matter. Within the confines of the Raikage's office, observing the boisterous laughter of the fourth Raikage, Mabui sighed in resignation, shaking her head. In the Pure Land, Kusina's beautiful long crimson hair stood tall. 1, 2, 3, perfectly 9. She was already on the brink of uncontrollable rage. Following the exchanges in the chat room, Kusina erupted. Her eyes darted around, searching for the soul of Minato. In her state of confusion, she had forgotten that Minato was currently in the belly of the Grim Reaper. Azura, in the Pure Land, the Sage of the Six Paths murmured softly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the souls surrounding Kusina were all relocated. He shook his head. Soon, the Pure Land returned to tranquility. Konoha Hospital. Naruto lay upon the sickbed. His body still bore traces of blood. His face had been cleaned, yet the actions of the medical ninja were notably rough. Evidently, the news of Naruto being the Kyuubi had reached this place. Naruto closed his eyes, slipping into a deep slumber, unaware of how he returned to that musty abode. When he opened his eyes again, it was hunger that roused him. In his groggy state, he caught the scent of food and hurriedly searched the room. Before long, he noticed the cold dishes on the table. Little Naruto paid no heed, sitting down to devour the food ravenously. Even though it had gone stale, he relished every bite. I think I know how to fish. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Naruto's mind, one he had heard in his dazed state. Thus, after a night passed, little Naruto ran to the back mountain of Konoha. He set aside his sorrows, for if he did not find food today, he would have to endure hunger once more. Not long after, Naruto fashioned a simple fishing rod. He did not comprehend how the fishing line and hook came to be there. Perhaps they were left behind by someone who had fished before. With a splash, it seemed to be a novice protection period. On his first fishing attempt, little Naruto caught 3 fish, each about the size of 3 adult fingers. The onlookers bore varied expressions. What a coincidence! How fortunate! It feels as though someone is deliberately guiding him. Why do those fish not seem lively? Could it be that someone hung them at the bottom of the river? Under the blazing sun, lunchtime soon arrived. Little Naruto felt his stomach grumble with hunger, promptly mimicking the actions he had learned before leaving the Sarutobi clan. As he kindled the fire, a charming smile appeared on his face. He hurriedly pierced the fish with a stick, waiting for the charcoal to ignite before placing the skewered fish over the flames. Without any seasoning, the taste was undoubtedly plain. Nonetheless, it sufficed for a meal. In the days that followed, little Naruto continued this routine. He remained oblivious to what was edible and what was not. No one was willing to approach him. When he attempted to help others retrieve their balls, he was chased away by a group of children. It felt as if the entire world was rejecting him. Each night, little Naruto would secretly wipe away his tears. Once, in the midst of rain, desperation drove the famished Naruto into a ramen shop, where he experienced care for the first time. This scene drove Kusina in the Pure Land to the brink of madness. Each time little Naruto wiped away his tears, Kusina felt as though her heart were bleeding. After some time, on this day, a figure intruded into little Naruto's world. As night fell, little Naruto placed the last fish over the charcoal. Sizzle, sizzle. Before long, a thin layer of oil emerged from the fish, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Little Naruto was already accustomed to this. His eyes appeared vacant as he stared blankly into the roaring flames. How fragrant! An elderly voice abruptly broke the silence. Little Naruto was startled, falling to the ground. He quickly turned to see an elderly man with white hair emerging from the darkness. The old man's face bore a kind smile, and unlike others, Naruto felt no malice emanating from him. Who are you? Yet little Naruto remained on guard. Me? I am merely a passing old man. The old man was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He gazed at the fragrant grilled fish, and his stomach rumbled in response. The peculiar atmosphere was shattered as the old man and the young boy exchanged glances and subsequently laughed in unison. However, if this scene were to be played directly, it would surely evoke warmth. Yet, in light of previous events, the flavor seemed somewhat different. Old man, please enjoy this. It's my first encounter with someone so kind. Little Naruto generously offered the grilled fish to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted without hesitation, taking a bite. Thank you so much. This fish looks absolutely delicious. I caught it myself, so it must be tasty. Little Naruto, filled with joy, also picked up a grilled fish. The grilled fish was a bit hot, and little Naruto hadn't cooked much. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the few grilled fish were consumed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The onlookers exclaimed, "Old man, do you have no shame?" There were only 3, and they were that child's dinner. After finishing the grilled fish, the old man and the young boy sat by the bonfire, gazing up at the starry sky. Look at the stars above. The crafty Onoki immediately sensed a different tone in the words. Senju Tobirama felt the same way. Chapter 6. The Mightiest Hokage. Senju Tobirama spat blood. Look at those stars. Each star, in truth, is akin to the sun we observe. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the moment was ripe and pointed to the stars in the sky. Little Naruto looked up. The sun? The large, glaring one that comes out during the day? Precisely, this world is vast. It appears to have no end. Wow! Little Naruto's eyes sparkled. Old man, you know so much. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a somewhat proud smile. Onoki, haha, you truly are remarkable, third Hokage. Komi, I feel that Uzumaki Naruto is unlike other children. Senju Hashirama, haha. Senju Tobirama, brother, hold your tongue for a moment. In the face of this expansive world, humanity is, in fact, exceedingly small, and in the grand scheme, our trivial concerns seem utterly insignificant. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Little Naruto did not grasp these concepts, nor had anyone ever spoken such words to him. Old man, are humans really that insignificant? As he gazed at the myriad stars, little Naruto's large eyes suddenly welled with tears. Though they all appear the same, all equally insignificant. Why does it feel different for me? Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his pipe, taking a puff. Grandpa, you seem familiar, remarked the young boy. Oh, what makes you say that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, you look a lot like the stones above the village. A chuckle escaped Sarutobi's lips, unable to suppress a smile. Do you know who can have their face carved into the stone faces? The young Naruto, perplexed, shook his head. Those immortalized are the great heroes who protect the village. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. Sarutobi began to instill the will of fire into Naruto. Though Naruto did not fully comprehend, he felt an inexplicable admiration. Observing the yearning gleam in Naruto's eyes, Sarutobi realized his mission was accomplished. I see, Grandpa. You are truly remarkable. With a glimmering gaze, Naruto looked up at Sarutobi, who cleared his throat and slowly rose, leaving Naruto with a silhouette, hands clasped behind his back. It's getting late. I must return. Instantly, Naruto's expression dimmed, but he soon asked with anticipation, Grandpa, can I become Hokage? Sarutobi turned back, offering Naruto an encouraging smile. Of course, it is not merely by becoming Hokage that one earns the people's recognition, but by gaining their acknowledgement that one can become the great hero, the Hokage who protects the village. I believe, Naruto, you will surely earn everyone's approval. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, then quickly inquired, so, Grandpa, are you the strongest person in the village? Hee, indeed, I am the mightiest among the 4, he replied. The scene abruptly halted. Silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions a mix of bewilderment directed at Sarutobi. He felt his cheeks flush. Orochimaru laughed unabashedly. I see. No wonder Naruto's dream since childhood has been to gain everyone's recognition and become Hokage, Haruno Sakura commented. Indeed, I always found it strange why Naruto constantly proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. It seems he had been instilled with such ideals from a young age, Yamanaka Ino added. Ahem, Ino. Nara Shikamaru interjected. Ino shot him a glance, but refrained from further comments. What a fool. Uchiha Sasuke muttered. You're the fool, Sasu. Naruto retorted. Sasuke fell silent. But upon reflection, It was evident why someone who was at the bottom could so naively aspire to become Hokage. The seasoned Inoki made his presence known, causing Sarutobi's eyelids to twitch. "Ah, the will of fire," Inoki remarked. "The third Hokage, quite a clever strategy." The fourth Raikage chimed in, "TSK, TSK. Such an impressive third Hokage. I recall that among the four, the third Hokage is also known as the god of ninjas, is he not?" "Oh, the god of ninjas?" Senju Hashirama responded. "Impressive. Monkey, I never expected you to surpass me." "Brother," Senju Tobirama exclaimed. If such words had come from anyone else, they might have been taken lightly. But coming from his own brother, they were certainly meant seriously. However, Tobirama soon grasped the underlying reason. Konoha had lost both its elder brother and himself. To prevent the other shinobi villages from capitalizing on their weakened state, they had to mold themselves into the legendary god of ninjas. Even if self-proclaimed, it could alleviate external pressures to some extent. Yet, Tobirama felt that when Sarutobi claimed to be the strongest, he appeared earnest. Deceiving others was one thing, but deceiving oneself was another matter altogether. Ultimately, for the sake of Konoha, Tobirama begrudgingly thought, "I can understand the monkey's actions. After all, it is for Konoha to instill a sense of belonging in the Jinchuriki." Sarutobi hastily interjected, "Indeed, I adhere to my master's will. Everything is for the sake of Konoha." Tobirama's response was one of disbelief. "You must be joking." The fourth Raikage laughed. "Ah, so this was all the second Hokage's design. No wonder." Inoki refrained from further comments. Recognizing the significance of the second Hokage, he, too, had experienced that era and understood how the first and second Hokages operated. However, the fourth Raikage did not share this understanding and, given the years, he had grown unafraid of Konoha, a village that continually inflicted harm upon itself. In recent years, during the most challenging times for Kumogakure, they dared to approach Konoha to recruit personnel. When caught in the act, Konoha hastily offered land compensation instead of demanding a hefty price. As expected of master and disciple, consistently provoking disgust, commented Uchiha Madara. "You can't say that, Madara," Hashirama replied. "So what? Just a mere Jinchuriki. Yet you feel the need to be so defensive, calculating to the point where he cannot even afford ramen? Is this the Konoha born from your ideology?" Tobirama fell silent. He was infuriated but had just spoken out of turn to defend Sarutobi for Konoha's stability. Now confronted by Madara, he could only remain quiet. Did he have to retract his earlier words? Madara, naturally, would not let this opportunity slip by and continued to criticize Konoha. He had long seen through this village and the Uchiha clan. To this day, I have yet to see a single Uchiha. Haha, have they all been eradicated? Foolish. "Oniai-chan, I'm here," exclaimed Uchiha Izuna. The seventh chapter unfolds with a stark contrast. "This scene is different," Madara exclaimed. "Izuna, Oniai-chan." The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Suddenly, a voice broke through. Hiruzen, I had told you long ago that if you entrusted Naruto to me, none of this would have occurred. I never expected you to resort to such despicable methods against an innocent child." "Oh, are you trying to impress the master?" Sarutobi's beard twitched in anger. Inoki interjected. "Shimura Danzo? How dare you say such things?" The fourth Raikage commented, "TSK, Tisk, truly a den of snakes and rats. No wonder Konoha is in such decline that even its own apprentice can no longer bear to kill you." Orochimaru's intent to attack Konoha was evident, especially since the fourth Kazekage frequently emerged to assert his presence. The Jinchuriki being ostracized is quite normal. After all, that's human nature. However, as a leader, not only should you not stoke the flames, but you should also prevent the villagers from turning against the Jinchuriki. It is no wonder Konoha has become what it is today. Of course, Terumi did not elaborate further, as the hidden mist village had only recently emerged from its own bloodshed. In reality, none of the 5 great shinobi villages could cast stones at one another. Yet, everyone had their reasons, and Konoha stood out as the exception. With so many talented individuals, one could only imagine the outcome had they been in another village. Konoha had endured so much and still maintained the best geographical position in the shinobi world. It was no wonder the 4 great ninja villages were envious of Konoha. Tobirama was rendered speechless. He began to doubt whether his decisions from back then were truly correct, especially upon hearing the criticisms from Inoki and the fourth Raikage regarding Konoha's actions post his death. In that moment, he felt as though he wanted to rise from his grave. "Look, it seems another large screen has come to life," Hashirama said. "Senju Tobirama, brother, please take a moment to observe attentively." Senju Tobirama anticipated that his elder brother would utter something once again that bordered on nonsensical, and instinctively wished to silence him. To his surprise, this expectation proved accurate. Thus, he hastily diverted his attention. Buzz. In the sky, after a black screen appeared on the large monitor framed in gold. It soon illuminated, revealing an image. The top floor of an old apartment. A ninja from the Sarutobi clan pushed open the door. A musty odor wafting through the air. From today onward, this shall be your home, the Sarutobi clan ninja remarked, his eyes brimming with disdain. At his feet stood a frail child, his expression devoid of emotion. The frail child was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. This is your living allowance for the month. Once it runs out, you must find a way to manage on your own. The Sarutobi ninja concluded, tossing aside an envelope containing 3,000 ryo and turning to leave, seemingly wishing to linger not a moment longer. Little Naruto silently picked up the envelope filled with money, then opened all the windows to let in some air. Surveying the sparsely furnished room, little Naruto furrowed his brow, seated on a chair, seemingly deep in thought. Haruno Sakura, huh? Didn't we just see this scene? Yamanaka Ino. Indeed, I recall this. It's the moment Naruto was just sent out. Nara Shikamaru. No, this Naruto appears somewhat different. Indeed, with Shikamaru's reminder. The others realized that little Naruto was no longer standing outside the door in a daze as before. Moreover, this version of Naruto seemed to be pondering, lost in thought. As everyone remained puzzled, the little Naruto in the black-framed monitor took action. Observing the empty room, little Naruto opened the envelope and laid out the 3,000 ryo. Upon witnessing this scene again, Anoki derisively mocked Sarutobi Hiruzen, employing words previously spoken by Kusina to counter him. Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched at the corner of his eye. Was this comparative viewing intended to deepen everyone's impressions? Orochimaru, however, found it intriguing. Same Naruto, yet this comparison was fascinating. How would this Naruto perform? The younger generation expressed immense curiosity. They wondered what this world's Naruto would be like. The black-framed monitor continued to display. Little Naruto laid out the 3,000 ryo. A month consists of 30 days, making the daily allowance 100 ryo. So little. I remember the things I saw when I went out with them were not cheap. Recently, I saw someone fishing on the back mountain. The fish caught there not only filled the stomach, but could also be exchanged for other food at the market. It seems seasonings are also required. Little Naruto's murmured thoughts emanated from the black-framed monitor. At once, everyone was astonished. Uchiha Sasuke humph. This Naruto is different. Our world's Naruto is like a fool. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, you're the fool. Hyuga Neji, still lying on the ground, instinctively nodded in agreement with Sasuke's remark. Not only him, but the other younger generation also voiced their concurrence. Even Sakura, to his dismay. Naruto felt a sense of defeat. Was it merely uttering a few more words? Why did everyone, after just a brief glance, conclude that he was inferior to another version of himself? Naruto, my Naruto. Woe is me. In the Pure Land, after a surge of anger, Kusina regained some rationality. Seeing a different Naruto, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The quiz must be related to this world's Naruto. There are rewards for resurrection. I must obtain it. Kusina took a deep breath, silently resolving herself. At this moment, the foolish woman learned to think. Simultaneously, her mindset shifted. The husband she once trusted most suddenly felt somewhat unfamiliar. Throughout, he had spoken only once. And that was under her coercion, using Naruto as an excuse. Perhaps he too felt regret and guilt? No, such matters no longer held significance for Kusina. Now, her mind was solely occupied with how to return to the shinobi world and make amends for her child. Knowing Naruto's appearance, Kusina was acutely aware that he was undoubtedly undernourished. If this continued, even if her child inherited the Uzumaki clan's physique, he would still remain a frail boy, suffering from malnutrition. Hence, Kusina's most fervent desire was to remove Sarutobi Hiruzen's head and kick it like a ball. Curse you, Konoha. Curse your grand schemes. Curse your will of fire. I, Kusina. What followed was an unexpected turn of events. Just as the black-framed monitor depicted little Naruto planning for the future, the scene abruptly shifted. It revealed footage previously unseen in the golden-framed display. Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, my subordinate has delivered Uzumaki Naruto to the designated location. He has also been warned not to return to the clan, and per your instructions, he has been reminded of certain matters. Standing before the Hokage's desk was the same Sarutobi ninja from earlier. Understood, You may take your leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slight nod, waving his hand for the Sarutobi ninja to withdraw. Immediately, the scene extended. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, besides Sarutobi Hiruzen occupying the Hokage seat, there were 3 others. They were his assistant, Danzo Shimura, and the 2 advisors, Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado. Konoha F4. What a disaster. Chapter 8. The entire shinobi world witnesses my regretful moments. As the black-framed monitor displayed this scene, Konoha F4 immediately sensed something amiss. Did this not imply that the upcoming footage would be exceedingly detailed? This was disastrous. Exposing intelligence was one aspect. On the other hand, how could Konoha F4 be unaware of the contents of their usual meetings? Beads of sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Matters were becoming increasingly entertaining. Within the underground base of the Akatsuki, Danzo Shimura's expression shifted between light and darkness. Recalling his recent statements, he suddenly felt as though his nose was slightly red. Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado exchanged glances, each recognizing the panic reflected in the other's eyes. In an unnamed tavern in Shortbook Street, Tsunade slammed a bottle onto the table. A group of old geezers. Tsunade-sama, you cannot drink any more, Shizune, cradling Taunton, hurriedly interjected. I'm not drunk. Tsunade pushed her away. Don't turn your head. She had been closely monitoring Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama in the chat room. It was wonderful to hear their voices once more. Yet, she still hadn't heard from the 2 whom she cared about just as much. She felt a tinge of disappointment, but was unwilling to speak up. Observing this, Shizune helplessly shook her head, then sat quietly beside Tsunade, holding Taunton. The scene continued. Hiruzen, we require an explanation regarding this matter. After exchanging a subtle glance, Danzo was the first to speak out. The Jinchuriki should be monitored within a controlled environment. Allowing him to reside in Konoha without knowing what might transpire is too risky for the current state of Konoha. Following Danzo's remarks, the other advisor, Hamura, spoke in a deep tone. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared unfazed, leisurely taking a puff of smoke. Danzo, what say you? Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, signaling him to speak his mind. Danzo replied with a blank expression. Hiruzen, Koharu and Hamura make valid points. The Jinchuriki belongs to Konoha, not solely to you. You acted without consulting us on this matter. From both an emotional and rational standpoint, the Jinchuriki should not be detached from our control. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Let us hand him over to the root. His demeanor upon leaving unsettled me greatly. If you cannot ensure his absolute loyalty to Konoha, do not play with fire. The shadows of Konoha are indeed as notorious as they say. Here we go again. Inoki has begun his tirade. This is all for the sake of Konoha. Moreover, this is an internal affair of Konoha. Why do you persist in disparaging it? What are your true intentions? Danzo, naturally unwilling to yield, shot back. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, continuing to smoke his pipe. Hiruzen, handing him over to Root is indeed a prudent choice. At least it guarantees the Jinchuriki's unwavering loyalty to Konoha, spoke Uzumaki-kin. Oh. Hiruzen cast her a sidelong glance. Loyalty? Is it loyalty to Konoha or to Root? Uzumaki-kin immediately fell silent. This matter has already been arranged. No further discussion is necessary. Danzo, withdraw your men. I do not wish for Naruto to come into contact with Root. Hiruzen, are you aware of the potential damage that little brat could inflict if he loses control? Can the few Umbu ninjas you dispatched ensure absolute security? Danzo questioned sharply. Sarutobi Hiruzen set his pipe down. Enough. Let your men withdraw. Let this matter rest here. Hiruzen, you. Danzo's words were cut off as Hiruzen interjected. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's expression froze, looking as if he had just tasted something foul. Uzumaki-kin and Mito Minjo also fell silent. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang. Seeing his plan fail, Danzo saw no reason to remain and endure Hiruzen's disdain. He turned and violently slammed the door of the Hokage's office shut. Ha ha ha, what an amusing scene. The fourth Raikage's laughter echoed in the chat room. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed an embarrassed expression. In the underground base of Root. Bang. Danzo slammed his fist heavily on the table. Hiruzen, damn it. However, just as Hiruzen and the others sighed in relief, suddenly, the image on the black-framed large screen continued. Upon seeing Danzo leave, Mito Minjo and Uzumaki-kin exchanged glances. The two were caught in the middle, often swaying indecisively. Hiruzen, let us set aside the matter of the Jinchuriki for now. Recently, there has been unrest among the Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's mind buzzed. What is going on? Could it be that the situation with the Uchiha has something to do with these old geezers? Uchiha Madara. Haha. Truly, they are nothing but the useless heirs of Tobirama's will. Uchiha Madara. Come forth, and Uchiha. Tell me, has the Uchiha clan been exterminated? Uchiha Madara. A bunch of foolish imbeciles. If it weren't for Izuna entrusting me before his death, would I waste so much time in Konoha? Uchiha Izuna. Onaikin. Don't say any more. Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated? Monkey, don't tell me this is true. This is not the fourth great ninja war era. Moreover, Tobirama was not dealing with a mere child. Naturally, he spoke his true thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher Tobirama. By the time I learned of this, it was already too late. Alas, I have stripped Danzo of his position as assistant to the Hokage. Senju Tobirama. He regrets it. He truly regrets it. Regrets having spoken on behalf of Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. Regrets having left behind the aftermath. Senju Tobirama was internally frantic. Was it my intent for you to act this way? Targeting the Uchiha is permissible. Just maintain a sense of moderation. But to exterminate a clan? Truly outrageous. No wonder Konoha has become what it is today. Was this how I instructed you? Shimura Danzo. Slander. Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, how shameless can you be? Shimura Danzo. I know nothing of the Uchiha matter. Moreover, how can we ascertain that this black-framed world is identical to the original world? Danzo, in a flurry, hastily commented in the chat room. Orochimaru. Ha, the Uchiha have been exterminated, huh? Orochimaru, I still recall this matter. Orochimaru, be quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared furiously. However, Orochimaru merely cast him a disdainful glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He then continued. It was Uchiha Itachi who annihilated the Uchiha clan. Just as he was about to speak further, a somewhat unfamiliar voice interrupted. Uchiha Fugaku. Let us end this discussion here. Orochimaru, do not say any more. The submerged Uchiha Fugaku finally revealed himself. He did not wish for Sasuke to uncover the complex truth behind this matter. After all, Sasuke was still in Konoha, while they had all perished. If the last veil of secrecy were to be lifted, Danzo, in a fit of rage, might very well shatter the pot and dispatch numerous root ninjas to assassinate Sasuke. Father. Sasuke's eyes turned red. Uchiha Izuna. They exterminated their own? Which beast did this? Chapter 9. Kusina. Naruto. Be sure to remember their faces. Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Izuna. My eldest son is Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izuna. Unfilial descendants. I have wronged you, Onaikin. Uchiha Fugaku felt awkward, unsure how to proceed. Uchiha Sasuke. Father, I will surely kill that beast to avenge you and our clan. Uchiha Madara. Enough, Izuna. Let the past remain in the past. Such an Uchiha is not worth your anger. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Kusina was also stunned. Uchiha Itachi had indeed exterminated the entire clan, even slaying his own parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. It must have been those old geezers scheming behind the scenes. While alive, Kusina had been good friends with Uchiha Mikoto and had met the young Uchiha Itachi several times. Based on her impressions, Kusina believed that Uchiha Itachi would never commit such an act that would incite universal outrage. Regardless of the reason, it should not have come to this. The scene continued. From the core area to the outskirts, anyone would feel discontented. Let us temporarily suppress this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to smoke his pipe. Uzumaki-kin nodded and said, since that is the case, we shall take our leave. Regarding the Uchiha matter, it is best to focus on Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Before departing, Mito Minjo offered a reminder. MHM. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely nodded, saying little else. Once the two had departed, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing out the window. Preparations regarding the Uchiha must be made promptly. Since Danzo is particularly concerned about this matter, let him have his way, lest he keep running back here uninvited. At this moment, what truly mattered to Sarutobi Hiruzen was, of course, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Anoki. TSK. I knew it. How hypocritical. Rashihaha. The darkness of Konoha? Merely a blade in the hands of the third Hokage. Can any deed truly be concealed from the third Hokage? Rashi, that damned Orochimaru. How could Rashi not know how vile Konoha is? If it weren't for Konoha, this so-called ally oppressing them to the point where Tsunade could barely hold on, Rashi would never have allied with Orochimaru to conspire against Konoha, using this joint Chunin exam to strike at Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He never expected that past events would be laid bare so openly. Yunfei-Rajan, I have no recollection of this matter. It appears to align with what Danzo has said. That world is entirely different from this one. Thus, whatever I did in that world is irrelevant to me. At this very moment, Senju Tobirama is nearly on the verge of internal injury, trapped in an endless cycle of passivity due to a single utterance. He longs to return to the past. When Yunfei-Rajan voluntarily declares his intention to stay behind, Tobirama immediately responds, "Very well, let it be you." Subsequently, Shimizu Danzo also expresses his desire to remain, to which Tobirama promptly replies, "All right, then let the two of you stay behind." He has yet to hear from Akimichi Choji and Uchiha Kagami. How could he not anticipate their fate? If Tanshin Komatsu and Mito Minyan dared to speak, he would undoubtedly agree. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Senju Tobirama can only stew in his frustration in the Pure Land. What can he do? Words have been spoken, and even his elder brother dares not voice his thoughts. Just then, on the black-framed large screen, the scene shifts. Little Naruto stands before a mirror, gazing at his reflection. He raises his small hand, touching the six-path whiskers on his face. Why am I different from others? Little Naruto is perplexed. However, the hunger in his belly interrupts his contemplation. He then takes out money and heads out. Will it happen once more? How will this world's Naruto respond this time? The crowd cannot help but feel curious and expectant. Yet, the sentiments in Konoha differ. They sense that this Naruto on the black-framed large screen may harbor a different reaction, perhaps resentment and a desire for revenge. Many minds flickered with such thoughts, inducing a sense of trepidation. The scene continues, mirroring the developments on the gold-framed large screen. Little Naruto observes the shops around him. When he spots a store selling fishing gear, he halts. However, before he can enter, he catches a glimpse of the prices for the fishing equipment. They are exorbitant, far beyond what he can afford at present. Fortunately, the prices for fishing line and hooks are not high. After spending 100 ryo, little Naruto acquires a small box of hooks and 10 meters of fishing line. This is undoubtedly a bargain. The shopkeeper, seeing his youth and understanding demeanor, generously gifted him some inexpensive hooks. Little Naruto quietly puts away his items, bows politely to the shopkeeper, and expresses his gratitude before hastily departing in search of food. The shopkeeper waves goodbye with a smile. This scene starkly contrasts with that on the gold-framed large screen. Just as the crowd wonders if the entire world has changed, a familiar scene unfolds. A man, whose demeanor is inconsistent with that of a commoner, exclaims, "Hey, look, isn't that him?" Another somewhat different commoner echoes, "Yes, it's him. Look at the whiskers on his face. He has appeared." The crowd breathes a sigh of relief, yet tension mounts once more. Uzumaki Kusina, old monkey. Kusina's voice suddenly pierces the air. This cry, laced with palpable hatred, sends chills down Yunfei-Rajan's spine. However, Kusina's voice is soon muted, likely silenced due to its harshness. "Senju Tobirama, monkey, look at the good you have done." At that moment, Tobirama hastily interjects. Finally, the opportunity arises to distance himself from Yunfei-Rajan. Otherwise, he would remain in a state of imposed silence. "Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, what is it?" "Senju Tobirama, brother, look at what this monkey is doing." "Senju Tobirama, he has repeatedly plotted against a child. This is Konoha's tender green sprout. When have I taught him such a notion of the will of fire?" "Senju Hashirama, indeed, that is true. Monkey, you have gone too far." "Uchiha Madara, a pathetic performance." "Uchiha Izuna, Onaikin, isn't Tobirama just shameless? No wonder he can produce such disciples." "Senju Tobirama, enough. I have tolerated you for long enough." In an instant, Tobirama chooses to create chaos, muddling the waters to make everyone forget his previous statements in support of Yunfei-Rajan. "Uchiha Izuna, do you fear me? Come out for a duel." "Senju Tobirama, come. How dare a defeated opponent bark so loudly?" "Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, haha, give me some face. Everyone, let us cease the quarrel. By the way, monkey, you should step forward and explain yourself." "Yunfei-Rajan, Lord Hashirama, it is not like that. I have never dispatched anyone to commit such acts. It must have been Danzo's doing after he left the office out of shame." "Shimizu Danzo, you are full of nonsense. Anoki, living long has its perks. I can still witness the Konoha dogs biting each other." Due to the uproar, the chat room fell silent. The crowd resumed their focus on the screen. The exchange between the two soon attracted considerable attention. It closely mirrored the scenes on the gold-framed large screen. Quickly, little Naruto feels a dense malice enveloping him. His steps involuntarily slow as he hears the villagers' conversations and curses. It is him. Damn it. The cursed fox spirit. What a shameless creature. How is he still alive? I will kill him, avenge Onaikan. Malice has become palpable. Little Naruto's smile fades away. Soon, he notices that the shopkeeper who sold him the hooks and line has also come, wearing an incredulous expression. The once adorable and obedient child is actually the fox spirit. After a moment of turmoil, the shopkeeper's eyes redden. Yet he does not succumb to the crowd's influence, hurling curses at the black-framed Naruto. Damn fox spirit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small stone whizzes past little Naruto's ear. Naruto is momentarily stunned and quickly glances in the direction from which the stone came. There, he senses a different aura. Is it a ninja? The camera shifts back to the first speaking commoner, hearing the thoughts of the black-framed Naruto. Many eyes widen in surprise. In the Pure Land, Kusina wipes away her tears. Uzumaki Kusina. Well done, Naruto. Remember their faces. You must remember their faces. Chapter 10. Ashura awakens. Black-framed Naruto. Get lost. Kusina's statement undoubtedly casts a heavy pall over the atmosphere in Konoha. In this moment, those villagers who once harbored hatred for Naruto become flustered. The entire Konoha, following Kusina's words, falls into an eerie silence. Previously, Kusina had only targeted Fuyujan. They had held on to a glimmer of hope. Now, Namake's Minato. Kusina, you. Minato hesitates to speak. However, in the next instant, Kusina's voice is silenced again. Uzumaki Kusina, get lost. How I act is none of your concern. Continue to be your dog Hokage and protect these fools. Within the arena, Naruto stands in bewilderment. Why does Mama want me to remember their faces? As the referee, the still present Noera Guren feels a twitch at the corner of his eye, but remains silent. As one of the fourth Hokage's guards, they are undeniably derelict in their duties. Beyond their subordinates, are they not also failing in their responsibilities? Gazing at Naruto's silhouette, Noera Guren, in a daze, momentarily perceives a reflection of Namake's Minato in Naruto's figure. The scene quickly converged. Ningxi's lips curled slightly as he beheld the figure of Xiao Mingrun within the black-framed screen. A smile graced his face. How delightful it was. Yet, he pondered whether the memories of that fateful incident would resurface at that moment. He chuckled, contemplating how the black-framed Mingrun would react upon hearing his thoughts. An anticipation stirred within Ningxi. The black-framed screen continued to display, "Kill the fox demon." An elderly woman retrieved an egg from her basket. With a swift motion, Xiao Mingren remained vigilant despite his confusion. The egg narrowly missed his head as he ducked down. The impact of the egg shattering on the ground sent liquid splattering at his feet. Frowning, Xiao Mingren felt a surge of anger rising within him. Why are you treating me this way? What have I done wrong? I know nothing of this fox demon, and I am not one. Just as his anger flared, a sudden coolness enveloped his heated mind, a strange emotion soothing his ire. Am I to forgive them regardless of their actions? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he entertain such thoughts? The inner voice of black-framed Mingren echoed persistently. The crowd stood bewildered. What was happening? What was he saying? Ningxi's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that? He turned sharply to gaze at Mingren, observing his perplexed expression. It dawned on Ningxi that this vortex Mingren was far more than just a simple landlord. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Ban furrowed his brow. Both the Uchiha stone tablet and the misleading words of Kuro Jutsu had clearly revealed this information. Otherwise, the Valley of the End battle would not have transpired. Thus, Uchiha Ban was not only aware of his reincarnation as Indra, but also recognized it as the core driving force behind the Moon Eye plan. Was that little brat the reincarnation of Ashura in this life? The fusion of Vortex and Senju indeed held such a possibility. No wonder he had sensed something amiss with the golden-framed brat earlier. It all made sense now. Clearly, Uchiha Ban had no intention of elucidating further. The black-framed screen continued its display. Just as Xiao Mingren's inner turmoil reached a crescendo, another egg was hurled toward him, striking him squarely on the forehead. In an instant, the egg shattered, splattering its contents, the shards of shell stinging his skin. The pain surged, and Xiao Mingren instinctively covered his forehead, his azure eyes glistening with tears from the unexpected sting. Yet, at that moment, the tears were more a reflection of the strange emotions swirling in his mind than the physical pain. Get away from me. Don't interfere with my thoughts. Kill that thick-skinned fox demon. At that moment, the villager who had instigated the chaos shouted again. The crowd could no longer contain themselves. Die, fox demon. They seized the eggs from the elderly woman's basket and hurled them at Xiao Mingren. The sound of eggs breaking echoed incessantly. Within moments, Xiao Mingren was enveloped in a layer of egg liquid. Overwhelmed by the throbbing pain in his head, he couldn't even think to evade. Though he clearly saw the trajectory of the incoming eggs, his body refused to respond. This infuriated Xiao Mingren to the point where his teeth clenched in frustration. He struck his head forcefully and then raised his tear-filled gaze, fixating on the villagers who had attacked him, imprinting each of their faces firmly in his memory. Yet, in the next instant, that inexplicable, soothing chakra reappeared in his mind, gradually dimming his anger and obscuring the faces of his assailants. Get away from me. What was happening? Did I truly feel this way back then? Mingren touched his head, questioning his own recollection. That was not you. Ningxi suppressed his urge to roll his eyes. No need for that. He could simply give Mingren a glare. What? Mingren instinctively inquired. Ningxi took a deep breath. He suddenly comprehended the fury of the black-framed Mingren. This is another version of you. Do you recall the scene on the black-frame screen? Mingren nodded, recalling much more upon this second viewing. Precisely, you also heard the inner voice of the black-framed Mingren just now. Did you feel anything then? Ningxi continued. Meanwhile, in the chat room, Senju Tobirama pondered briefly before speaking up. Mingren, do you have any memories from that time? Were you not like this black-framed Mingren? Vortex Mingren replied. Second Hokage, I think I have a vague impression, but I can't quite remember. As soon as he finished speaking, Kusina's voice resonated, this time without being muted. You must remember. Mingren, promise your mother you will never forget their faces. Even if you forget, jot them down now, and I will remember them with you. Be quiet. Minato, I do not wish to hear you speak. Kusina's voice abruptly ceased, clearly having been muted again. Minato's spirit sat in the realm of death, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Life and death were indeed different. His thoughts were no longer constrained by worldly influences. Now, he felt a sense of regret. Otherwise, Minato, Kusina is on the verge of a meltdown. I know better than you what her temperament is like. It's best to remain quiet for now. If possible, I wish to merge with another version of myself. The future remains uncertain, does it not? Within you. The risks are still too great. Otherwise, how could the legendary Minato, known as the Little Sun, gain the acknowledgement of the Nine Tails? Chapter 11 Ningxi, you are also Mingren. You can achieve this. Vortex Mingren mused. How strange. Why can't I seem to remember their faces no matter how hard I try? I am clearly observing them intently. After Mingren's comment, a peculiar scene unfolded in Konoha. It was a sigh of relief, one that came from the depths of survival. Orochimaru blinked. Casting a glance at the not-so-distant Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sannin sensed that his self-proclaimed strongest Hokage mentor seemed to relax. How could this be? Orochimaru chuckled wickedly. As a dutiful disciple, how could she allow her sensei to relax? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt an uneasy premonition arise. Orochimaru smirked. Sensei, I originally thought my gift would not be delivered, but now it seems it can still be bestowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed tightly. He could not fathom the nature of Orochimaru's so-called gift, but instinct told him that whatever it might be, it would become even more perilous after this viewing. Oh, Sensei, have you begun to anticipate it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. In that moment, he regretted it. Indeed, Danzo had always warned him that Hiruzen would come to regret this. Regret has finally settled in. It laments the missed opportunity to have personally vanquished Deshiwan. At this moment, it regains its composure. The potential implications of the comparison viewing system remain uncertain, and although it senses a slight trepidation, such concerns are secondary. Presently, the most pressing issue lies with the treacherous disciple at its side. The threat he poses is neither delayed nor ambiguous. It is immediate and palpable. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the comparison viewing system, an ambush would likely have already unfolded. While such thoughts linger, determination is quietly forged. Deshiwan's words lay bare its fears once more. Second Hokage, I have refined your Edo Tensei technique and procured the DNA of both you and the first Hokage. The sacrifices have been prepared. By the way, the sacrifices were provided by Danzo. Without his assistance, it would have been far more challenging to enter so brazenly. Danzo is taken aback. Deshiwan, are you betraying me? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaims. Danzo, in a Wagakure, The seasoned Inoki helplessly swats away his granddaughter's hands, preventing her from tugging at his beard. Stop it. However, upon hearing De Shiwan's declaration, his eyes light up. The Konoha collapse plan? De Shiwan elaborate. Inoki demands. The fourth Raikage requests you to elaborate as well. I shall mobilize the army at once to lend you my support. Their utterances nearly coincide. Curse that wretched brat. They simultaneously curse one another internally. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Azuna, have you nothing to say? You shameless creature. You have trained an even more shameless disciple. I spit. In the Pure Land, Senju Tobirama, in a fit of frustration, grips his hair. This cannot continue. Otherwise, I shall be eternally reviled. Damn you, Azuna. How dare a defeated foe mock me? Meanwhile, Kusina is also in a frenzy. She has been muted for 10 minutes due to her heated remarks and is eager to revive, but the inability to voice her thoughts is unbearable. All right, De Shiwan. As soon as you can utilize chakra, immediately Edo Tensei me. I will personally slay that so-called darkness of Konoha. Shimura Danzo interjects, Teacher Tobirama. Please do not heed the words of a rogue ninja. Pure slander. De Shiwan is still a disciple of Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama, enough. Let's pause this discussion. I am curious about the black frame Naruto. The screen continues to display. Little Naruto's eyes widen as if to pop out, ignoring the overwhelming dizziness. He stares intently at the group. Egg fluid mixed with blood trickles into his eyes. A sharp sting instantly triggers tears to spill forth. Suddenly, a chilling and terrifying chakra materializes. Naruto is momentarily stunned, feeling a sudden lightness in his head. However, this sensation is fleeting. Outwardly, Naruto's demeanor remains unchanged, as the chilling chakra appears too swiftly and vanishes just as quickly. Moreover, Naruto keeps his head bowed, protecting it. Thus, no one notices that for a brief moment, his azure eyes turn to sinister crimson. This ethereal sensation leaves Naruto feeling disoriented. Could it be because? Certainly, ninjas wield ninjutsu. It's remarkable. They can even breathe fire, and there exists a genjutsu that induces illusions, right? This occurrence must be related to such ninjutsu. Who is it? Is it the ninja who brought me here? How infuriating. I can't recall his appearance. Thanks to the chilling chakra's sudden emergence, Naruto finally has a moment to catch his breath. At this moment, for Naruto, the pain is not physical, but rather mental. The villager's palpable malice leaves him perplexed and aggrieved. Similarly, he feels anger and resentment rising within him. Yet, an unidentifiable emotion constantly influences him. This is what truly shatters Naruto. Naruto pauses for a moment. Was it really like this back then? I have no recollection. Do you remember the appearance of the ninja from the Sarutobi clan who sent you back? Neji suddenly inquires. Naruto instinctively replies, I don't remember. Naruto, I can now ascertain that a force within you is exerting influence. No, it is two forces. So that's how it is, previously. Your victory over me was due to the beast within you, wasn't it? Neji inhales deeply, piecing together fragmented information in his mind. Oh, I borrowed chakra from that large fox, Naruto admits sheepishly, feeling embarrassed for being caught cheating in front of his opponent. Though he has thick skin, it matters who the opponent is. Humph. Foolish brat, that is not my chakra. My chakra is not so benevolent. Suddenly, the voice of the Ninetales echoes in Naruto's mind. Ultimately, what brings comfort to Black Frame Naruto is indeed the chakra of the fox. How intriguing. I find myself envious of that version of me in another world. That Naruto will surely become enamored with my power. Unlike you in this world, so foolish and overly compassionate that it leaves the fox speechless, constantly reshaping my understanding. The large fox momentarily leaves Naruto in a daze. Is it truly so? The discussions in the chat room affirm the Ninetales words. Noticing Naruto's unusual state, a recovering Neji stands and pats his shoulder. Despite being the same Naruto, your starting point is identical. If he can achieve it, so can you. Chapter 12, Fox Demon. If I truly were a fox demon, I would slay all of you. Clearly, Neji has begun to place his bets. He bets on Naruto, ensuring that the future of the Hyuga clan will no longer be troubled by the cage bird. Even though Neji understands that the cage bird, in reality, brings more benefit than harm, his childhood experiences instinctively lead him to reject that conclusion. A presence more terrifying than the greatest landlord, and with Hinata having feelings for him, there exists a significant possibility of altering the Hyuga clan's future. In the chat room, did you all see that I just now? Terumi May asks. Sakura Haruno, yes. It was a terrifying sensation, Sometimes Naruto transforms like that. Exactly. That must be the chakra of the Nine Tails. Nara Shikamaru. But the current question is, whose chakra was present before the Nine Tails chakra appeared? Deshiwan. The black frame Naruto is quite different from our Naruto. Deshiwan. That child possesses a remarkably sharp and composed mind, demonstrating greater autonomy. Deshiwan. However, I am also curious about whose chakra exists within Naruto aside from the Nine Tails. Deshiwan. Sarutobi-sensei, does this matter concern you? Deshiwan directly states this in the chatroom. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinds his teeth in frustration. Yet, upon recalling Senju Tobirama, he hastily responds. No, I am unaware of this matter. I have never considered using Genjutsu or any other means to control Naruto from our world. Uchiha Madara. Humph, don't even think about it. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't accomplish it. Not even your useless teacher could. Senju Hashirama. What are you all discussing? Senju Tobirama. Brother. You, Senju Tobirama. Wait. If that's the case, brother, do you not feel a sense of familiarity with Black Frame Naruto? Uchiha Madara's heart skips a beat. Is that so? Ha ha ha, perhaps. The scene continues, resembling that of a grand screen adorned with a golden frame. Xiao Mingrun, cradling his head, curls up on the ground, trembling all over. However, this is not fear or grievance, but rather fury and hatred. Xiao Mingrun struggles against the strange sensations invading his mind. Upon witnessing this, a portion of the onlookers feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, the majority conform, the memories of the Nine Tails chaos still vivid in their minds. Some individuals, though aware deep down that such actions are unjust, allow their fleeting guilt to vanish, swayed by the collective. In that moment, eggs, rotten vegetable leaves, and even small stones are hurled, all directed at Xiao Mingrun. Die, fox demon. The air is thick with accusations and curses. At the instant a small stone strikes Xiao Mingrun's head. Buzz. His vision darkens momentarily. Involuntarily, he reaches out, instantly feeling a warm, wet sensation. He looks at his hand. The vivid crimson hue is painfully striking. Thump, thump, thump. Xiao Mingrun's breath catches, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. In that moment, his azure eyes turn crimson. Yet, paradoxically, Xiao Mingrun feels a sense of relief. His petite and frail form trembles slightly, and then he supports his head, pushing himself up. Finally, tranquility returns. He murmurs softly. In the next instant, his crimson gaze reverts to its original azure. However, the soothing whispers urging him towards goodness have also vanished. Has that inexplicable chakra dissipated? He resisted. Nara Shikamaru exclaims. The black-framed version of Naruto is truly formidable. Being astute, Shikamaru comprehends the significance of the black-framed Naruto's prowess. Observing Ino and Choji's puzzled expressions, he articulates in the chatroom. Nara Shikamaru, if we consider the Naruto depicted in both frames, whether black or gold, they are fundamentally similar. Nara Shikamaru, yet, the black-framed Naruto retained his essence, while the golden-framed Naruto became a mere slave to whispers. Senju Tobirama, the Nara clan? This assertion holds merit. Anoki, haha. I suddenly look forward to the appearance of the third Hokage. Orochimaru, count me in. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Anoki, did I commit any heinous acts during my time? Bwofeng Minato, you did previously. The voice of Bwofeng Minato resonates. The inhabitants of Konoha are momentarily stunned. The Nine Tails conflict, in which the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, you too are the inheritor of the will of fire, yet you dare question me? Sarutobi Hiruzen speaks in a tone befitting his status. After all, during the tenures of the Seventh Hokage, the Hokage's desk is overwhelmed with paperwork, while the fourth's desk remains pristine and reflective. Due to Orochimaru's defiance, he chose the most obedient Minato. The golden reputation was fervently promoted during that period. To obscure the frontline's errors, Sarutobi Hiruzen voluntarily stepped down, diminishing Konoha's voice considerably, subsequently placing Minato in the fourth's position. Yet, the so-called fourth Hokage is merely a facade, with the true power still resting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scene continues. Once the whispers in his mind vanish, Xiao Mingrun feels an immense relief. Whoosh. At that moment, a small stone hurtles towards him at incredible speed. Buzz. The sound of the stone slicing through the air fills his ears. Xiao Mingrun tilts his head slightly. Since just now, I've been able to perceive these attacks clearly. Is it due to the chakra within me? In my anger, The world feels as though it has slowed significantly. However, I overheard the ninjas discussing that chakra requires rigorous training to refine, does it not? Could it be related to that chilling sensation I felt earlier? Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales' lips curl into a slight smirk. This black-frame Naruto is immensely appealing. The version of himself in that world could undoubtedly instill a wealth of information within him while his mind is still maturing. The Ninetales squints slightly, as if envisioning the black-frame Naruto personally unlocking the ceiling gate. Die, fox demon. Whoosh. Another stone comes flying, straight towards Xiao Mingren's face. Buzz. Yet again, Xiao Mingren evades it. You want me dead? What have I done wrong? Your blows hurt immensely. With a low growl, Xiao Mingren picks up a stone beneath him, rolls away from further attacks, and suddenly raises his head. His gaze fixates on the elderly woman who first threw something at him. The fierce look in his eyes startles her. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Mingren hurls the stone back at her, aiming precisely at her forehead. Damn. This fox demon dares to resist. Someone, quickly. Kill him. A voice suddenly echoes, unique and powerful, resonating with a force that penetrates the cacophony of curses and accusations, compelling everyone to listen. At that moment, Xiao Mingren's pupils constrict sharply. He sees the elderly woman slumped on the ground. Her expression reveals no relief from dodging the stone. So, this was all intentional. But regardless, why such a base provocation against me? Upon uncovering the reason, Xiao Mingren's anger intensifies. You wish to kill me? Fox demon or not, if I truly am one, I shall annihilate you all. Chapter 13. The Third Hokage? The leader of these scoundrels? Senju Tobirama. This is bad. The black-frame Naruto has spoken what he should not have. Terumi Mei. Indeed, the second Hokage of Konoha is correct. There are Umbu ninjas among the crowd surveilling him, allowing him to be bullied, and possibly members of Konoha's dark organization as well. Terumi Mei. This indicates that a perceptive child, under such circumstances, would abandon patience and utter such irrational words, which speaks volumes. Terumi Mei has carefully chosen her words. The Hidden Mist village itself is in turmoil. Even though Terumi Mei has ended the Blood Mist era, its remnants still linger. Thus, Terumi Mei cannot freely express herself. A wise child. Ino and Sakura exchange glances. Well, how to put it? They both rack their brains and cannot fathom how such words could describe Mingren. Beneath the arena, Mingren wears a pained expression. Neji. Why do I get the impression that they all seem to favor another version of me? When they look at me, they never offer compliments. No comparison, no hurt. Apologies. Mingren. But in truth, I too hold high hopes for him. The Ninetales rolls its eyes. I would be content with half of his prowess. This fox demon. How dare he utter such words? Kill him. The fox demon dares to incite chaos. This undoubtedly strikes a sensitive chord within these individuals. Consequently, one by one, their eyes redden, sleeves rolled up, ready to pounce upon the defenseless child. Xiao Mingren screams. Frantically gathering various objects beneath him, he hurls them at the crowd. I'll kill you all. You wish for my demise? I refuse to die. Remember this, as long as I live, I shall one day exact my revenge. Yet, his seemingly chaotic attacks are, in truth, concentrated at a singular point. Xiaolun, while cursing this group of individuals, remained vigilant towards a certain direction where civilians were situated. Soon, he noticed that several civilians exhibited swift movements. Not only did they evade his attacks, but they also hurled small stones that knocked down his projectiles, just as Xiao Mingren was taken aback by their abnormal agility. Exceeding his comprehension, Xia Hong remarked, wouldn't Haekwang Mingren be used as a pretext by Danzo to pressure the third Hokage? Maui Xian added, as a member of Umbu. I have not encountered this matter in the records. Mitashi Akane scoffed. They are well versed in this kind of play. And that damned Orochimaru. Orochimaru observed the finally vocal Mitashi Akane, shaking his head discreetly. He could not reveal that he had left Konoha with her long ago. She could not accept the outcome midway and regretted it. Consequently, he erased her memories and left her in Konoha. Senju Tobirama stated, what you propose has considerable merit. He continued, as a Jinchuriki, if one were to oppose the village, they should have agreed to their voluntary request back then, allowing them to cover the rear. Senju Tobirama lamented, the will of fire has been distorted. Sarutobi Hizashi's face flushed red. Within the root organization's base, Danzo felt the same. Finally, Danzo could no longer restrain himself. Tobirama-sensei, you are already deceased. Furthermore, It was you who chose Hisashi to become Hokage. Danzo asserted, I am not the Hokage. Yet, I have continuously contributed to Konoha. What has Hisashi done? Every time, I have been the one to protect Konoha in both overt and covert ways. You picked him as your idol. Sarutobi Hisashi could no longer contain himself, retorting, What have you contributed, Danzo? Even if I have done nothing, what have you achieved? Just as the two were about to engage in a heated argument, Orochimaru extinguished their fervor with just a few words. The entire Konoha trembled. I defected from the village due to human experimentation. Teacher Sarutobi had the opportunity to kill me, but allowed me to leave. In an instant, Konoha was left in shock. Human experimentation? It explained the mysterious disappearances during that period, especially of children. However, before Sarutobi Hisashi could regret his actions and retort, and before the inquiries and accusations from Konoha could arise, Orochimaru spoke once more, Do not rush to condemn me. The individuals required for the human experiments were provided by Danzo. The eyes of the other 4 great ninja villages widened, but in a moment, it seemed quite reasonable. As the perpetrator was the infamous darkness of Konoha, Senju Tobirama interjected, Orochimaru, I shall refrain from discussing your matters for now. Monkey, Danzo, provide me with an explanation. Senju Hashirama's tone turned stern. Inoki remarked, I do not believe for a moment that the 3rd Hokage was unaware. Danzo concurred, indeed. He was absolutely deliberate. After releasing his disciple Orochimaru, he divided the experimental data, keeping the majority for himself. Uchiha Madara stated, Enough. I am tired of hearing about this wretched Konoha. Uchiha Izuna added, Oni-chan is correct. My ears are growing calloused from this. Moreover, do not make it seem as though this is something that Senju Tobirama is incapable of. Senju Tobirama defended, I utilized enemies. I am not so low as to use such despicable means to scheme against an innocent child, especially one who is the son of a hero protecting Konoha. The various ninja clans of Konoha, along with capable ninjas in the chat room, began to question Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo. At that moment, their reverence for Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo diminished significantly, especially with the 2nd and 1st Hokage leading the charge. Even the 4th Hokage emerged to hold them accountable. They felt emboldened to voice their opinions. The uproar was considerable, but it was swiftly muted. Yet, while the chatroom was silenced, reality was not. On the stands of the arena, Sarutobi Hisashi's expression turned grim to the extreme as he was bombarded with inquiries. Orochimaru was laughing heartily beside him, yet as he laughed, tears glimmered in his eyes. The scene continued. A sharp sensation approached. Xiao Mingren sensed danger looming. Yet, his body could not keep pace with his awareness. This time, the attack came in the form of a kunai. Damn it! If I survive, I shall return this affront in kind. Let you fools taste this bitter experience. Just then, a ninja wearing an animal mask appeared, blocking the kunai just as Xiao Mingren felt despair. He paused momentarily, then suddenly realized the sensation was familiar. He had sensed it earlier among the crowd. These bastards. Before Xiao Mingren could observe further, a sound of slicing air reached him. Immediately, another ninja, also adorned with an animal mask, appeared before him. Xiao Mingren did not even spare him a glance, yet he felt a palpable malice emanating from him, akin to the previous group. In the next moment, the Umbu ninja seized Xiao Mingren's arm. It was painfully tight. Let go of me, Xiao Mingren growled. However, the Umbu ninja ignored him, roughly dragging him away. Once they were out of the crowd's encirclement, Xiao Mingren, in pain, refused to remain passive. Seeing he could not break free from the man's grip, he promptly opened his mouth and bit down hard on the hand that held him. It is widely known that ninjas typically possess high offense, but low defense. Once Xiao Mingren bit down, the Umbu ninja winced in pain and instinctively released his grip. Not good. The Umbu ninja quickly realized and attempted to pursue. Yet, he found Xiao Mingren still standing in place, not fleeing, but rather rubbing his sore arm. I can walk on my own, Xiao Mingren snapped, directly bypassing the Umbu ninja, clearing the dirt from his face, previously covered in egg liquid, and then blood from being struck by small stones. His blood mixed with the egg liquid, and after rolling on the ground, it was now smeared with dirt. Xiao Mingren felt exceedingly uncomfortable. However, at this moment, he could only endure. If these fools intended to kill him, they would have acted long ago, and he had no means to resist. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold voice pierced the air. It was the late-arriving Umbu ninja, addressing the villagers of Konoha with the orders from the 3rd Hokage. By the decree of Lord 3rd, All individuals are prohibited from mentioning the Kyuubi in front of Uzumaki Naruto. No one is to attack Uzumaki Naruto. No discussions related to Uzumaki Naruto are permitted. Xiaomingren's cute brows slightly furrowed. Lord Third, the leader of these bastards? Chapter 14. A disturbance at Konoha Hospital. The performance of Haekwang Mingren naturally drew the admiration of many. This child is destined for greatness. His demeanor reflects a maturity beyond his years. P.S. Do not view this with the perspective of a 5-year-old Hokage. If one must complain about the delay, you have arrived at the 13th chapter's brain repository. Who would have thought that Mingren-kun would deduce the mastermind so swiftly? How exciting it will be to see Sarutobi-sensei's appearance next. Silence, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hisashi rubbed his temples, feeling an intense headache. Why does it seem like my reputation is deteriorating? Why is it that no one suspects Tuanzong, but instead turns their suspicion on me? Uchiha Madara. This Jinchuriki harbors thoughts of destroying Konoha. Hashirama, did you not say that you would stop anyone who wishes to annihilate Konoha? Hurry, go. Senju Tobirama. Ha. Madara, I am already dead. Senju Tobirama. No, the Black Frame Naruto would not go to such extremes. But certainly, a significant portion of the future Konoha must pay a price. Senju Tobirama. After all, unlike the Golden Frame Naruto, he had a moment when he bought fishing hooks and lines upon coming downstairs, sensing the kindness of the shopkeeper. Senju Tobirama. Moreover, under the incitement of the monkeys and the ninjas sent by Tuanzong, the shopkeeper's conflicted expression was also perceived by him. Did you not notice that when the Black Frame Naruto threw objects in attack, he always avoided that shopkeeper? Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama, what are you still fantasizing about? It would be better to hope that in the black-framed world, your disciple who inherits your will does not create too much trouble, so that Konoha does not meet a grim fate. The atmosphere in Konoha was decidedly grim. Yet, they found themselves unable to refute the bloody reality laid before them. Senju Tobirama surprisingly refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama, the Black Frame Naruto, is astute. And the Naruto in the golden-framed world has encountered many who harbor no malice towards him. Therefore, I believe that the Black Frame Naruto will never uproot Konoha entirely. After all, even if there are many, they cannot encompass all. Uchiha Izuna. Ha. Dreaming, are we? Uchiha Izuna. Even if that were true, I believe the Black Frame Naruto would find an excuse to let those he cares for leave first, and then, once they are gone, directly obliterate Konoha, only to later establish a new village. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Unconvinced? Then let us wager. The two continued to argue. The scene kept playing, much like the golden-framed big screen. During the time the Black Frame Naruto headed to Konoha Hospital, 3 years ago, the fox demon born from the Nine-Tails disturbance made its appearance. News spread through Konoha as if it had grown wings. Uzumaki Naruto, with golden hair and 6 whisker marks on his face, is the culprit responsible for the death of everyone's loved ones, the fox demon. Konoha Hospital. Little Naruto lay on the hospital bed. His expression was calm, yet remnants of blood still stained his body. He gazed at the medical ninja before him, who wore a look of disgust. The ninja roughly tended to his wounds. Hiss! As the treatment pulled at his still-healing injuries, little Naruto grimaced in pain. Humph! That medical ninja glared at him with intense disdain. Be quiet. Bang! Without warning, little Naruto kicked him in the back. Hiss! This time, it was the medical ninja who winced in pain. If you don't want to treat me, then get lost. Do you wish for me to die? Little Naruto's face bore a look of hatred. However, upon closer inspection, his eyes appeared somewhat tranquil. Terumi Mei, what a clever child. This boy is truly remarkable. Terumi Mei, it seems he has already guessed something, testing the attitude of this medical ninja. Terumi Mei, if only he were from my Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enough. Would it be better if he experienced your blood mist? Terumi Mei fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling triumphant, finally gained a point. Damn. The medical ninja showed anger, yet instinctively felt fear at little Naruto's fierce demeanor. Then, with a facade of authority, he huffed, behave yourself. Saying this, he approached with a wary expression, ready to perform the healing technique once more. This time, his movements were much gentler. Little Naruto, uninterested, had already obtained the answers he sought. Little Naruto suddenly noticed that the small wound on his arm seemed to have completely healed. Could it be that I truly am a fox demon? But why do I know nothing? His adorable brows knitted together. Before long, The medical ninja shot another fierce glare at little Naruto and turned to leave with his medical tools. The Umbu ninja who brought him had mentioned he could go home once healed. Little Naruto, unwilling to linger, washed his face clean after a brief rest and left Konoha Hospital alone. Even in a place like Konoha Hospital, which is meant for saving lives, little Naruto still faced countless disdainful glares. Initially, he ignored them, too indifferent to care. However, these individuals, believing him to be an easy target, began to hurl insults. Little Naruto halted and shot back a fierce glare. Then, without looking back, he dashed toward the restroom he had passed earlier. When he emerged, a mischievous smile graced his lips. "If you dare, come kill me." His youthful voice echoed in their ears. "Damn fox, vomit! Vomit!" The sound of a mop striking faces resounded incessantly. Uzumaki Kusina. Yes. Uzumaki Kusina. My little Naruto should treat them like this. Uzumaki Kusina. After all, their mouths are already filled with filth. It's only fitting they enjoy a feast. Many girls closed their eyes in embarrassment. Sakura and Ino simultaneously slapped their foreheads. However, they couldn't help but smile. While most felt disgusted, they couldn't suppress their grins. Only in Konoha were many faces darkened, especially upon seeing their own appearance in the scene. "Ha ha, I adore this child, ha ha." Tsunade laughed heartily. Shizune, with her eyes closed, felt her cheeks flush. In a mere 200 meters, little Naruto took 10 minutes to exit Konoha Hospital. Humph. Little Naruto mimicked their disdainful snorts. He casually tossed aside the now somewhat clean mop. Brushing off his hands, he held his head high and left. Behind him, the sounds of retching continued. Suddenly, little Naruto stopped, glancing toward a tree nearby. Then, he quickly returned, picked up the mop from the ground, and hurled it at the large tree. The Umbu ninja hiding behind the tree flinched, hastily dodging. How did he discover that ninja? Wait, why isn't he that ninja left? Naruto was bewildered. That is the Umbu ninja monitoring you, Hinata Neji explained. Is that so? Why didn't I notice? And what do they monitor me for? Naruto looked at Hinata Neji in confusion. Smack. Naruto clutched his head, fuming. What are you doing? Neji, with a serious expression, replied, Do you not recall Shikamaru's earlier statement? Naruto furrowed his brow. Does it mean that the black-framed version of myself maintains his self, while I am but a slave to my ramblings? It seems you still remember. You should also recall how, in the previous scene, the other you changed drastically after receiving a blow to the head, right? Naruto nodded and shook his head. Smack. Hinata Neji delivered another resounding slap to Naruto's head. Damn it, Neji. Neji rubbed his slightly aching palm. I am helping you experiment. Did you not hear your mother's joyful voice just now? Wouldn't you want your mother to feel proud when she sees the current cue? Naruto was taken aback. Indeed, that Uzumaki Kusina, his mother, seemed to cheer excitedly while watching him on the black-framed big screen, her voice imbued with genuine joy and pride. However, Mingren rubbed his head, observing the serious expression on Ningxi's face, feeling that something seemed amiss. Chapter 15, Daetam Yuyao. Did that damned little brat discover my secret? Watching Xiao Mingren stride confidently away, the Umbu ninja, evading the mop, furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Impossible. He is merely an ignorant and mischievous fox spirit. If he truly discovered me, with his vile character, he would undoubtedly hurl insults at me. With that thought, the Umbu ninja ceased to ponder further and continued to shadow Xiao Mingren in the shadows. Inuzuka Kiba, am I seeing things? It feels as if the black-framed Mingren has been testing these individuals, utilizing his age to his advantage. Inuzuka Kiba, throughout the journey, I sense that the black-framed Mingren intentionally displayed a facade of anger and irrationality. Yamanaka Shino, there is no doubt, this black-framed Mingren is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Inuzuka Kiba, could it be that he differs from our world's foolish Mingren? Inuzuka Kiba, since he can perceive others' attitudes from a young age, surely he has been clandestinely observing and absorbing a wealth of information? Uchiha Sasuke, that does make sense. Moreover, the black-framed Mingren is far superior to our world's Mingren, so I do not find it surprising. Uzumaki Mingren, Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. See, did you catch that? Suddenly, without warning, Hyuga Ningxi struck Mingren's head again. Before Mingren could question him, Hyuga Ningxi solemnly stated, Just now, I sensed something was off about your state. You should try imitating the black-framed Mingren's way of dealing with things, suppressing your seemingly heartfelt thoughts and emotions. Otherwise, you will forever be a slave to your own delirious musings. Surely, You do not wish to be the object of everyone's ridicule? Mingren, that seems somewhat reasonable. But it still feels wrong. Ningxi, did the corners of your mouth just lift? Thunder rumbled ominously as the weather shifted abruptly. One moment it was a sunny day, and the next, dark clouds rolled in. On the way back, Xiao Mingren continually probed to ascertain the limits of the Umbu ninjas monitoring him, until he picked up a sharp object and hurled it at a villager who had insulted him. Whoosh! A kunai intercepted the sharp stone. Xiao Mingren's pupils constricted, yet he did not reveal any emotion, merely spat at the man and turned to leave. If memory serves, someone just threw something at my back, but it seems it was also blocked. While harboring caution and disdain, they ensured my safety. The orders from the old bastard of the third Hokage must have taken effect. If they are to ensure my safety, does that mean they have intentions toward me? As Xiao Mingren pondered, a ball rolled to his feet. He paused for a moment, then looked up. Hey, don't play with him. Yes. My mother also warned me not to play with kids who have golden hair and 6 whiskers on their faces. Observing his peers, Xiao Mingren's expression remained unchanged, simply kicking the ball away before departing without a backward glance. The group of children, seeing his indifference, felt a twinge of fear. Gurgle. After walking for a while, Xiao Mingren's stomach emitted a mournful growl. Splash. Just then, the rain began to pour. Caught off guard, Xiao Mingren became drenched. However, it also served to wash away the grime from his body. Xiao Mingren raised his hand to catch some raindrops. Observing his arm, he marveled at how the injuries he had sustained had healed. The person who treated him had emitted a green light. Was that the medical ninjutsu they referred to as healing techniques? Astonished by the rapid recovery of his body, he was equally amazed by the prowess of the medical ninjutsu. Yet, as Xiao Mingren rubbed his stomach, he noticed that his hunger intensified after recovering. Had he discovered his uniqueness so quickly? Kakashi murmured to himself. He then turned to Mike Guy. Guy, prepare yourself. After this viewing concludes, protect our subordinates. Mike Guy, puzzled, scratched his head, saying, all right. Although he did not understand why Kakashi had suddenly become serious, he complied with his friend's request. How delightful. After all, he is still a child. A delightful aroma wafted towards him. Xiao Mingren unconsciously followed the scent. Rumble. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, the thunder deafening. The ramen shop owner glanced back. This rain is truly heavy, he said to his daughter beside him. Upon turning, he noticed a cute child standing at the entrance of his ramen shop, completely soaked. Standing at the threshold, he did not enter, due to being drenched. His golden hair hung limply, and on his cheeks were 6 whiskers. The rumors of the fox spirit had evidently reached this place. Moreover, this was a well-frequented ramen shop, with patrons discussing it while enjoying their meals. The shop owner recognized the child's identity with a mere glance. Gurgle. Xiao Mingren's stomach audibly protested. Sniffing the delicious aroma of the ramen, he knew that the shop owner would soon usher him away. Even if he had money, they would not sell to him. Just as he lifted his foot to leave, a cheerful voice emerged from within the shop. It is said that rainy days and ramen go hand in hand. Little buddy, would you like a steaming bowl of ramen to warm your stomach? Xiao Mingren was taken aback. He looked up at the ramen shop and the curtain at the entrance. There were 5 pieces of cloth. Although Xiao Mingren could not read much, he recognized these characters. Yao Ramen. Only then did Xiao Mingren realize that he felt no malice here. Tentatively, he stepped inside. Shobu. The owner of Yao Ramen called out. Coming, Dad, what is it? A charming young girl emerged from behind the owner. Upon seeing Xiao Mingren, she visibly paused, then exchanged a silent glance with the owner before quietly retreating to the back of the shop. Shortly after, the girl returned, holding a dry towel. Let me wipe you off first. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy the ramen. Shobu's movements were gentle, her voice soft, her eyes sparkling with kindness. As if she were soothing an injured kitten, the owner of Yao Ramen placed a steaming bowl of bone broth ramen on the table. The owner, arms crossed and leaning on the table, wore a similarly warm smile. In that moment, Xiao Mingren felt a warmth in his heart. Oh dear. While wiping Xiao Mingren's head, Shobu froze, realizing that her hands were warm because the child had shed tears. Datong Yao, haha, handmaid. It seems my ramen is irresistible even to the black-framed Mingren. Handmaid, quite splendid. This serves as a promotion for my Yao Ramen, so this meal is on the house. Dad, this child looks like that one. Shobu whispered after seating Xiao Mingren. Handmaid smiled slightly, shaking his head. Eat up, child. If it's not enough, there's more. Xiao Mingren blinked, then took the chopsticks handed to him, gazing at the ramen, unable to resist swallowing. Uncle, how much is this? Handmaid chuckled, saying, for new customers. The first bowl is free. Eat to your heart's content. Did Mingren Kuan eat for free, regardless of whether it was the black-framed or golden-framed new customer? In the ramen shop, Datong Mu Ilu burst into hearty laughter, suddenly feeling a chill behind him. Chapter 16, Saratobi Hiruzen, Danger. Indeed, there are still some good things. A faint smile graced Minato's lips. Ah, it seems that this fox is yet to see anyone you once knew, anyone you cared for, appear. The half-formed shadow of the QB chimed in coldly. Minato's smile faltered, and he shook his head. Perhaps it is due to the third Hokage's influence. Under such scrutiny, is it not difficult to even take a distant glance? The QB's half-shadow remarked again. Well then, it seems this conversation cannot continue. In the Pure Land, Kusina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was the hand-pulled ramen master and little Shobu. Shobu has grown up, and Kusina relished ramen as well. Even during her pregnancy. After each rent collection, she would visit Ichiraku Ramen. Orochimaru, because he did not faint, Naruto Kuin encountered Ichiraku Ramen ahead of time. Senju Tobirama, after eating ramen. I believe there should not be leftover food mysteriously appearing on the table tonight. As little Naruto exited Ichiraku Ramen, his adorable face was still beaming with joy. Farewell. Little Naruto waved his hand and dashed home. Having been caught in the rain, he needed to return for a hot shower. Due to the recent downpour, the streets were nearly deserted. Thus, little Naruto's cheerful mood remained undisturbed. Before long, he arrived home. As there was little of value within, he left the door wide open. The window was ajar, and there were some water stains on the floor by the window, but the musty smell in the room had been washed away by the rain. Upon closing the door, the smile vanished from little Naruto's face. Still following him, it seemed they intended to keep him under surveillance. Taking a deep breath, he shut the window and changed out of his foul-smelling clothes. He took out the fishing line and hooks from his arms. The smiling visage of the fishing tackle shop owner flashed in his mind, along with the smiling faces of the hand-pulled ramen master and Shobu's sister as he departed. Little Naruto murmured, not everyone is like that group of fools. Entering the bathroom, he noted that there was hot water available. The technology in the world of Hokage is quite skewed, yet common household appliances do exist. Once in the bathroom, little Naruto felt the subtle sensation of being watched dissipate. He turned on the shower, adjusting the water temperature. In the days to come, I must learn to be self-sufficient. With hooks and fishing lines, a sturdy stick will suffice as a fishing rod. The fishing spot is just behind the mountain. I shall go explore it tomorrow. Do they all wish for my demise? I shall strive to live well and terrify them instead. In the mountains, Ino remarked, such a cute Naruto. Hinata covered her flushed cheeks. Realizing that Naruto was just a fleeting thought, still merely a child, Hanabi tilted her head in confusion, observing her sister. Is she shy? Why? The fourth Raikage lamented. What a pity. How wonderful it would be if this were one of my Kumogakure villagers. However, the golden frame Naruto is also quite admirable. Uzumaki Naruto, you should be able to hear me. If you wish to come to my Kumogakure, I shall personally greet you at the village entrance. Anoki, What good is that mischievous Kumogakure? Naruto, come to my Iwagakure. Do you not aspire to be Hokage? Join my Iwagakure, and I shall personally take you as my apprentice. Once I retire, you shall be the fourth Tsuchikage. The fourth Raikage widened his eyes, about to utter a curse. A voice of dissatisfaction echoed in the chat room. Kuratsuchi, old fool. The position of the fourth Tsuchikage is rightfully mine. The crowd gasped. The third Tsuchikage had actually attempted to recruit Naruto using the title of fourth Tsuchikage. This was stated in front of the entire ninja world. The speaker had no intention of deception. They genuinely believed it. Raza, Naruto, I have high hopes for you. Come to my Tsunade. I have a beautiful daughter. Anoki, perfect. After you arrive, you can help me educate Kuratsuchi. The fourth Raikage scoffed. My Kumogakure does not stoop to such lowly tactics, yet we are not lacking. Terumi may, Naruto, do not listen to them. Your sister really likes you. Why not come to Kirigakure to find her? Rest assured, the position of the sixth Mizukage is guaranteed for you. Senju Tobirama. Hey. Do you think I do not exist? This startled Senju Tobirama, regardless of the circumstances. Simply the identity of the Jinchuriki of the QB is enough for them to invest heavily. The QB is not like other tailed beasts. It is widely acknowledged as the strongest. Therefore, a Jinchuriki of the QB serving as a Kage presents no issues. However, for other tailed beasts, such as Shikaku, when Gaara became the Kazekage, The reaction from other villages was to have the Jinchuriki serve as a Kage. Has Tsunade fallen to such depths? The old Tsuchikage, the Reikage, the Mizukage, and the deceased Kazekage. Everyone stirred Naruto's emotions. Yet in the end, he shook his head. I simply want to be Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. Hinata Neji approached and delivered a slap. Naruto. The scene continues. This day, little Naruto felt exhausted. He lay on the bed for a while before sinking into a deep slumber. As the night grew quiet, outside little Naruto's home. It's my turn now. You go ahead and report. Whoosh. Shortly thereafter, at the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke. He waved his hand at the Umbu ninja who had been monitoring little Naruto all day. You may go rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once the Umbu ninja departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the submitted scroll. After reading it, he lit another cigarette. Turning his chair, he gazed out at the illuminated Konoha village. The superficial damages from the QB incident had mostly healed. However, the internal wounds had yet to be mended. Recently, it has been a tumultuous season. Let it be for now. Before that, let Naruto endure some grievances, allowing everyone to express their inner feelings. It is only natural for the Umbu to protect him. Having a bit of temper is normal for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, pondering the timing for meeting Naruto. It must be carefully considered. It would be best to appear when he is at his most despairing, on the brink of collapse, ready to embrace darkness. Presenting himself as a kind old man, he could then guide him with the will of fire, becoming the sole beacon of light amidst the shadows. This would soothe the villagers' wounded hearts while earning the absolute trust of the Jinchuriki. Thus, it would be a double victory. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced upwards. There hung the portraits of the previous Hokages. Gazing at the photo of Namake's Minato, he sighed. Minato, you should understand me. Everything is for Konoha. Exhaling, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and silently counted to 10. 19-1. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office was violently pushed open from the outside. Hiruzen. Chapter 17. The mask shop owner? Prepare to meet my shattered fist. Senju Tobirama. You wretched fool. When did I ever teach you these things? Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru. Think of a way. Use Edo Tensei on me now. I must clear this up. Namake's Minato. No, I do not understand. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen express his innermost thoughts on the black frame screen, Kusina did not immediately speak. Minato believed that Kusina had been muted again. From the very first sentence, it had been too intense, rendering her unable to utter a word. Shuemin could not let this opportunity slip away. In this moment, he experienced the sensation akin to that of Chinsho Feijian. This statement, he uttered without any hesitation. Within the chatroom, Shuemin's subsequent remarks made Kakashi feel somewhat uneasy. He was tense, his palms damp with sweat. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Mato Kai naturally noticed his friend's unusual demeanor. Kakashi wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. It's nothing. Kakashi truly did not know how to face Shuemin and Jio Xianai. However, he had not contemplated why Jio Xianai and Shuemin had not persistently questioned him. After all, prior to the demise of Jio Xianai and Shuemin, Kakashi's state remained despondent, resembling a scarecrow in a rice field. Nevertheless, Kakashi was faring better than the other anxious individual lurking in the shadows, who was terrified that the large black frame screen might suddenly display his image, which would surely make for an entertaining chatroom. It was likely that everyone would speak in dulcet tones. Sarutobi Hiruzen covered his face, pretending to be oblivious to the situation. At this juncture, any further words would merely be excuses, and indeed they were. The clamor denouncing Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly vociferous. Yet, he remained as silent as a mute. Even when Orochimaru provoked him, Orochimaru chuckled and remarked, "Teacher Sarutobi, the real spectacle has only just begun. Regrettably, I intended for you to perish as a hero, but it seems many believe you are unworthy of such a fate. Even the second Hokage shares this sentiment." The black frame screen continued to display its content. The following day, little Naruto awakens. Neither saddened nor heartbroken, he enjoyed a comfortable and restful slumber. However, the Umbu ninja outside his room had spent the night enduring mosquito bites. Stretching contentedly, little Naruto proceeded to wash up. As soon as he got out of bed, he was momentarily taken aback. There were many new items in his home. For instance, a refrigerator had inexplicably appeared overnight. Upon opening it, he discovered milk and some fruits inside. Oomph. I imagine this must have been ordered by that fellow called the third Hokage. Without further thought, after washing up, little Naruto took out the mysteriously abundant milk and bread and began his breakfast. Tion. Wait, if I recall correctly, Golden Frame Naruto. You have no idea where last night's meal came from, do you? Lilaaka. Indeed, I remember Golden Frame Naruto devoured his food ravenously, without any curiosity about its origins. Yamanaka Ino. Oh no, suddenly I feel that Black Frame Naruto is quite handsome. Yamanaka Ino, what a clever child. Clever? How did I articulate that so smoothly? Haruno Sakura glanced helplessly at Naruto below. Having known each other since childhood, they were well aware of the vast difference between Black Frame Naruto and Golden Frame Naruto. Would this new Naruto recognize us? Would I still have a chance to make him instant noodles? Sakura pondered. Hinata paused for a moment, then wondered if Naruto from the Black Frame world would take an evening stroll that night. Hinata clenched her small hands nervously. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Black Frame Naruto, thinking to himself, this guy cannot possibly surpass me, a member of the Uchiha clan. Soon, on the Black Frame screen, little Naruto finished his breakfast. After eating, little Naruto grabbed his fishing hook and line and hurriedly set out for the back mountain. Before leaving, little Naruto had prepared himself for the possibility of not catching any fish. I remember, the river not only has fish, but also snails. I'll look for them later. With that thought, little Naruto quickened his pace. Passing through the morning vegetable market, little Naruto took a closer look. It seems someone mentioned that a balanced diet is essential. Yesterday, I noticed those children appeared to be my age, yet their bodies were more robust than mine. Is it due to nutritional balance? Yamanaka Ino, exactly. Naruto has always been quite frail, hardly noticeable among the boys. Yamanaka Ino, though it may sound unkind. Many people disliked him and not only called him the tail end, but also nicknamed him Little Shorty. Haruno Sakura, Naruto always liked eating instant noodles. I thought he enjoyed them, but it turns out he had no other food options. Tion, how can that be? Eating only those lacks nutrition. Lilaaka, Teacher Kai said. If you don't eat meat, you won't grow. Nara Shikamaru. From this perspective, Naruto is malnourished. Uchiha Izuna, the kids are right. Uchiha Izuna, as a ninja. If he cannot ensure his daily energy intake, he must be from the Uzumaki clan, right? Senju Tobirama, not only that. The fourth Hokage should be one of my Senju clan members. However, after integrating into Konoha, he no longer carries the Senju surname. Uchiha Izuna, I asked you. Uchiha Izuna, if he didn't possess these two renowned physical bloodlines, it would be more than mere malnutrition. Uchiha Izuna, little shorty, if he were a normal person, he would likely be emaciated and pale, even with the 9 tails sealed within him. Upon hearing this, Hinata blinked, contemplating whether she too was malnourished. Little Naruto hurried along, lost in thought. At present, he felt like a pristine sheet of paper, eager to fill it with thoughts. He automatically filtered out the low murmurs and curses from those around him, focusing only on the useful ones. However, many matters were beyond his current capacity to resist. His presence soon spread among the people. Those who had not seen him yesterday hurried over. Many regretted missing the opportunity to confront the damned fox demon. They had missed the best chance to eliminate the fox demon. As the crowd grew larger, little Naruto frowned. The sensation of being surrounded by malice made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this moment, little Naruto had no intention of paying them any mind. His immediate priority was to go fishing. It was precisely because of this that little Naruto realized, as long as he did not experience intense negative emotional fluctuations, the murmurs would not manifest. Suddenly, as little Naruto walked swiftly, lost in contemplation, a mask fell before him. Furrowing his brow, it was impossible to stop or take a detour. Little Naruto lifted his foot slightly, preparing to step over it. But without warning, an unexpected incident occurred. Couldn't you watch where you're going? Bang! Little Naruto felt darkness envelop him, followed by a powerful shove. Originally, he had altered his stride, making his balance somewhat unsteady. This sudden forceful push caused little Naruto to fall onto the ground. The impact was significant, and his first instinct was that this person had done it on purpose. He looked up to see a middle-aged man glaring coldly at him. The mask on the ground had already been picked up by him. You blind little fox. What if you damaged my mask? Can you afford to pay for it? Malice became palpable. Little Naruto's eyes flashed with anger. The whispers emerged. Yet this time, little Naruto was not restricted in his movements. He rose without hesitation. You damn little brat, are you mute? Apologize to me. The mask shop owner bellowed. raising his hand. It seemed about to strike down. Little Naruto suddenly lifted his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon him. Hmm? The mask shop owner trembled slightly. Red eyes? Damn it, this little brat cannot be possible. This fox demon appears as a mere child, surely lacking any power. Huh? Why have they turned blue again? The owner of the mask shop stood frozen in place, startled by the aura emanated by Xiao Mingren. Uchiha Sasuke scoffed him. A bunch of spineless cowards. As soon as Sasuke finished his remark, Xiao Mingren seized the opportunity during the shop owner's moment of distraction. He summoned all his strength, raised his small fist, and struck with great force. Fully aware of his limited strength, he aimed precisely at the shop owner's most vulnerable point, resulting in a sound akin to a crack. Chapter 18. Turning defense into offense. Konoha's magical Maru. Uzumaki Kusina exclaimed, "Well done. That was splendid." She continued, "Naruto, from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, you should retaliate just like that." Once again, Kusina was silenced. At this moment, a collective gasp echoed throughout the entire ninja world. Even Naruto himself gasped in surprise, instinctively clenching his legs together. In this regard, he was undeniably male. Coughing lightly, one could imagine even Teacher Jean would shy away. Uchiha Sasuke reiterated, "Still the same. Cowardly fools who prey on the weak." Kanjiro observed, "Clearly, the shop owner's mentality aligns with that of the majority." He believed Xiao Mingren posed little threat, which emboldened him to humiliate him. Gaara's voice, filled with murderous intent, declared, "Eliminate these people." His fierce tone caused the villagers of Konoha to shrink back. At that moment, a charming girl appeared on the large black-framed screen. Among the crowd, a young girl looked on in confusion, questioning, why are they treating that child in such a manner? What wrong has he done? It was that owner who deliberately threw the mask in front of him and struck first. She felt pity for him. "Hinata-sama, let's return," urged a ninja from the Hyuga branch beside her. But Hinata hesitated. "Hinata-sama, we must not get involved with that child." Hinata, did you meet Naruto when you were little?" Yuhi Kurenai asked, surprised as she glanced at Hinata. Upon noticing Kurenai's gaze, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. Kurenai smirked, accustomed to the shy girl's tendency to blush. However, she was taken aback to discover that Hinata had encountered Naruto at such a young age. When did the seeds of affection take root? Aside from Naruto, most could perceive Hinata's feelings for him. Perhaps the differences in Naruto's experiences in the black-framed world contributed to this. "Hinata, did you meet Naruto back then?" Ino and Sakura approached from the stands, not far from Hinata and her friends. "Well, it shouldn't have been that day. It would be a few days later before I met Naruto," Hinata replied, her face still flushed. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba suddenly spoke up in the chat room. "I recall that mask shop owner. There was a time when Naruto, wanting to make new friends, was tricked into a graveyard, where he was forced to buy masks to scare off corpses." Akimichi Choji chimed in, "That's right. It happened just like that. There were likely remnants of enemies in the graveyard, and those individuals deceived Naruto, who had few friends at the time." Irika Yumino added, "Yes. I remember that night." At this point, a chilling scream from the black-framed screen captured everyone's attention. The agonized cries of the mask shop owner rang out. The men present instinctively flinched, taking a step back. Their gazes toward Xiao Mingren grew more disdainful, yet tinged with a newfound wariness. If he heard correctly, there was indeed a sound reminiscent of breaking eggs. With tears streaming down his face, the shop owner curled up on the ground, the indescribable pain radiating to his lower abdomen, writhing like a serpent. "Damn that cursed fox spirit. I will kill you." Xiao Mingren cast a cold glance at him and advanced to deliver a kick to his face. The shop owner, drained of strength, could only close his eyes and brace himself for the blow. Due to the prohibition issued yesterday, the onlookers, despite their hatred, dared not intervene. Of course, it was uncertain whether this was solely due to the prohibition. Fundamentally, it was merely a case of bullying the weak. "Kill me? Very well, I am right here." A mocking smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Mingren's mouth as he addressed the crowd. "Come on. Not coming? Then I shall continue. You lot will have your turn," he added, delivering another kick to the shop owner's sensitive area. "Yumiko." The agonizing wails echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Xiao Mingren scoffed, glancing at the mask that had fallen to the side. With a swift motion, he kicked it aside and charged into the mask shop, toppling all the masks off the shelves and hurling them at the shop owner. The shop owner felt his heart bleed, yet he bore no regrets for his actions. Only a tinge of remorse for not having dealt with the fox spirit immediately. Do you not have eyes? Can't you dodge? Xiao Mingren bellowed, preparing to advance further. Enough of this matter. An Umbu ninja, who had been observing Xiao Mingren, finally stepped in. Xiao Mingren shot him a cold glance. Where were you when he was attacking? Beneath the mask, the Umbu ninja's gaze was icy. I have stated, this matter ends here. Xiao Mingren took a step forward, raising his hand. In an instant, the Umbu ninja deftly evaded. Clearly, he feared the punch that could shatter eggs. Humph. Xiao Mingren was momentarily taken aback. The opponent's movements were too swift for him to comprehend. Realizing he could no longer exploit the situation, Xiao Mingren huffed, unwilling to waste more time. Observing his solitary figure retreating, the Umbu ninja breathed a sigh of relief. The previous moment had caught him off guard. He hadn't anticipated Xiao Mingren's directness. By the time he regained his composure, the mask shop owner was already sprawled on the ground. Seeing the Umbu ninja appear, the villagers begrudgingly parted ways as Xiao Mingren approached them. After all, they could not confront the fox spirit before an Umbu ninja. Moreover, this fox spirit clenched his fists. His gaze fixated on the shop owner's absolute weakness. Did they not see that the shop owner lay incapacitated on the ground? The foolish villagers reluctantly made way, allowing Xiao Mingren to leave. Once he departed, the Umbu ninja turned to the mask shop owner, drenched in cold sweat, and coldly remarked, "The Hokage's decree was issued less than a day ago, and you dare to defy it? Come with me to meet the Hokage." Having said that, the Umbu ninja cast a glance at the crowd before lifting the mask shop owner and departing. Among the crowd, a civilian turned away, donned an animal mask, and swiftly formed hand seals, vanishing from sight. Upon reappearing, they had changed into the attire of an Umbu ninja, leisurely following behind Xiao Mingren. In the mountains behind, Xiao Mingren found a wooden stick that no boy could resist. As he walked, he tied fishing line to its end, following his memories. He soon discovered the river at the back of Konoha. Didn't the fishing line and hook come from the road? Shiri Hong, Jin Kwang Mingren arrived around this time as well. It seems that the fishing line and hook were intentionally placed along his path. Chapter 19 Jingya. Hey Kwang Mingren is quite delightful. Qian Shouju Jian. It appears that a monkey orchestrated this. Yuji Boban. Is it necessary to dwell on something so obvious? Qian Shouju Jian. Haha. The scene resembles a novice's protective period. This little Mingren has managed to catch 3 fish, each roughly the size of 3 adult fingers. Witnessing this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was entirely identical. Although no fishing hooks or lines appeared along the way, the fish caught were the same in size and liveliness. Shanzhong Jingya. Someone must have set this up. Chuin Yang. Indeed, there must be Umbu ninjas lurking at the riverbed. Tian Tian. Do you think He Kwang Mingren will notice something amiss? Chuin Yang. At least our Mingren did not perceive anything unusual. As the women spoke, many felt a sense of anticipation. He Kwang Mingren did not disappoint them. What extraordinary luck! The little Mingren gazed at the 3 fish of similar size he had caught. He pierced through the gills with a vine, placing them in the water. Utterly motionless. Would consuming such fish render one foolish? His inner musings elicited laughter from many. However, the main event was yet to unfold. How strange! That peculiar sensation at the riverbed is indeed here. Little Mingren appeared momentarily dazed, as if a realization dawned upon him. His eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. Chuan Zhongya, not good. Quickly suppress his grin. Shu. Drip drop, shinobi from the ninja world. Mingren, you just plummeted. Souls of the Pure Land. That little brat. Hinata's little head was directly smoking. Yu Shiyin blushed and spat. That scoundrel. Thankfully, I was still undergoing evaluation back then. Qian Shouju Jian. Ha ha ha. This child is truly entertaining. In the short street, Tsunade spat out a mouthful of sake. Jingyin blushed while wiping her face and assisting the utterly unrefined Tsunade in cleaning the dazzling twin summoning beasts. The large screen with a black border continued to display. Umbu ninja. Damn that fox spirit. The sound of children's urine entering the water echoed in his ears. The river's flow in this area is not vigorous. Is this the extent of the fish here? Let us try another spot. Little Mingren deliberately raised his voice and shouted several times. Then, he threw stones and mud from the ground into the water. Quickly, the Umbu ninja hiding at the riverbed shut his eyes. Keeping his eyes open now would likely mean filling them with silt. At that moment, Little Mingren suddenly exclaimed, "Who is so disgusting as to bury landmines in the wilderness? Let us toss them into the water to feed the fish." Splash, Umbu ninja. After throwing a stone, Little Mingren clapped his hands. Observing the bubbles rising to the surface, he snorted and turned away with his catch. Shan Zhong Jingya. Hey, Kwang Mingren is so adorable. I suddenly feel quite fond of him. Kareeming. It seems this child will not endure life as painfully as Jean Kwang Mingren. Kareeming. Mingren, please give your sister a response. Would you like to come to Wuyin Village? Your sister will personally support you, to become the 6th Hokage. Si Dai Laying, don't even think about it. Suanzu Mingren should come to my Yunin Village. Dayemu. Ha, look at you all. Mingren, IWA Shinobi Village is your best haven. Dasha Wan. Suddenly, I wish to vie for him as well. The chat room erupted again. Konoha wore frowns, yet in the Pure Land, Kusina pondered earnestly. After reviving, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance for her son first. Then where would be best to go? In the blink of an eye, the sun shone brightly. Glancing at the sky, little Mingren rubbed his belly, picked up the 5 fish he had placed in the water, patted his backside, and stood up. Excluding the 3 fish caught by the Umbu ninja, the other 2 were his own catches. Indeed, there is a novice protective period. Holding the vine, the 2 fish still wriggled with life. There are plenty of fish here. I can come often to stock up. Now, what about vegetables? Little Mingren furrowed his adorable brows. Right, trees grow, and vegetables don't sprout all at once. They must be called seeds, right? Contemplating, little Mingren made his way back. Where can I obtain seeds? The market should have some for sale. However, in an instant, little Mingren felt a twinge of reluctance. Those individuals despised him, and he too held disdain for them. Yet, soon after, little Mingren found a solution. Thus, he hastened back. Ignoring their curses and disdainful glances, he headed straight for the Ichiraku ramen shop. It was mealtime, and the ramen shop was bustling with patrons. Little Mingren paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. He decided not to linger and turned towards home. He would return later. Otherwise, his presence might disrupt the operations of the hand-pulled noodle uncle and sister Shobu. Chen showed a hoe. Quite clever. I suspect Hei Kwang Mingren intends to ask the Ichiraku ramen owner for assistance. Liluaka. In that case, Mingren will be able to obtain vegetable seeds and soon enjoy a balanced diet. Maida Kai. Haha. I feel Hei Kwang Mingren will want to become my disciple. Liluaka. Teacher Kai. Maida Kai. You must take good care of your adorable junior disciple, Euphis. Before Maida Kai could finish, he was silenced in the chat room. Liluaka. Teacher Kai. Ding. Liluaka was also muted. Meanwhile, within the Land of Fire, 2 figures crossed the border. Maida Kai, the Azure Beast of Konoha. One man, bearing a massive weapon wrapped in bandages on his back, adjusted the straw hat covering his face. Mr. Itachi, are we heading to Konoha? Beside him, a slightly shorter man remained silent for a moment before replying. Let us take a look around. The 2 were none other than Akatsuki's Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Following the conclusion of the Chunin Exams and the demise of the 3rd Hokage, Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha once to prevent Danzo from taking action against Sasuke. Now, it was merely a matter of expedience. Otherwise, why would they appear so fortuitously? Of course, there was another reason. Uchiha Itachi sensed that his body was nearing its limits. Upon returning home, little Mingren immediately dashed to the kitchen. The hand-pulled noodle uncle had told me yesterday that to create delicious food, one must know how to utilize seasonings wisely. As he pondered the uncle's words, little Mingren stood on a chair, attempting to prepare a meal for himself. Dayemu, it seems that the 3rd Hokage, that old rascal, will still have a chance to make an appearance. One Tihi? Jitsu and Danzonghuf. Does Rijan still dare to show his face? This world's Jinchuriki will undoubtedly associate him with his identity. Jitsu and Danzong. Therefore, I say, if you don't hand over the Jinchuriki to me, Rijan, you will surely regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared, ready to unleash his fury upon his good friend. However, Qianshou Taho spoke first. Qianshou Taho, be quiet. Qianshou Taho, is it not enough to embarrass yourself already? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Qianshou Taho. Sarutobi Hiruzen, apologies. Teacher Taho, I was responding to Danzo's words. Chapter 20 Go, I am merely an old man passing by. After savoring the slightly salty fish soup, little Mingren timed it perfectly. He ran to Ichiraku ramen, conveying his intentions. The hand-rolled uncle chuckled in response. Subsequently, Changpu stepped out and gently patted Xiao Mingren's head before heading to the market to assist him in purchasing vegetable seeds. Before long, Changpu returned with several varieties of vegetable seeds and imparted some essential knowledge on cultivating them to Xiao Mingren. Ultimately, she only charged him 600 taels. Yet Xiao Mingren left with 1,000 taels, hurrying home. The father and daughter watched as Xiao Mingren's figure grew distant, shaking their heads with amused smiles. Father, the surplus must be because of Mingren's presence here. Next time he comes for ramen, let us serve him extra. Indeed, came the reply. Now, it would be difficult for the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha to remain unnoticed. At that moment, on a large black-framed screen, an image flickered by, capturing the attention of every member of the Akatsuki organization. Behind Ichiraku ramen, a man sat in the shadows, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he gazed up at the sky. This silhouette was exceedingly familiar to each member of the Akatsuki. The leader, Daidara's eyes widened. Scorpion, did you see that? The voice of Scorpion emanated from within his puppet. Don't mistake my eyes for your inferior artistic perception. What did you say? How infuriating. Explosions are not some lowly art. Meanwhile, in Amigate Cure, Conan asked, Nagato, have you infiltrated Konoha? She was puzzled. For the fleeting image of the smoking figure bore a striking resemblance to Yahiko. No, Nagato replied, eyes closed, struggling to comprehend. Could it be that there are indeed individuals who closely resemble one another? Yet, even if they share looks, the attire is unmistakably that of the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robes. After obtaining the vegetable seeds, Xiao Mingren commenced his very first planting endeavor. Aware that the seeds would not sprout and grow quickly, he still beamed with joy at the sight of his handmade, simple potted plant. Resting his chin on his hands, he gazed intently at the damp soil surface. In the afternoon, he went fishing again, discovering a rocky area abundant with snails. The ensuing days unfolded in a rather mundane and routine manner. One afternoon, Xiao Mingren set out with seasonings and fire-starting tools. The Umbu ninja monitoring him quickly rushed to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, is he finally going to venture into the wild? Sarutobi waved his hand, instructing the Umbu to continue monitoring while he set aside his documents. Considering the time, it is almost time to meet Mingren. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell quietly. Xiao Mingren placed his last fish on the charcoal fire, and soon, a fine layer of oil bubbled to the surface. He inhaled deeply, evenly sprinkling salt over it. Instantly, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Occasionally changing up flavors was quite delightful. However, knowing it wasn't fully cooked yet, Xiao Mingren busied himself with the branches and fishing line in the firelight. On his way home after fishing yesterday, he had passed by a simple trap set by a villager, where a wild chicken had gotten ensnared. Instead of stealing the prey, Xiao Mingren carefully observed the trap. It was straightforward. After a while, he learned how to set it and planned to establish a trap here later. If he failed to catch anything, he intended to shout into the woods, declaring his desire for rabbit, or else he would go on a hunger strike. He believed that the ninja watching him would intervene again. Lost in thought, Xiao Mingren suddenly narrowed his eyes. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it behind him. The stone was deftly caught by an elderly hand. How fragrant, remarked Senju Tobirama, such keen perception. Has the Uzumaki clan's Kagura Shingon awakened? Is that so? Senju Hashirama questioned. Hasn't the black-framed Mingren always been like this? It's not the Kagura Shingon, Uzumaki Mito explained. But the perceptual talent of the black-framed Mingren indeed rivals that of perceptual ninjas. The difference may lie in the fact that during this period, the nourishment he has received has compensated for many deficiencies, added Neji. Let us not forget that the Mingren in the black-framed world has battled against the whispers in his mind. Perhaps it's a form of mutual benefit? Neji's point is well taken. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the old man, Xiao Mingren furrowed his brow, remaining highly vigilant. However, he sensed that the peculiar feeling lingering nearby indicated that the ninja watching him was still concealed in the vicinity. If the elderly man intended him harm, the watching ninja would undoubtedly prevent him from approaching. Who are you? Xiao Mingren inquired. The old man did not answer, leisurely stepping out of the shadows. Illuminated by the firelight, Xiao Mingren discerned his appearance, an elderly man with white hair and a gentle smile. His gaze lacked the disdain found in others, instead radiating warmth and affection. Nevertheless, Xiao Mingren frowned, feeling discomfort from the old man's presence, both in his gaze and his smile. Do you think the black-framed Mingren will soon see through your true identity, you old scoundrel? Orochimaru observed with a grin towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi's expression darkened slightly. Do not assume the worst of me. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to quickly speak in the chat room. For Mingren's safety, I must conceal his identity. If his identity is revealed, he will undoubtedly become a target for other villages. What nonsense! Exclaimed the fourth Hokage. With Mingren's appearance, you think he can be hidden? Hidden from what? Anoki questioned. The identity of the fourth Hokage's son? What about the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Are we just going to expose that? Temari added. How shameful it is for the third Hokage to conjure such a feeble excuse and boldly declare it. Sarutobi's smile faltered as Orochimaru's laughter became increasingly grating to his ears. Seeing that Xiao Mingren remained wary, Sarutobi removed his Hokage hat and naturally sat across from him. Who am I? He asked. I am merely a passing old man, he said with a chuckle, displaying what he believed to be a kind smile. To those unfamiliar, the elderly man would indeed appear to be a gentle and amiable figure. Just then, as Sarutobi's gaze fell upon Xiao Mingren's grilled fish, his stomach audibly grumbled. How delightful! Thus, an old man and a young boy exchanged glances for a brief moment, with only Sarutobi smiling. The laughter found its way to Kusina in the Pure Land. Well done, Mingren. You truly are my child. Surely you see through that old monkey's facade. In the distance, Uchiha Mikoto looked around, bewildered. She felt as though she had suddenly changed positions, followed by the sound of Kusina's somewhat deranged laughter. Chapter 21. The Emergence. The Will of Fire and Weapons. Xiao Mingren had never before encountered someone so proactively displaying goodwill towards him. He remained highly cautious, lifting the grilled fish closest to Sarutobi and preparing to place it in front of himself. Thank you. You are truly a good child, Sarutobi assumed, misunderstanding that Xiao Mingren's silence was a sign of his fondness for the kind old man. You. Xiao Mingren glared, ready to pull back forcefully. As Sarutobi Hiruzen bent to receive the grilled fish, Naruto observed his attire. The Hokage, the third Hokage? A phrase he had heard a few days prior from a child suddenly flashed in his mind. Grandpa Third. The words undoubtedly alluded to his age. In the end, the undercooked fish was taken by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who took a bite. Naruto squinted slightly. It made sense now why the ninjas observing him had not intervened. The amiable old man before him was, in fact, the leader of that group of scoundrels. The third Hokage. It was he who had orchestrated my plight. This group of individuals was sent by him to monitor my every move. Had I not resisted the murmurs in my mind, I would have undoubtedly suffered. The fact that this old man now stood before me, feigning friendliness, was likely an attempt to gain my trust. Because I am a Kyuubi, possessing immense power within. Everything this old codger does is to earn my confidence and harness the strength I hold. In mere moments, an array of thoughts raced through Naruto's mind. Indeed, the black-framed Naruto never disappoints. Said Anoki, I have made up my mind, Naruto. Should you wish to come to a Wagakure, I will personally arrange a match between you and Kuratsuchi. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Enough, Anoki. Do you think I am without defenders in Konoha? The fourth Hokage chuckled, Third Hokage, your audacity is truly remarkable. It is no wonder you shamelessly snatched that grilled fish from black-frame Naruto. Although our methods in Kumogakure may be underhanded, we boldly acknowledge it. You, old man, are simply repugnant. Kahaku Mei sneered. Third Hokage, it is best for you to be cautious. There are debts you must repay. Senju Tobirama declared, Let it be known, the actions of the monkey and Danzo bring me deep shame as a teacher. Uchiha Izuna chimed in, Come now. Sarutobi Hiruzen claimed to inherit your will. Did you not accept it? Now that the situation is unfavorable, you seek to disassociate yourself? Uzumaki Mito remarked. Enough of this tiresome discourse. I wish to see how Kusina's child will handle this. The chat room finally fell silent. Thank you. This fish is indeed delicious. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, though the undercooked nature left a fishy taste in his mouth. Naruto merely shot him a glance. I did not offer it to you. You took it by yourself. This fish was caught and grilled by me, worth a substantial sum. If not, you shall not leave tonight. With a creak, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face faltered. Naruto's reaction was entirely unexpected. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Was he afraid? Indeed. The Umbu would not submit false reports. This child had endured too much hardship and trauma recently, now existing in a state of vigilance. His sudden appearance was somewhat abrupt. No matter, I shall provide for his living expenses for a while. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile returned. Very well, it is indeed worth it. 1,000 ryo, you say? That is manageable. Hearing this, Naruto regarded him with suspicion. So accommodating. Surely I am being shortchanged. Of course, you will be shortchanged. Uzumaki Kusina retorted. The inheritance left by mother is far more than this. Even if we disregard cash, Just one of the ninjutsu scrolls or sealing techniques would surpass this paltry sum. 3,000 ryo per month. Old monkey. You are indeed generous. What of my mother's inheritance? Do not tell me you intend to withhold it from Naruto. Soon enough, Kusina was muted. Although she anticipated it, her frustration was palpable. Her striking red hair standing tall. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned sharply, her fierce demeanor causing Uchiha Mikoto to freeze in place. Well, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you again after our demise. The grilled fish was still warm, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen relished it thoroughly. Why? Because a fish worth 1,000 ryo must taste exquisite. Are you in dire need of money? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired suddenly, recalling reports from the Umbu that indicated no one was selling him goods. Only those with expired food items would accept trades from him. Thus, it must be Ichiraku Ramen. Indeed, Naruto had frequented there recently. Naruto shot him a glance. 3,000 ryo a month. Does that seem excessive to you? A few bowls of ramen, and I am broke. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Indeed. He quickly changed the topic. Your grilling skills are quite commendable. Naruto frowned slightly, connecting the dots from the information he had gathered. He pondered, was this old man truly the strongest Hokage in the village? It seemed improbable. Perhaps he was merely a subordinate of the Hokage. Orochimaru smirked slightly. The black-framed Naruto's perceptiveness was impressive, uncovering the truth so swiftly. What truth? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered darkly. Of course. It was how could such an old man truly be the Hokage? Indeed, he was quite fond of this position, clinging to it stubbornly. The number of individuals who had held the title of Hokage over the years in Konoha was staggering. In contrast, Onoki of Iwagakure was in a dire predicament. While Sarutobi Hiruzen clung to the title of Hokage, Onoki lamented the lack of successors, finally finding a disciple with the potential to become the fourth Tsuchikage. But before he knew it, that child had been whisked away to study some explosive techniques, and before he could express his views on the matter, the boy had declared himself a rogue ninja. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen got to the point. Do you see the stars in the sky? The crowd was intrigued. Those stars, in truth, are akin to the sun we observe. Feeling the moment was ripe, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed skyward. Naruto ignored him but glanced up at the sky, which was indeed beautiful, filled with stars. Looking down, he noticed one less grilled fish. This old man truly had no shame, daring to pilfer my fish. 2,000 ryo, he declared. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. Ahem, this world is vast, seemingly endless. Do you understand? Naruto remained unresponsive, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, continued speaking. Finally, he concluded. As a child of Konoha, do you not know? Naruto cut him off, not interested, and remembered to hand over the 2,000 ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. This child's wariness would not dissipate easily. Although it would require considerable time, the trust gained in the future would prove substantial. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen employed his ultimate tactic, feigning profundity. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. As the burning leaves took flight, they ignited the trees on the other side, creating an unending blaze as long as there were trees. Laughter echoed throughout the ninja world, yet the atmosphere in Konoha was relatively subdued. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an expression of embarrassment. Ahem, this represents a spirit known as the will of fire, a unique ethos of Konoha. He nearly stumbled into the fire. He never anticipated Naruto would respond in such a manner. Oh, the young Naruto replied nonchalantly, lowering his head to stir the wood, encouraging a more vigorous flame. This old man is definitely trying to impart some form of philosophy, much like the peculiar voice in my mind. Humph. What he says is not even 1/10 as profound as that strange voice. You are still young. In time, you will understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This is also why Konoha has endured in the ninja world, remaining the foremost village. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the flames will continue to burn, symbolizing the continuity of life and an indomitable spirit. It embodies a spirit of selfless dedication, where the withering leaves sacrifice themselves to protect the tender sprouts. The will of fire signifies that all villagers are united in purpose, striving together for the community. For every person in the village is family. I believe you too will strive to protect our village. Hiruzen's words brought smiles to many faces in Konoha, as if they were listening to a sacred scripture. They all wore silly grins, captivated by the third Hokage's conviction. Indeed, the will of fire is a magnificent spirit. Protect the village. We are all one family. However, before anyone could speak in the chat room, A notification echoed in their minds. Ding! The quiz is starting. Please prepare yourselves. A quiz. Many were taken aback, almost forgetting this aspect altogether. But where were the questions? Ding! Quiz time. Question. How will Uzumaki Naruto react to Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration of the will of fire? What thoughts will cross his mind? Please choose from the following options. 1. Uzumaki Naruto will feel astonished and display a sense of longing. Internally, what a powerful will of fire. So that's how it is. We are all family. And family should support one another. The moment option 1 appeared, countless villagers in Konoha chose it without hesitation. There was no room for contemplation. The will of fire is the mightiest spirit. Born a Konoha citizen, die a Konoha ghost. Even the third Hokage chose option 1 without a second thought, leaving no room for doubt. Nevertheless, many villagers refrained from selecting an option, with the ninja clan comprising the majority. 2. Uzumaki Naruto will leap with excitement. Asking Sarutobi Hiruzen if understanding the will of fire means he can become family with everyone in the village. Internally, that's wonderful. If I grasp the will of fire, I can be part of the family and never feel lonely again. Many who chose option 1 began to regret their haste. Clearly, option 2 was more in line with the truth. 3. Uzumaki Naruto will gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of incredulity. Internally, has this old man lost his mind? Those bastards treated me like that, and I should still consider them family? What will of fire? A slogan for deception? Uncle Handcrafted and Sister Shobu are not ninjas. They might not even know what the will of fire is. Yet Uncle Handcrafted feels more like family than those who claim to understand the will of fire. As option 3 appeared, those with a semblance of sense quickly selected it. Unbeknownst to them, the moment option 3 was available, Kusina, with her brows furrowed, unhesitatingly chose option 3, becoming the first to select it. Many in Konoha wore expressions of disbelief. How could this answer be possible? How could the will of fire be regarded in such a manner? Moreover, how many times has this black-framed Naruto insulted the third Hokage? Deidara, isn't the answer obvious? Deidara, you foolish bunch should experience my art. Akatsuki's black soil. Deidara, you're still alive? Haiden, foolish Deidara, the leader ordered us to remain discreet. Anoki, the Akatsuki? You are not the focus now. I naturally chose option 3. It's too evident. Upon hearing this, a wave of indignation washed over the Konoha ninjas. Fourth Raikage. Haha. Surely no one chose options 1 or 2, right? To their surprise, a considerable number had chosen those options. After all, aside from the will of fire, there were other spirits like the will of stone. Wonderful Mikoto. I'm certain to answer correctly. My Naruto could never be foolish. Mikoto, the quiz offers revival rewards. Do you choose? We can revive together and take down those old geezers, then leave with Naruto and Sasuke. Kusina excitedly grasped Mikoto's fair hand. Uchiha Mikoto smiled faintly. Feeling somewhat uneasy, I took a bit longer to decide. I wonder if it counts. At that moment, Kusina's beautiful red hair stood upright, perfectly 9 strands. Mikoto dared not speak carelessly, fearing that Kusina might ignite at any moment. I chose option 3, said Terumi Mei. For that black-frame Naruto, this option is the most reasonable. The only feelings Konoha has given him are coldness and resentment. Not entirely. There's also Ichiraku Ramen. Whether it's Uncle Handcrafted or Sister Shobu. Both realms have treated Naruto kindly. Yes, and us too. We are not like those foolish individuals. You lot, are you attempting to disrupt the stability and unity of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. How dare you say such things, old man? Ino shouted. Just as Ino spoke, she quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had let her true feelings slip. However, she soon questioned why she felt afraid. Whether this old man would survive the Chunin exams was uncertain. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted. Ino's mother turned, surprised, as she saw her mother approaching. Observing her daughter's worried expression, Yamenka Rina gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. Even if the sky falls, your father and I will hold it up for you." Yeah. Ino instantly transformed into a well-behaved child. If I'm not mistaken, Hachiya Mama, you must have chosen options 1 or 2, Uchiha Madara remarked. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, my brother might indeed have chosen options 1 or 2. However, to Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama's surprise, Senju Hashirama declared, "Haha, I'm already dead, so I want to participate. I did not choose." Chapter 23, Rewards. Kushina's revival didn't he choose? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows, while Senju Tobirama also found it hard to believe. Was his brother truly disillusioned with the current state of Konoha? Damn that monkey and Danzo. Not to mention Sakura and N. Senju. Tobirama felt a surge of anger. Given Hachiya Mama's love for Konoha, even if she knew the truth, she would undoubtedly choose options 1 or 2 without hesitation. Uchiha Madara was somewhat taken aback by Senju Hashirama's words. It is important to note that Senju Hashirama had once struck down his closest friend for the sake of the village. Given his character, it was surprising that he had not opted for choices 1 and 2. For Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara, who understood Hashirama the best, this was akin to the bewildering sight of black-framed Naruto suddenly resembling the golden-framed Naruto, foolishly kneeling before the very villagers who had insulted and tormented him, declaring his unwavering determination to gain their recognition and become Hokage, safeguarding everyone. A refreshing evening breeze swept across. The golden strands of young Naruto's hair were gently lifted. He gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face contorted into a grimace upon smiling. A wave of nausea washed over him. Those who regard others as fools are, in truth, the most foolish themselves. Young Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with the same incredulity one might reserve for a simpleton. Had the old man lost his wits? Even if he was not the strongest Hokage in the village, he was still a leader under whom these ninjas served. Regardless, he was certainly aware of Naruto's treatment within the village and the hardships he had endured. To consider them family? Was it you who were foolish, or was it I? The will of fire? It sounded impressive, yet it felt as though an attempt to deceive me was afoot. And the notion of self-sacrifice? Surely, you covet the power that resides within me? That old fool, after all those convoluted words, had finally returned to the crux of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Naruto's unwavering gaze, assumed he had made an impression and chuckled, saying, "It's perfectly normal not to understand completely now. As you grow and experience more, you will come to grasp it. The will of fire is the absolute treasure of Konoha." The answer was evident. In that fleeting moment, those who had chosen options 1 and 2 were left bewildered. Why? As stated by the third Hokage on the black-framed screen, the will of fire is indeed Konoha's treasure. Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki. This fox spirit is truly a difficult one to enlighten. Moreover, how could a fox spirit comprehend such a noble will as the will of fire? Back in Konoha, chaos erupted. The arena was filled with jeers. Naruto stared blankly at the crowd. It had been some time since he had seen such expressions on their faces. Why? He asked, perplexed. Because you are no longer the powerless child you once were. You are now a ninja with the strength to kill them, Hyuga Neji explained. However, the current Naruto evidently could not grasp the meaning behind those words. I have said it before. Why keep this damned fox spirit alive? Look at his eyes. Konoha raised him only to be a white-eyed wolf. Indeed, the fox spirit should have been dealt with back then. The third Hokage was far too kind. This fox spirit is utterly devoid of gratitude. Meanwhile, within the confines of the illusionary realm, all members of the Akatsuki organization had been summoned. Once their consciousnesses were connected, they manifested in the form of the illusionary body above the outer path's Geto-Mazo. This comparison viewing system could potentially expose our existence. Devapath Pain stated solemnly, however, we are still some time away from exposure. The tailed beast capture plan must commence ahead of schedule. Prepare yourselves to act as soon as this comparison viewing system disappears. Kisame Hashigaki, leader, Itachi and I have already entered the land of fire and are heading towards Konoha. Sasori, I am quite curious to see how far the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the black-framed world will grow. Perhaps we should observe for a while to assess his abilities. Kakuzu, I don't know. I have no interest. His head is not worth a bounty. Haiden, what does it matter if he is a Jinchuriki? Even with a pierced heart, he will die just the same. Soon, the illusionary realm erupted into chaos. After a brief pause, Devapath Pain slowly began to speak. The moment he did, everyone else fell silent. Whether it be Naruto Uzumaki or the Nine-Tails, they are insignificant before the power of the divine. Each headed towards their respective targets. This time, the divine would proclaim to the world that the power of the divine is not to be blasphemed. During the Akatsuki meeting, the prompt sound of the comparison viewing system echoed once more. Ding! The reward quiz has concluded and is currently being calculated. The top 3 to submit answers first. Congratulations to Uzumaki Kusina for receiving a reward upon the conclusion of the comparison viewing. She will be resurrected at any location within the ninja world. Congratulations to Yamanaka Ino for receiving a reward upon the conclusion of the comparison viewing. Her talents will be quintupled. Congratulations to Neji for receiving a reward. Upon the conclusion of the comparison viewing, he will be freed from the confines of a caged bird, and the purity of his Byakugan will be enhanced. Note: upon receiving a reward again, one may choose to resurrect at any time and place. One may also choose to continue receiving rewards that best suit the awarded individuals. Note: upon receiving a reward again, one may choose to receive rewards at any time or continue to receive matched rewards. The distribution of rewards will default to after the comparison viewing concludes. What? Resurrection? This comparison viewing system actually possesses the ability to resurrect people. In the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils dilated, and his body trembled involuntarily. Resurrection? Kusina will be resurrected? The image of an enraged Kusina flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Unlike Naruto, Kusina was not one to lose her reason. She could very well unleash the Nine Tails, bringing ruin upon all. Sarutobi-sensei. Things are becoming increasingly interesting, Orochimaru remarked, standing closest to Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the shift in his demeanor. He smiled brightly. Yet his curiosity towards this comparison viewing system only deepened. To possess the ability to resurrect the dead, judging by the rewards. This was not the same as the Edo Tensei resurrection. It was genuine resurrection. Senju Tobirama. What a pity. I answered a bit late and couldn't secure a spot in the top 3. Senju Tobirama. Next time, I will strive to be the first to answer. Resurrection? Excellent. Anoki. My hands were slow as well. But this is fine. With Uzumaki Kusina resurrected, we shall witness a splendid show. The third Hokage must be trembling in fear. No. Fourth Raikage. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once the comparison viewing concludes, we shall take the place of Konoha. Just as they reveled in Konoha's internal strife, Kusina's voice echoed from the chatroom. Uzumaki Kusina, you old fools, clean your necks and wait. And to those who once tormented Naruto, mark my words. Uzumaki Kusina, I will ensure that you all pay the price, without fail. Uzumaki Kusina, furthermore, do not rejoice too soon. The affairs of the land of whirlpools are far from over. With that, it was no surprise. The intensity of Kusina's killing intent had once again led to her being muted. However, this time, Kusina did not lose her temper. For she had witnessed her once gray avatar transform into vibrant colors, and that alone had her practically dancing with excitement. Uchiha Makoto cast an envious glance her way. She too longed for resurrection, to return to the ninja world and watch her child grow. Yes, her only child. Chapter 24 Senju Tobirama. I beg you, Uzumaki girl. Please refrain from speaking. Yes, these people must be eradicated. Gaara revealed a manic smile. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he collapsed. Temari's heart sank, and she hurried to catch him. What to do? Kankaro's face was etched with worry. Temari let out a sigh of relief. It's fine. Shikaku will not emerge. Kankaro seemed momentarily stunned. During the viewing period, all forms of aggressive behavior were prohibited, and manipulating chakra was exceedingly difficult. I have just realized that although IAI Luo exhibits a tendency towards rampage, there is not a trace of chakra overflow. Upon hearing this, Kinjiolang blinked. It indeed seems to be the case. He will be fine. IAI Luo is merely exhausted, Shoju gently remarked, revealing the smile characteristic of an elder sister. Kinjiolang touched his nose, and it was only after Shoju's words that he recalled IAI Luo's chronic inability to enjoy a good night's sleep. After 2 sleepless days, he was nearly driven to madness. How much worse must it be for IAI Luo, who has endured years without rest? With the imminent threat of Shohei's rampage now diminished, Kinjiolang's thoughts also normalized considerably. Observing Luo Sha's frustrated comments in the chatroom for not answering in time, he shook his head. The transformation of IAI Luo can be largely attributed to the actions of their father. Sleep well. During the viewing, Shohei cannot cause any disturbances. So take a good rest. Kinjiolang's voice resonated within IAI Luo, reaching Shohei in the sealed space. Shohei howled frantically, the sound piercingly sharp. However, since this was an aggressive sound, IAI Luo could not hear it at all. Meanwhile, Ino excitedly clung to her mother's arm. Mom, I've received a reward too, she exclaimed. If Gyo-Xi-Nai-A-E can be revived, surely my 5-fold talent won't be lacking. Yamashiro Rina playfully pinched her daughter's nose, saying, silly child. Your talent has always been commendable. Sakura, standing nearby, looked at Ino with a hint of envy, silently clenching her fists. She too yearned for a reward. With a fivefold talent, she would no longer be a burden in the future. Below them, Ning Si took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions. The caged bird on his forehead felt relieved. However, the caged bird in his heart remained troubled. Enhancing the purity of the Byakugan? Is there truly a distinction in its purity? After regaining some composure, Ning Si grasped the key information. This was something he had never encountered before. After all, he had not experienced any discernible difference in the Byakugan. At this moment, Naruto was still enveloped in confusion. Ning Si glanced at him and suddenly perceived something different about Naruto, though he could not articulate what exactly had changed. Moreover, his own eyes had yet to undergo refinement. Was it merely a psychological effect? He swiftly dismissed such thoughts and delivered a light slap to the back of Naruto's head. Naruto rubbed the spot, but did not protest this time. His azure eyes still shone with bewilderment. Ning Si, is the other me correct? Upon witnessing this, Ning Si quietly concealed his somewhat numb hand behind his back. As for what is right or wrong, I find myself at a loss. Many matters in this world do not possess a clear distinction of right and wrong. Naruto, do you believe that everything the black-frame Naruto has done, including his thoughts, could lead you to enlightenment? For this inquiry, Naruto could only nod and shake his head simultaneously. Ning Si shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. Perhaps your resistance to these notions is not as potent as that of the black-frame Naruto. He had pondered more than once why he experienced murmurs in his mind, while you were completely unaware of their existence. Perhaps these were not mere murmurs, but rather an unknown chakra? Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded vigorously twice before plopping down on the ground, crossing his arms. At that moment, a voice emerged from the chat room. Naruto, do you harbor resentment towards the village, desiring vengeance upon everyone within it? It was the lecherous sage. Naruto lifted his head to gaze in that direction, recognizing Jiraiya as the speaker. Of Jiraiya? Haha. I knew that guy would definitely show up in the village. It seems he must be aware of what those old geezers have done, so why bring him up? You've completely dampened my spirits. In a tavern on Short Book Street, Tsunade waved her hand, signaling the shopkeeper to bring another jug of sake. Naruto's eyes brightened, and he hastily replied in the chat room, Naruto Uzumaki. Will I take revenge on Konoha? I don't even know how I feel. At first, I was genuinely sad, wanting to fit in and make friends with everyone. Naruto Uzumaki. But because I aspired to become Hokage, I resorted to mischievous antics to gain attention and recognition. Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, it seems my actions appear somewhat foolish in the eyes of the other me. Jiraiya. On screen, Lord Sarutobi is right. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions. Simply live according to your own ideas. Orochimaru. Live according to one's own ideas? Jiraiya. Are you suggesting that implanted thoughts can also be considered Naruto-kun's own? Jiraiya. Orochimaru. I was just looking for you. I never imagined you would contemplate destroying Konoha. Orochimaru. If I recall correctly, you are quite aware of what Lord Sarutobi and others have done. Orochimaru. What? Are their actions not harmful to Konoha? Orochimaru. Indeed. The only visible member of the Senju clan, Tsunade, was driven away, and you even chased after her to warn her that if she did anything detrimental to Konoha, you would personally kill her. Orochimaru intended to continue his tirade, but unexpectedly, Senju Tobirama's response came even quicker. Senju Tobirama, little Tsunade, driven away? You intend to kill her? Senju Tobirama. Orochimaru. Who is this Jiraiya? Orochimaru, second Hokage. He is a disciple of Lord Sarutobi. In an instant, Senju Tobirama felt utterly overwhelmed. Wait. Does this mean Orochimaru is also a disciple of the monkey? Tsunade would likely also be a disciple of the monkey, meant to solidify his position. At this point, Senju Tobirama was genuinely filled with anger, frustration, and regret. He immediately intended to confront Jiraiya, but someone was quicker than him. Uzumaki Kusina, go find your prophesied child. If you dare approach Naruto again, I will kill you alongside him once I am revived. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Jiraiya-sensei. Uzumaki Kushina, what nonsense. Jiraiya-sensei? You make me laugh. He's just as despicable as that old coot of the third. Uzumaki Kushina. Come now, Minato Namikaze, tell me, from the beginning until now, have you seen even a glimpse of your esteemed teacher? Mentioning Naruto's name, does it even concern him? I feel nauseous just thinking about it. If he were spying on your wife and then writing about her in a book, I assure you, I would chop you into pieces. Uzumaki Kushina. But then again, you are both disciples of the same master, humph. Kusina unleashed a barrage of verbal assaults. Yet, ironically, what she stated was grounded in truth. However, Senju Tobirama found himself momentarily speechless. The same master? Right. I am the ancestral master. Oh no. Senju Tobirama remains unaware that soon. Kusina's remark about the same master will cause him immense discomfort. If he could publicly drop his trousers and relieve himself in the street, he would return to the past to prevent all this from happening. Any hesitation would compel Senju Tobirama to slap himself into oblivion. Seeing his mother silenced once again, Naruto shrank his neck, reluctant to agree with Jiraiya. He quickly turned to Ning Si and said, "All right, I will try the method you mentioned. I don't know why, but my heart feels so heavy." Chapter 25. The little girl under the streetlight. The large black-framed screen continued to display. "Oh," little Naruto replied nonchalantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze. Seeing this, little Naruto suddenly became startled. Wait, if I am not affected by this old man, would he become furious and attempt to scheme against me in another way? As he pondered this, Xiao Mingren exclaimed, "What an impressive will of fire." He wondered if comprehending this will would lead to happiness and if everyone would cease to dislike him. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened, and he nodded affirmatively. He then increased his intensity, asking, "Mingren, do you know what those stone statues above the village represent? The Hokage? The strongest individuals in the village?" Xiao Mingren's mind briefly entertained these thoughts, yet he shook his head, not showing much interest, considering the vast gap between himself and those figures. Mingren, those who are immortalized are the great heroes who have protected the village. Is that so? In that case, old man, you seem to resemble one of them. Xiao Mingren replied. In his eyes, this was a subtle way of complimenting the old man. However, Xiao Mingren did not expect that this old fellow was indeed one of those heroes. Haha, did you discover this? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride, seemingly affirming Xiao Mingren's insight. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. Xiao Mingren was genuinely astonished that such an old man could be immortalized. Wait, this old fellow is actually the third Hokage. In an instant, Xiao Mingren felt a pang of apprehension as he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was animatedly discussing the will of fire. I never expected this old man to be the third Hokage, the leader of that group of rascals. He seems completely unrelated to greatness. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mingren suddenly noticed the absence of noise around him. Looking up, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen smiling kindly at him. Without a second thought, he adjusted his emotions, realizing, so that's how it is, old man. You truly are impressive. Receiving Xiao Mingren's praise, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat. Do you wish to become someone like that? Yes. Xiao Mingren replied eagerly. With the understanding that the person before him was the mastermind behind all this, his attitude shifted. Excellent. Then, Mingren, you must understand one important principle. It is not by becoming Hokage that one earns the recognition of others. Rather, it is by gaining their recognition that one can become a great hero and protector of the village. I understand. Xiao Mingren nodded vigorously. By the way, old man, are you the strongest person in the village? Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Not only that, but I am also the strongest among the 4 Hokage. Suddenly, the image on the large black frame screen came to an abrupt halt, resembling the final scene on the golden frame screen. The ninjas of the world murmured, this old man. Whether in the golden frame or the black frame, his shamelessness remained the same. Watching himself declare that he was the strongest, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flush of embarrassment. Orochimaru erupted in laughter. Originally, he intended to summon the first Hokage through Edo Tensei and proclaim Sarutobi Hiruzen as the self-proclaimed god of ninjas in front of him. Now, it could be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen had declared it himself, and not just once, but twice, in front of the entire ninja world. At that moment, the golden frame screen displayed new footage. Was this the continuation of our world, S. Mingren? It seems so. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved at Mingren. The seed of the will of fire had been sown, and Mingren cherished this unique white moonlight of his. Today's objective had been accomplished. Goodbye, old man. Mingren waved his small hand in farewell. However, shortly after sitting down, a growl emanated from Mingren's stomach. At his age, he naturally had a hearty appetite. After a busy afternoon, he had consumed only a scrawny grilled fish. It was no wonder he was hungry. Yet, a smile radiated from his face. Gaining everyone's recognition? I will surely achieve it. Anoki remarked, did you see that? The shameless third Hokage. Terumi exclaimed, "Oh my, how can there be such a shameless person?" Yamanaka Ino added, "That despicable old man. You have no worries about food or clothing, yet you come to snatch the fish a child worked hard all afternoon to catch." Quickly return Aunt Kusina's inheritance to Mingren. After receiving assurances from his mother and rewards from the viewing system, Ino appeared bolder. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately darkened as he glanced down at Yamanaka Ino's position. However, Yamanaka Ino did not even glance his way, instead engaging in conversation with Akimichi Choji and Nara Shikaku, as if she had heard nothing. Did even Shikaku share this attitude? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. At that moment, to his surprise, a mere commoner dared to confront him. Encouraged by Ino, Haruno Sakura also spoke up. "Third Hokage, could it be that you have embezzled Aunt Kusina's and Lord Fourth's inheritance?" Uzumaki Kusina exclaimed, "Speak up, old monkey." Seeing someone stand up for Mingren touched Kusina deeply. They are all good kids, especially the girl named Yamanaka Ino. She had also received a reward. Could her hair color be a sign that she is Hiruzen's daughter? Just moments ago, she had mentioned how bad Mingren was, yet she liked him. Well, in that case, I shall refrain from indiscriminately bombarding Konoha. Uchiha Makoto looked at her good friend with some helplessness. She had already guessed what Kusina was thinking. However, upon reflection, she found it quite normal. Kusina subconsciously felt she owed her son far too much. Therefore, until everything was certain, she would do everything possible to compensate for her child. Makoto shook her head and smiled, realizing she too harbored similar thoughts. The scene on the golden-framed screen continued. Time flew by quickly, and soon, summer and autumn had passed. Xiao Mingren seemed to have adapted to his identity. Although he still felt sad whenever those people cursed and insulted him, he soon managed to adjust his emotions, smiling at them in hopes of gaining their recognition. Despite feeling deeply hurt, he inexplicably found himself laughing the next day, almost as if nothing had happened. What brought him the greatest joy was that he finally made friends, two of them, named Shikamaru and Choji. They did not harbor any dislike towards him and did not display the same expressions of disdain as the other children. One day, as usual, Mingren ran around the streets. However, the atmosphere in the village seemed somewhat off that day. Unfortunately, Shikamaru and Choji were not playing in the park either. With no choice left, Mingren returned home. As night fell, the heavy snow arrived as expected. Energetic as he was, Mingren could not sit still and sneaked out again. In truth, he looked forward to the night, as it allowed him to wander the streets without being immediately recognized. Yet, the streets appeared rather desolate tonight. Even the usually bustling food stalls were nearly empty. Mingren merely glanced from afar, refraining from approaching, for the aroma was too enticing. If he lingered there, not only would he risk being recognized, but he would also have to endure a whole night of hunger if he caught sight of delicious food. His funds were still insufficient, and most merchants were unwilling to sell to him. In the blink of an eye, Mingren found himself in possession of an entire street. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The little boy joyfully frolicked in the snow. However, playing alone, no matter how joyous, soon became tiresome. Just as he contemplated wandering further, he suddenly noticed a child crouching beneath a distant streetlight, faint sobs reaching his ears. Upon awakening, Hua Tian was momentarily stunned to witness a scene from the depths of her memories. How embarrassing! Would Mingren from the black-framed world encounter her as well? If that were to happen, would he come to her aid? A wave of fear washed over her, yet anticipation brewed within. Moments later, her large eyes rolled back, and she fainted from embarrassment. "Big sister, what's wrong?" Little Hua shook Hua Tian, finding her sister unconscious once again, unable to comprehend the situation. A few days prior, an envoy from Chunin village intended to negotiate a peace treaty with Konoha. However, that very night, the envoy suddenly attacked, evading the surveillance of the Umbu ninjas and infiltrating the residence of the Hyuga clan, abducting the sleeping Hua Tian. Tragically, before they could escape, they were killed by the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi. This incident sent shockwaves throughout Konoha. How could the relatively weak envoy from Chunin have infiltrated the Hyuga clan? The day after the envoy's demise, Chunin village sent another envoy, this time with a more confrontational tone. In the Hokage's office, they boldly demanded the body of the assailant, declaring that Chunin would not retreat without retribution, effectively declaring war. To everyone's astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded, agreeing to personally deliver the body of the assailant. "What? There's another expert?" Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "That old fool," she muttered. How infuriating. Hyuga Neji added. Are you a spy for Chunin village? Third Hokage, Anoki, the fourth Tsuchikage, mocked. Haha, I said it before. Our Chunin village may employ underhanded tactics, but we always come openly, the fourth Raikage responded. During that time, Chunin was also facing difficulties. If a war were to break out, the outcome was uncertain. To everyone's surprise, the third Hokage had capitulated so easily. My heart can hardly bear this. Senju Tobirama exclaimed. So, you just allowed the Hyuga to die? Senju Hashirama queried. In that situation, Konoha could not afford another war. There was no other choice. It was for the sake of Konoha, sacrificing the small for the greater good, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Be quiet. Neji shouted. You old fool. Your words ring hollow. The great ninja village should not be so cowardly. Thus, a scapegoat emerged. Hyuga Hizashi, Neji's father, was a twin of Hyuga Hayashi, but was marked with the caged bird seal due to being born mere seconds later. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally arrived to grant the Hyuga a semblance of dignity. Hizashi wept as he prepared to face his demise. Yet, everyone present knew this was impossible. As a branch family member, he was destined to protect the main family. Upon Hiruzen's arrival, Hizashi slowly rose, offering his elder brother a final moment of dignity. He willingly faced death, hoping that his so-called brother would treat his child with kindness. Today marked the day of Hizashi's death. His body was sent out. Due to the caged bird seal, the Byakugan coveted by Chunin village was unattainable. On this day, the Hyuga clan held a funeral for Hizashi, though it was merely a symbolic ceremony. Little Huatian, unable to endure the somber atmosphere, sneaked out but soon became lost in the snowy night, helplessly crouching by the roadside and softly sobbing. By fate, a little blond boy appeared. What are you doing here all alone? He asked, approaching her with a carefree gait. Why are you crying? Huatian looked up, her adorable face glistening with tears. Where's your home? Seeing her pitiable state, he could not help but inquire. Huatian blinked, feeling her vision blur. She shook her head to dispel the tears. Noticing this, Mingren smiled helplessly. Don't know where your home is? That's all right. Come on, let's go. He bent down and took her small hand, leading her away. After some twists and turns, Huatian recalled the way home. Yet, she dared not speak. When Mingren walked right, she followed, and when he strayed, she silently halted. Thus, this short journey took the two little ones half an hour to complete. They arrived at the residence of the Hyuga clan. Gazing at the grand characters that spelled out Hyuga, Mingren tilted his head, clearly visiting for the first time. With such a large family, why are you still crying? Huatian blinked, puzzled by his statement. As she glanced over, she noticed a faint blush on Mingren's cheeks from the cold. Unlike me, who is all alone. Huatian, perceptive, detected the helplessness and longing in his voice, which tugged at her heartstrings. But I never cry, Mingren declared, turning to Huatian with a radiant smile. Goodbye, he said, waving without lingering. He turned and sprinted down the dark street. Time was running late. He needed to return and rest. Huatian watched his small figure, her mind flooded with the reassuring smile he had given her. Eventually, the towering silhouette in her eyes was swallowed by the night, disappearing from sight. As time passed, Konoha returned to tranquility. On a calm afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited. Presenting the enrollment application for the Ninja Academy, the golden-framed screen abruptly halted the scene, leaving the girls wanting more. No wonder Huatian fainted. She must still remember that event. However, the golden-framed Ming run was genuinely impressive. Had I said something similar in my childhood, perhaps I would have been smitten as well, Yamanaka Ino teased, glancing at the blushing Huatian. Indeed, it seems Ming Ren can be quite reliable at times. Sakura nodded in agreement. Ming Ren and Huatian make quite the pair, Yamanaka Ino remarked, not shying away from the topic. At that moment, Huatian's ears perked up. 3 seconds later, her head began to smoke once more. Ino's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something monumental. Meanwhile, the chat room erupted in chaos, with Danzo seizing the opportunity to interject. Rijan, you have truly disappointed everyone. Shimura Danzo exclaimed. Druchen Tanzong, your erroneous decision has cost Konoha a loyal and righteous individual. Druchen Tanzong, Rijan, it is futile to regret now. Do you comprehend your transgressions? Druchen Tanzong, how can someone like you be worthy of the title of Hokage? You should relinquish that position. Chanshu Feijan, silence yourself. Chansho Jujan, you have truly disappointed me. How could Konoha have fallen to such a state? Yujur Bulban, you chose this, idol. Chapter 27 Vilamak, foolish brat, Your ramen name is even more laughable. It is no wonder you are Watergate-sensei's child. Kakashi nodded secretly. It is no surprise that previously, Hinata would willingly offer medicine to Naruto. Feelings had already taken root in their childhood. Kakashi habitually reached into his pocket. However, upon touching the item associated with romantic escapades, he recalled Kusina's words. He shook his head helplessly, taking a deep breath as if making a significant decision. It would be best to refrain from indulging in such distractions and perhaps later seek out more suitable literature. Due to the matters concerning the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Rijan faced yet another round of condemnation. The deeper one delves, the more perplexing the operations appear. Sarutobi Rijan feigned ignorance once more, remaining silent regardless of Orochimaru's provocations, resembling a mute. Jiraiya emerged to voice his support for Sarutobi Rijan, inadvertently cursing him alongside his criticisms. The villagers of Konoha widened their eyes in disbelief. Clearly, they had never anticipated that such matters would be linked to Sarutobi Rijan. Why should the strongest Hokage bow to the insignificant Kumobikure? Were there hidden truths behind past events? Could the phrase "died to protect the village" be employed in this context? As time passed, these foolish villagers seemed to waver in their initial convictions. Meanwhile, the fear harbored by the other four great shinobi villages towards Konoha continued to diminish. The so-called strongest shinobi village appeared to be nothing more than a facade. Hence, a group began to chant that the third Hokage had done no wrong and should continue in his role indefinitely. The black frame screen soon displayed an image. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Sarutobi Rijan rose slowly. He gazed at the yearning expression of young Naruto and smiled with satisfaction. The purpose of this visit was to plant within Naruto a seed known as the Will of Fire. This seed would be resilient. Once sown, it would take root in the heart. Regardless of how harsh the environment, the seed would survive. It merely required time and nurturing to flourish into a towering tree. Of course, this was merely Sarutobi Rijan's belief and in his hands. The seed of the Will of Fire indeed held such power. The compassionate Hokage would always rescue those children from dire straits. As for the origins of those dire straits, it need not be questioned. Seeing Sarutobi Rijan's back, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of wisdom, young Naruto's azure eyes flickered with disdain. Yet, suppressing his inner revulsion, he stood and waved at Sarutobi Rijan. "Goodbye, Hokage Grandpa." Haha. Sarutobi Rijan's face broke into a radiant smile. "Do not forget my 20,000 Ryo, Sarutobi Rijan." Before long, he departed. Young Naruto sat before the crackling bonfire, observing the flames. Once he sensed the gaze of the Umbu behind him fade away, he whispered, "Is the fox demon residing within me? If you can hear me, tell me. Do you possess the ability to let my power surpass that old man and dominate the entire village?" In the ceiling space, within the darkened sewer. After the ceiling cage, the originally pitch-black cage suddenly erupted with blinding red light. A pair of enormous fox eyes slowly opened, shining like a beacon in the night. "Zhalmdaming, is this the Nine Tails?" "Chengying. Indeed, the sensation is terrifying." "Liloakura, is this the monster sealed within Naruto? It looks incredibly powerful." "Chensho Jujian, wait, I have a question. Can this thing truly cause so many deaths and trigger such a series of events?" "Chensho Feijian, brother." "Chensho Dujian, haha, my apologies. Yurjur Bulban, just a little pet." The current shinobi world seems as though they have never seen anything like it. "Yurjur Bochane, brother, you are the same." "Yurjur Bulban, humph, just a pet, summoned at will." "Jolama, silence." "Yurjur Bulban, you wait for me. The black frame Naruto will definitely strike you down." "Sanjongjing ya, wow? Is that the living Nine Tails? By the way, isnt Uchiha Madara already dead?" "Juwai, Jolamak." Naruto blinked, unable to suppress a laugh. "Foolish brat, your name is even more amusing." The Nine Tails said grumpily. "The seal has only been in place for 3 years. I cannot permeate too much chakra." Thus, within the sealing space, the Nine Tails could only close its eyes once more. "How dare they seal me within the body of a mere child? Curse that fourth Hokage." However, on the other hand, this child bears little resemblance to Mito and Kusina. It will not be long before I break free of this seal. Konoha? Unpleasant memories flooded the Nine Tails' mind. It then gradually exhaled, stirring the water on the ground. Perhaps it should be destroyed. Meanwhile, in the back mountains, not far from young Naruto's location, Sarutobi Rijan halted his steps. "Is there any unusual activity?" "Hokage-sama, there has been no unusual activity. The members of the root organization have not reappeared. All right, I understand. Continue to watch over him. Sarutobi Rijan waved his hand, and the Umbu ninja kneeling before him quickly complied and vanished. Sarutobi Rijan proceeded towards the village. His emotions remained stable, yet he was heavily guarded. However, when faced with curses and insults, moments of uncontrollable rage occasionally surfaced. Perhaps it would be prudent to teach him chakra refining techniques in advance. The Uzumaki clan's physique, even at this age, could easily replenish the chakra required for sealing. For a Jinchuriki, losing control of one's emotions is perilous. Naturally, Sarutobi Rijan could not allow this to continue unchecked. Yet, he felt a twinge of unease at the thought of allowing young Naruto to learn chakra refining methods at such an early age. It would be best to observe for a while longer. As his thoughts concluded, Sarutobi Rijan's figure vanished into the night. Crackle, crackle. Watching the flickering flames, young Naruto rose to his feet. That familiar sensation of being watched returned. Despite not receiving a response from the fox demon, young Naruto felt no disappointment. He had been attempting communication these past few days, but without exception, there had been no replies. Gradually accustomed to this, young Naruto would often quietly inquire after confirming that no one was monitoring him. Books contain numerous accounts of events that have transpired. That old man must possess considerable knowledge, yet he would not easily share it. The next time I encounter him, I must perform well, striving to earn his trust and subsequently seek answers. Thus, how might one gain the trust of the third Hokage? Young Naruto pondered as he made his way home. Chapter 28. What would a Nara Shikamaru version of Naruto be like? The Jinchuriki should dutifully serve as the village's weapon, thought Luo Sha, gazing disapprovingly at the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the large black-framed screen. The instability of the situation was too great. It would be better to hand matters over to Shimura Danzo, for he shared a mindset similar to Luo Sha's. Affection and friendship were burdens to a Jinchuriki. What of his own son? For the sake of the village, all sacrifices were justified. However, Luo Sha chose to remain silent about his beliefs. After all, he had not only made his younger son the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, but had also conspired to assassinate him on several occasions, ultimately deceiving him with the life of his uncle. Such monstrous behavior was no less than that of the Konoha F4. Luo Sha had not anticipated that. According to the timeline of the golden-framed Naruto, he would ultimately be reincarnated through Edo Tensei, required merely to maintain silence, with all his actions stemming from love. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, little Naruto had grown wildly, extracting nourishment like a weed. In just 1 month, his weight had surged by 5 kilograms, and his height increased by 15 centimeters. This was indeed how he should appear at his age. His golden hair had grown a bit longer, yet when Naruto stood before the mirror, he found nothing unappealing about it. He had seen many men with long hair. As he pondered, a knock sounded at the door. Naruto was taken aback. Who could it be? This building was nearly empty aside from himself, excluding the ninjas disguised as neighbors who were monitoring him. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily stunned. Standing before him was the old man he had encountered that fateful night. Compared to that day, the old man's attire today matched Naruto's expectations, a Hokage robe adorned with the symbols of his office, topped with a Hokage hat. With his hands clasped behind his back and a benevolent expression, he gazed kindly at Naruto. In that instant, Naruto felt as if the scrutinizing eyes around him had diminished significantly. "Hokage Grandpa," Naruto exclaimed, his heart filled with unexpected joy. Over the past month, he had contemplated how to gain the trust of the so-called King of Turtles and had even rehearsed scenarios in his mind, all of which he ultimately dismissed, believing his clumsy acting could never deceive such an astute figure. Reflecting on this, he realized that aligning his behavior with the old man's intentions would be the most effective approach, so he decided to act a bit more warmly, fostering an appearance of trust. "Haha, Naruto, are you surprised?" the old man asked. Naruto nodded vigorously, pulling Sarutobi Hiruzen into his home. As they entered, Hiruzen's gaze swept around the room. However, he failed to notice the vegetables nestled in the potted plants on the balcony behind the curtains, which could have led to an unfortunate incident of theft or destruction had he paid attention. Hiruzen felt no significant change in Naruto's physique, but he squinted slightly at Naruto's longer hair. "What is this?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired directly, placing a bulging envelope on the table. "What?" Naruto exclaimed, opening it to find it filled with stacks of 1,000 yen bills, roughly 20 in total. "Wow, He exclaimed, "Grandpa, you are so generous." Seeing Naruto's excitement, Hiruzen affectionately ruffled his hair. "Of course, but you mustn't let anyone else know about this. Such privileges are exclusive to you." "Yes." Naruto nodded vigorously. Hiruzen smiled, but his heart sank slightly. The resemblance was striking. If Naruto's hair continued to grow, he might be recognized by many. As the thought crossed his mind, Hiruzen returned to his usual demeanor, wearing a warm smile. "You need to plan how to use this money wisely and avoid frivolous spending. I want to be able to provide you with such privileges next month." "I understand," Naruto replied. "By the way, Hokage Grandpa." "Yes? What is it?" Hiruzen inquired cheerfully. "I want to learn to read. I have heard that learning can lead to progress. And I also wish to understand the will of fire that you speak of." Initially taken aback by the mention of learning, Hiruzen was reluctant. But upon hearing Naruto's desire to actively learn about the will of fire, he changed his mind. "All right, I will prepare everything you need. Someone will deliver it to you tomorrow." Hiruzen's smile widened. Naruto then recounted his experiences over this period, adhering closely to the principles of the will of fire, ensuring sincerity as he knew the ninjas monitoring him would report back. He emphasized how others might bully him, but he would not hold grudges. Instead, he would silently strive to earn their respect. Finally, with a spark of inspiration, Naruto asked, "Hokage Grandpa, will I be able to become Hokage one day?" In that moment, Hiruzen's face reflected both astonishment and delight. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This was indeed a positive development. As this scene unfolded, the chatroom fell silent. Senju Tobirama remarked, "What a pity. This child would have thrived had he been born in my time as Hokage." Uchiha Izuna chuckled, "Oh, and then he would be slaughtered by your 4 disciples. How infuriating. Why can't I think of a rebuttal?" Tobirama's coffin lid trembled. Haruno Sakura commented, "He is so clever. I bet Shikamaru would do the same." Yamanaka Ino added, "It seems that Shikamaru has a rather favorable image in your mind." She continued, "If their identities were reversed, you would see a Naruto lounging at home, living off his meals without a care. He wouldn't bother to think too much. Knowing that the Umbu and old folks wouldn't let him die easily, he would simply stay at home, finding it too troublesome to venture outside. Lying down is the most comfortable." Nara Shikamaru interjected, "Hey, Ino, that is pushing it." Akimichi Choji agreed. "I think Ino's assessment is quite realistic." Sakura smirked slightly, her thoughts drifting to the image of Sasuke. The idea of a lackluster Uchiha was unfathomable. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose. "Very well, keep up the good work." He smiled as he departed from Naruto's home, stating that he needed to continue his duties to protect the village. Naruto's eyes lit up at this news. He hurriedly waved goodbye, assuring Hiruzen that he too would continue to strive forward. In response, Hiruzen's smile blossomed even brighter, completely forgetting to remind Naruto to trim his hair. Chapter 29. An invitation from the young Inoshikacho Anoki remarked, "The funniest joke I've heard is that in order to protect Naruto, we must conceal his identity as the hero's son." Tsunade added, "Not only that, but Kusina also mentioned that she entrusted the 3rd Hokage with Naruto's care before her demise." Kuratsuchi interjected, "Yet, that old fool accidentally revealed Naruto's identity not long after. Even the Haitu cannot bear to witness this any longer. Haitu, to be frank, it would be best if that old geezer were to pass away alongside the old master. Daimyo, alas, misfortune befalls our household. This devoted granddaughter, sigh, there is nothing to be done. Shiyu Hong. Honestly speaking, Haiku Mingren resembles teacher Shuemin quite a bit. Shiyu Hong. Remove the mustache, and he might just look exactly like teacher Shuemin in his youth." Shiyu Hong and Kakashi belong to the same generation. Given Shiyu Hong's position, it is only natural for her to be acquainted with both Feng Shuemin. The presence of Yusho Washi Hongdo beside Shiyu Hong raised an eyebrow. Both Feng Shuemin. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Yusho Washi Hongdo naturally found herself in the company of many prominent figures. Indeed, he is quite handsome, Hong. Did you not once express envy towards Lin? Shiyu Hong hastily picked up a glutinous rice ball to silence her dear friend's chatter. In the Pure Land, Kusina huffed indignantly. Not at all similar. Humph. Once I am resurrected, I shall dye Mingren's hair red. If he resembles that 4th Hokage, I would surely be infuriated. Uchiha Makoto was taken aback and quickly attempted to soothe Kusina. Kusina, it seems Shuemin also harbors some regret. Kusina cast her a sidelong glance, her eyes turning crimson. Uchiha Makoto's eyelids twitched. Sister, you are a Jinchuriki, but you are already deceased. The Nine Tails has been sealed within your son. How can there still be Nine Tails chakra within you? Could it be that you are still the Nine Tails in essence? The large screen with a black frame continued to display the scene. After Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, little Mingren closed the door. The feeling of being monitored vanished once more. The smile on little Mingren's face instantly faded. He felt a disquieting nausea wash over him. Although he did not sense any malevolence from Sarutobi Hiruzen, it still left little Mingren quite unsettled. That old fellow seemed particularly concerned about my hair. Fox spirit, do you know why? Each time the sensation of being watched dissipated, little Mingren would habitually inquire. Unbeknownst to him, the great fox lying in the ceiling space indeed heard him. Yet at this moment, as little Mingren had yet to master chakra refinement, he possessed no chakra to connect with the great fox, resulting in his questions going unanswered. P.S. The concept of chakra is somewhat ambiguous, with various interpretations frequently changing. Everyone possesses chakra. Chakra cannot be stored and must be refined when needed, including during battles. As usual, receiving no response, little Mingren shook his head and murmured, "Perhaps I should go out and put on a show these days." With this thought, little Mingren tidied his room and took the trash downstairs. He avoided crowded places. Little Mingren feared that upon hearing those curses and insults directed at him, he would be unable to restrain himself from retaliating. Clang. After walking for a while, little Mingren suddenly noticed an uneven soda can at his feet. Laughter of children echoed in his ears. He planned to bypass it with an expressionless face. Lost in thought, he had not paid attention to his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a park where children his age loved to play. Hey, little Mingren ignored them, even to the extent of not listening. Surely, they were just some brats hurling insults. Had it been yesterday, little Mingren would not have minded disrupting the games of those annoying children. But today, having just promised that scoundrel's leader, he needed to exercise restraint. Most importantly, little Mingren believed he must acquire literacy. Without obtaining useful information from the outside world, no matter how much he pondered, he could never deduce the history of past events, and his thoughts would remain severely constrained. Hey, please kick that can over here. There was no malice in their tone. It seemed like a casual conversation between playmates. A normal attitude towards him was still quite rare for little Mingren. Curiosity piqued. Little Mingren turned to look. He spotted a chubby boy and a boy with a spiky hairstyle calling out to him. The chubby boy? How infuriating. Dingxi, who had been munching on chips, rolled his eyes and entered a state of fury. However, in an instant, due to the ban on all aggressive behavior during the viewing, Dingxi returned to normal. Confused, he scratched his head. He then continued eating chips while watching little Mingren on the black frame screen. This startled Shikamaru. Fortunately, it did not last long. Otherwise, Shikamaru would have been at a loss. Yamanaka Ino. Isn't that Shikamaru and Dingxi? Yamanaka Ino. I didn't expect to encounter them so soon. Haruno Sakura. Moreover, it seems that the black-framed Mingren has taken an interest in them. I think I saw you two playing house in the corner of the screen. You're awake? Ino turned around to see Hinata already awake, looking somewhat enviously at Ino and Sakura. Ino immediately recognized Hinata's hidden feelings. Her eyes, which were previously bright, transformed into a crescent shape. Hinata, you aren't envious that we got to meet black-framed Mingren, are you? No. Hinata stammered, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Hanabi tilted her head, finding her sister's state unfamiliar yet amusing, and wished to protect her. Clang, little Mingren nodded. There are indeed quite a few children without malice. However, most are cautioned by the children around them. Of course, little Mingren was not enthusiastic about making friends. He actually found it bothersome. It was quite rare to encounter two peculiar children like that. Thus, little Mingren kicked the soda can at his feet. Thank you. Dingxi smiled and waved. Little Mingren glanced at the two and waved his hand without looking back. Watching little Mingren's departing figure. Is that him? Shikamaru was momentarily stunned. Shikamaru, that child seems to always be alone. Should we invite him to play with us? Dingxi looked at little Mingren's somewhat lonely silhouette, feeling a pang of compassion. Of course, Shikamaru pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Father once said not to concern ourselves with the opinions of others. If we encounter someone we find agreeable, we should reach out to them. Did Uncle Jika say that too? At that moment, a playful voice chimed in. Ahem, Hinata, that version of me belongs to a different world, not ours. Thus, Mingren's tenderness is still solely yours. Ino recognized the familiar voice and saw the unmistakably petite figure. She immediately recognized herself. but she was certain that she had no memory of such a moment in her childhood. Worried that Hinata might feel jealous, she quickly explained. Yet, she was entirely unaware of how impactful her words were to Hinata. No, it's not that I am. This time, Hinata's head was not only steaming. Her mouth slightly agape, but her tenderness only belonged to. Mist began to escape from her lips. Ino was taken aback. Hanabi blinked and tentatively remarked, Sister. Black-framed Mingren said, he doesn't want to play with any other girls except you. Ga. Hinata's eyes rolled back, her soft body stiffened. Ino, what a delightful child. Yamanaka Rino shook her head with a smile. Having been of that age herself, she naturally understood how intense such feelings could be. Of course, she was also witnessing someone faint from shyness for the first time. No way. Yamashiro Ino's pupils contracted slightly as she hurriedly approached Hinata, gently pinching her philtrum. Is that Ino? Are you familiar with that child? Shikamaru cast a glance at the adorable girl with short hair. Yes, I've heard people in the village talking about him lately. Ino nodded in affirmation before looking towards Naruto's back, taking a deep breath. Hey, would you like to come and play with us? Chapter 30. Still just a child, oh my, how could I? Ino covered her mouth lightly. Noticing the gazes directed her way, she straightened up. After all, they were just kids. What was there to be shy about? Glancing at the still unconscious Hinata, Ino paused for a moment, wondering why it felt somewhat thrilling. The screen continued to display the scene. Naruto halted in his tracks, caught off guard by the invitation. Instinctively, he wanted to decline, but then reconsidered. It seemed that those who accepted his identity were not the foolish type of parents. Even if they weren't ninjas, they must possess a certain level of discernment. Perhaps by forging a good relationship with them, he could later rely on them for valuable information. The hand-pulling uncle and the elder sister Ayam were merely ordinary folks. If those ninjas watching him were to discover them, it would put them in danger. Let's play with them for a while and see if their parents are formidable ninjas. I must remain cautious. They harbor no ill intentions towards me, and I shall not harm them. With that thought, Naruto turned around to face the chubby boy and the spiky-haired boy. Beside the spiky-haired boy stood a short-haired girl, her hair resembling his own. Individually, each of them was distinct from ordinary children, yet together, they seemed perfectly harmonious to Naruto. Yamashiro Ino exclaimed, This little rascal accepted our kindness with such ulterior motives? With that, she rushed to the railing, watching Naruto in the arena. Swinging his little fists, Naruto looked back in confusion. What's wrong, Ino? You scoundrel. We sincerely invited you, and you dare to have ulterior motives? Ino shouted. Naruto protested. It's not me. Hey, it's another version of me. It has nothing to do with me. However, Ino paid him no mind and returned to her seat. Feeling considerably better. I misjudged you. Choji nodded in agreement. Naruto was met with remarks from others. Although the black-frame Naruto might not seem ideal, it is indeed a wise choice, said Senju Tobirama. Since we've become friends, isn't it natural for friends to assist one another? Added Senju Hashirama. Indeed, Tobirama speaks the truth. Exclaimed Inoki. This child has made a prudent decision. Yuhi Kurenai chimed in. Yes, being able to discern a child's attitude is essentially understanding the parent's perspective. The future of black-frame Naruto will undoubtedly be splendid. Hana listened to everyone's comments while observing Naruto on the large screen. She then glanced at the arena, where Naruto appeared to be on the verge of tears. It seemed that the black-frame Naruto exuded more charm, yet the Naruto below was also quite intriguing. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, I can't possibly lose to him, right? What am I doing at this moment? It seems I'm still just a follower. The black-frame screen continued displaying scenes. Is that all right? Naruto asked tentatively. Of course. Ino responded confidently, approaching him. We can play kick the can together, and if you like, you can join us for a game of ultra-realistic house. As she spoke, Ino pointed to a small beach behind them, where several girls of similar age were playing. Among them, one girl stood out with her pink hair and broad forehead. Naruto observed her curiously, while the other girls showed some awkwardness upon seeing him. This pink-haired girl gazed at him with curiosity. My name is Ino. She introduced herself naturally. Looking at the self-assured girl before him, Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly. I'm Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiky-haired boy and the chubby boy approached. Shikamaru, Choji. After the trio introduced themselves, Ino invited again, come play with us. Aren't you afraid of me? Naruto inquired. Why should we be afraid? Ino countered. Upon hearing this, Naruto nodded. All right, how do we play? Though he asked, he quietly observed the three of them. noting that their demeanor was different from that of typical children. It seemed promising to befriend them. Building a good relationship now might lead to implementing his plans later. Listening to Ino explain the rules, Naruto nodded earnestly. It's simple, just like playing tag. He thought to himself, I must control the situation, making them feel at ease and comfortable while playing. Ideally, I can remain the it for as long as possible. As people listened to the thoughts of black-framed Naruto, many revealed expressions of sympathy. This child was remarkably intelligent yet so unique that he could not enjoy a carefree childhood like an ordinary child. Sighing, Irika remarked, time flies. It is already afternoon. Yay! Naruto, you're amazing. Little Ino exclaimed, running excitedly towards him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ah, don't do that. Naruto, is this really your first time playing? The children gathered around him, brimming with enthusiasm, except for one small pink-haired girl who looked at Naruto with a pitiful expression. She had been guarding the can all morning, and after putting in so much effort to catch a few players, Naruto suddenly appeared like a phantom beside the can, kicking it away and freeing those caught. Sorry, let me take my turn as it now. Naruto suddenly realized he had become too immersed in the game, inadvertently forgetting his earlier decision. Oh no, our noses seem a bit red. Irika chuckled. After all, no matter how clever the black-framed Naruto is, he is still just a child. Indeed, Ino agreed. Gradually, black-framed Naruto has lost himself amidst our praises. What a delightful little rascal. Hey, why is no one cheering for me? Haruno Sakura exclaimed. That annoying Naruto. With that, Sakura rushed to the railing, shouting down at the somewhat smug Naruto, you scoundrel. Huh, Sakura, what's wrong? Naruto immediately switched to his eager demeanor. You despicable guy, I will definitely beat you up. Naruto smiled. My smile won't fade, it will only shift. Imitating Ino's demeanor, Sakura felt a surge of relief, and a smile spread across her face, while Naruto appeared increasingly beleaguered. Chapter 31. The Fierce Little Ino and the Crybaby Pink-Haired Girl I Woo. The little pink-haired girl's words were cut short as tears streamed down her face. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, let me take my turn as it. Indeed, it was somewhat excessive to have her be it all morning. All right, Sakura, let us quickly find a place to hide. There is no way we will allow Naruto to discover us. As Ino observed Naruto's somewhat flustered demeanor, it became evident to her that he was not one to offer comfort. Without hesitation, she took Sakura's hand and led her away. Naruto cast a grateful glance at Ino, who responded with a playful wink. Now, it is my turn to be the seeker. You all better hide well. Taking a deep breath, Naruto steadied himself. He needed to play his role as the seeker diligently so that everyone could kick the can he was guarding. After closing his eyes and silently counting to 60, he slowly opened them. The park was devoid of any children's presence. Just with a glance, he spotted a tuft of pink hair in the bushes. Surely, Sakura believed that hiding in plain sight would keep her from being found. No, it was essential that Sakura gets a turn to kick the can, otherwise, she would surely feel disheartened. With that thought in mind, Naruto began to walk toward her hiding spot. Where could she be? Surely not concealed within the bushes? If she had not hidden well, he would have to find her. What is that? It seems like a foot. Wait, there's movement behind me. Suddenly, Naruto pivoted and sprinted backward, drawn by the sound nearby. Sakura trembled in fear, feeling a sudden chill at her backside. This was bad. Such exposure would lead Naruto to discover her. In a hurry, she concealed her lower body within the bushes. Naruto remained still, shaking his head in exasperation as he watched Sakura's trembling form. Sakura burst into laughter, prompting Ino to join her in mirth. With clenched fists and her head bowed, Sakura's cheeks flushed red. What was the difference between this and having her embarrassing moments revealed publicly? It's all right, Sakura. Ino stifled her laughter as she patted Sakura's shoulder. Although Naruto's intent was mischievous, he was surprisingly gentle. Otherwise, someone would surely end up in tears. Still looking down, Sakura muttered, once this viewing session concludes, Naruto, you are finished. Naruto, engrossed in the game, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Shikamaru, I found you. Choji, there you are. Ino, be careful up there. You might fall, so come down. In no time, Naruto had uncovered the hiding spots of everyone. He had been attentive to their preferred locations while they were concealed. Naruto, you're impressive. You found us so quickly, Choji remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. If you hadn't been munching on chips while hiding, I might not have found you so swiftly, Naruto replied with a chuckle. What? Sakura has not been found yet? Ino inquired, astonished. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and reclined with his hands behind his head. This is troublesome. Observing Shikamaru's gaze, Ino followed it, and indeed spotted the conspicuous pink-haired girl concealed in the bushes. Too obvious. In her view, it was so easy to spot Sakura that Naruto would certainly find her. Was Naruto deliberately avoiding finding Sakura? Perhaps he wished for her to have a turn kicking the can, to rescue them? Contemplating this, Ino's gaze toward Naruto shifted subtly. Sakura, you are the last one left. Please hide well, and find an opportunity to save us. Ino called out. The other children rallied behind her, encouraging Sakura. I will find Sakura soon, Naruto said cheerfully, deliberately running away from her location. The footsteps grew closer, rendering Sakura so frightened that she scarcely dared to breathe. Soon, however, a gentle breeze brushed against her, and the footsteps receded. Surely, he must have hidden near the fountain. Naruto left a comment purposely for Sakura to overhear. The fountain was indeed the farthest spot from where they were. Watching Naruto move away from her, Sakura exhaled in relief but remained motionless. After a while, Ino could no longer bear it and urged Sakura to come out and save them. Finally, gathering her courage, Sakura dashed out. With a clang, the can soared far away, and Sakura's face turned crimson. This was her first time kicking the can. Sakura, you are amazing. Ino, as the childhood leader, offered her praises generously. Wow, Sakura actually kicked it. Naruto quickly reappeared, and everyone scattered again. Under Naruto's guidance, nearly every child had a turn kicking the can, smiles illuminating their faces. Only Ino and Shikamaru noticed Naruto's intent. Shikamaru, still with his hands behind his head, approached Naruto. This is troublesome. Let me be the seeker next. Sure. I can switch with you, Ino said as she pinched Naruto's arm. Did you really think we wouldn't notice? You didn't need to go to such lengths. Ino whispered, feigning a fierce tone. Have I been discovered? Naruto blinked in surprise. But upon reflection, it was only natural. Shikamaru appeared lazy yet was quite astute, while Ino was exceptionally observant. Besides, he had assumed they were merely children and had not concealed his intentions too thoroughly. After all, aside from Shikamaru and Ino, the other children were all joyously engaged, weren't they? Yamanaka Ino. Did you think you could deceive my keen eyes? Uchiha Izuna. What a pity for this child. If not for Senju Tobirama's foolishness, both Naruto and his counterpart would thrive healthily. Senju Tobirama, is this never-ending? Is it my fault? Uchiha Izuna, not yours. Whose fault could it be then? Senju Hashirama, mine. Uchiha Madara, ha, Hashirama, as long as you know. Ino shrank her neck. She dared not interject amidst the quarrel of these ancestors. Meanwhile, the large black frame screen drew closer to the conclusion of the game. Naruto did not continue as the seeker, but rather became Shikamaru. With Ino's guidance, Sakura learned about her singular moment of kicking the can. Under Ino's embellishments, Sakura was moved to tears. Crying? Timing was essential. Soon, the weepy one was the first to be found. Before long, Shikamaru had discovered everyone. After finding Sakura first, he focused on locating Naruto. The game concluded, leaving the little one somewhat unsatisfied. At that moment, 3 figures appeared at the park entrance. Is that the child? Yes. He is the spitting image of Minato. Hey, Ino seems quite fond of that child. Kazuma, let us not discuss this now. Is it truly safe for the children to interact? On the round and plump face of Chiyo Dao Dingzhua, a smile emerged. However, Shan Zhonghai, observing his daughter laughing and joking with Xiao Mingren, felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite knowing that the child was the offspring of the 4th Hokage, who had once sacrificed himself to protect Konoha, and the former Jinchuriki Kusina, his heart ached. The little cotton-padded jacket had yet to warm up. He wished it wouldn't let in the cold so soon. Shanzhong Ino asked, Dad, what are you talking about? She rolled her eyes at her father, slightly exasperated. Sakura blinked, subconsciously wondering if this meant that Sasuke would belong to her alone. Yet, as she gazed at her reflection on the black-framed screen, something felt amiss. In the Pure Land, watching the black-framed Naruto, Kushina's eyes reddened, though she held back her tears. I'm sorry, Naruto. I couldn't be by your side. As a mother, she could not bear to witness such scenes. Her child bore too much pressure, never treating himself as a child, always having to tread carefully even when playing with peers. In contrast, she preferred this black-framed Naruto. A sensible child always evokes affection. As for the golden-framed Naruto, she cherished him too, but he was easily influenced, which caused her great heartache. Uchiha Mikoto sighed. Kushina, you know those old geezers have always been wary of us. That night, when the Kyuubi appeared, Its eyes bore the Sharingan pattern. Both Fugaku and I have investigated. It could not have been one of our own who acted. Afterward, we were driven to the outskirts of Konoha, and due to our identities, members of the Uchiha clan were not permitted to approach Naruto, the new Jinchuriki. Kusina waved her hand dismissively. She understood her dear friend well and could never blame her. Moreover, when Minato brought Naruto back, he had mentioned that the assailant was that damned masked man, most likely Uchiha Obito from back then. Upon Mikoto's reminder, Kusina furrowed her brow, laying out the situation. Mikoto's exquisite brows knitted slightly. The masked Uchiha? Both women pondered. The black frame screen continued to display. Really? Why are you crying again? Ino helplessly patted Sakura's back. Then she glanced at Naruto, intending to speak, only to find that his attention was elsewhere, as if he were intently listening to something. Turning around, she saw her father had arrived to pick her up. Dad. Ino waved her small hand. Upon noticing, Shan Zhonghai, whose expression had been somewhat gloomy, instantly donned a radiant smile. Ino's glance met Shikamaru's, who eyed Xiao Mingren before looking back at his father. Is he concentrating on listening to what Dad is saying? My dad is here too, Naruto, goodbye. Dingzi stomped excitedly. With his father arriving, they would surely stop by the food street before heading home. Well, I'll head back first. Goodbye, Naruto. Shikamaru contemplated but didn't extend an invitation. He was aware that Naruto's identity was somewhat sensitive. Even if nothing would happen, it would surely cause his father some trouble. I'm leaving too, Naruto. Ino hesitated. Seeing that Shikamaru had not made a statement, she would not act rashly either. Goodbye. Xiao Mingren smiled, waving at the three as they followed their fathers away. He felt no particular emotion about their departure. However, shortly after, a smile crept onto his lips. Shikamaru's father seemed smarter than Shikamaru himself. The words he had just spoken were likely intended for him, and he had promptly sensed Xiao Mingren eavesdropping. Watching the three families leave, Xiao Mingren took a deep breath. This way, he could obtain useful information through them. The feeling of being monitored was not as intense as before. Was it because of Ino and the others' fathers? Xiao Mingren shook his head. Everything would wait until tomorrow. If he acquired valuable knowledge, he planned to refrain from utilizing Shikamaru and the others for the time being. Nara Shikaku remarked, a clever child. He knows I spoke deliberately for him to hear. Shan Zhonghai replied, that's not the point. The focus is that this child is indeed exceptional. Chiu Dao Dingzhou added. Minato, you have an outstanding child. Wolfeng Minato responded, thank you, Dingzhou-senpai. Kusina interjected, did I allow you to speak? Minato chuckled. The half-embodied Kyubi laughed heartily. This feeling was quintessentially Kusina. If given the choice, the half-embodied Kyubi would prefer to remain in Naruto's ceiling space, at least to avoid suffering. It was wiser to avoid provoking the women of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, once offended, Xiao Mingren looked up at the sun. It was noon, time for lunch. I should go check on he began, but then noticed, Sakura, why are you still here? The children who had been playing earlier had all returned to eat. He hadn't noticed that Sakura had been standing right behind him, clutching his clothes as he prepared to leave. Thank you, Ino told me everything. Sakura's eyes were slightly red as she shyly expressed her gratitude to Xiao Mingren. You should head back too. Xiao Mingren smiled, eager only to see if his trap had yielded any rewards, ideally capturing a plump rabbit. Where are you going? Sakura asked instinctively as Xiao Mingren turned to leave. To eat lunch, he replied without looking back. Wait for me. Sakura hurriedly followed. Xiao Mingren frowned. Is there something? Looking at the girl with short pink hair and a red bow atop her wide forehead, he patiently inquired. My mom and dad are not home. They gave me a lot of money to eat out by myself. I heard Ino say you're very brave and strong, and you're gentle with others. Because you don't have your parents, you are often bullied by those bad people, but you are not afraid at all. You even dare to fight back. Seeing Sakura becoming inexplicably excited, Xiao Mingren did not deny anything. Thanks for the compliment. If there's nothing else, I really need to go. I'm hungry. I want to treat you to lunch. My home is not far from Ichiraku Ramen. I've seen you from afar a few times. And I know where to buy delicious food at a cheap price. Xiao Mingren paused. Sakura added, can I also become brave like you? You want to invite me to lunch? Xiao Mingren did not respond, but turned back to ask. Yes. I will also take you to a shop that few people know about. The owner is very nice and won't bully anyone. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The things there are half the usual price, but they can't be kept for too long. Xiao Mingren glanced at her and then turned away without looking back. Sakura stood there feeling a bit dejected. She wanted to thank Xiao Mingren for allowing her to kick the can without being bullied or laughed at. even taking the initiative to act as the ghost for her. Just as her eyes began to glisten, a small hand waved in front of her. What are you dawdling for? Keep up. Chapter 33. The long-term meal tickets of Black-Frame Naruto impossible? Sakura was stunned. She knew her own expression too well. That look was unmistakable. In approximately half a month, Sasuke will join our class. Sakura, what are you doing? Suddenly, Sakura looked up and saw Ino and Hanabi staring at her, along with Hinata. When did you wake up, Hinata? Wait, Hinata, why do your eyes seem a bit forlorn? Hinata, I assure you, it's not what you think. Sakura's heart tightened as she hurried to the railing. Peering down, she saw Naruto grinning foolishly below. She could faintly hear him conversing with Neji. Haha, Neji, it seems like Sakura falls for this. Should I do the same with her? That would surely make her devoted to me. Neji sighed, rubbing his forehead, sensing Naruto's deliberate antics. Just as he was about to speak well of Hinata, Sakura's voice echoed from the stands. Idiot Naruto, give up on that. My heart belongs to Sasuke. Naruto's smile froze. Damn Sasuke, I challenge you to a duel. Neji, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him. Naruto, not again. Calm down. Neji's expression was serious, but the slap was a bit too hard, causing Naruto to roll his eyes. Did I strike that hard? Wait. Neji suddenly froze, recalling the rules established when the viewing system first arrived, which forbade any aggressive behavior during the viewing. If I can hardly activate my Byakugan, how can I hit Naruto? The large black-framed screen continued to display the scene. In the back mountain. Is Naruto still not here? Sakura was already breathless and panting heavily. Little Naruto glanced back at her. I'm here. As soon as he spoke, little Naruto halted. Sakura, caught off guard, bumped into his back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Sakura quickly apologized. However, she noticed little Naruto remained unresponsive. Hastily, she stepped forward, following his gaze. A pure white rabbit lay in the grass ahead, seemingly trapped by something. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. From this distance, she could clearly see the little rabbit's heart racing due to anxiety. It's so pitiful, Sakura remarked with a hint of sympathy. Little Naruto glanced at her, but remained silent. Sakura lowered her head, refraining from further comments. Half an hour later, waves of smoke rose. Gurgle. Tears of sorrow escaped from the corners of Sakura's mouth. She swallowed hard. It smells so good. Isn't it ready yet? Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, feeling frustrated with herself. You're really troublesome, Ino teased. Sakura's face flushed instantly. Hinata, pouting, gazed enviously at Sakura on screen, thinking that she had discovered Naruto's goodness first. Is this for me? Sakura's eyes widened. She looked at the half-roasted rabbit in her hands. This won't be enough. I'll need to have more later. Little Naruto nodded, taking a bite of the roasted rabbit. It was delicious and fragrant, though slightly lacking in vegetables. No worries, someone will treat us later. Of course, the most important thing is that the shop has prices significantly lower than usual. Seeing little Naruto enjoy the meal, Sakura no longer held back. So tasty. Sakura's eyes sparkled. She had never tasted rabbit meat like this before. Gone was her earlier reluctance, almost wishing for extra cumin. Before long, the two had devoured the entire roasted rabbit. Sakura licked her lips, still wanting more. Do you enjoy barbecuing during outings? Little Naruto suddenly asked. Absolutely. Sakura nodded eagerly. Then let us go. We'll stop here for today. Little Naruto stood up, extending his hand. Sakura hesitated for a moment before shyly placing her hand in his. After pulling Sakura up and confirming that the feeling of being watched was faint, little Naruto lowered his voice slightly, saying, Shikamaru and the others would surely be interested. If you like it, we can frequently come here to barbecue. Yes. Sakura blinked. Knowing Ino would love it, the environment was excellent. In school, Ino took us for picnics, but it wasn't like how you do it, Naruto. Little Naruto smirked. All right. Let us come here together in a couple of days. Please inform Ino and Shikamaru. Sure. Sakura agreed without hesitation. Senju Tobirama remarked, good lad. Is he planning to make those little ones his long-term patrons? You're mistaken. The second Hokage, Kuratsuchi, interjected. Little Naruto not only provides skills, but also emotions, allowing those youngsters to have fun fishing, catching shrimp, and crabs. If I had such a friend in my youth, I wouldn't hesitate to spend my allowance on ingredients for a barbecue. Indeed, Inuzuka Kiba chimed in. What Lady Mizukage said is true, even in the black-framed world. I would have no reason to refuse. Nara Shikamaru added, although it's troublesome, if fishing is involved, I wouldn't mind either. Akimichi Choji exclaimed. As long as there's barbecue, I'm in. Sakura interjected. So am I just a messenger? Ino wrapped her arms around Sakura. You're the first to taste the culinary skills of Black Frame Naruto, and you're still not satisfied? Look at how envious Hinata is. As she spoke, Ino pulled Hinata over. Hinata's face turned red as she stammered that she wasn't envious, but who would believe that? However, with Ino's playful antics, the earlier awkward atmosphere dissipated. Wait, Ino, you seem to have misspoken. Shouldn't I be the first to taste the culinary skills of Big Brother Black Frame Naruto? Hanabi's words were cut off by Ino. It doesn't count. She's not human. Ino stated matter-of-factly. In the short street, boss. I remember you sell roasted rabbits here. Bring one up for me to try, and add extra cumin. It better be roasted just like how Black Frame Naruto does it. Oh, and bring a bottle of sake too. Shizune, you should drink a little, it won't be dangerous. After little Naruto and Sakura left the back mountain, they headed straight for Ichiraku Ramen. He had run out of money long ago. During this time, he had been eating wild vegetables, grilled fish, and snails. No matter how delicious, one would eventually tire of it. Today he had just received money, but he didn't plan to spend too much. This was the first time someone treated him to a meal. Little Naruto was very happy, so he unhesitatingly chose Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, it's you, Naruto. At this hour, the ramen shop was relatively empty, as lunchtime had passed. The hand-pulled noodles chef smiled kindly upon seeing Naruto. Naruto, have you made friends? I am peeked out from the kitchen, hearing the commotion. Yes, uncle, I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Naruto seated himself with the somewhat shy Sakura. Although her home was nearby, Sakura had never eaten here before. She eventually ordered the same ramen as little Naruto. The chef even added an egg for them. After the meal, Sakura rubbed her slightly round belly, guiding little Naruto as they meandered through alleyways. They finally stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated shop. Little Naruto looked up. It was a store for handling near-expired food. No wonder it's so cheap. Thank you, Sakura, little Naruto said earnestly. Sakura was rendered speechless by his earnest demeanor, hastily waving her hands in denial. Naruto, with a gentle smile, reassured her, stating that it was fine and that she need not accompany him in the future. Observing the slight redness in Sakura's eyes, Naruto felt a twinge of compassion. After all, it was his presence that had led her to be scolded alongside him. His primary intention was to gain the trust of that despicable leader. Otherwise, he would have long since hurled stones at that group. Undoubtedly, Naruto would continue to endure both now and in the future. However, he would never forget the resentment and anger that would gradually accumulate, and when the time came for him to spread his wings, he would ensure they all paid for their transgressions. Are you all right, Naruto? Have you always been this way? Sakura inquired. The moment he offered consolation, memories of the insults and curses she had just heard flooded her mind, bringing her spirits down. Tears streamed down like precious pearls. Orochimaru remarked that hearing was merely hearing. True empathy was a challenging endeavor. Only through personal experience could one genuinely comprehend Naruto's feelings and understand the life he led. Chapter 34. A turning point. As Sakura gazed at the black-framed screen, she watched Naruto tenderly wipe away his tears. In that moment, she found herself somewhat moved. Since becoming teammates, her perception of Naruto had significantly shifted, and her fondness for him had grown. However, he still paled in comparison to Sasuke. Ino smacked her lips. Truth be told, she held little affection for Sasuke. Although she was drawn to looks, Sasuke did not pique her interest. She had only claimed to like him to tease Sakura. Yet, the once timid pink-haired girl had suddenly become bold enough to challenge her, igniting Ino's competitive spirit. The image of Naruto with long hair would undoubtedly be striking, she mused. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to Minato. Long hair would suit him splendidly. Yamanaka Rinya's face softened with nostalgia. Mother, have you ever met Naruto's father? Not just his mother, but I also know Naruto's mother. She was quite the vibrant young lady. In truth, Kusina had also faced bullying in her youth. Hearing this, Ino rolled her eyes. Well, if that's the case, it only strengthens my belief that the leaf under the old man's rule is quite lacking. By the way, Mother, what did Aunt Kusina mean about the land of whirlpools? Yamanaka Rinya was taken aback by Ino's sudden inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. As the matriarch of the Yamanaka clan, one of the major clans of Konoha, she was aware of many truths hidden from the public eye. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, she sighed. To speak of it, what you mentioned earlier is true. During the third Hokage's leadership, the leaf indeed faced certain inadequacies. A mother-daughter bond resonated within Ino, who couldn't help but feel a pang of understanding. Her eyes involuntarily twitched. Mother, could it be that Konoha was involved as well? Yamanaka Rinya nodded. Ino rolled her eyes again. Konoha is truly a mess. In response, Yamanaka Rinya could only shake her head in resignation, lightly tapping her daughter's forehead. The Inuzuka clan had ties to the Hokage's lineage, and thus, even when reluctant, there were times when they had to share in the benefits. It was also the third Hokage's investment to solidify their allegiance. Yamanaka Rinya's meaning was clear, and Ino, no longer a child, understood. What more was there to say? Ultimately, under Sakura's insistence, Naruto returned home with a basket brimming with nearly expired food. Sakura felt it insufficient and wished to take more, but Naruto could carry no more. Pounding her chest, she declared, "Fear not, my allowance is ample." Thus, a new tale followed Naruto. For the first time, the refrigerator at Naruto's home was genuinely full. The food was about 10 days past its expiration date. Given Naruto's current appetite, finishing it within 10 days posed no challenge. "Thank you, Sakura. You are simply adorable," Kusina expressed. "Oh no, Auntie, you flatter me. Naruto is truly wonderful, yet he is bullied by those people, and I cannot stand by idly." In the golden-framed world, Sakura had helped Naruto numerous times in their childhood, otherwise he would not hold such affection for her. Hinata gasped in disbelief. Aunt Kusina actually praised Sakura first. Wah! Sakura, gazing at Naruto's empty room, felt a pang of sadness. Yet, Naruto was there to comfort her. For him, things were already quite satisfactory. If this trend continued, he would surely thrive like those young vegetable sprouts. The following day, as dawn broke, Naruto noticed 2 books on the table that had not been there before. They appeared rather thick. He was not particularly surprised. After yawning, he approached the sink to wash up, taking his time. After all, the books would still be there, and he could wash up first. Once the sensation of being watched dissipated, Naruto began brushing his teeth, muttering, "Kitsune, we are on the brink of a new chapter. Once I learn most of these characters, I can acquire a wealth of useful books from Shikamaru and the others." After finishing his morning routine, Naruto prepared his breakfast, which consisted of bread and milk bought the day before from the nearly expired section. After a brief warming, he sat down at the table, enjoying his meal while glancing at the 2 thick books before him. One was titled 50 Sounds and Characters, and the other was The Will of Fire. Flipping over The Will of Fire, he noted that it was authored by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3rd Hokage, you say? No rush. Once I learn, I'll know the name of that old coot. Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed his excited heart. The sight of the book on the 50 Sounds and Characters stirred his enthusiasm. He quickly began flipping through its pages. His breakfast took half an hour, after which he marked the sections he did not understand with a pencil. He resolved to bring it to Shikamaru the next day for assistance, certain that Shikamaru would oblige. Strangely, despite Shikamaru's apparent laziness and nonchalance, Naruto instinctively trusted that he would possess the knowledge. Orochimaru remarked, "Quite splendid. We can consider this the first turning point in the life of black-framed Naruto." Uchiha Izuna responded, "This child is remarkable. If only he were of the Uchiha clan." Terumi May mused, "If only he were from the Hidden Mist village and lived near my home." Anoki chimed in, "If only he were from the Hidden Stone village and had grown up alongside Akatsuchi." Akatsuchi looked bewildered. The 4th Raikage interjected, "If only he were from." Uchiha Izuna had started a chain reaction, and everyone quickly joined in. This left Naruto feeling envious. However, he was not lacking either, whenever he spoke. If Kushina's voice did not appear, someone would immediately invite him to defect from Konoha and join their village. The entire morning was spent in study for Naruto. He intended to remain at home all day, having filled the old refrigerator yesterday. Today, it would finally serve its purpose. Meanwhile, in the park, the trio gathered as usual. Sakura promptly recounted the events of the previous day. "Is that so?" Shikamaru mused. "What do you think, Choji?" Choji scratched his head, feeling somewhat tempted, particularly by Sakura's description of roasted rabbit, which made him salivate. "It sounds troublesome, but fishing does sound quite enjoyable. You can play and doze off simultaneously," Shikamaru shrugged. "That's what picnicking is all about. Plus, there's a thrill of adventure. I'm in. Later, I will return home and ask my mother for money." In Ino's eyes, a glimmer of longing appeared. "Indeed, it would be better not to let Naruto pay. I will also ask my mom for money later," Shikamaru nodded. Sakura's words revealed quite a bit of information. Naruto is impoverished, yet he possesses skills in catching shrimp and crabs and is quite adept at cooking. This alone is sufficient. Besides, a few ingredients are merely trifles, and for the three of them, pocket money is practically enough. I'll just ask my mom and bring some meat from home. Dingy suggested. Why is it that none of you are asking your fathers? Sakura inquired, somewhat puzzled. The three little ones exchanged glances and then gave Sakura a look, urging her to figure it out herself. Ultimately, they lost their enthusiasm for continued play. They were all discussing what to do and what to bring for tomorrow. They were all eagerly anticipating the outdoor activities proposed by Naruto. Wait. Suddenly, Ino halted everyone's discussion and turned to Sakura. Sakura, didn't you just mention that you would be going home with Naruto? Yes, Sakura nodded. Ino waved her hand. Then let us head over directly. No matter how much we deliberate here, Naruto wouldn't know. Isn't it better to go find him? That makes sense, Dingy nodded. I have no objections, Shikamaru said, hands in his pockets. In the end, their gazes fell back on Sakura. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ino asked. Gulp. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Chapter 35. Not letting any opportunity to absorb external nourishment slip by. That is perfect. Ino thought it was something serious. Just in time for us to taste Naruto's culinary skills. I'll go home and grab some meat. Dingy exclaimed. At noon, little Naruto set down the literacy book in his hands and took a sip of warm water. It's time to eat. Let us give our brains a chance to digest the content. He was not in a hurry, as haste often leads to mistakes. However, after a short while, he heard a knock on his door. Upon opening it, he saw the four little ones standing outside. Naruto. Ino's lips curled into a smile. What is going on? Little Naruto was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't he the gathering scheduled for tomorrow? Yet, seeing the meat in Shikamaru and Dingy's hands, he began to understand. He smiled and stepped aside to let them in. Shikamaru made things easier. Once inside, the three little ones scrutinized little Naruto's dwelling, unwittingly comparing it to their own. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Naruto, do you live here all by yourself? Ino asked, a hint of sympathy in her voice. Little Naruto nodded and took the bag handed to him by Dingy. This was the first time he had seen such fresh meat. My dad knew I was coming, so he specifically asked me to bring this fresh meat. Naruto, I'm counting on you. When it comes to food, Dingy was particularly serious. Little Naruto was startled by Dingy's demeanor. How about we cook it the way I usually do? Stew and stir fry? Of course. Dingy's eyes brightened. I've also prepared some vegetables. Little Naruto nodded with a smile and then went to the balcony to pick some vegetables. The four of them followed, all curious and asking questions. Watching little Naruto busily working while standing on a chair, Ino and Sakura volunteered to help. Dingy, seeing this, was unwilling to lag behind. Shikamaru shrugged and was about to fetch a chair when little Naruto suddenly lowered his voice and said, Shikamaru, could you please help me check the books on my desk? I've marked the parts one don't understand, and I thought you might know. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru shot him a glance, thinking it was a hassle. Watching Shikamaru's lazy figure, little Naruto smiled. There was no hint of refusal or inquiry about the book. This indirectly indicated that Shikamaru was confident in resolving his queries. With this thought, little Naruto couldn't help but smile even more. Of course, this also indirectly proved that Shikamaru's family certainly had many books. Naruto, how do we handle this? Ino's voice came. Ah, how delightful. I wish I could have such a childhood. Ino said enviously, hugging Hinata. Hinata also showed a look of envy. If only our Naruto were as handsome and capable. Looking at his appearance in the black frame world, I believe we will often be together in the future. Saying this, Ino comforted Hinata, saying, Don't worry, Hinata. Maybe you will join us too? Just wait a bit. When winter comes, it will be your stage. Upon hearing this, Hinata slightly lowered her head. Will Naruto still rescue me? He already has so many friends. He probably won't wander around, right? It's no wonder Hinata feels anxious. After all, this black frame Naruto gives her the impression of being too wise. He has even overshadowed the charming feeling brought by the golden frame Naruto. Thinking of this, Hinata's cheeks flushed. What if such a clever Naruto discovers my little thoughts? In the afternoon, Dingy rubbed his round belly and gave little Naruto a thumbs up, then unceremoniously lay on the ground. I'm so full and comfortable. Naruto, where did you learn all this? Dingy couldn't help but ask. This taste is no less than any delicacy he has eaten elsewhere. Little Naruto smiled as he poured everyone a drink. I usually go to Iraku Ramen and always consult the old man there. The old man said that once you master one culinary skill, mastering others becomes a matter of course. Is that so? Dingy scratched his head, not quite understanding. In the kitchen, Ino and Sakura were washing the dishes. Originally, little Naruto had refused, But Ino insisted on showing off, so let her take care of it. Naruto, did you learn all this in just one morning? Shikamaru, putting down his literacy book, looked at little Naruto with surprise. Yes, is it slow? Little Naruto sat down. No, you're just putting in too much effort. I've already finished reading and can teach you now. In the time that followed, Ino and the other two saw that little Naruto and Shikamaru were learning energetically. So they joined in as well. In what should have been a time for play, they were instead brought along by little Naruto to learn. And their little teacher was undoubtedly the already well-versed Shikamaru. Senju Tobirama, the Nara clan's boy, is indeed as astute as ever. Nara Shikaku, Lord Tobirama, you flatter me. Hearing the comments in the chat room, Temari glanced at the lazy Shikamaru beside her and shook her head helplessly. This guy still lacks motivation. However, looking at Naruto on the large screen framed in black, Temari furrowed her brow slightly. Will the future unfold this way? Temari distinctly remembered meeting Uzumaki Naruto upon her arrival in Konoha. At that time, he seemed like nothing more than a harmless little blonde. But now, it appears that this blonde boy poses quite a threat, housing within him a great fox with power comparable to Shikaku. The five of them studied until the sun set. Having spent an entire day away from home, it was inevitable that their families would worry. Thus, Shikamaru led Dingy and Ino to leave first. Shikamaru, tomorrow please help me bring some books. But keep them hidden, I don't want those guys to find out. Little Naruto lowered his voice and said to Shikamaru. Each time that feeling of being monitored temporarily faded, little Naruto would share some thoughts with Shikamaru. After Shikamaru connected the scattered information, he was astonished by the revelation. However, he expressed his inability to assist Naruto in his current predicament. Naruto smiled in response, fully aware of his unique status and refraining from pressuring a recently acquainted friend. He merely requested Shikamaru to inquire with his father about the possibility of bringing him some books. After bidding farewell to the trio, Naruto returned home, where he found Sakura standing there, somewhat bashful. Your parents haven't returned yet, have they? Naruto inquired. Sakura nodded weakly. Then stay for dinner, and I'll escort you home afterward. Naruto naturally did not wish to let her leave just yet, especially considering that the fully stocked refrigerator was a result of Sakura's efforts. Thank you, she said, pressing her lips together in gratitude. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and turned to busy himself in the kitchen, while Sakura followed him like a devoted shadow. With Ino absent, the two enjoyed a quieter atmosphere. After dinner, Naruto escorted Sakura back home. On the way, as he sensed the feeling of being watched dissipate, he leaned in and whispered, Sakura, for tomorrow's picnic, could you please bring me a couple of books? Any will do, just one or two. He added, if possible. I would appreciate your help in the future as well. He revealed he had 20,000 Ryo on him, but having already promised some to Shikamaru, he could only give her 10,000 for now. As he spoke, Naruto slipped an envelope into Sakura's pocket. Huh. Oh, okay, she responded. Feeling her cheeks warm from the breath, he exhaled while speaking. But in an instant, Naruto distanced himself, asking, You didn't forget your keys, did you? Chapter 36. The breezy cotton jacket. Darkness approaches quietly. Time flew by, and before long, summer had passed. On the winter solstice, Naruto accompanied Ino home. Don't you usually return with Shikamaru and the others? He asked, bemused by her occasional request for him to escort her. It was unavoidable. She had given him too much. What does it matter? Ino replied, taking his hand. How about I bring you an extra book tomorrow? It's one I worked hard to find about history. She was astonished to learn how expensive historical books could be, often unattainable. Yamashiro Hachi, Naruto Uzumaki. Upon witnessing this scene, Naruto's father turned crimson. Uncle, that's not me. I'm right here. Naruto protested. Yamashiro Hachi, no need for words. Without further ado, he brushed aside Akimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku's hands, climbed onto the railing, and prepared to jump. Fortunately, he recalled he couldn't utilize chakra at that moment and quickly scrambled back down the stairs. Dad, where are you going? Ino asked, puzzled by Yamashiro Hachi's hurried descent. It's nothing. I just need some fresh air, he replied without turning back. Ino exchanged glances with her mother, and they both chuckled in unison. Look how flustered he is. That is his other self from the black-framed world, not the one from this world. If anyone should be anxious, it's that version of him. Senju Tobirama, is everything related to history band? Anoki, isn't that quite normal? Karatsuchi, no wonder the villagers seem so uninformed. It turns out they are forbidden texts. Maki, indeed, if these actual events were to become known to the public, The third Hokage might find it challenging to maintain internal stability in Konoha. Chio, I would argue that the matter of the Konoha White Fang has certainly been concealed. Chio, cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it weren't for you, I would have avenged my son and daughter-in-law. Kusina Uzumaki. Naruto seems to have grown a bit taller again. Thank you. Ino. Yamashiro Ino. Mom says you're welcome. Yamashiro Rina was not in the chat room, so Ino was responding on her behalf. Kusina Uzumaki. It's Ino. I doubt your mother would refuse this marriage proposal. Ino. Aunt Kusina, please don't continue this topic. And why did we suddenly jump to marriage? Ino felt a chill run down her spine. There was no need to guess. Hinata's gaze was unmistakable. That girl's face practically screamed longing. Yamashiro Ino. Haha, Aunt Kusina. Hinata would definitely not refuse. Kusina Uzumaki. Is that so? Hinata, are you there? You haven't spoken. I thought you weren't in this chat room. Hinata Hyuga. I am here. Ino glanced back at Hinata, whose face was flushed, and silently sighed in relief. A slight smile crept onto her lips. This girl was quite amusing. She leaned closer and whispered a few words. Hinata's head felt as though it might burst into flames. What's going on? Naruto suddenly halted. Over the past few days, the sensation of being watched had not been particularly strong. At times, there were even stretches when no one seemed to be monitoring him. Moreover, the atmosphere in the village felt somewhat off. Each time he accompanied Sakura or Ino home, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Today, however, the atmosphere felt distinctly wrong. Snow. It's snowing. Ino exclaimed, gazing up at the flakes drifting from the sky with childlike excitement. She tugged at Naruto, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Naruto raised his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which melted swiftly upon landing in his palm. It's snowing, the first snowfall of winter. After a brief silence, Naruto looked up and gently said, "Let us head back. Remember to wear something warm tomorrow." "Okay," Ino replied, turning back with a beaming smile directed at Naruto. However, she soon noticed that Naruto's smile seemed to be fading. "What are you looking at?" she asked, waving her hand in front of him. Seeing Naruto's lack of response, she quickly followed his gaze. "Ah!" Ino shrieked, hurriedly hiding behind Naruto. Frowning, he shielded Ino with his body, his expression turning vigilant. "Who goes there?" he called out, eyeing the dark alley with suspicion. It was shrouded in shadows, yet he discerned a tall figure lurking within. In the darkness, the person's eyes glimmered ominously as they fixated on them. This is not good. Yamashiro Hachi halted in his tracks. As a devoted father, he panicked at the sight. The onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for Naruto and Ino, as the atmosphere resembled a scene from a horror film. However, to everyone's surprise, Ino, why haven't you returned home so late? As the figure drew closer, Naruto continued to back away, protecting Ino, until the shadowy figure finally spoke. Ino froze, then cautiously peered from behind Naruto. Dad, Naruto echoed, equally taken aback. As the figure emerged from the darkness and the faint light illuminated his features, Naruto realized this was indeed Ino's father. Although his gaze held an unsettling quality, it felt different from the previous malice he had sensed. It did not induce discomfort. Instead, it left Naruto feeling somewhat awkward. "Father, why are you hiding there? Why won't you make a sound?" As Jinye let out a sigh of relief, she shot an annoyed glance at her father. Yamashiro Ichi twitched the corner of his eye. He had not intended to speak, but ultimately could not resist stepping out of the alley to observe the two. "Is that your father? You startled me." Yamashiro Ryo patted her chest, feeling a bit shaken. Indeed, that was quite frightening. Jinye shot a look at the back of Yamashiro Ichi. "Is it coming?" Hinata Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. The first snowfall of that winter. To this day, he still vividly remembers every detail. "You should head home." Yamashiro Ichi shook his head helplessly, suppressing the urge to give the little yellow-haired boy a thrashing. He still had a mission to attend to. "Understood," Jinye replied curtly. She then hurriedly pulled Naruto along, swiftly crossing the dimly lit street. However, at that moment, Naruto furrowed his brows. Jinye's father, Shikamaru's father, and Choji's father seemed to have a good relationship. Choji once mentioned that their families are well known as the Inoshikacho trio. Yamashiro bore Nara deer, a Kimichi butterfly. In light of this, their status and standing in Konoha should be quite significant. Just now, Jinye's father's demeanor seemed somewhat off. Has something happened? Chapter 37. The Guiding Party and Black Frame Naruto. The Underhanded Scheme of Cloud Hidden. See you tomorrow. Yes, there will be a celebration tomorrow. We will come find you then. After bidding farewell to Jinye, Naruto did not retrace his steps. Instead, he took a roundabout path. Honestly, that earlier scene had startled him a bit. Jinya's father's gaze seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. Ha ha ha. Akimichi Choza showed no signs of restraint whatsoever. Senju Hashirama. This child remains unperturbed in the face of matters. Uzumaki Mito. He is nothing like Kusina. Uzumaki Mito, yet. This is precisely what makes Black Frame Naruto most formidable. Nara Shikaku sighed. Black Frame Naruto bore a striking resemblance to the former Minato. Ichi must be dreading what is to come. Although many factors influenced the events of that year, the fact remains that in just one night, the only candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was taken by Minato. Akimichi Choza patted Nara Shikaku on the shoulder. It's all right. Their children will still be pigs in the end. Look, doesn't Jinya's hair color resemble Naruto's? My concerns lie elsewhere. Nara Shikaku waved his hand dismissively. The third Hokage in the Black Frame world cannot possibly be unaware of this matter. Yet, he has not intervened to prevent us from proceeding. Coupled with the third's attitude towards Naruto, I fear that in the Black Frame world, apart from Hinata, we must also include our three families. What? Akimichi Choza blinked in surprise. It's nothing. Seeing his friend like this, Nara Shikaku could only shake his head and let out a bitter smile. Well, I will heed your advice. Akimichi Choza laughed carefreely. Naturally, Akimichi Choza was not oblivious to the situation. With Shikaku around, he could easily deduce what was on his mind. How could his friend not understand? On the way back, Naruto noticed that the ninjas watching him seemed to have vanished entirely. He furrowed his brows slightly, as his instincts told him that something significant was about to occur. The celebration tomorrow should not have led to such a situation. Fox Spirit, I wish to take a look. If there is any danger to my life, you must not ignore me, he murmured softly. In the next instant, Naruto leapt high into the air. Standing atop a rooftop, the cold wind intensified. He himself was unaware of when he had become as light as a feather. Although he could not sustain this newfound agility for long, it was sufficient for the current circumstances. He had also inquired of Shikamaru, who had been quite surprised at the time. This power can only be harnessed after refining chakra. Ninjas are powerful precisely because they can extract and utilize chakra. At that moment, Naruto remained silent for quite some time. It appears that I am indeed quite unique. However, since the day I moved out, that sense of comfort has not returned. Nevertheless, I am certain that it must belong to the fox spirit. In the darkness, Naruto darted across the rooftops like a specter. His petite frame was concealed by the night, leaving those below completely unaware of his presence, even the ninjas. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe. Observing the Umbu ninja before him, he inquired in a calm voice. What is the situation? Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto is as usual. Then there is no need for concern. For now, we do not need to keep an eye on him. That child has deeply comprehended the significance of the will of fire. Due to recent manpower shortages, you should also accompany them to the barrier's edge. Understood, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja acknowledged before vanishing using the body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window. A few days prior, someone from the cloud-hidden village had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to treat this matter with caution. Otherwise, a careless mistake could potentially ignite conflict between the two villages. Konoha had not yet recovered from the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, making war unwise. Otherwise, the other three great ninja villages would undoubtedly swarm over like cats sensing fish. Oddly, one would expect that the Cloud-Hidden Village and Rock-Hidden Village should also be severely weakened. They should not be pretending as if nothing has happened, maintaining their national strength, should they? Yet now, they actively send people to negotiate a treaty? Let us first observe their intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, suddenly recalling something, and smiled faintly. The fourth rakeage of the Cloud-Hidden Village is still too young. If this tactic were effective, your father would not have had to swallow his pride back then. Moments later, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the shadow in the corner. Do not obstruct the Cloud Ninja leader. Let us see what he intends to do. However, I do not wish for any accidents to occur at tomorrow's celebration. Yes, Zing, Yamashiro Jinya. I knew it. Whenever that old man shows up, something bad is bound to happen. Uchiha Mei, little sister Jinya, you are absolutely right. Whenever the third Hokage appears, something ominous is sure to follow. Hinata Neji, damn the third Hokage. Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei, please come out and say something. Everyone is waiting for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eye twitched. He initially considered this situation as merely the fourth Raikage being young and impulsive, acting recklessly. He thought to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, he did not expect that the envoy sent by the other side would be so incompetent. In less than one exchange, Hinata Hisashi had killed him. Moreover, the Cloud-Hidden Village had the audacity to send people for negotiations, displaying a very hardline attitude. Previously, they had also sent envoys from the Cloud-Hidden Village. At that time, the third Raikage could only endure in silence. Ultimately, it was due to Konoha's lack of high-end combat power at that time. Whoosh! Naruto jumped down from the rooftop, landing at his doorstep. After taking a long detour, he found nothing unusual. However, as he passed by the Hidden Leaf Village's encampment, he sensed ninjas on guard from a distance. This situation felt very wrong. Yet, it was not something he could engage in at present. Otherwise, he would have to lead those people straight to that old bastard's family. Naruto removed his scarf and glanced at the sky. Time to sleep. I just need to be more vigilant tomorrow. Early to bed and early to rise has become a commendable habit. Shimura Danzo declared, Ninja of the Day. Look, I have asserted that the Jinchuriki must be entrusted to me. Neji shut his eyes in anguish. What is it, Neji? Naruto instinctively inquired upon noticing Neji's emotional turmoil. Neji took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil. Tomorrow, this ominous mark will be placed upon my forehead. On the day of the celebration held by Konoha, I, still somewhat naive, remain oblivious to the harsh realities that await. After completing his training, he intended to join the festivities outside, only to be taken to the dojo by his father, where the members of the main family, namely his uncle and grandfather, would impose the caged bird seal upon him. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage paused for a moment. Due to my father's influence, Kumogakure has preserved its military strength. During those years, we continuously dispatched individuals to disturb other nations. The fourth Raikage continued. We have engaged in numerous battles with Konoha over the years, and in truth, we are nearing our limits. Suddenly, he chuckled. Indeed, I have stated that among the 5 great shinobi villages, none should criticize one another, but Kumogakure is different. We play our schemes openly. The ninja leader sent to Konoha is our overt maneuver. He added, taking advantage of your weakness, we seek a pretext to extort you, while simultaneously observing the so-called first shinobi village's response. Even if the dispatched ninja leader survives, how dare you Konoha ninjas lay hands on our envoy? What is the meaning of this? I come to sign a peace treaty, yet you attack the messenger? In any case, regardless of life or death, this matter cannot be overlooked. Hand over the assailants. Otherwise, a small-scale conflict will escalate into a large-scale war. Chapter 38. The Unwarranted Calamity of the Hyuga Clan Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted. That is because Hisashi is too weak. Therefore, if I had become Hokage back then, such troubles would never have arisen. Danzo asserted, without my organization, Konoha, under Hisashi's leadership, would be in an even more deplorable state. Sarutobi Hisashi retorted, silence. His face flushed with anger as he shouted before being silenced. However, Hisashi's frustration only grew. Inoki remarked, damn Konoha's shadow. Although your existence is repugnant, one must admit that it has significantly increased the threat to Konoha. Terumi May added, indeed. Overall, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. The fourth Raikage concurred. Raza stated, Danzo is correct. For the sake of the village, one should not hesitate to employ any means necessary. Senju Tobirama interjected, so you are all so destitute that you cannot afford basic necessities. Raza continued, damn Konoha's second Hokage, damn Tsunade. Had it not been for Tsunade, Tsunade would not have faced decline during the Second Great Ninja War. Tsunade scoffed, old lady, war is simply like this. Do you naively believe your poison is invincible? Tsunade added, what? Is it only permissible for you to poison and kill while we cannot resist or detoxify? Are our lives worth less than yours? Senju Tobirama exclaimed. Little Tsunade, you are indeed in the chat room. Why did you not respond to your grandfather earlier? Senju Hashirama chuckled. You truly are my granddaughter, huh? The chat room descended into chaos once more. The following day, early in the morning, Naruto was awakened by the joyful sounds resonating from the streets. After a brief wash, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Ino and Sakura had arrived, both bundled up tightly, their exposed faces flushed from the cold. Naruto, Ino exclaimed, reaching out to touch his face. The icy sensation made Naruto instinctively shrink his neck. He then smiled and invited the two inside. Soon after, Shikamaru and Choji also joined them. The day was bustling with excitement as Naruto followed his friends outside. Before long, he spotted a man with a headband distinctly different from that of a Konoha ninja. Upon seeing this individual, Hyuga Hayashi sighed. His appearance marked a pivotal moment in the fate of the Hyuga clan, leading them towards decline. In reality, the main family of the Hyuga was exceedingly small. One could say it comprised only Hyuga Hayashi, his daughter, and a few elderly elders. Consequently, nearly the entire Hyuga clan consisted of the branch family. The caged bird seal seemingly confined the branch family, yet in truth, it safeguarded the entire Hyuga clan from the threats posed by those coveting the Byakugan. Internally, outside of the small group of the clan leader's lineage, everyone was treated equally. However, the Hyuga clan was indeed a family with distinct hierarchies. It was precisely due to the caged bird seal that the Hyuga clan could preserve its strength and survive intact until now. Yet, it was also because of the caged bird seal, coupled with the third Hokage's incompetence, that when Hyuga Neji's uncle became a scapegoat, the situation began to sour. Within the clan, they were oppressed by the main family, and in the village, they were subjugated by the ruling authorities. They seemed to foresee a future similar to that of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, with the relentless wars, each clan faced a significant generational gap. Not to mention the common ninjas, the Sarutobi clan, once a prominent family, would not be as vast as it is now. Only after the Uchiha clan was annihilated did the Sarutobi clan's unintentional display of strength awaken the other clans, but it was too late. Aside from the aforementioned ninja, no other peculiar discoveries were made. Subsequently, under Ino's guidance, Naruto indulged in a plethora of snacks he had never tasted before, though he occasionally faced disdain or rejection. For the most part, thanks to Ino's presence, the vendors accepted transactions. As night fell, the children, having played throughout the day, grew weary. Before parting ways, Ino gently touched the nape of Naruto's neck with her chilly hand. The sensation was unmistakably refreshing. My father told me that in the coming days, Shikamaru, Choji, and I will be learning the fundamentals of our family's secret techniques. Shikamaru mentioned chakra refinement and some other things I forgot. Once I master them, I'll teach you. Don't bury yourself in studies all the time. It's essential to relax occasionally. Observing Ino suddenly shift from playful to serious, Naruto reciprocated with a solemn expression and nodded. Satisfied, Ino remarked, then, see you in a few days. By the way, don't cut your hair. I think long hair suits you well. I think so too. Naruto replied with a smile, waving goodbye to his friends. That night, within the Konoha guest house, the envoy from Kumogakure stood by the window, gazing at the still brightly lit streets. A cold smirk crept across his lips. For the sake of the village. With that declaration, the Kumogakure envoy vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, an Umbu ninja emerged from behind a distant tree. First, I must report to Lord Hokage. Following orders from Sarutobi Hizashi, he chose not to immediately intercept the Kumogakure envoy, opting instead to report the situation first. Not long after, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow slightly. Is it heading towards the Hyuga clan? Let's go take a look. He pondered what scheme Kumogakure was concocting. In a moment of confusion, he decided to simply investigate directly. In the land of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata fell into a deep slumber. A shadowy figure appeared beside her. Humph, such a lack of vigilance. Is this what they call the Hyuga of Konohagakure? This figure was none other than a messenger from Kumogakure. He narrowed his eyes slightly, lacking any curse marks. He was a member of the main house, capable of transplanting Byakugan. Without hesitation, he scooped up the petite Hinata and turned to flee. However, as he was about to leave the Hyuga clan's territory, a figure had long been waiting in ambush. Today was the day Neji was to cast the caged bird curse mark, and with the festivities in Konohagakure, the defenses had indeed become lax. Unexpectedly, a breach had occurred. Naturally, Hyuga Hizashi was puzzled as to who dared to infiltrate the Hyuga clan. Due to the unique nature of Byakugan, a prohibition had been established long ago. Outside of special circumstances, its use was forbidden in the village. Otherwise, their secret techniques would be laid bare for all to see. Upon recognizing the intruder, Hyuga Hizashi's forehead veins bulged, and the blood vessels around his eyes protruded as he involuntarily activated his Byakugan. It was clear that this individual intended to abduct his daughter. It was evident that they sought to steal the Byakugan. Because the intruder wore a black mask, Hizashi was unable to immediately identify him. To Hizashi's astonishment, instead of fleeing upon seeing him, the intruder charged directly at him. Without hesitation, Hizashi unleashed a palm strike. However, What transpired next was even more surprising. The despicable thief was sent hurtling backward with a single strike. Hisashi was certain he had merely executed a point strike, not intending to deliver a fatal blow. Yet the intruder was sent flying, blood spilling from beneath the black mask, and with a tilt of the neck. He succumbed to death. Hisashi approached and removed the black mask, only to be left dumbfounded. Wasn't this the envoy sent from Kumogakure to negotiate an alliance? Suddenly, Hisashi sensed something and turned abruptly. Lord Third. Chapter 39. Senju Tobirama was driven to tears by rage. How fortuitous. This must be related to that old fool. In the darkness of the night, a nimble figure swiftly melded into the shadows. Before long, Naruto returned home, removing the night gear received from Sakura and stowing it away under his bed. If memory served him correctly, it belonged to the Hyuga clan. The person he had just killed, no, the one who had fallen due to his own actions, was seemingly the envoy from Kumogakure he had seen earlier that day. Naruto continued to steady his breathing, eventually rushing to the restroom to wash his face and regain his composure. It was his first encounter with a corpse, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled, yet simultaneously exhilarated. This sensation urged him not to linger. Moreover, that old fool was the strongest in Konoha, and Naruto lacked the confidence to hide for long. In truth, Naruto remained unaware that the feeling of being observed he often sensed was not solely due to the Umbu ninjas, but also because Sarutobi Hiruzen utilized a crystal ball to keep watch over him. Orochimaru remarked, "What you say, Naruto-kun, is not entirely incorrect." Hyuga Neji retorted, "So it was all because of you, Lord Third." Senju Tobirama exclaimed, "A crystal ball? Is it a remnant from the barrier I set up back then? I recall that using this crystal ball makes one easily detectable." Tsunade added, "So it was left by great-grandfather. Your reputation has certainly taken a hit." It is worth noting that both Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama were grandfathers, with the term great and second serving to distinguish them. Tsunade continued, "That old man loved using it to spy on the women's bathhouse, taking advantage of the commoners who lacked chakra and sensory abilities." She further noted, "Including that Jiraiya you just spoke of, his greatest desire was indeed that crystal ball." As Tsunade's words settled, the atmosphere in Konoha erupted. Women began to whisper among themselves. What they discussed need not be elaborated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. However, due to his status and Jiraiya's, the common women of Konoha, despite their grievances, dared not voice their complaints in such a public setting. After all, he was a teacher to the legendary Sannin, who had inherited their legacy. How many commoners in the village did not recognize them? How could one dare to express anger in the presence of such formidable ninjas? Senju Tobirama declared, "Absurd. Monkey, destroy that crystal ball immediately." Senju Tobirama was infuriated. Each time he thought that his disciple's reputation could not fall further, he was proven wrong yet again. In the Pure Land, tears glistened in the corners of Senju Tobirama's eyes. He had fought for so many years, endured countless injuries, and shed rivers of blood. Yet he had never cried until now, forced to weep due to the consequences of his past decisions. He could no longer suppress his emotions. Senju Hashirama was taken aback. This display of fury was something he had rarely witnessed from his younger brother, who was usually composed. Even the longtime rival Uchiha Izuna fell silent upon hearing Senju Tobirama's voice. "Is someone forming a team?" Kusina immediately joined in. Seeing his long-silent wife speak up, Minato took a deep breath. He did not wish for his family to be torn apart in death. Thus, he too joined the chorus against Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You foolish old monkey, Third Hokage," the deceased murmured in confusion. Senju Tobirama interjected, "Fourth Hokage, hold your tongue." Kusina exclaimed, "Silence." Senju Hashirama chuckled. Senju Tobirama retorted, "Brother, you too be quiet." Unsurprisingly, they were silenced once more. Yet with their initiation, voices from the 4 great ninja villages joined in the chat room, echoing their leaders' sentiments. A clamor against Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya arose in Konoha, predominantly from the women. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered the brim of his Hokage hat, believing his reputation had already hit rock bottom. It turned out there was still more to lose. The Sarutobi clan had yet to show their faces. That crystal ball could monitor him. Furthermore, it could spy on the women's bathhouse. How enviable. Just as Naruto finished speaking, he felt a chill down his back, followed by a sharp slap to the back of his head. "Neji, I was joking," Naruto exclaimed, his face reddening as he attempted to defend himself. However, upon turning around, he found that the assailant was not Hyuga Neji, but rather the stern-faced Yamashiro Aoi. Naruto, you actually envy that behavior? Believe it or not, I want to ask further. Yamashiro Aoi took a deep breath, and then his voice rang out in the chat room. Kusina, Naruto mentioned he feels a bit envious. Kusina replied, my Naruto, oh no, Aoi-senpai. Strike him. That's not it, Mom. I was joking. Yes, the voices in my head are what made me feel such filthy emotions, and I'm currently fighting against it. Thus, the previously tense atmosphere was shattered by Naruto's antics. However, as a consequence, he found himself publicly reprimanded by Yamashiro Aoi. Naruto lifted his head, gazing into the mirror. For a fleeting moment, he was left in a daze. His once azure eyes had transformed into an eerie crimson hue. However, this transformation did not last long. The Nine Tails? Is it because I witnessed a gruesome scene? Or perhaps the emotional upheaval I just experienced was too intense? Xiao Mingren remained in a daze for a considerable while, subsequently beginning to reflect. The sensation was not overwhelmingly strong, yet the emergence of that power brought me a sense of comfort. Within the confines of the sealing space, the eyes of the QB glimmered with a faint crimson light. The seal was becoming increasingly lax, and while the young one had yet to master chakra refinement techniques, it was prudent to allow some chakra to leak out. On another front, Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion darkened ominously upon learning the circumstances of the situation. Observing this, Hinata Hisashi glanced at the girl in his arms and ultimately knelt on one knee before Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such gestures were unnecessary, and advised him to properly dispose of the body. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned away, his expression grim. The Umbu ninja also recognized that the situation was spiraling out of control and hastily removed the corpse from the ground. After the two departed, Hisashi gently cradled little Hinata and slowly rose to his feet. It seemed this matter could not simply conclude here. An elderly voice resonated from behind. Hisashi entrusted Hinata to the elder's embrace. I will handle this, he vowed. With that, he cast a glance at the still slumbering Hinata before silently making his way towards the dojo. Father, Hinata thought, her heart twisting at the memories of past events. Sister, did father do something wrong? Wasn't it that person who wanted to abduct you? Hanabi was clever, yet still too young to grasp such complexities. Hinata shook her head, tightly grasping Hanabi's small hand. Meanwhile, Hisashi sat in the competitor's lounge, letting out a weary sigh. Originally, he planned to wait for Neji here and then stage a performance. As there were many people outside just moments ago, he intended to present Neji with the letter left by Hayashi. However, it was rather peculiar that he chose to reveal it just when Neji was exposing the Hyuga clan's caged bird before the numerous heads of ninja clans and feudal lords from other villages. The subsequent events unfolded rather straightforwardly. That night, leaders of various ninja clans were summoned for an emergency meeting. The day had been a celebration, yet the night suddenly demanded urgent discussions. The clan leaders speculated that this was likely related to the envoy sent from Kumogakure. However, upon their arrival at the meeting room, they were confronted with the corpse of the Kumogakure envoy. Regardless of the circumstances, it was unacceptable for a nation to slay an envoy. The hearts of the ninja clan leaders sank to the depths of despair. Even if the other party erred, they could have been apprehended. The current situation was dire, especially with the envoy representing Kumogakure. Please, take your seats, said Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 40. Hyuga, have I become the new Hokage? It is my fault. Hisashi revealed the situation to the clan leaders, who exchanged glances of disbelief. Let us fight. There is nothing more to discuss. Otherwise, we shall await Kumogakure's deceitful claims and their exorbitant demands. Inuzuka Kiba slammed his palm on the table, then turned to the others with a fierce expression. Konoha has suffered considerable losses recently, but they are merely from Kumogakure. Are we truly afraid of them? The two advisors, with their faces obscured, remained silent. Danzo also unexpectedly maintained his silence. This matter could be of great significance or trivial. Moreover, given the three men's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were certain he had already devised a scheme to counter this situation. The issue of Jinchuriki had just calmed down, and they were disinclined to discuss it further. After all, the old monkey would not heed their words, so what was the point? Furthermore, it was the Umbu that had been watching the Kumogakure envoy. Yet such an incident still occurred. How laughable. Danzo secretly smiled coldly. If Sarutobi Hiruzen mishandled this matter, he would have grounds to challenge the Hokage position once more. The internal strife is quite commendable, remarked the fourth Raikage. Had we known earlier, we should have made even more outrageous demands, he chuckled. At that moment, many from Konoha displayed anger at the fourth Raikage's words. However, in an instant, their fury deflated like a punctured balloon. The fact was, he spoke the truth. How frustrating. Serving under such a Hokage, it felt like they would never rise to prominence. Uchiha Madara interjected, "Please, continue your forced laughter." Senju Hashirama chuckled heartily. "I am already dead." Senju Tobirama's eyes twitched. What audacity! These individuals had driven even the eldest brother to seek excuses. If he were to inquire, Uchiha Izuna would undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Of course, it is due to lack of virtue and ability. Calm down, Kiba. We have yet to confirm anything, Yamashiro Aoi interjected. Though matters remain unconfirmed, I urge everyone to prepare for war. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath, sensing trouble but not anticipating such circumstances. At that moment, no one questioned why Sarutobi Hiruzen had not ensured the Umbu kept a close watch on the Kumogakure envoy. Hisashi sat in his seat, his expression grim. For the Hyuga clan, this was indeed an unwarranted disaster. They are merely cloud ninjas. If we unite our strength, repelling them shall not be difficult. The only complication would be the attitude of the other three great ninja villages. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, addressing the assembly. Subsequently, the leaders of the various clans expressed their stances. Let us fight. We must fight. If we do not, shall we be seen as cowards? If word of this reached other villages, would that not mean anyone could come to Konoha and employ such tactics? Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head of the table, silently took several puffs of his pipe. Ultimately, everyone's gaze fell upon him. Let this matter rest for now. I have dispatched a hawk with a message detailing the events, and I believe we will receive a response from Kumogakure in the coming days. Until this matter is confirmed, I implore you all to refrain from making it public. I will instruct the Umbu to minimize the civilians' outdoor activities. Should an emergency arise, they can swiftly retreat to the shelters. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose. You may disperse. With that, he offered no opportunity for further inquiries. With one hand resting behind him and the other holding his pipe, he departed. The clan leaders watched his retreating figure, mouths agape. Yet ultimately no one spoke. Hisashi gradually stood and made his way toward the exit. He needed to brace himself for the worst. Observing this, the clan leaders also rose and followed him outside. In the end, only Danzo and the two advisors remained in the conference room. Danzo, what is your take on this? Let us watch, Danzo replied, not looking back. The two advisors exchanged glances, both recognizing the reluctance in the other's eyes. Clearly, they did not wish to wade into these murky waters and risk losing their own energy. As the snow continued to fall heavily, Konoha remained tranquil for several days. On this day, a sharp and penetrating cry echoed above Konoha. The Umbu ninja, who had been waiting for a long time, swiftly called out to the soaring hawk. After securing the hawk, the Umbu ninja removed the letter from its leg and handed it to a nearby ninja before taking the hawk to feed. Receiving the letter, another Umbu ninja hurried to the Hokage Tower. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Land of Fire, an unexpected visitor arrived. The fourth Raikage personally advanced to the front lines. Shortly thereafter, a team of ninjas appeared behind him, led by the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. They did not cross the Konoha border, but instead quietly awaited. Such a commotion would surely draw attention from Konoha. Fei, the fourth Raikage lamented, what a pity, if only my Yongdai Mei were still here. We would not dare to come so brazenly. He mused, well, perhaps we could have acted covertly. Watergate chose not to respond. He intended to remain hidden for a while, having previously uttered a remark meant to ease the tension with Joshin-nai, only to inadvertently ignite the explosive temperament of Joshin-nai. It seems he had also incurred the ire of the second Hokage. Within the ceiling space, Watergate sat atop the head of the Een half of the Nine Tails, stroking his own head in confusion. Did I say something wrong, Kurama? The Nine Tails Een half lay lazily, too lethargic to even lift its eyelids. On the side of my Sarutobi Hiruzen, after reviewing the response from the Cloud Village, wore an expression of helplessness. We cannot allow matters to escalate further, he thought. This war must not commence, otherwise. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, revealing a panicked ninja from the Sarutobi clan. Lord Clan Leader, he exclaimed. The vanguard of the Cloud Village has appeared at the borders, led by the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. They have sent word that if we do not provide a satisfactory response, they will launch an attack in 3 days. Hearing this, Sarutobi's eyes widened, and he slammed his hand on the table. This is intolerable. After a long moment, He wearily waved the ninja away. Sitting in the Hokage's seat, he rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This is dire. Even if the Cloud Envoy is kept under watch, there is a high chance he will take his own life in the guest house. However, this would absolve anyone from blame. Having experienced a similar scheme before, Sarutobi felt somewhat confident, allowing the other party to proceed, hoping to discern their intentions and devise a plan accordingly. The outcome resulted in the envoy's demise, and the Hyuga clan suffered an undeserved calamity. For the Cloud Village, the end result was death, regardless of how it happened. Ultimately, they sought to extort Mai. Obtaining the secrets of the Byakugan would be ideal. The developments unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. They were preparing to send a message inquiring about the envoy's condition when Mai inadvertently walked into the line of fire. As for Mai, did the leaders of the various ninja clans not realize that the true fault lay with the Yambu? Otherwise, how could the envoy have appeared so silently in the Hyuga clan? The Yambu's blunder would be tantamount to Sarutobi's own failure. Come with me to the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi resolved, taking a deep breath. He departed with several Umbu ninjas in the direction of the Hyuga estate. Chapter 41. The Bird in the Cage. When shall it fly? Wings slightly unfurled, awaiting the wind. So this was the situation. The people of Mai finally understood what had transpired that day. Hyuga Hisashi sacrificed himself for the village. It was for you that he made such a sacrifice. Damn it. Inazuka, some exclaimed. I wondered why things turned out that way in the end. So it was you. You old monkey, pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sarutobi's limits were once again exceeded. The ninjas of Mai had grown somewhat numb. Sarutobi was in deep torment, sitting at the top of the viewing platform, feeling as if he were being scorched by fire. Orochimaru's mocking gaze and sardonic smile stirred feelings of embarrassment within him. There was no escape. Uchiha Azuna asked, Tobirama, do you have anything to say? Senju Tobirama responded, I am speaking to you. Silence enveloped him for 10 minutes. A well-played hand had turned into a disastrous one. Kakashi gazed at the black-framed large screen, his thoughts drifting far away. The smile of his father, Hatake Tsukumo, surfaced in his mind. Was what happened back then truly as simple as that? Unbeknownst to Kakashi, his father awaited him in the spiritual realm connected to the world of ninjas. Whether Tsukumo's heart was fragile or not, Kakashi, like many others, began to blame his father, becoming the final straw that broke Tsukumo's back. So that's how it is. The hawk was for delivering messages. For several days, no one had come to monitor him, not even once. It seemed to be a consequence of the envoy from the Cloud Village's death. How should this old man be dealt with? Shikamaru's book mentioned that the envoy's death could very well serve as a reason for war between the two nations. They were likely headed to the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi left with several Umbu ninjas. No one noticed the small Naruto playing in the corner, with Ino and her friends training and Sakura continuing her studies. Naruto had been wandering nearby for some time. Finally, he had a breakthrough. Instead of following them, he took a detour back home. It would be too easy to be discovered if he trailed them. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga residence, the day of the Mai festival was also the day Neji received the caged bird seal, the same day as Hinata's birthday, and coincidentally, the day Neji was brought into the clan to live. In the Hyuga dojo, Hyuga Hayashi observed the unsteady girl standing before him, furrowing his brow in concern. The recent events surrounding the Cloud Envoy's death left him with a foreboding sense of unease. He had been rigorously training little Hinata for the past few days. Despite feeling some reluctance, he donned a cold mask on his face, thinking of the worst possible outcomes. Yes, after Hinata steadied herself, she assumed her stance and attacked Hayashi. Nearby, Hyuga Hisashi and Neji knelt side by side. Neji's forehead was wrapped in a bandage, concealing the caged bird seal. Watching the girl attack, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Neji, listen closely, Hisashi said solemnly. You were born to protect Lady Hinata and safeguard the Hyuga clan's abilities. Yes, father. Neji responded without hesitation. Hearing this, Hisashi glanced at his son, noticing the smile on his lips, which caused a subtle shift in his expression. Observing the panicked Hinata, he recognized that in terms of talent, she was no match for Neji. His hands trembled involuntarily as he lowered his head slowly, his eyes' blood vessels slightly bulging. Why must my extraordinarily gifted son bear the caged bird seal? Suddenly, with the activation of the Byakugan, Hayashi sensed something amiss. He halted his movements and rushed forward to shield Hinata, forming hand seals with one hand. The cursed seal of the caged bird on Hayashi's forehead activated. Hayashi clutched his head, letting out a pained scream. His killing intent was not directed at Hinata, but but rather at the injustice of the Hyuga clan. "Father." Neji was taken aback, then hurriedly approached to check on him. He saw the caged bird seal on Hayashi's forehead emitting a faint green light. In that moment, Neji seemed to realize something. "You should leave. I will forgive you for your disgrace today, but do not forget your fate." With that, Hayashi left with a worried expression, taking Hinata with him. Watching their retreating figures and then glancing down at his suffering father, Neji felt tears welling in his eyes, gritting his teeth. The moment he had been smiling turned into a stark confrontation with the cruelty of the Hyuga clan. As he gazed at the scenes displayed on the black-framed large screen, Neji closed his eyes. The narrative unfolds through the large screen framed in black, conveying a message that resonates more profoundly than the words of Hinata himself. The impact is significantly heightened. A captured bird, if intelligent enough, will use its beak to unlock the cage door, for it has not relinquished the hope of soaring freely in the sky. "You reveal it to me." Ji Huaxianjian was momentarily taken aback. "What distinguishes you from that ugly sanddame, or from those who curse and vilify Naruto?" Ji Huaxianjian found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Shan Zhonghai also paused in his actions, letting out a sigh. This is a matter pertaining to others. As the clan leader, he lacked the standing to speak. Naruto rubbed his backside, hastily extricating himself from Shan Zhonghai's grip. The scene continued. The night descended. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed the Umbu ninjas to wait outside. He entered the Hinata dojo alone. Candles flickered within the dojo, where Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt at the head seat, facing 4 elders of the Hinata clan, along with the Hinata brothers, Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi. Before them lay the forehead protector of the fallen Cloud Village envoy. The envoy was deceased. The letter from the Cloud Village demanded numerous things, including the life of the murderer. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly. Following the Nine Tails incident, Konoha could not withstand another great war. To avert this conflict, a clandestine agreement with the Cloud Village must be reached. Furthermore, this incident had escalated to involve the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning taking action while the daimyo of the Land of Fire awaited Konoha's response. An eerie silence enveloped the dojo. "For the sake of Konoha, I will not allow such an occurrence." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke once more. "There is no other way, if my life can save the entire village." Hinata Hayashi spoke up. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head slightly. "Wait, Hizashi, do not make such a hasty decision. The Byakugan of the Hinata clan is the trump card of this village. It is the duty of the main family to protect it." Hinata Hizashi's father interrupted his words. "However, we, who ought to fulfill our responsibilities, are instead leading the village into the abyss of despair." A fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on Hinata Hizashi's forehead. This scene was unbearable for Uchiha Azuna. Uchiha Azuna exclaimed, "What? Hinata is the strongest clan in Konoha? While it is true that Hinata is formidable, do not forget that the Senju and Uchiha clans precede you." Uchiha Fugaku added, "The 2 elders, the Senju integrated into Konoha, are publicly ours." Uchiha Azuna remarked, "Oh, I see. These young Hinata members are truly foolish, perhaps unaware of the concept of being metaphorically killed by their own praise." The father and son duo exchanged many words. Ultimately, their fathers made a decisive choice. Let the corpse of Hizashi be disguised as the one delivered to the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally approached them, clarifying the reasons. And it is easy to imagine what was discussed. As the one who killed the Cloud Envoy, Hinata Hizashi had long anticipated this scenario. "I agree," Hinata Hizashi replied expressionlessly. The two were twins, identical in appearance. Even if the Cloud Village obtained the body, they could not unveil the secrets of the Byakugan. However, the words of the Hinata brothers' father were somewhat amusing. Having surrendered, what more could the Cloud Village say? If they truly dared to go to war, would they need so many reasons? The envoy's death is one. Presenting an identical, yet useless corpse could serve as a justification for war. In the end, the two brothers staged an emotionally charged display of brotherly affection before Sarutobi Hiruzen, preserving the last semblance of dignity for the Hinata clan. However, when Hinata Hizashi recklessly faced death for his son and brother, what remained of their dignity was stripped away. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently observed this scene. Shortly thereafter, he departed. The Umbu ninjas were also put into action. Hinata Hizashi's corpse was carried away, as if Sarutobi Hiruzen had known the outcome all along. After witnessing all this, Neji felt a deep unrest within him. He lifted his gaze toward the arena's stands, but could not find Hinata Hizashi's figure. He surmised that Hinata Hizashi was waiting for him in the lounge, perhaps ready to kneel and apologize, seeking forgiveness. And then, Neji looked up at the large screen framed in black. Perhaps in the future, the Hinata clan would no longer have caged birds. It became evident to Neji that, at the very moment he was defeated by the Nine Tails, he had unwittingly brainwashed himself. Yet, gazing at Naruto in the distance, he could not compel himself to believe that this Naruto could break the cycle of fate. Neji was unaware that he too would eventually become a scapegoat like his father, merely substituting Hinata Hizashi for Hinata, but both were from the main family. Thus, in the end, the caged birds persisted. Senju Tobirama could no longer bear to witness this. Senju Tobirama declared, "In our capacity as the first and second Hokage of Konoha, I announce, from this moment forth, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gaidun, along with the clans behind them, shall be completely expelled from Konoha. Any who resist or disobey shall be classified as rogue ninjas." Shimura Danzo retorted, "Tobirama Sensei, you should take it easy. Do not forget, you are merely a corpse. Danzo is the Hokage. In the current Konoha, Danzo's word is law." Chapter 42, A Snowy Night Encounter. A gift from the third Hokage? The heavy snow continued to fall, thickening the eerie atmosphere in Konoha. Young Naruto ventured out early in the morning. It appeared aimless, yet he was actually making his way toward the Hinata clan. Before approaching, he felt the oppressive atmosphere within. From a distance, he discerned that a funeral seemed to be taking place among the Hinata clan members clad in black. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. Without advancing further, he turned to the back mountains to check his traps. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage office, engulfed in silence, smoke billowing from his pipe in slow puffs. He gazed at the desolate Konoha under the falling snow. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh, as if attempting to convince himself. He looked at the reply from the Cloud Village, which contained only a few words. "I am quite satisfied." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Konoha also possesses such formidable weapons of war. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind raced. Naruto had profoundly grasped the will of fire. The chakra refining technique should also be prioritized. Contemplating the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but wonder how it would fare if Konoha were to produce a similar weapon of war. Instinctively, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the crystal ball. What does that foolish monkey intend to do? At that moment, as Sarutobi Hiruzen unveiled the crystal ball, the tension in Konoha reached a breaking point. A woman could no longer restrain herself, pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stands and cursing. One person ignited the fire, and others quickly followed suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head away, pretending not to see or hear. Yet, he could not shake the confusion. He seemed to recall not having done anything of that sort. The crystal ball's image froze above the Hinata clan. Then it swiftly shifted. However, during the transition, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly paused. The scene then shifted to the street near the Hinata clan's territory. A girl clad in traditional black mourning attire was jogging through the snow. A girl, wiping her tears, unexpectedly fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Ino gently nudged the despondent Hinata. "Hinata, it's coming," she said, attempting to lift Hinata's heavy spirits. Yet Hinata, absorbed in the misfortunes of the Hyuga clan, did not blush as she had before. "It's because of brother Neji," she lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ino's heart ached, and she embraced Hinata, whispering words of comfort. Little Hanabi also appeared downcast, prompting Ino to exchange a knowing glance with Sakura, who swiftly gathered Hanabi into her arms. "Hinata Hyuga?" Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Hinata through the crystal ball for some time. Finally, he spoke. "Have Naruto come to see me. Tell him I have a surprise for him." "Understood." The scene shifted to Naruto's home. Naruto, who was cooking, paused momentarily. The feeling of being watched returned. He acted naturally, muttering about the will of fire, unaware that he was under surveillance and unable to transmit sound. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could read lips and understood what Naruto was saying. After watching for a while, a look of satisfaction spread across Hiruzen's aged face. Suddenly, a knock sounded at Naruto's door. Startled, he set aside his task and went to answer it. Could it be Ino and the others? But aren't they supposed to come in a few days? Not tall enough to see through the peephole, he cracked the door open. Upon seeing an Umbu ninja outside, he was taken aback. Have I been discovered? Thoughts raced through his mind as he pondered how to escape. Uzumaki Naruto, The third Hokage requests your presence. He has a gift for you." With that, the Umbu ninja vanished, seemingly reluctant to approach Naruto. Could it be that Naruto and Hinata's encounter was orchestrated? After all, the Hyuga clan had just faced turmoil, and any subsequent realization could breed distrust. If the Hyuga clan favored the Jinchuriki, the future Jinchuriki might lean towards Konoha and the third Hokage. "Clap, clap," Tintin declared, sharing her speculation with the group chat. "You make a good point," exclaimed Rock Lee. "As expected of my subordinate." "Teacher Kai," Lee responded. Ino covered Hinata's ears, their gazes locking. Ino's lips curved into a slight smile. Up close, Hinata was undeniably adorable. However, Ino wondered, how did this girl grow so charming? Typically modest, this embrace left Ino feeling envious. Sensing something, Hinata's shyness resurfaced, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Ino, don't touch me." As Naruto stepped outside, he furrowed his brow. He returned to the kitchen to tidy up and don warm clothing before heading outdoors. With the sensation of being watched dissipating, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. But what kind of gift could that old man have for me? It shouldn't be an illusion package, right? At this moment, Naruto had pieced together some information. He was grateful for his earlier visit to the park and for Ino and the others. Soon enough, he would have access to some historical texts. Sakura mentioned that due to her age, she could not purchase them, while Shikamaru said they couldn't bring such items out from the clans. Taking a deep breath, Naruto sensed that the suppression of history hinted at deeper truths. There was more to conceal than just his origins, many secrets that old fool wished to keep hidden. Was it to secure his own position? A sardonic smile crept across Naruto's face. While the history of the shinobi world remained obscured, Ino could still manage to acquire legends and tales for Naruto to read. Before long, Naruto traversed a food street, where a few shops remained open. Beyond that, the streets were deserted. He walked slowly, leaving footprints in the snow. Soon, he spotted a child squatting under a street lamp, hands covering her face. Soft sobs filling the air. Frowning, Naruto prepared to walk past when he noticed the girl's attire, a black morning dress and her hairstyle. With hands in his pockets, he approached her. As he drew nearer, recognition dawned upon him. Isn't this the girl that the envoy from Kumogakure tried to abduct a few days ago? Isn't she from the Hyuga clan? What is she doing here? Wait, what a coincidence. This was the only path leading to the Hokage building. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the soft sobs had ceased. Looking down, their eyes met. Such pale eyes. Was this the Byakugan of the Hyuga? Hinata recognized Naruto. Her large eyes blinked rapidly. Then she shook her head, wiping away her tears. Have you cried enough? Naruto asked. At this, Hinata's nose crinkled slightly. Her pure white eyes tinged with violet filling with tears once more. Seeing this, Naruto offered a gentle smile. The girl had clearly hesitated, likely having seen or heard of him, yet she did not display fear or disdain. In her eyes, he sensed curiosity. No rush. We can talk once you've finished crying. Chapter 43. Under the moonlight, flirting with maidens, now walking with them in the snow. Hinata's mouth opened slightly, her voice barely audible. Ino heard her clearly, observing Hinata's instinctive fidgeting with her fingers, her cheeks flushing once more. Inside, Ino screamed silently, nearly unable to resist the urge to bite her. How had she never noticed how adorably charming this girl was? However, Ino glanced up at Naruto on the large screen, his half-awkward approach to conversation eliciting a chuckle from her. Hinata thought Ino was teasing her, looking down as her face turned crimson. Hinata ultimately did not shed any more tears. What are you doing here all alone? Naruto asked. Hinata remained silent, gazing intently at him, seeing her forlorn and pitiful expression. Naruto chuckled softly and extended his hand. Let me take you home. He was quite familiar with this task, often escorting Ino and Sakura home. This place wasn't too far from the Hyuga clan and was conveniently on his way to the Hokage building. Though he still felt a bit puzzled by the coincidence of encountering this Hyuga girl, Naruto chose to extend his kindness, believing in the potential for the future. The Hyuga clan was strong, as Shikamaru had once mentioned. If he could forge a connection with this Hyuga girl, Naruto felt his chances of turning the tide in the future would significantly increase. Hinata gazed at the outstretched hand of Naruto, remaining silent for a considerable time. Ultimately, Naruto grasped her hand firmly and pulled her up. I am Naruto Uzumaki. And you? His smile seemed capable of melting the snow around them. Hinata lowered her head, and after a long moment, shyly replied, Hinata Hyuga. Fortunately, there were not many people around, and the surroundings were tranquil. Otherwise, Naruto might not have heard her clearly. "Hinata, do you remember the way home?" Hinata merely looked at Naruto again. She was indeed quite a reserved girl. Ino remarked that if such a situation arose, boys should take the initiative. Ino would surely like Hinata. She loves helping those who are helpless. Huh. To think that Naruto with glasses could see through her. His insight was remarkable. It was worth it for her sister to care for him so much. Hinata was indeed quite endearing. Ino crossed her arms and raised her snow-white neck slightly, filled with pride. Sakura cast her a sidelong glance and whispered to Hanabi, "Naruto with glasses is only partially right. Ino actually." Cough. Ino's ears perked up, and she deliberately cleared her throat twice. "Let us go. I'll take you for a walk. Perhaps you'll find it." With that, Naruto gently pulled Hinata forward. She watched his back, memories of their previous encounter flooding her mind. Yet, she dared not question him about the incident. Observing Naruto's sturdy figure, Hinata felt both impressed and strong. "Do you remember anything?" Naruto suddenly turned back and asked. Hinata hurriedly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "You are from the Hyuga clan, right?" Noticing her demeanor, Naruto adjusted his approach. "Yes," Hinata murmured, nodding slightly. "I believe the Hyuga clan heads this way, correct?" Naruto inquired. "Yes," Hinata responded, lifting her gaze to the snow-covered street, feeling a wave of familiarity. She answered softly again and kept her eyes on the footprints left by Naruto. Holding his hand, she carefully followed in his steps. Naruto made no effort to hurry her along. They ambled leisurely, hand in hand. This was something Ino and Sakura also enjoyed. Naruto had somewhat grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Hinata froze as the narration began. A trace of darkness flickered in her violet eyes as she glanced back at Naruto, who smiled slightly. According to what the book said, she was indeed a perfect embodiment of a Yamato Nadeshiko. "Looking at you, you are rather cute," Naruto chuckled. Hinata had no idea how to respond to such a compliment. No one had ever praised her like that since she could remember. Before long, Naruto led Hinata to the grand entrance of the Hyuga residence. Gazing at the large characters spelling Hyuga, he squinted slightly. It felt even more eerie than during the day. Fortunately, there was no one around. Naruto did not wish to return with a lost child from the Hyuga family only to be surrounded by onlookers. Although he did not mind others' opinions, he knew that the Hyuga clan might not look upon him favorably. The thought of being scrutinized by a crowd clad in mourning attire made him uneasy. "All right, we've arrived." Naruto released her hand, only to find that she was still holding on tightly. After a moment, Hinata regained her senses and quickly let go, stepping back. "I'm so sorry. You should say thank you, not apologize. You're home now, and I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving." With that, Naruto walked away without looking back. Hinata quickly raised her head and saw him waving without turning around. Her big eyes sparkled, reflecting Naruto's figure. "Naruto-kun has grown taller and stronger since I last saw him." "How impressive." Hinata sniffed, unconsciously swallowing. "Naruto-kun must be eating well and filling up, which is why he has grown." Not long after, as Hinata watched, Naruto vanished into the darkened street. Her mind involuntarily conjured up the reassuring smile he had shown her. "Hinata." At that moment, a stern voice called out. Hinata turned to see her father approaching with an umbrella. The snow piled on the umbrella indicated that he had been outside for quite some time. As an important heir of the main family, "Why are you acting on your own?" Hinata was at a loss for words. "For you and for the clan, how many have sacrificed themselves? You should be aware of these matters." At his words, Hinata lowered her head in silence, recalling the moment when Neji had cried. For a moment, she instinctively glanced in the direction where Naruto had departed, as if she could faintly see that small yet imposing figure, smiling and waving goodbye. "It's not surprising that Hinata acts this way," Ino remarked. "Indeed, Uncle Hisashi, she is so young. Why must you place such pressure on her?" Sakura added. "I find it difficult to watch," Tintin chimed in. Hisashi Hyuga remained silent, for he had been subjected to such pressures since childhood. The strain from the main family was considerable. In contrast, the branch family was not held to such strict standards. Hinata tugged at Ino's sleeve, prompting Ino to tone it down. "Hokage-sama, I have arrived." Chapter 44, Chakra Refinement Technique. Prize quiz. As soon as Naruto laid eyes on Sarutobi Hiruzen, a broad smile spread across his face, suppressing the urge to unleash his frustrations. Naruto hurriedly approached Hiruzen. This cheerful demeanor dispelled the gloom that had lingered in Hiruzen's heart these past few days. "Naruto, look at this," Hiruzen exclaimed, opening a paper bag to reveal a warm coat. A flicker of anger crossed Naruto's eyes. It had been snowing for several days, and he had no warm clothing. Had it not been for the few items he had inherited from Choji, he would have been freezing. It seemed that Hiruzen intended to wait until he was nearly at his limit before presenting the coat, hoping to receive gratitude in return. The moment he spotted the coat, these thoughts raced through Naruto's mind. Humph, what an embarrassing sight. Tobirama Senju scoffed. You chose it, idol. Izuna Uchiha shot back. Shut up, Tobirama retorted. I warned you, Tobirama-sensei. It would be wise for you to remain silent, Danzo Shimura interjected. No one knows how vengeful Hiruzen might be after this viewing ends. He could very well send someone to dig up your grave. Tobirama glared at Danzo. 10 minutes of silence for you. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto exclaimed, his face radiating surprise and gratitude. Hiruzen chuckled warmly, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair. Naruto stiffened for a moment before regaining his composure. You old fool. And there's this, Naruto, Hiruzen continued, pulling out a scarf from the bottom of the paper bag and personally draping it around Naruto's shoulders. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Is this a scarf? It is indeed warm, exclaimed Xiao Mingren with excitement. As the weather turned cold, I invited you over to fetch a few garments, and incidentally, to present you with a surprise. Uzumaki Kushina's voice echoed in the chat room, laden with palpable resentment. You old fool. How dare you use the scarf I painstakingly knitted to gain the loyalty of the bespectacled Mingren? She continued. Are you planning to utilize the legacy that should rightfully belong to Mingren to curry his favor in the future? Mingren, tell your mother. Have you received any of my inheritance? Asked Uzumaki Kushina. Inheritance? I don't know. It seems no one has ever mentioned it, replied Uzumaki Mingren. Have you received the red scarf from that old fool? And many toys that I bought when I was pregnant with you? Kushina listed several items. Mingren scratched his head, admitting he had no recollection. At that moment, Sarutobi Konohamaru chimed in. Big brother Mingren. It seems those things Aunt Kushina mentioned are in my secret base. In an instant, Sarutobi Hizashi's mind went blank. Upon hearing the mention of Konohamaru's voice, he instinctively felt something was amiss. However, it was too late to intervene. Konohamaru had already spoken. The entire ninja world fell silent. Kushina's voice trembled slightly. Konohamaru? The Sarutobi surname. What is your relation to the old Sarutobi Hizashi? Grandfather. Everyone knows I have a Hokage grandfather, Konohamaru replied nonchalantly. Unlike others who might grovel upon discovering their lineage, he eagerly opened up. That secret base was shown to me by my grandfather, who said if I was bored, I could go there to play. Everything there belongs to me. Under Kushina's gentle coaxing, Konohamaru described the architecture and features of that place. Sarutobi Hizashi attempted to intervene, but was simultaneously scolded by Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. Seeing this, Konohamaru felt a sense of satisfaction. He relished witnessing his grandfather's discomfort. The chat room soon echoed only with Konohamaru's voice. Mingren was utterly confused. Eventually, Yamanaka Ino sighed and straightforwardly explained the situation to him. Upon hearing Ino's explanation, Mingren displayed no anger, merely confusion as to why Kushina had been muted for her outburst. Yamanaka Ino felt a twitch in his eye. Neji, without further ado, took action, opting to engage physically rather than waste words. Amid Mingren's pleas for mercy, Neji remarked, if only you could resist the whispers of chakra in your mind just once, you wouldn't be so calm now. In the ceiling space, Namake's Minato sat atop the head of the Kyuubi's shadow. He could discern that Kushina's resolve to destroy Konoha was unprecedentedly firm. Kurama, have I erred? Intuition told the Kyuubi's shadow that it was best to refrain from answering such questions. What surprise awaits? Little Mingren inquired, his face brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi produced a scroll, a benevolent smile gracing his features. This is the chakra refinement technique. Congratulations, Mingren. You possess the qualities to become a qualified ninja of Konoha. Just then, a notification sounded. The quiz begins. Everyone, please prepare. In an instant, the entire ninja world held its breath. It had finally arrived. The long-awaited quiz with generous rewards was here. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Mikoto comforted Kushina, whose eyes shimmered with tears. The quiz. Kushina, hurry, prepare. Before Mikoto could finish, Kushina abruptly changed her mind. Mikoto, help me. With tear-filled eyes, Kushina gazed at Uchiha Mikoto. Witnessing her vulnerability for the first time made Mikoto's heart quiver. With a slight smile, she embraced Kushina. How can I assist you? Mikoto, be ready to answer first. Together we shall revive, with your help. None of those Konoha fools will escape. Kushina grasped Mikoto's hand. All right, Makoto agreed without hesitation. At that moment, the voice of the viewing system announced, Question: How will Uzumaki Mingren react to Sarutobi Hizashi's words, and what will he think internally? Please choose from the following options. 1. Uzumaki Mingren stares blankly for a moment, then reveals a look of joy and longing. Internally, wonderful. I have finally grasped the will of fire. After becoming a ninja, I will surely gain everyone's recognition. Despite the options presented, many from Konoha who had grown up under the will of fire chose this option without hesitation. They should be thankful that this quiz carried no penalties. For them, it was simply a matter of pride in the will of fire. However, for a discerning individual, it would be evident that the so-called will of fire was merely a guise for something far more sinister. 2. Uzumaki Mingren furrows his brows, rejecting Sarutobi Hizashi's assertion, and informs him that he has yet to fully comprehend the will of fire, and thus should not become a ninja so soon. Internally, I am still too young. I can only grasp the surface of the will of fire. Its essence eludes me, and I have not yet garnered everyone's approval. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so isolated. Upon the emergence of option 2, those who had previously chosen 1 with unerring confidence began to regret their decision. Option 2 was undeniably more rational. No matter how one viewed it, Mingren had received the true teachings of the third Hokage. He could not possibly remain as unruly as before. Despite his internal disdain for the third Hokage, he fundamentally recognized the will of fire and studied it earnestly. Human nature is inherently multifaceted, and thus their internal thoughts are not without merit. It is entirely reasonable. After all, their education was a product of Sarutobi Hizashi's meticulously crafted closed education system, wherein everyone extolled the virtues of the will of fire. Naturally, they may have noticed the discrepancies but would not easily admit it. Otherwise, how could they treat a defenseless child so harshly if they truly understood the so-called will of fire? As option 2 concluded, in the Pure Land, Kusina quickly interjected. Last time there were 3 options. Makoto, be prepared. Take a chance. When 3 appears, select it directly. Otherwise, we will have no opportunity. Kusina did not intend to participate. Her involvement could jeopardize Makoto's chance to answer first. Makoto clearly recognized this too. If there were only 3 options, the third would undoubtedly be the correct one. The first 2 were fundamentally flawed. With this understanding, Uchiha Makoto took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and suddenly opened them wide, activating her 3-tomo Sharingan. Makoto was no mere ornamental figure, but a true and formidable Konoha Jonin. The ocular prowess of the Sharingan, combined with Uchiha Makoto's hand, pressed against the ethereal screen that materializes before everyone. Even Kusina offered her a sip of the Kyubi-branded milk. It would be a challenge to remain anonymous. However, the outcome for first place still held an air of suspense. At the very moment the symbol appeared on the screen, Uchiha Makoto had already pressed down. Simultaneously, Kusina had been watching Makoto's finger intently and promptly pressed down as well. Naruto Uzumaki would leap with joy upon receiving the chakra refinement technique scroll. Yet he would gaze quizzically at Sarutobi Hiruzen, questioning when he had acquired the qualities of a competent Konoha ninja. Internally, he thought, old man, after all this effort, you finally believe in me. What do you mean by possessing the necessary qualities? Is it merely the belief in understanding the will of fire and the acknowledgement that I regard you as my benefactor? The announcement of the trivia contest concluded, and the processing of information commenced. The voice of the viewing system echoed again, heightening the tension among the majority. Even those from Konoha who chose option 1 were feeling anxious. In stark contrast, those who selected option 2 remained completely unfazed. The most anxious were those opting for the third choice, not out of concern for the correctness of their answer, but rather for their ability to place among the top 3, as the rewards for the top 3 were exceedingly generous, including even the revival of the deceased. In the Pure Land, Kusina's cheeks flushed crimson. Beside her, Uchiha Makoto wore a mask of tension, though her face was devoid of color, remaining in a spiritual state. On the Konoha side, many displayed expressions of disbelief, yet when they beheld the 3 option, their minds insisted that it was indeed the correct choice. The previous trivia contest was still fresh in their memories. The will of fire might exert its influence, but the willpower of the black-framed Naruto was equally formidable. Even if he were to change, it would not be so swift. The answer did not keep the ninja world waiting long. The grand screen showcasing the life of black-framed Naruto resumed its display. Little Naruto gazed at the scroll in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, breath caught in his throat. Chakra refinement technique. If I can master this, I can truly call myself a ninja. Running along walls will be a piece of cake in the future. He suppressed his inner yearning, yet his face betrayed his excitement, practically jumping with joy. He reached out to take it, but then, begrudgingly, asked, Hokage Grandpa, when will I possess the qualities of a competent Konoha ninja? Can I truly embody such noble qualities? I feel as though I have yet to grasp the will of fire. This response brought a smile to Sarutobi Hiruzen, albeit one that resembled a withered chrysanthemum. Haha, Naruto. Do you know? Hiruzen affectionately ruffled little Naruto's hair. In that moment, Naruto's somewhat long blonde hair no longer appeared glaring in his eyes. Instead, it transformed into something strikingly radiant. He had formulated an initial plan concerning Naruto's origins, believing that with proper utilization, the future would yield even greater benefits. Observing Hiruzen's demeanor, Naruto exhibited anticipation, though internally he harbored disdain. That old fool. After half a year, I've finally gained his trust. However, it's also possible that mastering this chakra refinement technique might help suppress the fox spirit within me. Knowledge on this subject was scarce in literature. Yet Naruto pieced together a considerable hypothesis from scattered information and personal experience. He suspected that his so-called fox spirit might be due to the creature residing within him, as indicated by previous murmurs and the comforting sensations he experienced, along with glimpses of his eyes turning red in the mirror. As Naruto received the chakra refinement technique, he unconsciously smiled. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. You are truly my great benefactor. I will not disappoint your expectations. Naruto's internal reflections mirrored the sentiments of option 3. In an instant, those who chose options 1 and 2 were left bewildered once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Izuna remarked, Huh? Still daring to choose 1 and 2? What kind of talent is that? Yamanaka Ino, with her characteristic bluntness, received praise from Uchiha Izuna. Well said. Little girl, do speak more. Izuna continued, if revival is possible, I assure you that I will grant you a wish. Of course, it must be within my capabilities. If you wish to acknowledge me as your adoptive father, that would be perfectly acceptable as well. Little girl, you suit my taste. Ha ha. Hinata, it's over. Everyone knows now. Yamanaka Ino, great adoptive father, please accept my bow. Yamanaka Ino, Uchiha Izuna is of the same caliber as the second Hokage, with connections to Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konoha. With this thought, Ino naturally raised her chin, feeling free to speak her mind. Wait, if that's the case, what will Sasuke call me? Yamanaka Ino, old monkey. Speak up. Yamanaka Ino, I can't do anything right, yet I'm the top in internal strife. Shimura Danzo, yeah, Hiruzen, speak up. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his teeth grind in irritation at Danzo's remarks, wishing to expel him from the organization at that moment. Anoki, let me interrupt. While watching your Konoha internal strife is quite amusing, our attention should be on the trivia contest. Fourth Raikage. Indeed, I wonder who will take first place this time. Terumi May, I hope I can also receive a reward. Mikoto, you must be first. Kusina grasped Mikoto's fair hand, attempting to soothe her anxieties. Uchiha Mikoto managed a strained smile, though sweat beaded on her palms. Similarly, even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the tension rising. Those who had chosen options 1 and 2 remained oblivious to the fact that their seemingly omnipotent third Hokage had secretly chosen 3. The viewing system did not keep everyone waiting long. Soon, the prompt sounded. Ding. The trivia contest has concluded, and calculations are underway. The top 3 to submit answers first. Congratulations to Uchiha Mikoto for receiving a reward upon the conclusion of the viewing. She will be revived at any location within the ninja world. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for receiving a reward upon the conclusion of the viewing. His soul will be freed from the clutches of death. Congratulations to Hyuga Hinata for receiving a reward. Upon the conclusion of the viewing, her malnourished body will be restored. Note, upon receiving another reward, a revival at any time and place can be chosen. Alternatively, one may continue to receive a reward most compatible with the awarded individual. Uchiha Mikoto, revived. In the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body jolted. Uchiha Mikoto would also be revived. Fortunately, it was within a controllable range. However, could it be that she intends to resurrect alongside Joexi and Nai? In that case, the situation would be quite different. The former Ninetales Jinchuriki and Uchiha are not simply a matter of 1 plus 1 equaling 2. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret at his own sluggishness. If only he had secured first place in this comparative viewing system, he would undoubtedly have heard the deepest desires of his heart, to restore his aging body to its prime condition. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns did not end there. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at the visibly distressed Sarutobi Hiruzen and chuckled. Sarutobi-sensei, have you noticed the second place? Minato's demeanor seems somewhat different, doesn't it? He even buzzed in to answer, which means he acknowledges this answer internally, and he has also secured second place. Orochimaru's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he immediately sent a message in the chat room. Minato, have you emerged from the belly of the Shinigami? The Shiki Fujin is indeed an ominous sealing technique. Once the viewing concludes, I believe my prior preparations will come in handy. This time, your Edo Tensei will not fail. Uchiha Izuna interjected. Orochimaru, could you arrange one for me as well? Ideally, one alongside my brother, and later, let him inform you where we are buried. Meanwhile, within the belly of the Shinigami, Namikaze Minato let out a sigh of relief. As one of the swiftest responders in the ninja world, it was hardly surprising that he secured second place. What a pity, thought the half-shadow of the Nine Tails. Edo Tensei, huh? That guy Orochimaru must have truly plundered your grave. Minato chuckled bitterly, dismissing the matter. However, being resurrected through Edo Tensei was still a favorable outcome. Then, I entrust this to you, Orochimaru-senpai. No problem at all. In any case, after this comparative viewing concludes, I am quite eager to witness the grand funeral belonging exclusively to Sensei Sarutobi. Such a lavish lineup, truly befitting the strongest Hokage. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened with anger. Traitor, Hinata you? The group of women was taken aback, gazing at Hinata's flushed face. When did this girl make her move? Ino was the most astonished. Hinata was right beside her, yet she had sensed nothing of her buzzing in. Wait, this reward. Hinata, how could you be malnourished? I don't know, Hinata replied bashfully. Suddenly, Hanabi's eyes lit up. Sister, Big Brother Naruto seems to have mentioned that to eat well, one must also eat enough. I've heard you in the kitchen a few times at night when your stomach rumbled. So, sister, do you often go hungry? However, I remember that you were already eating the families. Hanabi did not finish her sentence before Hinata scooped her into her arms and covered her mouth. Hanabi, stop joking. How could I go hungry? The gazes of the girls shifted, noticing Hinata's flushed ears, as if they were privy to an extraordinary revelation. What? Uzumaki Kusina exclaimed. How could my little Hinata be malnourished? Namikaze Minato added. Brother Hizashi, this is indeed excessive. No matter how strict, children should never be left to starve. After Minato spoke, he anxiously focused on the chatroom's messages. Seeing that Kusina did not silence him, Minato couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to him, Kusina was joyfully celebrating her best friend's resurrection. Uchiha Makoto remarked, Sasuke, your mother can also be revived. You must take care of yourself. When she returns, you, Naruto, and Aunt Kusina will take vengeance upon Konoha. That's wonderful, Mom. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes glistened with tears. This was all real. He could see his mother once more. Naruto exclaimed, Sasuke, that's amazing. Hyuga Hayashi asked, Hinata, have you truly not eaten enough in these years? I've ensured that extra portions are provided for you each time. Hinata's head was enveloped in mist. The next moment, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. It was over. The entire ninja world would now know of her prodigious appetite. A flicker of darkness passed through her pale, lavender eyes. Senju Tobirama scoffed. Foolish. As a clan specializing in taijutsu, the Hyuga clan inherently requires more energy. Having realized that your daughter eats more, you fail to investigate her actual consumption? Senju Tobirama shook his head. It appears that Hinata's situation is quite similar to that of Naruto. If Hinata can maintain her considerable talent, it can only be said that you, as the head of the Hyuga clan, are a woefully inadequate leader and father. I am deeply sorry, Hyuga Hayashi declared. From tomorrow, starting with the next meal, I will ensure that an abundance of food is provided until Hinata is full. From now on, each meal will contain at least the minimum amount for her. Hinata, I apologize to you. The second Hokage himself spoke on Hinata's behalf. Coupled with Hyuga Hayashi's internal struggles over his brother's death and the debts owed to Neji, he discarded all notions of status and sincerely apologized. Poor Hinata, just when she had clung to a shred of consciousness, intending to muddle through. The moment she heard her father's voice, she lost the last vestige of awareness. Hanabi, seeing this, exclaimed, "Oh no! Sister has fainted from hunger." Chapter 47, Ninja Bear, quite good, only slightly inferior to my earlier days. Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh, observing the gratitude and excitement in little Naruto's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reflect. Minato, your in Kusina's child is extraordinary. Indeed, Minato's insight, the Jinchuriki's sacred physique from the Uzumaki clan. A stable and obedient Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is exceedingly rare. Glancing at the chakra refinement technique. Although little Naruto's physique is remarkable, a seal is still a seal. Over time, if he is not allowed to refine chakra, the seal will inevitably loosen, causing the Nine-Tails chakra to overflow. Therefore, I congratulate you in advance on becoming a competent Konoha ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Indeed. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. I will strive to earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage, a great hero like Hokage Grandpa. Excellent. Then you must work hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, adding, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay. Little Naruto nodded eagerly. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen led little Naruto into the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen brewed himself a cup of tea, leaned against the window, enjoying the cool breeze while lighting a pipe. He occasionally glanced at little Naruto, unable to suppress a smile. Little Naruto, in turn, eagerly perused the chakra refinement technique scroll. Shikamaru advised me that most of the time, one should learn to conceal their brilliance. Thus, little Naruto approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, pointing at several obscure characters and asking him what they meant. This brought immense joy to Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to experience the role of a teacher once more. Before long, little Naruto had finished reviewing the key points of the chakra refinement technique. Overall, chakra is the product of the fusion of spiritual energy and cellular energy. The two forms of energy typically do not interact. Only through deliberate control can they be refined. If one has not mastered the art of chakra extraction, one cannot utilize controllable chakra. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. Spiritual energy? Cellular energy? If that is the case, does it mean that chakra is essentially an energy derived from depleting one's own vitality? Wouldn't this pose significant harm to the body? The book states that at my current age, which is a time of growth, Shikamaru and the others have also embarked on their studies. It appears that this age can withstand such consumption, but excessive depletion would surely compromise one's innate essence. Naruto pondered deeply, and the surrounding ninjas expressed astonishment. Uchiha Izuna remarked, "This child possesses remarkable insight." Uchiha Izuna commanded, "Inogen, seize him. Assist your adoptive father in reviving the new Uchiha." Yamashiro Inogen acknowledged. Senju Tobirama concurred, stating, "A ninja, in essence, is one who sacrifices life force in exchange for power." Tobirama added, "If one learns chakra too early and misuses it, it will undoubtedly lead to a loss of one's origin." He continued, "In our era, ninjas had short lifespans due to perpetual warfare. Thus, from the moment a ninja could recall, their first task was to learn the chakra extraction technique." Senju Hashirama noted, "Thus, one of the purposes of establishing the village was to protect the new generation. Madara and I once shared a common vision." Uchiha Madara interjected, "You're long dead, yet still so verbose." Shimura Danzo declared, "You are unaware that the Hokage has dispatched numerous children to the battlefield." Senju Hashirama exclaimed, "Is that true, monkey? You allowed children onto the battlefield?" Tsunade interjected, "Shinju perished on the battlefield." This revelation struck Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama like a bolt from the blue. No wonder Shinju has remained silent until now. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze narrowed. "Hokage, since chakra cannot be stored, does that mean ninjas must extract it when needed?" Naruto inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. "Even in combat, that is indeed the case." He explained, "Mastering chakra extraction may not be overly challenging, but the true difficulty lies in refining it into a skill. An adept ninja can swiftly extract chakra, and similarly, a proficient ninja will manage their chakra wisely. Excessive use may lead to death." Naruto promptly nodded, indicating his understanding. After posing several questions to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he sat down to attempt chakra extraction. Naruto did not rush. He did not immediately apply the techniques from the chakra extraction method. Instead, he focused on adjusting his breathing and his state of being. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naruto with eager anticipation. The physique of the Uzumaki and Senju clans is indeed enviable. While others may have chakra, they often possess an abundance, even to the extent of having chakras measured in tons. As for chakra of the highest caliber, it may appear only once in a century. Chakra? Kakashi furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sensation. Nonetheless, the narration struck a chord within him. A deficiency of chakra is truly discomforting. Of course, Kakashi's chakra is not particularly scarce. He is at least within normal limits. However, due to his Sharingan being perpetually active, he continuously expends chakra. This means Kakashi is constantly engaged in passive chakra extraction. Hence, he is often referred to as Kakashi the copy ninja. The measurement unit Kakashi reflects the amount of chakra he possesses, minus the chakra consumed by his Sharingan. As a professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses extensive knowledge of ninja arts. Otherwise, he would not hold his esteemed position. However, his skills were cultivated through countless resources. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, Naruto attempted several times and successfully extracted chakra. The sensation was quite subtle. Naruto quickly suppressed his inner desire and ceased the extraction. Knowing that excessive chakra extraction could lead to a loss of his essence, he exercised great restraint, despite the comforting feeling of having chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally pleased. Naruto's successful chakra extraction alleviated concerns regarding the seal of the Nine Tails, at least for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, he had gained control over Naruto, mitigating worries that Naruto might use chakra against the villagers. Hokage, am I too foolish? Naruto lamented. You were undoubtedly more formidable than I am. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched. Based on Naruto's previous description, Sarutobi Hiruzen estimated that if Naruto were to utilize ninjutsu, the amount he had just extracted would suffice for a competent fire release, great fireball technique. However, upon observing Naruto's despondent yet hopeful expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and placed a hand gently atop Naruto's head. Naruto, you have already performed admirably. While you may be slightly behind where I was at your age, you have surpassed the majority. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled as he eagerly looked up. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. Now, you must diligently study the will of fire, for when you become a ninja, I will have many surprises in store for you. He chuckled heartily. Yamashiro Inogen exclaimed, how shameless. Inogen added, however, Naruto indeed possesses an abundance of chakra. Haruno Sakura chimed in, yes. Grant me a reward that amplifies my chakra 100-fold. Inogen queried, adoptive father, how does your chakra compare to that of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Izuna responded, the strength of a ninja lies not in the quantity of chakra, but in its refinement. Senju Tobirama scoffed, but how would my elder brother's chakra quantity affect his fire release? Uchiha Izuna countered, that is your brother. What concern is it of yours? Your chakra amount is not significantly greater than mine. Uchiha Izuna continued, Inogen, let us not compare our chakra to those monstrous elders. The tailed beasts possess immense chakra, but it is merely a fleeting matter. Uchiha Izuna recalled, by the way, was there mention of the Kyuubi disturbance earlier? I could easily compel that little fox to obey. Yamashiro Inogen marveled. How impressive. Uchiha Izuna felt a swell of pride. Tobirama, what about you? Senju Tobirama remarked, merely souls lost to the blade. Kyuubi interjected. You are full of nonsense. Uchiha Madara inquired. Kyuubi retorted, damn Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama interjected, for my sake, please refrain from arguing. As a postscript, the update schedule cannot be fixed. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, there will be 4 updates daily, approximately 10,000 words. Do not complain about pacing. As long as I update frequently and swiftly, there will be no issues. If there are any typographical errors, I kindly ask for the understanding of all readers, as the volume is substantial and proofreading is indeed a laborious task. Chapter 48, Black Frame Naruto, the Fox Demon? A wicked great fox. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto returned home alone. The feeling of being surveilled had entirely dissipated. After mastering chakra extraction, I can now sense the general location of the ninjas monitoring me in real time. It seems that future surveillance may persist, but it will certainly not be as invasive as before, where they treated me as if I were blind to their watchfulness. Upon returning home, the first task was to toss my cotton clothing and scarf into the washing machine. Following that, I continued to work on filling my stomach. After satisfying my hunger, Naruto rubbed his round belly. Once digestion had progressed sufficiently, he planned to try extracting chakra again to see how specific the depletion would be. Shodao Dingswa. My goodness, This child is truly the embodiment of Shuemin and Jyoshinai. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly. Nara Shikaku. Indeed, this child's future potential is unimaginable. However, he still has a challenge to overcome. Nara Shikaku. If I am not mistaken, Shuemin, your seal has some leeway, correct? The Shinigami blinked. Then, with a gentle smile, Wolfing Shuemin replied, yes, as expected of Senior Shikaku, I have indeed left a key. Wolfing Shuemin. At that time, I considered using 2 4-symbol seals. A double seal that belongs to the Bagua sealing technique. Wolfing Shuemin. Its purpose is to convert the chakra of the 9 tails leaking from the 4-symbol seal into Naruto's chakra. Wolfing Shuemin did not reveal everything at once. He had his own considerations. Senju Tobirama. A commendable idea. No wonder that child possesses such talent. Senju Tobirama. I am referring to the one with the black frame. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto. Actually, you need not remind me so deliberately. This time, Naruto, somewhat reluctantly, gave his head a light thump. Damned hallucinations. Hurry up and appear. Once you do, I will immediately reject you. As Naruto, I shall not be outdone by my black-framed self. Night. Little Naruto, after several attempts, concluded his training. He felt somewhat fatigued. The chakra refinement was still a bit premature for him at this stage. This was little Naruto's belief. Usually, at this hour, even if Naruto felt sleepy due to his biological clock, he would never feel such overwhelming fatigue or weariness. Lost in thought, little Naruto unknowingly closed his eyes. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, it was the latter half of the night. Little Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide. His mind was filled with the gigantic eyes he had seen in his dreams earlier. Red irises paired with slitted pupils, an intense sense of oppression. In the dream, little Naruto seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss, with only those enormous eyes before him, emanating a chilling red glow. Huff, taking a deep breath. Little Naruto's back was already soaked in cold sweat. Yet, in the next moment, he unexpectedly smiled. It must be you, the fox demon. Though those eyes were frightening, little Naruto felt an inexplicable familiarity, for he had seen such eyes in the mirror before. During a moment of intense emotional fluctuation, his own eyes had transformed into that form. Little brat, are you referring to yourself, fox demon? Little Naruto widened his eyes, then quickly glanced around. It was pitch black and silent. He expanded his perception. There was no sensation of being watched. So where did that voice come from? Wait, why do I feel somewhat comfortable? Is it that feeling? The fox demon refers to both me and you. Little Naruto took a deep breath, calming his heart. This transformation immediately made little Naruto realize everything stemmed from the chakra refinement technique. The change occurred only after he refined the chakra. He could now converse with the fox demon within him. Fox demon? That term is what those foolish ants call me. Do you wish to acknowledge it? Is this host of mine truly that unworthy? Why not immediately seek revenge after refining chakra? During this time, you have persistently buzzed in my ear. Now that I have appeared, you may go ahead and pursue your desires without resisting my power. I will certainly protect you. You reveal your intentions the moment you appear? Little Naruto would not be swayed by the Nine Tails' words. Why should I? What reason does this fox demon have to assist me and not resist its power? Little Naruto's lips curled slightly. If he were trapped within someone else's body, he would strive to manipulate that person and then take their place, or break free from the cage confining him. Very well, little Naruto replied with a smile. Hiss. Many gasped in shock. Considering the situation, if their identities were reversed, he might have truly been swayed by the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Kusina. Nine Tails, are you seeking death? Uzumaki Kusina. By the way, you seem to have a name, Kyubi no Yoko? Uft. Uzumaki Kusina. Ahem, Kyubi, speak. Kushina's voice echoed from the chatroom. Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails lay on the ground, not lifting its eyelids. It seemed to have heard and seen nothing. Uzumaki Mito. So Kyubi, you have a name. Nine Tails, forget it. I shall not stoop to the level of these two ignorant women. Senju Hashirama. Ha! The laughter of Senju Hashirama resonated. The Nine Tails nearly broke its composure. Yet ultimately, caught between anger and restraint, it chose to endure. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails slightly lifted its eyelids. If it has been acknowledged, then let us act. Little Naruto, very well. The power of this fox is beyond your imagination. With just a fraction, the entire Konoha, including that so-called third Hokage, will not stand a chance against you. Little Naruto, very well. Little brat, do you not trust me? Of course. Little Naruto nodded with a bright smile. Damn it. The Ninetales widened its eyes and growled. You and your beep. Little Naruto furrowed his brow. He felt as though his chakra had diminished significantly. Chakra does not simply vanish without reason. Then, little Naruto became aware. He lifted his shirt to look at his abdomen. There was a warm sensation in that area. Upon inspection, little Naruto discovered the incantation of the Bagua seal. What is this? Little Naruto clearly had not yet studied the relevant knowledge. A cage? Is this the cage binding that fox demon? The recent chakra depletion must have been due to this cage, which has absorbed a significant amount of my chakra and interrupted my connection with the fox demon. Lost in thought, fatigue washed over him. Little Naruto hurriedly got out of bed to jot down everything about his first communication with the Ninetales. He concluded with, "It is a very wicked fox demon that attempted to manipulate me during our first exchange. It seems to have a somewhat arrogant demeanor." QB. Nonsense. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales could neither see nor hear anything about Naruto. Had the seal, which had just been loosened, been reinforced again? Was it due to that little brat extracting chakra? Damn that eternal brat, bluffing Shueimon. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, then shook his head in amusement. Has QB been divided into two parts by Shueimon? Hee. The Sage of Six Paths was not overly concerned. Even if divided, the chakra would still suffice for Ashura's reincarnation. After all, when the 10 tails were divided into 9-tailed beasts, it was merely a division of chakra. One part for QB, one part for Shikaku, another for QB again, and yet another for Kokuo. P.S. I am heading out to find food. Chapter 49, The Excluded Uchiha. The following day, little Naruto awoke from his slumber. After lingering in bed for a while, he sat up and picked up the notes he had taken yesterday. Looking at his first impression of the fox demon from last night, little Naruto's lips curled slightly. It should be a rather intriguing big fox. However, it now appears that Xiao Mingren lifted his shirt once more, gazing at his abdomen, which had returned to normal. The cage must have been reinforced. The next opportunity to converse with it remains uncertain. Nevertheless, one fact is clear. If I harbor thoughts of the fox demon, everything I say and see can be heard and witnessed by it. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Mingren promptly documented his findings. After reviewing them several times, he heard a ripping sound. He tore out the page containing his analysis. To prevent unnecessary complications, he decided to tear up his notes after writing them. Only then did Xiao Mingren rise from bed. As for the reason behind his writing, it is simple. During his studies, he discovered that while his memory is quite good, the quickest and easiest way to retain information is to write it down first, subsequently reviewing it, which leaves a lasting impression. Gradually, this method became a habit for him, and Ino and Sakura learned from his example. It proved to be an efficient learning technique. While washing up, a knock echoed at Xiao Mingren's door. He opened it to find Sakura, bundled up tightly, her cheeks flushed. In her hands, she carried a large bag of near-expired food. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the exposed skin on her arms was still steaming. Clearly, the weight and distance posed a considerable challenge for her. Xiao Mingren hurriedly took the bag from her and welcomed her inside. After she sat down, he quickly poured her a glass of warm water. You must be exhausted? Observing Sakura regain her composure and smile at him, Xiao Mingren, with a hint of exasperation, lightly tapped her forehead. Have you had breakfast? No. Sakura shook her head vigorously. Xiao Mingren chuckled, shaking his head. What prompted you to buy me something? I figured that in this weather, the traps in the back mountain surely yielded no catch. Moreover, the water surface has frozen, it's winter, and fishing is difficult, so I bought these for you. Without waiting for Xiao Mingren's response, Sakura added, I know you spend all your money on books. Besides, we usually study together. It wouldn't be fair for you to bear the expenses alone. As he watched Sakura's face flush with emotion from her explanation, a smile crept onto Xiao Mingren's lips. This girl is rather endearing. Vortex Kusina. Oh, my little Sakura is so adorable. Come here, and he wants to hug you. Upon hearing Kusina's remark, Sakura's face reddened. Why does Aunt Kusina always refer to my family? Yamashiro Kai's expression darkened instantaneously. This illustrates the distinction between raising a daughter and a son. Of course, Kusina's intention was more about the world with the black frame. Uchiha Makoto looked at her close friend with a hint of helplessness. Kusina, you can't say that. However, before Makoto could finish, Kusina confidently retorted. I am also the mother of the black frame Mingren. I am referring to the black frame world. Yet, after speaking, she shyly stuck out her tongue. There was no denying that all the girls in the Black Frame world pleased her immensely. She wished to gather them all and have them call her mother. Observing the current situation, Uchiha Makoto furrowed her brow slightly. Almost there. The Black Frame screen continued to display images. Yes, I understand, but one thing at a time. I will take note of that. With this, Xiao Mingren produced a ledger. It meticulously recorded the items he received from the 4 small ones, converted into monetary value. Once I am capable of earning, I will repay you all. If you refuse, I shall transform these into delicacies. Noticing that Sakura still wished to argue, Xiao Mingren adopted a stern expression, declaring, no refusals. With a reluctant nod, Sakura acquiesced. At this moment, Xiao Mingren found it amusing, and another girl's figure flashed in his mind. Perhaps Ino, being from the same ninja clan, might know her. Sakura's family likely had little contact with them. By the way, Mingren, I wasn't able to find any history books, but I did hear some news. Sakura entered the kitchen, helping Xiao Mingren crack eggs, and suddenly spoke up. Oh, do tell. Xiao Mingren stood on a chair, not turning around. While I was searching for books, I overheard the shopkeeper telling someone. That annoying Uchiha captured Inoue again yesterday. How infuriating. Inoue did nothing wrong. The other person replied, well, there's no helping it, but there is some good news. What good news? Is the fox demon to be executed? At this, Sakura's face assumed a fierce expression, as if defending Xiao Mingren. He had grown accustomed to such reactions. Silently, he noted an addition to the shopkeeper's account. No, it concerns the Uchiha. They seem to have an inextricable connection to the fox demon affair. After discussions among the overseers, it appeared an order had been issued for the Uchiha clan to vacate to the outskirts of the village. How splendid. Sakura recounted the shopkeeper's conversation. Xiao Mingren listened, his brow furrowing slightly. Uchiha? They seem to be one of the ninja clans from Konoha. I've heard they are quite formidable. Often spotted in the streets wearing garments adorned with their clan emblem. The Uchiha are responsible for maintaining order. Capturing individuals is normal. Why are they so disliked? Could the fox demon situation be related to them? There's a possibility. The old man must have issued a covert ban. Xiao Mingren recalled the prohibition he had previously heard about. He then considered how the Uchiha often seemed to deliberately avoid him, presumably due to his association with the fox demon. Initially, he believed it to be disdain directed at him, but upon hearing Sakura's news, his perspective shifted. The only regret was the scarcity of information. This suggests that the Uchiha clan may indeed be ostracized. Upon deeper reflection, maintaining order and executing duties could lead to negative gossip behind their backs. Xiao Mingren murmured, and then his eyes brightened, as if he had grasped a critical piece of information. Yet, that fleeting insight vanished, leaving Xiao Mingren frowning in contemplation. This is easy. Ah, Sakura exclaimed, pulling Xiao Mingren back to reality. Looking down, he realized the eggs had burned. 4th Reikage. Haha, the Uchiha's good days are on the horizon. Anoki, the information on this matter has been well concealed by Konoha. Kuratsuchi. Currently, the Black Frame world seems poised to unveil much information, likely reconstructing the original sequence of events. I wager a high-grade Suiton ninjutsu that the Uchiha situation is undoubtedly related to those 4 from Konoha. 4th Reikage. Hey. Isn't that a guaranteed win? Senju Tobirama's expression darkened. This is excessive. Senju Tobirama. With the Uchiha's temperament, they surely won't sit idly by. Senju Tobirama. I refuse to believe that you few rebellious disciples cannot maintain balance. Do you think I have taught you to merely slaughter the Uchiha? Shimura Danzo. Hisashi merely adheres to your will, teacher Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Nonsense. Senju Tobirama. You are pushing them to rebel against Konoha, seeking to cleanse them. Bujira Huashinjan. When Lord Mizukage was present, he endeavored to mend the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Alas, later on, Uchiha Azuna, there is nothing more to say. It is retribution. How could you treat my older brother in such a manner? Uchiha Azuna, being manipulated so thoroughly, only to meet the fate of being exterminated by one's own kin. As little Naruto and little Sakura enjoyed breakfast, the heavy snow continued to fall outside. Following the absurd incident involving the Hyuga clan, the leadership of Konoha shifted its focus onto the Uchiha clan. This winter, they would be relocating from the heart of Konoha to the outskirts. At this moment, seeds of dissent were sown, and the whispers of a coup began to surface. However, under the firm control of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, the hawkish faction chose to rein in their ambitions. The rationale provided by Uchiha Fugaku was quite reasonable. The timing is not yet ripe. For now, we must endure, plotting in the shadows, seeking opportunities. Shursui has already been dispatched to the Umbu. And once things settle down, I will ensure Itachi joins the Umbu as well. For the time being, I will encourage Sasuke to enroll in preschool, thereby signaling to the higher-ups that we Uchiha accept our fate. Moreover, we are also a part of Konoha. Chapter 50, Treading Water and Climbing Trees. New classmate Uchiha? Are you attempting to engage with the Uchihas? No, perhaps it is better to refrain for now. It would be wiser to wait until I mature a bit more. Moreover, I am uncertain as to why the Uchihas are perceived as being inextricably linked to the chaos caused by the fox spirit. What a pity. If only the great fox could converse with me. Then little Naruto turned his gaze toward Sakura. The strength of an individual is often limited. Sakura. Yes, Sakura's adorable face peeked out from behind the kitchen door. In a moment, I shall teach you some skills. Ino and the others have already begun learning chakra refinement techniques. I have just mastered it myself. Sounds great. Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement. During this period, she had been unable to see Ino and Shikamaru at school. Sakura understood that they were currently training within their families to prepare for future enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Sakura's parents were merely ordinary people and thus could not teach her these foundational skills. Upon hearing Naruto say he had learned and wanted to teach her, how could Sakura not be overjoyed? What surprised Naruto was that Sakura managed to grasp the chakra refinement technique in an even shorter time than he did. Yet, the chakra she refined was minuscule. Haruno Sakura, this is mortifying. Moreover, the most crucial point is that even now, Sakura's chakra is hardly greater than that of the current black-framed Naruto. This is still due to black-framed Naruto exercising restraint in refining, unwilling to waste his essence unnecessarily. Otherwise, at this stage, Sakura would likely be unable to match even the current black-framed Naruto's chakra. Tsunade, the amount of chakra is pitifully low. However, this child has a unique talent for controlling chakra, making it easier for her than for most. Sakura was taken aback. She looked up, astonished that she had received recognition from Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. In the short street, Shizune, somewhat excited, remarked, "Lady Tsunade, that child might inherit your medical ninjutsu and secret techniques." Tsunade took a sip of sake. "Yes, it is indeed time to return to Konoha." "Ah, Lady Tsunade, didn't you say?" Shizune was interrupted as Tsunade swiftly cut her off. "That annoying old fool is bound to die. How can I miss such a spectacle? Besides, my great-uncle and second uncle might be resurrected through Edo Tensei. It has been years since I last saw them, and I miss them dearly. Naruto, I feel as if I have become a bit stronger, and I have some strength now," Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Little Naruto touched his nose, deciding not to disclose the truth. "Yes, that is quite good, but for now, do not hastily refine your chakra. Such a small amount of chakra indicates only one thing. Sakura's physical and spiritual energy in one of those aspects is too meager, preventing her from refining chakra to a normal level. Indeed, at present, little Naruto believes that his chakra amount falls within a normal range. Across the ninja world, anyone drinking water would likely sputter it out. Come, tell me, if your minuscule amount of chakra, which you just learned to refine, is considered normal, then what do we constitute?" Minato Namake's lips twitched slightly. This child has truly inherited Kusina's talents perfectly, given black-framed Naruto's age. The amount of chakra he has refined is indeed substantial. No wonder he directly restored the 8 trigrams seal you left behind. The other me in the black-framed world seems to have not succeeded. Then, let us have Sakura train with me from now on. Sakura's situation made little Naruto realize a crucial issue. Does the quantity of chakra also correlate with physical strength? Can this deficiency be compensated for through training? Yes, Sakura obediently replied. Days later, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji rejoined the little group. Upon learning that little Naruto and Sakura had recently been training, as well as little Naruto's narration, Ino seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. Her chakra amount was also limited. Among the three, Choji possessed the most chakra, followed by Shikamaru, and lastly, Ino. Although her father mentioned that the family's secret techniques did not require much chakra, Ino did not wish to fall behind. Thus, the 4 little ones were once again led by little Naruto into training. At such a tender age, they were already striving. One wonders how much stronger they will be compared to their peers once they enter school. Due to their simultaneous training, the task of finding books was significantly neglected. Of course, the primary reason was that at their current age, searching through all of Konoha, they would likely be unable to purchase relevant materials. A month later, little Naruto was at home meditating, practicing the meditation techniques taught by Shikamaru. Little Naruto found great joy in meditation. Meditation enhances one's mental strength. Though the results may be slow, the effects are commendable. After a month of practice, he had successfully made chakra refinement an instinctive action, thanks to his abundant energy. A brief session of refinement was sufficient for him to sustain his needs for a considerable time. In contrast, the four little ones found it quite challenging. If they engaged in chakra training, weight-bearing, or running in the back mountains, it would be strenuous, requiring them to constantly divert their attention to chakra refinement. After preschool at the Ninja Academy, the four little ones rushed in without pause, leaving a trail of tiny footprints in the snow. Naruto, Naruto. As soon as the door was pushed open, Ino dashed in. I have to tell you, today we saw something amazing. Ino's little face was flushed with excitement, eager to share what she had witnessed, yet slightly out of breath. Little Naruto patted her back, encouraging her to catch her breath. No need to rush, take your time. He welcomed the other three little ones into the house. Ino seized the warm water on the table and drank it down. Don't be hasty, go ahead and speak. No one is competing with you. Shikamaru sighed, casting a glance at the excited Ino, yet his expression betrayed him. Once Ino had calmed down, she hurriedly said, Naruto, today, while we were at school, we saw people walking on water. Those individuals seemed to be ninjas who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. We previously inquired, and they revealed to us that there is an abundance of feats that chakra can accomplish. Even before their training in tree climbing, they had already mastered the art of climbing trees. Ino spoke fervently, her face flushed with excitement. Climbing trees and walking on water are undeniably enticing activities for curious children. To be precise, tree climbing does not involve the use of both hands and feet. Rather, it entails the application of chakra to the soles of one's feet, allowing one to traverse trees and walls as if equipped with suction cups. Walking on water shares a similar principle, yet it requires even more advanced techniques. I surmise this is due to the tumultuous nature of the water's surface, which tests the control of the chakra affixed to the soles. Shikamaru appeared to be outwardly troubled, yet his words flowed smoothly without the slightest pause. After distributing a circle of chips, Choji eagerly turned his gaze toward Naruto, clearly intrigued by this remarkable ability. In response, Naruto merely smiled, somewhat helplessly regarding his three companions. It seems I am not omnipotent. I am also interested, so let us endeavor together. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the trio sparkled with anticipation. The usual training had grown monotonous, and such a delightful shift was naturally welcomed. Sakura shared this sentiment, but soon her thoughts drifted elsewhere. I recall that Naruto-kun seemed to be somewhat concerned about the new student from the Uchiha clan who joined our class today. Chapter 51, Training in Tree Climbing, Sasuke provoked? Ino blinked in surprise, then glanced at Sakura, whose expression appeared somewhat askew. Sakura? Sakura, Ino called out twice, but received no response. It was only when Hanabi tugged at Sakura's hand that she returned to reality. Why are you so anxious? Ino questioned, puzzled. Sakura forced a smile and replied, I am indeed a bit nervous. I wonder what my demeanor would be like in that alternate world. Heavens! Ino sighed in exasperation, tapping Sakura lightly on the forehead. Do you not know yourself? Did you not notice that in that world, you didn't even blush? Is it really that obvious? Sakura stammered, evidently realizing something. Ino reassured her, it's all right. That alternate world is one thing, while our world is another. They do not affect each other. A new student? Uchiha? Naruto paused momentarily, then instinctively asked, was there no member of the Uchiha clan enrolled previously? Upon hearing this, the trio blinked in confusion, clearly not comprehending Naruto's inquiry. However, Shikamaru promptly replied, yes, that student named Uchiha Sasuke should be the first. Naruto exchanged a glance with Shikamaru, and they tacitly chose not to elaborate. Speaking of Uchiha Sasuke, Ino crossed her arms and nodded. As rumored, the members of the Uchiha clan are predominantly handsome and beautiful. That Uchiha Sasuke is indeed quite handsome. All the girls in class blush at the sight of him, though he seems a bit arrogant. He is nothing like our Naruto, who possesses both charm and cuteness, and is a super warm-hearted guy. Perhaps that was a bit excessive, Shikamaru remarked, rolling his eyes at Ino. Their bond was so strong that the three were inseparable, akin to siblings. What does it matter? Ino retorted. She then turned to Sakura. Right, Sakura? Sakura smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed. Although Sasuke is the most handsome boy I've encountered, I hardly know him, and he seems indifferent to girls, often displaying a disdainful demeanor. He cannot possibly compare to Naruto-kun." As she spoke, Sakura stole a glance at Naruto. How could a mini Minato not be handsome? Upon hearing this, Ino's eyes widened. "What? You actually think Sasuke is more handsome than Naruto?" Naruto chuckled as he interjected, "Has everyone had their fill of hunger?" "Hungry," they all exclaimed in unison. "Then, I will entrust the task to you," Naruto said with a smile as he stood up. Choji sprang into action at a sprinting pace towards the kitchen. Ino and Sakura also got up, whispering as they headed to the kitchen. Their roles had long been predetermined regarding who would perform what task prior to cooking. Naruto turned to Shikamaru. "Has the entire Uchiha clan relocated to the outskirts of Konoha? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru seemed to have anticipated Naruto's question. "Yes, I heard that the Uchiha clan bears no grievances regarding this, that Uchiha Sasuke is said to be the youngest son of the clan leader." "What about the eldest son?" Naruto inquired. "I'm not sure. My father concluded his conversation with Uncle Hayashi on that note, likely because he realized I was eavesdropping." Shikamaru shrugged and lazily leaned against the refrigerator. "However, I suspect that the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader has likely been assigned to matters concerning the Hokage. Much like the individuals who were monitoring you previously, I presume," he added with a yawn, seemingly uninterested in the topic. After a moment of silence, Naruto stated, "I shall attempt to engage with Sasuke. I believe I might acquire what I seek from him." Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly, suggesting it would be prudent to maintain a distance from the Uchiha, just as you mentioned regarding the Hyuga matter. Naruto has finished preparing the pot. Ino's adorable head popped out from the kitchen. "All right, I'm coming," Naruto responded with a smile, then turned back to Shikamaru. "I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. After all, we are still young. By the way, you should join us for the new training this afternoon." Yes, I know." Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively. How troublesome. Yamashiro Ino. Such dissonance in her heart. Yamashiro Ino. Yet, in that alternate world, Shikamaru, despite always complaining, invariably caters to the needs of that alternate Naruto. Temari. Perhaps he shares the same fascination as Orochimaru with the endeavors of that alternate Naruto. Inazuka Kiba, huh? Fool. Come to me. I can definitely procure that so-called history book. Yamanaka Ino. I might find it easier to obtain that knowledge, to understand insects. Many aspects trace back to their predecessors, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. Orochimaru. Perhaps, upon encountering that alternate Naruto, I too would develop a profound interest in him. Uzumaki Kusina. I advise you to behave yourself. Namikaze Minato. Indeed, Orochimaru-senpai, while I appreciate your promise to revive me through Edo Tensei, let us keep matters distinct. Uzumaki Kusina. When did I permit you to speak? Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama. Very well. Let us flourish and grow strong. We must ensure to eliminate those 4 renegades in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tobirama Sensei. I, Shimura Danzo. Silence, Tobirama Sensei. Hiruzen, though reluctant to lose face, must remind you that even if you are revived, you must address Hiruzen as the esteemed 3rd Hokage. The fragmented remnants of Danzo now sought only to stir chaos. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated throughout Konoha, startling everyone. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man rushed over, exclaiming, "This is bad. The cemetery has exploded." Looking in the direction, it appeared to be the graves of the 2nd and 1st Hokage. In the days that followed, life returned to a simple rhythm. After confirming that no one would be surveilling him any longer, Naruto felt considerably liberated. The back mountain had transformed into a natural training ground. According to Nara Shikamaru's recollection, everyone began to diligently train in tree climbing. Initially, they were all filled with enthusiasm. However, by the end, the 4 little ones were crying and pleading to revert to their previous training regimen. Apart from understanding the necessity of channeling chakra to the soles of their feet, no other useful information was imparted. They progressed from managing to step 3 to 5 times, with the 5 little ones having fallen countless times. Naruto, undeterred by setbacks, found renewed determination as he sensed a force influencing him. He was uncertain whether it was the mischievous Nine-Tails or the power of the murmurs. Regardless, the more he was disturbed, the more he refused to concede. Relying on his quick recovery, Naruto trained with fervor, nearly pushing himself to the brink while climbing trees. Each training session ended with the 4 little ones supporting him home. Fortunately, Naruto recovered swiftly and did not have to worry about his food supply, which came from Ino's father. In just half a month, he successfully stabilized his form on the trunk for a full 5 seconds, which greatly motivated the 4 little ones. In the chat room, many praised the perseverance of the bespectacled Naruto. Only Kusina felt heartbroken, tears streaming down like pearls. After another half-month, Shikamaru brought back some news. The proud Uchiha Sasuke, overhearing Shikamaru's deliberate conversation with Choji, became intrigued upon learning about their secret training and approached Shikamaru. Before Shikamaru could respond, Ino interjected. Want to train with us? That one do. We only acknowledge the strong as friends. And you? Humph. This nearly provoked a physical response from Sasuke. However, just as he moved, he found himself surrounded by the 4 little ones. Leaving a fierce remark to remember him by, he turned and departed. As winter approached its end, snowflakes continued to fall over Konoha. After dressing, Naruto descended the stairs. The neighbors had all moved away. Naruto suspected that the old man would leave him unguarded and likely had been dispatched to a new clan territory near the Uchiha. During this time, he had seen members of the Konoha guard on the streets, but their enforcement seemed more brutal and direct than before, drawing attention away from the Uchiha clan. Now, as long as Naruto did not intentionally shout to attract the foolish guards, he would generally go unnoticed. Perhaps, in their eyes, the little fox demon had perished in some corner of winter, having not caused trouble for so long. Naruto's purpose for venturing out was to visit Ichiraku Ramen, which he hadn't done in a while. He intended to ask Ayam to procure vegetable seeds for planting at the onset of spring. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, you can't be the daughter of the Hyuga family, can you? If so, show us your Byakugan." The once lush trees stood bare. Snow-muffled sound, so ordinarily, the people on the street should not have heard. However, Naruto's keen senses, far surpassing those of his peers, caught the conversation. Initially, he intended to ignore it. But upon sensing some familiar chakra and hearing the name Hyuga, he halted. Hinata? A glance revealed 3 older children confronting a short-haired girl. Chakram. Naruto was momentarily startled. Hinata exuded a powerful presence. Was it due to the unique nature of the Hyuga? Her chakra exceeded even Choji's. Contemplating this, Naruto walked toward them. If you don't want to show your Byakugan, then don't look our way. Those eyes are so eerie. What's the difference from a monster? Byakugan monster. Kusina exclaimed, how outrageous. How dare they bully my Hinata? Naruto, go. Teach those little brats a lesson. Ino blinked. Hinata, why does it seem like every time you appear, you need the bespectacled Naruto to come to your rescue? Hinata's cheeks flushed. No, I don't know, but I seem to have no memory of that. Really? Sakura gazed at Hinata with suspicion. Hinata simply covered her face, opting for silence. The more she spoke, the more likely she was to slip up. Those despicable kids. Sister, punish them. She fumed, shaking her little fists. I'm so envious. When will I make my entrance? Inuzuka Kiba lamented. Yes, I want to be in the spotlight too. Yamanaka Ino added. Shino began, but his words were ignored. At this moment, I must have already encountered Guy-sensei. Rock Lee declared. Lee. Guy responded. I apply to silence those 2 for an hour. Ding. Inuzuka Kiba silenced them for an hour. Byakugan monster. Byakugan monster. The 3 older children surrounded Hinata, incessantly chanting. Hinata bit her lip, finally unable to contain herself. Her little nose twitched as her lips quivered. Her large, pale purple eyes filled with mist. Ugh. Amidst their taunts, Hinata covered her face, crouching down and quietly sobbing. Ha ha. The 3 older kids laughed at the sight of Hinata crying on the ground. As she wept, Hinata felt utterly wronged. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in her ears. How did you end up here? Lost again? She dared not look up, fearing another round of ridicule as the Byakugan monster. However, upon hearing the mention of being lost, she couldn't help but glance up, catching sight of a small blonde boy, equal in height to the 3 older children, gazing at her with a gentle, reassuring smile. Naruto. The image of the small blonde boy gradually merged with the special figure from Hinata's memories. Hey, who are you? Wait. Isn't that the fox demon my parents warned me about? That cursed fox demon, causing my parents such sorrow. The fox demon seems to know the Byakugan monster too? Perfect, let us go to hell together. Fox demon. Fox demon. Byakugan monster. Byakugan monster. The 3 older children resumed their taunts. Little Naruto cast a subtle glance at the stoutest child at the forefront. Oh, are you looking for a fight? The other 2 rushed forward, attempting to seize Naruto. To their surprise, Naruto did not flee in fear. Instead, he advanced boldly, deftly maneuvering past them to deliver a powerful punch to the leader's nose. "You think you're facing whom?" he proclaimed. "I am the future Hokage." Turning back, he offered a slight smile to the two stunned children. This declaration was intentional. Even if the old man were to find out, he would have a reason. Moreover, Naruto believed that if the old man knew he had uttered such words while striking them, it might bring him joy. "What a freak!" one of the larger boys exclaimed. Retreating in fright, with a single blow, their leader fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, and upon closer inspection, one could see a tooth lost in the snow. Without any hesitation, Naruto approached, delivering a punch to each of the remaining two, who soon lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their noses. "Don't play dead, or you'll freeze to death in the snow." The three larger boys quickly scrambled to their feet and fled after receiving a kick from Naruto. "Wait a moment," as the stout boy attempted to circumvent Naruto. He was blocked. "What are you going to do?" The stout boy stammered in fear. Naruto simply seized him and wiped the blood from his hand onto the boy's clothing. Scram! The stout boy, relieved, clutched his bleeding nose and ran off. Defeating them was merely a matter of a few breaths. Naruto did not feel prideful, for he understood that such strength was insufficient for vengeance against this village. "Haven't you cried enough?" He extended his hand toward Hinata, who stood frozen in place. That familiar phrase, that familiar scene. Little Hinata nodded earnestly. Woo-woo. Grasping Naruto's hand, she rose, and upon witnessing that increasingly familiar smile, Hinata felt a pang in her nose and began to weep openly. Chapter 53. The Acquisition of a Byakugan Little Girl. Pressure to the wallet. "You fool, Hokage Naruto. This is Hinata's trust in you," Ino mumbled. "No, I don't," protested Hinata, shyly fiddling with her fingers. Ino shook her head. "You're not being honest at all. How about practicing in front of a mirror? If you can deny it without your face turning red or your heart racing, I'll believe you." Hinata dared not retort. Without even needing to look in a mirror, she knew her face was flushed. However, every time she glanced up at the large black frame screen and saw Naruto's figure, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Naruto-kun is so cool. Sasuke isn't as cool as Naruto-kun." "You think so?" Hinata exclaimed. "Ino, you're so mean. Shouldn't you have cried enough by now?" Naruto remarked helplessly, gazing at the Byakugan girl. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand and placed it on his scarf. However, hesitating for a second, he redirected his hand to Hinata's own scarf, wiping her tears away with it under her bewildered gaze. "There, now it looks much better. Those Byakugan monsters are merely envious of how beautiful your eyes are." Seeing that Hinata had stopped crying but remained silent, gazing at him intently, Naruto continued. "You should still remember the way home, right?" Hinata nodded slightly, and after regaining her composure, she felt less bold, no longer daring to stare at Naruto. "All right, you can head back by yourself." Naruto patted her shoulder and chuckled. "You are strong. If you encounter such a situation again, don't be afraid. The more afraid you are, the more they will enjoy bullying you. Do you understand?" Hinata gently nodded. "But," she added softly, I don't dare." "Don't dare?" Naruto leaned closer, having not heard her clearly. "If you don't dare, I'll bully you too when I see you." Shikamaru, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, memories of childhood flooding back. There was a very mean boy who always bullied her, scaring her with all sorts of strange bugs. If only someone had stood up to protect her back then. With this thought, Shikamaru looked at Hinata on the large black frame screen, a hint of envy on her face. Haha, alright, I should be going." Naruto straightened up and waved goodbye to the blushing girl. "Thank you so much." Hinata bowed deeply to Naruto. "It was nothing. Farewell." Naruto returned her a gentle smile. "Naruto-kun, where are you going?" Hinata asked, bewildered by her own courage to inquire. "I'm going for breakfast. Ichiraku ramen is delicious, and I haven't had it in a while." Gulp. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Hinata's stomach let out a jubilant sound. Instantly, her cheeks turned crimson. Do you want to go together?" Seeing her reaction, Naruto extended an invitation to Hinata. This was a perfect opportunity to ask her to help him procure some useful books. However, Hinata became flustered again. Naruto found it odd. She hadn't been this shy last time. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and gently took Hinata's hand. "Come on, I'll treat you." "Congratulations, Hokage Naruto. You've acquired a Byakugan little girl," Ino whispered, leaning towards Hinata. Then, observing Hinata's once fair face visibly flush, Ino couldn't help but reach out and give it a gentle poke. So soft and adorable. The most delightful part was how Hinata's reluctant resistance seemed to invite more. Ino instinctively glanced at Sakura. She must have chosen the wrong best friend back then. It had to be that way. What? Sakura looked at her in confusion. It's nothing, I'm just thinking. Most of Hikaku Naruto's money has gone to us since he often asks us to buy books and frequently brings us food. So, when Hikaku Naruto's monthly allowance arrives, it will immediately be handed to us. He must have saved some, planning to go to Ichiraku Ramen. Sakura nodded. That makes sense. But he should have saved quite a bit. He will definitely bring us a takeout. Ino's eyes glimmered like crescents. No, Sakura. You seem unaware of a crucial issue. What? Sakura tilted her head, momentarily puzzled. Ino ceased her words, realizing she might have been too forceful. Hinata's large eyes glistened with mist, her dark hair shimmering momentarily. I'm sorry, Hinata. I shouldn't have made such a joke. Ino panicked at Hinata's reaction. The scene on the large black-framed screen continued. Naruto-kun. What is it? Naruto replied without turning around. Hinata's sentence was cut off as she saw Naruto turn back, a radiant smile upon his face. We're here. With that, he took Hinata's hand and entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uncle, Sakura-chan. Naruto called out. Is that you, Naruto? The busy Ayum exclaimed as she peeked from the kitchen. Changpu was about to inquire what little Mingren had been occupied with lately, when she turned around to discover that he had brought along a small girl. This child, though still young and likely oblivious to the complexities of the world, must possess an undeniable charm. Ha ha ha, has Mingren brought me a new customer? She exclaimed. Yash. Since you were brought by Mingren, your first bowl is complimentary. Dig in. Then, Shouta glanced at Mingren, asking if things remained unchanged. Yes, replied Mingren. Uncle Shouta, I would like 2 bowls of pork bone ramen. Soon, 2 large bones were prepared. Just a moment. Shouta called out, turning to begin making the noodles. Uncle Shouta's ramen is truly delicious. After one taste, you will never forget this flavor. Hinata nodded eagerly. Please wait a moment. I will go find Changpu Jiejia and return shortly. Mingren had not forgotten his purpose. He still needed to ask Changpu for assistance in purchasing vegetable seeds. Once Mingren departed, Hinata caught the enticing aroma of the broth, and her stomach let out a jubilant growl. Shouta chuckled. You must be starving, huh? Don't worry. Since it's your first visit here, Uncle has waived the fee for your first bowl. His voice was gentle, each word resonating in Hinata's ears like thunder. She looked up, shyly asking. Uncle Shouta turned, offering her a warm smile. What is it? Can I really eat until I am full? Hinata asked, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Shouta's eyes. Ha, absolutely. Shouta replied. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I am one of the finest ramen masters in the village. Gathering her courage, Hinata looked up at Shouta with a sweet smile. Then Mingren-kun won't be troubled. Uncle is truly kind, she added. Shouta recognized Hinata's identity as a member of the Hyuga clan. Little did he know that this charming smile would forever remain etched in his memory. Before long, Mingren returned. Brimming with joy, the pork bone ramen was ready, each person receiving a large bowl. Mingren's eyes sparkled as he broke apart the disposable chopsticks for Hinata before diving into his meal. Shouta stood nearby, arms crossed, watching them with a slight smile. Uncle, why do people on the streets keep talking about the Uchiha? What are they? Mingren suddenly inquired. They are part of the Konoha Guard. They are decent folks, though a bit brash and proud. However, whenever they come here for ramen, they never dine and dash, and they often pay more than the others, Shouta explained. Pausing to reflect on his knowledge of the Uchihas, he then advised Mingren, don't pay attention to what others say. The Konoha Guard members are quite all right. You don't need to be afraid. They only catch bad guys. Is that so? Mingren exclaimed. Uncle, you are amazing. You are nothing like the others. He gazed up at Shouta with admiration. Shouta felt a surge of pride, nodding contentedly. He cherished Mingren, a charming and honest child. Just then, a soft voice interrupted their conversation. Both Shouta and Mingren turned to see Hinata, her bowl larger than her small face, now empty, with not a drop of broth remaining. Even Mingren, with his hearty appetite, would take some time to finish such a bowl. If he drank the broth, his belly would surely swell. Hinata lacked the courage to request another bowl. Gurgle. Her little stomach betrayed her, prompting a reaction from both Shouta and Mingren. The ninja world collectively gasped. Hyuga Hizashi, filled with regret, pounded his chest. No wonder that child always I, as her father, have truly failed. I have never ensured my daughter was well fed. He lamented the wasted potential of Hinata, allowing her to suffer from long-term malnutrition. Yamanaka Ino remarked. No wonder Hinata is so shy. She even faints from embarrassment. Kurenai Yuhi added. It turns out it was due to her prolonged malnutrition and low blood sugar. Hinata rolled her eyes and fainted into Ino's arms. Ah! Hanabi took a deep breath. In the next moment, Hinata sprang upright and hugged her tightly, covering her mouth. In the Uchiha clan grounds, nighttime enveloped the surroundings. Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes. Father, mother, and brother must be asleep by now. I will go look for them. He thought to himself, humph. Those guys better watch out. Once I learn, I will kick them out. With that, Sasuke stealthily rose and made his way outside, recalling the astonished faces of his family when he learned to climb trees and walk on water. However, he soon remembered the scornful expressions of the four little ones from earlier. How dare they? He fumed. I am a proud Uchiha. As moonlight spilled into the room, Sasuke quietly entered Uchiha Fugaku's study, moving with such stealth that he hardly made a sound. At that moment, two figures stood at the door, silently observing him. These figures were none other than Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. The audience watched, amused by the many internal thoughts, only for Sasuke to be caught before he even began. Naruto Uzumaki erupted in laughter. Ha! Sasuke, you're so pathetic. Curse you. I will kill you. Sasuke retorted. Come on, come on. Naruto challenged. Uchiha Izuna smirked. I knew it. This kid can't handle pressure. Yamanaka Ino chimed in. Wow. I never imagined Uchiha Sasuke was such a child back then. Karui added. He looks much more likable than now. Shut up. Sasuke snapped. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Mikoto's lips curled into a subtle smile as she watched the young Sasuke on the large screen. Her thoughts drifted back to years past, though her expression soon turned cold again. Did anything happen to Sasuke at school today? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Just a few days ago. He kept muttering about how the Uchiha were looked down upon. Mikoto replied with a loving smile. Strangely, although their voices were not quiet, Sasuke failed to hear their conversation at the study's entrance. Itachi has joined the Umbu and has been assigned to Hatake Kakashi's team. His Sharingan is not being wasted. This is also Obito's wish, especially since he is also a subordinate of Minato. This matter is still being discussed in the clan. Mikoto shook her head. The events surrounding Minato and Kusina had been too sudden. Yes, I caught a distant glimpse of their child once. He looks just like Minato. Fugaku nodded slightly. Before Fugaku could finish his sentence, little Sasuke couldn't help but mutter, is there no history of the ninja world or Konoha in father's study? What should I do if I can't find it? That detestable Ino will mock me again. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto exchanged silent glances. Ino? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly. She is the daughter of Yamenka and Noichi from the Yamenka clan, Uchiha Mikoto explained. What do these children want with the history of the shinobi world? And the history of Konoha? This is not merely a forbidden matter. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious. One misstep, and if discovered, they could very well go missing the next day. Uchiha Fugaku mused. This must be the idea of your son, Kakashi, right? He continued, no? It's certainly influenced by that black-frame Naruto as well. Indeed, these two children accurately guessed that there were relevant historical texts in his study. It could be said that each clan leader in Konoha possesses such literature. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically. He was aware of this matter, yet it was something he could not prohibit outright. He dared not target all the clans at once, but for the sake of stability, he still issued a prohibition against its dissemination. Orochimaru chuckled. Ah, it seems Sarutobi-sensei is quite anxious. He added, why don't we speculate on what amusing events might unfold if Naruto were to obtain those historical texts? However, not everyone possessed the quick wit of Orochimaru. Why would Naruto be so concerned about a mere history book? What could he possibly achieve with it? It would be far more prudent to invest his time in honing his own skills. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. Uchiha Mikoto then turned on the lights in the study. Creak! Sasuke, who was rummaging through the shelves, froze. He turned his trembling head to see his mother smiling gently at him. So late, what book are you looking for? Uchiha Mikoto's voice was soft. Sasuke's face flushed. And in a flash of inspiration, he replied, Mom, I want to find some history books. Some insufferable kids at school mocked me for knowing nothing. I am an Uchiha. I cannot lose to them, so I thought I might find some books in Dad's study. Uchiha Mikoto's smile remained. She waved him over. And Sasuke hurriedly ran to her side. Mom, Sasuke grasped Uchiha Mikoto's hand, shaking it fervently. I don't want to be mocked by them. Do you know where Dad keeps those books? Naruto laughed. Haha, Sasuke, why not just dress in women's clothes from now on? Inazuka Kiba chimed in. Yeah, your mom can be so charming. Yamanaka Ino remarked. I didn't know Sasuke had such a side to him. Haruno Sakura exclaimed, Kawaii. Sasuke looked at everyone in the chat, his face turning crimson with anger as he slammed his fist on the table. I'll kill you all. Sasuke never expected that the black-framed screen would display such scenes. He had intended to show his parents his efforts later. Is that so? Uchiha Makoto understood her son well. She guided Sasuke to a nearby chair. Sasuke, do you know? Whenever you lie, your face turns red. Tell me, what really happened? Those books are not to be read carelessly. They are forbidden. Uchiha Makoto patiently explained the implications to Sasuke. His face drained of color as he realized the grave risks associated with such books. Under Uchiha Makoto's gentle questioning, Sasuke recounted everything. Mom, please, don't tell Dad. Uchiha Makoto ruffled Sasuke's hair, but made no promises. Outside the study, Uchiha Fugaku was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Soon, he made a decision. The next day, Uchiha Makoto stroked Sasuke's long hair and glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Well, let's give Sasuke some unimportant historical documents. Tomorrow, I will have someone discreetly follow him. We cannot rule out a conspiracy from the higher-ups in Konoha, Uchiha Makoto warned. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment before walking to the bookshelf, retrieving a thin book hidden among many others. Let Sasuke take this one. I will visit myself tomorrow. I hope it does not turn out as I fear. Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor was extremely serious. Uchiha Makoto nodded gravely. If it involves the child of Yamenka and Noichi, it complicates matters. Should it involve the Inazuka and Nara clans, it would not be simple, Uchiha Makoto whispered. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand. You need not worry about this. I will handle it. Take Sasuke home. He must begin to confront certain matters and ascertain whether this is related to the higher-ups in Konoha. After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Uchiha Makoto nodded and carried the slumbering Sasuke home. After a while, Uchiha Fugaku glanced at the book on the table. The third Hokage during the Second Shinobi World War. He let out a cold laugh and extinguished the oil lamp in the study. Uchiha Izuna remarked, not bad. There's some intellect there. So, how did the Uchiha clan meet its demise at the hands of its own? Uchiha Fugaku replied. There are too many factors involved in this matter. Perhaps only the elder ancestor could explain it. Uchiha Madara questioned, how to explain? Wouldn't explaining one's plan expose it? Uchiha Madara still held onto a sliver of hope, believing it would not come to that. Despite the numerous upheavals caused by the comparative viewing system, Uchiha Madara remained confident. As long as Nagato's Rinnegan could resurrect him, even if Hashirama were revived, the outcome would remain unchanged. Just as everyone thought the day in the black-framed world was drawing to a close, the screen shifted. In Konoha, at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto sat slumped on the ground, weary. Beside him, Shikamaru and little Naruto rushed to wipe his sweat and offer him water. Little Ino and Sakura fanned him from the side. Choji lay on a bench, unable to move, his belly round and drooling. Shikamaru helplessly tended to him. Meanwhile, Hinata leisurely continued to eat ramen. The bowl before her towered to a terrifying height. The thought crossed everyone's minds. Could this little girl really keep eating? Today, Ichiraku Ramen's business thrived exceptionally due to this petite girl. As adults unconsciously began to compare their eating capacities with hers. Without exception, they all lost. In fact, under Shikamaru's management, those who lost had to pay double, effectively covering Hinata's ramen bill. It was clear to Shikamaru that today's revenue would undoubtedly skyrocket, even after excluding the ramen consumed by Hinata. As for why the four little ones are here, it is naturally because Xiao Mingren has not returned home for nearly an entire day. Under the suggestion of Jingye, they decided to search together, and what transpired thereafter is not difficult to surmise. Hinata pounded her chest in disbelief. Exclamations echoed throughout the ninja world. How terrifying. Such combat prowess is unheard of. How could such an adorable little girl, with such a tiny belly, possibly contain all of this? Hinata blushed, unable to restrain herself, and let out a contented burp. This marks the first time in her life that she has eaten to her fill. The fact that she has been able to eat continuously until now is primarily due to the fact that the hand-pulled noodles are almost finished. Moreover, the noodles are quite hot, necessitating a slower pace. Of course, another reason is that Hinata digests her food rather quickly. Noodles are not meat, and before long, she has consumed them all. Visibly, little Hinata's complexion improved significantly, and her big eyes became exceptionally lively. Senju Tobirama exclaimed, a genius. He continued, This child's talent is likely to be the most formidable in the entire history of the Hyuga clan. He added, the child from the Akimichi clan does not even possess 1/10 of her combat strength. Akimichi Choji grumbled, damn it. I never expected to lose so thoroughly. Hinata, you are truly amazing. Yamanka Ino and Sakura exchanged silent glances, then turned to look at the still unconscious Hinata. How did this girl manage to eat so much yet not gain any weight? It is truly enviable. Thank you. I'm full. Hinata stood up without any discomfort, feeling as though she could still eat more. As long as you're full, that's all that matters. The uncle, who is the finest ramen master in Konoha, awkwardly reached out to ruffle Hinata's small head. Looking at little Hinata's adorable smile, he involuntarily shivered. Soon, the little ones bid farewell to the exhausted uncle and departed with their new member, little Hinata. Shobu rubbed her sore arms from washing dishes and was about to speak when, suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the Ichiraku ramen shop without any warning. You are father. Shobu was momentarily stunned before exclaiming. The uncle turned to look. Please give me a bowl of the ramen that child had. The uncle instinctively wanted to refuse, claiming he was closing up, but upon seeing the serious demeanor of the visitor, he sighed and continued to prepare ramen. Moments later, the uncle truly ran out of energy. Hinata clasped his hands together and swiftly consumed the bowl of noodles. With just one bowl, he felt satiated. He cast a glance at Shobu, who was still tidying up, then solemnly rose, took out a wad of money from his sleeve, and placed it on the table, saying, Thank you very much. Hinata sighed. At least in this black-framed world, I will not repeat past mistakes. In front of the Hinata household, Hinata waved goodbye to the little ones. Feeling somewhat shy, Hinata watched from a distance as the group of children departed. He remained silent for a long time. And when the end of the road no longer revealed those children, he slowly turned to head home. He did not seek out Hinata immediately. Yet upon arriving at his door, he noticed that petite figure kneeling at his doorstep. After being missing for most of the day, how could Hinata not be anxious? Get up. We can discuss this tomorrow. Hinata waved his hand, and under Hinata's incredulous gaze, he urged her to return to sleep while he himself remained awake in his room throughout the night. That child has a special identity. Yet no Ombu ninja was seen throughout the day. Could it be that she has been completely trusted? Let us see. It seems Hinata is quite fond of that child. So I will allow her to attempt interaction for now. Or could this be a test from the third Hokage? It appears I must accompany her tomorrow. The following day, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Sasuke gazed at the additional book titled The Brilliant Third Hokage During the Second Great Ninja War on his desk and could not help but smile. However, after some contemplation, he took out paper and pen, copied the contents of the first page, and cheerfully placed it in his backpack. Humph. Foolish little brats. The tables have turned. Chapter 56. Fugaku. Are you here to take a dump too? Sasuke was unaware that all his actions were being closely observed by Uchiha Fugaku. Once he finished his tasks, Fugaku departed from the window. It was time for him to prepare. It had been a long time since he had taken action, and the stakes were high, necessitating caution. The onlookers regarded this scene with varying expressions. Could it be that they are about to collide? As anticipated, events unfolded as they had imagined. The black-framed screen shifted. At the Hinata clan's cafeteria, Hinata gazed at the breakfast that was 10 times more abundant than usual, bewildered. She anxiously looked around, but did not see her imposing father. Instead, a maid gently said, Miss, it is time for breakfast. Lord Hayashi has important matters to attend to these days, so you are free to do as you please, including going out to play with your friends. The maid's voice was soothing. Hinata felt as though she were hearing a heavenly decree. Could such a thing truly happen? She did not know, but the delicious meat bun in her mouth was undeniably real and delightful. In the distance, Hinata watched Hinata devour her meal and murmured, Her body has long been in deficit and requires a period of recuperation. I will test her true strength again after some time. After satisfying her hunger, Hinata slightly lowered her head and asked the now-dazed maid whether she could really go out to play. The maid instinctively glanced outside at the still falling fine snow and replied, Miss, if you wish to go out, please make sure to wear warm clothing. Hinata was overjoyed. Hinata felt a pang in his heart, inexplicably feeling a strong sense of discomfort. Watching Hinata's small figure dash out of the house, the old father could only secretly follow behind. Sister, I told you. Father is not as he appears. Xiao Huohua exclaimed excitedly. Hinata nodded with a smile, fully aware of this truth. If not, she, or Huohua, would have long been marked with the cage bird seal. In reality, Hinata had long been prepared for the possibility of being sealed. On the other side, in the spectator's stand, Temari gazed enviously at Hinata's figure, wishing she too had such a caring father. Hinata bore some resemblance to Raza, but that was merely superficial. Even Kankuro could not help but sneer. Observing Raza in the chat room, his eyes were filled with disdain. Only Gaara remained sound asleep, utterly exhausted. Without the piercing cries and threats of Shikaku, Gaara slept like a log. After 3 days without sleep, it became evident just how strong Gaara truly was. Such details explain why Gaara is nearly the same height as Naruto. In the ninja school's preschool class, during the recess, Sasuke walked with an air of superiority at the forefront, followed by the 4 little ones, who wore expressions of skepticism. When he saw that the coast was clear, Sasuke pulled out the page he had hidden in his arms. I only copied 1 page. You useless little brats, as a proud Uchiha. I only need to exert minimal effort. Before Sasuke could finish, Ino turned and left without looking back. Foolish, do you think you can deceive us with a mere copy? I observe that he likely cannot comprehend even a single character. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoying hurriedly followed suit. Dingxi cast a glance at the stiff expression of Zwasuk, clutching a bag of chips and turning to depart. In the end, only Lu Mao remained. He gazed at the bulging veins on Zwasuk's forehead, helplessly exclaiming that it was truly troublesome, and decided to examine the situation. Upon hearing this, Zwasuk gritted his teeth and forcefully slapped the notepaper onto Lu Mao's hand. Lu Mao disregarded Zwasuk's darkened expression, feigning impatience, yet observing the situation with utmost seriousness. During the Second Ninja World War, under the sagacious guidance of the Third Hokage, Konoha successfully navigated this perilous ordeal. Konoha, Year 37. A large-scale military conflict sparked by economic imbalance among the 5 great nations involved Konoha, the Wagakure, Tsunade, and Amigakure as the core participating nations, with the main battlefield situated within Amigakure. Under the wise direction of the Third Hokage, Konoha repelled the Wagakure while simultaneously driving back Tsunade within the confines of Amigakure, and also contending with the leader of Amigakure. Lu Mao furrowed his brow slightly. There was nothing further from there. Looking up, he saw that Zwasuk had inexplicably returned to his proud demeanor. Well, I would never stoop to deceit. Observing from a distance, Uchiha Fugaku took in the entire scene. Watching his younger son's performance, he felt somewhat exasperated. However, after a meticulous perception of his surroundings, he confirmed that apart from this group of children, no one else was present. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow once more. The developments were somewhat beyond his expectations. It was neither the Ino Shikicho trio nor the upper echelons of Konoha. Could it be due to the curiosity of these children? Subsequently, Ino's return provided Uchiha Fugaku with an answer that left him astounded. Whether it is true or not, I cannot say, but I know someone is aware. Moreover, if you wish to train with us, you must first obtain his consent. With that crumpled paper of yours, it seems impossible. Saying this, Ino stepped forward and playfully patted the furious Zwasuk's cheek. Move aside, and also, do not go and tell on us. We still need to utilize our break time for tree climbing training. Damn it, I've tolerated you for far too long. Zwasuk shouted in anger. TCH, you are not even worth a single finger of Naruto. In a fit of extreme rage, Zwasuk retorted, just wait. I will return and bring the entire book. I will show you how I surpass you in the shortest time possible. With that, Zwasuk spun around and ran off, having once again been brought to tears by Ino. Uchiha Izuna, well done. Yamashiro Ino ye? These two are certainly not averse to causing trouble. Zwasuk could no longer sit still and dashed towards the arena. Gazing at his own figure on the large screen framed in black, he felt both ashamed and furious. Especially in the chat room, the parties involved seemed quite pleased. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Izuna, what? Is there a problem with my adopted daughter patting your son? Uchiha Fugaku, absolutely none. Uchiha Madara, you have a problem. You are included in the padding. Senju Hashirama, haha. Koizumi Mei, this little Uchiha certainly is quite dashing. Naruto, could it possibly be that child? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Connecting the dots, he seemed to realize something and could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. If the mastermind were indeed the child of Minato and Kusina, then this matter would become intriguing. Uchiha Fugaku suppressed his curiosity and continued to conceal himself in the brush. Observing the 4 little ones diligently training in tree climbing, he fell silent. From their dialogue, it was apparent that everything seemed to be related to the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. So, were the upper echelons of Konoha aware of this? With such questions and an air of anticipation, Uchiha Fugaku remained hidden until the graduation of the preschool class at the Ninja Academy. Watching his son's proud expression, he could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. However, upon contemplating the possibility that the Jinchuriki might harbor significant grievances against Konoha or its higher-ups, his gaze towards Zwasuk softened. However, soon enough, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. In a secluded patch of grass, he encountered an unexpected individual. Similarly, the other party looked at him with disbelief. Both were crouched low, stealthily tracking, and had it not been for their accidental collision, they might not have noticed each other. Are you here to take a dump? X2 Chapter 57, Hinata Hisashi's Choice. In the early morning, little Naruto gazed quizzically at the door. Placing down the bread and milk in his hands, he pondered for a moment and set the book on the wheel of fire on the table. With a creak, he pushed open the door, revealing a small girl with white eyes standing gracefully at his doorstep. Hisashi? Little Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Hinata had just shared her family customs with him the previous day, and for her to arrive at his home on the very next day was indeed a surprise for little Naruto. Moreover, it was quite impressive that this girl had remembered the location of his house after only hearing it once. Little Naruto welcomed Hinata into his home. Upon getting closer, he noticed the beads of sweat glistening in her hair. You must have spent quite some time, haven't you? With a creak, the door closed behind them. Suddenly, little Naruto felt a chill run down his back, as if a fierce beast was watching him. He expanded his senses but did not detect any suspicious individuals. Yet, the feeling of being surveilled was unmistakable. Could it be that the old man was worried? No, that feeling was fleeting and unfamiliar. Could it be the Hyuga clan? Noticing Hinata's awkward stance, little Naruto smiled and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "No," Hinata nodded, but the words nearly transformed into a denial. Little Naruto's eyes twitched. It seemed she had not had enough to eat. Thankfully, he had a sufficient stock, which should suffice. Below, Hinata Hisashi gritted his teeth, hidden among the crowd. His gaze fixed intently on the tightly shut door of little Naruto's home. If that kid did not misjudge, he had just detected him using his Byakugan to probe. The fact that the Byakugan was able to sense the Umbu ninja dispatched by the third Hokage indicated that the boy had already noticed them. Yet, this kid had not been sent to root, and it seemed that the third Hokage had not sent anyone else. Which could only mean one thing. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had gained the trust of the third Hokage. Considering the recent perception, how intriguing. Hinata Hisashi's eyes narrowed slightly. This boy was likely not as simple as he appeared. Should I stop Hinata? Hinata Hisashi remained silent for a long while. Ultimately, he took a deep breath. No, I want to see what this child intends to do. Reflecting on his brother's death, Hinata Hisashi immediately dismissed the thought of hindering Hinata from approaching little Naruto. Then, he formed hand seals. Following this, his presence diminished to that of an insect. In the next moment, Hinata Hisashi leaped to a nearby high building, observing everything happening within little Naruto's home from a distance. At first glance, he saw his daughter busily eating. Hinata Hisashi, she still hasn't had enough to eat? The next meal will need to be increased. Otherwise, if others find out, they might think that the esteemed Hyuga clan cannot even satisfy a little girl. With his keen eyesight, Hinata Hisashi discerned the conversation between the two individuals. Lip reading is indeed a fundamental skill for ninjas. Naruto-kun, what kind of books do you desire? I will discreetly visit my father's study tonight to assist you in your search. Hinata Hisashi remarked, You truly are a wonderful daughter to your father. However, a frown soon creased his brow again. What does that child need books for? Is this wise? Little Naruto seemed somewhat anxious. Upon hearing this, Hinata lowered her head slightly, murmuring, It's nothing. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Hisashi's fists clenched tightly. Is she preparing herself for punishment once discovered? What kind of enchantment has that nine-tails rascal cast upon you? If it were forced, then so be it. Naruto shook his head, not wishing for Hinata to face any repercussions. Of course, the paramount concern was the fear of his own motives being exposed. Whether the Uchiha were foes or allies remained uncertain, and Naruto was acutely aware that he had yet to reach a level where he could stand on equal ground with them. In fact, on Sasuke's side, Naruto had entrusted Shikamaru to act as a gatekeeper. Yet Shikamaru assured him that Uchiha Sasuke had guaranteed that no one else would learn of this matter. Coupled with Ino's persistent provocation, Naruto decided to take the risk. Naturally, he was also prepared for the worst, that his objectives might be laid bare before the Uchiha. Should they trace back to him through the four little ones, it would not be surprising. Nevertheless, Naruto's decision was made after careful consideration. The incident involving the fox spirit seemed connected to the Uchiha, and they appeared to be ostracized by the entire village. As long as they were not foolish, they would not easily approach him. Otherwise, any blame could easily be cast upon them. The worst-case scenario would be a return to being perpetually monitored. However, the potential for acquiring critical information made it worthwhile. Having successfully deceived the old man once, Naruto felt confident in his ability to do so again. Yet, the situation with Hinata was different. Despite having witnessed the unwarranted calamity that befell the Hyuga, Naruto dared not gamble. Still, faced with Hinata's incessant inquiries, he felt somewhat helpless. Her earnest gaze stirred something within him. Ultimately, he spoke. "Hinata, can I trust you?" Upon hearing this, Hinata sprang to her feet, eager to assure him. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, making her words difficult to articulate. "I understand," Naruto smiled. He then gently pressed down on Hinata's shoulders, speaking softly, "I am seeking some books. Any books will suffice, provided you can procure them without anyone else knowing. This includes some forbidden texts concerning history. However, given your unique status, I cannot ask this of you, as it would place me in jeopardy." After deciphering Naruto's lips, Hinata Hisashi broke out in a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that this child, appearing no older than Hinata, had matured to such a level. If he were to uncover the true history, he might soon learn about his own origins, which could lead to further schemes. After a long pause, Hisashi sighed, recognizing that he was indeed the child of Minato and Kusina. Had either Minato or Kusina still been alive, this child would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Time ticked away. Observing his daughter, filled with guilt, personally instructing Naruto in taijutsu, Hisashi found himself no longer distressed, but rather conflicted. Should he take the gamble? In truth, the ninja village system was akin to a solidified clan of ninjas, with a constantly shifting leadership. During Hisashi's internal struggle, the time for the Ninja Academy's preschool class dismissal arrived. The previous day, Shikamaru had urged him to pay a visit to Uchiha Sasuke. Thus, Naruto set off with Hinata by his side. Hisashi remained silent, stealthily trailing behind at a distance that ensured he would not be detected. They proceeded directly to their intended destination. A moment of surprise passed as Hisashi encountered Uchiha Fugaku, the leaders of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, meeting under such circumstances. "What brings you here?" they both exclaimed in unison. In Chapter 58, titled Mutual Discontent, the scene on the black-framed large screen elicited laughter from many, particularly those familiar with Hinata Hisashi and Uchiha Fugaku. The visual impact was striking. Senju Tobirama remarked, "These two will likely reach a consensus." Yes, this is the best outcome. The covert investment in the black-frame Naruto by both clans is the most advantageous. Anoki lamented, "What a shame. I had hoped that the black-frame Naruto would abandon the dark side and defect from Konoha." Terumi May interjected, "We shouldn't speak too definitively. What if black-frame Naruto were to acquire the true historical documents, and then come seeking refuge in my village?" The fourth Raikage added, "Indeed, that possibility is quite substantial." Their gazes met, and silence enveloped them for a time. Eventually, Hisashi sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, eyes closed, and solemnly stated, "The training method for the new ninjutsu is indeed unique." Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback for a moment before mirroring Hisashi's position. Also sitting cross-legged with his arms crossed and eyes shut, his voice deep, "I did not expect you to have obtained the training method for that ninjutsu as well." The awkward atmosphere seemed to dissipate. The onlookers were left astonished. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, "Is this possible? Goodness. It feels reminiscent of the dynamic between Gai-sensei and Lee." Hisashi's ears turned slightly red, his posture identical to that on the screen. Uchiha Fugaku submerged into silence, allowing others to tease him while he remained quietly composed. As long as he did not feel awkward, the discomfort belonged to others. "So, you are the famed Uzumaki Naruto?" Sasuke said, arms crossed. Upon seeing Naruto, his irritation flared. Naruto furrowed his brow. He did not understand why, upon their first meeting, Sasuke would evoke such displeasure. The more he looked, the more he felt a desire to punch him into tears on the ground. No, was this feeling the murmurings returning? Naruto suddenly realized. The whispers that had been absent for some time resurfaced upon seeing Uchiha Sasuke. As Naruto regained his focus, Sasuke approached, chin held high, regarding him with disdainful nostrils. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. So infuriating. No, I must restrain myself. I cannot react in the manner suggested by the whispers. Indeed, I am Uzumaki Naruto. And you are the Uchiha clan's prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, correct? Naruto offered a friendly smile and extended his hand. Sasuke paused for a moment. Then, after a brief silence, reached out to shake Naruto's hand. The adage that one should not strike a smiling face held true, especially since Naruto had acknowledged him as the Uchiha genius. Turning to Shikamaru, Naruto noticed him nodding, prompting him to pat his backpack, signaling that he had obtained what he needed. Finally, Naruto addressed Sasuke, "Welcome to our team. First, let it be known, should I surpass you, do not shed tears. Sasuke, do not turn your head away." Ino shot him a glance. And even Sakura could not help but twitch at the corner of her eye. This fellow possesses good looks, yet is excessively pretentious. Let us return home first and warmly welcome our new member. We shall continue our training in the afternoon. Upon hearing the word training, the four little ones immediately became dispirited. In the distance, amidst the grass, Hinata Hisashi opened his eyes. "It is time for me to depart." Their gazes met. "Quite a coincidence. Shall we go together?" "Very well." The two followed behind the younger ones, maintaining a silence between them. As long as neither of them initiated a conversation, the underlying tension would not escalate into seriousness. Thus, during the afternoon mealtime, Uchiha Fugaku accepted the lunchbox handed to him by Hinata Hisashi. "Thank you, MHM." After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku inquired, "Is the Nara family aware of this matter?" "I have not seen them," replied Hinata Hisashi. "Have you encountered anyone else?" Uchiha Fugaku paused before asking again. Hinata Hisashi discerned Fugaku's implied meaning. Others referred to the higher-ups of Konoha. None. Their conversation was rather dull. Laughter from children occasionally echoed from upstairs. Finally, Hinata Hisashi took a deep breath, preparing to break the silence. "Lord Fugaku, have you placed a bet?" At this remark, Uchiha Fugaku's expression sharpened momentarily before returning to normal. "Not quite. I have merely acquired an incomplete excerpt." "Oh." Hinata Hisashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Fugaku chuckled softly, without need for speculation. "It was that very book which once compelled us to study. The wise third Hokage during the Second Shinobi World War." Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's sincerity, Hinata Hisashi hesitated no longer. In a low voice, he asked, "Lord Fugaku, do you wish to raise the stakes?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled, choosing silence. Hinata Hisashi gazed at Naruto's home. It was time for Hinata to learn some history and understand the great deeds of their ancestors. "Isn't that so, Lord Fugaku?" "Indeed, you are correct. I appreciate your reminder." Uchiha Fugaku replied with a slight smile. "However, these matters are confidential. It would be prudent not to disclose them to others. Naturally, it is best if the parties involved remain unaware." Senju Tobirama. I said they would reach a consensus. Anoki, the stakes are quite high. If exposed, these two families. Could there be another outcome? Terumi May, they intend to drag the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi into this. Nara Shikamaru. Father would say, it is merely children's affairs. They do not participate. Nara Shikaku. But that does not mean we cannot place bets on both sides, right? Nara Shikaku. The Inuzuka do not act as cautiously as the Hyuga and Uchiha. Indeed, if within acceptable limits, a slight risk could be permissible. Before long, dusk fell. Sasuke collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving rapidly. His face flushed, fists clenched. "Damn it!" Bang! A fist struck the ground heavily. Glancing at the distance, he saw Naruto precariously traversing a tree trunk. He felt quite unwilling. Yo! Uchiha-sama, what troubles you?" Suddenly, Ino's voice rang out from a nearby tree. Sasuke closed his eyes. "Out of sight, out of mind. Wow, Hinata, you are amazing. In just one afternoon, you managed to walk more than 5 steps. Sakura exclaimed. Then Ino added a jab. "Hinata is truly remarkable, unlike some boastful individuals." Uffed. Sasuke immediately lost his composure, sitting up abruptly and glaring fiercely at Ino. He turned and ran toward the large tree. Bang! His unstable mindset caused him to trip, chakra not yet adhering to his feet. He fell. Ha ha. Ino's laughter rang out unabashedly. Even Sakura could not help but chuckle. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, while Hinata Hisashi nodded contentedly. However, their attention was soon drawn back to Naruto's figure. Did you notice? Was he being deliberate? The chakra flow was quite stable. It should not have been so unsteady. Chapter 59, Kagura's Insight. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching to activate his Sharingan. Yet, Hinata Hisashi restrained his hand, saying, "No, that child's perception is quite sharp. Throughout Konoha, only our two clans can observe that child from a distance without being detected," Hinata Hisashi remarked solemnly. "Is it the Nine-Tails chakra?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Hinata Hisashi frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding. "It is quite possible. The seal set by Minato is undoubtedly complex. Could it be that they intend for the Nine-Tails to assist Naruto?" Uchiha Fugaku speculated. "That possibility is significant. However, that child is exceptionally gifted. If our chakra were to be constantly disrupted, disregarding training, our mental state would likely have already shattered. Uzumaki Naruto, indeed. Uzumaki Naruto. If it weren't for Kurama constantly interfering with me, Sasuke would be crushed effortlessly." Uchiha Sasuke. "Fool, do you think anyone cares about your ramblings?" Senju Tobirama. "Wait, you too. Did you not hear Naruto's thoughts from the black-framed world? Inazuka Kiba, right? Naruto, have you been experiencing any murmurs in your mind?" Yamanaka Ino. No wonder Naruto and Sasuke always seem to clash. Hearing everyone's inquiries, Sasuke coldly retorted, "I feel nothing. There is nothing worth discussing with such fools." Uzumaki Naruto. "Huh? Did you see that pretentious expression?" Uzumaki Naruto. "There are no murmurs. I simply cannot stand that arrogant guy." Uchiha Sasuke. "What did you just say?" Uzumaki Naruto. "Come at me for a one-on-one." The two were promptly silenced. Terumi Mei. "It seems verification is unnecessary." Anoki. "I have a lingering suspicion that Naruto harbors secrets we are unaware of." Fourth Raikage. "I share that sentiment. Perhaps we can only find answers from the black-framed Naruto." Orochimaru. "That is indeed the case. Acquiring answers from this Naruto will likely prove challenging." As twilight deepened, Sasuke, with red-rimmed eyes, ran off without looking back. Ino, hands on her hips, clicked her tongue. However, before Ino could speak, Naruto lightly tapped her forehead. "Enough. If you keep provoking him, what if he loses his mind?" Ino stuck out her tongue, shaking her arm. After all, that guy's personality was quite irksome. Personality? It seemed Naruto had grasped a crucial piece of information. Are all members of the Uchiha clan like this? Not entirely. Shikamaru rested his hands behind his head and yawned. However, the reason the Konoha guard is disliked is that most Uchiha members are like Sasuke. Naruto nodded thoughtfully and then looked toward the others. "Shall we head back?" Hinata Hisashi, who had been a feast for mosquitoes all day, stood up first. Under Uchiha Fugaku's puzzled gaze, Hinata Hisashi explained, "I need to go pick up Hinata, otherwise, that child will be put in a difficult position." Although Uchiha Fugaku did not fully comprehend, he refrained from asking further. "Also, I should return now." Regarding today's events, Hinata Hisashi glanced back at him. There is no need for more words. In essence, Hinata and Uchiha share a common origin. With that, Hinata Hisashi swiftly departed, while Uchiha Fugaku sighed in relief. Having received Hinata Hisashi's assurance once more, he felt considerably at ease and also left in an instant, intending to show some affection to his son, Itachi. Unbeknownst to the two, after their departure, Naruto, who was merrily chatting with a few younger ones, glanced back at the spot where they had previously concealed themselves. Hinata Hisashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito. Indeed, that child has already begun to exhibit the potential for the Kagura Shingon. Uchiha Mito, Kagura Shingon? Senior Mito, you have mentioned it several times. Could you kindly explain? Uzumaki Mito. The Kagura Shingon is a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, belonging to the realm of perception abilities. Uzumaki Mito. It allows one to sense chakra and locate enemies within a radius exceeding 10 kilometers, even reaching several dozen kilometers. Uzumaki Mito. Additionally, it can accurately determine the target's location, number, characteristics, and speed of movement. Uzumaki Mito. There is also a unique ability to perceive the intentions of good and evil, as well as to discern lies. Uzumaki Mito. Even during the pinnacle of the Uzumaki clan's era, those who awakened this ability were exceedingly rare. The introduction by Uzumaki Mito left the ninja world utterly bewildered. No wonder the land of whirlpools was annihilated. This ability is simply outrageous. Orochimaru excitedly extended his long tongue, licking his dry lips. It was evident that Naruto possessed the qualifications to awaken the Kagura Shingon. The black-frame screen continued to display. Who could it be? Naruto looked at Hinata, who was trailing closely behind him with her head bowed. Hinata's Byakugan indeed provided a sense of being seen, yet there was no malice. But could the target be two? Had Sasuke already been discovered before he even began? This thought left Naruto feeling somewhat disappointed. He had initially believed that the entity capable of triggering his murmurs would be exceptionally unique. To his dismay, aside from that proud exterior and fragile heart, there seemed to be no other merits. Sasuke, am I being looked down upon by the black-framed Naruto? Yet what he said seems to hold some truth. In an instant, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. Since there was no ill intent and after my several tests, let us see how tomorrow unfolds. Naruto took a deep breath. If Sasuke could bring new historical documents tomorrow, or if Hinata could reveal something, then that would be intriguing. Konoha is certainly not as solid as it appears. There lies a turning point within, and I shall seize it. Before long, the younger ones returned to the base of Naruto's home. From afar, they noticed Hinata Hisashi standing below. Hinata, it's time to go home, said Hinata Hisashi, his meticulous demeanor imposing upon the little ones. Yes, father, Hinata responded softly, nodding. However, as they departed, she mustered the courage to wave goodbye to Naruto and the others. Observing the uncontainable smile on his daughter's face, Hinata Hisashi let out a silent sigh. He was well aware that his daughter was not truly happy, yet this was the fate of the Branch family. The next day, upon seeing Hinata arrive punctually, Naruto sensed that familiar fleeting feeling of being watched. A smile crept upon his lips as he welcomed Hinata into his home. When he heard the information he desired from Hinata, he knew his gamble had paid off. However, in the afternoon, when Sasuke began to recount historical documents, he was taken aback. After the initial shock came profound delight. His gaze towards Sasuke softened considerably, as if he could already see the truth laid bare before him. The black-frame screen abruptly halted. Chapter 60. The pitiful must have their detestable aspects? Has it come to an end? No, look. The golden-framed screen has illuminated. How intriguing. He had become so engrossed that he forgot about the golden frame. Hey, what do you mean by that? Naruto complained, hands on his hips. What is wrong with golden frame Naruto? Did he offend you? Surprisingly, indeed, it seems so. Slap. Neji delivered a swift blow. Naruto turned to glare, only to be met by another large hand. Slap. Yamanaka Ino joined in. Naruto cursed vehemently, wishing to retaliate, but was frozen in place due to his aggressive actions. Naruto, hold your breath. Do not let the murmurs control you, Neji kindly reminded. Kid, do not make me lose faith in you. We have all helped you. Yet you refuse to strive to overcome it. Yamanaka Ino offered some consolation. Woo-woo. Naruto's eyes widened, as if pleading to be released from his bindings. The golden-framed screen displayed. Since that snowy night when he escorted Hinata home, Naruto resumed his normal life. Amidst the villagers' ostracism, the indoctrination of the will of fire, and the torment of both mind and body, he found himself on the brink of collapse. Seasons changed, and after a year, Naruto finally concluded this year-long ordeal. On a tranquil afternoon, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally visited, presenting him with an enrollment application for the Ninja Academy. Thus, Uzumaki Naruto embarked on his journey in the ninja school, no longer wandering aimlessly in Konoha like a despised, cursed stray dog. Numerous events transpired during his school days. On the first day of enrollment, he similarly faced harsh words from the parents of fellow students. School life did not unfold as he had imagined, making friends proved elusive. Gradually, aside from being referred to as the Nine Tails behind his back, he acquired another nickname, the Bottom of the Barrel. Feeling disheartened, Naruto chose to take a different extreme path. Time flew by. Uzumaki Naruto grew like wild grass. The derogatory curses and insults of Nine Tails diminished significantly, not because they had accepted his existence, but because Naruto's behavior had begun to align with their perception of a ninja. Unbeknownst to him, the Nine Tails spiraled out of control. Death would be in vain. Meanwhile, Naruto transformed into a true menace within Konoha. Subsequently, his actions became increasingly focused on attracting attention and gaining recognition. His relentless pranks frequently placed him before the villagers. Initially poor in academics, he became the epitome of the bottom of the class, setting unprecedented records of abysmal failure. His lack of ambition, coupled with a gradually domineering personality, reflected his style of conduct. As they gazed upon the golden-framed screen, showcasing the streets and landmarks of Konoha smeared with paint and oil by Uzumaki Naruto, the villagers were reminded of the past. Indeed, the events were not too far removed, seemingly within the last year. How utterly detestable, an aggravating presence. Third Hokage. If only you had dealt with him directly back then, how much trouble could have been avoided. As memories of unpleasant moments in Konoha resurfaced, villagers swiftly emerged to voice their grievances. Naruto's actions not only tarnished his reputation, but also earned him the disdain of the ninja community. Moreover, every time they looked up, they were met with the chaotic remnants of the Hokage rock, painted haphazardly. Undoubtedly, this has tarnished the image of Ingen in the hearts of the people and fundamentally ruined Naruto's reputation among the bystanders. Yet, despite his numerous transgressions, Vortex Naruto has never faced substantial punishment, as if the third Hokage were indulging him to continue his antics. The penalties he received were trivial at best. Initially, the Hokage building handled the financial repercussions, but as incidents became more frequent, everyone was left to endure the losses in silence. While many initially directed their vitriol at Vortex Naruto due to a herd mentality, attributing the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident to him, the actions of Naruto over the years have genuinely incited a deep-seated hatred in those individuals. Senju Hashirama, ha, Naruto is a vibrant child. Senju Tobirama, what a disgrace, brother. There is no need for such forced praise. Orochimaru, alas, this child merely wishes to integrate into Konoha. Vortex Kusina, that accursed old monkey. He knows full well that Naruto's behavior will not ease relations, but only escalate conflicts. Yet, you do nothing to stop him and continually provide him with psychological cues. What a revolting creature. In school, the students did not overtly target him. However, whenever Naruto engaged in foolishness, he would invariably face merciless ridicule and mockery. In both the arts and sciences, he consistently ranked at the bottom. His chakra refinement took him twice as long as his peers, and he struggled to control it. Various fundamental ninjutsu seemed insurmountably difficult in his hands. Initially, Naruto's reputation was only poor among the boys, as the girls were indifferent. Yet, the moment he turned his focus toward Uchiha Sasuke, even those who had previously ignored him cast him disdainful glances. Inuzuka Kiba, to be fair, Naruto can be quite irritating at times. Aburame Shino, that is a result of the third's guidance. Inuzuka Kiba, true enough. He merely had to clean up the graffiti he created on Ingen, and such a trivial punishment is nothing more than indulgence. Kankuro, I never expected you, dog owner, to possess some intelligence. You're not entirely foolish after all. Inuzuka Kiba, puppet bastard, what did you say? Puppet? Deidara. Art is an explosion. Deidara, what are puppets to me, little fool? Sasori. As the two were about to argue, they received an immediate warning from Nagato. The will of fire had finally taken root. Aside from daily pranks, Naruto often expressed his ambition to become Hokage. He, who merely spoke without action, fixated on Sasuke. The individual who embodied the life he yearned for, adored by most of the girls in their class, including his goddess, Haruno Sakura. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the classroom often observed him in secret. Inuzuka Kiba. Goodness, if not for childhood memories, I would ask Hinata if she were blind. With a pitiful whimper, Naruto found himself bound tightly by Yamenka Ino and Neji, unable to escape. Upon hearing Kiba's remark, he instinctively retorted, regardless of its accuracy. How deeply entrenched in delusion he was. Yamenka Ino's expression turned serious. Indeed, Neji wore a similarly grave countenance. The tranquil days seemed destined to continue. However, one afternoon, an unusual atmosphere enveloped Konoha, affecting even the Ninja Academy. On this day, Iruka received an order. Despite his confusion, he addressed the class. Do not leave after school. Chapter 61. Your Tsundere girlfriend has logged in. Have you heard? What? The Uchiha clan was annihilated last night. Ah, that's right. Only Sasuke remains. Is he now an orphan? How tragic. The following day, students began discussing the events of the previous night, gazing at Sasuke's empty seat with expressions of concern. Orphan. As usual, Naruto, who had been dozing off, perked up at the mention. He abruptly raised his head to look at Sasuke's seat, feeling as if something had sharply pierced his heart. It hurt. Yet, recalling that Sasuke's identity mirrored his own, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He quickly shook his head, dismissing such feelings. This was not right. Senju Tobirama. Alas, this child is inherently kind-hearted. Uchiha Izuna. Indeed, what a pity. If it weren't for certain individuals, this calamity would not have occurred. Yamanaka Ino. It is truly infuriating to witness. Naruto should have been the object of everyone's affection, as his parents sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha. Uchiha Izuna. Right, though it is absurd that he was slain by the little fox, the principle remains. Uchiha Izuna. Ask any other ninja village. Would they treat the child of a hero in such a manner? Uchiha Izuna, excluding Tsunade. The sand shinobi exposed to the gaze of Konoha felt awkward and lowered their heads. However, the conversation in the chat room did not faze Uchiha Izuna. Surprisingly, Senju Tobirama did not raise a ruckus, quietly conceding, "You are correct, it is all my fault." "What on earth? What are you planning to do?" On this day, Naruto was unusually quiet, but no one found it surprising. Even Iruka, faced with the lifeless classroom, could only sigh deeply. The school bell rang. Yet Naruto did not bolt from the classroom as usual. Instead, he strolled with his hands in his pockets, bearing a heavy demeanor, as if guided by fate itself. He made his way to the outskirts of Konoha, and at a serene lake, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Under the setting sun, Sasuke, who typically carried himself with the pride of a rooster, sat with his head drooped, gazing at the still water. In that moment, Naruto felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Sensing a presence, Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. Their eyes met. Humph. Naruto, with his hands behind his head, imitated Sasuke's demeanor, haughtily huffing. Sasuke, his eyes devoid of light, stared at Naruto for a moment before silently turning away. Humph. As Sasuke turned his head, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. Sasuke did not smile. It was irrational, more akin to Naruto's own imagination, ultimately affecting Sasuke's memory. The Uchiha clan had just perished, slain by his beloved brother. Of course, if he truly smiled, it would be no wonder that a massacre would ensue. As time passed, following the night of the massacre, Sasuke rarely bore a smile. He became cold and distant, regarding everyone as if they were his enemies. Naruto, observing Sasuke's solitary figure, lost the courage to approach him. The days that followed grew increasingly monotonous and dull. Before long, it was time for the graduation from the Ninja Academy. Without any surprises, Naruto, hindered by the Nine-Tails' interference with his chakra and his habitual laziness, remained steadfast in his position as the only student to fail the graduation. Iruka refused to grant him any favors, resulting in Naruto vehemently cursing Iruka, claiming he was just as biased as the others. Sitting alone on the swing, I watched as my peers received their forehead protectors, symbols of their newfound status as ninjas, while their parents came to escort them home. The curses and insults that echoed around me grew increasingly harsh. At that moment, Mizuki, the teacher who was supervising the exam with Iruka, made his appearance. He first offered words of encouragement to Naruto and then spoke favorably of Iruka. Ultimately, he revealed his true intentions, urging the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to go to the Hokage building to steal the Book of Seals, thereby ensuring a successful completion of the exam and his ascension as a qualified ninja. Orochimaru, the Book of Seals? Orochimaru. No wonder Naruto-kun mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. Inoki, the multi-shadow clone technique is indeed quite suitable for the Uzumaki clan. Kagami, if what you say is true, Orochimaru, does that mean Naruto successfully stole the Book of Seals? Fourth Raikage. Wait, wasn't it mentioned that this occurred in the Hokage building? Shimura Danzo, impressive. Hiruzen certainly knows how to act. Having diminished his presence to an almost negligible level, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again rattled by the comments of his close friends. Senju Tobirama, the Book of Seals? Senju Hashirama, every ninjutsu you've developed, aside from water release, is recorded in that book, and all are classified as forbidden techniques. Senju Tobirama, thanks to my elder brother's reminder, I just recalled that detail. Tobirama, technique. Hashirama, water? Tobirama, no? Hashirama, forbidden. Might Guy, it was kept in the Hokage building and was stolen? Might Guy, that seems impossible, doesn't it? Kakashi hesitated to speak. Guy's implication was evidently directed at himself. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, uncertain of how to face Kusina and Minato. Kuratsuchi, what could possibly be impossible? Kuratsuchi, since it has been said that Naruto learned it, it indicates that the third Hokage had contemplated this long before, merely taking advantage of the situation. Kuratsuchi, old man's thoughts are all equally foul. Temari, it's possible that the Book of Seals has been swapped, and now it contains only the forbidden multi-shadow clone technique. The reality was not far from what the others speculated. Uzumaki Naruto had, in an outrageous manner, incapacitated the lecherous Sarutobi Hiruzen and subsequently took the Book of Seals. The entire process faced no hindrance, as if the Umbu ninjas who typically guarded the Hokage building had vanished. Shortly after Naruto's departure, Hiruzen activated the alarm. Numerous ninjas gathered at the Hokage building. learning of the circumstances, and began to denounce Naruto for stealing the Book of Seals. Among the crowd, a striking red figure stood out. Akimichi Choza, it was me. Without any hesitation, he recounted the situation of that time. Akimichi Choza, I had to put on a facade and could not let them run free. Akimichi Choza, therefore, someone had to keep watch. Otherwise, if they found Naruto first, they could very well resort to lethal measures. My role was to observe them and delay as much as possible. Akimichi Choza, at that moment, I did not think much of it. Later, Shikaku told me not to worry too much, but I never expected the reality to unfold this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Orochimaru's mocking gaze, immediately spoke. This has something to do with Mizuki, doesn't it? You must have known all along. Orochimaru retorted, moreover, didn't it conveniently help you to rationally hand over the multi-shadow clone technique? I just don't understand why you hastily concluded this operation that could easily garner goodwill. Wouldn't it have been better if you personally taught Naruto? Hiruzen's face flushed with anger as he trembled while pointing at Orochimaru. At that moment, on the golden frame screen, after kicking Mizuki away, a flash of crimson flickered in Naruto's eyes. Dare to move again, and I will kill you. Mizuki, rising with a grim expression, retorted, kill me? Just you, a mere fox demon? Then let me show you the jutsu I just learned. Slowly, Naruto raised his hand. Multi-shadow clone technique. With a resounding boom, the smoke dissipated. The ninjas of the world directly perceived what it meant to be a chakra powerhouse and understood why Inoki would assert that the multi-shadow clone technique was practically tailor-made for the Uzumaki clan. If every member of the Uzumaki clan mastered this forbidden technique, gasp, many drew in sharp breaths, suddenly comprehending why the land of whirlpools had fallen so abruptly. At this moment, Naruto's shadow clones had multiplied to such an extent that even the golden frame screen could hardly contain them. In a daze, I felt a bit lightheaded and thought to ask for some free gifts. Chapter 62. Opening eyes to the ninja world. Yamanaka Ino. That number is astounding. Kankuro. That Uzumaki Naruto can produce so many shadow clones at once. Kankuro. Then why was it so difficult to defeat that smelly dog? Inazuka Kiba. Hey, what do you mean by that? Yamanaka Shino. Literally. Inazuka Kiba. Haruno Sakura. Impressive. But why is the multi-shadow clone technique classified as a forbidden technique? Ugh. Bound tightly, Naruto suddenly realized he could still speak. Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, why is my multi-shadow clone technique considered forbidden? Uzumaki Naruto. I have no danger using it at all. Senju Tobirama. What do you mean, your multi-shadow clone technique? That was developed by me. Senju Tobirama. The reason the multi-shadow clone technique is classified as forbidden is primarily due to its excessive chakra consumption by the user. The more clones created, the more chakra is expended. If one is not careful, it could lead to the user exhausting their chakra, endangering their life. Senju Tobirama. Furthermore, once the shadow clones are dispelled, their memories and experiences return to the original, which requires immense mental fortitude. Without sufficient confidence, who can manage it? Inoki. In other words, once the shadow clones are dispelled, the overwhelming memories and experiences can potentially render the user a fool. Fourth Reikage. But there's no need to worry about the golden-framed Naruto. Yamanaka Ino. Why? Uchiha Sasuke. The seemingly powerful multi-shadow clone technique of golden-framed Naruto is practically useless. Uchiha Sasuke. So many shadow clones in his hands are akin to throwing mud at enemies. Uchiha Sasuke. Besides, if he truly knew how to utilize these clones, he would have been struck dumb long ago. Indeed, dumb Naruto means you are a fool. If not a fool, this ninjutsu would have already rendered you one. Uzumaki Naruto. Neji furrowed his brows, glancing at Yamanaka Ino beside him. Could it be that the murmurs in his mind indirectly protected Naruto's brain? Yamanaka Ino. Does he still need protection? That seems plausible. It appears he can easily resist. Neji sighed. Naruto, do you know that shadow clones can convey memories and experiences? Hearing this, Naruto, who remained bound and struggling, froze momentarily. His azure eyes were filled with confusion, as though asking if that were true. Yamanaka Ino felt the wrinkles in his cerebral cortex smoothen. Uzumaki Kusina. Cough. That damn Sarutobi old dog. I will surely slay you. Namikaze Minato. That is indeed the case. The golden frame screen continued to display. Uzumaki Naruto defeated Mizuki, rescuing Iruka. Iruka's words evoked a long-lost sense of familial warmth for Naruto, and after the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Iruka became another significant elder in Uzumaki Naruto's life. At dawn, Uzumaki Naruto, eyes closed, asked with some confusion, "Iruka-sensei, how much longer?" "All right, you may open your eyes now," came Iruka's voice. Naruto Uzumaki slowly opened his eyes. The first rays of morning sunlight cascaded over the faces of the two individuals. Observing Iruka's beaming smile, Naruto appeared to have come to a realization. He instinctively reached up to touch his forehead, feeling the cold, solid surface. Iruka's forehead protector was conspicuously absent, evidently transferred to Naruto's own brow. "Congratulations, Naruto, you are now a Chunin." The golden frame screen abruptly halted, as the audience remained somewhat unsatisfied. The black frame screen commenced with its imagery. Following the consensus reached between Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi, the two began to provide Naruto with the necessary resources through their children. 6 months later, young Naruto lay in bed, wide awake. Yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen had paid him a visit. After evaluating Naruto's chakra refining techniques, he expressed his satisfaction. What pleased him even more was the adoration gleaming in Naruto's eyes, his yearning for the will of fire, and his aspiration for the title of Hokage. In his elation, Hiruzen granted Naruto an additional 1,000 ryo for his monthly allowance and left behind a scroll containing the foundational techniques of the three body techniques, the Bunshin no Jutsu, Hinge no Jutsu, and Kawarimi no Jutsu. After a brief instruction, Hiruzen departed, thoroughly content. Speaking of ninjutsu, it seemed that Sasuke had already begun to explore the fire techniques of his clan not long ago, as had Shikamaru and his companions. Hinata, at this stage, was not focusing on such aspects. Only Sakura and himself lacked direct resource support. Perhaps he would invite Sakura to study together the following day. During this period, Sakura had made considerable progress in her chakra control, proving the effectiveness of her training. Images of Sakura, often exhausted to tears yet determined not to succumb, filled his mind. And Naruto shook his head with a smile. While Sakura possessed a remarkable talent for chakra control, he regrettably lacked a training method suited for her. Nevertheless, the current situation was preferable to doing nothing at all. Rising, he poured himself a glass of warm water and sat back down on the bed. Contemplating for a moment before frowning slightly, he began to sort through the valuable information he had gathered from Hinata and Sasuke over time, starting with the earliest known events. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha and Senju clans battled fiercely, with the Senju emerging victorious. Instead of annihilating the Uchiha, they united to establish Konoha. Other clans followed suit, either joining Konoha or forming new villages independently. Naruto paused, noting that the accounts provided by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were largely consistent, though with minor discrepancies. Following that, the shinobi world, which everyone referred to as the shinobi realm, began to take shape, with Konoha, Kirigakure, Tsunade, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure as the principal villages, each serving as the nucleus for the 5 great nations: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Finally, I can open my eyes to the world, Senju Tobirama exclaimed. Indeed, I hope that the Black Frame Naruto acquires favorable information from the 5 great ninja villages and escapes quickly. What do you mean by escape? That sounds too harsh. Naruto furrowed his brow, sensing that there were numerous secrets between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Yet the information remained scarce. After the establishment of Konoha, the first and second Hokages were both from the Senju clan, and not a single Uchiha had ascended to the position of Hokage. Something felt amiss. This did not align with expectations. Such circumstances would surely lead to instability within the Uchiha clan. Yet, to this day, the Uchiha had not shown any signs of rebellion, seemingly allowing the village to suppress them. Naruto felt an innate sense of unease. However, the information was indeed limited. The only slightly more detailed aspect was the names of the first and second Hokages. Yet, Naruto understood that this pertained to certain secrets of the Uchiha clan, and it was reasonable for them not to disclose such information. The first Hokage had succumbed to a lingering ailment following a great battle, leading to the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War after his passing. This piqued Naruto's curiosity further. A war erupted immediately after his death? What truly transpired during that time? Nevertheless, if this was the case, Konoha must have been the strongest shinobi village in the world back then. Who could have caused the first Hokage to suffer such a fate, leading to a shortened lifespan? With such strength, why did they not expand further? Even if they did not, given Konoha's position as a leader, and even with some gaps in power, the death of the first Hokage should have left a lasting legacy. Did the other 4 great ninja villages possess something that gave them confidence? Could it be related to the QB sealed within him? Naruto's musings and introspections rendered the entire shinobi world silent. What an extraordinary child. Senju Hashirama chuckled. I told you, brother, why share the tailed beasts with other ninja villages? The implications of Tobirama's words reverberated through the shinobi realm. The tailed beasts originated from Konoha? Just how powerful was that village back in the day? Wait, according to what the second Hokage has said, does that imply that Konoha could easily sweep through every other village? Yamanaka Ino questioned. Indeed, but some individuals prefer to indulge in their daydreams, Uchiha Madara replied. The superficial peace attained through force is fleeting. After I departed, and after Hashirama's demise, just observe what remains of Konoha. What my brother said is accurate. Peace acquired through force will inevitably reveal its true nature once the force dissipates. So, the tailed beasts were distributed? I am not particularly surprised, haha. Akatsuchi remarked. Why do you increasingly smile less? First Hokage. After the First Shinobi World War, the second Hokage sacrificed himself to protect the future third Hokage and his other disciples. This indeed resembled the will of fire. However, was the third Hokage not the most powerful Hokage? How could this be possible when he was still too young and had yet to reach his peak? The unpredictable nature of Kyumogakure, with its unscrupulous methods, was not something they feared to display. Contemplating this, Naruto formulated a preliminary assessment of Kyumogakure. Thank you for the compliment. The fourth Raikage chuckled. I would rather not have the approval of the Black Frame Naruto. I regret it profoundly. Following the Second Shinobi World War, the information diverged significantly from the first version Sasuke had provided. Sasuke's initial narrative resembled the absurd tales penned by the old man regarding the will of fire. Why did Konoha's White Fang and the legendary three ninjas ultimately lead to White Fang's suicide and the departure of the three ninjas from the village? Moreover, was the strongest Hokage truly as formidable as claimed? Why had he yet to make an appearance? The first and second Hokages, along with these heroes, led from the front. Yet the strongest Hokage remained hidden in the rear. In the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha produced a remarkable individual named Shunshin no Jutsu. While among the civilian ninjas arose a golden flash known as Namikaze Minato, who would become the fourth Hokage. His contributions overshadowed Orochimaru, the frontline commander, earning him the favor of the people and the title of fourth Hokage. This was not right. Orochimaru, a prominent figure among the legendary Sannin, stands unparalleled in both experience and ability, serving as a frontline commander. How can he remain comfortably seated in the rear when even freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy are thrust into battle during the Third Great Ninja War? What has become of the esteemed title of the strongest Hokage? Where is the will of fire? Is it not the case that the old leaves burn themselves to illuminate the tender sprouts? As these thoughts swirl in Naruto's mind, he finds himself overwhelmed by an abundance of questions. He has painstakingly compiled this information after waiting approximately 6 months, fearing the loss of vital details. Patience is now his only recourse, as he recognizes that he currently lacks the stature to inspire confidence in potential investors. Frustration gnaws at him. Kuratsuchi, I feel the same. The leaders of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans truly baffle me. If they are to provide information, why not deliver it all at once? This piecemeal approach is exasperating. Inazuka Kiba, exactly. Haruno Sakura. I too yearn to uncover the most crucial information. Tintin, if they were to supply more. Perhaps Naruto could piece together the mystery of his origins. Oil Girl Shino. That may well be the reason for their reluctance to divulge everything at once. Despite the lack of subsequent developments, Naruto's mind races with possibilities. With the fourth Hokage's tenure and Orochimaru's absence from the village, he is yet to hear anything. And neither Shikamaru nor the others are familiar with this individual. Has despair set in? It seems likely. The third Hokage has managed to survive until now, not solely due to the so-called title of the strongest Hokage, but rather by wielding the will of fire as a weapon. After all, this was the very purpose of the will of fire when it was employed against him. Although these historical documents are fragmented, with some even omitting significant details about the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, they still contain noteworthy events. What remains elusive is the full account of the Nine Tails incident and the scant information surrounding the fourth Hokage, which abruptly halts at the Nine Tails chaos, suggesting a profound connection. Naruto pinches the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. Perhaps it is best to refrain from overthinking and adding to his troubles. For now, his primary focus should be on his own development. Kuratsuchi, a wise choice. Temari, Indeed, let us wait a while longer for those two clans to provide the necessary information, lest we drive ourselves to distraction. Shimura Danzo, What difference does it make if we learn anything? Shimura Danzo, Hizashi, speak up. Senju Tobirama, silence. I am in a rather dire state. Senju Tobirama, by the way, you wretched monkey, how long have you been in office? Why have you not stepped down yet? Senju Tobirama, what of Konoha's white fang? Why are children being sent to battle? Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, do enlighten us. Orochimaru, my apologies, Lord Tobirama. But I would prefer to glean this information from Naruto-kun. Chapter 64. The death of Shisui and enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Before long, another 6 months had elapsed. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion under Naruto's deliberate control, save for the increasingly unstable situation within the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga family, conversely, grew steadily stronger. However, it seemed as though the two clans had conspired together, refusing to divulge significant events from the past decade in Konoha. Finally, the day arrived for Naruto's 5th birthday, and his friends gathered to celebrate. Happy birthday, Naruto! Echoed 5 voices. Many others across the ninja world also extended their well wishes. Kusina, unable to contain her emotions, shed tears at the sight. Fortunately, her dear friend Uchiha Mikoto was there to comfort her. After the birthday festivities, life returned to its tranquil rhythm. A few weeks later, Sarutobi Hizashi paid another visit, delivering the enrollment application for the Ninja Academy. However, during the days leading up to Naruto's start at school, a significant event transpired within the Uchiha clan. Of course, apart from the senior leaders of Konoha and the Uchiha themselves, no one else was privy to this development. It falls to you to safeguard the honor of the Uchiha clan, Shisui declared, as he removed one of his eyes and entrusted it to Itachi. A faint smile gracing his lips. After imparting his final words, Shisui leapt off the cliff, taking his own life. He was carried away by the waters of the South River. Shisui, the 11-year-old Uchiha Itachi, bore witness to the death of his dear friend and mentor. Deeply affected by the trauma, in agony, he closed his eyes, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. When he opened them again, his eyes had transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna, how curious. That boy named Shisui must have possessed a Mangekyo as well. Why then was he so easily deprived of his eye and chose to end his life in such a feeble manner? Senju Tobirama, that appearance suggests he is a descendant of the mirror, does it not? Inazuka Kiba, father, do not ponder too deeply. If something feels amiss, simply lay the blame at the feet of the 3rd Hokage. Shimura Danzo, quite right. Hizashi, do speak. Are you feeling guilty? Ultimately, Itachi departed with Shisui's eye, having not avenged his friend's death. Faced with the suspicions of his clan regarding Shisui's demise, his pride prevented him from stooping to explanations. That night, in the study, Uchiha Fugaku instructed him to manipulate a high-ranking official in Konoha. Itachi closed his eyes in silence, utterly disillusioned with the Uchiha clan. He neither felt compelled nor desired to clarify anything. He had his own thoughts, his own clear objectives, and knew precisely when to take action. Observing his son's demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku frowned deeply. Eventually, he waved his hand, permitting Itachi to leave. Following that, Fugaku departed the household, making his way deeper into the clan's territory. In the shadows, a figure slowly turned, revealing a visage obscured by a tiger-striped mask, long black hair, and only a single eye visible, an imposing presence in the gloom. Uchiha Madara, I shall address you as you prefer. Is Shisui's fate entwined with you? Fugaku's voice was cold, yet maintained an air of composure. Ultimately, he leaned more towards trusting his son, Itachi. Do you doubt me? Perhaps I should reconsider the prospect of collaborating with you. The masked man, identifying himself as Uchiha Madara, replied coolly. Uchiha Madara? Wasn't he presumed dead? How could he resurface now? Moreover, wasn't he still posing as a deceased individual in the chat room? Questions erupted among the crowd. Uchiha Obito. Who is this individual? Uchiha Obito. Could Shisui's death genuinely be linked to him? Hatake Kakashi. Obito. Kakashi shuddered, casting aside his concerns and speaking directly in the chat room. Obito, he is. Uchiha Obito. Humph, foolish Kakashi, you remain as dim-witted as ever. Black Zetsu hastily rapped on the laboratory door. Obito, what do you intend to do? Even Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, concerned that this useless fool might expose their plans. How tiresome. Having already captured the 9 tails, why waste time playing such trivial games in Konoha? If it were not for that fateful night, would so many complications have arisen? Even if the Vortex Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura, without the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he may not necessarily thrive. Fortunately, the world of the Golden Frame has not encountered any significant issues. In the underground base, Obito cast a stoic glance at Kurizetsu, seeking to clear any suspicion. I have already made my presence known in the Black Frame world. If people connect the dots, it would be troublesome. Ultimately, I still need to speak up. Otherwise, it wouldn't align with my persona in this illusory world. Kurizetsu exclaimed, "Foolish. You should review your statements." Kurizetsu was genuinely enraged. This guy is truly incompetent. Beneath the mask, Obito furrowed his brows, realizing that his attempt to clear suspicion had instead led to his exposure. The profile was visible, and the statement was enclosed in double quotation marks. In an instant, Obito felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, not many paid attention to him, and with Kakashi still immersed in delight, no one noticed Obito's change. Of course, the most crucial aspect was the captivating developments on the large black-framed screen. For the future of the Uchiha, a coup is essential. Currently, Shursui, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, has gone missing, and it can be safely assumed he is deceased. The clan can only place their hopes on Uchiha Madara, who once instigated the Nine-Tails incident. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply and bowed to Uchiha Madara. Humph. The masked man scoffed, and then spiral-shaped spatial fluctuations enveloped him, disappearing in front of Uchiha Fugaku after a few breaths. Uchiha Izuna remarked, "Who is that kid?" Uchiha Izuna added, "The one thing my elder brother despises the most is hiding in the shadows." Uchiha Madara replied, "Indeed, this kid has some audacity to impersonate me. It's a pity he doesn't truly understand me." The day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy had arrived. On this day, little Naruto was all dressed up, holding the enrollment application given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and walked towards the academy. The streets were still as usual. He completely ignored the people around him. As for gaining their approval or engaging in pranks, that was merely talk. If you take it seriously, you lose. Naruto, over here. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a few small figures had arrived early. Since they were accompanied by their parents, they did not come with little Naruto to register. Yamanaka Ino's eye twitched slightly as she suppressed her excited daughter, casting a resentful glance at the distant blonde boy. Hyuga Hisashi remained serious, glancing at little Naruto, then looking down at his daughter, raising his gaze to question her. "Go ahead, don't slack off at school. Do not bring shame to the Hyuga clan." "Yes, father." Hinata immediately broke into a sweet smile. Watching his daughter dash away, Hisashi sighed, but on a positive note. Hinata was indeed the most talented among the Hyuga in many years. Just 2.5 months after she started eating solid food, she managed to fight to a draw with the genius from the branch family, Hyuga Neji. A year later, among her peers, they could not even catch a glimpse of Hinata's taillights. Neji, a Hinata, Hanabi, Chapter 65 Becoming the Hokage's Man, carrying the burden. "Dad, I'm going too." "Sure. Shikamaru, you should come along too." "What a hassle, got it." Soon, everyone gathered again, except for one individual. "Brother." Just as she was about to retort, the person arrived. Ino exchanged glances with Sakura. Then Ino rolled her eyes and pulled little Naruto towards the school. "We wasted time waiting for that kid. After the opening ceremony, let us go choose some ninja tools together." Sakura changed the subject. Clearly, as her perception of Sasuke became clearer, all that remained in her eyes was his handsome exterior. "Vortex Naruto, see, I told you. That arrogant Sasuke is nothing without that face. He has no charm with women." "Uchiha Sasuke, idiot." "Vortex Naruto, what did you say?" "Uchiha Sasuke, idiot." Nara Shikamaru. Despite being the same Naruto, the one in the black frame world gives me a better impression. Yamanaka Ino. Yes, I agree. If it were black frame Naruto, there would be absolutely no problem. Haruno Sakura. Indeed, even without Sasuke, I absolutely do not like the golden frame Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. I. Tintin, you like him, right? Hyuga Hinata. I like black frame Naruto a bit more. He would feed me well. Vortex Kusina. It's alright, Hinata. You have both. Vortex Naruto. Woo-woo. I've been defeated again. Vortex Naruto has once again been defeated. Why is that kid here? What is he doing here? What on earth is the Hokage thinking? Why allow such a person into the Ninja Academy? Exactly. If someone like this becomes a ninja, who knows what might happen? Shoo. Don't say any more. Remember the prohibition. Damn. I'm just worried that damn thing will hurt my child. To this, little Naruto was already accustomed. However, Ino and the others could not get used to it. Ino clenched her fists and turned to retort, but every time in such situations, little Naruto would press down on her shoulder. There's no need. Besides, I am destined to become the Hokage, and I will surely earn everyone's recognition. Little Naruto calmly reassured everyone. Yet, every time little Naruto said this, even Hinata couldn't help but feel goosebumps. There was an indescribable sensation that words could not capture. Below, it was indeed bustling. Hey, isn't that kid from the Uchiha clan? He really looks handsome. Tintin, aren't you coming over to take a look? Handsome? What's the use of being handsome? I need to go back to the shop. These junior students will definitely come to buy ninja tools. I'll treat you all to a meal tomorrow. On the second to last floor of the teaching building, in a second-year classroom, a girl with her hair in a bun waved her hand and bid farewell to her friends. Rock Lee, Tintin, haha. I didn't expect to make such a hasty entrance. Sakura, speaking of which, we all did indeed go buy our first piece of ninja gear back then. It was at your shop, Tintin. Ino, I think I bought mine at another store. Sorry, Tintin. Tintin, it's fine. All the ninja tool shops on that street are run by my family, so it's the same. Temariv. No wonder you have so many ninja tools just lying around. Tintin, you're infuriating. You only won by relying on restraint. If you're so strong, just throw a ninja tool at me and knock me out. Just relying on restraint, what skill is that? Wow, you guys are quite sneaky. Letting the little ones inch closer. What surprised me was Hisashi. The heads of the ninja clans had gathered at some point. The boy with golden long hair, surrounded by future heirs of several ninja clans, was hard to miss. Looks just like him. Inuzuka Kiba grinned. Right, Shimizu? Aburame, Shimizu nodded. If it weren't for Kiba calling him, even the heads of the 4 major ninja clans might not have noticed him. On the surface, we must still keep it confidential, Yamanaka Ino said helplessly. Inuzuka Kiba looked at him in disbelief. What's wrong? Yamanaka Ino touched his face. Are you blind? That face. That hair color and style, not to mention the name Vortex Naruto. How can we keep this a secret? However, there are indeed some individuals who are rather foolish, forgetting everything after just a few words. Nara Shikaku waved his hand, dismissing the topic. Lately, I have observed many things and feel that significant changes are on the horizon, though I remain uncertain about what they entail. Today, the head of the Uchiha clan was absent. Otherwise, he would have been among this small group. Thus, it is quite apparent who brought Sasuke here. Onaiken, exclaimed Sasuke, joyfully holding Uchiha Itachi's hand. Uchiha? Oh my, look, isn't that Uchiha? They exclaimed, thrilled that he was in the same class as Uchiha. Naru, remember to learn from that boy. Outside, facing the Konoha guard, everyone wore expressions of disdain, daring not to voice their anger. Yet, upon reaching the school gates, they transformed into sycophantic figures. When Naruto perceived this scene, he increasingly felt that the villagers of this village might very well be suffering from a form of split personality, completely unpredictable in their behavior. Once again, it was time for Uchiha Izuna to make his remarks. Uchiha Izuna chuckled. Haha. Senju Tobirama responded. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. I cannot refute that. Uchiha Izuna needed only to laugh thrice for Senju Tobirama to anticipate his next words. Sasuke, you are quite popular, Uchiha Itachi remarked with a beaming smile. Humph. Sasuke turned his head, displaying a haughty demeanor that might lead one to mistake him for a girl. All right, Onaiken, I will head in first, otherwise, they will grow impatient waiting for me. It seems that without me, that group of children cannot accomplish anything. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders and offered a resigned smile to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi maintained a gentle smile as he watched Sasuke enter the school gates. He then shifted his gaze past Sasuke to a conspicuous figure, involuntarily furrowing his brow. Since when did Sasuke come into contact with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Moreover, with such long hair, any discerning individual could easily identify him. Uchiha Itachi retracted his gaze and smiled again, waving goodbye to Sasuke. It was exceedingly dangerous for a Jinchuriki to attend a ninja school. Clearly, Uchiha Itachi recognized Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the hero, the fourth Hokage. His attitude was, in essence, no different from that of the surrounding villagers. If possible, Uchiha Itachi wished to caution Sasuke to keep his distance from the Jinchuriki. However, he soon departed. As he discreetly observed Naruto, several gazes coincidentally fell upon him at the same moment, devoid of any sentiment, and, one might say, rather unfriendly. After Uchiha Itachi's departure, Inuzuka Kiba scratched his nose, pondering whether that boy was the eldest son of Fugaku. The mere scent was off-putting. I recall you saying that last time. Yameka Ino began, only to be interrupted by Inuzuka Kiba. Yes, only a dog that bites its master would have such an unpleasant scent. Chapter 66. Pre-enrollment PUA now. Please welcome our beloved third Hokage to address us. Children, how do you do? In the fluttering leaves of Konoha, the fire continues to burn. Naruto, with a beaming smile, found his thoughts drifting far away. Nara Shikamura dug in his ear, casting a glance at Choji, who was sneaking snacks. Then positioned himself in front of Choji, leaning back and half closing his eyes in a drowsy state. Ino pulled Sakura and Hinata aside to whisper. The aloof Sasuke, still trying to act cool, arrived late, and the little ones tacitly ignored him. On stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the microphone and did not cease his speech. He relished proclaiming the will of fire. Furthermore, as the principal of the ninja school, it was an exceptionally fitting role for him. The will of fire. The strongest Hokage. The third Hokage. These concepts had been ingrained in this group of children from a young age, especially with the strongest Hokage speaking before them. Each pair of eyes gleamed with fervor. Naruto seamlessly integrated into their midst. The five little ones were no longer surprised. Naruto-kun is truly impressive, Hinata remarked. Stealing a glance at Naruto, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. It's the 8th time, Hinata. Ino playfully tapped Hinata's head. We are discussing something important. You shouldn't be so preoccupied with Naruto. Yes. Sakura quickly nodded in agreement. Ino then awarded Sakura a similar reprimand. You too. Before long, 10 minutes had passed. This group of children displayed remarkable patience. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile widened. He quickly took a sip of water to compose his emotions and wording. However, aside from starting with the fluttering leaves of Konoha and the eternal flame, his subsequent rhetoric was as lackluster as excrement. Whether others felt the same, Naruto could not ascertain. But this was his impression. He could only bully these foolish villagers, constrained by their education from a young age, which influenced their understanding from within. Otherwise, this old man's words would indeed lack the ability to deceive. At most, he could be considered a mere old echo. Orochimaru. That metaphor is quite vivid. Orochimaru. It seems that teacher Sarutobi only ever knows those few phrases. Shimura Danzo. That damn Jinchuriki. I never expected his words to be so insightful. However, the strongest Hokage does not rely solely on rhetoric, right, Hiruzen? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, be quiet. Shimura Danzo. Tobirama Sensei. Look at what you have chosen as Hokage. TSK. Senju Tobirama. Danzo. Shimura Danzo. No wonder it runs in the family. Excuse me. If you wish to be Hokage, then be my guest. Temari. Beastly heart. Children. Have you all remembered what was said today? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, scanning the captivated faces of the children, particularly Naruto's. With a benevolent expression, he asked. Little did he know. At that moment, his demeanor appeared exceedingly repulsive to Naruto. Even this group of individuals made Naruto feel ill, as if no one among them was of sound mind. As for the so-called will of fire, whether Naruto comprehended it or not, he remained oblivious. However, if Naruto were to place a knife at the throat of those children who had insulted and cursed him, they would immediately recite the will of fire and assert that everyone in the village is one family. No, this only serves to prove that these individuals have indeed grasped the will of fire, albeit the version belonging uniquely to the third Hokage. Kusina Uzumaki. Well said. Kusina Uzumaki. This group of people truly embodies this essence. How could I not have realized? Kusina Uzumaki. My son is indeed remarkable, pinpointing the crux. These individuals are just as hypocritical and scheming as the old monkey, only caring for their own gain. Uchiha Izuna. Such is the nature of the Senju clan. Senju Tobirama. That is the Sarutobi clan. If you wish to criticize, then criticize me, but do not drag the Senju into it. Uchiha Izuna. You must remember the will of fire. The future belongs to you. You are the tender sprouts of Konoha, the embodiment of hope. Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded with a cheerful statement before departing the podium amid resounding applause. Subsequently, class assignments began. Time was not wasted significantly. Irika eagerly led the children to their designated classroom. Once they chose their seats, he could leave, as classes would officially commence the following day. All right, children. Please pay attention to safety on your way home, he said. It was his first time leading a class, and Irika felt quite anxious. Yes, goodbye, teacher. The children bid him farewell. Irika responded to each with a smile, but in the end, his smile faltered for a few seconds. He barely managed to maintain his composure until everyone had departed. He quickly closed the classroom door and rushed to the office, only to find that Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since vanished. Irika lowered his head in resignation and sat beneath a large tree on campus, waiting. That child was unmistakably the one. The commotion surrounding him had been ongoing for 2 years. There was no way he could be mistaken. Why was he assigned to our class, of all places? Despite his efforts to restrain himself, a deep-seated disdain crept onto Irika's face. Naruto observed this scene and fell silent. Often, he understood many things, but more frequently, he preferred to mask the harsh truths with brazen and thoughtless actions. Initially, Irika-sensei was indeed this way. However, he was different from others. I believe that the one with the black frame, Naruto, will not have much interaction with this Irika teacher, said Kojime. Naruto can easily sense others' intentions, whether good or ill. Moreover, Irika often mentioned the third Hokage and the will of fire on the golden-framed big screen. Given Naruto's disdain for the will of fire, this Irika teacher is unlikely to become another beacon of light for him, replied Temari. Humph, said Senju Tobirama. The monkey deliberately arranged for him to be here. Just wait and see. No, Lord Tobirama, you also saw the child on the golden-framed big screen. It is more due to my own reasons, Irika protested. I am not saying you are inadequate. On the contrary, you are quite a good teacher. Although your abilities are average, your heart is indeed sincere, Tobirama remarked. Unfortunately, you do not understand what this represents. Chapter 67. Is it due to brainwashing that he is bad? Or is he inherently wicked? So handsome. Not at all inferior to Sasuke. Just my type. Hey, that kid is indeed handsome. The surrounding girls exclaimed, while a few boys responded with jealousy. Haha, you're in trouble. I'll tell your parents what you said. Expect to be punished when you get home. Damn it. Tear his mouth apart. You go. I want to take another look, or I'll be scolded. After leaving the classroom, little Naruto's group immediately attracted considerable attention. Those who had just been infatuated with Sasuke turned their gaze towards Naruto. Shikamaru rolled his eyes in annoyance. Choji was only focused on food, while Ino proactively pulled Sakura and Hinata to shield the girl's view. Then, she kicked Sasuke in the rear, effectively pushing him forward as a shield. You. Sasuke glared angrily, but upon seeing Ino's warning expression, he seemed to recall something. TCH. Eventually, he quietly turned back, hands in pockets, drawing attention away. This made Naruto envious, though the back of his head throbbed painfully, and he dared not show it. However, Neji seemed to read his mind entirely. Suddenly, without warning, Naruto received another bump to the back of his head. What does this have to do with mumbling? Neji closed his eyes, pretending not to comprehend Naruto's intentions. Did that child just glance at me? So handsome. He can't possibly be interested in me, right? He smiled again. Hey, wake up. He was smiling at the person beside him. Little Naruto indeed smiled at them. Why? Ino was furious, standing in front of little Naruto. Then she boldly grabbed his arm, turning to face the girls with her chin held high. This provocative display naturally ignited the competitive spirit of those girls. Little Naruto shook his head helplessly. Naruto-kun must have his reasons for acting this way, Hinata whispered. Upon hearing this, little Naruto ruffled Hinata's hair. This girl always believed in him unconditionally and enjoyed overthinking. That's true. I do have something I want to verify. What is it? Can we help? Sakura quickly inquired. No need for that. However, I do have another favor to ask of you, little Naruto replied. What is it? They chorused. Help me choose a piece of ninja tool you like the most. That old man is rarely generous. Thus, little Naruto decided to gift his friends a piece of ninja tool today. As for why he had smiled at those girls earlier, it was quite simple. Little Naruto intended to conduct an experiment to see which they would choose between him and their parents. He had not yet finalized the specifics, but the core of his verification was already established. Little Naruto sought to determine whether these individuals had turned bad due to environmental factors or were inherently flawed. This would undoubtedly influence his future acts of retribution. What would happen if the daughters he cherished were treated like fox demons by those individuals in the future? In Konoha, many villagers were breaking out in cold sweat. This punishment was indeed cruel. In the Pure Land, Senju Tobirama silently closed his eyes. Although he had already anticipated the future outcomes of these people, he was still unwilling to accept the answer from the black-framed Naruto that they were inherently wicked. After all, this was the tone he had set for the entire Uchiha clan, which his beloved disciples had further amplified. Yamashiro Aoi could not help but shiver. Watching Naruto on the black-framed big screen, he recalled Ino hugging his arm at home, only for him to utter a few unkind words. That night, he had been tied up by his caring little cotton-padded jacket and tossed into the pig pen, which was filled with amorous pigs. The next day, he was expelled from home and, while begging, coincidentally encountered a happy couple. Ino smirked slightly. Suddenly, she leaned toward little Naruto's ear and whispered, "With the money in your little wallet, it's even a struggle to buy for yourself. What if you can't pay?" Little Naruto was taken aback. He had considered such matters but had not thought them through deeply. Ninja tools were quite common. Almost every ninja possessed a tool pouch. However, were they really that expensive? After a moment's thought, he realized that Ino was unlikely to deceive him. Moreover, the old man was rarely generous. "Sigh, I am still too young. Kusina Uzumaki, you beastly creature. Just wait. When I get first place, I guarantee I won't let you off easily." Silence for 10 minutes. "Of course, I can lend it to you for the time being. However, you are well aware that my interest rates are rather steep." Xiao Mingren felt the little frog swelling with anticipation and regarded Ino with a hint of disbelief. Why did it seem as if she had anticipated this moment and had prepared for it long in advance? Furthermore, where did she learn such flirtatious gestures and manner of speaking? Sakura turned her gaze towards Ino, and even Hinata followed suit. Zaiwo, noticing their expressions, also looked at Ino. Even Ino, in this moment, felt a tinge of embarrassment and eventually conceded, discreetly pointing to her mother. The girls, of course, were not convinced. Yamashiro Rina appeared to be an elegant matron. How could she? "Madam, what does your raised hand signify? This is not a classroom, and you are not a student. Why do you raise your hand so naturally and adorably?" Ultimately, Ino ceased her antics after having her fun. Poor Sakura, unaware of the peculiarities surrounding her, remained oblivious. Hinata's eyes suddenly exhibited a few bulging vessels, but in an instant, they returned to normal, her pale violet eyes momentarily clouded by a shadow. The speed was astonishing. Xiao Mingren sensed a sudden turbulence in Hinata's chakra, but it quickly stabilized. He couldn't help but frown. Oh no, could it be that Hinata was hungry again? After observing her for a while, and not hearing the faintest sound of her stomach, Xiao Mingren finally relaxed his guard. He realized, without knowing when it had happened, that he no longer worried about food. As for nutritional balance, that was no longer a concern either. It was just a bit of a waste. Before long, a few of them arrived at a street filled with ninja tool shops. Sasuke glanced at the sky, his eyes darting. "I want to select anything. I have matters to attend to and must return home first. Gana." With that, Sasuke turned and dashed away. "Gana, I'm off to find my Onii-chan. Onii-chan, please help me pick some ninja tools." Ino rolled her eyes, expressing her exasperation. She truly found Sasuke baffling. If it were her Onii-chan, older sister, Ino might understand. "Uchiha Azuna, cough cough. Yamashiro Ino, apologies, but in this black-framed world, I am still quite young, and my attack power is indeed somewhat lacking." Uchiha Azuna, "No, it's quite all right. No need for supplementation this time. Ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama, hee. Onii-chan, Onii-chan. Senju Tobirama, ugh. Senju Hashirama, what s with the way you're addressing me? It's quite nauseating. You Haven T called me that since you could remember. Senju Tobirama, brother, keep that little mouth of yours shut. Senju Hashirama, what do you mean? Uchiha Azuna, be quiet." Chapter 68. The young wealthy lady of Konoha, everything is packed. Young man, the total comes to 20,000 ryo. Xiao Mingren was examining various ninja tools when the shop assistant suddenly spoke. "That's a total of 4 kunai." Dingji and Shikamaru selected shuriken. The shop assistant seemed intent on establishing a long-term transaction with Xiao Mingren. Consequently, Dingji and Shikamaru's shuriken became complementary. Shuriken, in most cases, are classified as disposable ninja tools. Hence their price is not particularly high. Often, they can be considered as gifts with the purchase of kunai. Of course, the quantity can add up. Thank you. Would you like to apply for a membership card at our store? It will make purchasing ninja tools more affordable in the future. No thanks. Ino kept a wary eye on the shop assistant with the bun hairstyle, who was resting her chin on her hand and sizing up Xiao Mingren. "Do you offer customized ninja tools here?" Xiao Mingren suddenly inquired. Tion's eyes brightened. Could this young man be a hidden major client? This would be different. With a swift movement, Tian Tian jumped from her chair and approached Xiao Mingren. Of course, in this street, I can confidently say that my family runs the best customized ninja tool shop. No one would dare to disagree, she assured Xiao Mingren, proudly patting her small chest. This child, the entire street belongs to your family. You are indeed a little boss. Who would dare to oppose you? Yuhi Kurenai remarked. Tian Tian laughed. Well, that's the implication. I just want to earn a bit more pocket money. Temari, Konoha is truly enviable. Karui, that much is true. Karui, even with such high-ranking figures for so many years, the living standards of Konoha's ninja and civilians remain the highest in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama, it's merely the abundant legacy left by my brother and me. Senju Tobirama, but it is quickly being squandered away. Orochimaru, indeed, that is the case. Tsunade, Uchiha Madara, the problem remains unresolved. Uchiha Madara, I foresaw what the future would hold long ago. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Madara, what is it? Senju Hashirama, keep that little mouth of yours shut. While Ino was momentarily distracted, Tian Tian pulled Xiao Mingren deeper into the shop and began introducing the customized ninja tools they had previously created. If needed, they could also make slight adjustments based on the original molds, allowing for immediate production. Of course, the price wouldn't be so inexpensive. Tian Tian spoke in great detail, her demeanor becoming more enthusiastic, unlike earlier when she seemed to be teasing a younger student. For Tian Tian, if this deal materialized, it would essentially secure a lifelong business for her, along with an exclusive clientele. Although she would eventually have all the clients, she knew that if she wanted to increase her pocket money now, she had to put in the effort herself. Noticing that Xiao Mingren was not paying attention to the uniquely shaped ninja blade in her hand, Tian Tian smirked slightly. She had anticipated this reaction. In fact, whenever someone inquired about customized ninja tools, Tian Tian would deliberately allow them to feel a bit disappointed in previous works. This way, the subsequent developments would be more favorable. It seemed that these did not catch the young man's eye. Then let us take a look at this one, she said, dashing toward the deeper shelves and carefully returning with a small box. Seeing her manner, even Shikamaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, became intrigued and curious, gathering around. Hiss! Tian Tian shot them a stern look, her expression serious. Step back. What's inside is not mere ninja tools. This is a customized tool personally crafted by the second Hokage when he visited our shop, and it was made by my grandfather. Senju Tobirama. What a clever little girl. I didn't expect you to be the descendant of an old acquaintance. Gulp Sakura felt a tinge of fear from Tian Tian's words. Yet her curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly anticipated more. Do you have any proof? Ino raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical. She had encountered many self-promoting claims before. Moreover, she had her own experiences, such as the flowers that had been purchased by certain noble ladies back in the day. Not to mention the myriad meanings and stories behind various flowers. Such claims were abundant in flower shops. Haha, I knew you would ask that. Tian Tian suddenly retracted the small box, tilting her alabaster neck, her smooth chin raised defiantly. Ino raised an eyebrow, feeling provoked. However, through this series of small tactics, Ino conceded that her ability to manage the shop was slightly inferior to Tian Tian's. Noting the anxious expressions on the faces of the others, Tian Tian couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a sense of pride. After all, as long as she controlled the pace, wouldn't she ultimately decide the price? However, when she noticed the faint smile still adorning Xiao Mingren's face, her heart skipped a beat. What a tough nut to crack. It seems that without presenting something truly formidable, he would never take the bait. She set the small box aside. Suddenly, after a brief moment of confusion, she opened the box. The photograph affixed to its surface was intentionally revealed to the gaze of the few small ones. Xiao Mingren slightly squinted his eyes. The second Hokage? With silver hair and crimson eyes, adorned with a metallic forehead protector resembling a mask and 3 red markings on his cheeks. The unusual hair color alone exuded a significant sense of pressure. Senju Tobirama. Haha. Senju Tobirama let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I didn't lose any points with Hei Kwang Mingren. Uchiha Azuna, what a smug look. Beside the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stood an elderly man, wielding a kunai. Compared to the common kunai, this one was slightly larger, with a handle seemingly possessing more intricate details. What do you think? Did you see the kunai my grandfather is holding? That is a custom kunai crafted for the second Hokage. What's inside is precisely the kunai he holds in that photograph. If Tian Tian had a tail, it would be wagging high in the air by now. Incredible. Sakura felt an unexplainable sense of awe. Hinata nodded in agreement. Shikamaru, too, was quick to notice the differences in the kunai. It must be used as a medium for some kind of ninjutsu, right? Mingren, what do you think? Shikamaru inquired. The blade and handle of the kunai feature a peculiar design, which should indicate a certain ninjutsu technique, Xiao Mingren replied. Tian blinked, somewhat incredulous as she observed the two. How did they figure this out before she even said anything? No, the rhythm cannot continue like this. It must be regained. Click. As she activated the mechanism, the kunai, previously concealed beneath layers of wrapping, was unveiled to their sight. Chapter 69. The Trident Kunai of Eternal Sister. A woman only affects my speed in pulling the trigger. However, a wealthy lady might buy me a fine kunai. Senju Tobirama. Is there a photo of me? Senju Tobirama. That should enable Hei Kwang Mingren to gather quite a bit of useful information. Uchiha Izuna. What do you consider useful information? Senju Tobirama. That is certainly better than some individuals who, without leaving even a few strokes of their name, perish under the blade of useless information. Uchiha Izuna. Yamanaka Ino. I'm here. Uchiha Izuna. Could you kindly visit Tobirama's grave and give his tombstone a kick? Yamanaka Ino. Father. I cannot do that because not long ago, the graves of the second and first Hokages blew up. Senju Hashirama. What? Senju Hashirama. Ha. Senju Tobirama. I'm about to die of anger for the third time. It's no surprise it blew up. Senju Tobirama. Cough. Cough. Did it really explode? Haruno Sakura. It did. Might guy. We all heard the noise but dared not speak. Uchiha Izuna. Hee. Senju Tobirama. Has this pattern existed until now? Xiao Mingren blinked, feeling he was encountering something novel. Indeed. Tian nodded confidently. If all goes well, it can persist indefinitely. My grandfather's notes state that this kunai's pattern technique was personally engraved by the second Hokage, and the principle of the technique is based on permanent chakra positioning. No one in this world can erase this technique mark. The small group nodded in agreement. Just this fact alone was enough to astonish them for quite some time. Xiao Mingren observed for a while and then extended his hand. At that moment, Tian suddenly closed the small box again. Looking at Tian, who concealed the box behind herself, Ino said with annoyance, "You want to steal it. Can I just take a closer look and touch it?" Tian shook her head. No, that one to do. This is a precious item that cannot be casually touched. I'm only showing it to you because I find this little handsome guy pleasing to the eye. Thank you. Xiao Mingren smiled faintly and nodded at Tian. Tian was taken aback. She initially intended to flirt with her junior, but it seemed she had unintentionally reversed the situation. Ahem, unless you also wish to custom order such a kunai, you truly cannot touch this one. Returning to the main topic, Tian took a deep breath and then threw out another piece of information. If this still doesn't satisfy you, my family also has another adult who customizes ninja tools with a unique design and a distinct personal style. I personally adore it, but I cannot use it. However, the cost is even more expensive than the second Hokage's kunai. Sakura exclaimed. Even though Tian hadn't mentioned the price of the second Hokage's kunai, it was undoubtedly not inexpensive. She hadn't expected there to be something more costly than the second Hokage's kunai. Precisely, that kunai is. Tian elongated the sound. Namikaze Minato, mine? Namikaze Minato. I seem to have customized it at this very shop during my lifetime. Tian, my family was responsible for crafting the trident kunai for Mr. Minato. Inside the realm of the dead, Minato's eyes brightened. He wasn't merely happy. He was thrilled that Tian referred to him as Mr. Minato. He dreaded the moment Tian might address him as the fourth Hokage. That would be disastrous. Uzumaki Kusina. Indeed, the fourth Hokage's kunai is quite precious. Uzumaki Kusina. I just calculated that customizing one costs about as much as nearly 2.5 years of living expenses for our Naruto. Uzumaki Kusina. Approximately 100,000 ryo per piece. Uzumaki Kusina. Fourth Hokage, your son must. Before Kusina could finish her sentence, Minato interjected. Namikaze Minato, old monkey. Once you are reincarnated, I'll feed you a Rasengan first. The Nine-Tails shadowy half couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a heavy sigh, he lamented. Kyubi, Namikaze Minato. Ruthless yet not verbose. Inside the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails paused for a moment, then exploded in rage. Eternal sister. Eternal sister. The moment the shadowy half appeared in the chat room, the Nine Tails broke down. The shadowy half even helped Namake's Minato speak, which was utterly chilling. Sarutobi Hiruzen, does no one care about me, the strongest Hokage? I've almost become a pitiful creature that anyone can trample upon. Whose kunai is it? Dingji couldn't help but ask. The great hero who died 5 years ago to protect Konoha, known as the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage. What? X5, the crowd gasped in unison. Even Xiao Mingren was somewhat surprised, though not to the point of losing composure. Tian crossed her arms, pleasantly surprised, right? How else could I dare to speak with such confidence, just now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 Hokages have customized ninja tools at my home. Are you intrigued? If you are, you'll have to save up diligently. The second Hokage's kunai only requires 30,000 Ryo to obtain. And it can even help you resolve the permanent chakra pattern technique. Of course, it's merely decorative and has no actual effect. The fourth Hokage's customized kunai is a trident kunai, quite beautiful. Moreover, it features various decorations. And the characters inscribed with permanent chakra technique are all quite exquisite. Let me show you what it looks like. The price is 100,000 Ryo. Fair and square. The fourth Hokage also customized it at this price back then. The moment they heard the price of 100,000 Ryo, several individuals were momentarily taken aback. The price was exorbitant. This amount was sufficient to procure 20 kunai or 50 shuriken, without considering any complimentary gifts. Nevertheless, they did not dissuade Tian from her habitual acquisitions. For an ordinary person, it certainly represented a considerable sum. However, this figure was presented before the young clan leaders of the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, as well as the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Ino cast a glance at Naruto. Upon Tian's opening of another small box, his azure eyes remained fixed upon it. Do you like it? Sister can gift it to you, Ino remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I can also give it to Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed, her face flushed, speaking quickly. Sakura, gritting her teeth, was about to interject but was halted by Shikamaru. They all discerned the yearning in Naruto's gaze, a rare sight. Yet why was that? Shikamaru was puzzled. He understood that such items were indeed worth their price to the custom makers, but to outsiders, they held little value. It was akin to customized insoles. Let us collectively contribute to gift it to Naruto, Ino suggested with a light chuckle, drawing the others closer. At Shikamaru's reminder, Ino snapped back to reality. Distracted by her thoughts of profit. No, it's too expensive, Naruto shook his head, regaining his composure. He merely felt an inexplicable familiarity with this trident kunai, once wielded by the fourth Hokage. Then, Naruto lifted his head and earnestly regarded Tian. Feeling somewhat shy under his gaze, Tian averted her eyes slightly. But you can't haggle. Of course, unless you insist, Naruto replied with his signature gentle smile. Please, allow me to see a photograph of the fourth Hokage. Chapter 70, Golden? Flashing? Terumi Mei, Tian, your family must have preserved a photograph of the fourth Hokage, right? Tian, I forgot. Customized ninja tools are quite rare. They never sold, so I just lost track. Anoki, if there truly is a photograph of the fourth Hokage, it would provide Naruto with invaluable insight. Orochimaru, indeed. Naruto-kun would immediately suspect any connection to himself. Orochimaru continued, moreover. He might deduce why the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have been reluctant to disclose the reasons behind the Nine Tails incident. Laughing softly, he mused. Perhaps I should just remain silent and observe. Concluding his remarks, Orochimaru glanced at the somewhat dazed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been in this state for quite some time. Orochimaru smirked, thinking, had he known this would happen, he would have acted differently. Perhaps Hiruzen truly regretted not eliminating the unstable factors. In both overt and covert manners, power was wielded by both hands. Senju Tobirama, I am eagerly anticipating the thoughts of the black-framed Naruto. Do you want a photograph of the fourth Hokage? Tian's brow furrowed slightly. This matter is significant. Fourth Hokage, oh, wasn't he supposed to have died a hero? Are we to ban the dissemination of photographs of him with his family as well? Kuratsuchi, if that were the case, then Konoha is truly rotten to the core. Mato Guy, it is evident that if the dissemination were not prohibited, or even if memories were not sealed, Naruto Uzumaki's identity would have been obvious long ago. I believe there have been voices advocating for Naruto, even recognizing him as the child of the fourth Hokage, but once they spoke out, their lives were forfeit. Shimura Danzo, indeed, Hiruzen has always relished such matters. Right, Shokunin? Nara Shikamaru. That's true. Mito Gate, perhaps. What? Is there none? Disappointment flickered in Naruto's eyes. There is. Tion quickly replied. However, it is difficult to produce. As Tion pondered, an unexpected visitor arrived. They're here, she softly called, opening the box. You can see it, but you must order a custom piece. With that, Tion dashed to the front desk. The others raised their brows slightly. It's just a photograph, they thought, yet it was indeed peculiar. I have seen a photograph of the first Hokage. I have viewed a photo of the second Hokage. Yet, our home uniquely lacks a photograph of the fourth Hokage. Why is that? Could it be related to events prior to the Ninetales incident? They exchanged simple conversations. Meanwhile, Naruto approached the trident kunai, noting that its differences from the second Hokage's kunai extended beyond mere appearance. It also possessed a unique, permanent chakra technique. One was a pattern, while the other was textual. This trident kunai aligned perfectly with Naruto's aesthetic preferences. If given a choice, he would favor this design. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Naruto narrowed his eyes, lowering his head slightly to examine it closely. A sudden sensation surged within him. The great fox, confined within his being, seemed to react strongly to this trident kunai, once belonging to the fourth Hokage. Why? Was it due to the specific ninja technique inscribed upon it? Yet, the second Hokage's kunai had elicited no response from the fox. Could it be that this was a uniquely associated ninja tool of the fourth Hokage? Indeed. That sister had mentioned a hero who saved the village 5 years ago. Could it be that the fourth Hokage's demise was tied to the great fox? Senju Tobirama, look. It's exactly as I described. The excitement in his voice led to an immediate silencing. Uchiha Izuna. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with what you stated. If you don't say anything, the black frame Naruto would be unable to deduce anything. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. It seems everyone has already pieced it together. Yamanaka Ino. Indeed. This is no longer a secret. At this point, who would doubt that black frame Naruto could not figure it out? What does Golden Flash mean? Could it be related to this trident kunai? What connection exists between the fourth and second Hokage? Their techniques appear similar. The fourth S seems more refined and presented in written form. This is understandable, as the fourth may not have even been born when the second passed. After all these years, many things can be improved. Furthermore, the information previously provided by the Uchiha mentioned that the second was a ninja adept in high mobility combat. Daring to speculate, could the fourth Hokage's flash imply high mobility, or perhaps, in a literal sense, incredible speed? And what does golden signify? Surely it cannot be merely a superficial interpretation. It seems there is crucial information that I have overlooked. Konoha's yellow flash, very astute. It appears you have nearly deduced the truth. Cough, cough. It is no wonder you are Kusina's child, as you are equally remarkable. In the Pure Land, Kusina opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. She noticed Uchiha Mikoto giggling beside her. Kusina, flustered and annoyed, retorted, I merely wish not to be silenced yet again over an inconsequential matter. Just as Naruto was deep in thought, Ino suddenly opened the small box, winking at him with her large eyes. It's rare to find something you truly like. Take it, 100,000. We plan to pool our money to buy it for you. In response, Ino nodded repeatedly, and the little ones followed suit. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. No, that is far too expensive. He shook his head. 100,000 Ryo could purchase a multitude of things. Just buying a kunai that I somewhat fancy is too extravagant. However, Ino directly retrieved it from the box and placed it into Naruto's hands. He was stunned. If that girl with the bun saw this, she would surely reprimand me. Shoo, are you worried about wasting our money? Do you think it's not worth the price? Then let us run away now. As Ino finished speaking, everyone froze. She had initially been joking, but once the words were spoken, the tone shifted. Her eyes sparkled. Yes, that guy would definitely not sell such a treasure, but if we snatch it away, I can secretly return later to pay, thus allowing Naruto to possess this gem without it being deemed theft. It's rare for Naruto to be so fond of something. However, when Ino looked up, she noticed that everyone's expressions were somewhat off. Run? Where do you plan to run to? Tintin's voice chimed from behind her, her small hands resting on Ino's shoulders. In the midst of this, the girls suddenly burst into laughter as they recognized themselves in the situation, feeling a strong sense of empathy. Only Naruto, as the contrasting protagonist, found it difficult to relate. I was just joking, Ino quickly adapted. Since it's already opened, let us sell it. After all, if left here, no one would adhere to their custom. Not even the former Hokage, right? Sister. Tintin, initially quite upset that these individuals dared to take out her collectibles, felt somewhat uncomfortable despite Ino's reasonable argument. However, after being called sister a few times by the little ones, Tintin's breathing eased significantly. All right. 100,000. Take it. Sister is the best. The three girls exchanged glances, their cooperation instantly ignited. Tintin crossed her arms and turned her back. Then Ino, along with Sakura and the somewhat shy Hinata, approached to act cute. Chuji and Shikamaru watched this scene with great interest. Meanwhile, Naruto quietly tagged Tintin as someone who enjoys being called sister. Temari, not bad. I feel the same way. Occasionally, I dream of being desperately needed by my two younger brothers. I always spread my hands in feigned helplessness, but internally, I am overjoyed. Temari had not expected that Tintin felt the same way. Ultimately, it is a form of being needed. All right, I can't do anything about you. 100,000 Rio. It must not be less, or I would find it difficult to explain to my parents. Yay, sister is the best. Sister is the most beautiful. Sister, stop. Tintin hurriedly halted them, thinking if they continued to praise her, she might have to gift them something. Tintin, could you please show me a picture of the fourth Hokage? Naruto looked at Tintin earnestly. Tintin's smile gradually faded, and then she narrowed her eyes. Why are you so fixated on seeing a picture of the fourth Hokage? Don't you know that the sharing of his image is strictly prohibited? If others find out, even my parents would face serious trouble. With a sense of helplessness, Tintin revealed the reason. Hearing this, Naruto furrowed his brow. Why does everything involving the fourth Hokage become so complicated? It must be that old man is hiding something significant. Something so grave that its revelation could potentially alter the entire village. Taking a deep breath, Naruto met Tintin's gaze, which was filled with helplessness. Onii-chan. Ino and the other two widened their eyes. This is bad. Naruto-kun has never been this proactive in addressing us. Tintin was also stunned, seeing her in silence. Naruto slightly turned his head. Onii-chan, I beg you. Shikamaru and Chuji were left speechless. This cannot be real. Naruto. All right. To everyone's astonishment, Tintin truly intended to defy the prohibition and show Naruto the picture of the fourth Hokage. Konoha's third Hokage truly feels guilty. The fourth Raikage, that is precisely the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the strongest Hokage. The fourth Raikage. I can't help but laugh every time I hear the strongest Hokage. The fourth Raikage, haha. Senju Hashirama. It seems the young ones in Kumogakure have become excessively powerful. They cannot continue to roam freely like this. Naruto finally wore a smile. Though his cheeks still felt warm, Ino's eyes widened, and she suddenly regretted her previous actions. Sakura was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Hinata's pale purple eyes flashed with a hint of dark energy, nearly betraying her envy and jealousy. Shikamaru cleared his throat and said, let us first handle the payment. This way, we can divert attention. Thus, the five little ones split the cost evenly, each contributing 20,000 Rio. Naruto didn't have much money and borrowed from Ino. Just enough to cover the 20,000, but he couldn't spare a single Rio for the kunai. Gazing at the 100,000 Rio laid before him, Naruto fell silent. He suddenly realized that as time passed, the likelihood of him committing acts to destroy Konoha diminished. After all, Konoha had many people he cherished. Fortunately, he had kept track of those who once cursed and insulted him over the years. Sigh, before I've even learned to walk, I'm already thinking about how to run. I'll put these thoughts aside for now. I'll decide once I can exact revenge on that old man. Everything can wait until I've avenged myself against him. Without further hesitation, Naruto took the trident-style kunai. It was cold to the touch, with a comfortable weight and feel. Its length and unique structure made it perfectly suitable for use as a ninja blade. The unknown ninjutsu technique seemed to allow for chakra infusion, and he would explore that later. Looking up, he saw Tintin approaching with an album in hand. She carefully glanced around, then ran to push a few shelves to block everyone before finally bringing the album over. To be honest, I don't even know what the fourth Hokage looks like. My dad mentioned that the picture is in this album, but I'm usually not allowed to open it. However, he doesn't know that I already know the password. As she spoke, Tintin unlocked the seemingly irrelevant little lock in front of the little ones. Click. The moment the digital lock opened, all the little friends held their breath. Quickly, let us see. Ino urged impatiently. Tintin nodded and slowly opened the album. In the next instant, the expressions of all the little ones froze, and the nervousness on Tintin's face completely vanished. The entire shinobi world was filled with confusion. No wonder it was so shrouded in mystery. Tian gritted her teeth. Eyes shut tight, her cheeks slightly flushed. All the women present shared her sentiment. On the large screen framed in black, the first page of the album appeared. What could it mean to be turbulent? It was round and white, referring to bread. It was utterly shocking. Tian exclaimed in frustration. How could my father blame me for not being allowed to open it all this time? She wondered if there truly were photos of the fourth Hokage inside. Her anger was palpable. However, the response she received was unexpected. Yamanaka Ino said, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't dare to say, but rest assured. The first picture is, cough cough, there will definitely be a photo of Minato. Yamanaka Ino added, so, you really understand, huh? In chapter 72, concerning the techniques of kunai and their relation to the body flicker technique, Yamanaka Ino chuckled, silly girl, have you forgotten your father's profession? Yamanaka Ino nodded in understanding. Yamanaka Haichi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing he should have refrained from explaining. It was no wonder no one stepped forward to clarify. Indeed, books often concealed forbidden items, which was quite reasonable. What is this? That detestable father. Facing the oblivious Ding Ci. Tian's anger boiled over as she grabbed the album and hurled it towards the nearby shelf. The impact was thunderous. Yet, Tian clearly did not anticipate the outcome of her action. This strike directly unleashed a delightful surprise. Sakura had her eyes closed, her face flushed crimson. Hinata gasped, hastily covering her eyes with both hands, though the gaps between her fingers were wider than her eyes. Ino blinked, not displaying the same level of embarrassment as Sakura and Hinata, yet her adorable face still bore a rosy hue. Humph! Adults! Shikamaru spread his hands in mockery. Though his eyes had brightened upon witnessing the scene, Ino looked at him suspiciously, thinking how troublesome it was. Naruto's handsome face revealed no signs of discomfort, as he had concealed his reactions well. The shock of the first image was truly significant, enhanced by various buffs, likely to remain unforgettable for a lifetime. The shinobi enthusiasts murmured in awe. Suddenly, the album burst open, revealing a myriad of swimsuits and even more shocking images. The shinobi enthusiasts were bewildered, exclaiming in confusion as everything turned black and blurry, all focus lost. The little ones were momentarily stunned. Tian's mouth dropped open in disbelief. However, in a fleeting moment, countless vibrant photographs cascaded down like raindrops, filling the air with excitement. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Ino had been discreetly observing Naruto's reaction and felt a pang of jealousy as she noted his captivated gaze. What's the big deal? She huffed, we'll be grown-ups soon. Naruto remained oblivious, entirely entranced by the fleeting images. Wait, the golden flash. So that was it. A memory surfaced of a photo that had briefly appeared among the colorful images, revealing a glimpse of a golden figure. It was incredibly swift. The enemy couldn't even discern its form before being struck down. Was that how it happened? Naruto was uncertain if the fourth Hokage could achieve such speed, but at that moment, the words golden flash resonated in his mind. Of course, if he were to consider other aspects later, he could easily overturn this idea if a more reasonable explanation arose. Moreover, although Naruto had never encountered anything particularly swift, he vaguely recalled the body flicker technique. Indeed, those ninjas who had been watching him, as well as the ones he encountered in the village, all capable of utilizing the body flicker technique, could teleport over short distances in an instant. Could it be that the unknown ninjutsu on the kunai of the fourth Hokage and the pattern technique of the second Hokage are related to the body flicker technique? Namake's Minato mused, truly, you are the child of Kusina and me. Uzumaki Kusina responded, Minato sighed, realizing his impatience. Senju Tobirama exclaimed, incredible. This child possesses immense talent. He lamented, I wish I could enter that black-framed world right now and nurture this child myself. Senju Hashirama remarked, Tobirama, this child is the embodiment of the union between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. Tobirama found himself at a loss for words. However, the one who understood his best friend the most was none other than his best friend. Uchiha Madara stated, the future is a fusion of Hashirama and Tobirama, with potential surpassing Hashirama and a foundation stronger than Tobirama. Hashirama agreed, indeed, that's precisely the point. You never fail to amaze me, Madara. Madara smirked, sensing that Ino seemed hesitant to speak. Sakura appeared similarly affected. Hanabi, unable to comprehend the conversation, still sensed her sister's emotional turmoil. Why was her sister feeling down? It was the black-framed world, yet it might not be as it seemed. Yamanaka Rina intended to comfort the girls, but reconsidered. If it weren't for this, it might lead to heartbreak. She had witnessed such occurrences before, especially with exceptionally talented children. In truth, Rina lacked confidence in whether she could say something to prevent her daughter from becoming further enmeshed in this situation if she appeared in the black-framed screen. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law the more she observes him. Rina was experiencing that sentiment in this moment. With a sigh, she thought it was fortunate to be in the black-framed world, leaving another version of herself to worry while she simply enjoyed the unfolding drama. Tian, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Tian, happily gathering the scattered money, paused and quickly turned to the others, urging, help me out. I won't take a single coin from you. Hearing this, the 5 little ones were momentarily perplexed. Naruto swiftly stepped forward, crouching down to assist Tian in collecting the money. The others quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, at the cash register, a handsome middle-aged man stood frozen upon witnessing the scattered photographs. The sight felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him, and upon seeing his daughter picking up the money with her friends, his heart shattered. When did this all begin? How had his precious little girl changed so much? Tian, he shouted. Run. Tian quickly called out, getting to her feet and leading the way. The 5 little ones hurried after her. However, Naruto remained still, his movements halted. The money had already been tucked into Tian's embrace the moment she stood up. At that moment, he clutched a photograph in his hand. This cannot be seen. Children should not look at such things. Tian's father fumed, but he spoke with great restraint. He took the photograph from Naruto's hands. Tian's father was momentarily taken aback as he looked down. His pupils constricted sharply. Who are you? As for the events that transpired, Chapter 73, is this not the illustrious Naruto? Did you notice? Asked Hanabi. There are not many things that can cause the composed Naruto to lose his demeanor, replied Kanjiro. It appears that this is indeed the case, affirmed Nara Shikamaru. Alas, poor Naruto, cursed Hayashi. Hayashi, do you have any final words to say? Saratobi Hayashi. Tozo, I curse you. Ding. Saratobi Hayashi has been muted for 1 hour. As expected of the composed Naruto, he discerned his lineage with just a glance, remarked Yamanaka Ino. It's not that simple. Ino-chan, you underestimate the composed Naruto, countered Terumi Mei. Indeed, that child's worldview may very well have been shattered, added Inoki. I sense a constant cycle of destruction and reconstruction, a relentless repetition of this process, mused Maki. My poor child, do as you wish, and mother will surely assist you. Wept Uzumaki Kusina. Father will always stand behind you, assured Namikaze Minato. The time is too short. The composed Naruto-kun will not experience the situation you described, Maki, stated Orochimaru. At the very least, he needs time to recover. Indeed, I find myself in agreement with Orochimaru. Interjected the 4th Raikage. Is it not normal to recognize one's lineage at a glance? Questioned Kuratsuchi. Even if I hadn't looked earlier, I could still tell. No wonder the 3rd Hokage had him silenced. This is just... Oh, wait. You leaf ninja are all foolish, blind, deaf, stupid, and wicked, Kuratsuchi scolded without repetition. The leaf villagers were seething with anger, but their opponents continuously presented various pieces of evidence, leaving them speechless. Oh no. The 5 little ones simultaneously halted in their tracks. What are you doing? Run. Tian urged. You run on your own, Ino said, returning the money she found to Tian. The 4 little ones hastily returned their collected coins to Tian. Tian was puzzled, not understanding their intentions. Naruto-kun has not yet emerged. We must return and check. Hinata spoke without hesitation. What? Tian exclaimed. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged. Naruto-kun. The 5 little ones felt a surge of joy, but upon seeing Naruto's somewhat strained smile, their brows furrowed. It was too obvious. Even Tian noticed. She furrowed her brow and stepped forward, asking, Little handsome guy. What's wrong? Your father hasn't made things difficult for you, has he? Wait, I'll go back and make him apologize to you. How dare he? It's all right. Tian-chan, your father did not make things difficult for me, little Naruto replied, shaking his head. He even allowed me to take the most crucial item. That photograph? Tian inquired. Naruto nodded. By the way, your father asked me to convey a message to you. I won't listen. Tian declared, rolling her eyes and starting to happily count her money instead. Just spend it all. Don't tell your mother, Naruto advised. Oh, If I run out of money, I'll come find you. The secret. Suddenly, Tion froze mid-sentence. Why did I just casually reply? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Tion's beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. Yours and yours. Subsequently, Tion stuffed another bill into no one's hands. Great. At least I won't need to visit the shop for 2 months. Ha ha ha. I'll treat you all to tea and snacks. Tion proudly patted her bulging pocket. It seemed she felt no guilt about discovering her father's secret and pilfering his private funds. Instead, she felt a sense of pride. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the father's present. How could this little cotton-padded jacket spill the beans so easily? No, this was not just a slip. It was a flood. However, before that, little handsome guy, could you show us the photograph of the fourth Hokage? As soon as Tion's words fell, she suddenly froze. Why has the situation reversed? Why am I asking him for the fourth Hokage's photograph? Little Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the expectant and puzzled faces of the 5 little ones. He sighed and eventually took out the photograph from his arms. The group quickly crowded around little Naruto, holding their breath. Finally, the photograph of the fourth Hokage appeared before their eyes. What came into view was a handsome figure with golden hair, blue eyes, dressed in the distinctive green vest of a leaf jonin and blue tight-fitting pants. Naruto-kun, are you sure this is the fourth Hokage? Naruto-kun, is this your brother? Heavens, the little handsome guy is transformed into a big handsome guy. Naruto, it can't be wrong, right? This truly is the fourth Hokage. The little companions were bewildered. Even they could see the profound connection between Watergate and little Naruto. What of little Naruto himself? To be fair, he is indeed quite handsome. Yamanaka Ino commented. Yes, he has such a sunny smile. No wonder the composed Naruto is so charming. Sakura added. And don't forget, Aunt Kusina must have been beautiful too, Hinata chimed in. Oh, Hinata, you're so sweet. Let Annie give you a hug. On another side, Mitarashi Anko and Yuzuki Yugao were teasing Yuhi Kurenai. There was no denying the good looks of Namikaze Minato. Combined with his gentle demeanor, he was even more captivating. Naruto, this can't be real, can it? Facing the inquiries from his friends, little Naruto paused for a moment. He then put away the photograph and smiled. Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. Alternatively, I might just be of the same lineage as the fourth Hokage. We merely carry different surnames. I am Uzumaki, while he is Namikaze, right? Little Naruto's lips curled into a familiar smile, which eased their worries. Yes, Naruto is right. Otherwise, how could that be possible? Ino quickly agreed. Indeed, that is true. However, little handsome guy, you truly are cut from the same cloth as the fourth Hokage, Tion nodded. Rather than believe that little Naruto was the fourth Hokage's brother or son, Tion preferred to accept little Naruto's explanation. The other girls felt the same. And even Choji thought along those lines. However, Shikamaru had a different perspective. He immediately recalled why the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had hesitated for nearly a decade to provide little Naruto with historical documents. It turned out that the reasons lay here. Shikamaru was greatly shaken. He looked at little Naruto, who had returned to normal, feeling a pang of sympathy. As they followed Tion to tea, he secretly asked, Naruto, are you really all right? I'm fine, little Naruto replied without missing a beat, still wearing a smile. But the 4 girls walking ahead simultaneously slowed their pace. Their ears perked up. Lu Shika had yet to finish speaking when Xiao Mingren interjected with a smile. What if it is so? The deceased are gone, and besides, I know nothing about him. Chapter 74. The false copy ninja, Kakashi. The true copy ninja, Senju Tobirama. What Black Frame Mingren said is not without merit. Senju Tobirama continued. Although it is rather impolite, I must inquire. How could the fourth Hokage and his spouse meet such a hasty demise at the hands of the Kyuubi? Xiao Mingren toyed with the trident kunai, finding it quite comfortable to handle. He tossed it lightly, observing the elegant arc it formed in the air. A slight frown creased his brow as his gaze fixed intently on the inscriptions etched upon the handle. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle fluctuation in the Kyuubi's chakra within him, apparently responding each time he threw the trident kunai or caught it. Why was this happening? Could it be that the trident kunai left behind by the fourth Hokage could influence the Kyuubi's chakra? Shaking his head, he felt something was amiss. Was the swift movement akin to a flash, a simple body flicker technique? Images began to flood his mind. After mastering the technique inscribed on the kunai and channeling his chakra into it, he visualized marking a target. In his mind's eye, he imagined throwing the trident kunai and immediately teleporting beside it. Could this technique allow him to disregard distance and obstacles? Perhaps this method could indeed work. Although using the body flicker technique required considerable preparation and could not be employed continuously without diminishing accuracy and distance. Thus, the second Hokage developed this convenient teleportation technique. The possibilities seemed great. He had encountered the non-hand seal body flicker technique several times, but it appeared to only reach a general location. If this technique aligned with his conjecture, the second Hokage was indeed a genius. Wait, the Golden Flash, the fourth Hokage, must have derived inspiration from the second Hokage's kunai, mastering this hand seal-less technique after extensive research, achieving an extraordinary level of precision and speed. Instead of being called the Golden Flash, it should be referred to as the Golden Phantom. Given the significant age gap between the second and fourth Hokages, the fourth's technique would naturally be more refined. After all, there was no mention of a white flash in the second Hokage's legacy. If that were the case, did it not imply that the fourth Hokage's reflexes were remarkably swift? The characteristics of the Namikaze clan, akin to those of the Uzumaki, indicated an impressive reaction speed and keen eyesight. Could the fourth Hokage have ties to the Uchiha or Hyuga clans? As far as Xiao Mingren was aware, only these two clans possessed such keen eyesight paired with exceptional reflexes in Konoha. As Xiao Mingren continued to toss the trident kunai, these thoughts raced through his mind. Not wishing to worry his friends, he decided to ponder this matter further upon returning. However, just as Xiao Mingren understood his five friends intimately, they surely understood him as well. Tian had taken on the role of the big sister, albeit temporarily, but it was evident that she relished this position, intending to solidify this temporary leadership into something more permanent among the group. Senju Tobirama laughed heartily. Black Frame Mingren, you flatter me. He added, Eternal Tsunade. Your mastery of my flying thunder god technique is truly remarkable. Namikaze Minato remarked, as expected of the second Hokage. Tsunade interjected. That lad wouldn't dare try to derive his own version of the flying thunder god from the techniques left by my grandfather and Minato, would he? Kuratsuchi suggested. The likelihood is not insignificant. However, developing the flying thunder god from scratch would be exceedingly difficult without the vast resources and information the second Hokage possessed. It requires not only immense talent, but also a wealth of knowledge. The fourth Raikage exclaimed, oh no. Black Frame Mingren looks as if he could replicate our Cloud Village's ninjutsu. Anoki chimed in, then I shall be the flying ninja. He continued, the false copy ninja relies on the Sharingan, Kakashi Hitaki. The true copy ninja is Black Frame Mingren. Kusina Uzumaki admonished, Kakashi, enough already. If you keep hiding, I might just kick you. She added, how old is Mingren now? If you can't get your act together before I return, you might as well find a crooked tree to hang yourself from. Kusina further stated, that way, you won't have to fear us or feel indebted to us and Mingren. Continuously playing dead. Kakashi's eye twitched as he gazed at Anoki's image, letting out a sigh. In the Konoha tea house, Tian had become quite the regular. She entered a large private room with her friends, expertly setting out snacks and tea while waiting for hot water. Naruto-kun, may I see that kunai? Hinata, seated beside Xiao Mingren, asked, her breath quickening. Xiao Mingren, captivated by the trident kunai, handed it to Hinata, who blushed as she accepted it, causing a smile to form on his lips. She was indeed adorable and remarkably strong. Last time, when Sasuke was insufferable, Hinata nearly lost her temper. If her hand had risen, Xiao Mingren sensed it would have been enough to finish Sasuke off. Fortunately, he had intervened in time. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Feeling as though he might crack, Sasuke decided to fast forward through the night of his growth. Even Black Frame Mingren could not save the Uchiha clan from that time. His understanding was still vague, as he had little exposure to political matters. Had it not been for the detailed information presented on the Black Frame screen, he might never have considered such facets. He was solely focused on how to grow stronger quickly, intending to stomp on that Uchiha clan scoundrel. Mingren, share your thoughts with us. You may not wish for us to worry, but do you not realize that your silence only heightens our concern? At last, Sakura could no longer contain herself. The other four friends smirked, well aware that she would be the first to inquire about Xiao Mingren again. Tian glanced at her friends, eager to join in, not for any other reason than to solidify her position as the big sister. Stop. Let's discuss this later. Ha ha ha, tea is here. Chapter 75. The first Black Frame Mingren blows. Taking a break. Delicious tea. Tian exclaimed, her lovely brows dancing with delight. After glancing at a few small figures, she discovered that aside from Xiao Mingren and Lu Chao, the others wore somewhat strained smiles. She had anticipated this outcome. Subsequently, she retrieved ice cubes and milk from the refrigerator. Then let us prepare milk tea, she suggested. The concoction was mixed with remarkable speed, and upon tasting it, the girls immediately developed a fondness for this delightful flavor. Dingxi's eyes sparkled with surprise at the unexpected sweetness. Xiao Mingren chuckled softly before adding, in truth, the moment I first laid eyes on the photograph of the fourth Hokage, I felt a profound connection to him. I may have been born around the time he saved the village 5 years ago, and with my parents unknown, I instinctively leaned towards this notion. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strong likelihood of such a connection. Lu Chao took a sip of the freshly prepared milk tea, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. There were numerous points of doubt regarding the timelines and the attitudes of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Furthermore, even our parents displayed a rather ambiguous stance. Indeed, when my father and mother learned that I was bringing meat to find you, they first inquired about Lu Chao's presence, and then they readily permitted me to go. Even generously, Dingxi added. Ino reflected for a moment and remarked, my father rarely expresses his opinions, but my mother seems quite curious about you, Mingren. However, each time my father stops her, they never discuss you in my presence. Mingren-kun, if you truly are the child of Lord Fourth Hokage, then why do people treat you this way? Hinata, in a moment of anxiety, stumbled over her words. Yet, it was evident that Hinata had improved significantly compared to before, primarily due to the nurturing affection of her friends, which had instilled in her a measure of confidence. Of course, if Xiao Mingren dared to smile solely at her, she would blush like a steam engine. This is the part one cannot comprehend, Lu Chao remarked with a furrowed brow. Xiao Mingren took a deep breath and smiled. I have an inkling about this matter, but if I were to speak of it, you all would. Before Xiao Mingren could finish, Hinata seized Xiao Mingren's hand. Using the excuse of still holding the three-pronged kunai, her head was already steaming. Mingren-kun, father said I must listen to you, she exclaimed, her eyes rolling back as she reached her limit. So hot. Hinata found herself in a fluster, and before she could recover, Tian swiftly caught her. What is this child so shy about? Yet, just as Tian prepared to help Hinata regain her composure, Hinata suddenly opened her eyes and glanced at her before her body went limp, collapsing towards Xiao Mingren. Well, Hinata, have you gone astray? Ino teased. No, I haven't. I didn't. Hinata stammered, her face flushed crimson. But, sister, it seems you did that on purpose, Xiao Huohuo chimed in. Hinata pressed her toes into the ground. Huohuo, you are being a bit unlikable. What? Xiao Huohuo blinked in confusion. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Ninetales furrowed its brow. How could things have progressed like this? This fox has yet to make an appearance. Is this foolishness? Black-framed Mingren is clearly not a fool. Why does he continue to resist and disrupt my chakra? Even with the interference yielding little result, I am exasperated and unable to pull black-framed Mingren in for a conversation. The Ninetales was genuinely distressed. However, it merely stood there, voicing its grievances while equally engaged in a silent struggle against black-framed Mingren. I, the illustrious Ninetales, cannot even handle a mere child? This little brat is managing to cultivate steadily even under my chakra interference? This is intolerable. Hinata, your acting skills need improvement, the group remarked, having seen through her charade. Sakura pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of envy, but Ino's unwavering gaze meant she had no opportunity to intervene. Consequently, Hinata seized the moment. Ahem, Xiao Mingren coughed lightly, helping Hinata to sit upright before gently tapping her on the head. Now, let us address this matter openly. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she felt a bit awkward, yet her smile was impossible to suppress. Tian marveled at the charm of this handsome boy. It seems that being attractive has its advantages. It can indeed be nourishing. She mused. This matter relates to the third Hokage. In the future, I shall unleash my wrath upon them all, which has never waned. If I truly am the child of the fourth Hokage, the hero who perished to protect Konoha. Xiao Mingren took a deep breath, not continuing further. The others stared wide-eyed at this revelation, sensing that Xiao Mingren seemed wary of the third Hokage. They had not anticipated that the very person responsible for Xiao Mingren's plight would be that seemingly kind and gentle Hokage. The atmosphere grew tense and peculiar. Xiao Mingren chose not to linger on this topic, realizing that their small group was still too vulnerable. He was reluctant to have them stand by him at this moment. What the future held was uncertain, and despite his confidence, he truly did not wish for his friends to be burdened with worry due to his actions, nor for their families to face any repercussions because of him. This dilemma reflects the balance of pros and cons. As the bonds between people deepen over time and interactions become more frequent. In his mind, Xiao Mingren vaguely grasped some elusive information. This revelation left the shinobi world in a state of confusion. 5 years. Is this something a 5-year-old child can comprehend? Exclaimed Senju Tobirama, breathless. Orochimaru, ever the opportunist, was quick to respond. Incredible. Truly remarkable, he exclaimed, eagerly licking his dry lips before turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a pity, Sarutobi-sensei. Had you chosen to be forthright from the beginning, treating Mingren as your own child? No, as you promised Kusina on her deathbed, genuinely caring for him. This child would never have disappointed you. Black-framed Mingren has remained unchanged, still possessing that passionate and touching innocent heart. From this moment forth, the first black-framed Mingren of the shinobi world is born. Today marks 2 updates, and as a longtime smoker, I have faced a series of issues stemming from a single ibuprofen. I've been abstaining for a few days. I spent half the day writing today, and I might as well visit the hospital, as I'm still coughing and unable to smoke even a single puff. Consequently, I'm feeling slightly depressed. I plan to drive out for some wandering along the beach. I will gradually catch up tomorrow. I sincerely apologize, as writing under duress would yield unsightly results. Chapter 76. What is lacking is not substance, but time. Yet, I believe thoughts should not always tread the same path. I can sense that a great fox resides within me. I have even conversed with it and vaguely glimpsed its form. As Xiao Mingren concluded his statement, the others stared wide-eyed in astonishment. A great fox spirit? Is that so? Lu Chao inhaled deeply. So that is why they call you fox spirit behind your back? I believe that must be the case. Xiao Mingren nodded affirmatively. Aside from the possibility of being the child of the 4th Hokage, there exists another point regarding blood relations. One thing is certain. The 4th Hokage is indeed an elder with whom I share a blood connection. Of course, there is another possibility. Observing Naruto's solemn expression, the others instinctively swallowed, feeling a wave of tension. However, Naruto suddenly smiled and softly said, "Do not be so anxious. It is merely a possibility." They all nodded in agreement. Even Tian set down her milk tea, her palms clammy with sweat. I pondered whether there might be a certain possibility. The great fox was imprisoned within me, causing the 4th Hokage to pay a substantial price. Was I born at that time? Or perhaps I had not yet come into existence. Alternatively, it could be that the 4th Hokage confined the great fox within himself. Due to the immense cost, he perished. Or rather, he did not die but shrank his form and lost his memory. Shikamaru inhaled sharply. Naruto, are you suggesting that you are the 4th Hokage, Nemeke's Minato? There is indeed such a possibility. The 4th Hokage, by sealing the great fox, paid the ultimate price of losing his life, yet unwilling to succumb to death. Chose to exhaust all his chakra and employ a forbidden technique to revert to his childhood, consequently losing his memories. After Shikamaru's continuous explanations, the others began to grasp the meaning behind it. Their gazes towards Naruto shifted. In contrast, Ino remarked, "It's merely a possibility. Such a technique should not exist, right? Even if Naruto-kun is the 4th Hokage, it does not matter. Regardless of Naruto-kun's identity, our feelings for each other are genuine," Hinata stated with unwavering determination. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. "Thank you, Hinata. We feel the same." Choji quickly chimed in. "Thank you all." Naruto's gaze softened as he looked at his friends. "Ahem, do not forget about me." Tian coughed lightly. She had not anticipated how difficult it would be to integrate into the small group of younger boys and girls. Consequently, she hurriedly dashed out and soon returned holding a large cake. At this age, there is little that cannot be resolved with a delightful meal. Lee Rock exclaimed, "I envy you all. Tian, you were the first among us 3 to connect with the black-framed Naruto." Temari observed, "Indeed, such camaraderie will endure." Kenjiro added, "Absolutely. Black-framed Naruto will surely protect you all." Orochimaru chuckled, "How fortunate you are to forge a friendship with black-framed Naruto. Rest assured, he will not let you down." Senju Tobirama commented, "Let us speak of matters unknown to the public." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Uchiha Izuna reflected, "Witnessing this scene evokes a nostalgic feeling of living. Indeed, quite delightful." Senju Hashirama lamented, "Regrettably, we were bound to conflict in those days." Uchiha Madara retorted, "The blood feud runs deep. Uchiha Madara asserted. Such animosity cannot be easily altered, and I believe you are well aware of this, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama responded. Thus, we have made considerable efforts, yet unfortunately, our endeavors fell short. Even though I sought to merge the Senju with Konoha, preventing a resurgence of conflict between our clans. Before Hashirama could finish, Madara interrupted. The result was that Sarutobi seized the opportunity. Ha ha ha. Hashirama could no longer muster a smile. Naruto, what do you intend to do? Shikamaru inquired. The others paused from their cake eating. Do not worry, I am self-aware. For now, I shall focus on my own development. As for future matters, I have some preliminary thoughts, but I feel they are still immature, so I shall refrain from sharing them. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru nodded. Since Naruto had already contemplated so much, he chose not to press further. Some matters are better left unspoken. Trusting in Naruto is sufficient. Afterward, under Naruto's suggestion, Tian finally became part of the small group. Naruto watched with enjoyment as Tian embraced her role as the little leader, a faint smile playing on his lips. What more could be desired? It appeared that nothing was lacking, except perhaps time, but that could not be hurried. Subsequently, Tian took charge of the conversation and informed the others about the subjects they would learn in first grade, which constituted the fundamentals of being a ninja, chakra refining techniques, meditation, shuriken throwing, and learning each hand sign. As a senior, Tian was quite confident. However, during the afternoon, when Tian went to the back mountain to train with the others, her confidence evaporated. Poor Tian. Ino looked at her with a knowing smile. Tian blushed deeply. I am not specialized in that area. I prefer using ninja tools. Indeed, Sakura nodded with a smile, refraining from contradicting her. After stumbling a few times, Tian's mouth turned downward, her large eyes brimming with tears, especially upon seeing her juniors effortlessly traversing the trees. Even the astute Shikamaru, after receiving Naruto's explanations, quickly learned and was now practicing water walking alongside the others. Tian found the situation somewhat amusing. Glancing over at Sasuke, who was also tumbling repeatedly, she smiled again. If memory serves, he was the focus of the discussion among those silly girls today, the scion of the Uchiha clan. She did not expect him to be so unstable emotionally. Enough. Just skip ahead. Sasuke exclaimed. Tian. Naruto suddenly called out to her. Upon seeing this, Tian nervously approached, shedding any semblance of her little leader persona, appearing quite obedient. Be mindful of your chakra. You can begin by attempting to channel chakra to the soles of your feet, placing one foot on the tree trunk, continually adjusting the speed and amount of chakra flow. The key is to find the sensation of your foot adhering to the trunk and maintain it, while continuously experimenting with what feels most stable and consumes the least chakra. You can do it, Naruto encouraged, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Tian was taken aback. And you too, Sasuke. You have been practicing for so long. You should have mastered this by now, but you are too impatient. You must overcome that impatience. Naruto suddenly directed his gaze towards the eavesdropping Sasuke. I understand. Sasuke, ever prideful, remained obstinate. Just as Naruto stated, Sasuke should have mastered it by now, yet he was overly anxious. Even if he succeeded, his unfamiliarity with chakra manipulation would often lead to failure. Taking a deep breath, Tian gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, slightly lost in thought. He was so gentle, so handsome, so powerful, and so warm. Oh no, you are in trouble. You are about to fall in love. Chapter 77. The Diligent Genius, the True Genius. Bang, bang, bang. 981. 982. Little Lee slipped and fell, landing in a heap. Damn it. Again. Bang. 1. Bang. 2. Observing that diligent figure, the others were moved. Tian shook her head. Little Lee is from our class. A few days ago, while training on the back mountain, Tian suddenly recalled Xiao Li, who also seemed to enjoy practicing there. To Tian's astonishment, a group of junior students frequented the back mountain almost daily, engaging in various activities such as training, picnicking, and fishing. Remarkably, they had yet to encounter Xiao Li even once. It was only when Tian remembered the presence of such a remarkable individual in their class that he initiated an encounter with the younger students. Xiao Minren immediately extended an invitation to Xiao Li, seeing in him a diligent genius. Initially, Xiao Li was touched by the gesture, but soon hesitated to join their small group, fearing that he might hinder their progress due to his inability to control his chakra. However, Xiao Minren did not belittle or mock him for it. Instead, he comforted Xiao Li, affirming that no one had ever claimed that one must master ninjutsu to become a ninja, in an effort to bolster Xiao Li's confidence. Xiao Minren gestured towards the sturdy logs that Xiao Li had damaged during his training, exclaiming, "Li, you are truly a genius." The younger students were taken aback. The notion of whether one could become a ninja without ninjutsu was indeed questionable, so how could Xiao Minren label him a genius? Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had yet to receive such a compliment from Xiao Minren, while this boy with the questionable potential was praised first. Xiao Li, lowering his head slightly, replied, "You don't need to comfort me." If it weren't for Xiao Minren's gentle smile, he might have thought the comment was sarcastic. However, Xiao Minren shook his head and urged him to have confidence, stating, "Do you not realize how strong your talent truly is? Your training regimen is something we all could emulate." This left Xiao Li even more perplexed. If everyone could do it, why would one still call themselves a genius? However, Shikamaru quickly grasped the situation and became serious, scrutinizing Xiao Li. It became evident that mere hard work could not fully encapsulate his abilities. While the others were slower to catch on, they began to feel moved by Xiao Minren's explanation, and their gazes towards Xiao Li shifted. Xiao Li himself started to comprehend, albeit with disbelief. Nevertheless, Xiao Minren pointed to the battered logs used in Xiao Li's training and proclaimed, "No one else can endure such inhuman intensity of training day after day. It is not only due to willpower, but also a notable talent that cannot be overlooked." Xiao Minren then called upon Hinata, who, a bit shy, stood beside him. "Hinata, please demonstrate." Hinata nodded obediently and approached the training logs, taking a deep breath to prepare. In an instant, her aura transformed, resembling a drawn sword. Xiao Li could feel the change vividly, and while others might not perceive it as clearly, they recognized the formidable strength emanating from her stance. As Xiao Minren spoke, Hinata had no reservations about showcasing her abilities. Once her chakra reached a critical point, her presence intensified, with faint veins becoming visible around her eyes. With a confident shout, she unleashed a powerful strike. The impact stunned everyone into silence, their mouths agape. Although Xiao Minren had anticipated this, he was still taken aback by the scene before him. The battered log, which had endured countless strikes from Xiao Li, was shattered by the force of Hinata's palm. Not only the younger students were astonished, even the entire ninja world was left in awe. Despite having heard of Hinata's achievements and talent through narration on the big screen, the sheer force of her demonstration was unparalleled. The onlookers swallowed hard in unison, with Sasuke wide-eyed, unable to believe the might of the usually gentle girl. Terms such as fierce, ruthless, and powerful flashed through his mind. Xiao Li was equally stunned. He had kicked numerous logs and understood their strength. Hinata approached Xiao Minren, uncertain if she had done well. Xiao Minren ruffled her hair and softly praised her efforts, saying, "Well done, Hinata. You worked very hard." Hinata's eyes sparkled with delight as she blushed and nuzzled against his hand. Ino playfully teased Hinata, prompting her to blush even more. Yet, Hinata demonstrated growth, refraining from getting flustered by Ino's remarks. Observing this, Tian joined in to ruffle Hinata's hair, finding it quite enjoyable. Suddenly, he realized the delightful sensation of holding her close and understood why Ino often stayed close to Hinata. "Hinata, tell Xiao Li." Xiao Minren directed towards the group and then back at Xiao Li. "If you all train like Xiao Li, could you endure a day?" The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. "What about 3 days?" This time, aside from the prideful Sasuke, only Hinata nodded. Xiao Minren shook his head, concerned for their well-being. "What about a week? A month?" As his words settled, everyone understood Xiao Minren's implication. Even Sasuke hesitated to assert himself. Gazing at the bloodstains on the logs, the younger students inhaled sharply. Day in and day out, year after year, through wind and rain, even a normal body could not withstand such demands. Even for ninjas, it was nearly impossible to endure. Yet Xiao Li had accomplished this and persevered until now. Shikamaru took a deep breath and added, "If you haven't used any medicinal baths to assist you, then I must say, you are truly a genius." He noted that he would consult his father about the necessary medicinal baths for such rigorous training. "Li, do not doubt it. You are unequivocally a genius." Ino nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "With all this said, I feel that Xiao Li is not just a genius. He is a monster. P.S. The updates will be slow for the next couple of days as I adjust my state of mind." The old man is contemplating whether to hand over the fire technique. Chapter 78, Outdoor Class. Orochimaru remarked, as expected of the bespectacled Xiao Min Run, truly different. Adept at recognizing the strengths of his companions. Orochimaru continued, Lee Loaka, if you have not utilized any medicinal baths, your talent is the strongest I have seen aside from Might Guy. Might Guy, exclaimed Lee. Lee Loaka responded, Teacher Guy. Might Guy declared, the sweat of hard work will never betray your youth. Senju Tobirama acknowledged, indeed, with such physical prowess, even among our elite ninja clans, it is rare to find another. Senju Tobirama, are you unable to manage your chakra effectively? Perhaps this is the price to pay, yet it is not without solutions. The Ninja Academy I have established adheres to the philosophy of tailored instruction, but it seems that the future ninja schools may disregard physical techniques. Yondaime Reikage, Lee Loaka, come to my Chunin village. I will undoubtedly find a way to help you master chakra control and harness the Raiden chakra mode. Such ninjutsu is designed for geniuses like you. Might Guy, he is my beloved subordinate, Reikage. Yondaime Reikage, I am aware of you, the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. You should join us as well. Might Guy. Ninja Academy. Naruto gazed at Ino and Hinata seated beside him, shaking his head in exasperation. Hinata naturally sat beside him, as no one dared to compete for that spot. After all, she had just showcased her abilities a few days prior. However, Ino and Sakura had been engaged in an unusual silent rivalry for several days. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Ino would sit on odd days, while Sakura would occupy the seat on even days. Today being an odd day, Ino sat to Naruto's left. Koharu Uchiha. The bespectacled Naruto is indeed quite popular. Koharu Uchiha. The girls in class will likely be torn between Sasuke and bespectacled Naruto. Uzumaki Kusina. My child truly lives up to my expectations. Huh? Uzumaki Naruto, darn it. What is so great about that arrogant Sasuke? The other me is far superior. Lee Loaka. Sakura is incredibly enviable. Inuzuka Kiba. Indeed, it's truly frustrating. Sasuke is one thing, but even Naruto, wait, bespectacled Naruto is acceptable. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean by that? Aburame Shino. It is quite evident that Kiba is speaking literally. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, what a boring fellow. Sakura and Ino exchanged awkward glances. Thankfully, they avoided displaying their faux friendship in front of the entire ninja world, which would have been utterly embarrassing. Of course, they had already accepted the identity switch of bespectacled Naruto and Sasuke. Indeed, if this world's Naruto were akin to the bespectacled version, they would undoubtedly swoon over him. Both are handsome, yet it is evident that the allure of bespectacled Naruto surpasses that of the aloof and tsundere versions of Sasuke. Clap, clap, clap. On the podium, Iruka clapped his hands. Everyone, follow me to the playground. Starting today, we will have outdoor classes every 2 days. Have you all heeded the teacher's instructions and diligently refined your chakra? And have you practiced your throwing techniques? All right, then, let us head out together. Iruka cheerfully concluded, leading the students to assemble at the playground. Before long, everyone had gathered at the playground, and Iruka produced a scoring board. This is crucial for your overall grades. Make sure to take it seriously. After the preliminary exam for the throwing technique, there will be a combat drill in the afternoon, so those who finish the throwing assessment can engage in free activities while preparing for the afternoon drill. Okay, the children shouted enthusiastically in response to Iruka. Now, I will begin calling the roll. Students whose names are called, step forward and demonstrate your throwing technique. Iruka cleared his throat and announced. First up, Inuzuka Kiba. Is Kiba here? Iruka looked up. A somewhat nonchalant boy stepped forward, spreading his arms wide, saying, Teacher, our clan does not require practice in this. I have never even touched a shuriken. Iruka, realizing his oversight regarding the Inuzuka clan, sighed in exasperation. It was an oversight on my part. Next, Aburame Shino. Teacher, I am the little boy with sunglasses from the Aburame clan. Shino stepped forward. Iruka slapped his forehead, apologizing for once again overlooking the clan's specialization. The Aburame clan specializes in insect manipulation and, like the Inuzuka, does not need to practice this technique. However, this is fundamental. It is best to practice nonetheless. You do not need to participate in this assessment, but you will have to next time. Iruka took a deep breath, suddenly recalling the necessary procedures. Every endeavor has its first time. Iruka continually noted his past mistakes. So what if they are clan ninjas? Without mastering such fundamental skills, the so-called clan ninjas are nothing special. Suddenly, a haughty voice resonated. Everyone turned to the source of the sound. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, snatching several shuriken from Iruka's side. Swish, swish, swish. With a swift motion, Sasuke hurled the shuriken. With a series of whooshing sounds. Bang, bang, bang. All the shuriken struck the target dead center. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at the target, noting that 2 of the 5 shuriken had hit the bullseye, while the other 3 were nearby. This performance elicited an astonished gasp from Iruka, a Chunin. Truly a Uchiha. His throwing technique is indeed exceptional. That's impressive, Sasuke. Iruka praised. Immediately, the girls in the class erupted in squeals. Sasuke is so handsome. Sasuke is so amazing. Uchiha? That explains it. He belongs to the Uchiha clan. No wonder he is so formidable. My mother said that all Uchihas are geniuses and advised me to learn from them. I didn't expect him to be this incredible. Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun's talent is indeed top tier. Uchiha Fugaku. He is truly my only son. Uchiha Makoto. Yes, he is indeed my only child. Excellent. Uchiha Sasuke's throwing technique currently ranks first in the class. Students should strive to learn from Sasuke. Next up is... Iruka's smile faltered. Gazing at Naruto's name on the score sheet, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Inevitably, Iruka's tone grew somewhat colder. Having lost his parents to the nine-tailed fox, Iruka had been remarkably restrained. In truth, he could have easily skipped over Naruto. Yet, he chose not to, suppressing the animosity within him. He is a teacher. Becoming a qualified ninja school instructor is his dream. Though Iruka concealed it well, Naruto felt the underlying malice. Iruka Yumino. I feel ashamed. I am unworthy of being a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Iruka's statement went largely unnoticed by many. In fact, having watched the comparative viewing until now, they had become somewhat immune to such remarks. Presently, they were more eager to witness the performance of bespectacled Naruto. Just then, ding, the system prompt for the comparative viewing sounded. Ding, the quiz begins. Please prepare yourselves. A quiz. Finally, it has arrived. Ding, quiz. Question, what score will Uzumaki Naruto achieve in the throwing technique assessment? Please choose from the following options. 1. Due to Iruka's influence, Naruto casually throws 5 shuriken without even looking at the target, resulting in a score of 0 out of 5. Chapter 79. The Two Pillars break down. 1. Due to Iruka's influence, Uzumaki Naruto carelessly throws 5 shuriken, scoring 0 out of 5. 1. As soon as the option appeared, someone eagerly selected it. After all, this is a competition involving the entire ninja world. Some may believe this, while others simply fantasize about luxurious seaside villas. A pure gambler, betting on unexpected outcomes. Indeed, there are many who choose option 1 and firmly believe it to be correct, for it is entirely plausible that Naruto would act in such a manner. Little Naruto shrugged, took the shuriken in hand, and casually tossed 5 shuriken, all hitting the mark perfectly. This is the choice. Uzumaki Kusina furrowed her brows as she observed, exchanging a knowing glance with her dear friend Uchiha Makoto, before decisively clicking on the selection. Yet, without exception, neither of them could secure a spot in the top 3. Despite their swiftness, undoubtedly, this answer lacked the certainty of previous ones. Outside the arena, Sasuke immediately shook his head upon seeing option 2. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. While it is true that the black-framed Naruto possesses strength, he could not possibly surpass me in the technique of shuriken throwing. Moreover, the black-framed Naruto, unlike myself, has no one to guide him. If I were to choose 2, would that not imply that I believe myself inferior to the black-framed Naruto? For Sasuke, this is an uncomfortable notion. Despite his deep-seated hatred for that man, he must admit that the creature has indeed honed his shuriken throwing skills to an extraordinary level. In Sasuke's perception, no one can rival him. Similarly, even in the state of activating his Sharingan, he would not dare claim complete superiority over that beastly brother of his, who is younger and has not activated the Sharingan. The answer is clear. The black-framed Naruto cannot surpass me in shuriken throwing. Therefore, the correct answer must be 3. I must prepare myself, or I shall find it difficult to secure first place. Uzumaki Naruto wondered aloud, shouldn't it be option 2, everyone? No one paid him any heed, save for his close friend. Everyone was deep in thought regarding the answer. Nevertheless, there are those who would still trust Naruto's answer. Uchiha Sasuke called him a fool. Uchiha Sasuke remarked, so you, a lowly underachiever, believe your throwing technique can compare to that of an Uchiha? Inoki interjected, young Uchiha, such words cannot be spoken lightly. Orochimaru added, is there truly any doubt regarding the strength of Black-Frame Naruto? As for the situation you described, Sasuke, it pertains to the Gilded Realm, not the Black-Framed Realm. This is not objective. Jealousy has clouded your judgment, Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face darkened with anger. Am I truly envious of Black-Frame Naruto? No, that is utterly impossible. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Mikoto sighed. She did not anticipate that her son and Kusina's son would be at odds. At that moment, the next answer was announced. Little Naruto not only refrained from taking the shuriken, but also pointed at Iruka, who displayed malice towards him and began to scold him vehemently. This is it. No matter how a fox spirit transforms, it remains a fox spirit. Indeed, that wretched fox spirit will soon reveal its true nature. Clearly, unless these individuals are on the brink of death, they will not easily alter their beliefs. No, even with a knife to their throats, they may not change their minds. For such individuals, those capable of thinking critically have long distanced themselves from them. Impossible. I could never behave like that towards teacher Iruka. Naruto shouted without hesitation. Silence fell. Meanwhile, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He was certain the answer was 3, so he selected it without delay, initially feeling relieved that he would secure a top rank. However, upon the emergence of answer 3, he found it outrageous. Is this not absurd? Given Black-Frame Naruto's character, it is most reasonable for him to ignore. Yet, this would imply that he is indeed jealous of Black-Frame Naruto and afraid to choose option 2. Orochimaru chuckled. I have always said, trust in Black-Frame Naruto. Orochimaru added, Inoki's granddaughter speaks truth. The people of Konoha are foolish, dull, and wicked. Following Orochimaru's remarks, this scathingly ironic statement caused many from Konoha to falter. However, considering that he is one of the legendary Sannin and possesses the power to incite wars, they quickly acquiesced. Observing this, Orochimaru mocked, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. So foolish, dull, and wicked. Uchiha Madara remarked, indeed, there is no need for protection for the people of Konoha. Had it not been for Hashirama's mother feeling pity for them when they were homeless, Konoha might have been a true shinobi village. Witnessing others bully them again, the onlookers hastily looked up to the high platform, where the seemingly omnipotent third Hokage stood. Hokage-sama, please say something. The black-framed screen continued to display. Upon hearing his name, little Naruto stepped out of the queue. He paid no mind to the unmistakable disdain in Iruka's eyes. He shrugged, having sensed Iruka's malice towards him from their very first meeting. Yet, looking back, little Naruto even felt a degree of admiration for him. To have endured until now. Given the look in Iruka's eyes, it must be that a significant loved one perished due to the great fox. However, a smirk of derision crept upon Naruto's lips. Is this what qualifies as a teacher? Lacking strength is one thing, but lacking intelligence is the most laughable, projecting hatred onto an innocent child. The will of fire seems to have a rather low threshold. Go, Naruto. Ino and the other girls cheered him on. Unexpectedly, Naruto-kun, you can do it. Many girls in the class rallied behind him as well. This caused Ino's eyelids to twitch. At that moment, little Naruto had already stepped forward to retrieve the shuriken. He cast a glance at Iruka, whose eyes mirrored his disdain, leaving Iruka perplexed. Why would he regard me with such a gaze? Without allowing Iruka further contemplation, little Naruto made his move. 5 shuriken were lined up in his hand. With a series of slicing sounds, they all struck the target. Without exception, all were embedded in the bullseye. Achieving 5 out of 5, little Naruto's performance was evidently the most outstanding. Upon witnessing this scene, Sasuke's expression soured. When Iruka regained his composure, his pupils dilated in shock. The sound of slicing could only be produced by achieving a certain level of power and technique. He quickly turned to see 5 shuriken piercing the bullseye almost simultaneously. A bead of cold sweat formed on Iruka's forehead. What incredible skill, Uzumaki Naruto. This level of proficiency. Even he himself lacked confidence in replicating. Chapter 80, Uchiha Bloodline, Longevity Reward. What remarkable talent. That child is the one whose parents forbade him from playing with him. Is he even more formidable than Uchiha Sasuke? Indeed, look at Uzumaki Naruto. He too hit the target with 5 shuriken, but all were embedded in the bullseye. This Uzumaki Naruto surely will become a formidable opponent. The children were astonished. Iruka was equally taken aback. His gaze toward little Naruto transformed entirely. As for Uzumaki Naruto's talent, Its specifics remain unknown. However, achieving this step is not merely a matter of effort. How could he have encountered such things at such an early age? Who was instructing him? I am certain that I did not misperceive. Just now, there was a fluctuation of chakra within the body of Uzumaki Naruto. It is formidable. Truly formidable. Such talent, if nurtured. In a moment of distraction, Iruka suddenly recalled that this Uzumaki Naruto is the very one who killed his parents. On the other side, Sasuke, returning to the team, immediately approached with his hands in his pockets and a smug expression, declaring, "This time, I simply wasn't serious. Next time, you won't be so fortunate as to win against me." In response, Ino clenched her fist and swung it forward. Sasuke, quick on his feet, dodged just in time. "I won't stoop to your level," he retorted, retreating to a safe distance. That arrogant Sasuke is truly annoying. Naruto is the strongest. Ino scoffed, observing Sasuke's retreating figure with displeasure, but turned her head and immediately replaced her frown with a smile. This caused Choji to forget about the chips in his hands. The correct answer was truly 2. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Naturally, Sasuke was among the most distressed. His proud throwing technique had been surpassed by the underdog, which he found unacceptable. After all, the only aspect where he could still outpace the black frame Naruto was his throwing technique. Naruto's performance left even him astonished. He knew full well that he had no talent for throwing techniques. How could this black frame Naruto achieve such feats? Had Neji heard his inner thoughts, he would have undoubtedly delivered a sharp reprimand. Are you unaware of your own lack of talent? You simply haven't put in the effort in throwing techniques. Nevertheless, the most important matter at hand was Uzumaki Naruto. Yay, I got it right, ha ha ha. Arrogant Sasuke, do you have anything to say now? Uchiha Sasuke replied, fool. The audience did not have to wait long before the prompt from the viewing system sounded. Ding. This prize quiz has concluded. Calculations are underway. The top 3 to submit answers first. Congratulations to Hatake Kakashi for receiving a reward. After the viewing concludes, he will obtain the Uchiha bloodline. Congratulations to Inoki for receiving a reward. After the viewing concludes, he will appear 10 years younger. Congratulations to Terumi Mei for receiving a reward. After the viewing concludes, she will appear 8 years younger. Truly my best rival. After 30 years of singlehood, my speed is indeed remarkable. Huh? Might Guy clapped Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi stumbled, casting a glance at his good friend, yet his heart was filled with excitement. The Uchiha bloodline. This meant he could finally shed the nickname Kakashi the hypothetical. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly powerful. However, without the Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan, once transplanted, would never close. The consequence of it remaining open would be a constant drain on chakra. Kakashi instinctively covered his eyes. The Sharingan that could not close, the burden it had caused him, could finally be alleviated. The reward Kakashi received undoubtedly ignited envy in many, including Orochimaru. Due to his fragmented soul, Orochimaru possessed weak spiritual strength and poor resistance to Genjutsu. Otherwise, it would be a delusion to think that Uchiha Itachi could eliminate him with a mere glance. Yet, this obsession with the Uchiha bloodline had only intensified, shifting from Uchiha Itachi to Uchiha Sasuke without any diminishment. However, now Orochimaru sat high in the stands, casting a glance at Kakashi, who would gain the Uchiha bloodline after the viewing ended, and found his desire was not as fervent as he had imagined. Meanwhile, Danzo was truly consumed with jealousy. The Uchiha bloodline. Unbeknownst to him, this realization only deepened his envy and hatred towards Kakashi. If he were to obtain the Uchiha bloodline, he would not have to keep his Sharingan sealed. Without the cells of Senju Hashirama, even if he sealed his entire arm, Danzo would not fare much better, perhaps even worse than Kakashi. Furthermore, the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could only be used once every 10 years, would no longer be an issue. The rewards Kakashi received spurred many in the shinobi world. The existence of such bloodline rewards could hardly fail to excite anyone. In the realm of the Shinigami, Namake's Minato sighed. He hesitated for a moment, only to find himself unable to make it into the top 3. As time passed, and the frequency of prize quizzes increased, the competition only grew fiercer. Inoki exclaimed, "Ha ha, I never expected I would actually make it into the top 3, appearing 10 years younger. Huh? Living long truly has its advantages." The significance of being 10 years younger was monumental. He no longer needed to rush. 10 years was ample time to cultivate a successor. Even if a Wagakure was still in a state of transition, he now had a decade to prepare. The fourth Raikage muttered, "That wretched old man. No wonder he suddenly went quiet. He was fully focused on answering. Rashi grumbled. Damn it, I must secure first place and resurrect. Terumi May remarked. It's a pity I only placed third. However, the reward of appearing 8 years younger is truly delightful. Terumi May felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. There was no longer a need to hastily seek a partner. No, I should be more anxious. I've become 8 years younger, Uzumaki Naruto. Will you come to Kirigakure to find your sister? How about I personally serve as your reward? Uzumaki Naruto involuntarily swallowed hard. No, it must be the whispers in my mind influencing me. My heart belongs to Sakura, yet that sister is truly wonderful. This prize quiz kindled a fervent desire for power in many, and also ignited a yearning for youth. You performed excellently. Uzumaki Naruto temporarily held the top position in the class. Iruka took a deep breath, forcing a smile as he looked at Naruto and encouraged. But don't let this make you complacent, Naruto-kun. Naruto paused, observing the conflicted expression in Iruka's eyes. This teacher does not seem as inadequate as he had imagined. Iruka, sensing Naruto's inner thoughts, silently sighed with relief, yet a wave of inexplicable sadness surged within him. He truly did not deserve to be. Before he could finish his thought, Naruto's voice echoed in the chat room. Uzumaki Naruto. The black frame Naruto has an eye for talent just like mine. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka-sensei is indeed a truly wonderful teacher. Chapter 81. The caring father Iruka emerges much of the time. Uzumaki Naruto possesses a keen sense of perception. He can feel Iruka's internal conflicts. One might say he has an intuition about it. Thus, the two statements he just made were deliberate. All right, the morning assessments conclude here. After returning, everyone should practice throwing techniques diligently. This afternoon will be a combat exercise. Be prepared. Iruka gathered everyone and, after a few words, dismissed them for lunch. He then hurried towards the Hokage building while holding the score sheet. The achievements of Huyao were exceptional. He must inform the third Hokage. This is not a trivial matter. If it spreads, it could potentially incite panic. Soon after, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and softly said, "Come in." The door creaked open as Iruka entered, holding a score sheet. Upon seeing Iruka, Sarutobi let out a silent sigh. He had been quite busy lately and had no time to engage Iruka in a discussion about his mindset. As Iruka approached, Sarutobi began contemplating how to encourage him to act with the will of fire. Iruka respectfully set down the score sheet, stating, "Third Hokage. Here is the score sheet for today's class assessment on throwing techniques. Please have a look." Sarutobi smiled gently and nodded, then picked up the score sheet for inspection. The first name he saw was Uzumaki Naruto, who had scored a perfect score with a special mark. A perfect score typically indicates that the actual performance exceeds the maximum score of 100. Third Hokage. This result is exceedingly dangerous, Iruka said with a serious expression. I believe that Uzumaki Naruto should not become a ninja. Sarutobi remained silent, flipping through another document. With a light chuckle, he remarked, Iruka, do not be overly hasty. Take a look at this. He pushed the document in front of Iruka. As Iruka picked it up and examined its contents, he found it brief, yet containing a crucial message. Moments later, after taking a deep breath, Iruka struggled to contain his excitement. Third Hokage, whose exam paper is this? He grasped the will of fire so profoundly. Iruka praised repeatedly. Sarutobi simply chuckled. The Jinchuriki is not a mere mascot. It seems that in the future, Naruto will become a Jinchuriki capable of cooperating with the Raikage of Kumogakure, and that day is not far off. With Naruto's presence, Asuma's return from the daimyo's service to protect the village is still not enough. There is ample time to plan meticulously. Senju Tobirama, monkey, you never fail to surprise me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how did you let your true feelings slip? If you hadn't you could have used that opportunity to cast some blame on Danzo, allowing him to share the burden. The perpetually silent Asuma finally let out a bitter laugh. His previously bent posture finally straightened. However, Asuma's first thought was still to avoid affecting his relationship with Kurenai. Third Hokage, this answer is truly authoritative. Could it be that you answered it yourself? Iruka said with admiration. The interpretation of the will of fire in this document is incredibly comprehensive. Sarutobi chuckled and said, look at the top right corner of the last page. Hearing this, Iruka quickly flipped to the last page. His smile froze in place. Sarutobi stood up slowly. There is no deceit. This is the answer Naruto wrote in my presence. To be honest, I was quite surprised. Uzumaki Kusina, damn it. Just thinking of my child enduring such hardships makes me restless. Old monkey, you better clean your neck. Minato Namikaze, clean your neck. Uzumaki Kusina, I will not spare any of you. Uzumaki Kusina, do not rush. I am currently drawing all the faces from my memories. I will make you all regret being alive. Minato Namikaze, regret being alive. Uzumaki Kusina, silence. You too. In the realm of the Shinigami, Minato smirked slightly. Addressing the half of the Nine Tails, Kurama, did you hear that? I spoke 2 complete sentences this time, and Kusina didn't say shut up, but rather be silent. With a much gentler tone. Observing the excited Minato, Kurama shook his head helplessly. Has this guy truly succumbed to such immense pressure? He seemed entirely different from the Minato who once was. Anoki, haha, I never expected the 4th Hokage to be this kind of person. 4th Hokage, indeed. If it weren't for this chatroom, I would never have known that Minato Namikaze is such an individual. 4th Hokage. He lacks the imposing presence of the yellow flash on the battlefield. Kuratsuchi. He is quite gentle and easygoing. Kuratsuchi. It is hard to imagine that someone like him could make all the ninja villages abandon their missions in fear upon encountering the yellow flash. Kuratsuchi. It is a pity that he suffers from bronchitis and has made fundamental errors. Which is why Kusina is so furious. Irika, you have also walked this path at this age. What were you doing when Naruto was of this age? Having experienced rain yourself, you wish to shield others with an umbrella. You are an excellent ninja. You have deeply comprehended the will of fire and should recognize that Naruto is also a part of Konoha. He is family. In Konoha, as Sarutobi began to encourage Irika, the others displayed nostalgic expressions, visibly moved and excited. The will of fire represents the strongest will in the shinobi world. Whenever their resolve wavered or faltered, the appearance of the will of fire on the black frame screen would immediately restore their determination. In a sense, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, possesses certain qualities. Certainly, not many. I understand now. Thank you, 3rd Hokage. Irika solemnly bowed to Sarutobi. Sarutobi smiled and patted his shoulder. I am glad you understand. I will not disappoint you. Just as Sarutobi was about to solidify this sentiment, he suddenly sensed something. He patted Irika's shoulder and said, Go have lunch. There will be assessments in the afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. Thank you, 3rd Hokage. I take my leave. Indeed, Sarutobi replied with a gentle smile. After Irika left, Sarutobi returned to his Hokage's seat. After a few breaths, a loud knock resounded. However, given the force and rhythm, Sarutobi immediately knew who was at the door. Without any warning, the door to the Hokage's office was kicked open. A one-eyed elder, leaning on a cane and wrapped in bandages, entered, glaring menacingly at Sarutobi. Chapter 82. Ninja Bear. Winning without doing anything. When the shinobi world saw Danzo's appearance, they seemed unsurprised, albeit astonished by the manner of his entrance. Anoki, truly the shadow of Konoha and the god of ninjas. One might mistake him for the Hokage, haha. 4th Hokage, I wondered who it was. Turns out it is the infamous shadow of Konoha. Kuratsuchi, to be honest, this entrance is rather embarrassing. Is this how a subordinate should make an entrance? Rosa hihi Danzo. Shimura Danzo, what is wrong with me? Have I eaten your rice? Zhao Meiming expressed a rather contrary sentiment, stating her desire for Danzo to ascend to the position of Hokage. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the identity of Shimura Danzo, realizing that there remained an unresolved matter with Konoha before the village met its demise. Kakashi, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, was grateful that the situation had not escalated too severely, as he had nearly suffocated under the pressure. Fortunately, Kusina and Minato did not genuinely blame him. Otherwise, Kakashi would have succumbed to his melancholic tendencies once more. Danzo, he muttered, should you dare enter like this again, you shall not be welcomed here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice remained calm, yet firm, amidst the discomforting events that had unfolded recently. He had just patiently counseled Irika. And although the situation concerning Naruto had slightly lifted his spirits, Danzo had nonetheless walked straight into a confrontation. Danzo scoffed dismissively, seemingly unfazed, as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and inquired, what is it this time? Sarutobi quietly tucked away the important documents on his desk. Danzo's gaze flickered, his pupils narrowing sharply as he recognized the name that had come up. Uzumaki Naruto, the embodiment of the will of fire. Damn it! Has this fool truly managed to brainwash the Jinchuriki? He thought, feeling frustrated that unless he could draw the Jinchuriki to the base, The chances of them betraying Hiruzen were slim. Taking a deep breath, Danzo fixed a cold stare upon Sarutobi. It's still about the Uchiha, isn't it? I have long warned you. They are not to be trusted. Use Itachi against them if you must. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Fully aware of the implications surrounding the Uchiha clan, he understood that by remaining passive, he would ultimately emerge victorious, as he would refrain from issuing commands that might jeopardize his allies. As Sasuke observed this exchange, his fists clenched tightly. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Mikoto gazed upon the unfolding events with a stoic expression. It was hardly surprising that the Uchiha clan had grown resentful. Ultimately, the catalyst for their decisions stemmed from the emergence of the masked Uchiha Madara, alongside the prodigious talents displayed by Itachi and Shursui. Unfortunately, the Uchiha were caught off guard, as Madara had no intention of collaborating with them. He had already been in contact with Danzo long before the Uchiha made their appearance. As for the new generation of Uchiha, they were mere pawns, blindly following the will of fire. Was Shursui's death your doing? Hiruzen inquired, feigning ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Danzo narrowed his eyes, thinking of Shursui's other eye, which he suspected was in Danzo's possession. However, Danzo refrained from using Kotoamatsukami against Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Hiruzen contemplated that Shursui, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, would never allow Danzo to succeed. Yet, Shursui had deeply understood the will of fire, thus he would undoubtedly face immense suffering. It was likely that he had sacrificed his own eyes to Itachi. And how obedient Itachi was, possessing Kotoamatsukami, rendered him less of a threat. Uchiha, what a waste, lamented Uchiha Azuna. It pains me to witness such folly, especially when two of them are so foolish. He mused that if they were given a bit more time, Sasuke might also succumb to their mindset, becoming a pawn without a hint of guilt. Senju Tobirama scoffed. Ah, a clan born of innate malevolence. Uchiha Izuna retorted, it is better for such individuals to perish. They do not deserve the Uchiha name. Some have died, leaving behind lingering threats, which is far worse. Senju Hashirama interjected. Enough, Tobirama. These matters indeed require resolution. Tobirama replied curtly, I understand. I shall cleanse our ranks. Uzumaki Naruto, bewildered, asked, what have you all been discussing since earlier? The others responded, Hiruzen, given the circumstances, it would be prudent to have the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under my supervision. The potential threat posed by the Uchiha is too significant. Allowing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to roam freely in the village could lead to another incident akin to the Nine-Tails attack. Danzo pressed on, Hiruzen, how could you allow a Uchiha to linger near the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Are you not concerned about the devastation the last incident caused? Hiruzen, seemingly unfazed, lit his cigarette, as if teasing his old comrade. Yet, Danzo had clearly overstepped his bounds. Hiruzen's expression darkened as their eyes met, and he discerned Danzo's arrogance. He shook his head internally, resolving to address Danzo once the Uchiha situation reached a conclusion. I have stated numerous times that the affairs concerning the Jinchuriki are not to be revisited. I possess my own judgment. The root organization's methods are ill-suited for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and you are well aware of this. You need not concern yourself with my arrangements for the Jinchuriki. Focus solely on your duties. Daybreak. Danzo slammed his palm against the table. The talent of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is exceptional. If he does not fully acknowledge Konoha, we shall surely face troubles on par with the Nine-Tails incident. Do you not comprehend? Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, stating expressionlessly, it is you who fails to understand. Do not seek out Sakura and Ino. They will no longer support you in this matter. Moreover, you have been overstepping your bounds lately. Do not extend your reach towards your own people. Let us cease this research for now. With a fierce glare, Hiruzen observed as Danzo trembled slightly, as if deriving some satisfaction from his old friend's reaction. Taking another drag from his cigarette, he softly declared, Danzo, do not forget, I am the Hokage. This proclamation served as the final straw, as Danzo was merely the Hokage's assistant, not the Hokage himself. Regardless of how rationally he argued, the elderly man before him could easily dismiss all his efforts with a single word. Humph. You shall regret this, Hiruzen. With a loud bang, the door to the Hokage's office was violently slammed shut. Chapter 83, Danzo's defenses crumble, Naruto and Sasuke's initial clash. Orochimaru chuckled, see? I told you that Lord Sarutobi is aware of the treacherous deeds Danzo is up to. Yet he often turns a blind eye or seizes the opportunity for himself when Danzo is on the verge of success. Thus, all blame falls upon Danzo, while the benefits accrue to him, allowing him to cultivate a favorable reputation. Uchiha Izuna commented, "Some people's mentorship is quite revealing. Those who understand, understand." Senju Tobirama interjected, "Enough." He insisted, "I will personally cleanse our ranks." You remained silent. Shimura Danzo retorted, "I have stated, Tobirama, that Hiruzen is the Hokage. Cleanse the ranks? You are but a relic of the past. Do not embarrass yourself before the strongest Hokage." Hiruzen interjected, "Danzo." Danzo replied, Yes, you are the Hokage. I am not even your assistant now. Truchen Tanzong, I merely bear the blame on your behalf." Truchen Tanzong, "It was your choice, Sensei Fei." Outside the Hokage office, Tuanzong clenches his fist, harboring deep resentment. Had he not hesitated back in the day, he might have taken the Hokage position. Chansho Feijan, it would never have been yours. Inside the root organization base, upon hearing Chansho Feijan's remarks, Tuanzong stood in stunned silence for a moment, his eyes turning red. Truchen Tanzong, I knew it. Bang, a fist slammed heavily on the table. Truchen Tanzong, it's because of the Sarutobi clan behind Hiruzen, isn't it? Truchen Tanzong, damn you, Chansho Feijan. Truchen Tanzong, humph. Truchen Tanzong, you deserve it, the Chansho clan, to be divided between me and Hiruzen. Chansho Feijan. Chanshu Dujan. Truchen Tanzong, haha, ask your successor. He has done plenty and has received much, all while tacitly allowing me to carry out these actions. Truchen Tanzong, you deserve it. Tuanzong was thoroughly shaken. In truth, he could vaguely deduce the truth from years past. Yet, he incessantly reassured himself that his indecision allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, Chansho Feijan would have surely chosen him as Hokage. Now, hearing Chansho Feijan articulate his thoughts from that time, how could Tuanzong not be shaken? I still have a chance. Uchiha Madara, I will obtain what I need from the Uchiha. With that, Tuanzong departed with 2 bodyguards. Meanwhile, the Ninja Academy commenced its practical assessments. Go Sasuke-kun. Go Naruto-kun. Nearly all the girls were cheering for Sasuke and Naruto. This left the other boys envious. They glared at Sasuke and Naruto with malice. Sasuke, as always, was proud and aloof, further irritating the boys. In contrast, Naruto's demeanor was not off-putting. This dynamic made Ino and Hinata anxious, while Sakura clenched her fists. Shikamaru cast a glance at the girls. What a bother. I thought you would say you envy them. Inuzuka Kiba approached Shikamaru. Women are troublesome. Shikamaru was well acquainted with Inuzuka Kiba. His words incited discontent among many women in the ninja world. Sanjongjingit. Shikamaru is still the same. Shojit. Humph. Always complaining about trouble. Chunying. Really, who talks like that? What do you mean, women are troublesome? Nainang Luwan. My apologies. That was another version of me speaking. I have never said such things. Feeling the mounting hostile glares, Shikamaru felt a twinge of fear. Next group. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka wore a subtle smile. He did not manipulate the situation. Before the practical assessment, Sasuke approached him, expressing a desire to challenge Uzumaki Naruto. Not wanting to voice this in front of everyone, he hoped Iruka would agree to pair them together. However, it was against the rules to challenge anyone without the presence of others. Nevertheless, Iruka glanced at the scoreboard. He discovered that Sasuke and Naruto had already been randomly assigned together. Iruka then explained this to Sasuke, who rejoined the lineup. Iruka looked at Naruto. Taking a deep breath, Naruto sensed something and cast a surprised glance at Iruka. In Iruka's eyes, there was now no malice, but rather admiration for an exceptional student. Step forward. Sasuke immediately stepped out of line. Encountering the unfriendly gazes of Ino and Sakura, he instinctively snorted. But soon, Sasuke felt a chill down his spine. Glancing sideways, he found Hinata staring intently at him. Sasuke would not assume Hinata was like the other girls. Gulp. In my battle with Naruto, I hope Hinata won't take me down. Clearly, after a full meal, Hinata puts considerable pressure on her peers. It is utterly unpredictable whether that delicately gentle girl would strike with the force to take half a life or end one on the spot. Naruto, step forward. Iruka said kindly to the still stationary Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly. Iruka's demeanor had shifted. Naruto could only deduce one reason. That the 3rd Hokage intervened. Form the opposing seal. Iruka instructed. Naruto and Sasuke complied. After forming the opposing seal, Sasuke took a deep breath. He looked at the still serene Naruto, feeling the weight of pressure multiply. His clenched fists were drenched in sweat. Begin the match. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. He had awaited this moment for a long time. In an instant, he lunged forward. Naruto remained motionless, observing Sasuke's movements. In the next moment, Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. He seemed to sense Sasuke's next move. A straight punch aimed directly at his face. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke reached him, delivering a punch aimed at Naruto's face. Naruto suppressed a kick intended to send Sasuke flying, tilting his head to evade the blow. Realizing the unfavorable turn of events, Sasuke quickly distanced himself. Watching Naruto, he frowned slightly. Why does it feel like Naruto has seen through my moves? No, it's impossible. Sasuke launched another attack. Before long, he was taken aback. The girls, who had been chattering, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Naruto. Naruto-kun is so impressive. Sasuke-kun is no match for Naruto-kun. Oh my. The battle between Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun feels like a big child playing with a little one. Go, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun, try attacking his lower body. Chapter 84, Girlfriend Power. The War God Hinata. Sanjongja. Hiss. The black frame Naruto-kun and Sasuke are clearly not on the same level. Ching. Although it's hard to believe Naruto can perform like this, if it's the black frame Naruto, it seems quite reasonable. Dasawan, haha. The black frame Naruto-kun certainly does not disappoint. Dasawan, has Kagura's hard eye evolved? Chansku Feijan, that is a strong possibility. Bang, finally, Sasuke was exhausted. He sat down heavily on the ground, panting heavily, gazing at the calm and composed Naruto. Sasuke was infuriated, yet dared not speak harshly. In combat, one discovers the shocking truth. Sasuke had never anticipated such a vast gap between him and Naruto. Iruka's eyes twitched. Overwhelming Uchiha? This was hard for him to believe. At this moment, Iruka, as a Chunin, perceived the situation far differently than the children. Phew. Naruto's talent exceeds our imagination. However, that child has profoundly grasped the will of fire. Even I may not comprehend it as deeply as he does. On the other side, regarding this outcome, Shikamaru and Choji were hardly surprised. How could that guy be so strong? Inuzuka Kiba's eyes widened, unable to resist nudging Shikamaru's arm. It is indeed troublesome that Naruto has always been this formidable. His relentless efforts have earned him this strength, remarked Nara Shikamaru. Naruto's movements were remarkably precise, as though he had anticipated every action of Sasuke. Suddenly, a somewhat unfamiliar voice echoed in the vicinity. Shikamaru, Choji, and Inuzuka Kiba turned to see the oil user Shino, wearing sunglasses that obscured much of his face, having appeared behind them without notice. The trio was taken aback. Do you walk without making a sound? Kiba sniffed the air, seeking a small excuse for not having detected Shino's presence sooner. Shino remained silent. Shikamaru observed him for a moment longer, thinking that this fellow was truly oblivious, making it quite difficult to sense his existence. In the arena, after Iruka announced Naruto's victory, another mark was added to the scoreboard. Iruka could not help but nod at Sasuke's performance, acknowledging that he truly lived up to the Uchiha name. Unfortunately for Sasuke, his opponent was Naruto. Iruka smiled broadly, remarking on Naruto's remarkable grasp of the will of fire, declaring him exceedingly talented. All right, you two. Quickly form the hand seal of harmony, he instructed. Naruto extended his hand, while Sasuke instinctively attempted to swat it away. However, upon meeting Naruto's gaze, Sasuke turned his head aside. Once Naruto grasped Sasuke's hand, they completed the seal together. Just as Naruto was about to leave the arena with Sasuke, someone leaped forward to challenge him. Their courage was commendable, but they were not Sasuke. They were merely those who often harbored malice towards Naruto. There were no surprises. Seemingly gentle and easy to bully, Naruto revealed his formidable side. 3 challengers approached in quick succession, each being knocked down by a single punch from Naruto. Iruka's smile remained unwavering. 2 hours prior, he might have felt uncomfortable, but now, even if Naruto's strikes were somewhat forceful, they appeared entirely justifiable in Iruka's eyes. Inoki remarked, "The will of fire is truly powerful." Terumi May added, "No wonder the hidden leaf remains so stable under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership." The 4th Raikage commented, "How useful indeed." Raso noted, "This is the hidden leaf." Senju Hashirama sighed, while Uchiha Madara quipped, "Ha, you selected well." The cheers from the girls seemed unceasing. Naruto wore a gentle smile, encouraging Ino and the others. Deep down, however, he felt a tinge of frustration. Was this all there was to the Ninja Academy? Wouldn't that result in a significant waste of my time? Thus, he resolved to increase his meditation time to enhance his mental strength. According to the textbooks, he believed that once his mental fortitude reached a certain threshold, he could actively enter the spiritual realm. The existence of the Nine Tails seemed to be sealed within him, serving as a medium for the Fourth Hokage's seal. Taking a deep breath, Naruto resolved not to dwell on his connection with the Fourth Hokage. What kind of father would seal such a beast within his own child? Uzumaki Kusina interjected. Actually, there is. Kurama retorted, Humph. Isn't it right before your eyes? Damn it. Within the sealing space, the Nine Tails felt genuinely uneasy, plagued by an ominous premonition. What was the black-framed version of himself doing? Why had he yet to pull the black-framed Naruto into the sealing space? He knew that if this dragged on, the more the black-framed Naruto learned, the harder it would be to manipulate him in the future. It might even lead to self-destruction. There are still 5 years left. Once I become a ninja, I can leave the village. I must seize the opportunity to escape. The multitude of questions weighing on his heart made him feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, a girl who had previously spoken ill of Naruto collapsed to the ground. Iruka quickly announced, "The victor is Hyuga Hinata. Hooray, Hinata is the best." Ino cheered, while Sakura stomped her feet in excitement. "That's how you should deal with those annoying girls." She huffed, recalling how they had whispered disparaging remarks about Naruto. Hinata maintained her stance, her eyes coldly scanning the remaining girls. In front of Naruto and his friends, she appeared timid and shy, but at that moment, in the eyes of those girls, she resembled a fearsome demon. Hinata retracted her hand, casting a glance at the girl lying on the ground, clutching her chest. She then turned to Iruka. "Teacher." "Ahem, Hinata, please wait a moment. We still need to form the hand seal of harmony," Iruka began, but before he could finish, Hinata directed her gaze toward the girls she had been watching closely. She was well aware of who bore ill will towards Naruto and who harbored fond feelings for him. Those with malicious intent would surely be sent flying without hesitation. As for those with admiration, while their intentions were commendable, they were competitors, and as such, mercy could not be afforded. The crowd gasped. Hinata, Ino and Sakura widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "So cool." Ino's eyes sparkled, and Sakura mirrored her excitement. "Damn it. She's a Hyuga. What a show-off." They were incensed by her audacity to challenge them all at once. As they watched the girls and several boys stepping forward, Ino immediately pulled Sakura along. "Wait, we're joining too." Then, to everyone's surprise, Sasuke couldn't help but gasp in awe. So fierce, facing the overwhelming girls. Hinata did not retreat, but instead charged forward. Iruka was taken aback. "What is happening? Hinata, isn't she supposed to be gentle and well-behaved? How could she have transformed like this?" Just as Iruka prepared to bring order to the chaos, Hinata had already become akin to a battle goddess, cutting through the crowd effortlessly. No one could withstand even a single round against her. Suddenly, Hinata's aura surged, her eyes veins bulging, her once white eyes flashing a hint of violet. Byakugan. Chapter 85. Seeking one's path, the fourth Raikage exclaimed. "So this is the hidden leaf." Anoki remarked, "That makes sense now." Terumi May added, "It is exceedingly reasonable. No wonder it is the foremost ninja village. Frankly, if it weren't for the legacy of the second Hokage and the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf, we might not have much to do with them." Raso grumbled, "Damn. The ninja from the Hidden Leaf are indeed formidable opponents." Senju Tobirama expressed his frustration. "I can't fathom it." Senju Hashirama urged, "Tobirama, remain calm." Uchiha Izuna lamented, "What a poorly played hand." He agreed with the young Mizukage, noting that if it weren't for certain legacies, it would be hard to imagine how the Hidden Leaf could lose. The newly enrolled students fought as if engaged in gang warfare, clearly demonstrating the gap between them and the other 4 great ninja villages. As long as the great ninja clans of the Hidden Leaf remain strong, in terms of heritage, it perpetually surpasses the other 4 great ninja villages. However, Konoha has brought this upon itself, as the strength of the ninja clan has been continuously diminished. Yet, it is not entirely accurate to say so, as all of it has been concentrated in Sarutobi. Nevertheless, Sarutobi possesses quantity without quality. Despite this, Konoha remains the pinnacle of heritage. "Wait, Hinata." Iruka, regaining his senses, hurriedly rushed over to halt the impending conflict. Yet, Hinata had evidently entered her battle state, sensing someone rapidly approaching from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, she pivoted and struck out with her palm. Iruka froze. The force behind her strike was formidable, and his instinct warned him that if he did not evade, his leg would surely be shattered. At that moment, a golden figure appeared before Iruka, grasping Hinata's small hand. "All right, it's over now," said Naruto, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her bulging veins returning to normal as she lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was not that Hinata believed she was in the wrong. Rather, she felt as though her violent side had been inadvertently revealed to Naruto. In contrast, Ino and Sakura were exhilarated by the display. Hinata had been incredibly impressive just moments ago. Shikamaru and Choji, accompanied by Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino, arrived on the scene, collectively gasping in astonishment. Is this girl some sort of chameleon? Just a moment ago, she was exuding an aura of lethal intent, having incapacitated numerous classmates. And even teachers were instinctively met with hostility. Then, in an instant, she transformed into this obedient demeanor. Certainly, many took note of Naruto's recent actions. However, few, like Sasuke, could sense the vast amount of chakra contained within him. Sasuke stood frozen, his perception overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Naruto's chakra, which felt as if a great mountain loomed over them all. Iruka, slowly coming to this realization, understood that Hinata's explosive strike had seemingly been effortlessly deflected by Naruto. Now, Iruka's perception of Naruto had undergone a profound transformation. He felt elated. Truly, this child embodied the will of fire, proving to be more exceptional than his peers. All right, let us conclude matters here. Today's practical exercise is over. Classmates, please return to the classroom. I will seek the medical staff to check on everyone. With this, Iruka turned to Naruto. Naruto, please assist me in bringing everyone back to class. Seeing the trust in Iruka's eyes, Naruto nodded slightly. The will of fire, mere words, wielded immense power. No, it was the will of fire in the hands of the third Hokage that granted such force. Observing Iruka's demeanor, Naruto deeply comprehended the influence of information and public opinion, realizing it could fundamentally alter a person. Once this power was established, it would continue to ferment within the crowd. Should one's resolve waver, it would be all too easy to succumb to conformity. Orochimaru mused, gazing at the bespectacled Naruto, as if witnessing the growth of a future leader of the ninja world. However, his words met with skepticism. After all, no matter how powerful an individual may be, as long as they are human, invincibility remains an impossibility. The notion of a ruler of the ninja world seemed even more far-fetched, as neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara had achieved it. Of course, the four great ninja villages thought this way simply because they had never witnessed the true strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama, however, found merit in Orochimaru's assertions. If this bespectacled Naruto can grow to the level of my brother or Uchiha Madara, then Orochimaru, your words may indeed hold truth. Orochimaru chuckled. Second Hokage, there are no ifs. The bespectacled Naruto will undoubtedly surpass all predecessors. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the frenzied expression on Orochimaru's face, frowning in concern. Startled yet apprehensive, he began contemplating his escape route. Indeed, the Kotoamatsukami, one of Shirsue's eyes, was in Danzo's possession. The thought sent shivers down Sarutobi's spine. Thankfully, Danzo believed the other eye was under his control. Otherwise, Kotoamatsukami, a technique capable of altering another's will, posed a significant threat. Sarutobi could not envision a means of resistance unless one could withstand it mentally, a feat that, in the absence of a bloodline limit, few could achieve. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi pondered that as long as Danzo used Kotoamatsukami to control Naruto, the subsequent complications could be addressed later. For now, he needed to strategize how to navigate the aftermath of the viewing. The route back to the classroom was not far. Naruto naturally played his part, but to his surprise, the group suddenly became obedient. In the face of absolute power, even reluctant hearts dared not reveal their true sentiments. While on their way back, Naruto contemplated how to proceed. He had already deemed the Nine Tails a double-edged sword. If given other options, he wished to strengthen his own wings before approaching the beast. Observing his companions closely, Naruto knew that if he asked, they would undoubtedly divulge their family's secret techniques. However, he refrained from doing so, as their paths diverged from his own. Fortunately, upon Iruka's return, Naruto sought his guidance. Iruka, now under the influence of the will of fire, would not refuse him. Yet, Naruto occasionally interjected with quotes from the will of fire, and despite some irregularities, Iruka willingly answered his inquiries. Ultimately, it must be noted that Iruka was merely a Chunin, and his talent was not particularly remarkable. At present, he could still assist Naruto. Upon learning that Naruto's chakra refinement had reached an extraordinary level, even comparable to his own, Iruka was both astonished and delighted. His suggestion was for Naruto to learn the foundational technique of the three-body technique. However, Naruto had already mastered this. Gaining recognition from Sarutobi, Iruka found himself in a quandary, ultimately suggesting that Naruto could seek him after class for assistance in solidifying his fundamentals. Chapter 86. It is time to showcase true talent. Yumino Iruka. I never anticipated that the bespectacled Naruto would seek me out. Yumino Iruka. However, it appears my reservoir of knowledge may not sustain him for long. Yumino Iruka. I suspect it will not be long before Naruto perfects all foundational techniques and even surpasses me. Thereafter, I shall recommend he practice tree climbing and water walking. Kurenai Yui. Following that, it will be advanced three-body techniques. Anoki. No, I sense that Naruto will astonish us. My premonition is quite strong. Kuratsuchi. Have you lost your senses? It's just the basic three-body techniques, tree climbing and water walking. What surprises could there possibly be? Kuratsuchi. If we are to speak of surprises, perhaps it will be after mastering the advanced three-body techniques. Fourth Raikage. No. Do not underestimate the fundamentals of being a ninja. Zhao Ming Ming. Indeed, the genius from the Uchiha clan has made the three-body technique regain everyone's attention. Luo Sha. He is renowned alongside the fourth Hokage as Shunshin no Shursui. Uchiha Sasuke, Shursui brother. Orochimaru, Shursui. Orochimaru. The shadow clone technique, a basic form of the three-body technique, an illusion, without a physical entity, combined with his Sharingan Jinjutsu, blurs the line between reality and illusion, further enhanced by his masterful use of the Shunshin technique. Orochimaru. If he were not an Uchiha, his fame would certainly rival that of the Yellow Flash. Orochimaru. Of course, back then, it was Sarutobi-sensei who was promoting Minato. Ao at that time. We intended to launch a surprise attack on Konoha under the cover of night. Ao. I was leading the reconnaissance team when we encountered Shunshin no Shursui on the road. Ao. That guy, from a considerable distance, caused many of my teammates to fall before we even began to fight. Ao. Upon using my Byakugan to see his form, I immediately recognized him as Shunshin no Shursui. Ao. After that, there was nothing more to say. Encountering Shunshin no Shursui is akin to confronting the Yellow Flash. The scene continues on the black-framed large screen. After that, little Naruto visited Iruka every day. With Iruka's guidance, Naruto embarked on a new training regimen. At first, he did not pay much attention to the basic three-body techniques. However, upon realizing Naruto's extraordinary talent that made him feel embarrassed, Iruka, wishing to uphold his dignity as a teacher, emphasized the significance of the basic three-body techniques while training alongside Naruto. There are no weak ninjutsu, only weak ninjas. Even the most fundamental three-body technique, when skillfully executed, can be as effective as advanced ninjutsu. The key lies in the thought process and the application of ninjutsu, which pertains to the ninja himself, not the ninjutsu itself. Iruka found himself convinced by his own teachings. Naruto pondered thoughtfully. He paused his training to meditate and carefully digest Iruka's suggestions. The following day, during another training session with Iruka, Naruto displayed his remarkable combat talent. Shadow clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique. Naruto discovered that his chakra levels seemed to set him apart from others only after utilizing ninjutsu. Whether it was the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, or substitution technique, Naruto appeared to use them as if there were no limits. As a Chunin, Iruka quickly found himself outmatched by Naruto's application of the basic three-body techniques. His seemingly limitless usage resembled an endless grind for proficiency. Even though the chakra of the nine tails within him continued to interfere with the release of ninjutsu and chakra application, Naruto's relentless pursuit of experience was overwhelming. After just a few exchanges, Iruka sensed that Naruto had already surpassed him. The number of shadow clones was so numerous that Iruka struggled to manage them. As Naruto utilized the sheer volume and explosive chakra to enhance his physical prowess, he swiftly maneuvered through the illusions. Just a few breaths into the battle, a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Iruka's forehead. It was indistinguishable, truly indistinguishable. especially as Naruto continuously employed prepared wooden logs to confuse with the substitution and transformation techniques. Ultimately, Naruto himself recognized that Iruka could no longer provide a challenge in this regard and ceased his assault. This battle, along with the basic three-body techniques, offered him significant insights. The substitution technique tests the caster's speed and reflexes, while high-speed movement techniques serve as cognitive distractions, demanding high mental acuity. Perhaps mastering the basics of ninjutsu is a prerequisite for learning jinjutsu, which is tied to chakra control. My mental strength seems to have ample room for growth. Iruka-sensei, jinjutsu is indeed linked to mental strength, right? Iruka wiped the sweat from his brow, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively replied, "That is indeed correct." Iruka-sensei, could you teach me jinjutsu? I believe that if I could integrate that combat style with jinjutsu, it would be even more effective. Iruka-sensei, could you also instruct me in advanced three-body techniques? If I could master Shunshin, Kinobori, and the hiding technique, and combine them with jinjutsu, I could make such a combat style even more unpredictable. As Naruto pondered, he muttered to himself, could the Yellow Flash's fighting style be somewhat similar? I secretly tried using the trident kunai left by the fourth Hokage as a medium for the substitution technique. The results exceeded my expectations. Moreover, it does not require the same repetitive markings as ordinary wooden blocks. If I could perfect the substitution technique, I could achieve a moving substitution jump and increase the number of trident kunai. Perhaps I could reach the level of the Yellow Flash. If combined with the Shunshin technique, my offense would be impeccable. This demands exceptional dynamic vision. If it weren't for my acute perception, my eyesight might not keep pace. Sasuke's dynamic vision is quite formidable, and indeed, both Uchiha and Hyuga share this trait. Sasuke and Hinata might be well suited for this aggressive style. Iruka stood astonished, observing Naruto's attempt to utilize the substitution technique to achieve infinite Shunshin jumps. Iruka's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Is this really a 5-year-old child? No wonder he embodies the will of fire so profoundly. It is no surprise that the third Hokage personally sought to guide him. I am truly a fool. I nearly missed witnessing the birth of a genius. The inheritor of the will of fire. After a brief moment of self-reflection, Iruka's gaze towards Naruto turned fervently intense. Surely, the all-knowing third Hokage anticipated such developments. No, I must give my utmost effort. The third Hokage has many responsibilities regarding the village. If I cannot manage even this small matter, how could I inform the third Hokage? No, I cannot disappoint the third Hokage and Naruto-kun. Due to Naruto's extraordinary performance, Iruka's approach to his duties began to subtly shift. However, as a result, Naruto's progress would remain unknown to Sarutobi Hiruzen for quite some time. Chapter 87. Iruka in despair. The shadow clone ceiling is lifted. Orochimaru. The moment everyone begins to utilize chakra, Naruto-kun's innate talent will instill fear in all. Orochimaru. Many ninjas find themselves stuck at Chunin, unable to ascend to Jounin, not merely due to a disparity in foundation but also in chakra volume. Orochimaru. Without sufficient chakra, one cannot continuously accumulate experience daily. Orochimaru. For instance, to learn and master a particular chakra nature's transformation, without adequate resources, meaning insufficient chakra to experiment, advancing one's strength becomes extraordinarily difficult. Kakashi. I am well aware of that. Senju Tobirama. Indeed, it is my elder brother's wood release that is formidable, correct? Senju Tobirama. No, the true strength lies not in wood release, but in my brother. Uchiha Azuna. That is indeed the case. It is akin to the fire release, great fireball technique, which is entirely different in the hands of my brother compared to other fire release ninjas. Observing Iruka's expression, Naruto vaguely perceived Iruka's inner thoughts. Uchiha Sasuke. A top-tier ninja can discern the opponent's thoughts during combat. Sasuke took a deep breath. He truly did not wish to admit it, but Naruto's performance had thoroughly convinced him. At this age, achieving such accomplishments is certainly not inferior to those of the unworthy Uchiha lineage. In fact, the bespectacled Naruto places immense importance on his health. The road ahead promises to be even more expansive. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Azuna have previously elaborated on this notion. During one's growth, should one fail to exercise restraint as Naruto does, it is inevitable that one will be burdened with numerous incurable ailments in the future. This inevitably brings Sasuke's thoughts to the Uchiha he despises profoundly. Reflecting on the past, that man occasionally exuded an aura of illness. Naruto's contemplations were far from over. As new thoughts continued to arise, Sakura, with her meticulous control of chakra, would benefit greatly from meditation to enhance her mental fortitude, thereby improving her genjutsu. Iruka-sensei mentioned that ninjas typically execute missions in trios. One as the primary attacker, another as support, and the third skilled in medical ninjutsu, which is the optimal combination. Perhaps Sakura should develop her skills towards that of a supportive attacker and medical ninja. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino have been a trio since birth. Given my limited knowledge, I may not provide them with the best advice. It might be wiser for them to continue their family paths. Sasuke, as an Uchiha, possesses his own style, but could experiment with the attacking techniques I am currently exploring. Hinata, however, is not suited for this style. Her Byakugan grants her keen insight, yet her dynamism seems lacking. She would excel in counterattacks, allowing her unique brilliance to shine. Tintin and Lee will graduate a year earlier than us. And in terms of ninjutsu talent, Tintin is not significantly different from Lee. Perhaps Tintin should also follow Sakura's lead in developing her skills in support and medical ninjutsu. Listening to Naruto's inner thoughts, everyone was taken aback. This child is invincible. While fostering his own development, he is also charting the future paths for his companions. It is hard to imagine the terrifying concepts he could deduce if he were to acquire the complete history of the ninja world. Senju Tobirama remarked that such a child is destined to end the ninja world. Jiraiya, the child of prophecy. Uzumaki Kusina, get away from me. Namikaze Minato, go away. Uzumaki Kusina, I warned you, if you dare approach Naruto again, you will regret ever coming into this world. Namikaze Minato, regret coming into this world. Uzumaki Kusina, Naruto, listen closely, do not engage with that scoundrel named Jiraiya in any way. Namikaze Minato, engage. Uzumaki Naruto, I understand, Mom. You mentioned that perverted sage earlier. Namikaze Minato, be obedient. Uzumaki Kusina. Uzumaki Kusina, did I permit you to speak? The black frame screen continued to display. Once Naruto confirmed his short-term goals, he began to strive toward them. Consequently, he also led several younger ones to train alongside him. Iruka's smile was uncontainable as he watched these adorable and diligent children. Feeling a sudden warmth in his eyes, he initially believed he could redeem that child who deeply understood the will of fire, only to realize he was the one being redeemed. Observing the other children who also grasped the will of fire, Iruka resolved to impart all his knowledge. Just 2 weeks had passed. The basics of the 3 body techniques, advanced versions, the fundamentals of Genjutsu, basic taijutsu, and more were all mastered by Naruto. He even began to create his own unique combat techniques. Iruka's smile faded. Reluctantly, he decided to uphold his dignity as a teacher and began to instruct in ninjutsu. The techniques he possessed were gradually assimilated by Naruto. Iruka found himself at a loss for what else he could teach. A month later, Iruka observed the group of children scampering about in the trees. Shikamaru, who loved fishing yet abhorred trouble, demonstrated walking on water while fishing right before him. Iruka's smile transformed into a forced grin. Each time he heard the school bell, he would instinctively tremble. When he met Naruto's gaze, his heart would ache. Whenever Naruto would inquire about anything, Iruka found himself wanting to evade the questions. Ultimately, Iruka exhausted the last 2 techniques he had mastered, the very techniques that mattered most to Naruto. He finally agreed to teach the fire release technique. Iruka felt utterly helpless. He had no more advice to offer. Therefore, he kept the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique reserved for this final moment, intending to pass on the techniques Naruto desired most while ensuring his own retreat. When Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique, everything changed. Orochimaru, the bespectacled Naruto-kun, has finally attained the technique he most coveted. Hatake Kakashi, the seal is about to be lifted. Senju Tobirama, not yet, but I believe for Naruto, the multiple shadow clones are not far off. Shimura Danzo, multiple shadow clones? Danzo, Hisashi will undoubtedly employ this ninjutsu to further win over Naruto. Danzo, no, Hisashi is far too cunning. He would never allow Naruto to acquire the technique best suited for him so soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, yes, I apologize. It is all my fault for being overly cunning. I regret not entrusting Naruto to you from the beginning, Danzo. Everyone. Genjutsu? When did this happen? Is this something Sarutobi Hiruzen would say? But in the next moment, they were captivated by the imagery on the black frame screen. When Naruto first performed the shadow clone technique, creating his first shadow clone, he experimented with its strength, his own power fluctuations, chakra changes, In the aftermath of dispelling the shadow clone, Naruto was astonished. Upon dispelling the clone, the experiences and memories of the clone returned to the original. Chapter 88. Training speed skyrockets. Shadow clones. It seems incomplete? Naruto's eyes sparkled. He understood all too well what this meant. When the shadow clone is dispelled, the experiences and memories return to the original. And if the shadow clone has not exhausted its chakra or sustained a certain degree of damage, it will not dispel itself. Thus, in the future, he could send shadow clones to acquire knowledge, absorb experiences, and master ninjutsu, which could all be achieved collectively. It was as though Naruto had unlocked the door to a new world. The exhilaration of perceiving everything left him utterly captivated. Without hesitation, he began to experiment, swiftly forming several hand signs. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. With a surge of chakra, a loud explosion followed by a cloud of white smoke ensued. In an instant, Naruto created 5 shadow clones, all while managing to control the quantity. He inexplicably sensed that this ninjutsu seemed somewhat incomplete. Yet that feeling was fleeting as his focus returned to the shadow clones. Then, I must ask you to practice the hand seals. Our speed in forming them is rather sluggish. According to the text, we have yet to cultivate muscle memory. I believe that with the characteristics of the Yin Dan, it should be achievable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mingren turned to his shadow clone and said, "It seems that when Irika-sensei performs the Yin Dan technique, he uses 2 fewer seals than what he taught us, significantly enhancing his speed. The hand seals assist ninjas in manipulating chakra, including its flow and velocity. Thus, if one comprehends the principles behind a technique and how chakra should circulate during its execution, it becomes possible to simplify the hand seals or even release techniques without them. Therefore, my task is to understand how each seal corresponds to the usage of chakra, correct, main body?" The other shadow clone chuckled lightly. Observing his shadow clone, Xiao Mingren nodded slightly. The words of the shadow clone indicated that the memories and experiences of the shadow clones do not continually assimilate with the main body over time. My task is to simulate all possible scenarios I may encounter while on a tree and ensure that I can consistently channel chakra to the soles of my feet, maintaining a constant state of tree climbing ability, right, main body? The other shadow clone looked at Xiao Mingren for confirmation. Xiao Mingren pondered briefly and replied, "Let us proceed in accordance with our method. Hence, my task is to simulate everything while treading water. My mission is to continually solidify all the abilities we currently possess." 5 shadow clones, each with distinct tasks, were clearly delineated. Suddenly, Xiao Mingren conceived a concern. The shadow clones would relay memories and experiences. If too much information were transmitted at once to the main body, it could potentially overwhelm the brain. Therefore, I implore you to be as cautious as possible and refrain from dispelling all the shadow clones simultaneously. Understood. X5. With that, the 5 shadow clones ceased their chatter. Their objectives were clear, and outside of their designated tasks, they would strive not to dwell on extraneous thoughts. This was to minimize the impact on the main body's mind upon the dissolution of the shadow clones. As a predetermined notion, even if the thoughts produced were akin to that of the main body, they remained mere products that required digestion, and regardless of the fluidity of the acceptance process, there would always be a certain degree of impact. Senju Tobirama. Details determine success or failure. Senju Tobirama. In this regard, the black-framed Mingren is almost obsessively meticulous. Senju Hashirama. Haha. Senju Hashirama. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Uchiha Izuna. If only he were part of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna. Alas, the Uchiha line has dwindled, yet 2 exceptional individuals emerged. Uchiha Izuna. There remains one who is somewhat normal. Inoki. Speaking of which, the shadow clone technique was actually developed by the second Hokage of Konoha. 4th Raikage. Though I hesitate to admit it, Konoha's contributions to the ninja world are indeed unparalleled. Senju Hashirama. The shadow clone, if I recall correctly, was developed by Tobirama based on my wood clones. All, truly the legendary god of ninjas. Senju Tobirama. Indeed, as my brother has stated. The original technique I developed was the multi-shadow clone technique, which required several key seals. Senju Tobirama. In fact, they can be regarded as 2 separate techniques. The risks associated with shadow clones are not as severe, while the multi-shadow clone technique is exceedingly perilous. Senju Hashirama. Quite so, which is why I inscribed it in the sealing book. Xiao Mingren, however, remained active. He ventured to another area to observe the learning progress of a few younger students. Unconsciously, during his training, Xiao Mingren either employed the substitution technique to expedite his travel or alternated between using the body flicker technique. Before him lay a clear challenge: the precision of distance and positioning. Yet, in the face of Xiao Mingren's chakra capacity, these issues appeared negligible, requiring only time to hone. Closest to Xiao Mingren was Tian Tian. Observing the bitterness on her petite face, Xiao Mingren chose not to intrude. The truth was, Tian Tian's innate talent for ninjutsu was not particularly remarkable. For now, Xiao Mingren had no intention of intervening. Subsequently, he arrived at the usual training spot of Sasuke. Quite well, Sasuke seemed to have been invigorated by some stimulus, compelling himself to calm down. He had already begun practicing the water treading technique. Xiao Mingren contemplated, observing Sasuke drenched like a drenched rooster, and ultimately chose to leave. This time, he had a clear objective. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mingren reached Shikamaru's training area. Bang! It was serendipitous. Shikamaru was practicing the shadow clone technique. At a critical moment, Xiao Mingren intended to offer guidance, but refrained from interrupting. A little while later would suffice. Solely relying on Shikamaru was insufficient. Sakura possessed commendable talent in chakra manipulation. Although her chakra volume was limited, she should now be able to divide it into two portions. Another small question arose. Why did the chakra quantity of the shadow clones typically reach an average level? It not only felt incomplete, but also seemed to have been developed for a specific ninjutsu or ability. Who was its creator? With this small query in mind, Xiao Mingren found Sakura. He discovered her meditating to restore her spirit. Observing the beads of sweat on her forehead, Xiao Mingren realized she had successfully mastered the shadow clone technique. However, she appeared to be in a somewhat poor state. Whoosh! Xiao Mingren flickered to stand before Sakura. He deliberately made some noise, which Sakura immediately detected. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Xiao Mingren had appeared before her, and Sakura was not surprised. She had grown accustomed to his sudden appearances. "Sakura, come with me." At these words, Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed instantly. Yet, Xiao Mingren's next statement brought her some disappointment. "I have a question that needs your assistance with." Chapter 89. The whisperings in the mind are not entirely detrimental? Orochimaru. I greatly admire the pragmatic approach of the black-framed Mingren. Orochimaru began his daily praise of black-framed Mingren. Notably, this fellow spoke as if it were indeed the case. The others did not find it bothersome. However, a few of the girls in the audience felt somewhat awkward. On the black-framed large screen, their little thoughts were almost written on their faces. Ino, however, was quite bold, not perceiving anything wrong with her feelings for black-framed Mingren in that world. She even turned to tease Hinata. "Hinata, black-framed Mingren will surely attain a status akin to that of a famous person in the future. By then, we need not worry about conflicts or divisions arising from it. I shall be the eldest, you the second, and let Sakura be the youngest." Ha. Observing Hinata's flushed face and steaming head, Ino moderated her words, refraining from uttering another provocative remark. Otherwise, Hinata would swoon again. However, her words ignited Sakura's ire. "How could that be? Even if that were the case, I would certainly not be the youngest. At least I am older than you." Witnessing the two plastic friends nearly on the verge of an argument, Hanabi chimed in with her large eyes sparkling. She tilted her adorable little face and innocently asked, "What do you mean by older and younger? Sister, am I not the youngest?" The girls collectively thought, "What are we about to do?" Sakura tightened her grip on Xiao Mingren's hand. The delicate visage still bore traces of shyness. Xiao Mingren naturally released his grip, wiping the sweat from his brow. Internally, he mused that employing Shunshin no Jutsu with another person was not as effortless as he had envisioned. Perhaps his proficiency was still lacking, preventing him from mastering the technique to the point where it felt as simple as breathing or drinking water. He harbored a sense of anticipation regarding the outcomes of his shadow clone training that day. Subsequently, a slight smile graced his lips, almost becoming his trademark gentle expression. Looking at Xiaoying, he softly remarked that Shikamaru had also completed his shadow clone training. "Let us go, we should move ahead," he stated before stepping out from behind the tree. Across from him, Shikamaru had successfully produced his shadow clone for the first time, examining himself alongside his clone. Although he had only created a single clone, its stability was commendable. This was characteristic of the meticulous Shikamaru, who, understanding that the chakra required for a shadow clone needed to be consistent, had begun experimenting in that direction. Thus, His first clone was remarkably stable, rivaling those produced by seasoned ninjas who frequently utilized the technique. However, in terms of quantity, he could not compare to those with a vast chakra reserve. Mingren? Shikamaru said, noticing the approaching Xiao Mingren and Xiaoying. He paused momentarily before smiling and commenting, "It seems you have both completed your shadow clone training. It's quite bothersome. I dislike training alongside you extraordinary individuals. It can be quite disheartening." Orochimaru responded, "Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Give the bespectacled Mingren some time. Perhaps the only one who can keep pace with him will be Hinata, who consistently gets her fill. In the world of the bespectacled, Hinata seems to have grown quite a bit. How enviable," Yamanaka Ino remarked. "Silly girl, once the viewing comparison concludes, your talent will multiply exponentially. Even if my little Hinata is well fed, you will not lag far behind," Uzumaki Kusina replied. "Rest assured, in the world of the bespectacled, Mingren will surely lend you a hand. Xiaoying, please also produce a shadow clone," Xiao Mingren interjected, not engaging with Shikamaru's comments. He was aware that Shikamaru was seeking an excuse to address him about a matter. Okay, Xiaoying replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily forming hand seals to create a shadow clone. With a puff of smoke, her clone appeared. At a glance, Xiao Mingren discerned that the quality of Xiaoying's shadow clone did not match that of Shikamaru's. "I have discovered an extraordinary function of the shadow clone technique," he said, causing Shikamaru to change expression slightly. It was rare for Xiao Mingren to offer such a high appraisal. Isn't the shadow clone merely an advanced version of the clone technique, transforming from an illusion into a physical entity? Xiaoying blinked, puzzled as to why Xiao Mingren held the shadow clone in such high regard. Shikamaru and his clone shared the same confusion. "Fear not. Follow me, and you will soon understand why I hold this opinion." With that, Xiao Mingren gestured towards Shikamaru and Xiaoying's clones. Both Shikamaru and Xiaoying's original forms were equally perplexed, yet they did not linger, following Xiao Mingren as they departed. "What are we about to do?" Xiaoying inquired. "I am unsure, but it feels like it will become quite troublesome." Shikamaru sighed helplessly, then sat down. Although his subconscious warned him that a significant discovery awaited, he instinctively sensed that future days would be filled with training. While he already trained daily, he had only just begun to acclimate to this level of intensity. Xiaoying and Shikamaru did not have to wait long. Soon, a loud bang echoed as their shadow clones dissipated. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, echoed by Xiaoying. A wave of familiar, yet somewhat foreign memories and experiences surged back. The scenes from their shadow clone experiences flashed through their minds as if they had personally undergone those moments. Regardless of whether the shadow clone was dismissed passively or actively, all experiences and memories would return to the original body. The utility of this technique was immense, if applied to training or learning. It served as an extraordinarily powerful auxiliary ninjutsu. The genius behind this technique was undeniably remarkable. Of course, it carried considerable risks. Do you find the initial reception of the memories and experiences from the shadow clone to be overwhelming? Xiao Mingren asked. Shikamaru frowned. It was quite abrupt. Yes, lacking any psychological preparation might make it more manageable if one were prepared, Xiaoying added. If the information load increases and painful memories are also returned. This ninjutsu indeed requires cautious application, particularly in combat. Xiaoying pondered before supplementing her thoughts. Shikamaru nodded slightly, agreeing with Xiaoying's assessment. However, when applied to learning and training, it is an impressive ninjutsu. I feel quite uncomfortable, although I recognize these are my own thoughts. Receiving an overwhelming amount of information can still impact the brain. Shikamaru hesitated, continuing, Mingren, did you just mention to my shadow clone that this technique seems incomplete? Yes, I share that sentiment. Perhaps it has been truncated. I would appreciate it if you could inquire further about this, Xiao Mingren responded. Understood. Shall we commence the experiment now? Xiaoying tilted her head, puzzled by Shikamaru's mention of an experiment. Not yet. Let us rest for a moment. You should endeavor to execute the shadow clone technique, applying it to your training. Remember, do not dismiss all your clones at once. I will encourage others to attempt it as well. Xiao Mingren maintained a smile, yet internally, he grew solemn. The reactions of Shikamaru and Xiaoying diverged from his expectations. Why did I not experience such a pronounced sensation upon receiving the information? Despite having instructed my shadow clone to suppress errant thoughts, the volume of information I received exceeded what they had just absorbed, yet the feeling was markedly subdued. Could it be attributed to the peculiar chakra of the murmurs in my mind? Chapter 90. If it cannot be expunged, then transform it for one's own use. So, what exactly is the peculiar chakra referred to by the bespectacled Mingren? Tian queried. Humph, foolish child. Even our world's Uzumaki Mingren is unaware of such matters. Temari retorted. Hey, you are quite annoying. Tian protested. Mutual sentiments. You are merely a defeated opponent, Temari shot back. Just you wait. In the world of the bespectacled, I will undoubtedly reclaim my honor. Tian declared. You are merely relying on restraint, Temari replied. How infuriating. The two young women soon found themselves at odds again, provoking Tian's ire. Yet Temari remained unmoved, as if impervious to her provocations. Rather, whenever a disadvantage arose, Temari would swiftly add a remark about being a defeated opponent, instantly undermining Tian's resolve. Their quarrel evoked comparisons to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, with Sarutobi's claim of being the Hokage resembling a declaration to Danzo that he was the first to step forward. Subsequently, Xiao Mingren sought out several others, informing them of the Shadow Clone's capabilities. Sasuke immediately shifted his training focus to mastering the Shadow Clone technique. With Xiao Mingren's assistance, Sasuke quickly calmed his mind and began to grasp the intricacies of the Shadow Clone technique. In order to catch up, Sasuke exerted himself to the utmost. After his hair had dried, he finally succeeded in unleashing the Shadow Clone technique. Under the guidance of Xiao Mingren, several young ones began diligently practicing on the ground. Their foundational skills as ninjas were remarkably solid. With Xiao Mingren's assistance, it came as no surprise that Sasuke mastered the Shadow Clone technique in a short span of time. Subsequently, Xiao Mingren employed the same method to help the others grasp the technique together. He encouraged Hinata to activate her Byakugan to ascertain which of her clones accurately represented her true self. Hinata, blushing, took a while before shaking her head at Xiao Mingren. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed this ninjutsu was indeed designed to counteract the abilities of the Byakugan. Was it possible that the creator of this technique harbored animosity towards the Uchiha or Hyuga clans? Such information was evidently not easily obtainable. Xiao Mingren chose to suppress his curiosity, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. This young girl was quite easily flustered, and he wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. You continue your training. I will inquire with others about their experiences using the Shadow Clone technique. Hinata nodded obediently, instinctively rubbing against Xiao Mingren's hand. Observing Hinata, who clung to him like a kitten, Xiao Mingren smiled and swiftly departed. After Xiao Mingren left, Hinata stood in place, lost in thought about certain images. Her adorable face flushed instantly. Following the suggestions of Ino and Sakura, Hinata no longer kept her hair short. It now grazed her shoulders, showcasing her innate talent. Hyuga Hisashi was left in awe of Hinata's transformation, leading to a more lenient approach towards her. Upon realizing Hinata's appetite and recognizing her talents, Hyuga Hisashi felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Mingren. Had it not been for that somewhat irksome blonde-haired boy, he feared that his inadequate parenting would have caused Hinata's gifts to remain buried. Witnessing his daughter's changes brought a smile to Hyuga Hisashi's face. Additionally, due to Xiao Mingren's influence, Hinata's personality had undergone significant changes, which was what truly delighted Hyuga Hisashi the most. Although he occasionally felt displeased to see his daughter meekly behaving around the blonde, he found himself increasingly fond of Xiao Mingren. If not for various concerns, he would have gladly welcomed Xiao Mingren into the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hisashi had begun to sense some underlying tensions due to the recent attitude of the Uchiha. For the good of his clan, he had limited contact with Uchiha Fugaku, and both parties had tacitly refrained from discussing certain matters. A thought crossed Hyuga Hisashi's mind. Should he ask Xiao Mingren to convey a message to remind the Uchiha? What a pity it would be if the Naruto of this world were like that, he mused. I apologize, Hinata, for the unjust hardships you have endured these years. He sighed. Fugaku, it seems I cannot offer you any reminders regarding this matter. Uchiha Fugaku considered fate and destiny, but believed that Sasuke would undoubtedly share some information with the Black Frame Naruto. Perhaps in the world of the Black Frames, the Uchiha would not face total annihilation. He hoped that the version of himself in that world would come to value the Black Frame Naruto more due to Sasuke's changes. Orochimaru chuckled, underestimating the Black Frame Naruto. If you two fools were willing to entrust all history to him without harboring any ulterior motives, acting as if you were the great Sarutobi sensei, the Black Frame Naruto would have already taken flight. The trivial matters concerning the Uchiha clan, the Black Frame Naruto would undoubtedly see through all schemes. At that point, there would be no night of extermination, and even if the coup were unsuccessful, the Uchiha could withdraw unscathed. It must be said that receiving such recognition from the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, made Naruto feel elated, even if he knew it was another version of himself. However, Sarutobi Hizen's expression grew increasingly grim. Orochimaru's words had made him anxious, as the possibility he mentioned seemed quite plausible. Shimura Danzo interjected, "What credibility does a rogue ninja possess? Hizen, if you hadn't let Orochimaru go back then." Sarutobi Hizen lamented, "I truly regret it. Danzo, I should have heeded your advice. Alas, we both inherited the will of the first Hokage. I ought to have listened to you more." Everyone. "Wait, has the old monkey gone mad?" Senju Tobirama exclaimed, "Hold on. None of you fools have inherited my will. Do not cast dirt on my name." Soon, Xiao Mingren gathered insights from the young ones about their experiences with the shadow clone technique, confirming that his ability to easily absorb the memories and experiences of his clones stemmed from that peculiar chakra in his mind, which was influenced by the whispers. Among the group, Shikamaru was the most affected, followed by Sakura. Shikamaru's intelligence was beyond question. Xiao Mingren acknowledged that while he did not match Shikamaru's brilliance, he still held his own. However, he found the impact on himself quite minimal. Yet, Xiao Mingren did not feel particularly joyful about this. He did not wish to be influenced by the whispers, yet he found himself powerless against that special chakra in his mind. Consequently, Xiao Mingren began to engage in self-suggestion, attempting to transform the whispers into a form of power he could wield. Since he could not eliminate it, and its existence had not produced negative effects, but rather several positive outcomes, Xiao Mingren chose to accept the whispers for now, planning to rid himself of them when he acquired the ability to do so in the future. Eventually, Shikamaru's instincts proved correct, as he became Xiao Mingren's test subject for various experiments. It was evident that Xiao Mingren had begun preparations to actively seek out the great fox sealed within him. Chapter 91. The cunning fox Orochimaru declared, "For the black-frame Naruto, the small nine-tails is easily manageable." Kurama, Yang, retorted, "You foul Orochimaru, are you courting death?" Uzumaki Kusina and Minato Namikaze shared a similar sentiment. With that, the nine-tails fell silent. The chatroom had become cluttered with too many trivial matters. After becoming the subject of Xiao Mingren's various experiments, Shikamaru began to engage in meditation, summarizing effects while concurrently analyzing the training of illusions. Each day, he bore a deadpan expression, embodying a sense of existential ennui. Time flew by swiftly as Xiao Mingren diligently pursued various training regimens. A month later, Irika looked at Xiao Mingren as if he were a ghost, having ventured onto an unconventional path, leaping across rooftops as if he were some primal beast. At the mere sight of that tuft of blonde hair, he would turn and run without hesitation. Fortunately, Shikamaru devised a plan for Irika. If he could find some difficult ninjutsu and present it to Xiao Mingren, he would no longer need to avoid him. Thus, Irika announced his complete bankruptcy after this semester. The practice of ninjutsu is not inexpensive. He himself spent a considerable amount of time mastering ninjutsu, while Naruto managed to learn it in less than 2 days. When demonstrating his skills to Irika, Naruto's proficiency led Irika to believe that Naruto had already mastered it and was merely toying with him. Through Naruto's relentless efforts and persistent attempts, the effects of meditation finally manifested. Once again, he heard the voice of the Great Fox. As for why he sought out the Great Fox voluntarily, it was simple. Naruto felt that the Ninja Academy had entirely lost its significance for him. Were it not for the protective identity that the Academy provided, he would have long ceased to use even the shadow clone technique. On that day, Naruto was training in the back mountains, allowing his shadow clone to meditate at a desk in the academy. Irika dared not wake him, fearing that Naruto might pose challenging questions in class. Observing Naruto slumped over the desk, he even glared at the nearby classmates, warning them not to disturb Naruto. Irika's daily classroom mood resembled that of a roller coaster ride. Lilac expressed his envy, wishing he could use ninjutsu as well. Kakashi Hitaki remarked that while shadow clones could be useful for training, they could not replace the training needed for someone like Lee. Mike Guy added that it was not absolute. If used for honing evasive reactions to various attacks, it could still be beneficial. Naruto exclaimed in realization, discovering the additional advantages of shadow clones. He resolved to adopt this method of practice henceforth. Many others nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a viable strategy. though they noted the considerable chakra consumption and the challenge of withstanding the vast memories and experiences relayed by the shadow clones. A careless mistake could indeed leave one overwhelmed by the immense information processed by the clones. Sasuke Uchiha felt a pang of discomfort, perceiving that Naruto's dreams significantly aided him. Others lacked the same support and vast chakra reserves, even hesitating to utilize multiple shadow clones. Consequently, Naruto's progress could easily outpace theirs, intensifying Sasuke's sense of pressure and urgency. "Foolish brat, why are you seeking me?" The great fox's voice echoed. "Stick to your little ninja games. If you do not wish to be captured for the ceiling reinforcement, do not initiate contact with me." Naruto gazed at the fleeting image of the dim sewer in his mind, hearing the great fox's voice reverberating in his ears. Unfortunately, the image of the dark sewer vanished too quickly. Yet, it confirmed for Naruto that this was indeed the realm of his consciousness, where he could meet the great fox sealed within him. He realized that his spiritual power was insufficient, allowing the great fox to interfere, thus forcing him out of this mental space. If only his spiritual strength were greater, it would make it more challenging for the great fox to disrupt him. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the great fox within him was restless, yet it seemed to fear the reinforcement of its seal. As for the concept of ninja games, could the great fox perceive what he saw or heard? Its words could be an attempt to lead him astray, suggesting that it had superior capabilities beyond mere ninja games. Did it deliberately imply such notions to influence his subconscious thoughts? Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had succeeded in his practice. Truly, the third Hokage would not deceive him. By deeply understanding the will of fire, any endeavor would yield twice the result with half the effort. Naruto mused aloud while adding firewood to the flames, wondering if the scent of his grilled fish had attracted that old man. Realizing he was being watched, Naruto stood up, placing a hand on his ninja tool pouch. He withdrew several shuriken, launching them toward the chakra he sensed nearby. In the blink of an eye, all the shuriken struck the target painted on the tree trunk. "Very impressive, Naruto. It is evident that you have been diligently practicing." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resounded from the other side. However, Naruto could distinctly sense that the old man had just used the body flicker technique to evade detection. Upon emerging, he feigned just arriving, pretending to have merely passed by. Naruto frowned momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, a smile returning to his face. Did this old man not receive information about my progress at the Ninja Academy? His demeanor suggested he was unaware that I had already mastered numerous ninjutsu and thought I was merely practicing throwing techniques. With that thought, Naruto exclaimed, "Hokage Grandpa." His joy was palpable. Sarutobi's smile broadened. "Skipping class to train here, are we?" Naruto paused, realizing that the old man truly did not know what he had accomplished at the Ninja Academy. It was unlikely he was entirely oblivious. He must have seen my report card. Yet why had he not checked on my training progress for so long? Was he preoccupied with something? Reflecting on it, he recalled that since Uchiha had not proactively assisted Sasuke, there might be a connection. Orochimaru remarked, "See? I told you, the Black Frame Naruto is truly omnipotent." He deduced much information merely from Sarutobi's demeanor, boasting a high degree of accuracy. Uchiha Fugaku noted that within their clan, meetings occurred frequently, and he was surprised that the third Hokage had already begun strategizing on how to handle their situation. Orochimaru clarified that it was a matter concerning Danzo, while Sarutobi was likely busy helping Asuma navigate connections, caring for Asuma, who had just become a guardian ninja far away in the land of fire. Asuma Sarutobi retorted, "Orochimaru, my becoming a guardian ninja was not solely due to my father." Chapter 92. There are indeed skills in being forthcoming. Orochimaru laughed. "Do you believe that yourself?" His mocking laughter grated on Sarutobi's ears, but he dared not speak out. Instead, he chose to diminish his presence, waiting for an opportunity to slip away unnoticed to meet his comrades at the Root Organization base. Asuma felt a flush of embarrassment, uncertain how to counter Orochimaru's taunts. Since the commencement of their viewing, he had hardly spoken, primarily due to his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, on the black frame screen, the timeline revealed his dissatisfaction with his father's plans, unwilling to comply with them indefinitely. Frustrated, he had run away, ultimately finding himself at the Land of Fire's noble estate, where his abilities caught the attention of the daimyo, allowing him to ascend to the esteemed position of guardian ninja. Of course, Asuma acknowledged that had it not been for his father being the third Hokage, even the mere act of leaving the village could have branded him a rogue ninja. The black-framed screen continued to display. Hokage Grandpa. Xiao Mingren stepped forward, grasping the aged hand of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He gently guided him to sit down, then presented a freshly grilled fish. Hokage Grandpa, school is utterly dull. I have completed all my cultural studies. Rather than waste time at school, I would prefer to practice and delve deeper into the will of fire. Receiving the fish from Xiao Mingren, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, his eyes filled with warmth. Indeed, this child is a testament to my teachings. Xiao Mingren, however, discerned the old man's emotions and felt a twinge of disdain within. How shameless of him to attribute his growth to Hiruzen's guidance. Nonetheless, it is essential to attend the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen remarked, nodding in approval while inhaling the aroma of the grilled fish. It smells delightful. It appears your progress extends beyond academics. Yet he added, however, Mingren, one cannot subsist solely on grilled fish. Vegetables are equally important. Hiruzen feigned concern for Xiao Mingren's well-being, which the young ninja responded to with feigned gratitude. Remember, Mingren, he continued, to always maintain a humble heart. Such words resonated as wisdom, yet Xiao Mingren often let them drift in one ear and out the other. Hiruzen's incessant reminders of the will of fire were becoming tiresome, almost as if he were quoting lines from a paper Xiao Mingren had written previously. If one did not know better, they might think Hiruzen had concocted them anew to deceive. As for Hiruzen's praises about the Ninja Academy, he subtly reminded Xiao Mingren not to forget the importance of gaining everyone's recognition, starting from school. Little did he know, Xiao Mingren's absence from school had not drawn any objections from classmates or even teachers. With his shadow clone technique, he could effortlessly breeze through all assessments, leaving Irika, the teacher, feeling a loss of dignity. Xiao Mingren felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing Irika's struggles, especially as he noticed the teacher's financial difficulties, even resorting to borrowing from other educators. Irika himself was aware of the disparity. As a teacher and a Chunin, he found himself outmatched by the skills of Xiao Mingren, whose basic techniques far surpassed his own. Irika could hardly unravel the simplest of illusions that Xiao Mingren executed. It is truly tragic, Irika mused, observing this version of Mingren with a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I belong to this world. The other version of myself is in dire straits. He felt a pang of sympathy for the other Irika, who, shortly after beginning his teaching career, faced bankruptcy and debts. The fourth Raikage remarked, "What an exceptional child this black-framed Mingren is." He lamented the vast disparity between Jinchuriki. "What are you rambling about, you foolish older brother?" Killer Bee interjected. "If only you possessed half of the capabilities of black-framed Mingren, perhaps you would be silent," the fourth Raikage retorted, as the villagers of Kumobikure nodded in agreement. Such a pity, Xiao Mingren reflected. Although the other me is quite remarkable, he has never savored the world's most delectable instant noodles. Enough, Mingren, do refrain from speaking. Sakura admonished. "You fool," Sasuke added. "Delicious," Hiruzen exclaimed with a smile. "By the way, Mingren, I have heard of your commendable performance at school. However, do not let it inflate your ego. To encourage you, I have prepared a gift." At the mention of a gift, Xiao Mingren's excitement surged as he leapt up. "A gift? Thank you, Hokage Grandpa." Observing the boy's enthusiasm, Hiruzen nodded appreciatively and produced a scroll. This contains advanced techniques following the basic body flicker technique. It is time for you to engage with more complex skills. Study diligently. Gazing at Hiruzen's aged visage, Xiao Mingren was convinced of the sincerity in his expression. Although he felt a hint of confusion regarding the old man's motives for delaying his progress, he accepted the scroll with a beaming smile. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether to reveal his own advancements. After a moment's contemplation, he inhaled deeply and declared, "Hokage Grandpa, I have already begun learning the advanced techniques. I asked Teacher Irika for assistance." He lowered his head, feigning remorse. Because I wish to grow stronger to assist you, Hokage Grandpa, protect the village, and earn everyone's recognition. I aspire to become Hokage." Hiruzen was taken aback upon realizing that Xiao Mingren had already commenced his studies of advanced techniques. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Yet, upon seeing Mingren's sheepish demeanor and hearing his explanation, Hiruzen's tension dissipated, replaced by pride. With a child like this, even if thrown into the hands of Danzo, as long as Danzo did not employ any underhanded methods, it was inconceivable for Xiao Mingren to betray the will of fire. Hiruzen felt immense satisfaction with Xiao Mingren, even surpassing the pride he felt for his own eldest son. "Excellent. Initiating your studies is certainly a positive development. Imagining a future where Xiao Mingren would rival or even surpass the Jinchuriki of Kyomogakure and be more obedient than the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen could not help but smile broadly. Inazuka Kiba exclaimed, "Impressive. This narrative from black-framed Mingren has changed the whole perspective," Yamanaka Ino noted. Black-framed Mingren has devised a strategy to counter the third Hokage, Orochimaru added. Who would have thought that Hiruzen-sensei intended to use the will of fire against black-framed Mingren, only to find himself outmaneuvered? Chapter 93, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ah, I see. Do not worry, Grandpa would never blame you, Hiruzen reassured, gently patting Xiao Mingren's head. Xiao Mingren resisted the urge to swat away the old man's hand and tentatively asked, "Hokage Grandpa, you truly do not hold any resentment?" "Of course not," Hiruzen replied with a smile. "You are a budding sprout, while I am but a withering leaf, eager to nourish you." Xiao Mingren suppressed his disdain and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage Grandpa." Hiruzen chuckled heartily and continued, "Since you have been practicing your throwing techniques, I hope you are making progress?" Yes, I am trying very hard, but it seems I have not yet reached the level you demonstrated," Xiao Mingren admitted. Lowering his gaze, Hiruzen felt a wave of joy. Receiving praise from a talented youth like Xiao Mingren was far more gratifying than mere flattery. "In that case, prepare yourself. Mingren, you might need to work even harder." Xiao Mingren's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hokage Grandpa, are you going to teach me personally?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi shook his head gently. Rising slowly, he stated, "On ordinary days, I must protect the village, and thus may lack the time to teach you. However," he added, "I can still guide you through the basics." With that, Sarutobi Hizashi retrieved a shuriken from his waist, gripping the shuriken between his index and middle fingers. Under the admiring gaze of young Naruto, he felt as if he had regained several years of youth. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, and he offered no further introduction. "Watch closely, Naruto." In the next instant, the shuriken flew from his hand with incredible speed towards a distant tree. Following this, Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shuriken embedded themselves into the tree trunk. Many in the ninja world widened their eyes. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique? Wasn't this one of the ninjutsu frequently used by the third Hokage, as noted in the intelligence reports? The ninjas of Konoha were particularly astonished. This technique was one of the few original ninjutsu he had developed himself, inspired by the second Hokage's Shadow Clone Technique, and classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. Anoki remarked, "Third Hokage, you are quite generous. You seem to value the talent of the black-frame Naruto and wish to elevate your ninjutsu's reputation through him." The fourth Raikage added, "This technique is indeed formidable, and few can master it." Akimichi Choza commented, "It seems that only Minato could perform this technique, which appears rather ordinary in the hands of the third Hokage, yet opened my eyes when wielded by Minato." Yamanaka Ino noted, as Irika-sensei said, "There are no weak techniques, only weak ninjas." Irika touched his neck, recognizing that even in the black-framed world, he remained the same. Tsunade remarked, "The difficulty of mastering this technique is considerable. Black-frame Naruto should manage it for a while." Orochimaru interjected, "You overestimate him. It won't take long for black-frame Naruto to grasp the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. It is merely that." Shimura Danzo scoffed, "Humph. This is the signature technique of the strongest Hokage." Senju Tobirama sighed, "Naruto, the difficulty of learning this technique is indeed significant. I give you a task. Master this technique before graduation. Once you do, it will be akin to mastering the Shadow Clone Technique." Sarutobi Hizashi stroked his beard, full of self-satisfaction. "This is an A-rank ninjutsu developed by me, and few in the ninja world can learn it." Listening to Sarutobi Hizashi's self-praise, young Naruto nodded earnestly. This ninjutsu was undeniably powerful. Observing the hundreds of shuriken in the distance, Naruto felt that this technique was perfectly suited to the offensive methods he was currently developing. He even pondered whether, since this technique was called the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, he might create a technique that produces illusory shuriken clones rather than physical ones, an approach that would align well with his current offensive capabilities. Sarutobi Hizashi's description further stirred Naruto's excitement. With just a single shuriken, one could quickly form hand seals during its flight to deploy the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The number of shuriken produced was linked to chakra. However, it bore fewer restrictions and risks than the Shadow Clone Technique. With sufficient chakra, One could create thousands of shuriken each time. While a single shuriken, or even a dozen, might not possess remarkable lethality, thousands could unleash a deluge of attacks, the impact of which would be monumental. This was a synergistic combination of tools and ninjutsu. Naruto, continue to strive. It is not impossible for you to develop your own unique ninjutsu in the future. Sarutobi Hisashi observed the astonished expression on young Naruto's face and nodded in satisfaction. He then produced a blank scroll and personally inscribed the hand seals and training suggestions for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Thank you, Hokage Grandpa. Young Naruto was genuinely thrilled. Haha, work hard. Grandpa must go protect the village. I look forward to the day when you can help too. Sarutobi Hisashi affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before departing with a smile. Having employed the body flicker technique upon arrival, he had expended considerable chakra to demonstrate his developed ninjutsu. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he chose to make a hasty exit to prevent Naruto from requesting another demonstration. Watching Sarutobi Hisashi's retreating figure, Naruto's smile lingered. How splendid would his expression be when using the ninjutsu he developed against him in the future? Once Sarutobi Hisashi had completely vanished from sight and perception, Naruto composed himself, unrolling the scroll to examine the training methods for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. After reviewing it twice, he formed hand seals. Having simplified the Shadow Clone technique to require just 3 seals to perform, he believed it would not be long before he could execute it with only 1 seal. He then began to practice with one hand, eventually reaching the point of performing it without seals. Of course, he also started exploring the complete Shadow Clone technique based on his own ideas and Shikamaru's suggestions. After producing 2 Shadow Clones, Naruto did not rush them into training. Instead, he instructed them to familiarize themselves with the hand seals required for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique and to observe how chakra circulated within their bodies after completing the seals. Moments later, after finishing his grilled fish and receiving the memories and experiences relayed by the 2 Shadow Clones, Naruto slowly rose, adjusted his focus, and began his first attempt. With a swift motion, he released the shuriken, which whistled through the air. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly formed the seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 94, Orochimaru, Offer Your Heart. Do you now know fear? Those who regard others as fools are often the true fools. Regret? If regret was useful, what need would there be for the darkness of Konoha? Within the base of the Akatsuki organization, Danzo wore a satisfied smile. Hisashi, you are indeed the Hokage. Haha. As a longtime rival and close friend of Sarutobi Hisashi, Danzo could easily discern Hisashi's thoughts. He awaited the day his friend would come to him in humility. Indeed, it seemed that in the end, it would be up to him to clean up Hisashi's mess. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After forming the hand seals, Naruto felt a significant obstruction as chakra flowed within him. It was evident that the great fox within him was interfering. Naturally, a serious expression crossed young Naruto's face. With a thud, the shuriken embedded itself in the tree trunk. The Shuriken Shadow Clone technique had not been successfully executed. Sighing, the ninja world collectively exhaled. Had Naruto succeeded on his first attempt, their morale would have crumbled. This ninjutsu was no simple feat, otherwise it would not be so rarely mastered. While the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was undoubtedly powerful, it would not possess the imagined might against formidable ninjas. In reality, the 5 great ninja villages had never been devoid of alliances. In the realm of mutual suspicion and vigilance, the village of Mai has yet to be obliterated by the 4 great ninja villages. The singular instance of unity among them was during the annihilation of the Land of Whirlpools. Warfare often pits general against general, king against king. When faced with adversaries of equivalent strength, the technique of Shuriken Shadow Clone appears somewhat ineffectual. A single failure could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, unless the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique expends an immense amount of chakra, it lacks formidable power. However, should one invest a significant quantity of chakra, the disparity between effort and outcome may feel unjust. Observing the image of the young Naruto on the large screen framed in black, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. This technique, akin to the multi-shadow clone technique, is exceptionally suited for Naruto, whose chakra reserves are substantial. Naruto, this is a technique you must master, Neji remarked, directing his gaze towards him. Yet, Naruto appeared somewhat perplexed. Why? The shuriken doesn't seem particularly powerful, and it appears quite challenging to cultivate. Neji shook his head. If each of your shadow clones employs this technique, Your chakra should suffice. With thousands of shadow clones, each unleashing thousands of shuriken, Neji found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at Naruto, he could only sigh in resignation, likening him to the foolish son of a landlord. The mere thought of such an assault sent shivers down one's spine. Beside them, Yamaguchi Hai twitched at the corners of his eyes. The imagery was too brutal. With narrowed eyes, Naruto pondered the complexity of the technique devised by the old man. This interaction with the great fox yielded considerable insight. The fox, seemingly prideful, currently exerted stronger interference than usual, though it would not last long before reverting to its former state. As my mental fortitude strengthens, the fox's disruptions will inevitably diminish, much like a tug of war. Yet, the fox remains a passive observer, perhaps due to its once formidable power fostering a sense of pride. Taking a deep breath, Naruto formed hand seals and, with a decisive motion, divided himself into 10 shadow clones. Shikamaru had mentioned that the shadow clone technique was indeed a diminished form of ninjutsu. In the absence of a complete version, one must endeavor to deduce their own. For now, producing 10 shadow clones was his limit. Not due to insufficient chakra or lack of proficiency, but rather the constraints of the technique itself. Exceeding 10 clones would lead to significant chakra depletion and instability among the clones. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Naruto as he gazed at the shuriken still embedded in the trees. According to the old man's methodology, Iruka had stated that shadow clones are widely recognized ninjutsu. If indeed this technique originated from that old man, it would undoubtedly have been widely publicized. Thus, it stands to reason that he likely developed the shuriken shadow clone technique inspired by the shadow clone technique. Much like my own realization of developing a shuriken clone technique after witnessing the shuriken shadow clone technique. However, while shadow clones have limitations, the shuriken shadow clone technique does not, indicating that the true shadow clone technique, like the shuriken shadow clone, possesses no numerical restrictions. The number of clones relies solely on the caster's chakra reserves. Wait, while shadow clones are inherently risky, if one disregards the quality of the clones and chakra expenditure, summoning thousands or even tens of thousands of clones, such a thought sent chills down Naruto's spine. No wonder it could be deemed a forbidden technique. The term forbidden technique was new to Naruto, having only recently learned of it through Iruka after multiple inquiries. If the complete shadow clone technique is indeed a forbidden technique, then it is entirely reasonable. Naruto glanced at the 10 shadow clones he had produced, needing no further words. After their separation, his inner thoughts were conveyed, and the clones naturally heard them. I trust you all. Rest assured, we will give our utmost. The 10 shadow clones nodded in unison. Prior to each division, Naruto consistently instilled psychological affirmations within himself. This self-talk is a part of his strength. Yet if this strength, this chakra, is akin to water without roots, its depletion would be irrevocable. Thus, he prepared for the loss of the benefits that self-talk brings. The shadow clones are me, and I am the shadow clones. I shall focus solely on one task. This method, cultivated by Naruto, is the most suitable for him, allowing him to practice with shadow clones while alleviating the mental strain. The results were promising. As the frequency of using the shadow clone technique increased, his mental resilience also grew. Importantly, each time he trained, the shadow clones were assigned specific duties, freeing Naruto from concern about their divergent thoughts, thus alleviating unnecessary pressure on his original self. Orochimaru, no need for further words. Just wait. When the time comes, offer your heart to the black-framed Naruto. Orochimaru had begun to lose his sanity. At this moment, his deep-seated obsession with the Uchiha dissipated entirely. Even if Uchiha Sasuke were presented before him now, he would not spare him a glance. Gazing at the young Naruto on the black-framed screen, he yearned to supplant his counterpart in that world. He truly wished to witness firsthand the growth of the black-framed Naruto. The line between genius and madness is often a mere thought apart. In the ensuing time, Naruto immersed himself in the training of the shuriken shadow clone technique. This was the first A-rank ninjutsu he encountered, and its learning curve was among the most formidable of A-rank techniques. Chapter 95, Counterattack versus Shuriken Shadow Clone. At such a young age, the chakra reserves of the black-framed Naruto are truly enviable, Inoki remarked. Initially, he intended to mention the Uzumaki clan but quickly revised his statement. After all, Uzumaki Kusina was still listening. Inoki recalled Kusina's words regarding revisiting the case of the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan after the events in Mai. Suddenly, Inoki's pupils constricted sharply. The truth behind the massacre of the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly not remain concealed from black-framed Naruto. If he learned of it, would he seek vengeance against the entire ninja world? The mere thought was inescapable. Kuratsuchi noticed her father's unusual demeanor and, after several inquiries, was met with silence. Simultaneously, in the village of Yuin, Nagato regarded the black-framed Naruto on the large screen with a furrowed brow. The talent exhibited by Naruto had begun to instill trepidation in him. The newly exalted deity of Yuin. Should black-framed Naruto continue to develop unchecked, the future of the ninja world remained uncertain. The darkness of the third Hokage of how laughable, Nagato scoffed. A bunch of useless cowards, who only engage in nefarious deeds. Closing his eyes, he suppressed the urge to eliminate the dark forces of The immediate priority was to contemplate how to address the exposure issues following the viewing. Nagato sensed that this comparative viewing would not conclude swiftly. Thus, he resolved to send everyone to while the situation remained unstable. The plan to capture the Nine Tails was accelerated. From the moment Uchiha Madara spoke in the chat room, the hypothesis that the masked Uchiha Madara was an imposter was confirmed. I will bring pain to You should rest well. Konan, her expression cool, was not surprised by this turn of events. She had long been prepared. Nagato nodded slightly. Thank you. With those words, Nagato slowly closed his eyes. As spring gives way to autumn, Naruto has been attending school for a year and a half. In the back mountains. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In a fleeting moment, that inconspicuous shuriken multiplied into thousands of shadow clones. The sky seemed to darken at that instant. Distantly, Inuzuka Kiba, who was training in tree climbing and water walking, was rendered speechless. His unstable mindset caused him to tumble to the ground heavily. Yet, Kiba disregarded the pain, staring in disbelief at the overwhelming shuriken assault. Similarly, Aburame Shino was equally astonished, though he did not fall into the water. Incredible! This ninjutsu is truly my dream technique, exclaimed Tenten, eyes wide open. Humph, said Temari. What are you huffing about? Is that all you can do? Temari retorted. As a defeated opponent, you cannot execute it. Even if you could, it would be trivial to me. Ah, how infuriating. So arrogant. Black-framed Naruto, you must not abandon your sister. Tenten exclaimed. In the black-framed world, I too must strive and defeat that woman. Sakura's eyes shimmered with a unique light. Shikamaru and Choji were astounded. The chakra was overwhelmingly abundant. Only Lee remained focused on his training. Sasuke, who was practicing fire release, nearly scorched himself, sitting down in shock. After the surprise, he clenched his fists, vexed. I am an Uchiha. As long as I activate my Sharingan like Oni-chan, I can surely catch up to Naruto. Ino, stunned, couldn't help but worry for Hinata. Standing amidst the deluge of shurikens was indeed Hinata. What? Exclaimed Hyuga Hayashi. Foolish Naruto, how dare you commit domestic violence? Kusina's tension dissipated with her words. Hinata, who had been sweating for herself, turned crimson upon hearing her. Aunt Kusina seemed eager to claim all the girls as her daughters-in-law. Ha ha, chuckled Senju Hashirama. Kusina, you are just like before. Everyone felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet soon, their attention was captivated again by the scene on the black-framed screen. In this moment, everyone in the Hyuga clan fell silent, including Hinata herself. Not only that, the ninjas of Konoha seemed to realize something as they gazed at the blushing girl in the stands. For the first time, they felt a profound sense of shock and apprehension. Orochimaru remarked, the brilliance of black-framed Naruto is so overwhelming that even the most talented individuals pale in comparison. Even the legendary Hokage of Konoha, in his youth, would find himself overshadowed by black-framed Naruto. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with a sinister glee. For non-ninjas, witnessing black-framed Naruto is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon. He continued, for ninjas, it is like an ant gazing at the vast sky. Return heaven. A youthful voice resonated throughout the ninja world. The perspective on the black-framed screen zoomed in. A beautiful girl tilted her snow-white neck, gazing at the shurikens that appeared like a starry sky. Her white eyes flashed with a hint of violet, the veins around her eyes bulging. With a hum, the girl with shoulder-length hair slowly raised her hand, her aura shifting in that moment. Taking a deep breath, her chakra erupted, a vast quantity of blue chakra emanating outward. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. Return heaven. Isn't that a high-level taijutsu of the Hyuga clan? Gasps filled the air. Neji stared at the scene of little Hinata on the black-framed screen, momentarily taken aback. just as Orochimaru had said. The brilliance of black-framed Naruto overshadowed even the remarkably gifted Hinata. It was noteworthy that this technique was beyond Hinata's current capabilities. Hyuga Hayashi was left speechless in shock. Hanabi's eyes widened, continuously tapping Hinata's hands. Sister, sister, look, that's the one who can eat every day. Hinata closed her eyes, and upon opening them, chakra surged from her chakra points. In an instant, Hinata stepped forward, unleashing a series of specific techniques with her hands and feet. Her movements transitioned from slow to rapid, causing tension among the onlookers. The ninja world held their breath as well. Hinata did not disappoint. Just as the shuriken approached within 10 meters, her speed accelerated like a spinning top. Chapter 96. The unique flying thunder god of black-framed Naruto Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, "So dangerous. But Hinata is truly magnificent." She excitedly embraced Hinata. Hanabi felt the weight of pressure she shouldn't have borne. Tenten and Sakura also felt nervous for Hinata. Little Naruto's gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew a trident kunai from his tool pouch and hurled it toward Hinata, its speed surpassing that of the shurikens. But not as an attack. Should Hinata show signs of exhaustion or risk being overwhelmed by the shurikens, he would immediately appear by her side. After nearly a year of practice, Naruto had begun to master the art of blending the body replacement technique with the body flicker technique. The principle was simple, using the trident kunai as a medium for the body replacement technique. The techniques inscribed on the trident kunai perfectly complemented the body replacement technique. Most importantly, it required no repeated engraving of the body replacement technique. The trident kunai left by the fourth Hokage was inscribed with a permanent chakra technique, consuming almost zero energy. Now, Naruto had surpassed the ordinary limits of the body replacement technique. Within 30 meters, as long as the trident kunai was present, he could instantaneously perform the body replacement technique, swapping places with it. The body flicker technique was employed in this process, creating a seamless transition to achieve instantaneous movement. In simpler terms, it meant performing a body flicker technique without a wind-up, executing the body replacement technique at the moment of approaching the trident kunai. Senju Tobirama remarked, "This child possesses remarkable talent for space-time ninjutsu." He continued, "If he continues to refine it, he may develop his unique flying thunder god technique. Indeed, this child's body flicker technique may surpass the flying thunder god in mobility," added Namikaze Minato. "Oh, you've noticed?" Tobirama responded, "Indeed. It's commendable that he can learn my flying thunder god and make it renowned in the ninja world. However, I have developed at least 100 such techniques." Everyone else reacted with surprise. "Huh. Tobirama, do explain what this is all about." Hashirama laughed, inadvertently elevating Tobirama's status. But as Shimura Danzo's cold snort echoed, Tobirama's prestige instantly diminished. He lost the mood to show off. Minato stepped in. The body flicker technique lacks the drawbacks of the flying thunder god, as enemies cannot predict his next move through specialized kunai. Wolfeng Shuaman. Moreover, there exists the unique characteristic of the substitution technique. At the moment the main body is struck, it will automatically exchange positions with a specially crafted kunai within the designated range, akin to the substitution technique. Wolfeng Shuaman. Naruto's mastery of the substitution technique has reached an impressive level. I observe he has perfected the ability to control 3 specially made kunai. The extent of effort required for this achievement remains unknown to us. Wolfeng Shuaman. Within a certain range, the substitution technique can indeed conflict with itself. Truly, he is the child of Kusina and me, having discovered a method to harmonize such conflicts. Upon saying this, Shuaman held his breath, waiting for a moment, and realizing that Kusina had not silenced him, he was filled with immense joy, unaware that in the Pure Land, Kusina had been preoccupied with concern for Hinata, completely oblivious to him. The sound of explosions and metallic clashing filled the air, as all shuriken were blocked by a sphere of chakra formed by Kaiten. Following a resounding noise, like a shadow clone, the attack was passively dispelled. The overwhelming force of the shuriken shadow clone technique created a storm. Without the Byakugan, Hinata would have surely been rendered blind and deaf. Witnessing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and marveled at Hinata's strength. Little Naruto also secretly exhaled in relief. However, at the moment he touched the ground, another explosive sound erupted around him, producing a cloud of white smoke. Several shadow clones instinctively formed hand seals. They intended to execute the phantasmic body flicker to close in, while simultaneously using basic genjutsu to disrupt Hinata's chakra flow. Wait. Little Naruto quickly halted the shadow clones. That was close. What a remarkable instinct. Fourth Raikage, our Black Frame Naruto is destined to overshadow all geniuses in the ninja world. Terumi Mei, it is truly unfortunate. If Black Frame Naruto could master more ninjutsu, the power of this technique would surely amplify. Fourth Raikage, Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Kuratsuchi, Earth Release, Earthquake Core. Temari, Wind Release. Not only can it attack enemies, but it can also enhance the potency of the Shuriken Shadow clones. Uchiha Sasuke, no, Fire Release is most suitable. Combining the Shuriken Shadow clone technique with Phoenix Fire would deliver a truly devastating blow. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke, that is a shadow clone. Uchiha Sasuke, then let it be Dragon Fire technique. Terumi Mei, Water Mist Concealment technique. Soon, the chatroom erupted into heated debate. QB, Yonghumph, regarding the tailed beast bomb. Orochimaru, there is no need for quarrel. The fundamental premise lies in the overwhelming chakra quantity of our esteemed black-framed Naruto. Orochimaru, why argue? Orochimaru, if every shadow clone employs. Wouldn't that be akin to Sarutobi-sensei's renowned five-nature great multiple-shot technique? As his words fell, Orochimaru blinked. He was so enamored with Naruto on the black-framed screen that he completely forgot about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon turning around, he discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had stealthily departed at some point. In the stands, neither the ninjas nor the civilians noticed the disappearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru shook his head. It was not difficult to guess where Sarutobi Hiruzen had gone, and he quickly surmised what he would do. Orochimaru, truly unseemly, Sarutobi-sensei. Smoke billowed. Thousands of shuriken assaults were entirely thwarted. When the smoke cleared, Hinata emerged unscathed. Her petite face flushed, her gaze fixated intently on little Naruto. Little Naruto naturally perceived the longing in her eyes. Reaching out, he gently ruffled the girl's hair, chuckling. Hinata has also worked hard. You are impressive. Hinata squinted her eyes. At some point, she had developed a fondness for the sensation of being patted on the head by little Naruto. How troublesome. Ino, upon arriving, saw this and placed her hands on her hips, shaking her head in exasperation. So impressive. Everyone generously lavished compliments. Sasuke and Shino were not adept at praise, yet their eyes conveyed great affirmation towards Hinata. What little Naruto had just executed was something no one else present could withstand besides Hinata. After instructing everyone, the little ones dispersed once more to resume their studies. Hinata wished to linger and spend more time with little Naruto. Be good, focus on your training. I will prepare delicious food for you at noon. Since little Naruto said so, Hinata could only nod in agreement. However, upon hearing about the delicious food, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Hinata's attitude towards food was entirely different when she was full compared to when she was hungry. Seeing the little ones diligently begin their training, little Naruto slowly withdrew his smile. He approached Sasuke, who was practicing fire release. Sasuke, come with me. I need to ask you something. The Uchiha in the chat room immediately grew tense. Had he already noticed? Truly, he is Black Frame Naruto. Yet, what could Black Frame Naruto deduce from these scattered pieces of information? What would he do? Chapter 97. The eve of the night of annihilation. An instinct told little Naruto that stormy weather was approaching. Gazing at the bewildered Sasuke, little Naruto secretly shook his head. Has this child been overly sheltered? Little Naruto suddenly furrowed his brow, observing Sasuke for a while longer. Sasuke felt a shiver run down his spine under the scrutiny. What is it? Sasuke instinctively intensified his tone. Little Naruto merely shook his head. Was it an illusion? Why did he often feel somewhat displeased upon seeing Sasuke? Has anything unusual occurred within your clan recently? Share any observations that feel different from the norm. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a moment, he replied, Brother Shursui has been missing for quite some time. Not long ago, my brother reprimanded those clan members who doubted him. However, he was ultimately stopped by our father, Uchiha Shursui. Little Naruto sensed something amiss. He had heard quite a bit about Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi from Sasuke. Both were part of the covert forces under the Hokage's faction. Could it be that the old man has been fixated on matters above? The message from Hinata's father. Little Naruto's frown deepened. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, Sasuke, this matter appears to be suspicious. Return and inform your father to be cautious of traitors. The will of fire is a weapon that must not be underestimated. Buzz. Sasuke's mind went blank. He did not fully comprehend what little Naruto meant by this matter. However, upon hearing the word traitor, he instinctively sensed danger. "Who is it?" Sasuke hurriedly inquired. "You must return now and tell your father." Little Naruto shook his head and did not elaborate further. But he did remind, "This matter is likely already known by many. It is prudent to exercise caution. If there is no absolute certainty, it is better to remain dormant. Of course, constantly lying low is not a solution. Rather." Little Naruto carefully considered his wording and continued. "One should prepare for the worst before success is achieved. Leave a way out, or else it will lead to irreversible consequences. Go, convey my words to your father verbatim. He is the leader of the Uchiha clan and should consider matters more comprehensively." Having said this, little Naruto looked at Sasuke, ensuring he had remembered everything. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing little Naruto's rare, serious expression, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly departed. Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, it has been guessed. Uchiha Izuna, humph. With such cunning schemes, it is hardly a challenge for others to discern the impending coup etched upon your faces. Uchiha Fugaku, feeling the sting of criticism, experienced a moment of discomfort. However, upon glancing at Uchiha Izuna's ID, he chose to remain silent. Uchiha Izuna proclaimed, "Dissatisfied? Did you not hear? Even Haikyuu Naruto is pointing at you. You are the patriarch of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fugaku replied, "I am not dissatisfied, esteemed ancestors." Uchiha Izuna continued, "You cannot even fulfill your duties as a father. I wonder how you became the clan leader. Your leadership is indeed a matter of great concern." Uchiha Fugaku could only manage a bitter smile, pondering what more could be said. After all, the elder's words held some truth. If one cannot manage their own household, how can they expect to govern the clan? Losing control over one's own son, who has become a traitor, only adds to the chaos. The effectiveness of his clan management is secondary. When confronted with the signs of a coup, he chose to trust the traitor. That night, when he sensed something amiss, he did not act promptly to lead his clan in rebellion. Even if he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a leader, it was clear that the situation was dire. But preserving the legacy should have been paramount. Instead, he chose to remain idle at home, doing nothing. Indeed, his role as clan leader is fraught with difficulties. Observing Sasuke's hasty departure, Naruto fell into silence for a moment, dismissing further thoughts. This was not a matter in which he could intervene, nor did he possess the capability at present. He resolved to engage in tasks within his means, trusting that Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, would have recognized the anomalies long ago. He hoped his fears were unfounded. Otherwise, Sasuke might undergo a transformation. Whispering to himself, Naruto turned back to his training. The following day, upon encountering Sasuke again, he noticed a hint of disorientation in his demeanor. Returning home early, he had overheard a conversation between his parents and his beloved older brother. His father wished for his brother to control a certain individual, yet his brother seemed reluctant to comply and remained silent. Eventually, he realized that his mother urged him not to disclose this matter. After recounting Naruto's words, his father merely instructed him to focus on his studies, assuring him that they would handle the situation. Naruto, observing Sasuke's troubled expression, felt unsurprised. He could only shake his head inwardly. His own circumstances were far from ideal, and he wished to avoid unnecessary interactions with the Uchiha, lest he attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, he had diligently pursued his training, and now he required only time to cultivate his skills further, awaiting the growth of his physique. At present, Naruto had already become the tallest in his class, with Hinata, who consistently ate well, close behind. Kinkuro remarked, "It seems the only short one in our world is Uzumaki Naruto." To which Uzumaki Naruto retorted, "Damn it, that puppet master." Just as he spoke, Neji's palm came crashing down. Struggling to contain his emotions, he reflected on whether his reaction was appropriate. Neji made a valid point. Yamenka Ino slightly nodded in agreement. Observing the distressed Naruto, Yamenka Ino coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There was no helping it. It had become a habit. Due to the peaceful era, Naruto had long dismissed the possibility of graduating early. Once his body matured, his subsequent training would focus on mastering various chakra transformations. However, he had yet to acquire comprehensive information on this subject. Irika had been avoiding him lately, and Naruto felt embarrassed to confront him again in the short term. Time was still ample, so he continued to solidify his abilities while mentoring a few younger students. Yet, what was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Although Naruto had not chosen to adopt a philosophy of self-preservation, it was evident that he was currently in a position of lesser influence. He had contemplated the worst-case scenario, losing a powerful ally. That morning, Sasuke handed him a scroll. Upon touching it, Naruto recognized it as a storage scroll sealed with a special mark. "Did your father mention anything?" Sasuke shook his head, indicating he did not know. Sasuke refrained from elaborating on the matter. Over the years, he had assisted Uchiha Fugaku in delivering items to Naruto. Once Naruto stored the scroll, Sasuke intended to inquire about the principles of the body flicker technique. To Naruto's surprise, Iruka deviated from his usual routine and did not arrive punctually to class. Even announcing the lesson ahead of time, Naruto sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere in the village felt off that morning. Shikamaru's words had diminished considerably. Observing Sasuke, who appeared oblivious to the gazes directed at him from outside the school, Naruto suddenly felt the storage scroll in his possession grow heavier. In the Uchiha clan territory, within the patriarch's residence, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto knelt, facing another Uchiha clan member. "We must take precautions," Fugaku asserted, to avoid drawing attention. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly, cautioning himself, and gradually rose to leave the study. Casting a glance at his wife, he entrusted the remaining matters to her. Within the ninja academy, students exclaimed in excitement, "Did you see? Naruto-kun just looked at me. I told you, he must have feelings for me. He clearly intends to pursue you." Naruto, who had always prioritized balanced nutrition, naturally did not appear malnourished, sporting a head of long hair. His gentle demeanor and friendly disposition made him more renowned than Sasuke. Despite the latter's superior looks, he was a celebrated figure at the ninja academy, with even senior female students sneaking glances at him. Being the top student in his grade, handsome and strong, if not for his unique background, those girls would likely have been bolder in their advances. His desk was perpetually filled with love letters, much to Ino's chagrin, as she sat by Naruto's desk daily. Today's lesson, though mundane, prompted Naruto to attend school after sensing an unusual atmosphere in the village. However, he sent his shadow clone to train in the back mountains while he planned to meditate at school. Once his mental strength reached a sufficient level, he intended to enter the spiritual realm once more to meet the troublesome fox. Today's class was not dissimilar from others, focusing on lip reading and reasoning. However, Iruka unexpectedly announced a surprise assessment during the break, requiring students to demonstrate their throwing techniques and engage in simulated combat. As anticipated, this tightly packed schedule led to an extended class. Naruto increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Since noon, numerous eyes had been monitoring him around the ninja academy. The familiar sensation had returned, and Naruto furrowed his brow. Why had they suddenly resumed watching him? The number of watchers seemed to indicate they were not solely focused on him. He glanced at Sasuke, who was engaged in a debate with Inuzuka Kiba. Naturally, Sasuke remained oblivious to the gaze from outside the school. This was undoubtedly linked to the Uchiha. Naruto had never forgotten the incident involving the fox demon. The strange atmosphere of late was inextricably connected to the Uchiha. Was it due to the fear of Uchiha bloodlines that they were keeping an eye on him, potentially triggering another fox demon incident? And what of Sasuke? Was he being monitored because this matter involved the entire Uchiha clan or merely the upper echelons? Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself, "Fortunately, I have retained an escape route. Chansu Feijan, is this the extent of your capabilities, a man and a woman? Yudru Bochinai, useless. Danzo, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, must have his reasons. Zhao Marming, indeed, it is evident that few are willing to retreat. That Uchiha girl was likely coerced. Yudru Boamerchian, I hope that Haikaku Naren can assist the last remnants of the Uchiha bloodline, considering Sasuke and the past few years. Yudru Boabanhuf, relying on others for hope once again." The two venerable Uchiha ancestors began to argue. Yudru Boafur naturally did not dare to retort. However, Yudru Boamerichin was different. She had Kusina by her side. Thus, as Yudru Bochine passionately spoke and Yudru Boban supported his younger brother, in the Pure Land, Yudru Boamerichin took a deep breath. Observing her encouraging friend, she managed a wry smile before speaking. Yudru Boamerichin, the clan's literature records that when Uchiha Ban left the village, it was done openly, almost as if he intended to confront Konoha. Yudru Boban, and so what? Yudru Boamerichin, many clansmen had already prepared to leave with you. Yudru Boamerichin, yet some refused to follow. To prevent those who remained from being targeted by Konoha, it was only natural to choose a quiet departure. Yudru Boamerichin, they knew the ancestor would not agree to flee like a rat, so they plan to contact you before your departure and gather outside Konoha. Yuger Bolmichin. Little did they expect that not only did the ancestor leave openly, but he also failed to even glance at the secret letter left on the table. In the end, those radical clansmen who left the village saw not even a shadow of you, thus could not catch up. Yuger Boban. Yuger Boichinai. Senju Hashirama. Yuger Boban. Silence. As Naren pondered, Shikamaru suddenly appeared before him. Shikamaru. Naren, do not involve yourself in the Uchiha matters. Not only Shikamaru, but also Choji, Ino, and Hinata arrived. It was evident they were privy to some information. Naren narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing this matter exceeded his expectations. Could it be that the Uchiha were dissatisfied with the status quo and sought to overthrow the old regime? Indeed, this possibility seemed the most plausible. Regrettably, I failed to grasp it immediately, missing an opportunity to deal a significant blow to that despicable village. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. If only the me in the Haikaku world could hear my thoughts at this moment. Orochimaru. Should I declare the initiation of the Konoha collapse plan? Haikaku Naren would surely come seeking me. As he spoke, Orochimaru's face flushed red, clearly thrilled by the imagined scenario, his long tongue involuntarily extending to lick his dry lips. On the Konoha side, upon hearing the thoughts of Haikaku Naren, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, while appearing indifferent, Haikaku Naren was acutely aware of everything. Irika gazed at his lackluster students, feeling somewhat helpless. He had unexpectedly received orders that morning, which were beyond his control. Such orders occasionally arose, but they were burdensome for the students. Students, goodbye, teacher. Upon hearing they could go home, the previously lethargic students immediately straightened up, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This spirited demeanor made Irika's eyelids twitch. Watching the students depart one by one, Irika sighed in relief. Fortunately, no one approached him with questions today. Irika patted his head, wiping away non-existent cold sweat. Suddenly, he noticed a small tuft of hair in his hand. Irika, oh no. In answering Naren's questions, the years of diligent study and sleepless nights have cost me my hair. Irika, no. Shenwo Mingrun. Irika-sensei, how unfortunate. Hayek Yiluka. Naren. I will treat you to ramen later. Shenwo Mingrun, really? That's wonderful. Chapter 99, Extraordinary Strength? An Uchiha has entered the house without my knowledge. Naren-kun, farewell. Naren, farewell. At the school gate, a few small figures bid their farewells. Due to the late hour and parental instructions, they were to head straight home after school. Thus, the small figures could only return to their respective homes, unable to play with Naren. Naren smiled gently, saying goodbye to each of them. Sasuke stood in place, his expression slightly off. He seemed impatient, yet suppressed it as he watched the others bid farewell. When Naren turned to look at him, Sasuke took a deep breath. I am leaving too, Naren. See you tomorrow. With that, he turned and dashed away. Naren furrowed his brow as he watched Sasuke's retreating figure. After Sasuke departed, the Umbu ninjas who had been monitoring him all day followed suit. Once Sasuke's figure vanished entirely, the feeling of being watched dissipated. Naren contemplated for a moment before forming several shadow clones. Using a transformation technique, they were to disperse immediately at the sign of danger, leaving no trace. The 5 shadow clones nodded, then swiftly vanished. Soon, only Naren remained at the school gate. He looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Surely, it would not come to that. Moreover, the Uchiha were one of the most prominent clans in the village. Shaking his head, having come this far, Naren saw no opportunity left. He set off from the ninja school. All he could do was hope for the best outcome. On the way, Naren clenched his fist. Today in class, they had another practical exercise. He remained the one no one dared to challenge. Hinata was the same. It was as if they had already been acknowledged as the best. Sasuke was forever the second place. With chakra flowing, his body received considerable enhancement. And high-speed movement relied on chakra as well. Clenching his fist, Naren seemed to discover another path. Today, Sakura had unexpectedly unleashed a powerful force not typically seen. During the practical exercise, the boys and girls were separated. However, a girl emerged to challenge Naren. Irika, seeing Naren do nothing, inadvertently asked if Naren was willing to accept the challenge. Naren thought that if he declined, those eager girls would not let it go easily. Thus, he decided to accept the challenge, intending to intimidate them. Who would have thought? The girl was defeated by a single blow from Naren, yet wore a beaming smile. She turned back to boast to her friends about having touched Naren's hand. Consequently, Ino and Sakura became furious, beating her up, and it became a routine for them to challenge Naren. From then on, every practical exercise turned into a competition where the top 3 girls could battle Naren. Each time, Hinata placed first, followed by Ino and Sakura in second and third. Naren pondered for a moment, a glimmer of realization lighting up his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed the urge to experiment. Tonight would not be tranquil. Patience was needed for tomorrow's attempts. Delicately controlling chakra to flow into his arms to enhance his physical prowess. If my assumptions are correct, our taijutsu could elevate to a new level. In the street of short books, Shizun's eyes widened. Tsunade-sama, could it be that the black-framed Naruto has grasped the principles of monstrous strength on his own? Shizun, startled, lost her composure. Tsunade fell into a profound silence, shaking the sake in her cup. A smile unexpectedly appeared on her face. Even the second grandfather's flying thunder god technique was discovered through his own exploration. It seems plausible that he could also unearth monstrous strength. However, Tsunade's heart was far from tranquil. At that moment, the voice of Senju Hashirama resonated in the chat room. Senju Hashirama remarked, "It appears to be the case. As long as I concentrate chakra in my arms, my strength will be significantly enhanced." He added, "Though it does come with some complications." Senju Tobirama interjected, "Brother, the sheer amount of chakra within you is already sufficient to elevate your power beyond that of ordinary ninjas." My guy concurred, "Indeed, it feels that way. Once I open the 8 gates, my chakra surges to several times its usual strength, enhancing my physical body as well." The fourth Raikage exclaimed, "Goodness. I have serious doubts that black-framed Naruto will one day develop his own ninjutsu techniques, or even create a unique lightning chakra mode derived from the mere fragments of descriptions provided by myself and my father." Terumi May inquired, "By the way, what type of chakra does Naruto possess?" Kakashi Hatake replied, "I have yet to test it, but judging from his performance in the black-framed world, it seems to be 5 types. Uzumaki Naruto asked, "What chakra attributes?" The others responded, "Li." In his excitement, Naruto recalled Li. Li struggles to manipulate chakra. Thus, even if he manages to extract chakra, its enhancement effect on his physical body will not compare favorably to others. Were it not for Li's extraordinary efforts, he would surely fall significantly behind his peers in taijutsu. There must be a solution. With this in mind, Naruto found himself with another task. His preliminary thought was that since chakra can be emitted externally, and Genjutsu can disrupt others' chakra to achieve illusory effects, perhaps if Naruto could master the control of emitted chakra to its utmost extent, he might be able to guide Li's chakra as well. Combined with the illusory effects of Genjutsu, while it may seem to disrupt the opponent's chakra, it could also serve to draw it in. But first, he must practice chakra control to a certain level. As he pondered, in the blink of an eye, Naruto found himself at his doorstep. He was surprised to realize he had arrived home so quickly. Naruto shook his head with a smile, raising his hand to push open the door. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone inside. He immediately became alert. Could it be someone from the Uchiha clan? Naruto's gaze sharpened. "Great Fox, come forth. Otherwise, the Uchiha may strike against us." With that thought, Naruto swiftly connected to his mental realm. He indeed received a reply. "Foolish brat. Are you seeking to amuse this fox? Did you not sense that the person inside bears no malice? Leave me be if there's nothing important." Cursed fox, indeed. It seems this great fox has yet to decide how to manipulate me, hence its reluctance to communicate or meet directly. He was promptly expelled from the mental realm. Naruto took a deep breath. He could never fully trust the Uchiha. There remains the possibility that they harbor intentions towards the great fox within him. As he pushed the door open, in an instant, Naruto formed hand seals with one hand. The trident-style kunai left in the room was immediately activated. Whoosh. In the next moment, Naruto vanished from his spot. "Do not move. Who sent you here?" The house was dim. Yet, Naruto was intimately familiar with his home. The kunai he held was poised against the stranger's neck. His eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness. Soon, a delicate and beautiful face came into view. The girl had long, lustrous black hair, adorned with a ninja headband, and a teardrop birthmark beneath her right eye. She wore a purple cloak emblazoned with the Uchiha clan symbol. "I am not your enemy. The clan leader sent me to seek your protection." Chapter 100. The most filial child in the ninja world, Uzumaki Kusina. "Of course, you may stay as long as you like." Minato Namikaze, "Stay." Uchiha Makoto. "Izumi hasn't expressed any desire to stay, Kusina, so please refrain from such assumptions." Uzumaki Kusina. "What does it matter? Minato Namikaze, it does not. Uzumaki Kusina, you are quite bothersome. Be quiet. For the sake of the village, this is a necessary sacrifice. Unstable factors could plunge the village into crisis. Tonight, I shall personally eliminate the Uchiha clan. Observing Shimura Danzo in the frame, the atmosphere in Konoha became tense. The chat room fell eerily silent. Only Senju Tobirama was seething with rage. Uchiha clan grounds. Beneath the darkened moon, at the South Higu shrine, Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless. Uchiha Madara, come forth. With a hum, a figure with long hair and a mask appeared. Accompanied by the masked man's arrival was a mocking laughter. You have made up your mind. With a hum, the spiraling waves dissipated. Beneath the mask, a three-tomo Sharingan glimmered. You have chosen Konoha, haven't you? The masked man scoffed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Does this not align with your expectations? The masked man fell silent. I require your assistance. It is beyond my capability to annihilate the clan alone. What you seek is the Sharingan, which I do not need. Leave the Konoha guard to me. The masked man cast a deep glance at Uchiha Itachi and then spoke solemnly. Uchiha Itachi turned to leave, hoping you will not disappoint me. And do not harm Sasuke. This is a condition we agreed upon. The masked man gave a faint smile, and then spiraling spatial waves surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Kusina, that wretched individual. Uzumaki Kusina, Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Kusina. Damn it, if it weren't for that individual, I would never allow Naruto to suffer such treatment. Kusina was visibly agitated. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara looked impassively at the black-framed screen. Meanwhile, in another base, Kuro Zetsu, relieved that the viewing system did not reveal Tobi's identity, let out a sigh. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Itachi stood atop a telegraph pole. He gazed up at the full moon above. Forgive me, Sasuke. This will be the last time. Whoosh. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi vanished from sight. On the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds, here resided the Uchiha's commoners, devoid of even a single ninja. As night fell, mealtime approached. Every household remained brightly lit. Yet, a pair of pitch-black, three-tomo Sharingan appeared in the darkness, overlooking the brightly lit residential area below. His eyes held no emotion. With a hum, in the next moment, the first house extinguished its light. Whoosh! A figure moved like a specter, appearing and disappearing within each household. With each departure, a light was snuffed out, and with each act, his face bore a newfound crimson hue. That was the blood of the Uchiha clan's commoners. The blood of his kin. Spattered across his face, it felt like scalding water. Yet, he remained as unyielding as an ancient glacier, feeling no discomfort. On the contrary, his movements became increasingly joyful. The meal has commenced. Who is it? Itachi? What has happened to you? Why are you covered in blood? Is it an enemy attack, young clan leader? Alas, with a swift motion, the blade gleamed coldly. An elderly woman's lifeless body fell. The old man gazed at Uchiha Itachi with disbelief. Every household here knew him. During his youth, he would often visit and receive numerous treats. One could say he grew up watching him. Why? The old man's voice trembled. Yet, the response he received was the emotionless kunai of Uchiha Itachi. Ah! The old man crumbled at the sight of his granddaughter, who could barely speak, having her innocent head severed by a single stroke. Without hesitation, he charged towards Uchiha Itachi. Another emotionless strike followed. Like a specter, Uchiha Itachi vanished. The lights extinguished. The darkness continued to spread. No, no, young clan leader. Why? Please don't kill me. The curtains were drawn, and the moonlight poured onto Uchiha Itachi's icy visage, casting its glow upon the terrified face of the child. Merely 3 or 4 years old. The cold blade flashed again, and blood splattered once more onto Uchiha Itachi's face, extinguishing yet another home's light. Why? 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 The cries of inquiry, fear, and pleas for mercy echoed incessantly in Uchiha Itachi's ears. Nonetheless, he continued his merciless slaughter of the defenseless civilians. Regardless of age or gender, he killed upon sight. Before long, Uchiha Itachi emerged, wielding a blood-dripping kunai. The last flickering light of the final household succumbed to darkness. He stepped out with an impassive expression. A glance at the distant Uchiha guard revealed the masked man had also begun to act. Countless Uchiha clan ninjas hurried towards that direction. Uchiha Itachi did not linger. In the next instant, he vanished again, dashing towards the ninja residential area. The commotion from the Konoha guards had drawn the attention of the Uchiha clan ninjas. This area was also brightly lit, yet within the homes. Most were the families of ninjas, anxiously worrying about their husbands. Uchiha Itachi reappeared. The sounds of screams erupted in the vicinity. Quick, too swift. Inside the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Naruto's words did not alter the fate of the Uchiha. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku chose to believe in his son, and because of his trust, the Uchiha clan faced an irreversible demise. When the masked man appeared among the Uchiha guards, everything proceeded smoothly. The Uchiha ninjas looked upon him with admiration, for the masked man's identity had been acknowledged by their leader. He was the ancient ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Once everyone had gathered, the masked man revealed his true intent. The massacre commenced. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi emerged from the home of Uchiha Izumi. No one was present. Where could they be? Uchiha Itachi raised his head, observing the ninjas before him. Leading them was the most trusted subordinate of Uchiha Fugaku. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku had sensed the danger and instructed his subordinates to retaliate. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan underwent a transformation. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Another one-sided slaughter unfolded. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku's response came too late. The remaining strength of the Uchiha was insufficient to subdue Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the masked man was rampaging in his own massacre. Merely 10 minutes later, the last vestiges of the Uchiha's living power fell. Uchiha Itachi, drenched in blood, stepped into the familiar threshold of his home. The interior was devoid of light. Pushing open the bedroom door, he found Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto with their backs turned to him. Chapter 101. Atomo. Uchiha Itachi has arrived. Beasts. In an instant, curses echoed throughout the ninja world. Henceforth, Uchiha Itachi became an infamous figure in the shinobi realm. For generations to come, he would be remembered with disdain, serving as a cautionary tale in households. Uchiha Izumi. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Uchiha Madara. Anoki. Who is that masked man? Fourth Raikage. I do not know, but he should also be of the Uchiha clan. It is disheartening to see such a prominent clan, once on par with the Senju, meet such a fate. Koharu. A slaughter of his own kin. What difference is there between such a person and livestock? Kuratsuchi. It's infuriating to witness. Does that man possess no emotions whatsoever? Senju Tobirama. Alas, it is all my fault to witness the Uchiha's demise. Senju Tobirama's feelings were exceedingly complex. The chat room remained silent. For Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived at the entrance of the root organization's base. Danzo awaited quietly, refraining from further comment. Stains cannot be washed away. Neither he nor Sarutobi Hiruzen could escape their past. At that moment, Senju Hashirama found himself at a loss for words. The leaders of the major ninja clans fell into silence. In truth, they were aware of the situation at that time. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had instructed them to wait within their clans for further notice. Had the Uchiha clan truly instigated a coup, they might have intervened, obstructed, or secretly aided the Uchiha. Alternatively, they could have chosen not to participate, waiting for a new regime to emerge. Yet, none of them anticipated that fateful night would conclude so swiftly. They did not even hear a whisper of disturbance. The following day, Shimura Danzo was stripped of his role as an advisor to the Hokage, and the Uchiha clan was annihilated overnight. You have made your choice. There is no need for further hesitation. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated. I'm sorry. Uchiha Itachi clutched the blade, tears streaming down uncontrollably. His hands trembled tightly around the kunai. A subtle ripple of chakra emerged. Yet, in that moment, no one noticed. Through layers of obstruction, his gaze fell upon the interior of the room, taking everything in. You are truly a considerate child. Uchiha Fugaku stated expressionlessly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Uchiha Makoto knelt beside him, equally impassive. The two sat numbly, like puppets. Itachi, please promise me, you will take care of Sasuke. I understand. Uchiha Itachi took trembling steps towards Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, who remained turned away from him. Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your pain, ours is but a fleeting moment. Uchiha Sasuke, how could such a person possibly suffer? Uchiha Sasuke, damn beast. You are hardly worthy of being called human. Uchiha Sasuke, I know you are definitely in the chat room. Come out and speak. Beep. As expected, Sasuke was silenced. Itachi wept, his heart bleeding. Yet, his hands did not cease their movements. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were dead. Uchiha Itachi's eyes uncontrollably activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, Sasuke returned. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke was filled with disbelief, collapsing to the ground, retreating continuously. Why? Why? Nisan. His response came from Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu. Because I killed them with my own hands. See for yourself. The world around him buzzed as he was drawn into the realm of illusions. He bore witness to the tragic demise of his clansmen one after another. Sasuke was overwhelmed, especially as he witnessed his beloved brother take their parents' lives in the final moments. Unable to endure such an emotional shock, his vision blurred, and he nearly fainted. At that moment, Sasuke's dark eyes transformed into a crimson hue as the Sharingan activated, featuring one double tomo and one single tomo. In the shinobi world, Senju Tobirama remarked, "The inherently wicked Uchiha," to which Senju Hashirama responded, "Tobirama." Tobirama opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, accustomed to it. "Curse me, loathe me. Then, like an ant, live your ugly existence until you possess eyes like mine. And then come find me." With that, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. A flicker of imperceptible disappointment crossed Itachi's eyes. Is this all there is? As the thought settled, Itachi abruptly turned his gaze. Bang! Was it a shadow clone? An Anbu? Or perhaps a root member? Itachi cast a lingering glance at the unconscious Sasuke before stepping out of the house. He could not bear to look at the horrific scene of his parents any longer. After his departure, a figure slowly emerged, Naruto's shadow clone. The clone glanced at Sasuke, but did not intervene since it was the last remaining clone. One discovered by Itachi and another by the masked man, both of which had been dispelled immediately. This shadow clone had been hidden successfully, while the other two were gathering intelligence outside the Uchiha clan grounds. Unbeknownst to this clone, the other two had already dispelled themselves. It witnessed the late arrival of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo confronting one another. The third Hokage had stripped Danzo of his position as Hokage's advisor. Time was of the essence. It needed to help the original gather some information. With that thought, the shadow clone began searching the room and soon discovered a plethora of storage scrolls. Without hesitation, it commenced collecting everything. The clone moved swiftly, but by the time it finished, a multitude of ninjas had appeared outside. With no other options, the clone hid the scrolls and prepared to dispel itself. Yet, the image of the masked man collecting eyes flashed through its mind. Hesitating for a moment, the clone retrieved a storage scroll, suppressing its discomfort, and extracted the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, storing them within the scroll. After completing its task, the shadow clone executed the dispelling technique. A surge of memories and experiences flooded back to the original Naruto. "I am not your enemy. The clan leader sent me to seek refuge." Naruto was momentarily stunned as the myriad memories and experiences flooded his mind. After a few seconds, he gazed at the striking woman before him and asked, "What is your name?" "Uchiha Izumi." Taking a deep breath to digest the memories, Naruto solemnly stated, "The Uchiha clan has been annihilated by Uchiha Itachi and a masked man. The third Hokage and an elderly man wrapped in bandages are stationed outside." Upon hearing this, Izumi's eyes widened in shock, and in an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her dark pupils constricted, yet Naruto remained vigilant. Grasping her hand, he whispered, "Stay quiet. He is coming." Chapter 102. The answer lies ahead, pursuit. At 13, with the 3-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi was undoubtedly extraordinarily gifted. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its talent, and she was a prodigy among prodigies. Perhaps she only needed a single opportunity to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yamanaka Ino remarked, "How infuriating. That old man of the third Hokage won without lifting a finger, didn't he?" Uchiha Izumi replied, "Indeed." Izumi continued, "He knew everything, yet merely allowed Danzo to act. It was a brilliant plan that required no cost. Even if Danzo failed, that old monkey could still command the Anbu and Root ninjas, who had long surrounded the Uchiha clan, to take action against us." Temari added, "It's a well-known narrative. Regardless of the outcome, the third Hokage maintains a good reputation, while all the blame falls on the already infamous darkness of Konoha." Haruno Sakura chimed in, "So he won't lose anything. Tenten, disgusting. Minato Namikaze, disgusting. Neji, disgusting. Mike Guy, disgusting. Rock Lee, disgusting." The chatroom erupted in yet another condemnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Hiruzen had encountered his dear friend, Shimura Danzo. This time, Danzo held the upper hand, akin to the times he entered the Hokage's office. This time, the roles have reversed. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage. Danzo warned, you will regret this. The matter is concluded. What remains is no longer my concern. The masked man had amassed numerous Sharingan. He cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi, who was stealthily departing the Uchiha clan grounds under the cover of night. The single Sharingan visible beneath the mask flickered with a hint of caution. Without absolute certainty, the masked man would not dare to act against Itachi. A spiraling spatial distortion emerged as the masked man gradually vanished. Itachi did not look back. Having scoured the entire clan, he had not seen a trace of that person, leaving him unsettled. Impossible. Whether it is the man who claims to be Uchiha Madara or the Umbu en route, they have no reason to be here. Could it have been that shadow clone? Itachi's expression darkened. Could it have been my father's contingency plan? At this thought, Itachi disregarded the presence of the root and Umbu ninjas he sensed. As long as he lived, Sasuke would undoubtedly be safe. Senju Tobirama mused, indeed. The monkey will not refuse an obedient Uchiha. This Uchiha Itachi will certainly use the village's intelligence as leverage. If they harm Sasuke, it would result in the leakage of Konoha's information. He would protect his brother at all costs. Moreover, with only one Uchiha left, the threat would be minimal. Eventually, that last Uchiha would seek to eliminate Itachi. Tobirama concluded, in essence, Uchiha Itachi is a gift to Konoha, indeed the only Uchiha in the shinobi world. And he has personally trained them. Those four merely need to do nothing and allow events to unfold naturally. Tobirama chuckled. It is no wonder that the Uchiha are inherently wicked. Uchiha Izumi remarked, to generalize from specifics. Tobirama, you truly excel, as those four inept individuals are indeed your disciples. Tobirama Senju was directly provoked. After his explanation, Sasuke stood frozen in place, his expression grim, for he recalled one of Uchiha Itachi's trump cards, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Specifically the technique known as Kotoamatsukami. If that were the case, having personally slain Uchiha Itachi, only to find his will altered in the end, filled Sasuke with rage that caused him to bite his lip until it bled. Yet, he managed to regain his composure. Only by unlocking his own Mangekyo Sharingan could he confront that beast. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable, as only the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could withstand Kotoamatsukami, which was also of the same lineage. The unfolding events mirrored the exchanges in the chatroom. However, prior to that, he has arrived. Naruto furrowed his brow. Then, he swiftly grasped the still-dazed Uchiha Izumi and used the body flicker technique to disappear. Boom. After leaving his home, Naruto created a shadow clone to remain behind. He then dashed outside the village with Uchiha Izumi. Do not make a sound. If you wish to live, heed my words. Observing the girl, whose cheeks were stained with tears, Naruto remained remarkably calm. Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the entire clan, yet spared only Sasuke. Clearly, this was a condition of some sort of pact made with that old fool, the third Hokage. The absence of Umbu ninja trailing me indicates that your whereabouts have not been compromised. This means the old man is unaware that another Uchiha besides Sasuke still lives. However, Uchiha Itachi seems to know of your existence, and his search for you led him to me. After Naruto's explanation, Uchiha Izumi quickly grasped his meaning and felt deeply touched. She had not anticipated that this boy, whom she had never met, would accept her and even place himself in danger for her sake. Naruto perceived her inner thoughts at a glance, but chose not to articulate them, as he too was motivated by self-preservation. The nine tails within him had gleaned significant information from the shadow clone. Just moments ago, as memories and experiences from the clone returned, the nine tails had urgently contacted him, advising him to flee and warning him not to confront Uchiha Itachi at that moment. Why? Naruto inquired. The nine tails replied, Uchiha Itachi has activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. While Naruto did not fully comprehend the significance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could discern the unease in the nine tails' voice. Let me down so I can hide. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto replied in a low tone. In the next instant, Uchiha Izumi activated her three-tomo Sharingan. Under Naruto's astonished and curious gaze, she declared, It is precisely for this reason that you must release me. I can hold him off for a while, trust me. The Mangekyo Sharingan can control tailed beasts. As a Jinchuriki, confronting him would surely be fatal for you. Control tailed beasts? The nine tails? It seemed plausible, as the nine tails would not be so alarmed otherwise. Naruto took a deep breath, gazing into Uchiha Izumi's eyes. This pair of eyes was known as the Sharingan. if he was not mistaken. The storage scroll that Uchiha Fugaku entrusted to Sasuke contained everything he desired, but to access it, one needed the Uchiha Sharingan. Sasuke had seemingly activated his before losing consciousness. Yet it appeared he had not undergone any significant change. The person before him must be preserved. Years of curiosity had tormented Naruto, and knowing that he could soon unravel all his questions, he could hardly contain himself. How could he bear to wait for Sasuke to mature enough to wield the Sharingan adeptly? Moreover, Naruto had learned that activating the Sharingan required a profound emotional stimulus, a significant shift in feelings. She is not mistaken, little brat, though reluctant to admit it, if the Mangekyo Sharingan can indeed control me. That Uchiha boy seems exceedingly proficient in illusions, as she indicated. The Ninetales spoke again. Yet, Naruto did not respond, nor did he heed Uchiha Izumi's advice. Instead, he tightened his grip on her hand and immediately changed direction, heading toward the Uchiha clan's territory. The most perilous location would also be the safest. The shadow clone relayed memories, revealing that Uchiha Itachi was already at the door. Chapter 103. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Tobirama Senju remarked. This individual possesses a decent intellect, but regrettably, it is wasted on despicable pursuits. Kuratsuchi queried, what about the Black Frame Naruto? That individual's eyes could likely spell doom for both Black Frame Naruto and Sasuke. The fourth Raikage concurred. Indeed, while the Black Frame Naruto boasts formidable strength, facing Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan will prove overwhelming. His current capabilities cannot evade its illusions. Mato Gai suggested, simply fight with your eyes closed. That makes sense. Yes. Closing one's eyes will suffice. Kakashi Hitaki interjected, it is not as simple as that. He continued, however. The Sharingan should be able to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan for a brief moment. Uchiha Fugaku asserted, that is impossible. The Mangekyo Sharingan and the Sharingan are no longer on the same level. It is folly to believe one could triumph over the Mangekyo Sharingan with merely the Sharingan. Outside Naruto's home, Uchiha Itachi frowned. Not home. No, he must have sensed my approach. Was that just now the shadow clone? The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is quite adept at concealment, yet he shares a close bond with Sasuke. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Itachi's gaze sharpened, and then his entire form began to dissipate, transforming into countless crows. Do not make this difficult for me, Jinchuriki. On the other side, observing Uchiha Izumi, who was prepared to face her demise, Naruto took a deep breath. Let us go. Uchiha Izumi was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to speak. Naruto pulled her, redirecting their path towards the Uchiha clan's territory. This direction. Uchiha Izumi's pupils constricted. Naruto, are you mad? The most dangerous place is often the safest, Naruto replied with calm assurance. Moreover, continuing onward would merely lead them to the outskirts of the village, where numerous Umbu ninja might ultimately assist Uchiha Itachi. In Naruto's mind, Uchiha Itachi had been branded with the label of the third Hokage. Thus this line of reasoning was perfectly logical. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals, creating 6 shadow clones. Without unnecessary words, 3 shadow clones transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Izumi. They then divided into 3 groups, darting in different directions. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Izumi blinked in surprise. To conserve chakra, she quickly closed her 3-tomo Sharingan. No wonder clan leader Fugaku sent me here. As Uchiha Izumi pondered, she instinctively glanced down at the small hand gripping hers. Uncertain of her thoughts, she felt a surge of anxiety. However, Uchiha Izumi soon inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. It was precisely for this reason that she wished for Naruto not to confront Uchiha Itachi due to her presence. Uchiha Izumi had only encountered the Mangekyo Sharingan in literature, and she distinctly remembered a phrase, the Sharingan could never compare to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi continuously contemplated strategies. Naruto felt similarly. At this moment, the Uchiha clan grounds were surrounded by Umbu ninjas. Naruto had to exercise caution, otherwise, he would meet his demise here today. Contemplating this, he swiftly formed a hand seal, employing the transformation jutsu to assume the guise of an ordinary child. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Izumi hastily mimicked Naruto, also using the transformation jutsu. Great Fox, given my current strength, do I stand a chance against Uchiha Itachi? As they approached the Uchiha clan's territory, Naruto was determined not to remain idle. However, the Great Fox's response doused his hopes with cold water. Humph, foolish little brat. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. If it were merely the Sharingan, there would be a chance. But that fellow possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even your detestable father, who possesses absolute speed, must tread carefully around those eyes. A single gaze, and everything would come to an end. In your current state, your feeble spiritual power cannot even contend with the Sharingan. Before those eyes, your speed is insufficient to evade detection. So, little brat, just flee and save yourself, Yamanaka Ino remarked. This fox seems not only worried about itself, but also about the black-frame Naruto, yet it always speaks contrary to its heart. Haruno Sakura agreed. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Tintin added, I had presumed the Nine Tails to be malevolent and wicked, but it appears more akin to its Sundra fox. Kusina observed. Tailed beasts certainly possess a strong sense of wariness towards humans. Kurama, Yang, retorted, how dare you discuss this fox? Uzumaki Naruto acknowledged, yes. The foul fox may have a terrible temper and be as arrogant as Sasuke, yet it occasionally offers me assistance. Kurama, Yang, scolded, assist you? You foolish child, always courting danger. Instead of improving yourself like black-frame Naruto, you engage in the most tedious antics. Were it not for my granting you some chakra, you would have perished long ago. If I were not concerned for your survival, I would never aid you. Uzumaki Naruto conceded, understood, Kurama, Yang, snapped, damn little brat. We shall first survive this ordeal. Protecting that Uchiha is no easy task. Foolishness. To fall into such peril upon first meeting her is sheer stupidity. After this, Kurama severed its mental connection with Naruto, who refrained from pursuing further dialogue. He gleaned more about this great fox, which seemed to harbor a profound distrust of humanity. A sentiment understandable given its imprisonment within Naruto's being. Yet, while this great fox often mirrored Sasuke's temperament, it also exhibited a tendency to speak contrary to its true feelings. Suddenly, Naruto halted, pulling Uchiha Izumi behind a tree before she could react. His thoughts snapped back to reality, as before him lay the Uchiha clan grounds, teeming with Umbu ninjas, with Uchiha Itachi behind them. Holding his breath, Naruto contemplated how to navigate through the night. In Chapter 104, Izumi, Mangekyo Sharingan, it was utterly intolerable that Uchiha Itachi had slaughtered the Uchiha clan in plain sight. That fellow would soon vanish from the public eye, perhaps expelled from the village. The possibility of such a scenario loomed large. If Uchiha Itachi remained in the village, Sasuke would be in danger. Even my detestable father, possessing absolute speed, must exercise caution around those eyes. Suddenly, Naruto recalled the great fox's earlier words about absolute speed, the golden flash of the fourth Hokage. His thoughts became disordered. At that moment, he felt a small hand squeeze his own. Turning to look, he saw Uchiha Izumi gazing at him with concern. Taking a deep breath, Naruto realized that now was not the time for idle thoughts. He guided Uchiha Izumi to proceed slowly along the outskirts of the Uchiha clan grounds. As they drew nearer, Naruto sensed the girl trembling beside him, and upon glancing back, he noticed tears streaming down Uchiha Izumi's cheeks. At that moment, his shadow clone relayed memories and experiences back to him. Uchiha Itachi had caught up with them. Yet, before he could approach, the shadow clone automatically dispelled itself. How swift! Naruto's pupils dilated as he processed the memories and experiences conveyed by the shadow clone. Uchiha Itachi did not pursue them from behind. Rather, he appeared suddenly in front of the shadow clone. As they watched the scene unfold on the large screen framed in black, the audience collectively felt a wave of apprehension. In the Pure Land, Kusina seethed with anger, while Uchiha Mikoto sighed in resignation, her heart weighed down by the distressing sight. The repeated mention of Uchiha Itachi only served to heighten her agitation. If only she could return to the past and deal with that monster herself. Simultaneously, Uchiha Mikoto was stricken with guilt. She never anticipated that Itachi would commit such heinous acts. She had been so wrong in her judgment. The heartless beast had not only pursued Naruto and Izumi, but had also taken the life of her beloved son. Kusina turned to her dear friend, recognizing the distress and guilt etched upon her face. Suppressing her anger, she sighed softly. Mikoto must be suffering even more than she was. Approaching her dear friend, Kusina embraced her, offering solace. Do not worry, Mikoto. Naruto will surely protect Izumi and help her through this ordeal. That child is exceptionally clever and will undoubtedly devise a solution. The old monkey will surely do as Naruto predicts and expel Uchiha Itachi from the village. Even if he doesn't, Itachi will choose to defect at dawn, leaving his humanity behind, with only a shred of it remaining for Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto shook her head, remaining silent. Understanding that her friend was trying to comfort her, she managed a bittersweet smile. Humanity? It is non-existent. He is devoid of it. His blood runs cold. As a mother, Uchiha Makoto was all too familiar with her two sons. As of now, she has truly seen through it all. That vile creature has grown weary of the arrogant Uchiha. It embodies the very essence of arrogance itself. If it genuinely loved its brother, it would have reserved its humanity solely for Sasuke. It is inconceivable that it would impose a predetermined life upon Sasuke and ultimately manipulate his will using the Kotoamatsukami. Naruto sighed in relief. Fortunately, there were not many Umbu ninjas in the vicinity. Uchiha Izumi's eyes brimmed with tears. Naruto followed her gaze. He saw the Umbu ninjas dealing with the corpses of the Uchiha clan civilians, looking at the infant still and swaddling and the children much younger than himself. Naruto fell silent. If he felt this way, how much more so for Izumi and Uchiha? He tightened his grip on the girl's hand. In this moment, he felt Izumi's emotions more vividly. Her entire body trembled incessantly, yet she understood that at this moment, making too much noise would endanger the boy protecting her. Upon feeling Naruto's warm hand, she could no longer hold back. Her voice quivered as she lowered it. I held that child just yesterday. How could this happen? Why must even those who are not ninjas be killed? Naruto remained silent, unsure of how to respond. He could only maintain his silence, pulling Uchiha Izumi along as they cautiously advanced against the wall. Once the Umbu ninjas departed, he would immediately take Izumi to the home of clan leader Fugaku. That should be the safest place. If they could endure until dawn, everything would come to an end. Feeling the girl behind him tremble even more violently, Naruto quietly concealed a three-pronged kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He prepared for exposure and ensured he had an escape route. At last, the Umbu ninjas in this area finished handling the corpses of the Uchiha civilians. Naruto took a deep breath. He observed the somewhat unsteady Uchiha Izumi, silently channeling chakra. His physical abilities surged several-fold. Clutching Uchiha Izumi's hand, he vanished in an instant using the body flicker technique, initially planning to seize this opportunity to dash to Fugaku's residence. While hiding, he would also take the storage scrolls and some ninjutsu scrolls collected by his shadow clones. However, he soon found himself forced to halt his advance. These fiends, Naruto's brows knitted together. The Umbu ninjas continued to collect eyes from the deceased Uchiha clan members. The gruesome sight of the corpses made Naruto feel a sense of physical discomfort. He also realized the brutal reality of the ninja world. Were the Uchiha clan's eyes being collected for the Sharingan? Were they planning to cultivate a batch of ninjas to implant the Sharingan? Instinctively, Naruto began to analyze their motives. Suddenly, he sensed that Izumi's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. Without hesitation, Naruto immediately led Izumi back along their original path. This action spared them from the risk of exposure. Tick-tock, a warm sensation emanated from behind. Turning to look, he saw blood tears streaming from Uchiha Izumi's eyes. The Uchiha's eyes can change due to intense stimuli and emotional fluctuations. Naruto's heart sank. Could it be that Uchiha Izumi's eyes were about to evolve? But this was not an opportune moment. Sensing Izumi's chakra rising steadily, Naruto braced himself for exposure. However, at that moment, it seemed Izumi had reached her limit. Her eyes rolled back, and she was about to faint, just as Sasuke had moments ago. Yet her eyes appeared somewhat different from the Sharingan just now. Buzz! Uchiha Izumi gasped, and then collapsed into Naruto's embrace. Is this the end? The Kama in Izumi's eyes did not seem to connect like Itachi's did. Could this be due to her physical condition? After awakening the Sharingan, Sasuke could not endure and fell unconscious. Izumi, too, should have evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet her body was insufficient to support it. Was the stimulation still inadequate? Or was it a form of self-protection by her brain? Thoughts raced through Naruto's mind, but it all transpired in an instant. Holding the already unconscious Uchiha Izumi, Naruto did not forget the situation at hand. He had to seize the moment to reach Fugaku's home or continue following the Umbu ninjas. P.S. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan now leads to a short-lived existence. The eye of the mind reflects initial thoughts, harboring resentment towards Uchiha Itachi, and its Mangekyo can resist all powers stemming from the Mangekyo, or Genjutsu. The other eye embodies destruction, a thirst for power and protection, merging offense and defense into one ocular technique. Chapter 105 Death? Senju Tobirama, the inherently evil Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi, silence, will you? Uchiha Izumi. I never imagined so many geniuses would emerge during the decline of the Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi. What a pity. If only this clan leader had been competent, the outcome would not have been so tragic. Uchiha Madara. Uff. Our world has been left with nothing but a worthless fool who extinguished his clan for a single tomo. Uchiha Madara. Such ineptitude. Yet they dare bear a face similar to Izumi's. It infuriates me. Uchiha Madara's attitude towards the Uchiha underwent a significant transformation. Naturally, seeing Sasuke with a face resembling Izumi's, akin to his own, as the reincarnation of Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, stirred his rage further. On the night of the clan's annihilation, aided by Tsukuyami, he had barely awakened a single tomo. This only fueled Uchiha Madara's anger. Anoki, perhaps, like what the black frame Naruto suggested, it is their bodies protecting themselves? Senju Tobirama. If that Izumi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan just now, she would likely have been afflicted with numerous ailments and might not live beyond 25. Koharu Udatane. Is it truly that severe? Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha clan. Before Senju Tobirama could finish, Uchiha Izumi interrupted once more. Uchiha Izumi. Tobirama, enough. Stop rambling. Uchiha Izumi. As for being inherently evil, I see your clan, Senju, is equally wicked. Otherwise, you wouldn't have raised 4 dark individuals. Senju Tobirama, enough. I have nothing more to say. Damn it. Senju Tobirama felt blood rising in his throat. Uchiha Izumi, unable to refute him, resorted to those 4 births to annoy him. Sasuke felt he had been mocked, yet he could not counter. Am I truly like that vile creature, a cold-blooded monster in human guise? For a moment, Sasuke fell into self-doubt. In a single night, witnessing his clan's extermination, yet awakening only a single tomo of the Sharingan, was something he himself found unbelievable. Now is not the time for other thoughts. Naruto carried Izumi, following the pace of the Umbu ninjas collecting the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Before long, those individuals departed this area, heading towards the Konoha guard headquarters. Naruto immediately quickened his pace. It wasn't long before he arrived at the courtyard of clan leader Fugaku's residence. After waiting for a moment and confirming no one was around, Naruto entered with Izumi in his arms. The bodies of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku have mysteriously vanished, leaving only traces of blood on the ground. Simultaneously, Sasuke has also disappeared. Notably, the spot where Sasuke had collapsed bears no blood, further corroborating Naruto's suspicions that Sasuke is unharmed. Following the memories and experiences relayed by his shadow clone, Naruto found himself near the stove, where he discovered a hidden stash of storage scrolls and ninjutsu scrolls, an impressive collection. At least a basket full, concealed within a cabinet and obscured by a ring of spices. He intended to remove them before dawn. Suppressing his excitement, Naruto shook his head, chastising himself for such feelings. He merely stumbled upon these riches. What, then, of the third Hokage? The Uchiha clan, as a prominent family, undoubtedly possessed a depth of resources unmatched by ordinary clans. Moreover, Naruto had a nagging suspicion that the Uchiha's true wealth lay in their Sharingan eyes. Much like the Hyuga clan, cradling Uchiha Izumi in a cleaner corner of the bedroom, moonlight poured through the window, casting an ethereal glow. Naruto was suddenly struck by a sense of unreality. So much had transpired in a single night, suggesting that the village was far more complex than he had imagined. The annihilation of a clan as formidable as the Uchiha in a single night was alarming. He reminded himself to remain cautious. He had grown too accustomed to ease recently, perhaps underestimating the village and overestimating his own capabilities. The fleeting thought of confronting Uchiha Itachi had crossed his mind upon his recent escape. At that moment, Izumi trembled slightly in his arms, prompting Naruto to glance down. Her face was mere inches from his, allowing him to see her trembling eyelashes clearly. Had she been having nightmares? Witnessing the gruesome deaths of her family and the horror of having their eyes gouged out must have been an immense trauma, comparable to Sasuke's own suffering. Gently, Naruto brushed his fingers through her hair, recalling how this simple act often calmed Ino and the others. Instinctively, he hoped it would soothe Uchiha Izumi as well. The danger had yet to pass. They would not be truly safe until dawn broke. Closing his eyes, Naruto focused solely on his sensory perception. Instantly, everything within a 30-meter radius of him came into sharp relief in his mind. However, he overlooked the presence nearby. Uchiha Izumi's eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was in Naruto's embrace, who was intently closing his eyes and sensing the surroundings. Izumi closed her eyes again, savoring the feeling of safety that this child provided her. She had never anticipated feeling such comfort from someone so young. The horrific deaths of her kin had left deep scars, and the image of Itachi grew increasingly vivid in her mind. The adoration she once held for him had morphed into a profound hatred. She reflected on many moments, the ordinary, the extraordinary, and the horrific fates of her family. Ultimately, she recalled being summoned the previous night and the words spoken to her by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Someone was approaching. Naruto quickly noticed the shift in Izumi's demeanor. Aware that she had awakened, he lowered his voice to a whisper, nearly brushing her ear with his lips. Upon hearing him, Izumi tensed and opened her eyes wide. The calmness of the young boy steadied her racing heart. She responded with a barely audible and both fell silent, holding their breaths. With his eyes tightly shut, Naruto sensed the familiar presence returning, a cold chakra that sent chills down his spine. Was the murderer returning to admire his handiwork? Or perhaps to ascertain whether the third Hokage had fulfilled his end of their agreement? Naruto speculated on Itachi's reasons for returning. With so many clues released into the wild, he found it hard to believe that Itachi could deduce their hiding place so quickly. He would undoubtedly come to check on Sasuke, and all he needed to do was open the door to confirm. Slow down. Naruto hesitated not, tightening his embrace around Izumi and moving as quietly as possible. They squeezed beneath the bed together, pressing closely side by side. Before Izumi could harbor any alarming thoughts, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from outside. In that moment, both Izumi and Naruto felt their bodies stiffen, as if they had forgotten how to breathe, with only the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the stillness. In his perception, Itachi stood at the threshold. The creaking persisted as faint sounds of footsteps on the wooden floor approached. They exchanged glances, their pupils dilating in fear. Were they exposed? No, not yet. Noticing the crimson hue creeping into Izumi's eyes, Naruto tightened his grip, signaling her to stay calm. They had not yet been discovered. However, Izumi activated her three-tomo Sharingan in spite of his reassurance. Their heartbeats seemed to echo loudly against the stillness of the room as time crept by, the footsteps gradually receding. Just as Naruto thought they were in the clear, he felt something amiss with Izumi. Looking down, he saw her eyes widen, her pupils constricting in panic. A jolt of fear seized Naruto as he turned his head to see a jet-black crow looming before him. What a calamity! When had it entered? They must not let it make a sound. Suddenly, he felt Izumi press against him, desperately seeking closeness, her body instinctively molding to his. A warm sensation trickled onto his hand, causing his heart to nearly stop. Run! The faint, helpless, and desperate plea from Izumi pierced through the tension. When he looked at her again, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Their close proximity allowed him to see the face of the assailant looming behind her. With a swift motion, the attacker pulled the kunai embedded in Izumi's back. Her body went limp in an instant, as if all strength had fled her. In the darkness, the glint of the cold blade reflected the chilling visage of the figure, the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan expanding before his eyes. Chapter 106. Tsukuyami Yamanaka Ino. How could this happen? Yamanaka Ino. Damn Uchiha Itachi. How could he do this? Uchiha Izumi. Such a traitor is truly a disgrace to the Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi. Where is that worthless Uchiha Itachi? Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi-san, they have been searching for you. Won't you come out and say a word? Kisame's voice echoed in the chat room, igniting the eagerness of the Akatsuki members, yet they restrained themselves. In the event that too much is said and their approach towards Konoha is inadvertently revealed, it would spell disaster. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn beast, show yourself. Uchiha Mikoto. Izumi. Are you there? Uchiha Izumi. Yes, I am here. The chat room descended into chaos. At Shoten Street, Tsunade squinted her eyes, gazing at the scene unfolding on the large screen, framed in black. She shook her head subtly. Judging by the point of the ninja blade's entry, there was no hope. Based on the happenings of the night, unless they could reach Konoha Hospital in the shortest time possible, accompanied by a highly skilled medical ninja, the internal bleeding could not be halted. Otherwise, Uchiha Izumi would succumb to her fate through extensive internal and external blood loss. However, one was a loathed Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the other was a similarly scorned member of the Uchiha clan. Even if there were no obstacles now, their identities would cause them to miss the optimal treatment time upon reaching Konoha Hospital. Shizun's eyes turned slightly red as she drained her cup of sake. What a loathsome feeling, utterly despairing. After years of effort, Must it all end in such a manner? As the effects of the alcohol took hold, Shizune's usually gentle tone grew sharper. Tsunade cast her a glance. Foolish girl, it would only be Uchiha Izumi who would perish. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Itachi would not dare to act. If he did, Uchiha Sasuke would not remain unscathed. Even his own escape from Konoha would be in question. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the Colosseum grew eerie, influenced by the scene displayed on the black-framed screen. Ino huffed and turned her head away. Everything in the black-framed world seemed to have reached its conclusion, stirring within her a desire to tear that face apart. The other women also felt anger. Many in the ninja world were aware that the scene on the black-framed screen was merely a reflection of the numerous Uchiha clan members. That beast, Uchiha Itachi, had slaughtered the most defenseless, the elderly, women, and children throughout the night. Countless innocent Uchiha clan members, like Naruto and Izumi, had hidden, yet still fell beneath the blade of the demon. It was no wonder they were so adept at their craft. The black-framed screen continued. Buzz, Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan continued to magnify. Naruto's pupils constricted. Do not look into his eyes. Damn it. You foolish little brat. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails was in a frenzy. However, the moment Naruto turned back, it was already too late. In the instant he was caught in the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Both the Nine-Tails and Naruto were astonished. Illusions interfere with the flow of chakra within another's body. At the moment of facing Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto felt the flow of chakra within him become utterly chaotic, yet it maintained a unique rhythm. However, everything happened too swiftly. Naruto was unable to react in time. Before him, only the pattern of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan remained. The last desperate gaze of Uchiha Izumi flashed past. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails sat upright. Its fox-like eyes were filled with grave concern. Due to the four-symbol seal, its chakra overflowed, capable of interfering with Naruto's chakra flow, thus disrupting his training. However, it was also precisely for this reason that the Nine-Tails chakra could assist Naruto in adjusting the direction of his chakra flow, thereby counteracting the enemy's illusions. Yet, when Uchiha Itachi's illusion manifested, Naruto's chakra flow was thrown into disarray to a point where even the Nine-Tails found it helpless. Uchiha Sharingan. The Nine-Tails gritted its teeth in hatred. Yet at this moment, it could not aid Naruto. It could only pray that the foolish little brat would not perish within the illusion. Now was not the time to conceal its strength. Buzz. In the next instant, at the four-symbol seal, a cold, malevolent chakra erupted. The Nine-Tails chakra overflowed. In the blink of an eye, a layer of blood-red chakra enveloped Naruto's body. Under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, with no ability to disrupt its flow, this chakra spread to Uchiha Izumi, who was cradled in Naruto's arms. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. Almost the moment he completed the Tsukuyomi, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine-Tails. His azure eyes instantly turned crimson, the pupils elongating into slits. Buzz. At the moment his Mangekyo Sharingan met the Nine-Tails' gaze, the Nine-Tails attempted to pull it into the ceiling space. It could only strive to secure a glimmer of hope for Naruto. After all, it was the illustrious Nine-Tails, the leader among tailed beasts. If it were known that even the Jinchuriki could not be protected, leading to its demise as well, it would forever lose face before the other tailed beasts. Alas, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi was swifter. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's consciousness entered the realm of Tsukuyomi. Within the illusionary space of Tsukuyomi, factors such as time, location, and quality were all under his control. Uchiha Izumi. So it is this ocular technique. This could be troublesome. Haruno Sakura. Can the murmurs in Naruto's mind be of any help? Sakura's statement undoubtedly reignited the previously quiet chat room into a frenzy once more. Orochimaru. Rest assured, when has the black-framed Naruto ever disappointed us? Orochimaru. It is merely an illusion. Orochimaru. Although this Tsukuyomi once caught me off guard, the black-framed Naruto is not as feeble-minded as I am. Temari. Uchiha Itachi has discovered the black-framed Naruto, who has been secretly developing. Temari. Considering their performances during the initial enrollment of the black-framed Naruto and his peers. Temari hesitated, yet ultimately voiced her thoughts. Temari. Could he possibly employ another illusion of Mangekyo Sharingan caliber, such as Amaterasu? The chat room members, initially poised to share their analyses, fell into silence. In the Pure Land, Kusina opened her mouth. yet ultimately found herself at a loss for words. Hyuga Hinata, that one T happened. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto-kun will surely overcome this crisis safely. Hyuga Hinata, I believe in Naruto-kun. The other women gazed at Hinata, whose face was flushed with disbelief. It seemed that her recent words had drained her of all energy. Yet, Hinata's resolute voice brought a smile to Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru, indeed. Even if the ninja world were to suddenly crumble, I believe the black frame Naruto would still survive. The black frame screen continued. In the world of Tsukuyami. On the streets of Konoha. Look, it's that little brat. Damn fox spirit. How can he still have the audacity to live? I really don't understand what the third Hokage was thinking, allowing this fox spirit to survive until now. Naruto gazed upon a familiar scene before him. Such a setting had not graced the real world in quite some time. Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly echoed. Chapter 107. Tell me, what lies within your heart? Buzz. At the instant Uchiha Itachi's voice resonated. The scene, once reminiscent of memory, abruptly vanished. The villagers' appearances morphing into something exceedingly eerie. Simultaneously, the previously azure sky transformed into a blood-red hue. Upon witnessing this, Naruto's expression shifted slightly. This illusion surpassed his wildest imaginings, fundamentally overturning his understanding of illusions. In this space, it was akin to reality. Naruto felt as though his mental strength was entirely suppressed in this place, leaving no possibility for resistance. Is this the level of Jinjutsu comparable to the Mangekyo Sharingan? It seems that every sensation here mirrors that of the real world. How long can this technique last? Naruto grasped the terrifying nature of this Jinjutsu. However, even if his subconscious believed that such a level of illusion could not persist for too long, he dared not let his guard down. Just as this thought crossed Naruto's mind, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly responded to his inner thoughts. It is surprising that so many have misjudged the situation. No wonder Lord Father encouraged Sasuke to approach you. You are indeed remarkable, Uzumaki Naruto. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi materialized before Naruto. This world will last for 72 hours. We have ample time. What? 3 days? This Jinjutsu can last for such a duration? The adept Jinjutsu user, Yuhi Kurenai, widened her eyes. The Jinjutsu she prided herself on would likely prove utterly powerless before this technique. Tintin remarked, if it can manipulate everything within that Tsuki no Mi world, then it means it can continuously kill the black frame Naruto and resurrect him repeatedly. Can we endure 3 days of this? Nara Shikamaru sighed. This is truly troublesome. Enduring the agony of dying for 3 days, even if the black frame Naruto possesses unwavering willpower, he is bound to break. Yamanaka Ino fretted. What should we do? Ino's palms were slick with sweat, and despite her frantic thoughts, she could not conceive a solution. Enduring 72 hours of death's torment is not something an ordinary person can withstand. At the border of the land of fire, Uchiha Itachi observed his own image on the large black frame screen. His expression remained unchanged, but internally, he quietly sighed. At that time, he was unaware of his own physical condition. It seems I must employ Kotoamatsukami against the black frame Naruto for the stability of the village. Such a Jinchuriki cannot be allowed to develop further. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, yet persistently attempted to escape the Tsuki no Mi world, Uchiha Itachi spoke softly. What thoughts do you have concerning the village? Are you attempting to brainwash me? Naruto felt a surge of vigilance. Without responding, he retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. However, just as he touched the kunai, the world around him shifted once more. He found himself immobilized, bound to a cross. The environment turned a vivid crimson. Uchiha Itachi approached with deliberate steps. Damn it! Naruto watched as Itachi slowly drew out a ninja blade. I am no match for this guy. This illusory world is an absolute existence. Buzz. Naruto once more attempted to disrupt the chakra within his body, but everything remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected. Great Fox. Realizing that calling upon the illusion would yield no results, Naruto shouted in his mind to the great fox within him. Yet in this realm, the QB could not engage in mental communication with him. As he struggled to break free, Uchiha Itachi's blade pierced through his heart. Drip. Blood dripped from the blade. Naruto's pupils constricted violently before slowly dilating. Pain. It truly hurts. It felt as if Itachi had genuinely pierced his heart with the blade. Suddenly, Naruto recalled the last image of Uchiha Izumi he had seen. So this is how it feels. At the moment of being killed, Naruto found an unexpected calm. The pain restored his chaotic thoughts and tense nerves to normalcy. Gasp! A sweet taste filled his throat as he uncontrollably coughed up blood. Uchiha Itachi regarded him with an expressionless gaze. Reveal your innermost thoughts to me. Otherwise, for the next 72 hours, you will endure such suffering. Buzz. Naruto's vision blurred. And in the next instant, the world around him transformed once again. In his line of sight appeared another version of himself, along with another Uchiha Itachi. The scene unfolded before him, depicting Itachi moments before he had killed him. Yet now, Uchiha Itachi stood before him, still gripping that same ninja blade. However, the blade was now spotless. If you wish to avoid pain, tell me everything. Itachi's voice was so cold that it seemed to lower the temperature around them. Naruto's expression remained calm, his azure eyes betraying no emotion. He regarded Uchiha Itachi with equal tranquility and coldness. Observing this, Itachi raised his hand once more, the blade inching closer to Naruto's heart. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. It was an unsettling noise that made one uncomfortable merely by hearing it. Yet Naruto maintained a serene demeanor. However, Itachi's normally expressionless face suddenly exhibited intense emotional turmoil. His Mangekyo Sharingan widened in disbelief as he stared at the composed Naruto, his previously confident demeanor wavering. Likewise, everyone in the ninja world stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. They gaped at the black-framed screen, utterly stunned. At that moment, even the spirits watching from the Pure Land were taken aback. How could this be possible? No one had anticipated such a reversal of events. Orochimaru, after a moment of shock, could no longer suppress the madness in his eyes. He erupted into a peculiar laughter, his chest heaving as he felt a surge of heat coursing through him, as if his very blood were boiling. At the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, who were slowly advancing toward Konoha, also halted their steps. Itachi's zombie-like visage displayed emotional fluctuations upon witnessing the scene on the black-framed screen. Kisame's eyes widened, astonished. Is this guy a monster? To achieve such feats within the Tsuki no Mi world is simply incredible. Meanwhile, Obito, hiding in the underground base beneath the Kimui Bridge, felt his Sharingan spin uncontrollably beneath his mask, awakening the most distorted Mangekyo Sharingan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu required extreme caution, even from him. Yet the black-frame Naruto was merely a 7-year-old child. He was not even a member of the Uchiha clan and lacked a Sharingan. How could he accomplish such a feat? After their shock, Ino and her companion's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Hinata's Byakugan, activated involuntarily, shimmered with a dazzling violet light. The scene on the black-framed screen continued. With a gentle push, the ninja blade fully penetrated Uchiha Itachi's heart. Blood splattered. At this moment, the one bound to the cross became Uchiha Itachi, while the one wielding the ninja blade transformed into Naruto. Reveal to me your innermost thoughts. Naruto spoke calmly. As he spoke, his right eye transformed into a crimson fox-like slit pupil. Chapter 108, Breaking Free. Kotoamatsukami. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Splendid. Truly magnificent." Orochimaru, with fervor, struck his chest forcefully, gasping for breath as his heart raced. His gaze was fixated on Naruto displayed on the large black-framed screen, his entire being trembling slightly, with a trail of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. The intensity of his longing was so palpable that one might fear it could frighten a woman into a state of terror. Even Sansa would feel compelled to flee. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails observed with unease, its 9 bushy tails thrashing wildly behind it. How had events taken such a sudden turn? Was the self within the black-framed world destined to fail, losing both the lady and the soldiers? The screen continued to display. A swift thrust pierced Uchiha Itachi's chest, chilling his heart. Coughing violently, blood splattered, some even landing on Naruto's face, complementing his eerie single-eyed fox gaze. Naruto remained unfazed, his voice calm as he remarked, "So your blood is warm." He then coldly demanded, "Tell me everything about you." At that moment, the juxtaposition of Naruto and Uchiha Itachi was stark against the backdrop of their counterparts nearby. Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his gaze, incredulity lacing his voice. "How did you accomplish this?" This was a Genjutsu, a technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. How could a child, devoid of the Uchiha lineage, without the Sharingan and especially the Mangekyo, deflect a Genjutsu? Moreover, this opponent was a Jinchuriki, housing within him the tailed beast, a being most susceptible to illusions. Humph. The Nine-Tails voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Foolish child, I warned you not to confront the Uchiha. Those eyes are not as simple as you presume. At that moment, within the ceiling space, the chakra of the Nine-Tails was nearly tangible. Were it not for that, it would have been impossible to infiltrate the chakra into Naruto's being within the Tsunade realm. Yet, Naruto did not share this sentiment. Rather, he felt that the extraordinary chakra in his mind was not something the great fox could achieve. Instead, it was the peculiar chakra whispering within him. Indeed, as Naruto was pierced through the heart by Uchiha Itachi's blade, the Tsunade world underwent subtle changes. Simultaneously, the agonizing pain that should have caused him to grimace was suddenly quelled. The special chakra residing in his mind interfered with the chaotic flow of chakra within him caused by the Tsunade. It seemed the great fox was entirely unaware of the whisper's existence, and that special chakra was aiding him in restoring his chakra flow. Even when their energies intertwined, the great fox remained oblivious to its presence. Senju Tobirama searched through his memories, yet could not uncover the essence of the unique chakra within Naruto's mind. Uchiha Izuna remarked, to withstand the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu is no ordinary feat. Kageyame added, it's hard to imagine how resolute Naruto must have been when resisting the whispers. Yamanaka Ino felt a pang of sympathy. Naruto's ordeal incited her anger. The fourth Raikage warned, the crisis is not yet averted. Anoki proclaimed, to transform such whispers into one's own power, the black-frame Naruto is indeed formidable. Come, defect to my Awagakure. The fourth Tsuchikage will ensure you subdue my black soil. Everything will appear so natural and reasonable. Anoki continued, unlike that repugnant third Hokage, scheming in the shadows, I shall impart all my abilities and experiences to you. Akatsuchi retorted, if I possessed such Jinjutsu, you would be my first target. What is the reason? Naruto shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, another azure eye had morphed into a vivid crimson. At the same time, the whiskers on his cheeks thickened, resembling frayed fur. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The whispers against this Jinjutsu, the notion barely settled, initiated a new round of Tsunade. The scene froze as Naruto raised the ninja blade to pierce Uchiha Itachi. A new combination of Naruto and Uchiha Itachi emerged. This time, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage, as if nothing had changed. He remained bound to the cross, while Uchiha Itachi stood before him, wielding not one, but two ninja blades. Observing the two Uchiha Itachis, Naruto keenly sensed that something was amiss with Uchiha Itachi's condition. Great Fox, he silently called out, but this time, there was no reply. Was it merely a matter of insufficient chakra penetrating this world? Or was the spiritual energy within the chakra too scant? Inhaling deeply, when he opened his eyes, one Uchiha Itachi had already raised his hand, directing the ninja blade toward his heart. Release the Jinjutsu. Reverse the Jinjutsu. Naruto had never felt his mind so clear. The prolonged psychological suggestion had indeed taken effect. The existence of the whispers was no longer a burden, but a pure asset. However, harnessing this power would demand considerable mental effort. Moreover, this chakra was not the boundless resource Naruto had envisioned. Its recovery was painfully slow. In this dire situation, he could only choose to gamble everything he could muster from the whispers. As the whisper chakra manifested, the illusory Uchiha Itachi vanished instantly. The blade in his hand, so close, dissipated along with the illusion. Now, only one Uchiha Itachi remained. What kind of power was this? Was it the Nine-Tails doing? Uchiha Itachi murmured, his voice distinctly reaching Naruto's ears. Nine-Tails? The great fox? Just then, an abrupt sound akin to shattering glass resounded, and the world before Naruto fractured like a lens. Uchiha Itachi knelt, raising his hand to clutch his left eye, blood seeping forth. Tsunade was the technique of his left eye, but having eradicated the Uchiha clan, he was near his limit. Using Tsunade against Naruto again, after recently being rebuffed by a counter Jinjutsu, had exhausted his ocular power to its breaking point. The pain coursing through his body and the agony in his eyes shattered the newly formed Tsunade world. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes reverted to their Sharingan form as the Tsunade realm collapsed. As the awareness returned from the realm, merely a second had elapsed in the outside world, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes, like the shattered world, transformed back into the three-tomo Sharingan. As soon as consciousness returned, Naruto sensed the changes within his body and the urgent voice of the great fox echoing in his mind. Without any preparation, he felt the hands that embraced him tightening their grip. Following this, Uchiha Izumi formed a hand seal. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Uchiha Itachi covered his left eye, displaying no hesitation. Such a Jinchuriki must not be allowed to continue growing. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, this is a choice that must be made. I beg you. A raven, entirely black, cawed loudly before spreading its wings and flying out of the room. With a crash, the raven broke through the glass at high speed. Under the moonlight, it soared rapidly, resembling a swiftly extending black line, the tip of which glimmered with a faint scarlet light. That glimmer was the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of this raven, Shursui. Chapter 109. Shursui and the Murmurs engaged in a duel. The surface of Naruto's body manifested the chakra of the Nine Tails, yet he had not fully recovered. He could only let Uchiha Izumi endure the pain in her chest as she carried him away. You will be fine. I will hide you. Just remain silent. And I will lure it away. Izumi's voice was weak but resolute. Her life had already begun a countdown. Great Fox, save her. Naruto urgently called out in the spiritual realm. Just then, the raven caught up. As the sound of the raven reached her ears, Uchiha Izumi's pupils narrowed sharply. She then felt the boy in her arms tremble violently. No. Uchiha Izumi turned around. The raven that had previously discovered their hiding place beneath the bed had somehow caught up to them. Under the moonlight, Izumi beheld the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the raven's left eye. As she sensed the changes in Naruto, the pattern of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan behind her also began to spin. Shursui. Uchiha Izumi seemed to realize something, feeling a tightness in her chest. In an instant, the blood gushing from the wound on her back surged more violently. Her heartbeat grew increasingly faint. Uchiha Izumi could clearly sense the presence of death closing in. When she turned back, she saw Naruto's eyes devoid of life. No. Uchiha Izumi's pupils constricted sharply. It was all her fault. If she had remained behind, if she had not gone to Naruto's home, none of this would have happened. Perceiving Naruto's chakra becoming erratic, Uchiha Izumi's eyes turned crimson, her three-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly. At that moment, she felt dizzy, her breathing becoming labored. No, I cannot fall now. With a burst of energy, Uchiha Izumi accelerated her pace. She failed to notice that the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Naruto was gradually covering the wound on her back. Just then, at the brink of collapse from guilt and self-reproach, Uchiha Izumi heard Naruto's faint and urgent voice. Let me down. Hurry to the Konoha hospital. There might still be a glimmer of hope. I will be fine. Just stay away from me. As her words fell, the raven behind them, once Shursui's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, slowly reverted to a standard Sharingan. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened, his pupils dilating. Strange sounds invaded his mind, seemingly imbued with magic, gradually eroding his consciousness. Guard Konoha. Absolute loyalty to Konoha. The voice grew louder. Naruto felt his head growing heavy. The world before him faded into darkness, the rushing wind and Uchiha Izumi's voice gradually disappearing, leaving only that haunting voice repeating in his mind. Gradually, Naruto felt compelled to act according to the content of that voice, believing it to be the correct path. Uchiha Izumi Nai, this is dire. Uchiha Izumi Nai, this Shursui technique is likely akin to the eye technique of Izanami. Senju Tobirama. Damn it, the inherently wicked Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi Nai, silence. Senju Hashirama. No, the black frame Naruto will not be easily controlled by Shursui. Orochimaru, indeed. Orochimaru, black frame Naruto has his own methods to counter such whispering abilities, just watch. Orochimaru clenched his fists, his palms sweating with tension. Yet she remained steadfast, gazing intently at the figure of Naruto on the large screen. Uchiha Izumi's mental defenses collapsed completely. She suddenly felt that the Naruto in her arms had become somewhat unfamiliar. If it weren't for her, this child would undoubtedly thrive without exposing himself. In the next moment, it felt as though Uchiha Izumi's head had been struck. The moonlight poured down, and she slightly tilted her face upward. Her three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and the three-tomo seamlessly connected. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Realizing this, Uchiha Izumi pressed her forehead against Naruto's. The patterns in her eyes continued to whirl chaotically. Uchiha Izumi gazed into Naruto's lifeless eyes, whispering softly, Naruto, please wake up. At this moment, Naruto remained trapped in his spiritual realm. Impossible. This is not an illusion. It is a force more tyrannical than Jinjutsu, a forced brainwashing. Having resisted the murmurs in his mind, Naruto had developed a degree of resistance. Wait, the murmurs. The thought just emerged when familiar murmurs suddenly echoed in his ears. You must have great love, no matter what those villagers have done to you. Forgive them, treat them like family. The long-forgotten murmurs resurfaced. Naruto's heart soared with joy. Using the murmurs to counter this forceful brainwashing seemed effective. Wait, you must have great love, no matter what those villagers have done to you. Forgive them, treat them like family. Guard Konoha. Absolute loyalty to Konoha. The two voices clashed. Naruto felt a splitting headache, grasping his head tightly. He tried to hold on. The two voices grew louder, as if they were about to pierce through his eardrums. Finally, only the sound of ringing remained in his ears. His vision blurred. Suddenly, he noticed his nails growing longer, yet he could not see his own eyes. At this moment, his eyes transformed into the slitted pupils of a fox. Little brat. Foolish little brat. What kind of illusion is this? Little brat. Wake up. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was frantic. It could sense that Naruto was undergoing a battle of cognition and spirit, undoubtedly related to that raven. Yet the Ninetales could not think of how to assist Naruto. With no other option, it could only continue to provide chakra support. For it had nothing but chakra to spare. Great Fox. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. A surge of emotion welled within him. The Great Fox had assisted him on several occasions today. Given this, he felt an even stronger determination not to falter. Contemplating this, Naruto began to exert control over his subconscious. Before long, he sensed the unique chakra within his mind. Simultaneously, he detected another unfamiliar chakra. He recognized it as the very chakra attempting to forcibly manipulate his thoughts. Without hesitation, he directed his subconscious towards it. To his surprise, the once formidable chakra that sought to brainwash him suddenly weakened. Chapter 110, Kaleidoscope Eye Technique, Keiban Xianxian Ji Ming Senju Tobirama. Humph. The Uchiha are inherently malevolent. The Uchiha clan is a lineage possessed by evil. Senju Hashirama. So, does that mean that the monkeys misinterpret the Uchiha as all being villains? In the Pure Land, Senju Tobirama's face flushed with anger. Senju Tobirama, do not speak, elder brother. The Uchiha clan understands this matter more profoundly than anyone else. Senju Tobirama, precisely for this reason, the Uchiha sealed away such emotions. Senju Tobirama, it must be said that if the members of the Uchiha clan were to comprehend love, the emotions they have repressed would be liberated, surpassing even the Senju clan, awakening a power of love unmatched by other ninja clans. Senju Tobirama, however, such emotions can be troublesome, and overwhelming love harbors the potential for chaos. Senju Tobirama's statements undoubtedly open the eyes of the ninja world. Is that so? Yamanaka Ino, thus, it is understandable why the black-framed Naruto would say that when faced with intense stimuli and emotional fluctuations, his eyes would evolve. Senju Tobirama, that is a valid interpretation. Senju Tobirama, the moment one loses love, they are often consumed by a more intense hatred, resulting in drastic personality changes. Senju Tobirama, I have witnessed countless such instances. Senju Tobirama, the so-called Sharingan is activated when one loses love, releasing a special chakra that influences the optic nerves, thus altering the eyes. Senju Tobirama, it reflects the heart's gaze, also known as the Sharingan. Haruno Sakura, so, did Izumi unlock the kaleidoscope Sharingan for Naruto's sake? It seems plausible. Many nodded in agreement with Sakura's statement. Uzumaki Naruto, I see, Izumi is truly wonderful. Hyuga Neji, the Uchiha Izumi of this world has already been slain. Naruto, Senju Tobirama, unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan at such a young age will likely lead to numerous hidden ailments. Uchiha Izumi, however, without unlocking the kaleidoscope Sharingan, I would be unable to assist black-framed Naruto-kun. Uchiha Izumi Na, Keiban Xianxian Ji Ming. Note, many names have been taken, this one seems unused. Uchiha Izumi Na, a reflection of the mind. Izumi's ocular technique can resist and eliminate all Jinjutsu. Yamanaka Ino, is that why the Bai-Ishinshin in black-frame Naruto's mind would crumble so easily? Uchiha Izumi Na, indeed, even without his subconscious, black-frame Naruto would ultimately be unharmed. Tenten, but if that is the case, won't Izumi have to? Keiban Qianqian Jiming. Uchiha Izumi's kaleidoscope Sharingan spun incessantly. Moments later, Naruto's eyes regained their clarity. Once his vision cleared, what came into view was Uchiha Izumi's newly activated kaleidoscope Sharingan. A faint smile graced Uchiha Izumi's lips. She had succeeded. In an instant, Those newborn kaleidoscope Sharingan concealed themselves once more, reverting back to the three-tomo Sharingan. However, at that moment, Izumi had grown so weak that she could no longer maintain even the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, before she collapsed from exhaustion, she embraced Naruto and performed another body flicker technique. As she vanished, Naruto looked up. He saw that the crow had ceased its flight, standing quietly in place. That kaleidoscope Sharingan had lost its ocular strength, reverting to the three-tomo Sharingan. Alongside it was Uchiha Itachi, who had just exited the patriarch's residence. Naruto's gaze fell, as if he were enveloped in a haze of consciousness. With a rush, Uchiha Izumi and Naruto disappeared from their original location. Uchiha Itachi observed this scene with calmness. He made no attempt to pursue. His gaze lingered on Naruto's face for a moment before shifting to the back of Uchiha Izumi. The wound felt as piercing as a knife to his heart. In his placid eyes, a flicker of compassion shone through. After a long pause, Uchiha Itachi summoned back the crow that bore the transplanted kaleidoscope Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui. Slowly, it made its way out of the Uchiha clan grounds. To protect Konoha, he remained utterly loyal to the village. As for the Jinchuriki, this matter was concluded. Izumi could no longer survive. Thus, the Uchiha clan's fate was also sealed. Uchiha Itachi, inherently the most arrogant of the Uchiha, possessed absolute confidence and held disdain for communication with others. In his eyes, Izumi was destined not to survive. Moreover, he had reached his limit. As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, the Byakushin had already taken effect upon him. There was no further need for concern. To safeguard Konoha, he remained unwaveringly loyal. In this way, the turmoil of the Nine-Tails would not unfold, and the Jinchuriki would not cause a ruckus. His plans would not falter. It was time to prepare for departure. Uchiha Itachi murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He must leave the village and ensure his own survival. As long as he lived, Sasuke would remain safe. What noise was that? Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Izumi, holding Naruto, had finally reached her limit. The two collapsed to the ground. By chance, nearby were root organization ninjas collecting eyes. Uchiha Izumi was struggling, breathing shallowly. Naruto had finally regained control of his body. Izumi, seeing Uchiha Izumi's pale complexion, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within. What to do? He could distinctly sense the fading life force of Uchiha Izumi. At that moment, he felt the chakra located at Izumi's heart. That chakra was mending the wounds to Uchiha Izumi's heart, albeit at a painfully slow pace. The amount was far too little. Naruto was certain that it was not his own chakra, yet it bore a sense of familiarity. At that moment, he noticed the blood-red chakra enveloping his body. In a hurry, he connected to the spiritual realm. Great Fox, surely you must have a way to save Izumi, right? I beg you, help me save Izumi. Without hesitation, Naruto implored the Great Fox for assistance. Humph, what obligation do I have to help you? Did you think I was aiding you? That was merely an act of self-preservation. Upon hearing this, Naruto took a deep breath. There was no time left. Great Fox, I promise. In the future, when I have the power, I will surely return your freedom. Then you will die. Within the confines of the sealing cage, the Nine-Tails sat up. I will find a way that does not require my death to grant you freedom. Naruto spoke with utmost seriousness. However, after a moment's wait, the Nine-Tails offered no further response to him. Impatiently, Naruto urged the Great Fox. The Great Fox did not outright deny the possibility. Instead, it merely spoke of the cost, which surely indicated a means to save the currently fading Izumi. Stop your incessant chatter. If you continue to disturb my focus, let that Uchiha girl await her demise. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, preparing to exit the mental realm. Do not resist. Any hint of defiance will lead to failure. Chapter 111. Preserving Life. The masked man blocks the way. Is there a way to ensure Izumi's survival? In the realm of the black frame, the voice of the Nine-Tails echoed, instantly capturing the attention of many. Naruto subconsciously inquired within his heart. The Nine-Tails unhesitatingly urged him to distance himself. Within the belly of the death god, it appeared that another version of himself within the black frame sought to sustain Izumi's breath using pure chakra for the time being. The Nine-Tails shadowy half chuckled, anticipating that the other, more radiant half within the black frame might soon be forced to eat its words. However, no one knows oneself better than oneself. Watergate, initially tense, instinctively questioned upon hearing the Nine-Tails words, "You have divided us. I represent the shadowed half, while the half within Naruto embodies the light. The chakra within him possesses remarkable self-healing capabilities, akin to the regenerative prowess of the Senju clan, representing the aspect of Yang. Coupled with Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, his healing ability is indeed formidable, though this is in comparison to others, not to the extraordinary resilience of Senju Hashirama. Upon this revelation, Bluffing Watergate exhaled in relief, realizing that Uchiha Izumi should be safe. Do not resist. Exit the mental realm. Naruto bore an innate resistance to the Ninetales' directives, akin to being asked to empty his mind and allow a stream of consciousness to commandeer his body. At that moment, Naruto felt a gentle grasp on his hand. Looking down, he saw Uchiha Izumi gazing at him, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. Let us go? In this instant, Naruto cleared his mind, tightening his embrace around Uchiha Izumi. You will be fine. I promise. Izumi merely nodded gently. Hurry, the others are coming. Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a flower's beauty before its petals fall. Suddenly, Naruto's pupils constricted. A sharp pain pierced his heart, and he felt the chakra within him swiftly dissipate, gathering instead in his lower abdomen. It was scorching. Without lifting his shirt, Naruto knew the seal's pattern would undoubtedly manifest. Chakra surged into the seal like a flowing river. At that moment, within the sealed space, the Ninetales sat cross-legged, hands clasped, a look of disdain on its face. Foolish child, were it not for the fear of Uchiha Itachi returning to slay without opposition, I would not offer you assistance. Cease this. As Naruto lost at least half of his chakra, he instinctively sought to resist. Yet, he soon halted, deterred by the warmth of the girl in his arms. Fortunately, the seal also ceased its absorption of chakra. Naruto understood that it was not the seal drawing from his chakra, but rather the great fox within the seal. It was as though the great fox could supply chakra to him. However, Naruto soon found himself astonished. His lower abdomen turned feverishly hot, yet it was not uncomfortable. Then, crimson chakra enveloping his lower abdomen suddenly burst forth, revealing a pure golden chakra. Naruto's eyes widened. Within this golden chakra, he felt an essence of pure life. This was the result of sacrificing a significant portion of his chakra in exchange for the great fox's aid. Without needing to be told, Naruto instinctively knew how to wield it. He attempted to control the shimmering golden chakra, using his own chakra as a conduit. Before long, the golden chakra, which had merged with the crimson exterior yet felt distinctly separate, surged towards Naruto's right hand. In an instant, it settled within the palm of his right hand. Without requiring any additional focus from Naruto, the golden chakra instinctively flowed towards the wound on Uchiha Izumi's back. Izumi's previously lowered gaze shot wide open, disbelief flooding her expression as she felt something searing into her back. Instantly, that warm essence encased her heart, reigniting its nearly faltering rhythm. After just a few breaths, a faint heartbeat echoed from her chest, accompanied by a soft hissing sound from the wound gradually healing. Such pain crossed Uchiha Izumi's delicate features. Seeing her regain consciousness, Naruto knew that the golden chakra, which had cost him a significant amount, was taking effect. Suddenly, Naruto froze. He inhaled sharply, unable to suppress a gasp. Uchiha Izumi clenched her jaw, seemingly enduring indescribable agony. Her once naturally hanging hands abruptly wrapped around Naruto, her small hands gripping his back tightly. Naruto felt as though his back had been clawed open. Be careful inside. Perhaps there are still remnants of Uchiha survivors. Voices of root organization ninjas echoed from outside. In an instant, Naruto sensed the pressure on his back intensify. Remnants of survivors. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan. It was unlikely that none had escaped. Thus, the third Hokage dispatched individuals not only to collect the Uchiha clan's eyes, but also to deal with the few remaining survivors. Uchiha Sasuke, damn that third Hokage. Hatake Kakashi, Black Frame Naruto is unaware of the existence of the root organization. Those ninjas depicted on the Black Edge screen are not Umbu, but members of Danzo's root organization. Sasuke. In the Colosseum, Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment. He struggled to suppress a smile, knowing that if he laughed at this moment, he might be pummeled by Yamanaka Ino and Hyuga Neji. Naruto was determined not to let them discover him. He vanished instantly, carrying Uchiha Izumi away. To avoid Uchiha Itachi, Naruto opted for a longer route. Fortunately, the 5 shadow clones dispatched earlier had entered from various directions. providing him with ample memories and experiences to navigate without losing his way within the Uchiha territory. However, Naruto was unaware of the price he would pay for this detour. He only knew that the girl in his arms was in immense pain, clinging to him with great effort, evidently at her limit. If only she could voice her suffering, it might provide some relief. As Naruto distanced himself from the Uchiha clan's territory and approached the outskirts, intending to follow the river towards the back mountain and subsequently return home, a shadow emerged like a specter under the cunning moonlight along the path he had to take. It was none other than the masked man, returning once more. Having not encountered Uchiha Itachi at their agreed-upon location, he surmised that Uchiha Itachi might be facing a crisis. Perhaps due to the fickleness of Konoha's higher-ups. Itachi was not one to perish easily. However, this was a rare opportunity. If he could eliminate Uchiha Itachi effortlessly, it would be most advantageous. After all, this useful blade had already served its purpose and should be wielded at the most critical juncture. If possible, the masked man wished to personally end Uchiha Itachi's life, for those eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, were indeed worth the effort. Yet, what the masked man did not anticipate was an unexpected discovery. In the distance, Naruto rushed towards him, cradling Izumi in his arms. The masked man narrowed his eyes slightly. Under the moonlight, Naruto's golden hair was strikingly conspicuous. As he clearly recognized both Naruto and Izumi, so too did Naruto recognize him. Water Vortex Naruto? The masked man murmured. At that moment, Naruto, in mid-leap, was momentarily stunned. It was that masked man, the one who had single-handedly slaughtered the entire Konoha security team. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto, holding the pained Izumi in one arm, swiftly drew a trident kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The sound of slicing air filled the night. The masked man remained motionless in place. Naruto took a deep breath, raising his index and middle fingers, pressing his thumb against his ring and pinky fingers, and formed a single-handed seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Truly, he was the child of the Golden Flash. Observing Naruto, who did not hesitate to strike upon their first encounter, the masked man remarked softly. At such a young age, exhibiting such resolve was commendable, but if that was all he possessed, it would not suffice. Izumi was drenched in sweat, enduring pain that was unbearable for most. It's all right, Naruto assured, unwilling to divert his focus. Standing before him was the masked man, capable of decimating the entire Konoha security team single-handedly. The memories and experiences relayed by his shadow clones indicated that this masked man's abilities resembled those of a phantasmic clone. However, he did not require the use of body flicker or illusion techniques to confuse his adversaries. Simply put, this masked man seemed to wield a certain secret art that allowed him to temporarily become incorporeal. Indeed, Naruto's analysis is correct, Minato Namikaze acknowledged. That fellow possesses the ability to phase out of existence. Such a capability cannot be sustained indefinitely. There must be limits, Tobirama Senju added. Thus, the masked man opts for the most direct approach, employing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to test the waters? Sakura Haruno speculated. It goes beyond that. It's quite troublesome. One wave has yet to settle before another rises, Shikamaru Nara commented. The masked man is formidable. He likely does not wield powerful illusions like Uchiha Itachi. Ino Yamanaka remarked. No, the illusions of this masked man are not strong, but his abilities are indeed peculiar, Izumi Uchiha countered. As long as there are no illusions, Naruto can escape. This masked man cannot hinder him. However, Minato did not share that sentiment. The masked man's abilities, besides phasing, included impressive pursuit capabilities. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The moment Naruto released the trident kunai, it immediately spawned hundreds of shadow clones. Truly, he was a descendant of the whirlpool. The masked man observed the overwhelming onslaught of trident kunai, momentarily taken aback, then squinted. How could this distinctive kunai be in his possession? This contradicted the intelligence gathered by White Zetsu. Nevertheless, the masked man had little interest in delving into these questions. Soon, the assault from the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique arrived. A trident kunai hurtled towards him at incredible speed, closing in on the exposed right eye of the masked man. It seemed destined to pierce through. Yet, like a phantasm, the kunai passed straight through his head and flew behind him. Naruto's pupils constricted, as expected. However, he was certain that the masked man before him was not merely a phantasm. Did physical attacks prove ineffective? Watching the masked man remain stationary, allowing the trident kunai to pass through his form, Naruto inhaled deeply and tightened his grip on Izumi Uchiha. This secret technique could not possibly be without its vulnerabilities. If he could shift rapidly between phasing and corporeality, then when he launched an attack, he would inevitably materialize. Naruto formed a single-handed seal. In that case, he would seize the opportunity to strike simultaneously when the masked man acted. Yet, the masked man would likely anticipate this. Attacking also entailed risks. However, given the circumstances, he would undoubtedly let his guard down. Considering the masked man's capabilities, Naruto resolved to give it a try, knowing a swift resolution was necessary. The commotion would surely attract the attention of those Umbu ninjas, and at that point, his cover would be blown. With Izumi in his arms, Naruto opted for caution. He gambled on Uchiha Itachi's confidence in his own methods, hoping he would refrain from mentioning him to the third Hokage. In that case, he would still be able to develop safely within Konoha. The thought of defecting crossed Naruto's mind, but the timing was not right. Firstly, he was too young. Secondly, his strength was insufficient. Thirdly, defecting to another village without demonstrating his value would likely result in being captured and returned to Konoha for a reward. Fourthly, revealing that a fox demon resided within him would likely lead to him being treated as a weapon of war. In summary, it was best to avoid leaving the village for now. The drawbacks were too significant. Of course, Naruto would not naively trust others in the coming period. He would need to be even more cautious, probing from the sidelines to ascertain whether tonight's events were discovered by others. The crux of victory lay in whose attack would precede the others in the blink of an eye. With a soft thud, Naruto landed steadily, still cradling Izumi. In the next instant, he charged towards the masked man, who remained unmoving. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Naruto's mind. This scene was peculiar. Could it be that when the masked man utilized his phasing ability, he was unable to move? Or could he only phase parts of his body? In a flash of insight, several strategies raced through Naruto's mind, but his movements did not falter. He formed a single-handed seal. The masked man's previously calm gaze vanished in an instant, as if he had caught a glimpse of the legendary golden flash once more. Yet this time, the blurriness in his vision was not due to age, but rather an ominous portent. A three-pronged kunai pierced through the ethereal head of the masked man. In the next instant, Naruto appeared behind him, leaving a kunai in the place he had just vacated. Shunshin no Jutsu. This scene felt eerily familiar, causing the masked man to momentarily falter. The sound of slicing air echoed as he turned to grasp at Naruto. Yet just then, the figures of Naruto and Izumi vanished once more, instantaneously reappearing above the masked man. Without needing to glance back, Naruto reached out and effortlessly seized a kunai. It was evident that his mastery of the Kage Shuriken Jutsu had surpassed even that of the third Hokage, the originator of this ninjutsu. Shunshin no Jutsu, second stage. Now, Naruto tightened his grip on the kunai and lunged towards the masked man's head. This same tactic will not work on me. Compared to your father, the Yondaime Hokage, your speed is woefully inadequate. The implications of this statement were profound. Firstly, it confirmed that his father was indeed the Yondaime Hokage. Furthermore, had the Yondaime once battled this masked man? Wait, the Nine Tails rampage was connected to the Uchiha clan. This masked man possessed the Sharingan, and the Uchiha clan leader had claimed that the calamity that devastated Konoha was unrelated to them. Was this masked man the true mastermind behind the chaos of that fateful day? In the blink of an eye, these thoughts raced through Naruto's mind as his kunai pierced through the masked man's head. However, in the instant Naruto's attack was evaded by the man's ethereal form. His wrist was seized. The masked man lifted his head, and within his Sharingan, Naruto's face was reflected. It ends here. Chapter 113. Learning from adversity. As they gazed at the scene projected on the large black-framed screen, tension enveloped everyone. The masked man's abilities were exceedingly enigmatic. The black-framed Naruto was merely a 7-year-old child. He had first faced the pursuit of Uchiha Itachi, then endured the effects of two Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan's supreme Genjutsu. After striking a deal with the Nine Tails, he had expended a considerable amount of chakra to ensure Izumi's survival. Now, he was capable of combat, executing such an elaborate Kage Shuriken Jutsu. At his age, black-framed Naruto had already established an insurmountable lead. Was this truly the end? That wretched masked man, exclaimed Uzumaki Kusina. Damn that masked man, echoed Minato Namikaze. Hinata and her companions were equally tense, their palms slick with sweat. Yet soon after, everyone was astonished. Without a hint of hesitation, In the moment his hand was grasped, Naruto decisively released his grip, forming a hand seal with one hand. In the next instant, he vanished with Izumi. The masked man now held an additional kunai. Substitution jutsu? No, it cannot achieve such a feat at that moment. The Kage Shuriken jutsu was not yet concluded. With kunai continuously passing through the masked man's form. Where is he? The masked man squinted, aware that a mere child possessed such formidable power, prompting him to reassess the situation. Moreover, his opponent was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Just as the masked man contemplated this, Naruto emerged, racing towards him alongside the swiftly flying kunai. The masked man dismissed it without concern, deeming it a mere illusion, easily perceivable as a child's trick. He surmised that this frontal assault was a feint. Indeed, as he sensed the chakra fluctuations behind him, he recognized the true intent of Naruto's attack. The masked man disregarded the illusory form charging at him and turned to grasp Naruto once more. Should he succeed, it would truly be the end. He would not grant Naruto another opportunity. In the instant the masked man turned, Naruto's illusion reached him, passing through the masked man's body just as the man's hand neared Naruto's face. I have won, the masked man thought triumphantly as his hand grasped Naruto's face. But at that moment, the masked man's left eye widened in shock. He saw Naruto's face, held in his grasp, yet with a slight upward curve of the lips. The masked man's eye began to spin, evolving into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Simultaneously, the Naruto he had captured began to exhibit spiral-shaped spatial fluctuations. Both Naruto and Izumi's forms twisted along with the spiraling distortion. Just then, the masked man clenched his hand. The face he had just captured transformed into an illusion. An illusion clone? Instantaneous water stop? How could this be? The earlier sensation and the spiral fluctuations were clearly tangible. With a swift motion, the kunai's blade gleamed in the moonlight. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto, still holding Izumi, surged forward without losing speed, pursued by a multitude of kunai. He had mastered the Kage Shuriken jutsu to an extraordinary degree. The masked man's eyes had transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. He stood frozen, dumbfounded, watching Naruto escape with Izumi. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Izumi vanished once again, and countless kunai pierced through the masked man's form, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Simultaneously, everyone watching the black frame screen had their eyes widened in astonishment. Black frame Naruto had once again shattered their perceptions, even within the grasp of the Shinigami. Minato's eyes were wide with disbelief. How old was his son in this world? What had he accomplished at that age? It was terrifying. Everyone shared this thought. Even Uchiha Madara felt a tightening in his chest. A youth of such caliber, should he be allowed to mature, would undoubtedly disrupt his future plans. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, "Yay!" while the girls cheered, expressing their delight. Temari gasped, "So impressive. Haha, truly remarkable." Naruto laughed heartily, reveling in the arena. Neji exchanged glances with Yamanaka Ino. "Just as I thought," Uchiha Sasuke remarked. "Instantaneous water stop," Uchiha Fugaka declared. With a sudden sound, the masked man's sleeve fell empty. The hand that had once grasped Naruto's face dropped to the ground. In that very moment, as the hand fell, Naruto's form, still cradling Izumi, vanished. When he reappeared, he was beside the first kunai that had pierced through the masked man's head, while another kunai materialized before the masked man. However, entwined above was a burning explosive tag. This was the preparation that Naruto had made during the brief moments of his disappearance. Regardless of success or failure, Naruto would be entwined with that trident-style kunai bearing the explosive tag. As for the explosive tag, it was naturally acquired from Uchiha Izumi's ninja tool pouch. In an instant, Naruto seized the first trident-style kunai that pierced through the masked man's head. This was indeed the true body. Naruto could not bear to waste it. Moreover, the commotion here would undoubtedly attract those Umbu ninjas. He certainly did not wish for this trident-style kunai to be discovered, fearing it could implicate Hinata. Subsequently, the Umbu ninjas might trace back to him. Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, what did I say? Ha ha. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha. The gathered ninjas of the ninja world heaved a sigh of relief. As for Uzumaki Naruto, due to his arrogance, he had already received a beating. Yet, he still grinned widely. The Naruto on the large black frame screen was, in essence, another version of himself, and the sense of immersion was extraordinary. He truly felt exhilarated. In contrast, Uchiha Obito, serving as the backdrop, fell silent. The expression beneath the mask was exceedingly grim. Once again, He had been defeated by this space-time ninjutsu. Although he had merely lost a hand, strictly speaking, it did not constitute a defeat. But who was his opponent? Just a 7-year-old boy. Moreover, he was the child of Minato Namikaze. Humph. Obito snorted coldly. Kurizetsu shook his head in despair. It was over. Everything was over. Judging by the development of the Black Frame Naruto, exposure was merely a matter of time. A plan that had been in the making for over 1,000 years was likely to come to naught. Chapter 114, Naruto, I Don't Want to Die. Boom. In the aftermath of Naruto and the trident-style kunai entwined with the explosive tag, barely a breath had passed when the explosive tag detonated. The timing was impeccable. The masked man surprisingly calmed down. He did not concern himself with the hand that had fallen to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the severed hand had become limp after being cut off by Naruto. And the substance oozing from the severed area was not the expected crimson blood, but a milky white liquid. Beneath the masked man's sleeves, the same milky white liquid flowed. What is this? Orochimaru squinted slightly. However, he searched through his memories but found no relevant information. Similarly, Senju Tobirama, another scientist, was at a loss. It was evident that the masked man had undergone a body transplantation, but the transplanted body did not seem to be human. With the explosion of the explosive tag, the commotion instantly attracted the attention of the root ninjas, who were gathering Sharingan. Immediately, several root ninjas rushed towards the scene. Bang! Bang bang! As the shadow clone technique of Shuriken concluded, the shadow clones of the trident-style kunai also made contact. In an instant, the dust that had been stirred up by the explosion was blown away due to the dissolution of the trident-style kunai's shadow clones. One moment, there was a cloud of dust. The next, it was entirely dispersed. The masked man, at the center of the explosion, remained unharmed. He glanced at the direction where Naruto and Izumi had vanished and ultimately chose to leave without pursuing. He had a more pressing matter to confirm. Although the loss of a hand diminished his combat power significantly, he still possessed the strength to fight. Buzz. In the next moment, a spiraling spatial fluctuation emerged, swiftly enveloping the masked man. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the milky white object that was once a hand. On the other side, Uchiha Izumi's suppressed cry echoed. Yet, in an instant, she forced herself to silence. Gritting her teeth, blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, revealing her suffering. It's all right, we will be home soon. Naruto could do nothing to assist her and could only offer his silent reassurance, quickening his pace. Before long, guided by his memory, Naruto arrived at the back mountain. This was their secret training base, a place they often frequented. Upon arrival, the danger was significantly reduced. Bang! The remaining shadow clone dispersed. The memories and experiences relayed back contained no information regarding the pursuit of the masked man or Itachi Uchiha. Likewise, there was no indication that the Umbu ninjas had discovered his trail. Returning home, Naruto took a deep breath. If possible, he did not wish to return in such a manner. Whether it was Itachi Uchiha or the masked man, both seemed capable of launching a counterattack. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head. Neither of them was a match for him at this moment. His escape was primarily due to their carelessness. Furthermore, he sensed no murderous intent from Itachi Uchiha, nor did he feel any immediate threat from the masked man. Naruto sighed inwardly. He was still not strong enough. If he were sufficiently powerful, he would not have to feel like a stray dog as he did now. The ninjas of the world, good heavens. With such achievements, he still claims to feel like a stray dog? Let alone the fact that Black Frame Naruto is merely 7 years old. Even those Jonin, after witnessing his experiences tonight, would not dare to say they could survive a switch of identities. Unlike Black Frame Naruto, who not only escaped, but also fled with the injured Uchiha Izumi. Creak. Pushing open the door, Naruto carefully laid Uchiha Izumi on the bed. He immediately summoned several shadow clones to keep watch. His own mental state was far from ideal, and these clones would not fare much better. Although they could not guard the night while learning, taking turns to keep watch was manageable. It was only at this moment that Naruto finally felt a semblance of relief, yet he still dared not relax. He had to prepare for the possibility that the events of the night would reach the third Hokage, and he must be ready to assist Uchiha Izumi in defecting from the village. The worst-case scenario would be to hide in those small countries. While lost in thought, Naruto suddenly felt a hand grasping his. Looking down, he saw Uchiha Izumi's face was astonishingly pale, her lips devoid of color. Naruto. Uchiha Izumi's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Naruto quickly bent down. It's all right, You will be fine. He whispered a comforting assurance. Naruto then reached out mentally to the great fox within him. Great fox. She won't be in danger, will she? I still have plenty of chakra. Can I exchange some of that golden chakra from earlier? Humph. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales twitched its long ears, clearly displeased. That chakra was enough to repair her heart. Don't bother me. The Ninetales was in a chaotic state of mind, uncertain if its actions tonight were correct. Wait. Uchiha Mangekyo. Why did I inexplicably intervene? Damn it. If this Uchiha brat survives, it would mean another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. No way. Absolutely must not allow her to survive. However, just as the QB prepared to act, the promise made by Naruto echoed in its mind. After a long pause, the QB remained sprawled on the ground. Humph. This Uchiha girl has expended too much energy. Unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age puts a significant strain on her body. Once that chakra restores her heart, there will be little left. She will fall into a prolonged slumber, and if her body can fully utilize that chakra, perhaps the hidden ailments caused by her overexertion may be alleviated. Yet, do not expect her to awaken swiftly. This time should be ample for me to transform Naruto into my true form. It would be best if Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards me, coupled with profound guilt. After forcefully convincing itself, the QB slowly rose and sat cross-legged on the ground. It needed to prepare for its future. Before that, it must ensure that the newly manifested Mangekyo Sharingan remains in a deep slumber for a considerable duration. Naruto held Uchiha Izumi's small hand, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Naruto, I feel so cold and thirsty, her weak voice emerged. Without hesitation, Naruto attempted to fetch water. However, his hand was tightly grasped. Don't go, I feel so sleepy. A tear slipped from the corner of Izumi's eye. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. You cannot sleep. At this moment, succumbing to slumber was out of the question, otherwise, she might never awaken. Naruto, he reassured, I am here, I am here. Tears flowed freely from Uchiha Izumi. I don't want to die. She voiced her innermost thoughts. Not wanting to die was a perfectly natural sentiment. She understood that they were now temporarily safe. The will to survive surged within her. Naruto managed a slight smile. Rest assured, you will be just fine. I promise. After gazing into Naruto's azure eyes for a while, Uchiha Izumi managed to muster a smile. I will go get you some water. As she spoke, Naruto prepared to rise, but Izumi continued to grip his hand tightly. Don't go. All right. Thus, Naruto sat back down, remaining by Uchiha Izumi's side. Gradually, her eyelids began to grow heavy. Her body was drenched in sweat and trembled continuously. Naruto, I feel so cold and sleepy. Upon hearing this, Naruto hesitated for a few seconds. At that moment, a chime resonated. The quiz begins. Please, everyone, prepare yourselves. A quiz. Many were taken aback. What questions could possibly be asked? Ding. The quiz begins. Question. Given the current situation, what method will Uzumaki Naruto employ to warm Uchiha Izumi, and how will he keep her awake? Please select from the following options. 1. Uzumaki Naruto will gently lift Uchiha Izumi, then give her a hard slap, telling her not to sleep. After which he will make her run outside for a few laps to warm her up. No. As soon as option 1 appeared, many, upon reading the word gently, chose it without hesitation. After all, only the top 3 could receive a reward, leaving them no room for doubt. However, after everyone read the entirety of option 1, dark lines appeared above their heads. Could anyone truly believe this was a reasonable course of action? Did this seem like something the Black Frame Naruto would do? Anoki, I'm out, everyone carry on. Fourth Raikage, same here. Clearly, many had faltered on option 1. Even Minato, trapped in the belly of the Shinigami, felt the same. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Makoto wore a helpless expression. Kusina, slower to react, was consumed by thoughts of having another daughter-in-law, thus missing the first opportunity to choose. She soon found the chat filled with wails. Even Makoto was caught off guard. Kusina immediately became alert. The initiation of this quiz could be misleading. Soon, the second option appeared. 2. Uzumaki Naruto will send a shadow clone to boil water while he retrieves thicker blankets and kindles a fire to warm Uchiha Izumi, simultaneously engaging her in conversation to keep her awake. Reasonable. Extremely reasonable. Now, those who opted for option 2 were brimming with excitement, feeling as if they had been invigorated. This was undoubtedly the correct answer. Virtually everyone who chose option 2 flushed with anticipation, praying no one could answer faster than they. Kuratsuchi, ha ha old man. I picked option 2. Once I receive my reward, prepare to step down. Conan, the black frame Naruto would definitely do this. I believe my speed is quite swift. Ino, I feel the same. If I can make it into the top 3, I'll be satisfied. Uchiha Izumi. Humph, I've kept my Sharingan active, waiting for option 2 to appear. This time, I will surely be recognized. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, I think my speed should be decent too. Unlike option 1. When option 2 appeared, the chat was filled with joy. Aside from those who had chosen option 1, everyone else was in high spirits. No one paid attention to what option 3 was. Option 2 was simply too reasonable. In the Pure Land, Mikoto observed her dear friend deep in thought and softly said, "It's all right, Kusina. If you were slow, there will be plenty of opportunities. Next time, we will both be quicker. Moreover, perhaps your speed is quite rapid, and your name will appear among the top 3. Upon hearing this, Kusina shook her head. No, I did not select option 2. Something feels off. Perhaps it is a mother-s intuition. I sense that option 2 is missing something. I will directly choose option 3. Taking a deep breath, Kusina focused intently on the screen before her. The moment option 3 appeared, she would select it. Soon enough, option 3 appeared. 3. Uzumaki Naruto will strip off his clothes, crawl under the blankets, using his body to warm Uchiha Izumi while whispering some embarrassing words to keep her awake. Everyone, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is entirely inconsistent with the behavior of the black frame Naruto. Makoto's eyes twitched. However, Kusina was overjoyed. It must be option 3. My Naruto has finally grown up. Hearing Kusina's voice, Mikoto shook her head helplessly. This option 3 seemed utterly uncharacteristic of the black frame Naruto. Temari. Why does this seem absurd, yet somehow plausible? Tenten. Gamblers. Temari. It's not easy to secure a top 3 spot now. Indeed, there were many gamblers. No, one could say, virtually all were gamblers. Otherwise, once option 1 was fully revealed, so many wouldn't have been in despair. The quiz time concluded. The black-bordered screen continued. Naruto, I feel so cold and sleepy. Upon hearing this, Naruto hesitated for a few seconds. Then he took a deep breath, a few thoughts flashing through his mind, and promptly stripped off his clothing and crawled into the blanket. Everyone, why? Uzumaki Kusina. Haha. Uzumaki Kusina. My son is truly remarkable. In comparison, Kusina was genuinely elated. Even if she secured first place later, she wouldn't be as happy. Uchiha Izumi was bewildered, her eyes wide open, with a face full of disbelief. She gazed at the Naruto who had burrowed beneath the covers. In an instant, Uchiha Kwan's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the vivid images that had just unfolded before her. Then, a warm sensation enveloped her, dispelling the inexplicable chill that had gripped her. In its place emerged a fervent heat, akin to that of a human-shaped hot water bottle. Staring at the boy so close at hand, Uchiha Kwan found herself at a loss for how to react. The two exchanged glances, and after a considerable pause, the pallor of Uchiha Kwan's face regained a hint of color, with a sickly blush blooming on her cheeks. Her eyes fell, and her mind replayed the scenes from the previous night. Kwan, the clan leader's wife. Kwan, the Uchiha clan has reached a critical juncture of life and death. The voice of Uchiha Meichin echoed incessantly in her mind. Subsequently, Uchiha Kwan's gaze towards Naruto grew increasingly peculiar, as she sensed that he might have surmised something. Reviving the Uchiha Kwan murmured softly, her earlier feeble demeanor of complaining about the cold and fatigue seemingly vanished. In this moment, her heart raced, and the pain accompanying it was shielded from her consciousness. All right. Uchiha Kwan immediately lifted her head, her eyes meeting the smiling boy's. The sickly redness on her cheeks intensified, and she felt slightly dizzy. How had things suddenly escalated to this point? The boy's searing body temperature continually dispelled the icy grip on her own. The clan leader, Fayek, sent you here for more than just seeking refuge. There is another layer of meaning. Now that I have ensured your safety, you cannot simply succumb to slumber. If you fail to awaken, it would render my efforts futile, Naruto said with a light chuckle. Since it was the last wish of clan leader Fayek, and having bestowed upon him such a considerable fortune, Naruto would naturally not refuse. Moreover, in recent times, he had been pondering how best to address Ino and her companions. As Naruto's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous. Uchiha Kwan was not like Ino and the others. She was already 13 and had long understood many things. She dared not meet Naruto's gaze, but fortunately, her peripheral vision caught sight of Naruto's discarded clothing nearby. A clan-specific storage scroll? The seal could only be undone by the Sharingan. She hurriedly rose to retrieve it, but in that moment, a sharp pain pierced her heart, and she collapsed once more. Naruto, quick to react, prevented her from sustaining any further injury. Thus, for a considerable duration, Uchiha Kwan buried her flushed face in Naruto's embrace. Too embarrassed to look up. In another scene, "Sister, I can hardly breathe." Xiaohua struggled. Hyuga Hinata, inadvertently activating her Byakugan, quickly released her grip. What has gotten into my sister? Why has she suddenly become so terrifying? Xiaohua thought, having nearly suffocated in her sister's embrace. You will help me unravel the seal on this storage scroll, won't you? Naruto chuckled at the sight of Uchiha Kwan, who was hiding in his arms. Too shy to raise her head. Though she was the elder sister, she now resembled Hinata, blushing so easily. Nonetheless, the current situation was quite favorable, and certain matters needed to be addressed directly. Naruto preferred to be straightforward rather than beating around the bush, as future complications could arise otherwise. Observing Uchiha Kwan, it was evident that she had mentally prepared herself for this encounter. However, the narrative insisted that at his current age, he was not suitable for such discussions. Perhaps only when he became a genin could he contemplate such matters. Uchiha Kwan murmured softly. After a while, as she regained some composure, she slowly lifted her snow-white neck, her eyes now showcasing the three-tomo Sharingan. With a snap, the special storage scroll in Naruto's hand was unsealed. After completing this task, Uchiha Kwan lowered her head once more. Naruto chuckled lightly, adjusting her position in his embrace. The wound is on your back. It's best not to apply pressure there. Uchiha Kwan's mind went blank momentarily. Only after Naruto had settled her position did she comprehend his intentions. In an instant, her thoughts became chaotic, flashing with inappropriate content, and her cheeks flushed once more with a sickly hue. What is happening to me? How could Naruto, at just 7 years old, comprehend such matters? Sensing Uchiha Kwan's emotional shift, Naruto too felt that something was amiss. Looking at her, he realized that this sensation was entirely different from his usual interactions with Ino, Hinata, Sakura, and Tenten. Even the sensation of holding her felt markedly distinct. What's wrong, Sister Ino? Xiaohua exclaimed, startled, quickly looking up to see Ino wearing a forced smile as she shook her head, saying it was nothing. However, Xiaohua, sitting beside her, dared not linger. Flanked by Ino and Hinata, she felt that if she didn't run away soon, she might inadvertently find herself in trouble. With that, she scurried away, only to be promptly pulled back by Hinata. Hua, you mustn't run off like that. Sister, please don't speak so gently, it frightens me. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Meichin observed the youthful boy and girl on the screen and felt a strange sensation. Would I speak to Kwan like that? It seems I might. Yet, she felt it would be somewhat burdensome for Kwan. Suddenly, an idea struck Uchiha Meichin, causing her face to heat up. Meanwhile, beside her, Kusina was overjoyed, dancing with excitement. Wonderful! Naruto has finally come to his senses, Kusina exclaimed, hugging her dear friend and laughing. Indeed, Naruto is now the ruler of the land of whirlpools. We cannot let the revival of the whirlpool be so swift that he takes Ino and Hinata home as well. The thought of all those adorable and obedient girls potentially becoming his future daughters-in-law made Kusina's smile uncontainable. Naturally, many in the ninja world also wore knowing smiles, relishing the moment when the boy finally recognized the need for a partner. Meanwhile, the fathers of those girls looked as if they had bitten into something sour, suffering in silence. The scent of youth filled the air, and Uchiha Kwan's eyelashes fluttered. The words of Uchiha Meichin resonated in her mind, leaving her feeling flustered and restless. Moreover, Naruto was but a 7-year-old child. The fact that she was experiencing such inappropriate thoughts filled her with shame. Taking several deep breaths, she gradually calmed herself and realized that her condition had improved somewhat. She felt neither cold nor drowsy. Original text has been refined and improved as follows. As the realization dawned upon him, Uchiha Izumi's mind was flooded with the tragic memories of the Uchiha clan. The visage of that man resurfaced vividly in his thoughts, his eyes cold and devoid of mercy, compelling Uchiha Izumi to regain his composure. The inky pupils swiftly transformed into a vivid crimson, imbued with a sense of bitterness. Yet, in that moment, he felt the gentle caress of small hands gliding across his back. Startled, Uchiha Izumi quickly reined in his emotions. Having inadvertently stirred feelings of wrath that instinctively summoned his chakra, causing a sharp pain to seize his heart. Raising his gaze, he found Naruto with a gentle smile. gazing tenderly at him. In that fleeting instant, time seemed to stand still. For the restoration of the Uchiha clan, he wholeheartedly accepted this mission, embracing it without a trace of reluctance. Meanwhile, Naruto, feeling the strain, called out internally, "Great Fox, do you have a solution for Izumi's condition?" "No. You are the Great Fox. You must have a way." In the ceiling space, the Ninetales smirked. "Finally, you have come." But his expression quickly soured. "Humph. Why should I assist you? Foolish child, do you truly believe I would trust your empty words?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes brightened. He gently rested his chin on Uchiha Izumi's forehead, invigorated. "I knew you would have a solution. I beg you." "Fool." The Ninetales' voice was laced with irate indignation. Yet he seemed to resign himself. "Clear your mind." The Ninetales sighed in relief, recognizing the opportunity. However, Naruto sensed something amiss in the manner of the Great Fox's speech. Yet, given his current need, he readily acquiesced. Soon, a similar experience unfolded once more. This time, Uchiha Izumi perceived the changes in Naruto. Her pupils dilated in alarm as she quickly raised her gaze, witnessing the once rosy-cheeked youth now bearing a pallid complexion. "What is wrong with Naruto?" Uchiha Izumi asked anxiously. Naruto shook his head and raised his hand, summoning a sphere of golden chakra. "Do not disturb me. I must rest for a while," the Ninetales stated weakly. "The Uchiha girl has already exhausted her essence by activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. She will also need to slumber for some time." "Very well, let it be so. She will soon enter a slumber akin to mine." The Ninetales' voice was frail. This was the strategy he devised, intending to evoke gratitude and guilt within Naruto. In truth, he was perfectly fine. Naruto discerned the exhaustion in the Great Fox's tone and called out several times. But it appeared as though the Great Fox had genuinely succumbed to slumber, unresponsive to Naruto's pleas. Gazing at the golden chakra swirling in his hands, Naruto felt a tumult of emotions. The Great Fox had made such a sacrifice. Yet, he felt an unsettling dissonance within himself. "How can I think this way? The Great Fox altered itself for my request," he murmured, though his heart whispered otherwise, aware that the Ninetales' performance was hardly convincing, and their earlier dialogue did not align with the cunning nature of the fox. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Observing Uchiha Izumi's worried expression, Naruto inhaled deeply, donning his signature smile. "You will recover swiftly." He then reiterated the Great Fox's earlier words. Seeing his frail demeanor, Uchiha Izumi was moved. "Naruto-kun," she reassured. "Do not worry. I shall be fine. A little rest is all I need. You too, do not overthink it. The Great Fox would not deceive me. However, you may need to sleep for a considerable time to regain your strength." As he spoke, Naruto enveloped the comforting golden chakra around the wound on Uchiha Izumi's back. She trembled at the sensation, and that familiar warmth enveloped her once more. "Naruto," Uchiha Izumi's voice trembled slightly. Yet, Naruto suddenly laughed. "During your slumber, I will take care of you." He paused for a moment, then added, "In the future, I will have my shadow clone stay at home to look after you." On another note, it was also to ensure that in case of any unforeseen events, he would be able to whisk her away promptly. "But you know, while you are asleep, I will have to change your diapers." He continued, "As for food, I will chew it for you and feed you." As his words settled, Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless by his audacity. Her mind was filled with images of Naruto caring for her, and soon, her pallid complexion was replaced by a delicate blush. "Therefore, you must recuperate well and allow your body to absorb this chakra to heal," he assured her. "Once you awaken, you will have your vengeance. Rest assured, I will not mind your drool, but you must." Before he could finish, Uchiha Izumi covered his mouth with her hand. "No, please stop." She was caught off guard by such boldness, leaving her entirely flustered. Naruto, too, ceased his banter, feeling fatigued. The events of the night had only just begun to settle within him. He gained a renewed understanding of his own strength. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. The priority now was to rest and recuperate, gathering his energy. The true test awaited him the following day. As long as there were no Ombu shinobi surveilling him, everything would be manageable. Gradually, Uchiha Izumi's breath became steady in his embrace. "Thank you, Naruto." She murmured softly before succumbing to slumber. This time, Naruto refrained from provoking her further, aware that the Great Fox had indicated it would succumb to sleep for some time due to exhaustion. Likewise, Uchiha Izumi's injuries and physical depletion would necessitate a prolonged period of rest. As the rhythmic sound of her breathing reached his ears, Naruto felt a renewed sense of clarity. His thoughts drifted to the hidden storage scrolls and ninjutsu scrolls within the house of Clan Fyake. He should retrieve them at the earliest opportunity, as they were invaluable assets for his empowerment. Thereafter, he contemplated the future. Before long, his eyelids grew heavy, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. At this juncture, the results of the quiz were being tallied. The audience, gathered around the large screen framed in black, was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. However, this segment of the crowd was relatively small, as most had faltered between options 1 and 2. Ding! The quiz has concluded, and we are currently finalizing the results. Congratulations to the top 3 participants for submitting their answers first. Congratulations to Uzumaki Kusina for winning the reward, a chance for complete resurrection, allowing her to resurrect at any location and time within the shinobi world. Congratulations to Tsunade for winning the reward. After the viewing concludes, she will appear 8 years younger. Congratulations to Chinsho Feijin for receiving the reward of a resurrection fragment. To exchange for a perfect resurrection, it is necessary to achieve 3rd place 3 times and 2nd place twice. After the comparison viewing concludes, one may choose any time and place for resurrection. It should be noted that upon obtaining a resurrection fragment, if one secures 1st place, they can resurrect after the comparison viewing ends, and the fragment will convert into a resurrection fragment usable at any time and place. Furthermore, upon receiving additional rewards, one may choose to claim them at any time or opt to continue acquiring adaptive rewards, which are generally distributed after the comparison viewing concludes. The fact that Xian secured 1st place did not astonish the crowd, while Tsunade's 2nd place was also deemed acceptable. It is quite normal for the big fat sheep to win occasionally. However, the 3rd place going to the 2nd Hokage, Chinsho Feijin, was unexpected and seemed uncharacteristic of him. Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, "Such unseemly behavior." To which Chinsho Feijin replied with a chuckle, "Ah, jealousy, I see. I possess a resurrection fragment." At the base of the organization, Danzo, who had been relishing the feeling of superiority over his comrades, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he declared, "I agree. Let us cooperate." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally revealed a smile, but his face quivered upon catching Chinsho Feijin's remarks in the chatroom. Chinsho Feijin warned, "Monkey, Danzo, and you 2 advisors who aid in tyranny, when I resurrect, it will be time to cleanse our ranks, and you shall pay for your misdeeds." Orochimaru remarked, "Indeed. Because of them, our dear Naruto has suffered greatly. It is time for reckoning." Xian interjected, "Wait a moment." She continued, "I believe I can resurrect right now. Old monkey, where are you? Show yourself." Upon her words, everyone in the ninja world was left in stunned silence. Resurrection? Truthfully, many still found it hard to believe that answering questions could grant such an opportunity. Furthermore, no one had yet acquired a reward, as most were settled after the comparison viewing concluded. Xian was the sole individual to have achieved 1st place twice. If she truly could resurrect, a glimmer of desire ignited in the eyes of all present. The difficulty of securing 1st place in the upcoming quiz would only increase. Chinsho Feijin lamented, "What a pity. If only I had answered a bit sooner, I could have fully resurrected." Anoki sighed, "These options truly mislead." Yet he felt some psychological balance witnessing so many fall like him. Kahaku stated, "This is going to be quite the spectacle." She wondered if the 3rd Hokage had already gone into hiding. The 4th Raikage chuckled, "Indeed, the 3rd Hokage has been silent for quite some time." Orochimaru added, "Sarutobi-sensei has indeed gone into hiding. He is likely plotting with Danzo." Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Xian excitedly embraced her good friend. "I can finally meet my son," she exclaimed joyfully. However, upon seeing Mikoto's smile, she quickly regained her composure as she recalled the inability to act during the comparison viewing. Even if she resurrected now, she could not vent her frustrations. Torn between her son and her dear friend, she contemplated, "Mikoto, I will assist you in the next quiz." Mikoto replied, "You should resurrect first. After all, you have never truly met your son." But Xian shook her head. "Answering questions here is actually easier. Besides, I am not yet ready to see Naruto. It would be too sudden. I need time to prepare for both of us. And anyway, the next quiz will not be far off. We can resurrect together. I would never leave you behind." Mikoto felt touched. Most importantly, in this space, they were undisturbed, allowing them to focus on answering questions and increasing their chances of rewards. thereby amplifying their hopes of stirring the entire ninja world upon resurrection. Before that, let us explore the vicinity and see if we can find Izuna. Jio Xi was thrilled, and Mikoto smiled helplessly, accompanying her in their playful antics in the Pure Land. The next morning, Naruto awoke, gazing at the slumbering Uchiha Izuna in his arms. After a moment of stillness, he gently rose, settling Izuna before stepping out of the bedroom. Upon seeing his shadow clone, the clone promptly dispelled itself, transferring a wealth of memories and experiences back to him. After a brief pause, Naruto took a deep breath. He had passed the first hurdle. Throughout the night, no Anbu ninja had come to disturb him. Yet, he remained cautious, prepared to flee Konoha with Uchiha Izuna at a moment's notice. If today passed without incident, the events of the previous night would be truly behind him, allowing him to remain safely in Konoha and continue nurturing his own growth. Naruto then focused on the storage scroll that had been unsealed yesterday, a gift from Fugaku, delivered by Sasuke. Inside lay the historical documents Naruto had longed for. The answers to the questions that had plagued him for years were finally within reach. Chapter 118. Tranquility. Orochimaru mused. The liberation and training has begun, soon. A liberation of thought will follow. I eagerly await the emergence of the Black Frame Naruto. Perhaps he will seek me out. Yashitake Anko scoffed. Seek you out? More likely to eliminate you. Orochimaru chuckled silently, confident that should the Black Frame Naruto become aware of his existence, he would eagerly come looking for him. What would become of his counterpart in the Black Frame world? As he gazed at the solitary book before him, Naruto furrowed his brow. Approaching, he discovered it to be an ancient tome devoid of a title. Yet, judging by its thickness, the content was surely substantial. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner yearning. After freshening up, he began preparing breakfast for himself and Izuna. Naruto playfully teased Izuna. Naturally, he wouldn't mash food to feed her. However, he dedicated considerable effort to the meal preparation, a task left to his shadow clones. Today, mistakes were not an option. After breakfast, Naruto took the tome and made his way to the Ninja Academy. The little ones had been confined at home for several days and had not come to see him. He had left 3 shadow clones at home, 2 standing guard while 1 tended to Izuna. Before leaving, he had already changed Uchiha Izuna into a diaper. Shortly thereafter, Naruto arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. He remained vigilant, ensuring no Anbu ninja were observing him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Everything seemed normal, as if nothing had transpired the night before. However, Naruto keenly sensed a shift in the village atmosphere. It felt somewhat oppressive. At the academy entrance, he encountered fathers dropping their children off for school. Naruto, Ino exclaimed, rushing toward him, which infuriated Yamanaka and Noichi from a distance. How troublesome, Dad. Can we just head home by ourselves? Shikamaru grumbled, hands in pockets. Nara Shikaku shook his head, instructing, just wait for us. After a glance at Naruto, who was carrying Ino on his back, he added, let us go. The situation was becoming quite serious. In the blink of an eye, the mastermind vanished, leaving the village of Mai unscathed. How remarkable they are. Shanzhong Hai and Chiu Dao Dingzhou approached. Nara Shikaku cast a glance at Hinata being escorted to school by Hinata Hayashi. Their eyes met, and with a silent understanding, they nodded before departing together. Inuzuka Tsum and Yamanaka Shika followed closely behind. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, merely overnight. This incident could not simply fade into silence. A meeting was undoubtedly necessary. The scapegoat had already been determined the night before. Upon entering the school, Naruto behaved as usual, yet his focus remained keenly attuned to his surroundings. After confirming the absence of Anbu shinobi, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that all was well. Uchiha Itachi, as he had surmised, was indeed a rather arrogant individual, remaining tight-lipped. As for that masked man, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, still uncertain of the fellow's identity. Soon, Iruka entered the classroom. Naruto's gaze instinctively drifted to Sasuke's empty seat. He had not arrived. Naruto was not surprised by this. However, he was uncertain whether Sasuke had been brainwashed after being taken away. Yet, the thought of Sasuke's proud demeanor led Naruto to believe that Sasuke would likely resist any attempts at manipulation. In a vague sense, Naruto felt a peculiar kinship with Sasuke. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara sat in meditation. Should Uchiha Fugaku's historical documents left for Naruto prove sufficiently detailed, he risked premature exposure. This thought irked Uchiha Madara. Yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation. After all, his reach could not extend into the realm of the Black Frame. Moreover, had Obito truly made the right choice in selecting his allies? Undoubtedly, he had erred. Yet at that time, there had been no other option. If given a choice, Uchiha Madara would not have chosen him. It seemed he had set his expectations for the fool too high. In the classroom, Iruka commenced his usual discourse on the unresolved questions from the previous day. Naruto sensed it was time to act. He stood and excused himself to the restroom. An allowance Iruka readily granted. Upon reaching the restroom, Naruto summoned a shadow clone. I entrust you with the scroll left by the clan head. Understood. Do not worry. My original. Even if I cannot, I will not expose our plans. With that, the shadow clone vanished. After lingering in the restroom for a while, Naruto returned to the classroom. Upon sitting down, he noticed Ino engaging in an unprecedented fishing endeavor. Have you been aware of any changes while diligently practicing the family techniques? Naruto gently ruffled Ino's hair, awakening her. Upon seeing Naruto, she sighed in relief, casting a glance at Iruka, who was once again passionately discussing the will of fire. Without hesitation, she collapsed onto the desk in front of Naruto, offering him a sweet smile before promptly dozing off. This scene caused Sakura, seated behind, to clench her fists. Hinata blinked in surprise. Observing Ino's boldness, she too leaned against Naruto's shoulder, feigning sleep. However, her rosy cheeks betrayed her act. This spectacle did not escape Iruka's notice. Yet, he merely twitched an eye, realizing these little rascals were employing the same trick again. No, I will not be fooled, he thought, refusing to fall for their ploy to rouse them for questions. Due to their seating in the corner, apart from Sakura, who usually paid attention, the others were preoccupied with their own affairs, and Iruka remained indifferent. This elicited both envy and astonishment from their classmates. Some daring individuals attempted to imitate them, only to be called upon by Iruka to answer questions. The poor children could only gaze enviously at the ruffians in the back row. Finally, feeling somewhat at ease, Naruto retrieved a book from his desk. After placing it on the table, he glanced sideways, catching a glimpse of Hinata's trembling eyelashes. Isn't it uncomfortable to lean like that? Hinata replied softly, not at all, without opening her eyes, her face flushing even more. Since she had been discovered and Naruto had not rejected her, she mimicked Ino's usual demeanor, wrapping her arms around Naruto's. Indeed, this position was considerably more comfortable. Naruto chuckled softly, choosing not to address the little girl further. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, he opened the ancient historical manuscript. Chapter 119, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The Warring States Era. The first 4 characters that caught his eye were these. Note, the founding of Konoha occurred in the first year of Konoha, 32 years prior to the founding. The Senju and Uchiha clans each birthed a child of extraordinary talent. They would become the founders of Konoha Hidden Village, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. The opening lines left Naruto momentarily stunned. It seemed this document would be quite detailed. Continuing to read, he discovered that in the tumultuous era of war and vengeance, civilians and children were drawn into the chaos. Legend has it that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara knew each other from a young age, yet neither was aware of the other's identity. By the hand of fate, they ultimately shouldered the burdens of the Uchiha and Senju clans. In the midst of conflict, they grew together through years of warfare, maintaining a delicate balance. However, this equilibrium was soon shattered when Uchiha Madara's beloved younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, was gravely injured by Senju Tobirama's newly developed space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Raijin, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Flying Raijin? So that is how space-time ninjutsu works. The technique inscribed on the kunai must indeed be the Flying Raijin. With the balance disrupted, Uchiha Madara was consumed with rage, leading his clan to declare war against the Senju. Uchiha Madara transplanted his brother's eyes, evolving his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which would never lead to blindness. Did this imply that the Mangekyo Sharingan could indeed lead to blindness? This was crucial information, especially considering Izuna had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, resulting in severe physical strain. Continuing to read, this battle marked the conclusion of the First Valley of the End. The Uchiha suffered defeat. Following the war, Senju Hashirama once again extended a request for a ceasefire and alliance to Uchiha Madara. While Uchiha Madara refused, the prolonged conflict had exhausted both clans, making surrender and integration inevitable. Yet, with his dearly beloved brother lost, he was unwilling to accept such an end. Subsequently, He made an outrageous demand. If Senju Hashirama's remaining brother were to perish, he would agree to surrender. Senju Hashirama, reluctant yet wishing to avoid further bloodshed, prepared to offer his life in exchange. Uchiha Madara was moved. Ultimately, both sides ceased hostilities and forged an alliance to protect their families and their shared childhood ideals. Under the leadership of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, they jointly established what is now known as Konoha Hidden Village. The Warring States period came to an end. This portion of the content was not extensive nor exceedingly detailed, yet it opened Naruto's eyes wide. The descriptions of the battles are nothing short of magnificent, albeit conveyed in mere fragments. However, they provide Naruto with a preliminary understanding of the formidable strength of the Senju clan and the legendary Hashirama Senju. Additionally, they highlight the value of the Uchiha clan's eyes. Upon unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, one's power would experience a qualitative leap. The vast chakra within him seems to exceed that of others. Could it be that he is also a descendant of the Senju clan? Shaking his head, Naruto continued to read. The subsequent content pertains to the founding year of Konoha. The village, established by both clans, was named Konoha by Uchiha Madara. The Kono signifies the Senju clan's association with the wood release, represented by Hashirama, while Ha symbolizes the Uchiha clan, whose emblem resembles a fan. The leaders of the village, including Sarutobi, Shimura, and Hyuga, joined the alliance of Konoha, prompting other nations to follow suit. This led to the emergence of villages such as Kumogakure in the land of lightning, Iwagakure in the land of earth, Hiragakure in the land of water, and Tsunade in the land of wind, with smaller nations emulating their example. This was indeed the zenith of Konoha's power, possessing overwhelming advantages over other shinobi villages. Upon reading this, Naruto furrowed his brow. Would release? This was his first encounter with the concept. He pondered why such a prosperous era had devolved into the current state, where Kumogakure's envoy came to Konoha to abduct villagers, only for Konoha to apologize in return. With this confusion lingering, Naruto pressed on. Due to ideological differences, 2 years after the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara left the village alone. Uchiha Fugaku noted that many clansmen observed that day with cold indifference. Unaware they were unwittingly laying the groundwork for the Uchiha clan's eventual decline. Many were waiting for Madara, yet he left openly, leaving them in vain. Naruto recalled the first 5 Kage summit, where Hashirama collected the tailed beasts and distributed them equitably among the great nations and shinobi villages. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara manipulated the 9 tails to launch an assault on Konoha and Hashirama, leading to a cataclysmic battle that altered the landscape, culminating in what is now known as the Valley of the End. This revelation left Naruto astonished. Tailed beasts? Are they referring to the Great Fox? He realized that there existed not only the Great Fox, but numerous entities akin to it. However, why distribute them evenly? The 9 tails alone inflicted catastrophic losses on Konoha. If Madara had utilized all the tailed beasts while he was still present, couldn't they have achieved peace by overwhelming the others? Perhaps there was a fear that incompetent higher-ups would reignite conflict? During the first Hokage's tenure, other shinobi villages would have hesitated to act recklessly. But what transpired after his death? Wait, the Uchiha's eyes. Though the Great Fox did not state it explicitly, it seemed that the Uchiha's eyes could control the tailed beasts. No wonder the Great Fox reacted so strongly upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's eyes. So the chaos caused by the Great Fox 7 years ago was due to that masked man. Who could he be? Fugaku? Shaking his head, Naruto suppressed his inner doubts, recognizing that these events were recent and that further reading might yield answers. Upon reflection, it appeared that the tailed beasts given to various shinobi villages were not gifts but concealed explosive tags. Should any hostility toward Konoha arise, the Uchiha would swiftly turn those tailed beasts against their former allies. In the black frame screen, Naruto's thoughts echoed, causing the shinobi world to fall silent, as did the chatroom. It became evident that Naruto's analysis was accurate, given the absence of any rebuttal from those involved. The Kage fell into a contemplative silence as Naruto's deductions resonated with the assembly. Yet, soon enough, the hearts of those in Konoha were once again filled with trepidation. But why would the village sever its own arm? The Uchiha were annihilated. It seemed the incompetence of the 3rd Hokage had led to this outcome. Thus, the 1st Hokage, fearing that an ineffective leader would emerge after overpowering the other shinobi villages, would reignite conflict across the land. Indeed, if the entire shinobi world became one village, Any subsequent coup would inevitably affect the entire realm, as everyone would vie for the highest position. In light of this, Hashirama's approach appeared somewhat justifiable, but one should refrain from rushing to conclusions and continue reading. In Chapter 120, the answer lay before them. Hashirama, in his quest to protect the peace of Konoha and the shinobi world, had slain his once dear friend. He then allied with the powerful Uzumaki clan, who possessed formidable sealing techniques to seal the Nine Tails. Subsequently, Hashirama wed Uzumaki Mido, who became the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but then turned to Uchiha Fugaka's notes. Fugaka noted that the land of whirlpools possessed powerful sealing techniques, making them a unique entity. Other shinobi villages relied on them to seal their tailed beasts. A jolt coursed through Naruto. Astounding. This first Hokage had profound foresight, relying on Konoha for sealing techniques. How could the other four great shinobi villages dare to stir trouble before them? In the mountains, Ino queried why everyone had fallen silent. Uchiha Izuna remarked that the Uzumaki clan's downfall concerned everyone. He acknowledged their formidable prowess as distant relatives of the Senju, possessing equally potent physiques and unparalleled sealing techniques. Even the strongest clans, like the Uchiha and Senju, had to tread carefully around them. Uzumaki Kusina declared that the land of whirlpools would be revitalized under Naruto's stewardship, and those who had consumed their resources would ultimately pay the price. The chatroom lapsed into an eerie silence. The Uzumaki and Senju were indeed distant kin, with the former excelling in sealing techniques. The Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Ashina, had established the land of whirlpools and its ninja village, renowned as the forebear of Konoha's sealing arts. Today, the red whirlpool emblazoned on Konoha's ninja attire serves as the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. Upon realizing this, Naruto understood the origin of his surname. He was not merely a Senju but a distant relative of the Uzumaki, equally endowed with a robust physique. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he finally grasped this truth. Yet, doubts soon resurfaced within him. The Uzumaki clan possessed red hair, a sign of their strong bloodline, persisting even through intermarriage with other clans. He instinctively glanced at his own hair, blonde. Blonde hair? Could I be a descendant of the illustrious Namikaze clan? However, his confusion was swiftly resolved when he read Uchiha Fugaka's notes. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had instructed the members of the Senju clan to abandon their surname, forming their own families. Even the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade, and her brother Nawaki did not inherit the Senju name. Originally, if it were the Senju clan, they could indeed suppress the bloodline of my Uzumaki clan, causing my hair to take on a golden hue. The esteemed Minato Namikaze should rightly be referred to as Senju Minato. However, is Tsunade truly the legendary Sannin? Oh, she too possesses golden locks. Lord Tsunade, Naruto has mentioned you. Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. So what if he mentioned it? Why are you so thrilled? Tsunade shot her a glance. A big fat sheep. The phrase emerged vividly in many minds. Concerned about opposing the Uchiha. Worried that her clan members might act recklessly after she grasped power. After absorbing the recent information, Naruto gained a preliminary understanding of Senju Hashirama, instinctively pondering this direction. Fortunately, otherwise, prior to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, there might have been another Senju extermination. What followed were some detailed accounts of the latter events. Senju Tobirama established the Ninja Academy, along with various philosophies. He was also the founder of the Umbu. Observing the information on Senju Tobirama, Naruto nodded repeatedly. It seemed that Hashirama's brother was quite formidable as well. Moreover, he developed a plethora of ninjutsu. Subsequently, after cultivating the first batch of talents, due to political factors, he took on 6 disciples: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Mido Gate Kinzuya, Tenten, and Akimichi Torafu. Naruto silently noted their names before continuing to flip through the pages. In the 18th year of Konoha, with the demise of Senju Hashirama, the peace treaty among the 5 great nations collapsed. As expected, however, Konoha should not be so passive, right? Kumogakure initiated an offensive, invading the land of fire with a large contingent of ninjas. The Wagakure and Kirigakure broke into war. The First Shinobi World War erupted. Kumogakure launched an attack. It appeared that the other villages were not united. Otherwise, Konoha would have long been obliterated. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, led the elite forces into battle. The Land of Wind, with its sparse population, barren land, and weak economy, did not contribute significantly to the conflict. Only after the appointment of the second Kazekage did substantial improvements occur. The one-tail Shikaku was utilized in combat, and the second Kazekage developed a series of puppet jutsu to replace the Tsunade ninjas, leading to a qualitative leap for the Land of Wind. Puppets? Taking a deep breath, Naruto realized, indeed, with historical texts emerging, he was no longer the naive novice he once was. In the 20th year of Konoha, as the war progressed, Humogakure experienced divisions between the pro-war faction and the conservative faction, ultimately leading the Second Hokage to decide on a ceasefire alliance with Konoha. Is a ceasefire alliance really that effective? Merely words. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. During the alliance ceremony, the brothers Kin and Jin revolted, assassinating the Second Hokage and injuring Senju Tobirama. Amidst the chaos, Konoha attempted to flee but was pursued by Kin and Jin. Following this, the Second Hokage assessed his disciples' strategic awareness and initiative. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to step forward, ultimately being appointed as the third Hokage by the Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama lamented his past decisions, wishing he had agreed at the time. Uchiha Izuna dismissed it as an excuse for ineptitude. Senju Hashirama questioned whether it was his fault regarding Madara. Initially, he aimed to protect his family, only to end up safeguarding Konoha instead. Hashirama could already envision what the future held. Uchiha Madara responded indifferently, not knowing. Shouldn't it be otherwise? Was the second Hokage's combat prowess truly so diminished? With the Flying Thunder God technique, having absorbed some of the Nine Tails chakra from Kin and Jin, how could they possibly kill him? Moreover, the second Hokage developed numerous ninjutsu. It was improbable he would be so weak. Was it possible that the excessive development of ninjutsu, coupled with age, led to such a decline in strength? Nevertheless, the second Hokage appeared to be the true embodiment of the will of fire. Humph, that old man merely wielded the will of fire as a tool for indoctrination. Naruto scoffed. Uchiha Kagami ultimately perished in the First Shinobi World War. Upon reaching this point, Naruto sensed something amiss. The second Hokage harbored deep wariness towards the Uchiha, yet seemed quite amiable towards his own disciples. Was it due to the Uchiha's bloodline abilities? This detail was not documented thoroughly, so Naruto could only temporarily suppress his doubts. If this were the case, could it be understood that the second Hokage's attitude toward the Uchiha led to his disciples' excessive interpretations, resulting in the Uchiha's extermination? That didn't seem right. Once Uchiha Madara left Konoha, the Uchiha's fate was already sealed. After this, Konoha experienced a surge of talent. In the 36th year of Konoha, economic imbalance triggered a great war. The grandson of Senju Hashirama, Nawaki, perished in battle. In the 37th year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War erupted in full force. The Land of Water was obliterated overnight. Chapter 121, Tsunade, an ally to be persuaded. Naruto pondered for a moment before taking a deep breath. He resolved to dissect this information, analyzing each piece individually. At this juncture, one must be cautious, as this pertains to future allies. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the disciple of that old man from the third Hokage, likely has political implications, making it easier to solidify her position by recruiting the granddaughter of the first Hokage. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. If the notes left by Fujitake are entirely accurate, then Nawaki's death must have been far from simple. Upon hearing Nawaki's name again, Tsunade was momentarily stunned. After downing her drink, she lifted her gaze to meet Ino's worried expression. Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, the perceptive Naruto-kun has discerned the onset of Konoha's decay from Nawaki's demise. It is as you stated, Naruto-kun, prior to the Uchiha, it must have been the Senju clan. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened slightly. Despite his efforts to restrain his thoughts, he acknowledged that this was a tactic befitting a competent politician. Yet, his anger boiled beneath the surface. Senju Hashirama maintained his silence. The black-framed screen continued to display. According to the notes left by Fujitake, the first Hokage, before his death, willingly allowed the second Hokage to research his body. The first Hokage is recognized as the god of shinobi, possessing immense strength and being the sole wielder of Mokuton in the ninja world. Thus, the purpose of studying the first Hokage must have been to harness his formidable power and regenerative abilities, as well as his Mokuton. After the second Hokage's death, this experiment would undoubtedly be divided among the third Hokage. No, Fujitake's notes frequently mention Shimura Danzo. a pivotal figure in the Hokage's advisory council and the leader of the Root organization. Could it be that Naruto suddenly realized he had been overly critical of the third Hokage, to the extent of forgetting the existence of the other three old men? Given that Fujitake mentioned Danzo so many times, his dissatisfaction with Danzo was likely greater than with the third Hokage. Was it possible that among those present yesterday, besides the Umbu, there were also members of the Root? No, that was a certainty. Such ignorance and foolishness could easily lead to forcing the Uchiha into a coup, subsequently resulting in their annihilation. Therefore, Nawaki's death was undoubtedly related to them. The legendary Sannin Orochimaru, even in his youth, possessed formidable strength. The demise of Xingtian was rather abrupt. He perished due to an explosive tag trap. Such occurrences are commonplace in warfare. Yet who exactly was Xingtian? He was a disciple of Orochimaru, the younger brother of Tsunade, and the grandson of the first Hokage. He also represented the last remaining bloodline of the Senju clan in the public eye, being a direct descendant of the first Hokage. If his demise was a means to acquire materials for human experimentation, it was essential to gather more resources. In the notes of clan leader Fuyue, there were a few mentions of this incident, attributed to the presence of Uchiha members at the front lines. Xingtian, in a fit of impulsiveness, charged past Orochimaru only to be swiftly obliterated by the explosive tag mechanism. Moments later, Orochimaru and his team discovered his lifeless body. Naruto furrowed his brow, realizing the state of his insides had been hollowed out. Was it truly possible for an explosive tag to cause such devastation? Moreover, under Orochimaru's watch, it was peculiar that Xingtian's body appeared relatively intact, yet his innards were so quickly removed by his teammates. If those comrades were from Umbu or Root, it might be understandable. Due to the slow progress in researching the first Hokage's cells, thoughts turned to his grandson. If even the grandson of the first Hokage met such a fate, what could be said of the other Senju clan members who had forsaken their lineage to integrate into Konoha? By the way, although the first and second Hokages have passed, why are there so few records regarding the former princess of the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Mido, the first Hokage's wife? Her prowess could not possibly be lacking, as she was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto took a deep breath, convinced that his analysis was sound. Continuing to read, he thought that if he could meet Tsunade, he might be able to persuade her to join in the vengeance against Konoha. Seeking allies was among Naruto's objectives. At that moment, the ninja world fell into silence. After a long pause, Inoki remarked, "I must say, since the third Hokage took office, the atmosphere within Konoha has shifted." Terumi May added, "I feel that what Black Frame Naruto said holds considerable merit. Perhaps the truth is indeed as he stated." Uchiha Fuyue reflected, "What an impressive young man. In this world of Black Frame, I made no mistake in choosing him. Perhaps the Uchiha clan can truly be revived." Orochimaru chuckled, "Ah, how fragile life is." Senju Tobirama shouted in the chat room, "Monkeys. Danzo. Koharu. Yen." Yet, no one dared to respond. Tobirama pressed on, dare to act, but not to face the consequences? Senju Hashirama lamented, "How did it come to this? I thought we had already faced enough. Why does it keep unraveling?" Tobirama replied, "If only I had let them stay back then, brother would not blame me." This time, Fuyue and his companions learned their lesson and refrained from speaking. In reality, it was the two elder figures, Shimura Danzo and Uzumaki Mido, who dared not voice their thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were still scheming about what to do after the viewing ended. Both were aware that their reputations had long been tarnished. Let the insults come. It mattered not, as long as they emerged victorious in the end. In the small tavern, Tsunade's eyes were already red. Initially, she felt something was amiss. Orochimaru had also dramatically changed his temperament due to that incident. With a resounding thud, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table. No one in the tavern dared to approach her. "Damn that Danzo! Damn that old monkey!" She then suddenly turned to Shizune. "Do you think that Jiraiya was aware of their actions? Because of those beasts, he had the audacity to say that if I laid a hand on Konoha, he would kill me himself. I was too lenient back then. Someone like him deserves to be punched to death in front of the bathhouse." Tsunade commenced a merciless assault. Shizune, clutching Tun, was too frightened to speak, the alcohol having sobered her considerably. In the year 37 of Konoha, the Second Great Ninja War erupted in full force. That same year, the land of whirlpools was annihilated overnight. In the aftermath, Naruto felt a heaviness in his heart upon realizing the fate of the land of whirlpools. However, in an instant, his gaze turned cold. In Konoha, he had never truly belonged. Upon discovering his connection to the Uzumaki clan, he naturally leaned towards them. Though he had received no support from the Uzumaki clan to date, he still felt a stronger affinity for them, as he had grown into his current self due to the Uzumaki lineage. Witnessing the swift obliteration of the Uzumaki clan, he finally comprehended why he was the only Uzumaki in all of Konoha. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Naruto smirked to himself. Allies. This was the most feudal aspect of the ninja world. The shinobi of Konoha wore their vests emblazoned with the Uzumaki clan's emblem on their backs, merely paying lip service. Instinctively, Naruto cast his gaze towards Iruka at the podium, who was currently writing instructional content on the blackboard. The red whirlpool insignia on the back of Iruka's ninja vest was undoubtedly the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan had established the land of whirlpools, adopting a system of one nation, one village, with Yuzushiogakure. Judging solely by their documented strength, they were undoubtedly on par with the other 4 great ninja villages. Moreover, their unique sealing techniques and abundant commissions ensured prosperous economic development, thriving under the support of their ally, Konoha. Furthermore, Fuyue's notes indicated that the land of whirlpools possessed various mysterious powers derived from their rituals. To be obliterated overnight? Would they attempt to do so as the Uchiha had? Yet, that was implausible. No matter how small the land of whirlpools was, it was still larger than Konoha. An overnight annihilation could only imply one possibility. The major ninja villages had joined forces against them. Naruto's expression hardened. Realizing that the land of whirlpools had possessed the most powerful sealing techniques in the ninja world, which was one of the reasons for its downfall. Despite being backed by Konoha, it was still utterly destroyed overnight. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "That old man of the third Hokage. That wretched village." Uzumaki Kusina exclaimed. "Well said." She continued, "My child, let the land of whirlpools rise once more." With determination, she added, "Just wait, in this black frame world. My child will come to collect the debt." Uzumaki Mito sighed. The previously prepared remarks from Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama fell into silence. At that moment, Namake's Minato's attention was entirely elsewhere, his head bowed, filled with concern. "Kyubi, Kushina will not, That is your concern, not mine. This fox knows nothing." As Naruto pored over the records regarding the land of whirlpools, his brows furrowed deeply. So, the first Hokage's wife, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was effectively imprisoned and rendered powerless? Such a lack of documentation was inconceivable otherwise. In the year 37 of Konoha, the 8-year-old Uzumaki Kushina was brought back to Konoha by Tsunade. Uzumaki Kushina? Naruto was taken aback. She was the only survivor returned after the fall of the land of whirlpools. As he gazed at the name Uzumaki Kushina for a long moment, he ultimately closed his eyes. Based on the information he currently possessed, there was no doubt that this was his mother. Among all the documented members of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, she was the only one. Apart from the Uzumaki Mito, there is only the Uzumaki Kushina. This is likely due to Uzumaki Mito's advanced age, necessitating Konoha's need for a second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How lamentable! The vision of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was indeed beautiful, yet reality is harsh. Diverging from Uchiha Madara's ideology led to their parting ways. Afterward, a great war ensued. Yet given the remarkable ocular prowess of the Uchiha, could there be Jinjutsu akin to a fever dream? Uchiha Madara feigning death? As the resonant thoughts of the black-framed Naruto echoed, a tremor coursed through Uchiha Madara's body in the Pure Land. Has he arrived? So soon? He was utterly unprepared. Senju Hashirama exclaimed, "This is impossible." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Izuna spoke in unison. Izanagi, Senju Tobirama remarked, the inherently malevolent Uchiha. The entire shinobi world was left in shock. Uchiha Madara was alive. Soon, the black frame screen revealed Naruto providing the answer. Naruto furrowed his brow and leaned forward, uncovering records regarding the ocular abilities of the Uchiha clan and their legends. The forbidden technique of the Uchiha, Izanagi, exacts a toll of blindness from the Sharingan. However, it is countered by Izanami. Members of the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan, can activate Izanagi through forming the signs of the rabbit, pig, and sheep, enabling them to negate unfavorable events that transpired over a period. Regardless of the harm inflicted upon the caster, even death, they can revert to their original state, with the duration determined by the caster. Upon reading this, Naruto's pupils dilated sharply. Could it be that the masked man is Uchiha Madara? The records indicate that the only individual outside the Uchiha clan, yet possessing the Uchiha lineage and a Mangekyo Sharingan, is indeed Uchiha Madara. As these thoughts settled, within the underground base of Kemui Bridge, Uchiha Obito and Korezetsu were left speechless. Look at that. Why did you have to give him this? It seemed that everyone's facade would be stripped bare. Uchiha Izuna remarked, if it were Ancestor Madara, that might indeed make sense. Uchiha Izuna then asked, brother, did you not die back then? Uchiha Madara wished to refrain from answering, but the question came from his beloved younger brother. Uchiha Madara replied, I utilized Izanaji. After speaking, Uchiha Madara fell silent, trusting that Izuna would grasp his reluctance to disclose further information. As expected, Uchiha Izuna quieted down. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, so it was like this. She continued, but, Uncle Madara, even if you survived, you must have sustained grave injuries, right? Uchiha Madara simply responded, Senju Hashirama inquired. When did you manage to use that? Senju Tobirama, frustrated, interjected, damn it, you schemed everything from the start. Uchiha Izuna scoffed. Are you implying that the downfall of your wretched village was orchestrated by my brother? For a moment, Senju Tobirama was at a loss for words. On Konoha's side, upon hearing Uchiha Izuna refer to the village as wretched, everyone dared not speak. At that moment, Konoha appeared entirely different from when the viewing system first arrived. The revelation of Uchiha Madara's survival sent shockwaves throughout the shinobi world. Inoki inhaled deeply and sincerely remarked in the chat room, as expected of you, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama Senju. I sometimes ponder how different Konoha would be had the second Hokage not perished. The fourth Raikage added, during the Second Shinobi World War, the legendary Sannin. Konoha's White Fang, and others were all exceptional. He continued, even after that, during the Third Shinobi World War, with the swift and brilliant commanders like Orochimaru. They remained formidable presences. Kuratsuchi interjected, yet, you all came to abduct people, and then turn the tables, presenting Hyuga Hisashi's corpse. Uchiha Izuna added, and the clan extermination. Uchiha Izuna remarked, the peculiar hierarchy of Konoha, inheriting the will of Senju Tobirama. Well, that explains a lot. Senju Tobirama appeared to be suffering immensely, akin to having swallowed something distasteful. He recognized that Uchiha Izuna was deliberately provoking him, especially after he had uncontrollably uttered the inherently malevolent Uchiha moments prior. It was then that the people of Konoha realized what kind of information cocoon they were ensnared within. After a prolonged silence, Naruto composed himself and continued to read. Blood red chili? He chuckled, unable to suppress a smile at his mother's nickname. However, his expression soon hardened. Outsiders, tomatoes, what a fitting name for this wretched village. This village dared to criticize Uchiha Madara. Naruto-kun? Noticing Naruto's unusual demeanor, Hinata gently called out with concern. She then raised her small hand to rub his furrowed brow, smoothing away his tension. It's nothing. After offering Hinata a warm smile, Naruto returned to his reading. After Hinata's gentle interjection, Naruto recognized that this particular content might provoke excessive emotional turbulence within him. Thus, he decided to skip ahead and continue reading. Yet, as he progressed, he discovered he could not evade the narrative. The Second Shinobi World War erupted in full force, with the Land of Rain caught between the Earth, Fire, and Wind nations, becoming the primary battlefield. Various ninja forces tacitly regarded the small nation of Rain as a war zone. The tragedy of a small nation. The Land of Rain. A nation seemingly perpetually weeping. At the moment Naruto's words echoed, there was a brief pause. Nagato glanced at Konan. The rain in the Land of Rain was, in fact, a type of secret technique, akin to a natural barrier established within this nation. It's fine, Naruto mused. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in that black-framed world might comprehend the burden. However, the majority of the shinobi world remained largely indifferent, for this was the truth. The leader of Amage Cure, Hanzo of the Salamander, declared war on all invading nations. That battle was chaotic, yet inevitable, with the inclusion of the Land of Rain. The scope of the war was somewhat contained, preventing the nation from being obliterated by war. However, after years of conflict, the Land of Rain could merely subsist. In this war, Konoha primarily clashed with Tsunade. Tsunade dispatched Shikaku, alongside the poison specialist Chiyo. Konoha, on the other hand, was led by the legendary Sannin. In the first year, at the front line of the Land of Rain, Chiyo's poison was countered by Tsunade, leading to a decisive counterattack and overwhelming victory. Meanwhile, Konoha's White Fang infiltrated Tsunade, assassinating Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, gaining fame and sowing chaos in Tsunade's rear. Ultimately, the war between Tsunade and Konoha concluded with Konoha's triumph, compelling Tsunade to send envoys to sign a treaty of alliance. Another alliance, how amusing. In the 39th year of Konoha, on the battlefield of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander, revered as a demigod, exerted his power. He successfully suppressed Konoha's elite forces, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Regrettably, the disparity between Amigakure and Konoha was insurmountable. Konoha held too many advantages, and ultimately Hanzo withdrew, bestowing upon them the title of the Three Sannin of Konoha. In this context, it seems that Yamakawa Hanzo had the opportunity to eliminate the Three Sannin. However, if he were to slay even one of them, the village of Amigakure would find it impossible to withstand the wrath of Konohagakure. Ultimately, allowing them to escape would lead to a swifter end to the war, inflicting less harm upon the land of rain. The Three Sannin fought to a standstill with Yamakawa Hanzo, subsequently entering into a temporary ceasefire. During this period, the Three Sannin went their separate ways. Upon returning to the village, Tsunade had witnessed far too many casualties and thus persistently advocated for the establishment of a medical team during meetings, which was initially dismissed. However, this idea later evolved into the enduring ninja team system we know today. What else? Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before his eyes sparkled with realization. He caught the scent of decay once more. Perhaps, if he could unravel these mysteries, his chances of persuading Tsunade upon their next encounter would rise to nearly 100%. Why would she propose such measures? Perhaps it was due to the loss of her brother. Furthermore, the gradual demise of her clan members who had concealed their identities raised questions about the prolonged tenure of the elder. Moreover, it would be intriguing to witness the emergence of a new Konohagakure guard composed of members from the Sarutobi clan in a few days. As he scanned down the notes, Naruto's gaze was immediately ensnared. That was Fugaka's notebook. He was present at that meeting, though he was not yet the clan leader. Numerous details caught his attention. For instance, after her proposal was once again rejected, Tsunade appeared somewhat despondent, during which a man named Kato Dan unexpectedly arrived and took the opportunity to express his support for her ideas. Was this a strategic maneuver? An abrupt appearance? Could he possibly be an Anbu ninja? No, one must not distort the truth out of disdain for the elder. It could just as easily be the machinations of the other three. The last remaining member of the Senju clan, a direct descendant, was said to be related by blood to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Princess Tsunade, a formidable ninja possessing both combat prowess and medical skills. If such a person aspired to become Hokage, Naruto gasped in astonishment, realizing that even a cursory exploration had unveiled so many secrets. If her philosophy gained acceptance, her reputation would undoubtedly soar. The elder's contributions were unexpectedly scantily recorded, overshadowed instead by mentions of the root organization's endeavors. The esteemed Konoha White Fang, likewise, shared a similar level of renown. Was it possible that the one sent by Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakomo, was involved? Did the Kato clan exist within Konoha? Or had they suffered a fate akin to the Uchiha clan, perishing overnight? Continuing to delve deeper, the chronicles of Konoha's 40th year revealed the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. Kato Dan sustained grave injuries during the conflict, and despite Tsunade's unparalleled medical skills, she was unable to save him. Following this battle, Tsunade, disheartened and unable to return to the front lines, left Konoha with Dan's niece after her suggestions were once again dismissed. Upon reading this, and in conjunction with the notes left by clan leader Fugaku, Naruto's eyes widened. Another dramatic turn of events. This seemed entirely orchestrated to undermine Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, he realized that as long as he could meet Tsunade, he would undoubtedly be able to convince her. Fugaku's notebook contained a wealth of information. The technique of spirit manifestation, a form of combat involving the soul's projection, might be particularly suitable for Ino Yamanaka. It bore similarities to the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. Such combat prowess would likely keep its wielder away from the front lines, instead ensuring their safety in the rear with guardians to protect their physical form. However, the notes indicated that when Kato Dan was gravely injured, Konoha held the advantage, with the Three Sannin leading the charge at the forefront. If it were an ambush, how could Dan have survived long enough for Tsunade to arrive? Was it possible that it was an insider's attack? This village was certainly notorious for such treachery. The pressing question remained, why target Kato Dan? This was undoubtedly a scheme directed against Tsunade, yet it abruptly ceased there, suggesting only one possibility. Dan harbored ulterior motives, intending to leverage Tsunade's identity and reputation to ascend to the position of Hokage. Thus, those behind him would act, conveniently aligning their interests against Tsunade. Moreover, the Kato clan, associated with Dan, had also met a similar demise. Konoha White Fang, or the Hitaki clan, was merely a small ninja clan incapable of such machinations. This could only implicate two individuals, the third Hokage of the Umbu and Danzo of the Root. It was plausible that these two had secretly conspired together. Before Naruto could catch his breath, his peripheral vision caught sight of mentions regarding his mother, Uzumaki Kusina. In the 41st year of Konoha, the shinobi of Kumobikure, plagued by their research on Jinchuriki, took advantage of the ongoing turmoil to infiltrate Konoha and abduct the uniquely gifted Uzumaki Kusina. Chapter 124. Numerous doubts. What are you so anxious about? Tsunade inquired, glancing up at Shizune. I, Tsunade-sama, am completely unaware of anything. Shizune hurriedly replied. In response, Tsunade chuckled heartily. Shizune, how long have you been by my side? At this, Shizune blinked, then quietly replied, for about 20 years. Is there any need for such words? Tsunade pressed. Shizune fell silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tsunade shook her head. Regardless, these matters do not concern you. Having spent so much time together, the two understood each other well, having even measured each other's dimensions numerous times. Even if what the black frame Naruto said was true, Tsunade would not take any action against Shizune. Of course, at that moment, Tsunade was merely suppressing her anger. What did they take her for? A mere tool for their convenience? It was only because Shizune was present that she restrained herself. Otherwise, Tsunade would have unleashed her frustration long ago. However, in her heart, she was cursing the ancestors of the F4. Just as Tsunade understood Shizune, Shizune also comprehended Tsunade. She could even accurately state her measurements without a moment's thought. All right, let's not dwell on those who have perished, Tsunade said, noticing Shizune's reddened eyes, offering her a word of comfort. But Tsunade-sama, after hearing Naruto's speculations, I find them quite reasonable. Uncle Dan indeed approached you with ulterior motives. Regardless, this is an undeniable fact. Compared to you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade shot her a glare, retorting, I said it doesn't concern you. But because of Uncle Dan, Tsunade-sama. Cut it out. Do you think I am someone who can be easily manipulated? Meanwhile, within the realm of the Shinigami, Minato sighed heavily. He understood that this matter could not be avoided. The half of the Nine Tails was naturally indifferent. Moreover, at that time, Kusina was not even the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and it held no related memories. Seeing Minato's expression, the half of the Nine Tails realized that this turbulent situation was not its concern and made a mental note to avoid any self-inflicted harm. In the Pure Land, as Naruto progressed, memories of the past began to surface in Kusina's mind. It was during that time that she and Minato had solidified their bond. Reflecting on this, a faint smile graced Kusina's lips. Mikoto noticed the smile and felt a twinge of sympathy, but chose to remain silent, gradually creating some distance. Regardless, a child cannot be without a father, so perhaps a little forgiveness is warranted. The memories of the past softened Kusina's heart somewhat. Of course, she was no longer the naive and innocent girl she once was. If Shuei Min dares to conceal anything or show favoritism towards Mai, she will undoubtedly kick them aside without hesitation. The black frame screen continues to display 41st year of Mai, inspired by the example of Tsunade. Kumobikure also contemplated deploying tailed beasts in warfare. However, through continuous experimentation, they discovered that the Jinchuriki could not effectively control the tailed beasts, resulting in the 8 tails rampaging multiple times, causing immense destruction and casualties in Kumobikure. Despite the rapid advancement of sealing techniques during this period in the shinobi world, they still could not develop the most suitable sealing techniques swiftly. The development of sealing techniques in Mai was equally rapid. Chuckling, Naruto let out a cold laugh. He silently noted these matters in his heart. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, excluding Mai, the one most at risk was Kumogikure. These fellows are absolutely restless and always act like robbers. The 4th Raikage. This is bad. The situation seems to be developing unfavorably. Lord Raikage. Mabai looked helplessly at the tense 4th Raikage. That is the world of the black frame. Yet, we too will see significant changes here. The fourth Raikage immediately replied. Upon hearing this, Mabai sighed. Mabai, Naruto, we harbor no ill intentions towards you. Mabai, Senior Kusina, if you wish to revive the Uzumaki clan, our Kumogakure can assist you. I deeply regret the events of the past. As you can see, Kumogakure undoubtedly had a hand in that incident. Mabai, if you do not mind, once you are revived, please take me with you, allowing me to contribute to the revival of the Uzumaki, as a form of atonement for Kumogakure. As soon as Mabai's words fell, everyone was taken aback. The fourth Raikage was about to refuse without a second thought. However, he was fiercely glared at by Mabai, signaling him to remain silent. However, Inoki, Mabai, as clever as ever, are you trying to hitch a ride? Mabai. Upon hearing Inoki's words, the tone of Mabai's earlier speech transformed entirely. In the Pure Land, Uzumaki Kusina pinched her chin, her brow furrowed. Uzumaki Kusina. No way. Uzumaki Kusina. Just one? Uzumaki Kusina. That's too much of a loss. Everyone, as expected of you, your appetite is truly large. However, it doesn't seem excessive. The black frame screen continues. Kumogakure struggled with the research on Jinchuriki, and thus, during the chaos of war, dispatched ninjas to infiltrate Mai and abduct the uniquely endowed Uzumaki Kusina. Yet, the newly appointed Chunin Kusina had no means of resistance. However, according to later accounts from Uchiha Makoto, as expected, had a close relationship with her mother. Subsequent records interspersed numerous pieces of information that clan leader Fugaku had heard from Aunt Makoto. After reading this, Naruto's brow immediately furrowed. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Though his mother had just become a Chunin, she was from the Uzumaki clan, and at that time, the sole candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if the village was lacking in combat strength, it would be improbable for the ninjas of Kumogakure to infiltrate so easily, right? It was as if someone had deliberately allowed them to pass. This incident seemed eerily similar to when Kumogakure's envoy infiltrated Hyuga. Naruto took a deep breath, calming himself, and continued to analyze. Uzumaki Mito was correct. She was undoubtedly under house arrest at the Senju stronghold, though her influence was limited. Otherwise, Uzumaki Mito would never have allowed her clansmen to be brazenly abducted. After all, Uzumaki Mito belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and her blood flowed with Uzumaki lineage. Moreover, I refuse to believe that Uzumaki Mito, whose clan was annihilated, could not comprehend what was happening. Additionally, at that time, his mother resided within the Senju territory. Returning to the incident, after his mother was captured, she was not directly taken away but rather bound, allowing her to walk on her own. Aunt Makoto mentioned that his mother had claimed to have torn off her conspicuous red hair in an attempt to leave a trace. Thus, how could the ninjas of Kumogakure, capable of infiltrating Mai and abducting the crucial candidate for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, fail to notice this? And how could they foolishly allow his mother to walk freely? It appeared as if they were waiting for someone to rescue her. Until they reached the borders of the Land of Fire, just when his mother had given up hope, help arrived. Chapter 125, Kusina's Rampage. The Death of White Fang. Boom. In the Pure Land, Kusina stood frozen in place. Her mind was a blank slate. Makoto opened her mouth, intending to comfort her dear friend. However, upon observing her friend's condition, she hurriedly retreated. That beautiful red hair began to rise without wind. This was a sign of impending rampage. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, a golden light appeared behind Kusina. The thick iron chain slowly materialized. Diamond lock. Is it powerful? Just ask the Nine-Tails. Upon seeing the diamond lock, Makoto immediately turned and fled. Kusina was clearly on the verge of losing control, even if Kusina unintentionally harmed her. The diamond lock would ensnare her tightly. Just as his mother felt despair, that man arrived. The three Kumogakure ninjas who had infiltrated the village to abduct his mother were completely unaware of him. Two were knocked out by a surprise attack, and the last Kumogakure ninja was defeated silently. Ultimately, it was the newly graduated Genin Namikaze Minato who saved his mother. Naruto fell silent. Perhaps this was merely a test from Kumogakure. The dispatched ninjas were indeed not strong. However, if they were not strong, how could they infiltrate Mai? How could they infiltrate the Senju territory? Unless the old man, as Hokage, had allowed them to pass. Unless those ninjas from Kumogakure could fly. Otherwise, all the ninjas in Mai must have pretended not to notice. With Tsunade absent, the Senju territory was unguarded, and Uzumaki Mito was advanced in years. In her notes, Aunt Makoto stated that his mother was initially not well regarded in Mai. just as if the old man intended to brainwash him with the will of fire, compelling him to love my deeply, including that Uchiha Itachi, who employed special genjutsu to alter his will. After pondering for a moment, Naruto smirked. A pathetic village. The fourth Hokage, the shining golden flash. It seems he would have to wait several more years. That old man, the third, has been in the Hokage position for quite some time. Wait, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, all three could serve as the fourth. And this period's highly esteemed Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. There was no reason to allow that old man to remain as the third. What was his contribution? Preserving the status quo? Preserving what? Moreover, could it be that Namikaze Minato profoundly understood the will of fire? His wife, a war weapon, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the shining golden flash. Why does it feel like a successful ascension for Kato Dan? Naruto's mindset underwent notable changes. Namikaze Minato, Kusina. Uzumaki Kusina, do you know? Namikaze Minato, I figured it out later. Namikaze Minato, however, Kusina, these matters are beyond my control, and my love for you has never been false. In the chat room, everyone fell silent, merely observing. However, after saying a single sentence, Kusina ceased to speak, listening to Minato's heartfelt declarations and his reformation. No longer believing in the will of fire, the sentiments within me were truly mixed. Even the Senju brothers sighed silently. In the Pure Land, Kusina completely lost control. At that moment, she resembled the Nine-Tails more than the Nine-Tails itself. Without any accidents, she inadvertently harmed Uchiha Mikoto. Plastic friendship. Fortunately, she was merely bound like a zongzi and suffered no further harm. Otherwise, Mikoto's subsequent remarks would have lacked quotation marks. Meanwhile, Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety. The repeated mentions of Konoha's White Fang by Hei Kwang Naruto tightened his nerves. Sometimes, after events transpire, even upon realizing one's mistaken beliefs, individuals tend to embellish their past selves. When he, too, believed that the fault lay with Konoha's White Fang, it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. After all, it was just a straw man. Naruto felt a pang of sympathy. He then forced himself to look away, seeking distraction. In the year 45 of Konoha, White Fang took his own life. Upon finishing the account, Naruto let out a cold laugh. The accusations came from Konoha's comrades, as well as those he had saved, culminating with even his own son, Hatake Kakashi, believing his father had erred. Konoha's White Fang held a reputation surpassing that of the legendary Sannin, nearing that of the fourth Hokage, yet this tragedy occurred. Why did it echo the moment I was expelled from the Sarutobi clan's grounds? Oh, those foolish individuals thrived on hearsay. Who instigated this? Orochimaru? No, the death of Shozo impacted him greatly. Jiraiya? No. He seemed to be preoccupied with seeking inspiration outside the village. Forget it, it isn't important. No, according to my notes. This fellow seemingly took Namikaze Minato as a pupil. The connection to the village was unexpected. I never thought Minato would choose such a mentor. Kato Dan is deceased, yet controls the village's public opinion. Is it the third Hokage or the other three? White Fang violated regulations for the sake of his comrades, only for those comrades to slander him, inflicting great losses upon the village. The will of fire absurdly treats villagers as family, sacrificing everything for the village. Naruto refrained from delving deeper into analysis, for the answer was evident. If even his son believed him to be at fault, the despair must have been profound. However, perhaps White Fang discerned the intentions of those around him. His suicide might have been an act of protection for his son. White Fang's actions, frankly, were a challenge to Konoha's rules, yet they did not inherently conflict with the will of fire. But the outdated rules set by that old man dictated that failing to selflessly devote oneself to the village constituted a breach of conduct. Not adhering to the old man's demands would lead to targeted persecution and eventual obliteration, as exemplified by the Uchiha clan. This act harmed the village's interests while advocating for the personal gains of every ninja in Konoha. Rather than blindly adhering to the will of fire and sacrificing everything for the village's benefit, only for those benefits to flow elsewhere without knowledge. One cannot allow those who gather firewood for the masses to perish in the snowstorm. Many in Konoha lowered their heads. Kakashi stood frozen in place. Beside him, Mike was at a loss for words. They had both heard the tales of those past events, and Kakashi had since undergone a profound transformation, prioritizing missions above all. Ultimately, they paid a heavy price. The mere mention of the once-renowned Konoha White Fang evoked a sense of nostalgia among the crowd. It was commonplace for all 5 great ninja villages to harbor darkness, yet Konoha's was particularly deep. In the year 47 of Konoha, the death of White Fang further unsettled the ninja world. The so-called strongest third Kazekage, deceased. Why does it feel so reminiscent of that old man? Internal strife began. And to avert being targeted, Tsunade initiated warfare against the surrounding small nations, attempting to disrupt the balance of the ninja world. Thus commenced the Third Great Ninja War. In the year 49 of Konoha, on the battlefield between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, Namikaze Minato and the Rising Star from Kumogakure engaged in multiple confrontations. From that point, the fame of the Golden Flash resounded throughout the ninja world. Golden Flash? Surely, he shall not become the next White Fang. Aside from his identity, he must have deeply grasped the essence of the will of fire. Upon this realization, Minato felt a profound ache and began to regret. Why? It was not solely due to Kusina. There was another reason. In the world of the Black Frame, Naruto, from the moment he learned of his identity, had never once called him father in his heart. Conversely, shortly after the name Uzumaki Kusina appeared in historical records, Naruto began to refer to her as mother. Why? Chapter 126. The Man in the Mask, Uchiha Obito? In the year 48 of Konoha, many freshly graduated genin became Chunin and were subsequently dispatched to the battlefield, including several who had graduated early, none exceeding the age of 10. Among them, the sole anomaly of the Uchiha clan, the underperformer Uchiha Obito, also became a Chunin. Tsunade's philosophy fully developed during this time, presided over by the third Hokage himself. Uchiha Fugaku stated, Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, and Hatake Kakashi are in the same team, with their guiding jonin being Namikaze Minato. Thus, I need not worry about Obito. Upon reading this, beneath the Kanabi Bridge, Obito's expression shifted dramatically. No, I must speak. I cannot. Black Zetsu immediately intervened. Fool, if you speak now, the attention on the quotation marks will expose you. Given their understanding of me. If I do not refute, or even boast about awakening the Sharingan at this moment, it would not be in character. Despite this, Obito remained silent, observing without contributing to the chat. What he did not realize was that Kakashi's focus was not on the large black-framed screen. Instead, he remained fixated on the death of White Fang. Besides Kakashi, only Minato and Kusina were aware of this. Yet, these two had no time to attend to him. Noira Rin had yet to speak. Is there truly such a person as the underperforming Uchiha? Hatake Kakashi, son of Konoha's White Fang. Noira Rin, a medical ninja. It seems that Minato's subordinates, apart from Noira Rin, are all problematic ninjas. Naruto silently noted the three, paying particular attention to Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain erupted. Noira Rin, Might Guy, and the team of Shobi K encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Might Guy's father, Might Due, arrived just in time, opening the 8 gates to protect the 3 during their retreat. Meanwhile, Might Due single-handedly confronted the 7 ninja swordsmen, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 escapes. The 8 gates. Might Due appeared merely a low-ranking ninja, weak in ninjutsu, yet with the 8 gates, he managed to devastate the elite forces of Kirigakure. Perhaps, this 8 gates technique would be highly suitable for Lee. At this time, they were merely 12 years old. Were they not? How disheartening that the original intent behind the founding of Konoha seems to have been forgotten by every Hokage. No wonder Uchiha Madara chose to leave Konoha. It is a pity that he could not take some of his clan members with him. If only he had moved a bit faster, perhaps he would have caught up. Senju Hashirama, alas. Senju Tobirama, I concede this point. Uchiha Izuna. Oh, how surprising that you would admit to a mistake. Senju Tobirama, I do not wish to argue with you now. Uchiha Izuna, humph. With such a promising start. Yet things have deteriorated to this extent, truly a reflection of you two brothers. Uchiha Izuna, I foresee that once this comparative viewing concludes, Konoha will be besieged by the 4 great ninja villages. Am I correct? The 3 shadows, 4th Raikage. Indeed. I mentioned earlier that the army has already set forth. Anoki. Ahem, the disgrace of the ninja world shall be eradicated. Terumi Mei, we fight to welcome the 6th great ninja village, Yuzushio village. Raza. It seems we too shall partake. Tsunade shall follow Konoha's collapse plan. Uchiha Izuna, who asked you? Luo Sha. In the 50th year of Mai, Kakashi was promoted to Jonin, becoming the youngest Jonin in the history of Mai. While there may be some exaggeration, Kakashi's extraordinary talent cannot be denied. He is indeed the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang. A Wagakure has breached the borders of the land of grass and reached the frontier of the land of fire. The front lines have extended. The Kamina Bridge serves as an important stronghold for a Wagakure, where 3 Jonin have been dispatched for its protection. Hey too, what a foolish old man. Anoki. That is merely a trap, and furthermore, maintaining the logistics requires a constant influx of chakra to sustain the bridge's form. This poses a significant burden on our supply lines. Hey too, I do not care. You are simply foolish. Step down from me. Anoki, you infuriate me. Naruto. Hurry to a Wagakure and assist this old man in dealing with him. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto me? The battle at Kamina Bridge was under the command of the Minato squad. Given the presence of a Jonin in the team, Hatake Kakashi was appointed as the squad leader while Minato was required to support the front lines. The records here are quite detailed, as they pertain to the Sharingan in the eyes of others. The Minato squad fell into an ambush, and as a medical ninja, Noara Rin was abducted. Hatake Kakashi prioritized his mission above all else, deciding to abandon Noara Rin in favor of completing the task. A quarrel ensued with Uchiha Obito, leading to their separation. Ultimately, Kakashi returned, and Obito activated his Sharingan, experiencing a significant boost in power. After successfully rescuing Rin, Kakashi, who lost an eye in the process while attempting to save Obito, sustained a grievous wound during his escape, impacting his judgment and subsequently being struck by a rock. In a twist of fate, Obito, in his effort to save Kakashi, was crushed by a boulder, resulting in the destruction of one side of his body. Coincidentally, it was the left side, where Kakashi had also lost his eye. Before his demise, Obito gifted his left Sharingan to Kakashi, urging him to protect Rin. This portion of the narrative is meticulously recorded. Following this battle, the Uchiha clan learned the truth and thus refrained from pursuing Kakashi regarding his Sharingan. Upon reading this, Naruto furrowed his brows. It seems that Obito harbored unrequited feelings, while Rin was more enamored with the talented Kakashi. What a remarkable coincidence. Naruto's inner thoughts struck a nerve with Obito. Yet, the truth remains. The masked man appeared to only reveal his problematic right eye, which certainly holds significance. However, that masked man possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and is the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. Naruto's gaze instantly turned cold. The perpetrator behind my mother's demise. It cannot be Obito. He was so cared for by her, and he is a Konoha ninja. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. Nevertheless, a persistent thought flashed through his mind. What if Obito did not die? If he survived and subsequently awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the only other person who fits the identity of the masked man, aside from the supposedly deceased Uchiha Madara, would be him. Wait, could there be a connection between these two? At this moment, Uchiha Madara, aged and weary, had already passed while Uzumaki Mido had long since perished. Uchiha Madara appeared far older. The masked man's voice showed no signs of age. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara. P.S. This part of the plot is necessary and has been controlled. We will move past it quickly. In this manner, the distinction between the black-framed Naruto and the time traveler lies only in the subsequent plot and external powers. Chapter 127 Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, Obito, I. Senju Hashirama. Is it true, Madara? Senju Tobirama, the inherently evil Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, the Senju's cultivation of 4 calamities, is to be condemned. Senju Tobirama, fine. After a long pause, Yamanaka Ino, Obito was correct. Previously, he had mentioned being familiar with Kakashi-sensei, yet he was declared dead at that time. I found it strange, as his words were enclosed in quotes, indicating they were spoken by a living person. Sighing, Uchiha Madara responded. Uchiha Madara, indeed. Uchiha Madara. The reasoning of Black-Frame Naruto is not incorrect. Kuro Jutsu. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Hatake Kakashi. Obito, if you are not dead, then why? Might Guy. Is it truly you, Obito? Uchiha Obito. Humph, you may call me whatever you wish. Obito is still alive? Meanwhile, within the realm of the dead, Minato suddenly rose to his feet. Observing the source of these events, he found it hard to believe. In the Pure Land, Kusina, with crimson eyes, abruptly ceased her movements, lifting her gaze toward the large screen framed in black. Uzumaki Kusina, Obito? Uzumaki Kusina, so it was you. As expected, before she could finish her words, she was silenced. Uzumaki Naruto, that masked man is actually from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, the Uchiha who has fallen to the bottom. Seeking revenge on the ninja world is a laughable endeavor. Uchiha Sasuke, you are no different from that beast. Yuhi Kurenai, I thought he died in the last war. How did I not see this side of him before? Mitsuki, no wonder Rin did not like this troublesome underachiever. There must be a reason he is the only underachiever of the Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, the inherently evil Uchiha undergoes a drastic personality change upon awakening their eyes. Kakashi trembled all over. Hatake Kakashi, Obito, since you are alive, then why? Uchiha Obito, humph, whether I live or die is of no importance. Uchiha Obito, however, if one must speak of reasons, it is because you failed to save Rin. Uchiha Obito, do not be hasty. Also, this tedious reality, this false world, I have long ceased to care for. Uchiha Obito, I have no interest in this world that will inevitably vanish. Uchiha Obito, what is wrong with the world of illusions? Kurojetsu, who asked you? You fool, keep your mouth shut. At least for now, it has not been exposed. We can buy some time. Are you so easily shaken just because someone stated that Rin does not favor you? Yamanaka Ino, a false world? Yamanaka Ino, your words truly leave one perplexed. Yamanaka Ino, what is wrong with the world of illusions? Are you hoping to create an illusionary world to be with Rin? Haruno Sakura, disgusting. Temari, is your imagination insufficient? So you plan to create an illusionary world to fulfill your dreams? Uchiha Obito, say whatever you wish. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, is that really you, Obito? Upon hearing Minato's words, Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Obito, as my teacher, you failed to recognize me that night. Uchiha Obito, fourth Hokage? Merely a title. Everyone present was left dumbfounded by Uchiha Obito's words. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, are you implying that after disappearing for so long, with a body and voice entirely different from another person, and wrapping yourself so tightly, you only revealed one eye? Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, the abilities are so strange. Kakashi is still using Raikiri. Minato took a deep breath. Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato, are you suggesting that everything is because of me? Boafengsuman, I was unable to arrive in time to save you, unable to assist you, and failed to recognize you. Boafengsuman, is this why you chose to act as you did? Boafengsuman, among the three of us, Kusina cherished you the most, caring for you deeply. Boafengsun, Obito, I. Kyubi, in Watergate declared, Uchiha Obito, you better be prepared. If I do not dismantle you piece by piece and discard you into a cesspit, I shall not be called Boafengsuman. Those familiar with Watergate were astonished. This was not the sunny disposition they had come to know. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi, stationed at the base of the rude organization, felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill creeping over him. Naruto gasped momentarily, his fists clenched tightly. Hinata, who was holding his arm, was also taken aback. Anger surged within him. Despite Naruto's best efforts to maintain composure, it was futile. What distinguished Uchiha Obito's actions from those of Uchiha Itachi? Even Ino was stirred awake, watching Naruto suppress his fury with a mix of confusion and empathy. She often sensed that he was burdened by unspoken concerns, reluctant to share. Observing him, it was clear he did not possess the demeanor of his peers. It's all right. Naruto managed a strained smile and continued reading. Konoha, year 50. The same year. Following the battle at Kaminari no Kiba, Kirigakure dispatched numerous Umbu shinobi, plotting an assault on Konoha utilizing the Three Tails. Forced into a corner, Noara Rin collided with Kakashi's original jutsu, Chidori. The eyes of the Uchiha required immense provocation. If my assumptions are correct, Uchiha Obito held a deep affection for Noara Rin. Should she witness this scene, awakening her Manjikyu Sharingan would be inevitable. A glance further down revealed notes from Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku. According to Watergate's later account, by the time they were located, all the Umbu from Kirigakure had perished, gruesomely, and Kakashi lay in a pool of his own blood, with no trace of Noara Rin's body found. It is indeed the case, but how fortuitous. Such coincidences I find hard to believe. Perhaps Uchiha Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara, who must have had ulterior motives, intending for Obito to fulfill his desires. Once awakened, the Manjikyu Sharingan would grant the Uchiha unparalleled power. This perspective may indeed provide clarity. Proving this is simple, locate Hatake Kakashi. In a glance at his left, I will reveal all. Kurenai Yui. So it was like this. Kurenai Yui. The fourth Mizukage was under the control of Uchiha Obito. Kurenai Yui. The aim was vengeance for Noara Rin, I surmise. Enlightenment dawned upon her. Meanwhile, in Amigakure, Konan and Nagato exchanged glances. Yahiko's death was far from a simple matter. This incident was not solely shadowed by Shimura Danzo of Konoha, but also bore the mark of Uchiha Abido. Konoha, Year 50. The Third Shinobi World War had concluded. Due to erroneous decisions, the front lines had stretched, and Konoha ultimately paid a grievous price for its victory. Upon witnessing this, Naruto scoffed. On the surface, the disappearance of the Third Kazekage was the catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War. In reality, the true spark was the death of Konoha's White Fang. Among Konoha's legendary three, only Orochimaru remained on the front lines. Tsunade had left the village, and Jiraiya had embarked on yet another tedious search for his lost companion. With Konoha's apparent strength diminished and the Kazekage's mysterious disappearance, this truly became the genuine catalyst. If the old man truly wished for what he claimed, how could the most powerful Hokage fall to such depths? Faced with the heavy toll that war exacted upon Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, chose to resign. Subsequently, the valiant Buofengsuman took up the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Without the insidious machinations behind the scenes, those individuals would hardly have dared to utter their grievances. Yet, when confronted by Konoha's hero, they dared to speak of pity, sorrow, and resentment. The world of shinobi is far more twisted than I had imagined. A voice echoed from the black-framed screen, resonating within Naruto's heart, leaving many in silence. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku's notes resurfaced. Uchiha Fugaku. Watergate is a steadfast bearer of the will of fire, yet distinct from others. Uchiha Fugaku, what a pity. Had he been given earlier support, the Uchiha clan might have retained sufficient influence to assist him in reclaiming the power of Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku. It stands to reason that among the candidates for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru would not be inferior to Watergate. Uchiha Fugaku. Viewed in this light, Konoha remains under the control of the third Hokage, Danzo, and two advisors. Watergate has made great efforts to mend the village's relationship with the Uchiha, yet ultimately, his voice remains insignificant. The fourth Hokage bears little weight, and what difference is there for me? Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku. Our clan is nearing its breaking point. It is time to contemplate a new path. In the Pure Land, Kusina suddenly fell silent. Makoto felt a pang of fear. She would prefer to face the wrath of Kusina than the unsettling quiet that enveloped her, especially when Kusina turned to her, a look of regret gracing her face, causing Uchiha Makoto to instinctively step back. As expected, the old man would never relinquish power. Konoha, Year 51. Hatake Kakashi joined the Umbu. To help Kakashi emerge from the shadows, Buofengsuman assigned him to secretly protect the pregnant Uzumaki Kusina. Konoha, October of Year 51. The Nine Tails Incident. Upon reading this, Naruto's pupils constricted. It has begun. The chaos of the Great Fox. In the dead of night, the Nine Tails suddenly appeared in Konoha. The tailed beast's extraction from its Jinchuriki was invariably fatal. The situation unfolded too abruptly. Although Konoha's response was swift, it resulted in immense destruction. Witnessing this, many wore expressions of anguish. Yuhi Kurenai gazed at the black-framed Naruto. In those days, her father sacrificed himself to protect the new generation. 3 years later, when rumors of the fox demon resurfaced, she had long since emerged from the shadows. Her father had acted in accordance with the will of fire, sacrificing himself to safeguard the budding sprouts. He too was a hero of Konoha. As for the fox demon transforming into a child, Kurenai would never believe such tales, nor would she direct her hatred towards an innocent 3-year-old child. The fourth Hokage and his wife, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, perished in this incident. Uchiha Fugaku. The moment Kusina gave birth was when the seal was at its weakest. Uchiha Fugaku. This incident bears no relation to the Uchiha clan, but only the Manjikyu Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. Presently, none in the Uchiha clan possess such eyes. Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, we are still suspected. For our own salvation, we must find that Uchiha who can control the Nine Tails. Soon after, we encountered him. He indeed possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan and referred to himself as Uchiha Madara. Prior to this, he seemed to have obtained the location of Kusina's delivery through Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Naruto squinted slightly. As suspected, none among Konoha's higher-ups are virtuous. Uchiha Fugaku. Following the Nine Tails incident, various shinobi factions sensed something amiss. The casualties included the Watergate couple, who had sealed the Nine Tails. Logically, given Watergate's capabilities, Kusina's death was inevitable, yet the reasons behind it elude me. Uchiha Fugaku. All matters related to this have been suppressed since the third Hokage resumed his position. Uchiha Fugaku. It is impossible for the fifth Hokage to take office. The third holds tight control, and Shimura Danzo seems to still covet this position. Perhaps this is why he revealed Kusina's location to Uchiha Obito. I never expected that the chosen one would not be the fifth, but rather the old man reinstated. How amusing. It has turned into a transitional period. However, information regarding the Ninetales incident is indeed scarce. It matters not. Knowing who the enemy is suffices. Uchiha Fugaku. Soon after, Orochimaru defected, and it was discovered that he was conducting human experiments using our own people. The third did nothing, merely watching Orochimaru depart. Orochimaru defecting for human experimentation? Using our own. The Senju? And he let Orochimaru go? How typical of you, old man. Orochimaru. This is bad. Black Frame Naruto Kun 1T exclude me because of this, will he? Orochimaru. Lord Second, I know what you wish to say, but before that, I must clarify that I only handle research. Everything else is provided by Danzo. Mitarashi Anko Humph. Orochimaru. The reason why Namikaze Minato died during the Ninetales incident is inconsequential. However, one thing is certain, that Uchiha Obito, who fought against Namikaze Minato, claimed that my speed is far inferior to the Golden Flash. Could it be that Namikaze Minato was killed by such a person? No, if he wanted to escape. He certainly could have. Additionally, the Ninetales seems to harbor a deep hatred for Namikaze Minato, likely related to the ceiling. Naruto took a deep breath. Although many doubts lingered in his heart, many were also resolved. The upcoming events were already known to him. In the 54th year of Konoha, the Hyuga Byakugan incident occurred. 3 years later, Hinata had a younger sister. Subsequently, everyone enrolled together. In the 59th year of Konoha, which is this year, the 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi became the captain of the Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku. Shursui has died. He was the only genius within our clan to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku. Just when I was filled with despair, my resilient son Itachi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan after Shursui's demise. Uchiha Fugaku. After Minato's death, the targeting of the Uchiha became even more severe. Uchiha Fugaku. A coup d'état is imminent. Chapter 129. New Beginnings. Uchiha Fugaku. Today, both Mikoto and I are somewhat unsettled. Uchiha Fugaku. Naruto's words prompted me to decide to leave a spark for the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi is merely a child. He is my son, and as a father, I should trust him more, believing he will make the right choices, especially since Uchiha blood flows within him. Uchiha Fugaku. I will have Mikoto handle the matters concerning Izumi and Tamaki. Uchiha Fugaku. If the worst outcome truly occurs, with Naruto and Izumi's talents, they will surely revive the Uchiha, and in doing so, also revive the Uzumaki. This way, Mikoto's guilt towards Kusina will lessen. Uchiha Fugaku. Let Mikoto handle this matter. After all, I am the clan leader, and such matters of procreation should be managed by her. Uchiha Fugaku. Ultimately, if the coup is successful, Naruto will be a valuable ally, and at that time, I will fulfill my previous promise. I have already prepared these historical documents. This is already the last page. Naruto gazed at the book in his hands, remaining silent for a long time. The once lively Ino dared not make a sound, fearing it would disturb him. Hinata sat obediently, refraining from clinging to Naruto's arm. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Shikamaru no longer slept, and Choji ceased his secret snacking. Sakura was tense, clenching her small hands. Unaware of what had transpired, Sasuke, for the first time, had taken a leave of absence, and Naruto's demeanor seemed off. Even Iruka-sensei was noticeably more silent than usual today. Just then, the school bell rang. Iruka seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Bidding farewell to the students and reminding them not to oversleep and be late in the afternoon, he then promptly exited the classroom. Unlike the previous times he had evaded a few small ones, this time it seemed there was indeed an urgent matter. Hey, have you heard? What? I heard from my dad that when he passed by the Uchiha clan this morning, they had set up a security line. Something significant seems to have occurred with the Uchiha. What? That is the Uchiha clan. I also heard that a terrifying attack happened last night. Many people from the Uchiha have died. No wonder Sasuke-kun suddenly took a leave. He wouldn't be in trouble, would he? Yes. Today I haven't seen anyone from the Uchiha clan either. My mom was quite happy today because the great third Hokage has finally made those annoying Uchihas roll away, and the Sarutobi clan has temporarily taken over their duties. They are certainly much better than the Uchiha. On the way home from school, the students chattered excitedly about what had happened last night. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Naruto's mind. His mother's sealing technique would undoubtedly be flawless. Sealing the Nine Tails should not be a problem. But why did Namake's Minato die? Could it be that he sacrificed himself? Even as a slave to the will of fire, he should have some sense. Otherwise, my mother would not have chosen him. It would be impossible for him to sacrifice himself. Moreover, I should have just been born, right? It must have been similar to the deaths of Hashirama, Tobirama, and Kakashi. With this thought, Naruto unconsciously clenched his fists, feeling a choking sensation in his chest, which was quite uncomfortable. Senju Hashirama. Cough, cough. Yes, I believe Black Frame Naruto makes a valid point. Senju Hashirama. After all, sealing that little fox certainly does not require a death. Uzumaki Mido. Kusina's talent is not low, and she possesses pure Uzumaki blood. Even if the Nine Tails were extracted from her body, she wouldn't die immediately. Uzumaki Mido. In fact, Kusina could even suppress the Nine Tails. I felt the power of her bloodline back in the day. Perhaps, when sealing the Nine Tails into Kusina, she had already begun to awaken her diamond sealing technique. Uzumaki Mido. Therefore, even if Kusina was on the verge of death, as long as she still had chakra within her, she could easily use the diamond sealing technique to suppress the Nine Tails. QB. Yang, it was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. QB. Yang, damn Minato. QB. Yang, how dare he use Shiki Fujin on me, splitting me in two. QB. In Shiki Fujin. That old fool from the third Hokage would also know how to use it. Moreover, I still cannot fathom why Minato would come to me on his own. Uzumaki Mido. Shiki Fujin explains everything. Senju Tobirama. The complete form of the Nine Tails is too powerful. A newborn Naruto would be unable to bear it. Uzumaki Naruto, are you joking? Uzumaki Naruto. How could the fourth and my mother allow their newborn child to become a Jinchuriki? Uzumaki Naruto, right? Uzumaki Naruto. My mother is also a Jinchuriki. She would definitely not want that. Uzumaki Kusina. For the sake of balance, that person said so. Uzumaki Kusina. Naruto. The blood of the Uzumaki clan flows within you as well, making you the best candidate. Shenhua Tsunade expressed her agreement, noting that the so-called fourth Hokage had used the Shiki Fujin technique, sealing his fate. Her voice was calm, within the realm of the Shinigami. Minato opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. Naruto stood in stunned silence, realizing the complexity of the situation. It dawned on him that his father must have his own burdens to bear. With his gaze lowered, Naruto finally comprehended the murmurs of his other self in the black-framed world. Neji exchanged a glance with Yamanaka Ino. Instinctively, Neji raised his hand, ready to strike if Naruto reacted with foolish naivety, a sentiment shared by Ino. However, as they lifted their hands, they found their bodies unresponsive, as if an invisible force was crushing their hearts at the thought of aggression. The two exchanged incredulous looks and simultaneously declared a ban on all hostile actions during the viewing period. They then turned to Naruto, who wore a faint smile, though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, caught between sorrow and joy. Perhaps he was more resilient to being manipulated, yet the revelation that one of the chief reasons for his struggles was his own father was unbearable. In that moment, Naruto resisted the whispers in his mind for the first time in his life. As they approached the school gate, the atmosphere shifted. That guy? Someone exclaimed. How dare he swagger out through the front door? Another muttered, noting the absence of the Uchiha. Shoo, don't speak carelessly, came a reprimand. That insolent brat is truly brazen. Over the years, the jibes of these individuals had ceased to affect Naruto, but now he could hear them clearly. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the contemptible faces before him. Pitiful, tragic, and loathsome. A lifetime spent ensnared in the legacy of the so-called will of fire, crafted by the old guard. Great Fox, you must have seen this all. I have not severed our mental connection. My words still hold weight. I wish to meet you, Naruto conveyed. The voice of the Great Fox echoed in his mind. Humph. I exhausted much energy yesterday to aid you. I am already in slumber. Do not call upon me frivolously. My strength is severely depleted. It is time for rest. Foolish child, do not repay kindness with malice. With that, the Great Fox severed the mental link. Naruto paused, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. Enough, that child seems a bit off. Someone urged. Let us distance ourselves. After all, he is a fox. Parents gathering their children hurried away. Concerned glances were exchanged among Naruto's companions. He turned to them. Go back. For now, cease training until Sasuke returns. With a smile and a wave, he departed without further words. His friends stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Did we not see correctly? Aren't Naruto's eyes blue? Why did they appear red just now? Chapter 130. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru laughed. A mere Ninetales thinks it can control Black Frame Naruto? I dare say it shall be the other way around. Kurama, Yang, retorted, you foul snake, do you seek death? Uzumaki Mito noted, Kurama possesses a keen sense of malice. It is difficult to deceive it, yet Black Frame Naruto has never held ill will towards it. Perhaps you shall be the first perfect Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. The Ninetales fell silent, wishing to counter, yet the speaker was Uzumaki Mito. It is time to return, Lady Hinata, Neji remarked as Tintin and Lee joined him. Having also noticed Naruto's eyes, he said nothing further, merely cautioning Hinata as per Hyuga Hayashi's instructions. Understood, Hinata replied, her gaze fixed on Naruto's retreating figure. Please excuse me from class this afternoon. I wish to train with father. Yes, Lady Hinata, Neji nodded respectfully. Hinata glanced back at him before bidding farewell to her companions. Let us move on. Our parents await us, and it is time for our training. Shikamaru cast a sidelong look at Ino, whose face was etched with worry. If it continues like this, we won't even catch a glimpse of his back. Let us all strive harder. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling streets, a golden figure wove through the crowd. My apologies, Naruto murmured as he felt a pang in his nose, accompanied by a stirring scent. Without looking up, he calmly expressed his regret and sidestepped the individual in his path. To his surprise, the person hesitated upon seeing him but refrained from hurling insults. Never mind. That is of little importance now. Naruto had intentionally chosen this less frequented yet crowded street. He had been too preoccupied with gathering information to watch his step. Realizing his unstable mindset, he took a deep breath to regain his composure. It became evident that most ninjas had been summoned to a meeting. Since they are busy clearing their names, they surely want to linger in the Uchiha compound, especially after last night's multiple raids. The discussions today will center on the Uchiha before they divide their legacy. I must make my visit first. Regardless, the ninja clans would inevitably grow quieter. The annihilation of the Uchiha would evoke a sense of shared grief. Hold on. I do not wish for Konoha to crumble before I can grow strong enough to find you all. Naruto turned toward the Uchiha compound. Having heard reports that it was now sealed off, given the recent orders and the fact that Umbu and Root ninjas had only just completed their missions, they would likely be resting. It was likely the new Konoha guard from the Sarutobi clan stationed at the entrance, merely putting on a show. The Uchiha compound had little of value to covet. Its worst position, and aside from the Sharingan and scrolls, the Uchiha likely possessed various properties, none of which Naruto could seize. Glancing at the nearby Konoha hospital, he noted that Sasuke was safe, still recovering within its walls. As he had suspected, Uchiha Itachi had defected. Sasuke would endure this ordeal. He just needed time to recover. His innate talent would not falter. The Mangekyo Sharingan was within reach. Naruto furrowed his brow, knowing that overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan could lead to blindness. If Sasuke activated it, he might not last long. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku, indeed. If Sasuke were to follow Black Frame Naruto's words, it would be as he said. Uchiha Sasuke, father. Rock Lee, I too believe this will be the case. Inuzuka Kiba. Humph. Given Sasuke's character, he might use it recklessly, even at the expense of a stray cat. Yamanaka Ino. I concur. Haruno Sakura. Although it seems unlikely, Sasuke's mindset appears to have become somewhat fragile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, Sasuke soon furrowed his brows. What could that guy Naruto be up to? In the past, he would have taken this opportunity to mock himself. Never mind, the Colosseum is right ahead. Let's enter first. After the demise of Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara no longer faced the risk of blindness with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Was the condition for activation merely another stimulus? Or perhaps Naruto employed the process of elimination. Ultimately, he arrived at two outcomes that were closest to the actual events. Would it require enduring another stimulus? However, that period was fraught with war, and many lives were lost. It is said that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan by slaying their most cherished individuals. Yet, given the nature of the Uchiha, it seemed unlikely they would resort to such extremes. It must have involved witnessing the death of a sibling, both awakening simultaneously. Much like Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, Naruto appeared momentarily stunned. Uchiha Obito had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan many years ago, and his phasing ability was undeniably tied to the Sharingan. He utilized it during combat, yet he had not succumbed to blindness until now. Setting that aside, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan should be activated through the transplantation of another Mangekyo Sharingan. But what conditions are necessary? Bloodline. After all, Izuna was Madara's brother. If such was not required, then in the future, once Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could engage in mutual transplantation with Izuna to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon, Naruto vanished into the distance, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had been under the watchful gaze of a pair of beautiful eyes. It must be true. He is the child of Lord Minato. Just moments ago, he had been bumped into at a sensitive spot. Yui Kurenai had thought it was a ruffian. Yet, upon turning around, she beheld a familiar face from her memories. He was the most dashing jonin of the time, a hero of the ninja wars, and a disciple of the legendary Sannin. Under such a luminous aura, many contemporaries envied the trio of Lord Minato's team for having such a handsome and powerful jonin as their mentor. Kurenai was among them. Kurenai, what is it? At that moment, a striking woman with beautiful purple hair approached. You keep gazing over there. Is that Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto? I thought that Sister Kusina's child had. It turns out he didn't inherit Lord Minato's surname, but rather took Kusina's. But Uzumaki Naruto? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? How could Lord Minato and Sister Kusina allow their child to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Yui handed the rice dumpling in her hand to Kurenai. You'd best keep your distance, otherwise you'll attract the attention of the Umbu. Chapter 131. Kakashi, the elusive and green-skinned watermelon man, Lee's father? Yui cautioned Kurenai. She had only recently joined the Umbu. The surveillance on Naruto had commenced long ago, but Yui was surely still unqualified for it. Likewise, she had not received orders regarding the Uchiha massacre from the previous night. Kurenai nodded, yet her gaze remained fixed. It was truly uncanny. She had momentarily lost herself, thinking she had seen little Minato. Thank you. Kurenai reached out for the rice dumpling. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards them. In an instant, the rice dumpling landed in her hand. Haha. You two couldn't wait for me to eat. Huh? That's unacceptable. You must be punished. The newcomer was Mitarashi Anko. Yui sighed in exasperation. But Kurenai did not seem to mind. Strangely enough, without that bearded smoker pestering us, the air feels much fresher and my ears are at peace. Anko bit into the rice dumpling, playfully draping her arms over Kurenai and Yui's shoulders. Come on, the rice dumplings are best at this time. Sarutobi is Suma, so this is how I am perceived in their eyes. Moreover, Kurenai seems to have made no rebuttal. Frustrated, Asuma pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Yo, Kakashi, my eternal rival. The commotion from a distance caused Naruto, who was nearly leaving the street, to pause in his steps. Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi, one of Lord Minato's disciples. He earned the title of Copy Ninja during the Third Great Ninja War. After the chaos of the Nine Tails, he remained in the Umbu, still serving there now. Naruto turned to glance back and saw a man in a green outfit with a watermelon hairstyle animatedly tugging at another individual. This person had silver-white hair, with only one eye visible, the rest of his face concealed by a mask. The right eye? Naruto's pupils constricted. It was unmistakable. This man was Hatake Kakashi, a disciple of Lord Minato. He needed only to verify Kakashi's left eye. Taking a deep breath, Naruto quickly lifted his legs to depart. This was not the right moment. With people coming and going, one must not take unnecessary risks. Since he was an Umbu ninja who had been safeguarding his mother during her pregnancy. Even if they had never met, given his position and strength, it was improbable that he was unaware of Naruto's existence. Yet to this day, Naruto had never laid eyes on him, which clearly indicated something amiss. Of course, it could not be ruled out that he had received a warning. That old man seemed intent on claiming Naruto as his own. As for the individual accompanying Kakashi, Naruto recalled from historical documents that he was likely Might Guy's son, Might Guy, who had scattered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Terumi Mei, the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The strength of Konoha's Chunin is unfathomable. Never provoke Konoha's Chunin, even in the Pure Land. Momochi Zabuza shared this sentiment. Konoha's Chunin indeed possesses remarkable depth and heritage, something other shinobi villages struggle to match. After Naruto departed, Kakashi helplessly pushed away the exuberant Might Guy. Feeling a sense of something amiss, he glanced back. That very spot was where Naruto had just stood. Kakashi sensed something was off, but could not pinpoint why. Would Naruto blame Kakashi? The answer was no. After thoroughly studying the historical documents, he could empathize with Kakashi. First, his father died before his eyes. Then he witnessed his comrades perish, and the last even at his own hand. Such experiences are hard to bear for anyone. Therefore, Naruto did not hold any resentment towards Kakashi. However, his current situation was precarious. One must always be wary, especially when dealing with an Umbu ninja. Better to be cautious than careless. After all, Kakashi possessed the eye Naruto sought, and he could confirm its nature in due time. Naruto was more intrigued by Might Guy. For a moment, he almost mistook him for Lee's father. They both seemed to favor this street. Perhaps Lee could come by and try his luck. Sharing a focus on physical techniques and bearing such a resemblance, it was possible that Might Guy might take a liking to him and accept him as a disciple. Upon mastering the 8 gates, everyone will have the opportunity to embark on their own cultivation journey. Tian expressed his agreement, stating that he has always felt the same way. He then inquired whether Teacher Kai had any connection with Shaoli. Might Guy responded affirmatively, proclaiming their compatibility as master and disciple. Lee Rock exclaimed, "Teacher Kai?" To which Guy replied with enthusiasm. Before long, Naruto arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's territory. From a distance, he spotted 2 ninjas stationed at the entrance, presumably members of the newly established Konoha Guard, specifically from the Sarutobi clan. Taking a deep breath, Naruto approached the location he had visited the previous night. Soon, his keen perception detected the trio of shuriken he had left behind, remnants of his earlier encounter at the Uchiha estate. To his surprise, they proved useful sooner than anticipated. Finding a relatively concealed spot, Naruto vanished from sight and entered the Uchiha territory without a sound, avoiding the attention of the Konoha guards. Once inside, he navigated through the estate guided by his memory, making his way towards the home of clan leader Fugaku, remaining vigilant and aware of his surroundings. After half an hour of careful observation, he confirmed that no Umbu or root ninjas lingered within the Uchiha territory. It appeared that they had already divided their spoils, leaving only a few individuals to maintain a semblance of vigilance. Arriving at the location where a multitude of scrolls had been concealed the previous night, Naruto discovered that Uchiha Itachi had not yet uncovered them. Or perhaps he had, but chose to disregard them, which ultimately benefited Naruto. In truth, even if Naruto had not come to claim the spoils, it was unlikely that Sasuke would have obtained anything of significance. The elders would likely provide him with some common Uchiha ninjutsu scrolls as a mere formality, followed by a modest sum of money. However, in comparison to the vast wealth of the Uchiha clan, it was but a drop in the ocean. Why did he feel this way? Because Naruto was still earning a meager 3,000 ryo a month, and thoughts of the legacies of Minato Namikaze and Kusina Uzumaki were futile. Chapter 132. The Revival of the Uzumaki, Reshaping the Distorted Ninja World. Uzumaki Kusina stated succinctly that there was no need for further words. She remarked that if the old monkey's head did not roll, then hers would. Yamanka Ino expressed her thoughts on the matter, questioning the comfort levels of the Hokage's descendants and speculating on Naruto's current living conditions. Orochimaru noted that while Sarutobi-sensei had fled, the Sarutobi clan remained in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared perplexed. Orochimaru chuckled, commenting that it was merely a case of poetic justice. Observing Konohamaru's naive demeanor, he mused that he might be an ideal candidate for a traitor. After packing the scrolls, Naruto recalled a moment from his past, contemplating the whereabouts of his parents. Sarutobi Hiruzen had looked at him for a while, before cheerfully stating that the past was behind them and did not warrant further discussion, assuring him that everyone in the village was family. Reflecting on this now, Naruto felt a wave of nausea. The old man truly had no sense of shame. However, a fleeting thought crossed Naruto's mind. If he was not mistaken, the raven's eye he had encountered yesterday must have belonged to Uchiha Shursue's Manjikyu Sharingan. But where was the other eye? Uchiha Shursue would never take his own life so casually. 3 individuals were under suspicion: Uchiha Itachi, Shimura Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the old man possessed it, he might have used it on Naruto first, ensuring his complete trust. The possibility of Shimura Danzo being involved in Konoha's shadows seemed significant. Thus, the third suspect could very well be Uchiha Obito. Recalling the long-haired, masked figure from yesterday, Naruto clenched his fists involuntarily. This vendetta he would surely avenge. Moreover, reviving the Uchiha also meant reviving the Uzumaki. In this twisted world of shinobi, he vowed to personally bring an end to this perverse reality. In that moment, the notion of reshaping the ninja world took root in Naruto's mind. The entire ninja world exclaimed in dismay, "It's over for us." They believed it was a matter for the 5 great shinobi villages. Did they appear capable of challenging the land of Whirlpool? Yet, observing Naruto's determined expression, it seemed he truly intended to overhaul the ninja world. Uzumaki Kusina exclaimed, "Yes, this is my son." She declared the revival of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Fugaku echoed her sentiments, calling for the resurgence of their clan. Senju Hashirama proclaimed the revival of the Senju, to which Senju Tobirama retorted, questioning his brother's involvement in the commotion. Hashirama reminded him that Naruto bore the Senju bloodline as well. Tobirama conceded that if revival was the goal, there was much work to be done. In the streets of Short Book, Shizune observed Tsunade's flushed face and quietly distanced herself with Tun. Tsunade shouted, "You two deadweights. Be quiet." Tsunade, the revival of the Senju? In the current ninja world, she indeed could not be overlooked. Shizune blinked, realizing that if the black frame Naruto intended to pursue Tsunade, she would undoubtedly be unable to escape his grasp. What was she to do? Orochimaru mused aloud about the revival of the Senju, acknowledging Tsunade as a fine candidate, albeit somewhat older, yet still capable of bearing children. He noted that she was the only prominent Senju remaining in the ninja world, and her bloodline remained remarkably pure. He sensed this possibility was significant. Black Frame Naruto would not act recklessly, and Tsunade's status was substantial. Securing her would mean gaining a righteous cause in the revival of the Uzumaki and the reconstruction of the land of Whirlpool. Orochimaru chuckled, affirming his intent to assist Black Frame Naruto. At that moment, in the chat room, Senju Tobirama and Tsunade simultaneously shouted in protest. Tsunade demanded Orochimaru to be silent, while Tobirama expressed his disbelief that he would have to witness Black Frame Naruto courting his granddaughter. This was unacceptable. He needed to resurrect quickly and find a pure-blooded individual of suitable age in Konoha. However, he realized that even if he were revived, he could not reach the Black Frame world. The thought of watching that brat pursue his granddaughter was intolerable. Hashirama laughed heartily, while Tobirama urged him to stop. Tsunade admonished, "Great-grandfather, you two be quiet." In the Pure Land, Kusina rested her chin on her hand, genuinely contemplating the possibilities. Reviving the Uzumaki was no simple task. It was best to first establish quality before quantity. Gangsho Jijie clenched her teeth, reassured that she had improved Mizuho Obazine's seal, likely still maintaining the youthful appearance of an 18-year-old. Kusina, what are you talking about?" Uchiha Makoto felt a pang of fear. The current Kusina was somewhat intimidating. However, as her words fell, Kusina abruptly turned to face her. Kusina, what do you intend to do? Do not look at me with those eyes." Coughing lightly, Kusina replied, "I believe I can sense Izumi. Let us search for her." Kusina nodded, yet her gaze continued to unsettle Uchiha Makoto. Meanwhile, in the chat room, Uchiha Izumi began to encourage Ino. "Ino, do not let this opportunity slip away. Follow Black Frame Naruto. A bright future awaits. And perhaps the Yamanaka clan will also rise to prominence." Ino immediately agreed. "Indeed, my handsome father speaks true. I shall diligently motivate myself in this Black Frame world." Izumi laughed. "Haha, Izumi too must strive. Hinata, you must also work hard." Ino teased Hinata, who pouted, turning her face away. Hearing the laughter of the girls, she blushed. But a flicker of darkness crossed her eyes. The eldest sister, Hinata, felt overwhelmed. If Ino was working hard, shouldn't she also strive to do better? Little Hanabi tilted her adorable face, her big eyes filled with innocence. "Does that mean I will have to call Naruto brother-in-law in the future?" Chapter 133, Nanha Shrine. Uchiha Clan Historical Monument. Observing the lively chat room and the recognition from everyone, including praise from his mother for another version of himself, Naruto felt a pang of envy. His eyes reddened. "Great Fox, I too wish to transform like that." Within the ceiling space, the now half-lamenting Kyubi lazily remarked, "Then transform." Initially hopeful that his counterpart in the Black Frame world would regain freedom, he found the situation complex. Nevertheless, Kyubi contemplated what it would be like to exist in that world. With an innate sense of malice, he could perceive whether Naruto's words carried ill intent. Yet, the Naruto in the Black Frame seemed perpetually calm. Faced with Black Frame Naruto's promises, Kyubi was convinced that his counterpart was indeed stirred. He completely forgot his earlier intention to manipulate Black Frame Naruto into his own shape, only to be molded into Black Frame Naruto's form, as Orochimaru had suggested. The black-framed scene continued. Hokage Tower, Hokage Office. Huff. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. Today's meeting has finally concluded. Although the shinobi clans still harbor doubts and suspicions, matters concerning the Uchiha clan have been sufficiently quelled. It is time to check on Sasuke. Afterward, I shall visit Naruto. I wonder if the boy has learned my Shadow Shuriken technique. No, that technique is too challenging. Perhaps I should prepare other gifts instead. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt in good spirits. One thorn that had plagued his heart was finally removed, and without any cost, stripping the instigator. Hokage advisor Shimura Danzo, of his identity, successfully shifted the blame onto a good friend, allowing matters to settle. Though the Sharingan yielded little, that was inconsequential. It could be obtained when necessary from a trustworthy ally. While the shinobi clans felt a sense of vulnerability, most were calmed by his assurances. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt optimistic about the future. Last time, Irika reported on the child's remarkable talent. Very well. It is better if he does not master the Shadow Shuriken technique. Without my guidance, that child would likely still be groping in the dark. The image of Namikaze Minato standing beside him resurfaced in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. However, this time, Minato sported the Six Paths whiskers and his eyes were filled with utmost respect. Then, with a grand gesture, Minato charged into battle like a perfect Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. Why should the third Hokage himself intervene against such rabble? Just thinking this brought an old, blossom-like smile to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. This scene caused many in the shinobi world to shake their heads. Poor Sarutobi Hiruzen, like a toy, was toyed with by Black Frame Naruto. In truth, the primary factor was Black Frame Naruto's exceptional acting skills. At present, apart from a few small ones, only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito knew Black Frame Naruto's true appearance. Even Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi were unaware. Hinata Hayashi even believed his daughter to be unparalleled. Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei continues to perform steadily. Senju Tobirama, It is precisely because of this fool that Konoha has become this way. Senju Tobirama, unable to ascend or descend. Utterly useless. If one must be ruthless, then be ruthless to the end. Senju Tobirama. Even Danzo could not be kept in check. If he had been contained, the Jinchuriki would have been directly brainwashed by Danzo and controlled through him. Senju Tobirama. The path of governing has become a complete mess. Senju Tobirama. Cherishing one's own feathers is a foolish endeavor. I was blind in my youth. Senju Tobirama's words made F4 feel as if they had swallowed a fly. Nevertheless, what he said was indeed factual. If F4 had been a tad more sensible, Konoha would not have been brought to such a state. Huff. Naruto took a deep breath. Then, burdened with numerous scrolls, he departed. He must suppress the urge to rapidly grow stronger. His body was still too young. He needed to wait until after graduation to increase his training volume. Uchiha Izumi lay in bed, perhaps resting for years. Overtraining would deplete one's essence, which was not the outcome Naruto desired. Even though the blood of the Uzumaki clan flowed within him, and possibly the Senju clan as well, Naruto was not willing to take risks. Just like yesterday, he did not seek an opportunity to leave Konoha. Revealing his brilliance too early would only hasten his physical depletion. For now, he would conceal himself, develop steadily, choose allies wisely, and when the time was ripe, strike decisively. Great Fox, do you have any suitable candidates? Or perhaps, shall we seek other tailed beasts? Naruto murmured softly. Since last night, he had not actively severed the mental connection with the Kyuubi in his mind. This meant that Kyuubi could sense the outside world through him. However, this time, his inquiry received no response from Kyuubi. Naruto was not disheartened. A slight smile graced his lips as he whispered, "Though the great fox appears fierce, he treats me well." His heart and words do not align. A proud and fierce great fox akin to Sasuke must be quite endearing. Naruto intentionally spoke thus. Sure enough, within the ceiling space, the Kyuubi's expression shifted at Naruto's evaluation. Its long ears perked up immediately. Fierce. Humph. As the strongest tailed beast, is it not natural to be fierce? Treat you well? Dream on. I merely wish to survive. Heart and words do not align. Foolish little brat, you have fallen into my trap without realizing it. Ha? Proud. Damn little brat, have I given you too many smiles? Cute. The Kyuubi's mind went blank. From the moment I began to recall memories until now, it is the first time the term cute has been used to describe me. This revelation fills the Jiuwei with a sense of disbelief, while simultaneously igniting a surge of indignation within. Yet, a flicker of curiosity arises within the fox's heart. Am I truly adorable? Nonsense. I am a fierce beast. Foolish little brat. Naturally, Naruto remains oblivious to the reactions of the great fox sealed within the space. Regardless, he simply follows his instincts to complete what needs to be done. Entering cautiously, he leaves with significantly greater speed. This acceleration is not merely due to confirming the absence of Umbu or root ninjas lurking nearby. Rather, it is primarily because he can choose a familiar route, departing from the direction of Nana's shrine. That river leads to the back mountains, the same path he took last night. Soon, Naruto arrives at Nana's shrine, casting a glance at the somewhat eerie structure, which serves as the core location for the Uchiha clan's secret deliberations. It is well concealed. With just a glance, Naruto perceives that this place has not been discovered by Umbu or root ninjas, or perhaps it is simply a meeting place that does not warrant attention. He notices the Sharingan seal at the hidden entrance, which guards the family history monument of the Uchiha clan. However, for now, Naruto must suppress his thoughts and depart while carrying a significant number of scrolls. Chapter 134. The Transformation of Hyuga Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Izuna. Brother, why do you laugh? Uchiha Madara. Oh, it's nothing at all. It's merely that the developments within the Black Frame world have exceeded my expectations. Haha. Kurizetsu. Similarly to Uchiha Madara's mood, Kurizetsu within the underground base of Kamibukahashi also feels elated. After traversing mountains and rivers, one may encounter unexpected paths. Just when he thought his meticulously crafted plan spanning a millennium was on the verge of failure, events unfolded in an unforeseen manner. Uchiha Madara shares his joy. He simply needs to wait for Uchiha Izuna's body to fully heal. The Black Frame Naruto will undoubtedly visit Nana's shrine with her. At that time, it is merely a matter of entering and interpreting the family history monument of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan can see some details, while the Mangekyo Sharingan can perceive it entirely. Black Frame Naruto will inevitably make choices akin to his own. Even Obito breathes a sigh of relief. He has also seen that family history monument. During that period, he frequently traveled back and forth to Konoha, thus had ample opportunities to visit Nana's shrine and examine the monument. Naturally, Obito acknowledged the contents inscribed upon it. Yet, he places greater faith in himself, believing he can succeed. Once the Black Frame Naruto has seen it, the subsequent developments will bring about significant changes. By then, even if the viewing system comes to an end, no one will obstruct this plan. There is no other reason, at this moment. Everyone in the shinobi world holds high expectations for Black Frame Naruto. Judging by his current performance, the likelihood of success is quite considerable. When everyone comes to understand the beauty of the illusionary world, how could they prevent the collection of tailed beasts to summon the Outer Path Golem and subsequently become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, thereby initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi? What could possibly be wrong with the illusionary world? Meanwhile, at the Hyuga household, young lady, you have returned. The dining hall has prepared today's meal for you. Neji has yet to return. Upon arriving home, a charming woman clad in a maid outfit with short, dark green hair approaches to greet Hinata. Sister. At this moment, a petite figure leaps toward Hinata. Hinata slightly lifts the corners of her mouth, catching the rushing Hanabi. Sister. Hanabi's adorable little face is flushed. Hinata gently strokes her little head. Sister, you seem a bit strange today. Hanabi blinks her eyes. Sister Natsu, where's father? Upon hearing this, Hinata Natsu displays a warm smile. The clan leader is waiting for you in the dining hall. With that, Hinata Natsu crouches down to lift Hanabi. Then, lowering her voice, she continues, young lady, the clan leader has been laughing to himself in the dojo recently, and he smiles more than usual. You are truly working hard, young lady. Observing the gentle demeanor of her older sister, Hinata's previously anxious heart calms considerably. I will also become a gentle and powerful ninja like you and mother. Hanabi immediately raises her small fist. After encouraging Hanabi with a few kind words, Hinata rises to head toward the dining hall. Yes, after calming down. I do feel a bit hungry. Ahem. No, it's mainly because father is waiting for me. It would be unkind to keep him waiting too long. Upon arriving at the dining hall, the members of the Hyuga clan, who had been quietly eating, quickly lift their heads at the sound of Hyuga Haishi's voice. Standing at the entrance of the dining hall is none other than Lady Hinata herself. However, many members swallow nervously, quietly slowing their eating pace. They wonder how the young lady is feeling today and how much she will eat. Hinata smiles and greets everyone before approaching Hyuga Hayashi. Are you troubled? Hyuga Hayashi crosses his arms, and the serious expression that once adorned his face vanishes instantly. Although he continues to play the role of a strict father, Hinata has never disappointed him, nor has she ever let the Hyuga clan down. Of course, this refers to after she has eaten her fill. Father, I asked Neji to help me take a leave of absence. My progress at school has been too slow. We will discuss it after the meal. Hyuga Hayashi ponders for a moment before turning to the clan members. Those in the kitchen are already prepared. Serve the dishes. Kitchen, move quickly. Has the young lady returned? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't let her go hungry. Having just finished school, the young lady must be quite famished. Listening to the commotion from the kitchen and seeing clan members hurriedly bringing out the dishes, a flush of color appears on Hinata's fair cheeks. However, she quickly suppresses it. She has nearly grown accustomed to it. Since that day, father has taken it upon himself to accompany her for meals in the dining hall. Of course, after consuming a maximum of 2 servings, he silently sits beside her, watching her eat. Sometimes, at Naruto's place, father would even have someone prepare food to be sent over or dispatch fresh meat and vegetables. For this reason, father once held a meeting addressing her appetite. Initially, many clan elders opposed it, arguing that it was excessively costly. The Hyuga clan's daily expenses would double. However, after a period of such rumors, the moment Hinata showcased her talent in front of all the clan members, everyone fell silent. The eldest clan elder, upon seeing Hinata's eyes, was so excited he nearly passed out. Then, with his hoarse voice, he shouted, causing everyone to wince in pain. Yet, the content of his words left them astonished. Lady Hinata is the most talented in the history of the Hyuga clan. This firmly established her identity as the next branch leader. Simultaneously, he requested everyone to keep it confidential, for it is highly likely that Hinata will awaken the eyes mentioned in the family history monument of the Hyuga clan, a different form of Byakugan. Although the records inscribed upon the family history monument may not necessarily be accurate and could potentially be mere fabrications of previous clan elders. When Xiao Huatian activated her Byakugan in front of everyone, all present acquiesced to the words of the elder of the clan. Even though they activated their Byakugan, the moment they locked eyes with Huatian, they felt a subtle pressure. The aura of the Byakugan was beginning to take shape, even without these characteristics. The mere fact that Huatian activated her Byakugan at such a young age was impressive enough. It completely overturned the previous probabilities of Byakugan activation, demonstrating a staggering advantage over the second place. Subsequently, the clan elder examined Huatian's body to determine if her early activation of the Byakugan had caused any physical detriment. To their astonishment, despite having just finished a meal, Huatian was still not sated. Her body was indeed lacking. But it was not due to the premature activation of the Byakugan. Rather, it was a result of prolonged malnutrition. Chapter 135. The third generations visit Hinata Hizashi's side, acknowledging, "This is all my fault." He lamented, "Unfortunately, our world lacks a black-framed Naruto." However, he mused, "I believe it is not too late to rectify this situation." Huatian experienced yet another social embarrassment. Nonetheless, before fainting this time, she managed to cover Xiao Huahua's mouth. Naruto observed this scene with mixed emotions. Neji patted his shoulder, affirming, as the clan leader said, "It is not too late to make amends." "Congratulations, Naruto. You have completed the first step of your transformation." At this, Naruto forced a smile and expressed his gratitude. Neji shook his head, stating, "The rest is up to you." He sensed Naruto's transformation, but at this juncture, it depended solely on Naruto's ability to move forward. Naruto clenched his fists silently, determined to be like his counterpart in the black-framed world. He refused to be a slave to his own delusions. The scene on the large black-framed screen continued. At this moment, the Hinata clan erupted in chaos. Initially opposed elders jumped up to chastise Hinata Hizashi, even resorting to clan discipline. The clansmen were still somewhat unsatisfied. That day, the weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the subsequent demise of Hinata Hayashi dispelled the heavy gloom that had enveloped the Hinata clan. Huatian's status was rapidly rising, almost surpassing that of Hinata Hizashi. Naturally, she became aware of the circumstances surrounding Hinata Hayashi's death. Subsequently, she personally delivered the letter left by Hinata Hayashi to Neji, apologizing and expressing her gratitude in front of all the clansmen. Hinata Hizashi was taken aback, but as the clan leader, father, and brother, he quickly came to his senses. He, like Hua Tian, sincerely apologized to Neji. Upon witnessing this, Naruto was reinvigorated and turned to Neji, declaring, the Hinata clan is undergoing a transformation. Nonetheless, this matter was suppressed by the oldest elder, who forbade anyone from discussing the events of the day. Yet, within everyone's hearts, a seed had been planted. Once Hua Tian matured, that seed would take root and blossom into a towering tree. Afterward, upon inquiry, Hua Tian bashfully admitted that it was Naruto who had suggested her actions. Although Hinata Hizashi had anticipated this, hearing it from his own daughter left him in disbelief. Consequently, he spent the night awake, ultimately concluding, let the children develop on their own. My daughter's husband will not be easy to become. The challenges that child faces are not limited to me, but the entire Hinata clan. Hua Tian is the hope of the Hinata. How could I be the one to worry? With that, Hinata Hizashi simply closed his eyes to catch some rest. Father, I wish to commence special training. Hua Tian earnestly stated, looking at Hinata Hizashi. This serious demeanor caused his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Damn that blondie, he thought, knowing that such an expression from Hua Tian undoubtedly pertained to Naruto. Why? Hinata Hizashi suppressed his irritation. I want to become stronger. Meanwhile, similar situations unfolded among the Yamashiro, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Sakura mustered the courage to drag Tintin to the Konoha hospital, intending to become an intern and eventually master sage techniques. Lee, on the other hand, urged Neji to train on campus. On another front, upon reaching the back mountain, Naruto suddenly furrowed his brows. Memories and experiences from his shadow clones returned to him. There was still time. Taking a deep breath, Naruto suppressed the rising suspicions within him. After producing a shadow clone to carry the scrolls and find an opportunity to bring them home, he immediately accelerated his pace. The third Hokage had unexpectedly thought of him, and he was not far from home now. Traveling at full speed, Naruto soon returned home. Upon his return, the shadow clone immediately ventured out to continue assessing the situation. Once back home, Naruto's first task was to check on Uchiha Izumi. She was sleeping soundly, her mouth slightly curling upward. He sighed in relief and cautiously picked her up. In the next instant, both Naruto and the rapt Izumi vanished from their location. A trident-style kunai fell onto the bed. They had not gone far, just downstairs. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's increasing trust in Naruto, the original residents of the building had all moved out, leaving only a few scattered households, mostly shops on the first floor. Of course, there were still many residents in the nearby high-rise. Initially, Naruto thought they were Umbu ninjas, but now he realized that those living there were likely members of Shimura Danzo's organization. The downstairs level was empty, and Naruto had previously scouted for a few decent rooms, cleaning them up for his shadow clones to train. This was now proving useful again. After gently placing Izumi on the bed, Naruto produced another shadow clone to guard her side. In the next instant, Naruto returned to his own bedroom, maintaining a composed expression as he began preparing lunch. In addition to porridge for Izumi, he would not resort to simply chewing and feeding her. That was merely a saying. Soon, a knock echoed at the door. Taking a deep breath, Naruto adjusted his demeanor and proceeded to open the door, feigning ignorance. Who is it, old man? Initially puzzled, Naruto's eyes lit up upon seeing the figure standing outside. The crowd exclaimed, who dares to say Sarutobi Hiruzen is foolish? He cannot see through Naruto's disguise. Anoki remarked, it is no wonder the third Hokage is like this. If one day Kuratsuchi behaves similarly, I might be more distressed than the third Hokage. Kuratsuchi retorted, dream on. Do you think that just because you say this, I will turn into a black-frame Naruto? Kahakume commented. If black-frame Naruto were to express that his favorite was the big sister, I might just delightfully accept it without a hint of suspicion. The fourth Raikage observed. It seems a bit awkward. TSK, primarily, it's due to age. Age has limited the current black-frame Naruto. Senju Tobirama, Hinata's appetite is quite different from that of the Uchiha clan. As long as she has eaten her fill, to truly achieve a sense of emptiness, one would need to train as rigorously as black-frame Naruto. Haha. Indeed, she has been eating well and has grown a bit taller. Sarutobi Hiruzen transforms into a kind and gentle old man in an instant. How is it? How has your training in the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique progressed recently? As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll from his pocket. Grandfather has prepared a gift for you. Chapter 136, Chakra Attribute Test. Before coming here, Sarutobi Hiruzen visited Konoha Hospital to see Sasuke. But Sasuke had not yet awakened. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood lifted upon seeing Naruto. It's not too difficult. Naruto lowered his head, resembling a child who has made a mistake. It's all right. That jutsu is indeed quite challenging. Do not be so hard on yourself. You have done excellently. Moreover, I have a secret to share with you. Naruto quickly looked up. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his voice intentionally, stating that each Hokage passes down their experiences and knowledge to the next. Does that brighten your mood a bit? Upon hearing this, Naruto stood frozen for several seconds. Then he broke into an exaggerated grin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately radiated with a smile akin to that of a blooming chrysanthemum. Just like that, wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire continues to burn brightly. To gain everyone's recognition is not an endeavor accomplished overnight. Yes, I will strive to do my best. Naruto responded immediately. Very good. I heard that in your recent test, you scored full marks for the will of fire? Naruto immediately displayed a humble demeanor. Because grandfather embodies the living will of fire, I merely transcribed what he has taught me. Buzz, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a current of energy surging through his body, making him feel invigorated. Haha, excellent. Now, as a reward for being the top of your class, this shall be your prize. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the scroll and took out a piece of white paper. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. This paper is likely the chakra paper used to test chakra attributes. He was planning to check his chakra attributes in the coming days, but he didn't expect this old man to deliver it right to his doorstep. Chakra paper? Sasuke was taken aback. What is this? Not just him. Many lower-ranked ninjas were bewildered. Fortunately, they inquired in the chat room. Upon asking, Senju Tobirama was utterly flabbergasted. Senju Tobirama, was this not taught in ninja school? Yamanaka Ino, they must not have attended the lesson. Sasuke, Kiba, Inazuka Kiba. Wait, do I need to know about chakra attributes? Do I really need to? Tenten, what chakra attribute will Naruto possess? Uchiha is Zuna, fire attribute. Temari, wind attribute. Karui, water attribute. Fourth Raikage, lightning attribute. Anoki, earth attribute. Orochimaru, is it possible that Black Frame Naruto possesses all attributes? Orochimaru, and then Sarutobi Sensei would be thrilled to death. The black-framed large screen continued. What is this? Naruto feigned ignorance, but his little face bore no signs of acting. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's teaching instincts were ignited once again. Looking at Naruto, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He had been a teacher before. Yet, even with his fondest pupil, Orochimaru, he did not harbor feelings as profound as he did for Naruto at this moment. This feeling was entirely different. Thus, he cheerfully explained, chakra is divided into 5 attributes. They are fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Among them, fire counters wind counters lightning counters earth counters water, and water counters fire. Each individual's chakra attribute is unique. Some may possess only one, some 2, or even 2 but only manifest 1, resulting in a certain imbalance. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his chest and stated, those with 5 chakra attributes are exceptionally rare. Even rarer are those who possess all 5 attributes without a single shortcoming, displaying all 5 attributes. This is the true rarity. Of course, if they exist, they can be developed through specific training, though the process is arduous. So, grandfather, what is your chakra attribute? Naruto suppressed the discomfort within. He quickly discerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen was awaiting his inquiry. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. Grandfather, besides being the strongest Hokage, also holds the title of ninjutsu instructor. Wow, Naruto's eyes sparkled once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen even slightly raised his chin, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Uzuki Akane. Puffed Uzuki Akane. The old man has been completely charmed by black-framed Naruto. Do not lose heart. Even if you do not possess all 5 attributes, it is still remarkable, for very few in the entire ninja world can develop all 5 attributes, each to its full potential. Observing the smug demeanor of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the black-framed large screen, Senju Tobirama could no longer contain himself. Senju Tobirama, lacking in refinement. Not entirely so. After all these years, having become Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has ample opportunities to develop himself. With so many resources at his disposal, one can only say that he has not mastered any of them completely. He has focused solely on the 5 elemental techniques. And Senju Tobirama's evaluation was based on the circumstances when he departed. The resources he controlled, if even a fraction were released, would yield immediate results. Golden flashes. Ahem. Now let us test your chakra attribute. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and then handed the chakra paper to Naruto. Simply infuse a bit of chakra into it. If you possess the fire attribute, the paper will ignite. If you have the wind attribute, the paper will split down the middle. If you possess the lightning attribute, the paper will crumple. If you have the water attribute, the paper will become damp. If it is the earth attribute, the paper will crumble. If multiple attributes exist, the most prominent one will manifest first. Naruto nodded, taking the chakra paper. Alright. Now inject chakra into the chakra paper. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully. Naruto complied. His eyes also reflected a glimmer of anticipation. Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails, who had been lying down, slightly lifted its eyelids. Then it lost interest. As Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naruto with golden hair, he became lost in thought. Memories of the past flooded back. Konoha, this child truly resembles you. You tested your chakra attributes before me in the same manner. You both possess an astonishing talent that leaves me in awe, and most importantly, both you and your father have inherited the true essence of my will of fire. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ponder, what if Naruto's chakra attribute test reveals all 5 attributes? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head once more. 5 attributes are too few. If it were true, then he would truly inherit all of my teachings. A perfect Jinchuriki. The successor of the Will of Fire would be splendid. However, a Hokage cannot be a Jinchuriki. A Hokage must assist. When Asuma returns, he should understand my good intentions. After I step down in the future, it would be best if Naruto assists Asuma. What a pity. The role of the guidance Jonin for Inoshikacho is too critical. Otherwise, Asuma could have become Naruto's guiding Jonin. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts were interrupted. After Naruto infused his chakra, the chakra paper was immediately split in half. Chapter 137. The 5 Attributes. The Hollowing Out of Sarutobi Hizashi. Temari, Wind Attribute. As she spoke, Temari cast a glance at the opposite end, where Tintin stood, resembling a victor. Tintin's eye twitched before she turned her head away. Wind Attribute. At that time, Minato detected wind, fire, and lightning. Indeed. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded slightly. It has been 7 years. I wonder if Naruto can become Konohagakure's second Yellow Flash. However, it is still too early. The multiple shadow clone technique suits him perfectly. Yet, it is still premature. Perhaps after graduation. Sarutobi Hizashi was not so easily willing to impart this technique. After all, it was exceptionally suited for Naruto. First, there was the Uzumaki clan, and then the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, Naruto's endurance was even greater than he had anticipated. The risks associated with the multiple shadow clone technique were considerably reduced. However, after teaching him the technique, he could no longer treat him as he did now. He needed to be more cautious. If Naruto were to cause a ruckus, it would not simply be 1 or 2 clones but thousands, akin to a rebellion. Let us observe a little longer. Inoki stated, indeed. The multiple shadow clone technique is exceptionally fitting for the black-framed Naruto. Terumi May, thousands? This is like forming an army. 4th Reikage. Furthermore, the chakra volume of the black-framed Naruto is terrifying. Those shadow clones would not be mere paper constructs. Kuratsuchi. Alright, I admit, the black-framed Naruto's talent is indeed enviable. Kuratsuchi added, let us not forget, he also possesses the Shuriken shadow clone technique. Just the shadow clone technique, combined with the Shuriken shadow clone technique, is enough to send chills down one's spine. If 1,000 shadow clones were to simultaneously employ the Shuriken shadow clone technique, Kuratsuchi's words instantly ignited a stir in the ninja world. The mere thought of such a scene was enough to evoke despair. Tintin was momentarily stunned, then trembled with excitement. Yes, this was precisely what she sought, overwhelming opponents with ninja tools. Naruto was also taken aback. He had a premonition. If the black-framed version of himself were to acquire the multiple shadow clone technique, the outcome would likely be far superior to his own. If Naruto were to voice this thought, Orochimaru would undoubtedly retort, be more confident. The difference is like heaven and earth. However, in an instant, Naruto furrowed his brow. It appeared that the 3rd Hokage had long known that the multiple shadow clone technique was suited for him. Reflecting on how he had obtained it, Naruto realized he had uncovered details he had previously overlooked. Everything seemed to flow as smoothly as water finding its course. Having observed the defensive layout of the Hokage building on the large screen, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. What a child's play. He had thought he had succeeded. In the chat room, following Kuratsuchi's remarks, everyone's thoughts aligned. When considering Naruto's combat style, it was truly terrifying. Uchiha Madara, however, smiled. Now, the stronger the black-framed Naruto became, the more he anticipated the future. The black-framed screen continued to display. After the chakra paper was split in half, Sarutobi Hizashi still wore a smile. Then, the left half of the chakra paper suddenly became wet. Terumi Mei, water attribute. The right half of the chakra paper crinkled. Fourth Reikage, lightning attribute. Sarutobi Hizashi's smile remained, but instead of wind, fire, and lightning like Minato, it was wind, water, and lightning. Soon, the smile on Sarutobi Hizashi's face vanished, replaced by a profound astonishment, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Suddenly, the left half of the chakra paper, after becoming wet, rapidly dried, and then shattered completely. Anoki, does it also have an earth attribute? The right half of the chakra paper, after crinkling, immediately ignited. Uchiha Izuna, it also has a fire attribute. It seems to be 5 attributes. This result surprised many, though they did not seem overly astonished. However, the Sarutobi Hizashi in the black-framed world was different. He had not compared it to the viewing screen. 5 attributes. Sarutobi Hizashi murmured. Naruto blinked and looked up at Sarutobi Hizashi, his small face filled with innocence. In truth, Naruto was also slightly astonished. 5 attributes. If combined with the shadow clones, the chakra of the 5 attributes would likely render him nearly invincible. Instead, he could easily counter any adversary. In an instant, countless images flashed through Naruto's mind. Mastering ninjutsu of 5 attributes, if utilized well, would undoubtedly become an insurmountable presence on the battlefield. Excellent. 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 Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly became somewhat excited. Naruto truly surprised him each time. Then you need not learn this technique for now. Sarutobi Hizashi put away the scroll, then looked at Naruto with a face full of excitement. Naruto, do you wish to? No. Sarutobi Hizashi had initially intended to establish a master-disciple relationship directly. However, upon further reflection, he pondered, if Naruto became his disciple, then the future 5th Hokage would undoubtedly be Asuma. But what about the 6th Hokage? What excuse would he use? At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi felt as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Now, it was Naruto's turn for his smile to falter. Of course, this was deliberate on his part. The resources held by the old man were indeed tempting. Yet, obtaining them would require considerable effort. Haha. Sarutobi Hizashi laughed heartily, then ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, there will be rewards. I didn't expect your chakra to possess 5 attributes. Then I must prepare well. Naruto obediently nodded. If I can't master the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, I won't force it. Also, you are still young. Do not overtrain. Naruto replied, I understand. I will be careful. The most important task now is to gain everyone's recognition. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded appreciatively. All right. Grandpa must return to continue protecting the village. In a few days, I will prepare a scroll containing your rewards. Keep up the good work. Sarutobi Hizashi patted Naruto's head one last time, then cheerfully turned to leave. Naruto waved with a smile. After Sarutobi Hizashi departed, his expression immediately turned cold. Once the shadow clones relayed their memories and experiences, confirming that Sarutobi Hizashi had truly left without any Umbu remaining, Naruto finally descended to carry Izuna back. He planned to send his shadow clones to the afternoon classes, so he wasn't in a hurry. Soon, the shadow clones that had remained on the back mountain returned, carrying a full bag of scrolls. However, the most pressing matter now was to eat. Chapter 138. 1 bite won't make you fat? Then 10 bites, 100 bites. 1,000 bites. Terumi Mei, my heavens, the black-frame Naruto is on the path to becoming a humanoid monster. Uchiha Izuna, the key is that this child knows how to control the pace, preventing premature harm to his body. Uchiha Fugaku, among those scrolls, besides Mai and Mikoto's eyes, there are also a plethora of fire-release ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku, however, more importantly, it contains my understanding of fire release. Uchiha Fugaku, I believe it won't be long before the black-frame Naruto's fire release level catches up to mine. Chimu Kakashi, perhaps Heikwang Narain has become aware of my existence. He might develop numerous Raiton ninjutsu from the Chidori technique. Sadai Meiying, really? Your words lead me to believe that once he learns of our Yun-in village's ninjutsu, he may very well deduce them on his own. Demu, do not doubt it. I am already concerned that my counterpart in the Hei Kwang world might be frightened. When Hei Kwang Narain was examining historical documents, his gaze lingered on the section titled The Flying Ninja for quite some time. Hey 2, is that even possible? Hey 2, that technique is beyond my capabilities. Xuanhua Jusanai. He will, for my Narain must succeed in revitalizing the Xuanhua clan, transcending mere simplicity. Wolfeng Shuaman, I have faith in Narain. -1. Haha. Judging by Sarutobi-sensei's expression, I have the feeling that Narain will exhaust all the knowledge and ninjutsu in his mind. Qiansho Tubian. In truth, when the monkey appeared, I sensed a killing intent in Hei Kwang Narain's eyes. Uchiha Bon. He was right to act decisively, swiftly eliminating that pathetic Hokage, yet the aftermath is challenging to manage. Uchiha Kwana. My brother speaks the truth. Uchiha Kwana. If that pathetic Hokage were to perish, it would betray our original intentions. What Hei Kwang Narain needs most now is time and a relatively safe environment. After satisfying his hunger, Narain began to assess his gains. He opened a cloth bag, and a multitude of scrolls tumbled out, each marked for categorization. The first category comprised fire release ninjutsu, encompassing nearly all techniques known to the Uchiha clan. The subsequent category included projectile techniques, such as shuriken and kunai. The remainder consisted of combat skills, such as trap setting and strategic placement. Lastly, there was a solitary scroll sealed with a Sharingan, which required the Sharingan to unlock. Forcibly opening it would lead to its destruction, akin to an explosive tag. Narain glanced at its label, application of the Sharingan in combat. Though he could not utilize it, it would undoubtedly aid Xuan and Zusu. Contemplating this, he placed the scroll in a cabinet and commenced the classification of the fire release scrolls. C rank, fire release, great fireball technique. C rank, fire release, phoenix fire technique. C rank, fire release, dragon fire technique. B rank, fire release, phoenix flower claw technique. B rank, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. There were so many that Narain found himself slightly overwhelmed. Furthermore, each scroll's corresponding fire release technique was accompanied by insights from Uchiha Fugaku and numerous skilled fire release ninjas. Within their insights were suggestions for training methods concerning the nature of fire release chakra attributes, a plethora of diverse information. Narain was not in a hurry. He understood that one cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. However, a single bite can lead to 10, 100, or even 1,000. After all, Narain was currently devoid of anything but chakra. Indeed, can chakra be exchanged for money? If so, would he not become a walking fortune? After a light-hearted self-mockery, Narain devoted himself to training. All shadow clones were dismissed. After assimilating the memories and experiences acquired throughout the morning, Narain took a moment to recuperate. He then produced 10 shadow clones, sending one to school as the time for classes had arrived, while another was dispatched to observe the surroundings. The remainder took the scrolls of insights to study. As for chakra nature transformation, Narain was not yet anxious to practice. Such endeavors would attract undue attention. The same applied to chakra form transformation. 8 shadow clones, aside from studying, had an additional task, to patiently and meticulously manipulate chakra. Upon receiving Tsunade's information from historical documents, Narain recognized that his hypothesis was correct. When chakra control reaches a certain level, it results in a qualitative enhancement of the physical body. The legendary Sannin Tsunade is revered among many women in the ninja world, not only for her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, but also for her formidable strength. Mastering chakra control to such an extent that one achieves extraordinary strength is akin to mastering medical ninjutsu and sage techniques. However, mastering sage techniques does not equate to mastering extraordinary strength. Viewed this way, the most suitable candidates for experimentation at present would be Lee and Sakura. I shall proceed with my trials first. In the quiet streets, Jeanine widened her eyes. Tsunade-sama, Hei Kwang Narain speaks the truth. Mastering extraordinary strength is not so simple. Tsunade retorted, feeling an unexpected aversion toward Hei Kwang Narain. Very well, Jeanine stuck out her tongue. She did not wish to provoke Tsunade. Extraordinary strength? In the world of Jingtu, Qiansho Tubian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, with the bloodlines of both the Xuanhua clan and the Qiansho clan, Narain should indeed possess such capabilities. Nevertheless, the primary concern remains Narain's young age. His body is still developing. If he were to reach adulthood, extraordinary strength would be an entirely different experience. In an instant, Shinsho Tubian was enveloped in tangible chakra. Great power yields miraculous results. The necessity for precise chakra control arises primarily from insufficient quantity. It is essential to enhance the efficiency of chakra transformation in strengthening the body. However, for Narain, chakra is the one thing he possesses in abundance. It could be said that both the Chinsho and Xuanhua clans are never lacking in chakra. Chinsho Zhujian, Tubian, lower your fingers. Chinsho Tubian, brother, are you beside me? Chinsho Zhujian, no, I just sensed that you would surely attempt it. Chinsho Tubian, brother, why do you seem like a ghost? Chinsho Zhujian, I may be dead, but being called a ghost is not entirely inaccurate. With a sudden burst, one of the shadow clones completed its task and dispelled itself, relaying memories and experiences back to the original body. Narain suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body. Initially, he intended to attempt the simplest and introductory C-rank fire release, Great Fireball technique. That shadow clone had been observing relevant experiences and analyses of the Great Fireball technique. However, that shadow clone unexpectedly embarked on a trial of Narain's previous hypothesis. If one could practice mental cultivation while focusing intently on learning a specific ninjutsu in a meditative state, the results would likely be significantly more efficient. Thus, the shadow clone proceeded with this endeavor. Narain was not surprised, given that the shadow clone was an extension of himself. It was challenging for him to entirely control his thoughts, let alone for a shadow clone that was nearly indistinguishable from him. This trial yielded immediate results. When merged with the original body, Narain felt as though he could effortlessly master the C-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball technique. Of course, the reason for the sudden jolt was that his mental strength had reached a considerable level, akin to a transformation in the nature of chakra. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Narain's mouth as he gradually closed his eyes, soon entering a meditative state. Humming, Big Fox, I am entering now. Chapter 139, Shikaku. Without warning, Narain's mental strength finally reached the required standard. In an instant, his consciousness entered the spiritual realm. Drip, drip. The sound of water echoed as Narain slowly opened his eyes. His azure gaze widened, and his pupils continued to dilate. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed. Despite Naruto's mental preparation, he was still taken aback. A damp and frigid sensation enveloped his feet. Looking down, he noticed that the water had already risen above his ankles. Ahead lay a long, dimly lit corridor. Instinct urged him to proceed forward. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped onward, and the water visibly receded. To actively engage, Naruto pondered momentarily. It seemed that he had always been reactive, often receiving assistance from the Great Fox only in life-and-death situations. Meditation, its significance was profound. Enhancing his mental fortitude would undoubtedly bolster his resistance to illusions, he mused, furrowing his brow in thought. Noticing this, Neji exhaled with relief. It appeared that Naruto was emerging from this ordeal with considerable gains. It was hard to believe that this boisterous underachiever, resembling an exuberant child, could sit quietly in contemplation rather than merely daydreaming. Vortex Mizuho, a sewer? Vortex Kusina, a sewer? The ceiling space within Naruto seemed slightly distinct from theirs. Oh, so this is a ceiling space, Onoki remarked. This must be a realm of the mind, Kojiro added. Could it be that the Great Fox has a massive prison within this sewer? In the ceiling space, the Ninetales sat upright. Are we to meet so soon? This is rather hasty. Damn it, my counterpart in this black-framed world, hold strong. In Izuka Kiba, the Ninetales appears rather intimidating. I trust the black-framed Naruto will not falter? He won't, for the black-framed Naruto is incapable of such weakness, Uchiha Izumi stated. Did they not encounter each other previously? At that time, the black-framed Naruto merely experienced astonishment. Strange sounds echoed persistently. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed by the bizarre noises and oppressive atmosphere. His steps were swift and resolute, devoid of any visible tension. Rather, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. In truth, after their previous vague encounter, Naruto had grown curious about the Great Fox. What manner of being was it that warranted imprisonment within a human vessel? What kind of entity did Senju Hashirama deem a suitable weapon to balance the powers of the ninja villages? Before long, Naruto reached the corridor's end. The ambience shifted from oppressive to eerily foreboding. Suddenly, a faint sense of danger crept into his consciousness. Stay away. Ah, damn it, that little brat. The foul-smelling fox is on the other side. Hey you, that stinky fox. Was this intentional? If you wish to bully the Jinchuriki, do it yourself. You provide no guidance and deliberately connect the ceiling space. What do you mean by that? Are you seeking a confrontation? Naruto clasped his ears, frowning slightly. The sound was sharp and cacophonous, emanating from another corridor ahead. Its source appeared to be a chatterbox, seemingly at odds with the great fox. Damn that dead fox. Hey, you little brat, you're going the wrong way. Turn back. Scram. I can already smell your fox stench. Gaara suddenly jolted awake, startling Temari and Kankuro. He turned towards the voice's origin, gazing at Naruto on the black-framed screen. He paused for a moment, then tilted his head and resumed his slumber. The black-framed world? Then it's nothing to worry about. Damn fox. After so many years of mutual disdain, suddenly calling me to a meeting. There's bound to be trouble. Humph. The weakest-tailed beast always loves to make a fuss. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the corridor behind. Get lost. Buzz. Shikaku has refused to join the chat group. In the next instant, Naruto returned to his initial position. So that was it, he reflected. The previous voice belonged to Shikaku, the one-tail from Tsunade. His Jinchuriki must be quite unfortunate, and it seemed the great fox had a rather mediocre relationship with him, often resorting to conflict upon meeting. The core issue likely revolved around the number of tails. Historical records indicated that the nine tails possessed 9 tails, while Shikaku had only 1. The great fox appeared to judge strength based on the number of tails, with the 9 tails having the most and Shikaku the least. A tailed beast? A meeting? Is that even possible? After all, they are tailed beasts. It's only natural for them to be unique, Kojiro noted. This is the first time I've learned of such matters. Anoki admitted. So, Naruto was taken to Shikaku's ceiling space, which belongs to Gaara? Temari speculated. It shouldn't be, as mentioned earlier. They are merely connecting to the spiritual realm, so to speak. For a meeting, Kankuro clarified. I never imagined tailed beasts could be so interesting. Inuzuka Kiba chuckled. Dead fox. I'm so done. Shikaku's words were abruptly cut off. The silence endured for quite some time. Not merely due to the violation of content, but also because its voice carried an aggressive tone. The sound that had emanated from the black-framed screen had caused many to cover their ears, akin to needles piercing their brains. The black-framed Naruto was indeed correct. Shikaku's Jinchuriki was undoubtedly pitiable. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, then looked towards Gaara. No wonder he reacted that way. Enduring such a voice for many years would be unbearable. Upon recalling the machinations of his biological father, Kankuro and Temari finally grasped the extent of Gaara's suffering. Kyubi, Yang finally, some peace and quiet. Kyubi, Yang those with a single tail have no right to speak. In the ceiling space, Shikaku was seething, its mouth full of sand. Unfortunately, it could not interfere with Gaara at that moment, leaving Shikaku to stew in anger and scream in frustration. After a while, Shikaku suddenly froze, its mouth curving involuntarily. Gaara, wake up. In a daze, Gaara heard a very familiar voice, yet it was gentle. This soothing voice, which Gaara could never have imagined, flooded his mind. Abruptly, Gaara's eyes flew open, still resonating with Shikaku's tender voice. Gaara, wake up. It's time to sleep again. Chapter 140. Do you believe this great fox can handle everything single-handedly? Observing Gaara rise as if resurrected, Temari and Kankuro were once again startled. Moments later, Gaara's face contorted with anger, only to close his eyes and lie back down, albeit with gritted teeth. Temari and Kankuro exchanged silent glances. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet it was evident that something was amiss with Gaara. He seemed to be in great distress, yet also curiously resigned. Naruto took a deep breath and advanced towards the end of the corridor. As he emerged, clarity enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming chill that coursed through his being. He sensed an immense and malevolent chakra. Instinctively, he knew that continuing forward would inevitably lead him to encounter the formidable master of that immense chakra. The danger level was exceedingly high. Without a doubt, it was the Great Fox. Despite being referred to as Kyubi by the world, Naruto preferred to address it in such a manner. Tick-tock, another drop of water echoed. Naruto pressed on, sensing that he was drawing closer. Before long, he found himself frozen in place. Before him loomed an unimaginably large iron gate. Beyond the gate lay a shroud of darkness. Naruto squinted to discern the details. And there he saw a scroll affixed to the center of the gate, emblazoned with a colossal seal, surrounded by intricate sealing symbols akin to those inscribed on his lower abdomen. This was indeed the place. A gate sealed away. and beyond it must lie the domain of the great fox. Though the situation deviated from his expectations, it appeared the fox was not yet prepared to meet him. In a moment of urgency, he contemplated an unconventional approach. However, it also provided Naruto with valuable information. The great fox could establish contact with other tailed beasts. This was crucial. A plan began to take shape in Naruto's mind, yet now was not the time for contemplation. To be honest, he had felt quite calm moments ago. But upon realizing that he was merely a wall away from the great fox, a wave of nervousness washed over him, mingled with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, within Naruto's perception, the immense, malevolent chakra behind the door erupted into a frenzy. The sense of danger intensified. Concurrently, in Naruto's line of sight, two eyes emerged from the inky darkness beyond the ceiling gate, crimson, with slit pupils. Indeed, it was the great fox. He had encountered those eyes once before. Each time the chakra of the great fox manifested within him, the first change he noticed, aside from the whiskers on his face, was his eyes. As he and the fox locked gazes, the originally dark environment behind the ceiling gate faded away, revealing a fox of such colossal proportions that it reshaped Naruto's worldview. Its 9 fluffy tails swayed with prominence. Kyubi. Naruto's breath hitched. He could envision the great fox's size would be substantial, but he had never anticipated it would be as colossal as a mountain. In that instant, descriptions from historical texts flooded his mind. Uchiha Madara viewed the Kyubi as an entity composed of chakra, one that could be controlled with a mere glance, and he had forcibly entered into a summoning contract with it. The summoning technique allowed one to call forth their contracted beasts at any time and place. Senju Hashirama, on the other hand, was more straightforward. His chakra reserves were sufficient to effortlessly overpower tailed beasts. Conquering the Kyubi posed no significant challenge for him. Then there was Senju Tobirama's wife, Uzumaki Mido, a woman even Uchiha Madara respected. For Uzumaki Mido, capturing the Kyubi was as simple as eating or drinking. The descriptions were few, yet they contained immense implications. At this moment, as Naruto truly faced the Kyubi, he began to grasp the essence of what it meant to be a god of the ninja world, and how terrifying the power of Uchiha Madara, who could stand alongside the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, truly was. Uzumaki Mido made Naruto acutely aware of the vast potential coursing through his Uzumaki bloodline. Such a fox could likely move mountains and fill seas with ease. Thus, it followed that for Senju Hashirama and the others, it was not a formidable task either. Yet, Naruto found himself plagued by even more questions. Such overwhelming power could easily dominate the Konoha, he understood. Was Uchiha Madara's departure from the village rooted in this aspect? In various corners of the ninja world, many swallowed hard. The oppressive aura of the tailed beasts was formidable, especially that of the Kyubi. When the crowd heard Naruto's thoughts, they were once again taken aback. Although somewhat biased, they could intuitively sense the strength of a ninja on par with the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. The Kyubi felt a bit disgruntled. Why was this black-haired boy unafraid of it? This subconscious thought only served to belittle itself. It infuriated the fox. Goodness, did the first Hokage just say that sealing the Kyubi, such a small fox, could lead to death? Asked Kuratsuchi. Indeed, not just death. Many would perish, replied Komi-Aime, though I am reluctant to admit it. Being acknowledged by a ninja of Uchiha Madara's caliber is enough to prove that the Kyubi is the most powerful of all tailed beasts, remarked the fourth Raikage. Before Killer Bee, our Jinchuriki at Kumogakure could not coexist with the 8 tails, Gyuki. Each time the Jinchuriki lost control, it resulted in severe losses for the village. Most importantly, during those times, my father, the third Raikage, was present to safeguard us. With my father's strength, he faced life-threatening situations multiple times when the 8 tails Jinchuriki lost control, leaving him with a horrifying scar on his chest. The fourth Raikage's words left Shikaku quite displeased. Yet, he merely stated who was the strongest without mentioning who was the weakest. As the other had said, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, the truth remained that the Kyubi was indeed the mightiest of all tailed beasts. At this moment, having directly felt the terror of the Kyubi, Naruto's peers were utterly astonished. They had never imagined that the great fox sealed within Naruto was such a terrifying entity. This realization made the Nine Tails rampage years ago seem even more catastrophic than they had previously understood, indirectly highlighting how much Konoha had declined. In the past, tailed beasts were akin to mere pets in Konoha. Such beings represented a natural disaster, insurmountable by human effort. Ha ha, The Kyuubi's deep voice resonated, laced with palpable anger. Foolish little brat, I told you not to repay kindness with enmity, yet here you are, repeatedly waking me from my slumber. Why do you think I fell into this sleep? Come closer, and let me shred you with a single paw. Chapter 141, Great Fox. I seek your guidance in my training. The Kyuubi's voice, low and filled with ire, echoed painfully in Naruto's ears. To have such a being sealed within him from birth, Naruto momentarily felt disoriented. Then, gazing at the fierce and menacing visage of the great fox, he couldn't help but smirk. Beneath that fearsome exterior lay an unexpectedly adorable creature. Without hesitation, Naruto strode towards the ceiling gate. This time, it was the Kyuubi who faltered. Are you truly coming? You think I'm cute? The fox thought indignantly. I'll have your head for that. Naruto replied, in light of your words, I find myself agreeing with the version of me in the black-haired world. You aren't wrong. Great Fox, you are indeed quite adorable. Perhaps not as tsundere as Sasuke, but your cuteness compensates. Kyuubi, do you eat oil cakes? The Kyuubi cast a sidelong glance at the advancing Naruto, then let out a cold chuckle and lay down. The impudent little brat. Still unable to evoke any dislike in the fox. Aside from when gazing into a mirror, this marks the first occasion the Jiuwei has beheld Naruto with its own eyes. However, the foolish child remains foolish. Now that I have captured him, he should brace himself for dismemberment. Before that, let him first tear down the sealing paper on the gate. Yes, before he can remove the sealing paper from the gate. Let him locate the key to this gate first. Just a moment ago, the ferocious fox, eager to rend Naruto to pieces, began plotting its escape. In the fox's mind, Naruto, who was meant to be torn apart, now appeared whole and even shrouded in a golden chakra. Yamanaka Ino, how adorable. Handsome father. I want one to play with too. Uchiha Izuna, By the way, the fourth Hokage has half a fox within him. Uchiha Izuna, brother, with your usual style? You must have a backup plan. If I fail to be resurrected, you should capture the other half of the Jiuwei for Ino. Uchiha Madara, Kyuubi, upon this thought. The Jiuwei's gaze turned fierce in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the massive fox moved. One paw struck heavily against the ceiling gate. Boom! Naruto felt his ears ringing painfully. Before him, the great fox bared its teeth. Damn it! Little brat, come closer. Hurry over so I can tear you apart. Naruto was not frightened. In fact, he found the fox's words amusing. However, he took note that this seemingly impenetrable ceiling gate did not budge from that powerful blow. The sealing technique in the center of the gate remained unaffected. Such a sturdy seal. I sensed a strange yet somewhat familiar chakra. And another presence. Is this the seal jointly cast by my mother and the fourth Hokage? Indeed, such a formidable fox, and I, just born, am hardly fit to be its vessel, am I? Is this the cause of the fourth Hokage's demise? It's perplexing, perhaps due to the history of the Uchiha. The records on the Kyuubi incident are scarce. Details like these might only be found in the historical documents of the Sarutobi clan, or perhaps by reviewing the Umbu mission records. Yet clearly, Naruto currently lacks the means to access them. However, a clever scheme emerged in his mind. Hey little brat, did you not hear me speaking to you? Are you stunned? Did you not enjoy pretending to be an adult? The great fox babbled on. Naruto's train of thought was interrupted. Having his thoughts broken, he became disinclined to ponder, as there was no urgency at present. Come here. The great fox roared. Oh, the great fox was taken aback. That familiar response. Damn it. Foolish child. What do you take me for? Seeing Naruto approach without hesitation, the great fox found itself at a loss, realizing it could not strike without losing face. So, is this about tearing off that seal? Naruto stood before the great fox. Tilting his head back, he gazed up at the towering creature. A signature smile graced his features. The Jiuwei's eyes twitched. Is this how you wish to play? In resignation, the Jiuwei abandoned its fierce facade. Then it lazily lay before Naruto. What good would tearing it down do? You do not possess the key needed for this sealing gate. To open this gate, I would wager you must rely on that insufferable father of yours, Jiraiya. Oh, Naruto nodded with a smile. Jiuwei, great fox. Is it not boring for you to be alone here? Of course. The Jiuwei shot him an exasperated glance. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, catching one off guard. Yet, this overwhelmingly powerful Jiuwei was indeed a pitiful fox. Damn that fourth Hokage for sealing me within the body of this little brat. Do you wish to control my power? Utterly delusional. The great fox grumbled in frustration. Just moments ago, it had been so intent on tearing Naruto apart. Now, it seemed to be lamenting its own predicament. Indeed, the inheritor of the will of fire. No wonder he could become the fourth Hokage. If only I could find the scroll left behind by him, I could bypass the old man and directly gain the Hiruzen technique. Hiruzen should not be too different from my current body flicker technique. However, if I could learn it, the enhancement would be significant. The great fox continued to grumble. Naruto, in a fit of spontaneity, sat down. But before sitting, he suddenly considered whether, in this spiritual realm, he could manifest objects with his own spiritual energy. Could he train within this space? If he could train here, would meditating enhance his spiritual energy more efficiently? With thoughts formed, he acted swiftly. The Jiwei was still chattering away. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Naruto split himself into 5 shadow clones. He then sat down, beginning to meditate. Meanwhile, Naruto's main body reclined. Then, abruptly, the Jiwei's pupils dilated sharply. Naruto did not simply sit on the ground. A chair had appeared beneath him. Then, Naruto leaned back, closing his eyes. The chair vanished. Replaced by a soft, grand bed, a blanket descended from above. Bang! Yet, within 3 seconds, Naruto found himself tumbling to the floor. It hurt. Akin to the experience of Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Naruto rubbed his somewhat dazed head. That incident drained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. This was the first significant expenditure of spiritual energy, aside from continuously casting illusions and experiencing Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He looked at the Jiwei, whose expression was one of disbelief. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. Great Fox, would you like to switch to a more comfortable room? I refuse to stay in this dark and damp sewer. The Great Fox tilted its head, observing him. Great Fox, I require your assistance in my training. Chapter 142, Ozuki Yuyaka, an ominous premonition. Fourth Raikage. Indeed, a perfect Jinchuriki is inevitable. Orochimaru, I believe that in the future, the Kyuubi may not wish to leave the body of the black-framed Naruto. Kyuubi, young impossible, absolutely impossible. Koyome, I share this sentiment. It seems the Kyuubi will likely remain with the black-framed Naruto. Assist you in training? What method do you propose? The Jiwei paused, then regarded the excited Naruto with suspicion. Buzz. In the next moment, a doll appeared before the Jiwei. It bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. You have yet to tear me apart. First, shred this, Naruto teased with a light laugh. Jiwei, humph. The Jiwei disdainfully flung the doll away, with a powerful swish of its tail. Seeing this, Naruto turned to his shadow clones. He formed hand seals with one hand. After the emergence of another shadow clone, the clone that had just entered a meditative state immediately dispersed, transmitting back memories and experiences in an instant. Naruto felt an indescribable sensation spreading from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, a feeling of profound comfort. The mental energy cultivated in this meditative state was of far superior quality compared to that in the outside world. Thus, Naruto decided to leave 5 shadow clones to continue their meditation while he turned back towards the ceiling gate. The Great Fox, noticing his movement, seemed somewhat anxious, its 9 tails curling as if to conceal something. I intend to cultivate my mental energy here, Naruto stated. Oh, the Kyuubi replied absent-mindedly. You must assist me. Naruto insisted earnestly. How shall I help? The Kyuubi inquired. If I continue to use shadow clones in the outside world, or if any unforeseen events occur, it would likely disrupt the clones meditating here. Previously, you were able to refuse my mental energy from entering, so you can surely prevent it from exiting as well. Just help me intercept these shadow clones. The Kyuubi lowered its head, gazing at Naruto for a while before suddenly asking, why should I assist you? I will offer you a beautiful and comfortable large room in exchange. Upon hearing this, the Kyuubi instinctively glanced around. I have long since grown accustomed to this. I do not require your meddling. Please, I beg you, Naruto pleaded. Foolish child, you have many troublesome matters. Please, I implore you. Do you think this will persuade me? The Kyuubi scoffed. A delusion. After a brief moment, Naruto withdrew from the spiritual realm, severing the connection to his mental energy. After waiting for a short while, he reconnected with the ceiling space. The 5 remaining shadow clones were still present, and indeed, the Great Fox had not refused him. It was merely stubborn as usual. Subsequently, Naruto approached the bed and sat beside Uchiha Izumi. Let my body rest for a moment while I clarify the theoretical knowledge of fire techniques. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen laid down a scroll, his brow furrowed. This won't do. It needs to be more fundamental. No matter how urgent it is, I cannot rush this. The child is merely 7 years old. Overloading him with too much information at once would surely lead to excessive training and strain on his body. Even with the Uzumaki clan's constitution, it could leave lasting hidden ailments. Gradual progress will yield great rewards for my Sarutobi clan in the future. Hiruzen envisioned his grand ambitions. Having altered his thoughts significantly since Naruto first displayed his talent, nearly forgetting his initial intentions. After lighting a pipe and taking a deep breath, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Hiruzen's murky eyes. Come in. Yes, Lord Hokage. The door to the Hokage's office creaked open as an Umbu ninja wearing an animal mask entered. Hiruzen cast a glance at the wisp of purple hair, nodding slightly. There is a task I need you to undertake. This mission pertains to whether you will become a full-fledged member. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yuhi Kurenai, is it Yugao? Certainly. It must be Yugao, Mitarashi Anko affirmed. What's the third asking Yugao to do? I do not know, but it is undoubtedly related to Kurikawa Naruto. That old man likely wants Yugao to monitor him. That seems likely, having just entered the Umbu. I would assume I am to disguise myself as a civilian to approach Kurikawa Naruto. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto arrived with a multitude of scrolls. Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched a scroll containing ninjutsu, a C-rank technique, the fire release, great fireball technique, alongside his insights. In the letter, Hiruzen sternly advised Naruto to exercise restraint. Overexertion at such an early stage would not be beneficial. Notably, Hiruzen had become aware of Naruto attending school with shadow clones. Very well, Naruto mused. As he intended to focus on his studies in literature recently, feeling no urgency regarding martial training. As for whether his secret had been exposed, he remained unconcerned. For if it had, Umbu ninjas would undoubtedly surround his residence. If the matter of his shadow clones attending school had been revealed, it could only mean one thing. Hiruzen had begun deploying people to surveil him. However, it was also possible that they were not ninjas. As Naruto had not sensed that familiar feeling of being watched, it could simply be civilians lingering nearby his dwelling. A mild form of surveillance that would only confirm his presence at home. Should the scrutiny deepen, Naruto was confident he could promptly uncover the identity and location of those observing him. He understood that this was Hiruzen's final test of him, clearly wishing for Naruto to inherit his legacy. Indeed, it seems so, Kurenai remarked. Damn it, that old man must have sent Yugao to disguise herself as a civilian living nearby, Anko surmised. It appears so. But I wonder if the task is merely to keep an eye on Kurikawa Naruto's movements or to find an opportunity to approach him. Suddenly, Yugao shuddered. Wait. It seems Kurikawa Naruto has changed somewhat. He aims to revive the Uzumaki clan. Given his character, if the task involves getting close to him, it will undoubtedly entail drawing his attention through various means. Considering the current developments in Naruto's world, anything that would capture his attention would likely relate to that. This is bad. This mission could very well put me at risk. The shadow clones remained at home, albeit their area of focus had significantly narrowed. In truth, Naruto had originally planned to attend the Ninja Academy in person, but the mountains behind were simply too expansive. At his current level, it was impossible to seal everything without revealing himself. Thus, the Ninja Academy became an excellent training ground. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata were all heirs of great ninja clans, naturally receiving guidance from their elders, while Naruto had none. He had several experiments he wished to conduct. For a considerable time ahead, Naruto would no longer attend the academy with shadow clones, but would instead have a clone utilize transformation techniques and head to the mountains for training. Damn it. Why is Naruto so arrogant? Chapter 143. If you cannot defeat them, join them. Inuzuka Kiba glared at Naruto, his teeth clenched. Sasuke had yet to return, leaving Naruto without a prominent rival to share the burden of attention. Always proclaiming his ambition to become Hokage, Kiba could no longer contain his annoyance. However, he only dared to complain quietly to Shino. How did I never notice before? Naruto is the most arrogant one of all. Sasuke pales in comparison. Akamaru whimpered softly. You think so too, Akamaru? The little pup fell silent. Damn it. No, Naruto-kun is not arrogant. Shino, usually taciturn, suddenly spoke. Kiba was taken aback, looking at Shino in confusion. Naruto-kun never tries to show off. It's Sasuke who seeks the spotlight. Naruto-kun is known for his affability. Only children would favor someone like Sasuke more. Just take a look outside, Shino remarked, lifting her chin. Kiba turned his gaze. He saw a throng of upperclassmen gathered outside the window, each one fixated on Naruto, who was diligently studying. Of course, it was impossible to miss the glances exchanged between Ino and Sakura. As for Hinata and her friends, they pretended not to notice. Ah, how infuriating. That guy truly evokes envy. Kiba thought, have I reached the point of social death? No, no one cares about you, Shino coldly replied. Kiba felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. However, upon glancing at the chatroom, he felt even worse. Indeed, no one had mentioned him. Shino remained silent, turning her attention back to Naruto, who was deeply engrossed in his studies. His golden locks momentarily captivated her, confirming what her father had said. Naruto-kun indeed resembled that person. Resemble whom? Kiba inquired. Shino turned back, choosing not to respond, and raised her hand as a small black insect crawled out from her sleeve. Has it been discovered? Has Naruto-kun's prowess reached such a level? This little black insect was a deliberate test from Shino. Unexpectedly, before it could even approach Naruto, he had already noticed it. Furthermore, Hinata had concealed quite a bit as well. The black insect revealed that it had caught Naruto's attention immediately before being seized by Hinata. Fortunately, Naruto understood there was no malice intended. Otherwise, the insect would not have returned. After retracting the black insect, Shino instinctively turned to look back. Their eyes met. Naruto displayed his signature gentle smile. Shino inclined her head slightly before rising slowly and making her way toward the corner of the classroom where the king sat. Kiba was left in shock. Shino, what are you planning to do? Please don't challenge him out of envy for Naruto's popularity with the ladies. You would be utterly defeated. Soon, Kiba's expression of concern transformed into disbelief. What did he just witness? Naruto actually smiled and invited Shino to sit down. Was he welcoming her into their little group? My goodness, if Naruto's strength is already formidable, adding Shino to the mix would be catastrophic. From now on, I must refrain from speaking ill of Naruto. Shino's insects can detect things, but no one else, not even the graduating seniors, can perceive them. With this, Naruto's network would extend throughout the entire ninja academy. Coupled with Hinata's Byakugan, Kiba swallowed hard. Oh no, Akamaru sensed his master's emotional turmoil. The little creature began to quiver slightly. After a prolonged moment, Kiba took a deep breath, making a decision. If I can't beat him, I will join him. Onoki, good lad. Onoki, the pup from the Inuzuka clan is quite clever. Kuratsuchi disdainfully remarked. Coward. Kiba's face flushed with embarrassment. Kiba, if you're so capable, why don't you take a turn? Kuratsuchi, I can't win. Kuratsuchi, but I won T concede. And then she wagged her tail at the bespectacled Naruto. Kiba? She's right. Shino chimed in. Kiba felt a bit anxious, primarily because Shino had overheard everything he said earlier. However, if he kneeled early enough and had thick skin, it would be as though he never provoked Naruto's group. No, I am one of Naruto's people. With this thought, Kiba smiled. Just then, the school bell rang. Before he could approach, Irika's voice echoed, urging the students to settle down for class. Kiba gazed at Shino as she returned. He sighed, taking slow steps. Irika-sensei, is Sasuke-kun all right? Yes, Irika-sensei, is Sasuke-kun ill? He hasn't been to class for 2 days. We've heard about the Uchiha incident. Is it true, Irika-sensei? A voice piped up, quickly followed by others. Irika paused for a moment, then forced a strained smile. Sasuke-kun is fine. The Uchiha clan had some issues, and he needs to rest at home for a few days. Everyone need not worry. Sasuke-kun will return soon. The children from ninja families were generally aware of the situation, while those from civilian backgrounds remained oblivious. They only heard that something significant had occurred with the Uchiha clan. Even the Konoha guard had been replaced. After this class, the news of the Uchiha clan's massacre spread throughout the ninja academy like wildfire during the break. After all, it is often quite challenging to keep children from gossiping. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their prowess, had been wiped out overnight. Surely not. Who cares? My parents have always disliked the Uchiha clan. True, and besides, the new Konoha guards seem to belong to the Hokage's clan, which explains their efficiency. But what about Sasuke-kun? Shoo, everyone, please refrain from speaking so loudly. Yesterday when my father returned, he mentioned that the Hokage had issued a decree forbidding discussions about the Uchiha matter. Indeed, my father told me not to mention the Uchiha in front of Sasuke anymore. Why does this feel somewhat reminiscent of Naruto-kun? Shoo, let us not discuss such matters. Chapter 144. The aloof and obsessive second pillar emerges. Yamanaka Ino. Naruto in the world of the Black Frames is truly popular. Haruno Sakura. Indeed, at the time, no one considered how similar his situation was to Naruto's. Tintin. That's a certainty. The golden frame screen has already provided the answer, hasn't he it? Hyuga Hinata. No. Our Naruto in this world is also wonderful and very hardworking. Uzumaki Kusina. My little Hinata. Senju Tobirama. It seems that Black Frame Naruto will remain low-key for a while. It is indeed necessary as his training intensity is quite high. Senju Hashirama. Haha. Senju Hashirama. There's no need to worry. Black Frame Naruto will manage his training load well. Senju Hashirama. I believe that in a few years, the title of the God of Ninjas will be passed on. Uchiha Madara. That is inevitable. Senju Hashirama was somewhat bewildered. Why is my close friend suddenly exhibiting tendencies akin to Orochimaru? Something is amiss. Something is definitely not right. There must be something that has gone unnoticed, and that matter has led Madara to fully acknowledge black-framed Naruto. The discussions and concerns among the classmates did not affect Naruto and his companions. In fact, they were already aware of everything. Moreover, Naruto assured them that Sasuke was safe. There was no need for concern, as Sasuke would return in a few days, albeit with significant changes. What they needed to focus on now was their personal growth and diligently completing the tasks assigned by Naruto. A few days later, Sasuke returned. The proud Sasuke was down, and the aloof and obsessive second pillar had logged in. He no longer bore the radiance of his former self, his demeanor icy. Sasuke-kun, you have finally returned. Are you all right? As soon as he was back, a girl rushed over to express her concern for him. Under ordinary circumstances, Sasuke might have haughtily huffed and then turned his head away, ignoring her. However, at this moment, Sasuke was no longer inclined to continue such behavior. The game of ninja play-acting had to come to an end. He yearned to grow stronger, adequately formidable, and then, with his own hands, eliminate that beast of a man. Uchiha Izuna remarked, not bad, at least he is a typical Uchiha. He continued, fortunately. The only two Uchihas in this black-framed world are not like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku's side, alas, I have let down our ancestors. Minato Namikaze interjected. Do not forget about the other beast, Uchiha. Kakashi Hitaki said, Sensei Minato, I. Minato Namikaze replied, Kakashi, I have never blamed you. Since your eye belongs to that beast, it is good. I shall find a way to revive it. The Flying Thunder God mark will not vanish. No matter where you hide, I will find you. The proclamation that the Flying Thunder God mark would not disappear sent a chill through Obito's heart in the underground base of Kamui Bridge. He quickly tore off his Akatsuki cloak, searching for the Flying Thunder God mark that Minato had left on him. Minato's words undoubtedly left many in Konoha in a state of shock. The little son, Minato, seemed on the verge of exploding. However, it was understandable, such matters, placed upon any normal individual, would leave little room for forgiveness. Yet, it raised another thought. Did Uchiha Obito still bear Minato's Flying Thunder God mark? Not long ago, Black Frame Naruto had mentioned seeking the Flying Thunder God and then mastering it. Did this imply that if Black Frame Naruto also learned the Flying Thunder God? The next time he encountered Uchiha Obito, Sasuke cast a cold glance at the girl who had approached him with concern. His frigid gaze rendered her motionless. The other girls, who were about to step forward to show their care, halted in their tracks upon meeting Sasuke's icy stare. Sasuke did not even spare them a glance. With his hands in his pockets, he walked past them. The girls opened their mouths, yet the words of concern never escaped. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts on how to alter the current situation. Finally, his gaze landed in the corner. As expected, it had turned out this way. Shikamaru lifted his head and glanced at Sasuke below. Sasuke is indeed strong. He has moved on so quickly, Choji remarked. But he better not direct that gaze at Naruto, or Hinata will certainly have a word with him. Ino rested her chin on her hands, glancing enviously at Hinata. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl sitting beside Naruto was completely disregarded. Today, it was Sakura's turn to sit next to Naruto. There was no way around it. Indeed, Choji mumbled through a mouthful of chips. What's with the attitude? Inuzuka Kiba grumbled. The Uchiha clan was annihilated. It's only natural for Sasuke to be like this, Shino stated. Kiba exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The group turned their gazes toward him. Kiba felt uneasy under their scrutiny. I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention to that. His voice trailed off, growing weaker. Do not mention it in front of Sasuke, Shikamaru advised. Kiba scratched the back of his head. Rest assured. Just then, the school bell rang. Iruka arrived punctually. Upon seeing Sasuke, he paused for a moment, surprised that Sasuke had returned quietly without a word. Welcome back, Sasuke-kun, he greeted. Alright, everyone, please return to your seats. Class is about to commence. Sasuke maintained his cold demeanor as he took his seat. Noticing Sasuke's lack of response, Iruka had anticipated this. He sighed quietly. He had visited the Konoha hospital to see Sasuke yesterday, and Sasuke had been in the same state then, gazing out the window, not uttering a single word. Were it not for him, others might not have even seen Sasuke. Iruka shook his head. He could not help with this matter. Had he been able to, Sasuke would not have ignored him yesterday. Classmates, let us stay focused. The second-year assessment is next month. After class, Naruto emerged from his meditative state. He looked down at Sasuke, who sat silently, coldly staring out the window, and was not surprised. Anyone who had experienced what Sasuke had that night would react in a similar manner. Sasuke's mental fortitude was commendable, since he had not yet sought him out. It meant that Sasuke was not prepared. The younger ones naturally wouldn't take the initiative to approach Sasuke. Why would they approach someone who was unresponsive? Naruto certainly would not go to Sasuke either, although he would be a significant force in the future. The Sasuke of the present had not yet reached a level that warranted Naruto's esteem. Currently, Sasuke might even struggle against Sakura, under Naruto's guidance and philosophy. Sakura's strength had escalated the fastest. Her talent for chakra control was remarkable. Within a few days, she had initially grasped the technique of enhancing her physical form with chakra, her conversion efficiency second only to Naruto. The once frail Sakura now raised her fist, causing Kiba to instinctively take a step back. If not for her limited chakra, which restricted her enhanced attacks to only a few instances, her combat prowess would likely be even greater. Impressive, Ino exclaimed. It took me quite some time under Tsunade-sama just to master this much. From here on out, it will depend on talent. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated possessing such a talent. But in an instant, she gazed at her reflection on the black-framed screen and sighed in resignation. It seemed she could not escape the clutches of black-framed Naruto. Nevertheless, it felt quite pleasant. Sakura's success undoubtedly invigorated the younger ones. Now, even during breaks, they remained diligent. After Naruto concluded his meditation, he suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Instinctively, he turned to look at Sasuke, who was still staring out the window. It appeared that his murmurs were indeed connected to Sasuke. Or perhaps, there existed murmurs within Sasuke's mind as well, given that Sasuke could so swiftly emerge from the shadow of his clan's extermination. The possibility of lingering whispers from that traumatic night was high. As he pondered this, Naruto subconsciously began to explore the murmurs within his mind, which were tied to that unique chakra. It lay there quietly, yet a significant portion had already been assimilated and mastered by Naruto. Just as he was about to summon the murmurs for confirmation, he suddenly froze, slowly raising his head. His azure eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, the image on the black-framed screen left everyone momentarily stunned. This sensation was entirely different from their previous viewings, as though they were locking eyes with black-framed Naruto. Did I perceive incorrectly? Chapter 145. Noticing the comparative viewing system? Tion, did I see that wrong? Temari. No, you did not. I felt it too. Yamanaka Ino. Heavens. Shanzhong Jingyi. If Hei-Kwang Naruto-kun truly cannot endure any longer, I find myself unable to bear it. It is no wonder that I am so infatuated in the Hei-Kwang world. Even I am feeling overwhelmed. Uchiha Azuna. Keep it up. Uchiha Azuna. It is all Naruto. Our Naruto from this world can also thrive, and what we cultivate ourselves can be splendid as well. Upon hearing these words, Jingya's spirits were lifted. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Turning to look, she found Hinata staring intently at her, and upon noticing Jingya's gaze, she flashed a captivating smile. It appears the competition in this world is no trivial matter. Meanwhile, on the large screen framed in black, Naruto's gaze after lifting his head shocked the entire ninja world. Could it be? That child could not possibly be terrifying to such an extent, right? Did he actually discover the comparative viewing system? No, it must be an illusion. The inner voice of Hei-Kwang Naruto misperceived the situation. It should be the feeling of being monitored by Umbu ninjas. It is absolutely impossible that he detected the comparative viewing system. Orochimaru, slurp. Orochimaru could no longer describe the excitement within herself. She uncontrollably extended her long tongue, licking her parched lips. Orochimaru. Hei-Kwang Naruto-kun must have sensed it. Orochimaru. How splendid. Truly splendid. What Uchiha, what Mangekyo Sharingan. These are all nonsense. Hei-Kwang Naruto-kun is the best. Senju Tobirama. The possibility is quite substantial. That recent gaze made me think Kwang Naruto noticed me watching him, and then he turned to observe me. Uzumaki Kusina. Although I detest the murmurs within Naruto's mind, it seems quite likely that he touched upon the murmurs, including the possible murmurs within Sasuke's mind, which led to the realization of the comparative viewing system. Kusina's analysis startled many. Of course, many noticed this as well. However, what surprised them more was that Kusina had managed to analyze it. It appears the continuous stimuli have spurred significant growth in her. Naruto grew increasingly silent. A peculiar sensation welled up within him, one he had never felt before. Anoki, goodness. This child is extraordinary. Fourth Raikage. This is bad. It seems Kwang Naruto is somewhat dissatisfied with Kyumogakure. Fourth Raikage. Will he not target my Kyumogakure first? Namake's Minato. It could be Amigakure. Amigakure? Nagato felt a sinking sensation upon hearing Minato's voice in the chat room. Conan's expression shifted slightly because this possibility was quite significant. The location of the Land of Rain is rather precarious. Moreover, Conan's eyes flickered as she gazed at Naruto on the black-framed screen. She suddenly felt that upon witnessing the plight of Amigakure, Kwang Naruto would undoubtedly come to their rescue. A surge of hope blossomed within her heart. It was not that she no longer believed in Nagato, nor did she wish to disregard the power of the divine. Rather, when many conspiracies surfaced, Conan vaguely sensed that there were numerous issues with Nagato's eyes. Furthermore, that head of red hair, the Uzumaki clan possesses no ocular prowess. Uchiha Madara is not dead. Given Uchiha Madara's capabilities, even if the Rinnegan is his, Nagato is merely Madara's pawn. Conan felt no surprise. In the quest to reshape the ninja world, Kwang Naruto seems to harbor great love within his heart. It will happen. It certainly will. However, soon, Conan, like Yuzuki Yugao, pondered a certain possibility. Conan, where are you going? Nagato watched as Conan suddenly left without a word. I am going to check below, Conan replied without turning her head. In the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara was equally astonished. At this rate, the secrets of Ashura and Indra will not remain hidden for long. It all hinges on whether that fox knows about the Sage of Six Paths Humph. This Kwang world is truly something to anticipate. Perhaps, in the end, it will be Kwang Naruto who resurrects me. As for Obito, I will personally deal with that waste. In this life, Ashura's reincarnation is Naruto, while Indra's reincarnation is Sasuke. Moreover, there is a pair of Rinnegan to be unlocked. Let Sasuke unlock it, and then transplant the Rinnegan to Naruto. The black-framed screen continued to display. Naruto frowned slightly. The sensation of being watched, the feeling of being seen through, vanished without a trace. Old man. Is it still Shimura Danzo? Or perhaps Uchiha Obito? Naruto slowly lowered his head, patiently waiting for a moment. After which, he no longer sensed the feeling of being observed. Was it truly an illusion? This sudden sensation of being watched interrupted Naruto's train of thought. Until school ended, Naruto felt somewhat unsettled. The enhancement of his mental strength must be accelerated. Subsequently, Naruto's consciousness entered the ceiling space. He gazed at the 5 shadow clones who were meditating, then glanced at the large fox lying beside him. It was clearly engrossed in the book the shadow clones were conjuring, evidently captivated, lost in the narrative. It had not even noticed his entrance. Ha ha. Suddenly, the great fox laughed. This was the first time Naruto heard the great fox's heartfelt laughter. However, soon, the laughter ceased abruptly. Their eyes met. In Naruto's eyes, the great fox visibly felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Finally, with a cold snort, it turned its back, continuing to hold the book. Seemingly uninterested in Naruto. Do what you must quickly, and do not disturb my slumber. You little rascal who does not respect a fox's privacy. Naruto could not help but laugh aloud. The great fox's massive form quivered, but it did not turn back. Bang! Naruto shook his head and smiled. Deciding it was best not to provoke the arrogant fox further, he dispelled the shadow clones. Buzz! The memories and experiences of the 5 shadow clones flowed back. Instantly, Naruto felt a warm current coursing from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. He felt entirely at ease. It made him unable to resist slightly parting his lips. The enhancement of his mental strength brought a feedback that other forms of training could not compare to. However, a faint sense of fatigue washed over him. It was the fatigue of his physical body, not of his spirit. Meditation should not be overdone. Even my physique is feeling fatigue. Afterward, Naruto formed hand seals with one hand and created 5 more shadow clones before leaving. Next time, I will come one by one. The enhancement of my mental strength is evident. As he departed, 2 different books appeared beside the great fox. Shanzhong Jingyi. This child is truly considerate. I must strive to do my best in the Hei Kuang world. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. During this time, Sasuke has been solitary. The few small ones have not taken the initiative to seek him out. Sasuke has not returned to Naruto's assistance. The year-end assessment has arrived. Without any surprises, Naruto remains the top student of his grade. Sasuke lost both the theoretical and practical assessments. Moreover, the ones he lost to were not Naruto. Instead, he was intercepted by Shikamaru and Ino before challenging Naruto. This was the first time Shikamaru took it seriously, seemingly intending to awaken Sasuke. But ultimately, he still lost. Of course, this was under the condition that neither side used ninjutsu. Afterward, in the second round, exhausted Sasuke was intercepted by Ino. Of course, the most crucial point is that Naruto's fire of will examination scored full marks yet again. Chapter 146, Special Mission? The Future of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Lady. Hokage-sama. Naruto Uzumaki has been diligently attending school this month, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. Yuzuki Shien knelt before the Hokage's desk for a considerable time. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the mission report he was holding and lit a pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke as he gazed down upon Konoha. "Shien, what are your thoughts on that child?" he inquired. In response, Shien solemnly stated, "He is an ambitious and compassionate child. I apologize for my brief acquaintance, which limits my evaluation." "Ambitious?" Hiruzen chuckled, revealing his limited understanding. "If it were not for my repeated admonitions against excessive training, that child would certainly be pushing himself further." A smile involuntarily crept across his aged visage. "Compassionate?" "Naturally. A child who deeply comprehends the will of fire would embody such qualities." "Excellent," he remarked, taking a deep drag from his pipe before regaining his composure. Turning his chair, he looked at the half-kneeling Shien. "Shien, find a way to connect with him and earn his trust. I shall revoke your umbu status." As he spoke, Hiruzen slowly rose, his tone earnest. "Shien, the village's future rests in your hands. The significance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is monumental. I hope you can become his closest confidant. With your presence, the turmoil of the Nine-Tails will become a relic of the past, never to resurface." Hiruzen spoke at length, but Shien found herself unable to absorb his words. Frozen in place and somewhat bewildered, yet within an acceptable range of understanding. After a prolonged silence, Hiruzen finally ceased his discourse, inhaling deeply from his pipe. He retrieved a scroll from his drawer, acknowledging, "I realize this may be unfair to you, yet certain measures are necessary for the sake of the village. If you feel it is too much, I can seek another candidate. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. In any case, it is perhaps premature, so you need not worry. You may leave now." With that, he nudged the scroll to the edge of the Hokage's desk. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Shien replied, her emotions in turmoil as she rose to retrieve the scroll. However, just a glance at the label caught her attention. White Fang Swordsmanship. White Fang Swordsmanship. The technique of Konoha's legendary White Fang? The realization struck her like a thunderbolt, and in that moment, she could hear the pounding of her own heart. Shien appeared momentarily paralyzed. Observing her reaction, Hiruzen's lips curled into a slight smile before he turned away, continuing to smoke, confident that Shien would not decline this task, especially since there were no suitable candidates among the new generation. Hiruzen recognized that the young girl from the Yamashiro clan would require a higher price to engage. "Hokage-sama, I will endeavor to connect with that child," Shien asserted. Shortly thereafter, she took the initiative to grasp the scroll containing the White Fang Swordsmanship. Hiruzen nodded slightly without looking back, merely gesturing for her not to rush. Naruto is still quite young, and the deadline for this task is generous. "You may go now. From this point forward, all matters concerning Naruto will be entrusted to you." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Shien replied, bowing deeply. Following protocol, she gradually removed the animal mask she wore and placed it on the Hokage's desk. As she opened the office door, Hiruzen remarked, "From today onwards, you are no longer an umbu ninja, but a special jonin of Konoha." With a soft click, the door to the Hokage's office closed. Hiruzen gazed at the animal mask on his desk, memories of the past flooding his mind. That night, he had watched the abduction of Kusina through a crystal ball, commanding the umbu to guide Minato to the hair she had left behind while strictly forbidding any other interference. In the realm of the Shinigami, Minato felt a surge of tension once more, Yet what bewildered him was the prolonged silence from Kusina in the chat room. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Mikoto watched her dear friend with a hint of concern, while her friend remained remarkably calm, as if the words spoken beside the large black-framed screen did not affect her in the slightest. However, many others were not so tranquil. As one of the protagonists in the Hokage's office, Yuzuki Shien certainly felt overwhelmed. Yet, considering the circumstances, if she were given such a task in this world during that period, with the White Fang swordsmanship as a reward, she would undoubtedly accept. With this thought, Shien felt a pang of guilt towards Kazekage Tsukikage. Nevertheless, after searching for a while, she still could not find Tsukikage. An ominous premonition surged within her. Just then, Mitarashi Anko wrapped her arm around Shien's shoulder. "Look at you, Shien, the future wife of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Yuhi Kurenai's shoulders trembled slightly. She too was trained. And unless she could not help herself, she would not laugh aloud. Naturally, Hinata's nervousness was palpable. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto turned 9. On this day, he sent his shadow clones to school while he ventured to the back mountains of Konoha to train. Over the past year, he had focused primarily on honing his mental fortitude. His body had matured significantly, allowing him to begin training in fire release techniques. This was primarily due to the increasing difficulty of mental training as it progressed. Presently, Naruto could create up to 15 shadow clones, though his advancement remained gradual. After all, shadow clones were not complete entities, and Naruto had attempted to deduce their functionality, which had led to several instances of overwhelming frustration and even serious internal injuries. In that moment, he understood why the second Hokage had met such a tragic end in his later years. Attempting to deduce the complete form of the multi-shadow clone jutsu based on his existing knowledge had resulted in such severe injuries from a single miscalculation. What of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who wielded forbidden techniques? Nevertheless, progress was evident, as Naruto's shadow clone count had increased from 10 to 15. However, he refrained from further attempts, fearing another injury would be unbearable. During this year, Uchiha Izumi remained in her slumber, but her body had finally begun to grow. Her features had become increasingly striking, causing Naruto to blush during each encounter. In the initial 6 months, Uchiha Izumi had nearly ceased to grow, a testament to the dangers of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan too early. Now, she was gradually recovering. Just a few days ago, after Naruto assisted Izumi with her hygiene, he noticed a previously unseen reaction. The skin where the warm, damp towel had brushed turned red, and even a blush appeared on Izumi's face. Perhaps her consciousness was beginning to awaken. In any case, everything was progressing positively. Naruto felt an intuition that if Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at this age, he would likely not have suffered such severe injuries. Just then, a distant commotion interrupted Naruto's contemplation. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Great Fox. That woman is here again." Chapter 147. Yuen, that woman truly possessed an indomitable will. Her swordsmanship was quite exceptional. Such techniques were rather rare. Otherwise, Lee and Sasuke could have learned swordsmanship to enhance their own abilities. As he pondered, Naruto couldn't help but think of the cold, aloof Sasuke, who exuded an air of unapproachability. Shaking his head, he decided to let Sasuke continue his antics for now. After Naruto's words fell within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails lazily turned over, continuing to peruse its new book, nonchalantly uttering in hum. Naruto mused, "The once mighty fox was not like this. What could have caused such a transformation? Am I truly raising it to ruin?" "Stop rambling," the fox retorted. "That woman clearly wishes to approach you. Perhaps she is sent by that old fellow, akin to your insufferable parents." Naruto nodded slightly, having considered this possibility. That woman always followed him whenever he visited the back mountain and consistently arrived early to practice her swordsmanship. Additionally, since she resided on the first floor, her path inevitably crossed with his whenever he returned home. Thus, she merely needed to time her exit to create serendipitous encounters. Almost daily, they would meet on their way to and from school. Beyond that, she made no other moves, and even now, Naruto did not know her name. However, he sensed no malice from her, which led him to disregard her presence. It felt as though she were sent to observe him. Yet it did not seem like she intended to monitor him. Accordingly, Naruto resolved to patiently await her next move before contemplating how to counter it. To his surprise, over the course of a year, nothing had changed. Yuen, what do I know about such matters? Besides, is this approach not acceptable? Pahaha. Yusho Washi Hongdo was the first to crack. Are you adept at this? Yuen frowned slightly. Not at all, she replied. But one can learn. Just buy a book and you'll know how to proceed. Hongdo lifted her chin. Shiyuan chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Shiyuan, however, wore a look of exasperation. She had perused one such book, but she was primarily interested in swordsmanship. Moreover, the only book she had read was one that Hongdo had carelessly left in a corner. She recalled the phrase, "A woman pursuing a man requires but a thin veil," and how it advised bold advances, such as wall-slam kisses. Did it truly expect her to act on such advice? Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, the Ninetales observed its reflection in the black-framed world, feeling a pang of frustration. You incompetent fool! Where's the promised seduction? Kusina Uzumaki. Send more, and ensure the quality is higher. Enough. Do not disturb me, or I shall tear you apart. The great fox hastily retorted, falling silent thereafter. Naruto sighed and rubbed his forehead, exasperated by the insufferable fox. He could not procure a new book, so he resorted to scribbling his own notes. Little did he know, the great fox was incessantly urging him for updates within the ceiling space. Initially, Naruto believed that improving their relationship would yield assistance from the fox in various aspects. Yet, reality revealed that he had underestimated the fox's obstinacy. Forcing it to help would only lead to demands for compensation and appeasement later on. Oh, how exhausting. At present, Naruto began searching for a suitable ninjutsu that aligned with his current stage of training. Could the second and third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure utilize Earth Release to fly? Naruto furrowed his brows. Oh, Inoki, this is bad. I knew this day would come soon. If a flying ninja could be developed by the black-framed Naruto. Oh, Inoki, Kuratsuchi. Do not cut your hair any shorter. Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi. Old man, are you so eager for a feast in the village? Great Fox, do you know of flying ninjas? Naruto inquired internally. Naturally, the Great Fox ignored him, having unilaterally shut him out during this critical moment. Deprived of a response, Naruto felt somewhat disheartened. He had no choice but to engage in conjecture himself. Perhaps he could seek an opportunity to subtly inquire of the old man. He had already envisioned the direction for auxiliary ninjutsu. As for powerful attack ninjutsu, the Great Fox had mentioned that once he completed his current book, it would impart a formidable attack technique derived from the Fourth Hokage Minato Namake's combat style. Naruto had witnessed the Great Fox's terrifying prowess firsthand. The technique was known as Tailed Beast Bomb, a formidable sphere of chakra that could flatten a mountain with a single shot. However, he could not rush this matter. The Great Fox was stubborn. It would remain silent unless satisfied. Left with no alternative, Naruto resolved to continue diligently honing his skills. Now, he had mastered the introductory level of 5 elemental ninjutsu. Aside from fire release, the rest were delivered by the old man's subordinates. However, these were not the typical Umbu operatives sent to his door, but rather the purple-haired elder sister. That sword-wielding purple-haired elder sister would always leave the scrolls at his doorstep and depart. Given that the building now housed only him and the purple-haired elder sister, the scrolls could remain untouched for days without anyone claiming them. The purple-haired elder sister believed she was being stealthy. In truth, every time she ascended the stairs, Naruto had already sensed her presence. He would watch from behind the window as she carefully ascended, placing down the scroll before quietly retreating. In contrast to her usual cold demeanor, this secretive behavior appeared rather endearing. Yuen, as expected, I was once again teased by Yusho Washi Hongdo. Ino gritted her teeth in frustration. How dare she attempt to steal my home? Hinata clenched her fists in silence. How can Earth Release enable one to fly? Birds fly because they are light. If not, their wings must be sufficiently large. Could it be that the second and third Tsuchikage could fly due to mastering a certain secret technique that granted them enormous wings? There was a possibility. Or perhaps it was a technique that lightened their bodies. Oh, Inoki. Indeed, the ability to fly is due to the body becoming lighter. Naruto resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire of the old man regarding any relevant Earth Release techniques. At that moment, a purple figure slowly approached from a distance. Naruto ceased his one-sided dialogue with the Great Fox and focused on the approaching figure. Sweat dampened her beautiful purple hair. Neither spoke, yet Naruto sensed that upon seeing him, the purple-haired elder sister slowed her pace considerably. At last, Naruto conceded defeat. Elder sister, do you come to train every day? By the way, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I still do not know your name. Upon hearing this, Yuen felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thank goodness, she thought, he asked first. In truth, Mitsuki Yuin was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Mitsuki Yuin nodded slightly, then unsheathed her ninja blade. She had recently acquired a new sword technique and was diligently practicing it. After this exchange, both fell into silence once more. After a moment's gaze, Naruto smiled and remarked, "I see. Ine, you are indeed quite diligent." "You too," she replied. Naruto opened his mouth, intending to excuse himself to practice fire release from a distance, but unexpectedly. Gurgle. Suddenly, Yuin's stomach growled, creating an awkward atmosphere. Clearing his throat, Naruto attempted to speak, but she interjected, "Every time I come here to train, I can smell your grilled fish. It's so fragrant that I've longed to taste it." Yuin's cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted. "What about it?" Naruto responded, momentarily taken aback. He had intended to say that he needed to continue training. "I meant to invite you to eat grilled fish." Observing Yuin's resolute gaze, Naruto reluctantly nodded. "All right then. Let us first understand her situation. If she hadn't been too deeply indoctrinated by the will of fire, perhaps she could be swayed." Moreover, Yuin possessed a rare mastery of swordsmanship, making her a formidable swordswoman. Capturing her would also bolster his own influence. Contemplating the future, Naruto had not yet reached that age and thus had little thought on such matters, especially since he already had a considerable following. As he regarded the approximately 1 meter 50 tall Naruto, Yuin's thoughts began to race. In the spirit of reciprocity, she could invite Naruto next time. Since Naruto had to pass by her home on his way back, there was no way to evade her. This was excellent. One opportunity often leads to another. After more than a year of covert observation, Yuin had not even realized that she had accepted this outcome. Her initial resistance had long dissipated. And without the burden of missions, she received a handsome reward each month, allowing her to focus solely on honing her sword skills. This newfound contentment made her reluctant to return. Of course, there was one more thing she needed to ascertain. If it aligned with her goals, Yuin would undoubtedly launch an all-out offensive. "Naruto," Yuin called out to him as he walked away. "What is it?" Naruto turned around to see her gazing earnestly at him. "Would you like to learn swordsmanship?" "Sure, I am quite interested in sword techniques." Swordsmanship in Naruto's hands would naturally transcend mere technique. He had previously sought guidance from Lee on basic physical skills. However, he ultimately chose to approach Hinata instead. This decision was not due to the difficulty of the techniques, but rather because, while he could take months to master certain skills, Naruto could often grasp them in less than a day, even extrapolating upon them. Relying on his own physical prowess, he found no need to exert himself as Lee did. Thus, to avoid discouraging Lee, Naruto opted to consult Hinata instead. The initial stages were manageable, but as time progressed, without the Byakugan, he could only rely on luck. His speed of attack was sufficient. And if his opponent happened to be foolish enough to remain stationary, it allowed Naruto to strike. Hashirama, haha. I never imagined that the bespectacled Naruto would endure the same trials I once faced. What a pity, if only that child possessed would release. He would be free from worry, able to summon anything with a clap of his hands. He could also confuse foes with a couple of hand seals. Tobirama, brother. Not everyone is like you. Tobirama. Besides, how old is that bespectacled Naruto now? Izuna. At this age, we were already on the battlefield. However, indeed, most of the time we relied on physical techniques and swordsmanship. Madara. The bespectacled Naruto is quite clever. During this period, it is best to avoid excessive physical strain. Madara. 12 years old. He should at least wait until then. Madara. Humph. That insufferable monkey is probably thinking the same by the time the bespectacled Naruto graduates. He will be 12 and able to access many chakra-consuming jutsu. Orochimaru. Senior Madara is correct. Hiruzen sensei must be thinking along the same lines. Orochimaru. The shadow clone technique has already greatly enhanced Naruto, especially under his stringent self-restraint. If he were to unleash his full potential and learn the shadow clone technique, goodness. Naruto, wait. Orochimaru, you can boast all you want, but don't drag the other me into this. Orochimaru's exaggerations were such that even Naruto, who was deep in self-reflection, could no longer listen. If what Orochimaru said were true, wouldn't it take less than a month to conquer the entire shinobi world? What a boast. Sasuke beside him was already exasperated. Having observed the situation, he was no longer oblivious. He understood that although Orochimaru's claims were exaggerated, if the bespectacled Naruto were to master the shadow clone technique, gurgle. Sasuke swallowed hard, glaring fiercely at Naruto. How infuriating. Why am I feeling this sense of trepidation? The black frame screen continued. As Naruto answered without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with genuine anticipation, Yuin's eyes lit up. It's done. In truth, Yuin's swift acceptance was understandable. Most importantly, her ears felt increasingly clear, allowing her to focus intently on her swordsmanship. The individual who had approached her under the pretense of exchanging sword techniques had received 2 secret missions last year. The first was to track down the rogue ninja Orochimaru and eliminate him. The second was to locate the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi and do the same. Thus, that person had left the village and had yet to return. The narration from the black frame screen elicited laughter from many in the shinobi world. It was all too familiar. Replete with the essence of the will of fire. Yuin felt anger rising within her, though it was fleeting. More than anything, she felt a sense of helplessness. This wretched village. Watching the bespectacled Naruto on the black frame screen, Yuin hoped for his growth. And then, she would surely sway him to her side. Seeing this, Mitarashi Anko and Yuhi Kurenai fell silent. It was best not to provoke Yuin at this moment. However, it wasn't long before Anko could no longer restrain herself. Leaning in to whisper to Kurenai, "Finally, it's quiet. The tuberculosis ghost is gone. Now, let us see when it's the turn of the smoking, bearded man." Kurenai shot her a disapproving glance. "All right, enough of that. Perhaps Kaze hasn't perished yet?" Anko shrugged. Then her eyes twinkled mischievously. "Kurenai, don't you think that bearded smoker resembles that old man Mito?" Meanwhile, as Naruto fished and gathered snails, Yuin practiced her sword techniques in silence, concurrently explaining the essentials. Efficient learning meant memorizing the basics and then teaching them once. Once you have memorized these fundamental techniques, you can explain them back to me. Yuin quickly entered the zone. The blade swung faster, her movements becoming increasingly intricate, dazzling to behold. The sound of the blade echoed repeatedly. Naruto decided to let his shadow clone prepare lunch while he observed from a distance. Unbeknownst to her, Chien had already demonstrated the fundamentals of swordsmanship and subsequently immersed herself in practicing the Konoha-style blade technique. Naruto watched with great interest, only regaining his senses when the enticing aroma of lunch prepared by his shadow clones wafted through the air. In this vast world, nothing is more important than a meal. "Sister Chien," he exclaimed. Yet, before he could finish, he turned to find the violet-haired elder sister seated by the grilled fish. Their eyes met, and Naruto discerned the urgency reflected in her gaze. "No need for pleasantries, hurry," she urged, her swiftness rivaling that of her blade technique. Originally intending to quicken the pace, Chien found herself battling with sleep deprivation after 28 hours without rest. How she wished to restore her biological clock, otherwise. She felt utterly helpless. In Chapter 149, Mizuki Chien, "My cat can do backflips," the scene unfolded with exclamations of excitement. Boiling, boiling, it's so hot. Yet, the flavor was undeniably exquisite, a feast for the senses. The seemingly simple grilled fish revealed to Chien that her culinary skills paled in comparison to those of a child under 10. A wave of frustration surged within her. But in less than a second, she regained her composure. "Perfect. I can save time on cooking in the future. Even if I can't replicate this, I can always seek culinary advice. Indeed, the hardest part of any endeavor is the beginning. Once initiated, everything flows smoothly." Pondering this, Chien unconsciously nodded in agreement. Naruto tilted his head slightly, sensing the lively thoughts of the violet-haired elder sister, though she seemed to indulge in her inner musings a touch too much. Nevertheless, the matter at hand was to enjoy their meal first. In no time, the two had devoured the grilled fish before them. Observing this, the shadow clone promptly created another clone. The snails and river shrimp in the pot were now cooked to perfection, heralding the start of a second contest. This time, Naruto was defeated, unable to wield his chopsticks effectively against his opponent's swift and precise strikes. Rather than feeling disheartened, Naruto appeared emboldened by his setback, a sight that brought a slight smile to Chien's lips. She then drew her ninja blade and sharpened the ends of her chopsticks. "Excellent. This gives me another reason to visit you." The ensuing scene was quite brutal. Just as Naruto was about to grasp his chopsticks, Chien deftly extracted the snail meat. In the second round, he scarcely managed to eat anything at all, leaving him to cast a resigned glance at Chien, whose cheeks were stuffed full. "You're impressive. You've even finished the soup." As this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Chien lifting the pot to drink the broth. He began, but Chien let out a satisfied burp, setting down the nearly empty pot and delicately wiping her mouth. She then flashed Naruto a sweet smile, tinged with a hint of apology. If only her eyes had concealed that little spark of triumph, Naruto might have felt better about the situation. Swordsmanship? The small joys of life were indeed pleasant. Swordsmanship and knife techniques were essentially synonymous. Why not learn? Hinata pouted, clearly annoyed. In contrast, Ino found the situation rather amusing, having never witnessed Naruto being bested before. Look at Orochimaru. He isn't even speaking. His face is darkened. Sakura chuckled. Kuratsuchi remarked, so? It appears that even Kuroka Naruto is not invincible. She continued, honestly, after seeing so much, one might think that Kuroka Naruto was omnipotent. Yet she added, but Kuroka Naruto's demeanor is quite endearing. The fourth Raikage laughed. Haha. It seems our Jinchuriki from Kumogakure is not without merit. At least he possesses some sword skills. Well, I meant compared to others. The words of the wooden man were swallowed back. Orochimaru smirked. Let her bask in her triumph for now. Soon Kuroka Naruto-kun will surpass her. The large screen continued to display the scene. Within the ceiling space, the great fox had ceased its reading. Through Naruto's perception, it witnessed the entire spectacle. A surge of exhilaration coursed through its being, akin to a jolt of electricity shooting from its feet to the crown of its head. Finally, someone has put that insufferable little brat in her place. How does it feel to be humbled? The great fox reveled in its mischief, even opening a spiritual connection. Naruto felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. Was it to your liking? Indeed, she replied. I had not anticipated your culinary skills to be so refined. Yet, they still fall slightly short of my own, Shiin stated nonchalantly. Is that so? Naruto blinked in disbelief. Do you not believe me? In the spirit of reciprocity, why not come to my home for dinner tonight? Shiin offered with an enchanting smile. But it seems I lack any of those delightful potions to charm you. Perhaps Akane has some? She mused, wrestling with her thoughts. No, that would be short-sighted. Yet, this opportunity is rare. What if Akane inquires? Just as Shian's mind wandered, Naruto swiftly dismissed her invitation. No, we have a gathering tonight. I wouldn't want to impose on Sister Shian. His words quickened, an instinct warning him that he had made a grave misjudgment. This violet-haired elder sister was quite formidable. I see. What a pity. I had hoped to show you my cat that can perform backflips. A cat that can do backflips? Yes, a ninja cat. Naruto paused, feeling a sense of disquiet. He gazed at Shian, sensing something amiss. The ninja cat clan primarily interacted with the Uchiha clan, which, after their extermination, seemed to have vanished entirely. It was likely that it would take some time before they reappeared. To possess a ninja cat in her home, this woman was no ordinary individual. Is that so? I've yet to see a cat that can do backflips, though I have seen dogs that can. Naruto replied with a smile, turning his attention back to the crackling campfire. The grilled fish was ready. Shiin swallowed back her words, and a new round of competition commenced. However, this time, it was Shiin who succumbed, having already satisfied her hunger and thus unable to compete with Naruto. Naruto's impression of Shiin shifted considerably. Most importantly, throughout their interaction, she did not seem to embody the burning will of fire that he often encountered. That was the most significant reason for his change of heart. Another factor was that to truly enjoy a meal, one must have someone to share in the experience of competition. Having feasted to their heart's content, Naruto was not idle. He began to use small twigs as makeshift swords, seeking Shian's guidance in swordsmanship. After a brief moment, he felt a tad awkward, creating some distance as he was unsure whether Shian's closeness was intentional or not. She often leaned in to teach him hand in hand, a dynamic he had only experienced with Ino. Yet, Shiin was not Ino. She projected a sense of straightforwardness that Naruto found both refreshing and disconcerting. Of course, her courage was not exceptionally great. After completing a set of movements, she would flush red and only dare to speak flirtatiously. However, the violet-haired elder sister was a different story, akin to someone who mischievously feigned seriousness. The emphasis was on her focus, an aspect that Ino could not currently rival. Naturally, Naruto's attempt to create distance did not go unnoticed by Uzuki Yuin. The ensuing developments began to take an unexpected turn. Naruto resignedly stood up, while Uzuki Yuin seriously remarked, "A sword should never leave your hand. It is a treasure cherished by a swordsman, and only those close to you may touch it. Be careful. If you fumble, you must compensate me with a better one." Chapter 150. The Great Fox. I've discovered Naruto's weakness. Ozuki Yuin was almost glued to Naruto's back, methodically teaching him each technique. This scene made Hinata's eyes turn red with envy. Indeed, I thought of this approach. Even if I cannot teach him, the bespectacled Naruto could teach me this. Ino felt somewhat vexed. Sakura's mouth twitched. Why did it seem that Ino was more invested in the bespectacled Naruto than in Sasuke? Little did she know that Ino relished the thrill of competing for the attention of her unique friend. Moreover, it had not been long since the friendship battle, and within the realm of the bespectacled world, Sakura was not particularly infatuated with Sasuke either. As a connoisseur of beauty, while Sasuke was indeed handsome, he had yet to reach the level that would leave Ino starstruck. It was only when he struck a chord with her that it truly mattered. Clearly, the bespectacled Naruto had captured Ino's attention in every aspect. If only the bespectacled Naruto could teach me the Shadow Shuriken technique as well. Day after day, she rested her chin on her hands, her face full of envy. It was evident that Ozuki Yuin may have been somewhat excessive, directly engaging in actions that many girls desired but dared not attempt. In the ceiling space, the Great Fox continued to laugh heartily without restraint. Naruto's mind was filled with the Great Fox's laughter. Although he had already grown accustomed to it, the Great Fox's laughter made Naruto's face visibly heat up. The more he reacted this way, the happier the Great Fox became. I have found your weakness, it taunted. Oh, foolish little human. So this is your vulnerability. The Great Fox shook its head in disapproval. You are finished, Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, the Great Fox set aside its book and sat cross-legged on the ground. Its eyes tightly shut, meditating much like Naruto's shadow clone within the ceiling space. After some time, Naruto regained his composure, calming himself to comprehend the swordsmanship frame by frame. One must admit, this was indeed a privilege. Having a skilled elder sister teach him hand in hand was an experience that transcended mere appearance. This scene sparked envy in many men. In a corner of the Pure Land, a cough had not ceased since Ozuki Yuin's arrival. Even the Sage of Six Paths sensed it, yet it could only shake its head in resignation. With a wave of its hand, snowflakes appeared in that small area. The snowflakes danced gracefully. Taking a deep breath, Naruto immersed himself entirely in his training. His body was now completely under Ozuki Yuin's control. In a semi-meditative state, after only one round, Naruto memorized all the techniques and routines, capable of demonstrating them immediately. However, embodying their essence would require considerable time to refine. Such endeavors were intricate and necessitated time to accumulate. Yet, this type of training would not overly tax his body. At most, it would only enhance his mental fortitude. Coincidentally, Naruto's mental strength, while not lacking like chakra, had certainly reached the level of a typical sensory ninja. He found that some low-level illusions could hardly disturb the chakra within him. The swordsmanship training was perfectly tailored for him at this juncture, allowing him to practice without concern for the number of shadow clones. However, it was evidently inappropriate to display such abilities in front of Ozuki Yuin. Moreover, prior to fully winning over Ozuki Yuin, he had to conceal his prowess. Thus, he practiced several more times. Naruto made the most of the situation, actively attempting to exert a bit of force, striving to replicate Ozuki Yuin's sword momentum. Incorrect. Ozuki Yuin tapped Naruto on the head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, clearly somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. However, at that moment, she was more doubtful of herself. The realization that Naruto had other thoughts only served to make her feel worse. Do I lack any charm? How could you be distracted enough to try to imitate my sword momentum? No. It must be that Naruto is still too young. Yes, that must be it. After convincing herself, Ozuki Yuin shifted from her prior gentleness, reverting to her icy demeanor. Imitation can indeed lead to rapid progress. However, once you become accustomed to this sense of effortless gain, it becomes exceedingly difficult to cultivate a sword momentum that is uniquely your own. Upon hearing this, Naruto looked up. This action instantly widened Ozuki Yuin's eyes. However, upon gazing into Naruto's clear azure eyes, she managed to suppress her surprise. Then, Sister Yuin, what if I were to imitate the sword momentum of many others, discarding the dross and retaining the essence, and then integrate it with myself to derive the sword momentum that best suits me? Ozuki Yuin replied, Don't be ridiculous. She gave Naruto another tap on the head. You struggle to even successfully imitate one style. How could you achieve what you just described? Have you remembered those foundational sword techniques? Practice daily, and I will supervise you. You may only train in the subsequent Konoha-style sword techniques when I deem you ready. To master excellent swordsmanship requires unwavering perseverance. Ozuki Yuin earnestly expressed her thoughts. Naruto nodded continuously, like a chick pecking at rice. Such an attitude considerably lifted Ozuki Yuin's spirits. Subsequently, she rewarded Naruto with another hands-on demonstration. Show me your technique. Naruto immediately agreed. Once the elder sister was no longer pressed against him, he felt somewhat out of place, but he quickly adjusted. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, his mind was filled with the essence of Ozuki Yuin's sword momentum. Gradually, he raised his ninja blade. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze became sharp. A commendable gaze. Ozuki Yuin's heart raced. With a swift adjustment, Naruto executed the foundational sword techniques he had just learned in a seamless flow. Each movement, slashes, lifts, hangs, strikes, sweeps, and thrusts, seemed to come naturally. The transitions in sword momentum were rapid, at times gentle yet firm, at times expansive and bold, complemented by Naruto's fluid and detail-rich body movements, leaving Ozuki Yuin in a daze. It felt as though the one dancing with the sword before her was not a child with less than half an hour's acquaintance with swordsmanship, but rather a seasoned ninja experienced in battle. The sound of the blade echoed like celestial music. This should be satisfactory, right? Naruto secretly let out a sigh of relief, having managed to control himself to the minimum standard. This sequence comprised a total of 32 movements, divided into 4 segments, each containing 8 actions. He had at least erred on 16 of them. Even with the most abysmal talent, he could not possibly perform worse. As Naruto forced a somewhat awkward smile and turned back, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Clearly, he had forgotten that mastery in one technique often leads to mastery in all. Although he had never wielded a blade, he had systematically studied the applications of various ninja tools alongside Tenten. His initial intent was to help her stabilize her focus. Sheer reliance on ninja tools could be counterproductive against agile opponents, and particularly against wind-style ninjas, who would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Thus, Naruto encouraged Tenten to familiarize herself with the various uses of ninja tools. Ultimately, he chose one form, urging her to concentrate on its practice, marksmanship. In the event that the firepower of ninja tools became ineffective in the future, this skill would serve as a vital means of survival. To facilitate Tenten's learning, Naruto himself trained rigorously in marksmanship, even enhancing the effectiveness of her techniques with chakra reinforcement. Under the influence of these various techniques, Tenten developed an immense interest in her training and became increasingly attentive to chakra manipulation. That day, witnessing a tree pierced by Naruto's shot sparked an idea in her mind. If ninja tools became ineffective, it mattered little. She could simply rely on her strength. "Watch out, wind-style girl, you'll see what I can do," Tenten exclaimed. "This feels fantastic." "Humph. That insufferable wind-style girl, just wait and see," Tsunade retorted. "You wretched little brat. Do you think brute strength is common?" Yuka's gaze seemed to devour him. Little did Naruto know, at that moment, Ozuki Yuka's mindset had completely transformed. Previously, she might have harbored some reluctance, but now she was utterly willing. Looking at Naruto felt akin to gazing upon an exquisite gem. If her future were to be shaped by a master of the blade, Yuka felt herself brimming with excitement, her breaths becoming somewhat ragged. Her infatuated demeanor startled Naruto, prompting him to instinctively step back. He even began to question whether he had misinterpreted her expression. Was it admiration or frustration at his own ignorance? Chapter 151. The Dance of the Crescent Moon in the true Konoha style. Mitsuhane remarked. Even so, the swordsmanship talent of the black-frame Naruto is indeed astounding. Kakashi agreed. Yes, such swordsmanship is capable of standing on its own. He continued, at Naruto's age, my skills were similar, but that was honed through countless missions, forged in the crucible of life and death. Kakashi asserted, it can be said that a single battle would fully shape the swordsmanship of black-framed Naruto. Was Kakashi's prowess lacking? No. In truth, Kakashi's strength was considerable. After all, since the Third Great Ninja War, his abilities had neither improved nor diminished significantly, despite the setbacks and moments of self-abandon that had hindered his progress. Meanwhile, within the unique space connecting the Pure Land and the ninja world, Hatake Shosaku observed the black-framed giant screen, listening quietly to his son's declarations. He paused for a moment before resuming his task of adding wood to the campfire. Kakashi was correct. The Naruto within the black-framed world possessed a talent that many envied. Alongside this enviable gift, he also exhibited an unmatched perseverance and determination. Such a person, once they mature, would undoubtedly astonish the entire ninja realm. Nevertheless, fleeting thoughts crossed Shosaku's mind, and he ultimately shook his head. So much time had passed, and he had long since departed from the world. It seemed his son had come to understand him, rendering the past less significant. Naruto felt somewhat speechless. However, in an instant, he connected many dots. Perhaps his starting line had merely been the finish line for so many others. Adjusting his mindset, he acknowledged the reality of individual differences. Sister Yuka, I no longer wish to practice. I want to go home. That afternoon was spent in arduous training. Eventually, seizing a moment of respite, he created 10 shadow clones to train elsewhere, ensuring the afternoon was not squandered. Naruto was now certain that Ozuki Yuka was not a profound understander of the will of fire. Moreover, she was indeed affiliated with the Umbu, a direct subordinate of the older generation. Through subtle inquiries, he extracted a considerable amount of information from her. It could be said that Yuka had unwittingly confessed to him. Now, Yuka was no longer an Umbu ninja. She was merely an ordinary special jonin of Konoha. When he briefly compared her understanding of the will of fire, he was convinced that her grasp was only sufficient to graduate from the ninja academy. In other words, once graduated, she would revert to her previous self. The only knowledge she possessed was that saying, wherever the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. That was manageable. All he needed to do was draw Yuka's attention to the corruption within Konoha, or more precisely, the inaction and decay of its higher-ups. He could plant a seed within her heart. Inciting her defection would be no arduous task. Yuka remarked, "All right, that seems quite acceptable. It's just that the version of myself in the black-framed world was far too proactive, almost appearing cheap. Well then, let us engage in some sparring." Yuka stepped back slightly. As Naruto felt himself free from Yuka's control, he let out a discreet sigh. This marked the first time he felt a twinge of fear. Indeed, the intensity of Yuka's gaze, which seemed to harbor an insatiable hunger, genuinely intimidated Naruto. Such a gaze, devoid of malice, was more blinding than sunlight. Of course, there were numerous benefits as well. Naruto's swordsmanship rapidly progressed from novice to mastery. Must I integrate this with my combat style? Upon hearing this, Yuka retracted her smile, her cheeks flushing slightly as she adopted a serious demeanor. Indeed, I wish to see which path suits you best in the future. Come forth. With that, Yuka gripped her wooden sword firmly. Naruto nodded. All right, Sister Yuka, do be careful. As his words fell, a resounding thud echoed. In the distance, 2 shadow clones practicing Konoha-style swordsmanship dispersed, sending a wealth of memories and experiences back to the original. At this moment, Naruto had long since adapted to the characteristics of shadow clones. Even if all 15 clones disbanded at once, he could effortlessly absorb a vast amount of memories and experiences. Aside from the clones meditating within the ceiling space, the memories and experiences returned by the shadow clones would normally impact his mental strength. The memories and experiences relayed by the clones meditating in the ceiling space were also related to his mental fortitude, akin to the impact experienced by a normal person after training with shadow clones. In the next instant, Naruto vanished from his spot. Yuka felt a jolt within her heart, unable to contain her astonishment. Gripping the hilt of her sword with renewed vigor, she instinctively inferred Naruto's intent to attack. Little did she know, this was precisely Naruto's intention. Otherwise, by the time Uchiha realized, Naruto's blade had already been embedded in her neck. Of course, this was under the condition of incomplete swordsmanship. The moment Uchiha lifted her gaze, the explosive sound of the shadow clones appearing reached her ears. In midair, Naruto raised his ninja sword, almost effortlessly producing 2 shadow clones, which then attacked from 3 different directions. Uchiha's pupils constricted. Was it the Konoha-style Senrizuki dance? No. Impossible. This was indeed Naruto's first encounter with the way of the sword, and he had never had contact with that person. Thus, it could only be attributed to his innate talent. Naruto's combat aptitude was entirely on par with his swordsmanship talent. Uchiha suppressed the thought of drugging Naruto upon returning that night. But at that moment, a sudden realization struck. Suddenly, alongside Naruto and the 2 shadow clones, 2 additional clones appeared on either side. No seal phantom clone. Wait, could it be that Naruto's raised finger was about to cast a genjutsu? Was it merely because the opponent was her, and it was just a spar that he refrained from using genjutsu? Uchiha immediately discerned that Naruto's raised finger was purely instinctual. Yet, at the moment the genjutsu was about to take effect, he forcefully suppressed that instinct. In that instant, Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. With the attacks appearing both real and illusory, she could not possibly discern Naruto's true intent within such a brief reaction time. The only possibility for such a feeling was that everything was indeed real. Oh my goodness! Yu was shaken to her core. For a moment, she forgot to resist. Her mind was filled with the silhouette beneath the moonlight and the imagined scenario of Naruto wielding the sword, executing her original sword technique, Konoha style, Night. If combined with the secret sword Moon Shadow as the initiator of this attack, Uzumaki Naruto, I have you in my grasp. No one can stop this. Chapter 152, Still Alive? Mizukashi Akane. It's over, Shien has succumbed. Mizukashi Akane. Everyone, come quick. Mizukashi Akane. Shien is enchanted by a little brat. Sakurazuka Kurenai. I never expected Shien to be in such a state. Even when she first created her sword technique, Night, her heart was not this fervent. Kuratsuchi, just like a lovesick girl. Maruhoshi Kosuka. This little girl seems to be falling for him. Mizukashi Akane. Indeed, you're doomed, Shien. You are about to fall in love. Shien. Senju Tobirama. To be honest, if I were still alive and encountered such a genius, I likely wouldn't surpass Shien by much. Uchiha Azuna. What does it matter to you? Senju Tobirama. Have you forgotten how severely I injured you? Uchiha Azuna. You old fool. I haven't even activated my Mangekyo Sharingan. Cough, cough, cough. Within the Pure Land, the frequency of coughing grew more rapid. One could even hear a dampness in the sound. The snow fell increasingly heavier. Finally, the moon reached its zenith. Naruto fled, fearing that this woman might commit a crime. He had gained much today, acquiring numerous sword techniques and insights from Shien. For a long time to come, Naruto would delve into the study of swordsmanship. As for the Great Fox, if it did not provide, so be it. If Namake's Minato could independently reference the Great Fox's tailed beast ball to develop new jutsu, why couldn't he? Furthermore, regarding the matter of flying ninjas, Naruto was in no rush. Moreover, it was a convenient excuse to have Shien, that formidable woman, assist in the search. Additionally, she mentioned knowing a master of Jinjutsu. That was splendid. He would entrust that matter to her as well. Naruto declared his future dedication to the study of swordsmanship, yet wished for his matters to remain unknown to a third party. Shien was not foolish, but she still remained in a daze for quite a while. If the figure before her were a dashing, edible, handsome man, she would have no doubt that Naruto already knew everything. However, standing before her was merely a child of less than 10 years. Shien remained silent for a long time, contemplating much. Uzumaki Naruto was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Perhaps he already knew many things. Was he subtly expressing this to her? In that moment, Shien felt a surge of emotion. She never expected to be trusted in such a manner. Thus, she patted her chest and assured Naruto that no third party would learn of these matters. However, she had a small request. Moments later, Naruto helplessly wiped the drool from his cheek. Truly, the pressure from the older sister was undeniable. In Naruto's mind, no matter how formidable, she could not compare to Ino. Unexpectedly, a seemingly cold older sister effortlessly sent Ino flying several streets away. Surprisingly, Naruto found himself unbothered by it. In the mountains, Ino, I lost. Ino lowered her head like a defeated hen. Yet, in the next instant, her fighting spirit rekindled. I merely lost due to age. Just wait. Once I grow up, I'll reclaim victory immediately. Taking a deep breath, Ino looked at Hinata. Hinata, it seems we must join forces in this world of black frames. Upon hearing this, Hinata was taken aback for a few seconds. Then, she nodded very earnestly. Her expression immediately stunned the other girls. Subsequently, they cast mischievous grins at her. Hinata, belatedly aware, blushed a deep crimson. For a long time thereafter, Naruto did not see Shien again. She seemed quite attentive to her commitments. Naruto, on the other hand, was not idle. He began his training in fire release while honing his swordsmanship. His improvements soon translated to advancements within his small group. Not long after, Shien returned. But she had not gained any insights. However, she brought back numerous scrolls related to Jinjutsu. Consequently, Naruto remembered a certain individual, Sakurazuka Kurenai. Additionally, there was the boisterous older sister, Mizukashi Akane. He had heard of both, especially since the name Mizukashi Akane was recorded in the historical documents of the Uchiha clan, a disciple of the rogue ninja Orochimaru. Before he knew it, another year had passed. On this day, Lee had donned the classic green attire. They had graduated. Being 1 year ahead of Naruto and his companions, they naturally graduated first and became Genin. The third squad was formed, guided by the elite Jonin, Might Guy's son. Might Guy, Neji, and Tenten were also among them. This naturally called for a celebration. Simultaneously, becoming ninjas meant they could leave the village. Once outside Konoha, there would be plenty to do. That evening, all three expressed their intent to gather various historical documents and inquire about the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, as well as the whereabouts of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, as soon as they received a mission to leave the village. Tenten was particularly invested. Tsunade was not only an idol for the girls, but also possessed the complete methods for cultivating her extraordinary strength. Most importantly, her secret techniques offered the effect of eternal youth. This made several girls envious, and they eagerly awaited their own graduation. After Naruto's helpless admonitions, the festive atmosphere of the gathering grew lively once more. The following day, Naruto arrived at the back mountain as usual. Recently, the visits from Uzumaki had diminished in frequency, yet each time she stayed longer than before. With each encounter, Naruto sensed that the woman was on the verge of making a move against him. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath to calm himself. During this period, he had simulated various ninja techniques derived from the tailed beast ball in the ceiling space. However, developing ninjutsu was not a simple task. The great fox remained silent, offering no hints. Naruto did not push it. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Today, he had completed the script for the great fox ahead of time. Recently, there was a matter that piqued Naruto's interest, which he had heard from Uzumaki. The third Hokage had been absent for a while, but his son, Sarutobi Asuma, had returned. Uzumaki had mentioned this with a tone of complaint. Upon his return, Asuma's gaze upon Yuhi Kurenai was lecherous, indicating that the troublesome, bearded smoker was back. Additionally, Uzumaki expressed a mix of helplessness and concern, revealing that her former friend, Tsukuyomi Shurden, had failed a mission and returned to the village. Observing the anxious demeanor of Uzumaki, who kept reassuring herself, Naruto understood her worries. She was merely afraid that this suitor might provoke her anger or suspicion. For a moment, Naruto pondered the extent of his own charm. It was only when he stood before the mirror that he realized the truth. Indeed, he was the child of Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kusina. Handsome and exceptional, it would indeed be strange if he did not attract the admiration of girls. At this point, many in the ninja world were wide-eyed. What? Tsukuyomi Shurden was still alive and being pursued by Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi? That kid couldn't have just slacked off right after leaving the village, could he? Chapter 153. The insubstantial fox teacher and its prodigious disciple. Naruto's focus was naturally more on the old one's son, Sarutobi Asuma. He paid little mind to Tsukuyomi Shurden. After offering some comfort to Uzumaki to ease her worries, he turned his attention to Uchiha Izumi, who had returned to normal. It was anticipated that her body would soon undergo rapid development. However, she remained unconscious. Based on Naruto's speculation, it was likely that she would awaken shortly after he became a genin. Uchiha Izumi awakening would be akin to being reborn, eliminating the concerns associated with the premature activation of her Mangekyo Sharingan. The nearly 5 years of dormancy would undoubtedly enhance her innate talents once more. Of course, this was a matter for a year hence. In a year, she would be 12 years old, reaching the age of graduation from the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who undoubtedly considered this aspect as well. In other words, only after the age of 12 would the seals truly be lifted. Further training could then proceed without the worry of physical harm. Naruto had been patient for quite a long time. Presently, less than a year remained until the seal would be undone. Senju Tobirama, ha ha ha. It seems my image in the mind of Black Frame Naruto is not so bad after all. Uchiha Izumi, well, it is as it is. I do not know how someone can shamelessly embellish their own reputation. Uchiha Izumi, to train such a disciple, who in turn trains another equally remarkable disciple. This lineage is truly commendable. Senju Tobirama, no, brother. What is wrong with me putting on a show? The great fox should now discuss the ninjutsu created by Namake's Minato. Naruto thought as he gazed at the lazy fox behind the ceiling gate. If it remained silent, Naruto would not wait any longer. He had already devised several viable directions for his own research. The tailed beast ball had inspired many thoughts. Most critically, it involved stabilizing Chakra's presence in the external world. To succeed, the first requirement was mastery over chakra manipulation. This was something Naruto had already achieved, whether in terms of chakra control or mental strength. He had now begun to train in the transformation of chakra's properties. If the Great Fox continued to remain silent today, he would commence his own training. It goes without saying that achieving a technique akin to the tailed beast ball necessitated chakra transformation. For instance, one could compress the fire release technique into a sphere and then expel it in one breath, combining destructive power with speed. Moreover, Uzumaki had not returned empty-handed. The flying ninja, the second Tsuchikage and the third Tsuchikage, indeed employed a form of earth release. Furthermore, this earth release possessed the ability to alter the weight of objects. Another critical piece of information was the bloodline limit, dust release. However, the relevant information was scarce. Uzumaki dared not publicly announce a request for help, lest the Old One grow suspicious. By now, Naruto could see that the Old One intended to employ the same tactics used against his mother and Namake's Minato. Cliché and lacking in innovation, yet effective, truth be told, it was still quite remarkable. He finally understood why Uzumaki had suddenly appeared before him. Naturally, given the current situation, the Old One was likely to suffer losses. Mizuki Akane. Yes, splendid work. Yamanaka Ino. Well, since it has come to this. As long as we can witness the old monkey's misfortune, it will suffice. 10-10. Indeed, although I feel somewhat uneasy. Seeing that disgusting old monkey suffer brings me a sense of relief. Tamari. Humph. Instead of considering how to cultivate oneself in reference to the black frame world, you fret over these matters. If so, you shall forever remain my defeated foe. 10-10. How infuriating. Just wait. The Great Fox languidly responded. Naruto mused that this fox bore grudges. It was not that he refused to teach. Rather, it was that the fox lacked the self-discipline required for training. If he taught too early, the fox would undoubtedly be unable to resist the urge to expand further. There was also a point that the Great Fox would naturally not disclose. Aside from reading the script, it had not been idle. Once it discerned Naruto's weaknesses, it had been incessantly devising methods to train. This scene left everyone bewildered. What? Are you saying that Black Frame Naruto has become so involved that even the tailed beast, Kyuubi, has to follow suit? This is a joke, right? If even the tailed beast is this involved, what are the ninjas to do? Within the ceiling space, Kyuubi widened its eyes. I must teach this brat the Rasengan. This cannot be real. Alright, lest some individuals accuse me of being fickle. The ninjutsu developed by your father is the Rasengan. Rasengan. Is it the tailed beast ball of chakra gathered in the hand? Naruto paused for a moment. In an instant, another technique surfaced in his mind. The Chidori of Hatake Kakashi, the disciple of Namake's Minato. The Great Fox cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, internally astonished. This brat couldn't possibly know what ninjutsu it was just from the name, could he? It seemed so. That look was too familiar. Once you master the Rasengan, you will no longer need to specifically train in chakra transformation. However, to learn it, one must first possess the awareness of chakra transformation. The Rasengan primarily involves gathering chakra in the hand. To ensure that sphere of chakra does not disperse, one requires exceptional control, that is, chakra transformation. Let the chakra within the spiral sphere rotate incessantly in various directions, while also possessing the compressive force akin to the tailed beast bomb, rendering this technique into a stable spherical shape externally, yet chaotic and rapidly circulating internally. As the words of the Great Fox faded, Naruto lifted his hand. Under the influence of his mental power, he released a spiraling sphere composed of his spirit, as instructed by the Great Fox. A blue chakra materialized in Naruto's hand. Stable on the outside, yet tumultuous within. This is more or less as it should be, drawing inspiration from the tailed beast bomb. The Great Fox curled its lip, showing no desire to glance at it. This fox would not flatter anyone. Compared to the tailed beast bomb, this technique is hardly noteworthy. Naturally, the difficulty of the tailed beast bomb is not trivial, and first, one must possess calculation skills. Let us continue discussing this rudimentary spiral sphere. To refine it is quite simple. First, gather the chakra in your hand, ensuring it does not disperse. Second, shape the chakra into a sphere. Third, stabilize the sphere while gathering counter-rotating chakra within. The final step is approximately what you are doing now. The crowd exclaimed, "Is this a lesson?" You merely reiterated your previous words, albeit with a more detailed breakdown. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in the depths of the Great Fox's eyes. This technique was a ninjutsu that Buffing Shuemin spent 3 years developing and perfecting, and still, it remains a half-finished product. Even if bluffing Shuemin took 3 years. No matter how talented Naruto is, he would not bother me for quite some time. When he can no longer endure it and comes seeking my guidance for the secret, I shall reluctantly explain it then. Naruto took a deep breath, gazing at the spiral sphere in his hand, a sudden spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. A ninjutsu that remains unchanged externally, yet chaotic internally, possesses formidable power. Naruto's eyes brightened. The spiral sphere resembles an overinflated balloon. Chapter 154. Jobao, just let me die from the sweetness of it all. P.S. Excellent. I have successfully advanced to the foundational stage. But wait. That is the ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage, bluffing Shuemin. Everyone was astonished, for upon hearing the words of the black-framed Naruto, they thought, indeed, it does bear a striking resemblance. In the realm of the Shinigami, bluffing Shuemin observed this scene, silently closing his eyes. Truly, he is my son. What a pity. A pity for what? The half-entity of the Nine Tails inquired. A pity that whether it is the flying thunder god or the spiral sphere, I cannot teach him. Considering the developments in the black-framed world, it is highly unlikely that Naruto would accept Jiraiya's teachings, and should Jiraiya dare to utter any nonsense, Naruto would not hesitate to send him on his way. Thus, the avenues for acquiring knowledge dwindle, with Kakashi being one option. Indeed, Kakashi knows the spiral sphere, as his Chidori was developed with the spiral sphere as a reference. After transplanting Obito's Sharingan, the leap in dynamic vision perfected the Chidori. Subsequently, by enhancing the lightning nature transformation of the Chidori, it severed lightning and became Raikiri. Of course, most importantly, Kakashi possesses the Sharingan and made it renowned during the Third Shinobi World War when Obito gifted him the Sharingan. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Moreover, he has consulted bluffing Shuemin on more than one occasion, so it is quite reasonable that he understands the training methods for the spiral sphere. If, at this juncture, news were to spread of Jiraiya's demise outside the village, the task of imparting the spiral sphere would undoubtedly fall to Kakashi. This is not favoritism. The matters involved do not require elaboration. As for teaching, one need only refer to the training of the Rasengan to understand how to guide Naruto's innate talent correctly, rather than inundating him with the will of fire and the nonsensical prophecies of toads. In the world of shinobi, considering Naruto's identity, one might question why he should be allowed to live happily and joyfully. What was done prior? Why not take action sooner? Knowing a formidable organization targets Jinchuriki, he ventured out to train, and yet expected him to remain joyful? Indeed, with insufficient strength, he would be captured and made to extract chakra. And that would bring happiness? Clearly possessing the ability to alter everything, yet neglecting to act in pursuit of the prophesied child. Only after Hiruzen's resolve waned did they remember bluffing Shuemin's wishes. Not wishing to remain in the village, he sought to continue searching for the prophesied child, thus retrieving Tsunade as Hokage, while also bringing Naruto along to help him master the chakra of the Nine Tails, augmenting the village's combat strength. If there were genuine intent, why not watch over or accompany Naruto during his childhood? Is he unaware? The Nine Tails turmoil, the Jinchuriki must perish, the death of the fourth Hokage of Konoha. How could he be ignorant? Perhaps he was too busy peeping at commoner women, scribbling in his little chronicles. Is this not akin to being part of Konoha's F4? In some respects, even surpassing them. In contrast, Kakashi, well, he has become a mere scarecrow. What more can be expected of him? P.S. Just a precaution. Furthermore, the scroll I left regarding the training of the spiral sphere is most likely within the Hokage Tower. Both avenues for Naruto to acquire this knowledge are fraught with difficulty. The black-frame Naruto sought me out. The half-entity of the Nine Tails shot him a glare. Bluffing Shuemin smiled gently and said, in truth, there is an even better method. What method? The half-entity of the Nine Tails became curious. I shall personally instruct him, bluffing Shuemin revealed with a warm smile. The half-entity of the Nine Tails remarked, both my chakra and Kusina's contain conscious remnants. On one hand, it is to witness how my son has grown. On the other, to prevent Naruto from being deceived by another version of you, thus breaking the seal on the gate. In reality, tearing off the seal is merely the first layer of defense. The sealing gate still holds a locking mechanism, for which I entrusted the key to Jiraiya. I believe the other you in the black-framed world would be able to infer this. The half-entity of the Nine Tails looked at bluffing Shuemin with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, you desire my power. Your role is to prevent Naruto from being misled, while also considering the possibility of reconciliation between me and Naruto. At that time, your remaining chakra would still have its purpose, allowing you to teach your son once again. As for Kusina, the half-entity of the Nine Tails left it unsaid. After seeing their son, it would be time to turn to themselves. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the Black Frame Naruto had deduced the training method for the Spiral Sphere, Jiraiya's eyes widened. One could only say, as expected of the child of Shuemin and Kusina, it seems there is no need for my appearance. After all, I am still safeguarding the key to the seal for Shuemin. In the future, once the Black Frame Naruto discovers this, he will undoubtedly seek me out. By then, I certainly will not easily relinquish it. Through probing, I will uncover the intentions of the black-framed Naruto. Jiraiya closed his eyes in anguish, fully aware that he would intervene to stop the version of himself in the black-framed world. He might even go so far as to eliminate the black-framed Naruto for the sake of Konoha. This cannot continue. I must urgently locate the prophesied child. Once I find the prophesied child, all issues will be resolved effortlessly. In the chat room, Orochimaru commented, Black-framed Naruto-kun remains as captivating as ever. Orochimaru added, the spiral sphere. You say? From what I know, the simplest and most efficient method of training the spiral sphere involves using balloons and rubber balls. Everyone silently noted Orochimaru's remarks. Then he raised his head and attentively gazed at the figure of Naruto displayed on the large black-framed screen. The black-framed Naruto surely could deduce the complete method of training. After all, this was the ninjutsu, Rasengan, developed by the Fourth Hokage. It is essential to recognize that resources are fundamentally limited. Where would a common ninja find the resources to exchange for opportunities for promotion? In most cases, undertaking missions merely serves to make ends meet. At times, the remuneration for tasks may not even suffice to cover the cost of the ninja tools consumed during the mission. Ninjutsu. What good is talent if one lacks the scrolls for ninjutsu? Purchasing them from others requires a significant sum, and consulting a ninja proficient in that art incurs further expenses. Iruka had already taught Naruto several techniques that were not even B-rank ninjutsu, and he had declared bankruptcy, drowning in debt. Moreover, with one's innate talent, one must still execute missions and maintain a good state. Not everyone possesses the vast chakra reserves like Naruto to experiment. It is a fact that Kakashi has seen his strength decline over the years. Even if he wishes to improve, he can only use Raikiri 4 times a day before his chakra is depleted. Overexertion leads to unconsciousness, making further development of Raikiri impossible. Not to mention, high-speed movement necessitates the use of the Sharingan. The great fox thought to itself, what a rebellious little brat. How could it have known what the fox was thinking? It was impossible. The great fox squinted its eyes slightly. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his line of reasoning. Since this ninjutsu took 3 years to develop, there must be detailed records of it. Logically, Bluffing Shuemin should have left behind a complete training method, and as his wife, his mother would undoubtedly be aware. If she knew, Naruto raised his gaze, their eyes meeting. What are you staring at? The great fox appeared displeased, its tone rather sour. Naruto smirked slightly. The great fox was exhibiting such a manner. How could Naruto fail to discern its thoughts? He straightened his posture and bowed deeply to the great fox. Raising his head, he spoke earnestly. Thank you, great fox. I have never felt that everything I endured in my childhood was caused by your existence. On the contrary, after all these years of interaction, Naruto's voice trailed off. The great fox perked up its long ears, but could not urge Naruto on, feigning impatience instead. It is truly wonderful to have you around, great fox. The great fox retorted, that insufferable brat. You've made my first stand on end. The great fox huffed. You should practice this half-baked ninjutsu left behind by your useless father. The damned Fourth Hokage took 3 years to develop it. As for the training method, just as you imagined, your useless father devised it without considering how others would learn it. First, practice with a water-filled balloon, releasing chakra into it, allowing the chakra to flow chaotically until the balloon bursts. That is the first step. The second step also involves a ball, but the durability of the ball must be increased 100-fold. A ball sturdier than a balloon? The great fox continued. Indeed, the second step requires breaking a rubber ball. No water needed. The primary goal is to sense the transformation of chakra. The third step does not require the assistance of a balloon or rubber ball. It simply necessitates the formation of high-density chakra, gathering it in your hand. All 3 steps demand maintaining stable and continuous chakra release. In the black-framed screen, The Nine Tails expounded on the training method for Rasengan. Everyone listened intently. Unexpectedly, there were additional benefits to be gained. Was this not compensation from the observation system? After all, only 3 people received rewards from each quiz session. Naruto nodded, confirming that it aligned with his expectations. His intuition had not led him astray. There was an underlying sensation that Rasengan seemed somewhat incomplete. It turned out to be a half-finished product. Given the 3 years spent by bluffing Shueimon, it was inconceivable. Unless the ninjutsu he aimed to develop was indeed akin to the tailed beast bomb released by the Nine Tails. "Thank you, Great Fox, you are truly kind," he expressed gratefully. The Great Fox trembled slightly and then turned its head away. Go on. Don't obstruct my viewing of the comics. If you want to stay, then be quiet. Did you hear that?" Naruto smiled gently, causing the Great Fox to feel awkward. It simply turned its back to Naruto and lay down, withdrawing its gaze. Naruto settled back in his seat, and his mental energy immediately manifested a chair. Was this a half-finished product akin to a shadow clone? What was lacking? Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up as he grasped a fleeting inspiration in his mind. Initially, he had envisioned compressing chakra in his mouth like the tailed beast bomb. At the moment of expulsion, he would inject the already formed fire release chakra. This was akin to a combination of a high-pressure water gun and a flamethrower, possessing the speed of Ryuken no Jutsu and the power of Goryuken no Jutsu. In addition, there were wind, lightning, and earth-release chakras to consider. Indeed, this Rasengan seemed to be a chakra sphere devoid of attributes. It compressed a vast chakra into a small sphere, which detonated upon impact. This meant that if bluffing Shueimon were still alive, the second step would likely involve adding a tribute chakra to alter the Rasengan's nature. For instance, adding fire release chakra would transform the Rasengan into a fire release Rasengan. However, the difficulty would undoubtedly be significant. Otherwise, bluffing Shueimon would have developed it long ago. The stability of the Rasengan posed a considerable challenge. But what if, at the moment of impact, attribute chakra was injected to induce a qualitative change? And then utilizing the body flicker technique, Hiruzen, to escape the explosion's range? What if a shadow clone performed the task? The Great Fox did not mention that the Rasengan could be thrown. According to this training method, once released, the Rasengan would likely explode. What if it could be thrown with the addition of wind release? That would be a thrown Rasengan. Yet, the color of the tailed beast bomb displayed by the Great Fox did not seem to belong to any of the 5 attributes. Could it be that chakra attributes extend beyond the 5 known types? The bloodline limit, Kekkai Genkai, had mentioned the fusion of chakra. Could this lead to the emergence of new chakra attributes? However, since they all belonged to bloodlines, it indirectly indicated that not everyone could fuse certain chakra attributes with others. Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze lowered, seated upon the chair, feeling as though his intellect was insufficient. If only he were a bit smarter. Having enjoyed the conveniences brought by wisdom, he could never return to his former state. Senju Tobirama mused, "The child is teachable." Senju Tobirama continued, "If it were merely brute force, then the black frame Naruto would not be so formidable." "Ha ha ha," chuckled Senju Hashirama. "Elder brother, do not emerge yet. Your brute strength indeed does not require much thought. After all, a simple clap of the hands suffices." Without Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama might not have been inspired to develop the multiple shadow clone technique. Once the inspiration for shadow clones was successfully developed, Senju Tobirama conceived a new idea. Could ninja tools also utilize shadow clones? Thus, the mutual explosive tag was born. However, the risks inherent in the multiple shadow clone technique were already considerable. Utilizing the technique of multiple shadow clones to affix explosive tags for an offensive strategy, it is likely that only Senju Hashirama could withstand such an assault. Yet, does Senju Hashirama truly require this technique? Is it necessary? Thus emerged the jutsu of Edo Tensei. Once Edo Tensei was introduced, the mutual explosive tags technique was thoroughly perfected. In reality, one might aptly refer to this as the explosive tag shadow clone technique. Under favorable conditions, Senju Tobirama's combat prowess knows no bounds. It is noteworthy that while one can engage in combat with Senju Tobirama, it is inadvisable to challenge him to a duel. One can merely state that the legendary 4 of the Warring States era, namely the Senju brothers and the Uchiha brothers, ought to be referred to as the Warring States F4. Each of them is a top-tier figure. Were they not of the same era? Each of these 4 would possess the ability to dominate in age. Furthermore, the Warring States F4 is not scattered like stars in the sky. When united, They form a formidable force. Had the Warring States F4 reached their full potential, the ninja world would undoubtedly be a different realm. Even if Uchiha Madara ultimately capitulated and did not forge a unified dominion, the ninja world would remain characterized by a significant power disparity of 1 against 4. Even after their eventual demise, they would leave Konoha with countless contingency plans. The image on the large black-framed screen continued. Glancing up, he caught sight of the captivated Kyuubi. Its paw was absent-mindedly stroking its own tail. It seemed the Kyuubi would not divulge any further useful information today. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, he acknowledged his own impatience. Shaking his head with a smile, he realized that he was already contemplating starting a race, or even flying, despite having yet to learn to walk. The diligent Naruto, engrossed in taking notes, paused momentarily. He then tapped his head as he was reminded by his black-framed counterpart. Indeed, he was quite eager. Glancing at the chat room, he noticed a name that had not appeared in a while. What had transpired? Naruto's intuition was correct. At that moment, in the Pure Land, Kusina and Uchiha Mikoto had located Uchiha Izumi. It was evident that the Sage of Six Paths was secretly intervening. One must admit that the talent of Minato Namikaze is not something ordinary individuals can compare with. The Rasengan may merely represent the initial phase of this technique. What would the final form of this technique look like in his mind? However, he already envisioned its ultimate manifestation. The Rasengan is an exceptionally malleable ninjutsu. His thoughts had become constrained, akin to the Kyuubi, which could consume and expel. Perhaps he had been practicing fire release techniques too fervently of late. The old sage had remained silent recently, likely due to his son, Asuma Sarutobi. Otherwise, he would have sent over the ninjutsu scrolls by now. Shaking his head, Naruto slowly rose. The ceiling space was not conducive for practicing ninjutsu, as one's spiritual energy could easily interfere. Just like the chakra ball he had just manifested with his spiritual energy. Kyuubi, I am about to begin practicing Rasengan. Oh. The Kyuubi waved its hand dismissively without turning around, displaying some impatience. Chapter 156. The Training Maniac. The Kyuubi's fury. The thoughts of the black-framed Naruto were tumultuous, and so were the hearts of the ninja in the ninja world. There are not many ninjutsu that earn the praise of black-framed Naruto. Many of his ideas were recorded onto scrolls. With his consciousness returning to reality, Naruto's first task was to purchase balloons. After employing the transformation technique, he swiftly disappeared into the back mountains of Konoha. Shortly after, he returned with a bag of balloons and a bag of rubber balls. Each balloon was filled with water. Let the training commence. With a loud pop, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him. As the smoke dissipated, 10 shadow clones emerged. Now let us begin. At Naruto's command, the shadow clones each advanced to retrieve their share of the water-filled balloons. Naruto did not commence his training yet. He merely wandered before the 10 shadow clones. The first shadow clone took a deep breath, adjusted its state, and began to inject chakra into the balloon. Observing the balloon beginning to sway, Naruto furrowed his brow. Water is formless, and chakra, when released, is similarly intangible. The internal water flow of the balloon reflects the direction of the chakra being released. Hearing this, the shadow clone remarked, "Master, I am finding it somewhat difficult to control the water flow. It is about to begin rotating clockwise." Naruto nodded, realizing that during this period, he had focused solely on the property changes of fire attribute chakra and had not ventured into chakra form transformations. No wonder the Kyuubi had stated that once one masters Rasengan, there is no need to practice chakra form transformations. Your task is to adjust the water flow direction under these circumstances. In simple terms, it involves making the water inside the balloon rotate in a specific direction with a regular pattern. While the task of the first shadow clone is to disrupt this orderly flow into chaotic turbulence. This is no easy feat. Scanning the 10 shadow clones, Naruto noted that each was facing a similar situation, though the direction of the water flow inside the balloons differed. Just as Naruto was about to proceed methodically to accumulate experience, a refreshing breeze brushed against him, causing his bangs to dance lightly. Momentarily stunned, a flash of inspiration struck him. With a pop, one shadow clone dispelled itself, transmitting memories and experiences back. Naruto raised his hand to form a seal and created another shadow clone. He then approached the first shadow clone with the updated version. You continue, increasing the chakra flow in the direction of the water flow, striving to maintain stability and uniformity. With that, Both Naruto and the updated shadow clone placed their hands on the water-filled balloon held by the first shadow clone. Simultaneously, they infused chakra into it. In an instant, the internal water flow of the balloon was disrupted. Chakra from 3 different directions relentlessly impacted the inner water flow. In the blink of an eye, the internal water flow of the balloon transformed into chaotic turbulence. Now, Naruto and the updated shadow clone immediately entered a semi-meditative state, doubling the absorption of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Naruto extended his other hand to cover the balloon. The first shadow clone's control over the water flow within the balloon vanished, taken over by Naruto himself. He was responsible for releasing chakra in 2 directions, while the updated shadow clone maintained control over the dispersed chakra, stabilizing the interior chakra and preventing it from surging outward uncontrollably. Without any surprises, the balloon underwent violent deformation, with the internal water surging outward like a mass of sharp spikes. The balloon, unable to withstand such impact, burst explosively. Yes, that was the sensation. Naruto felt a surge of excitement as he formed a seal. Subsequently, all shadow clones were dispelled, and a wealth of memories and experiences flooded back. This minute amount of information felt negligible. Naruto once again created 10 shadow clones, initiating a new round of training. This time, all shadow clones no longer merely focused on making the internal water of the balloons rotate in a single direction. The water-filled balloons danced vigorously in the hands of the shadow clones, occasionally producing sharp spikes of water. Still not enough, far from sufficient. In pairs, they began to familiarize themselves with the sensation of bursting balloons. At the command, the shadow clones swiftly divided into 5 groups, while Naruto continued to observe the changes. He had already grasped the transformation of chakra. With a sudden bang, Naruto commenced his endeavor of overwhelming quantity. After a brief period of observation, he gained further insights and promptly guided 1 group of shadow clones to burst their balloons. Subsequently, he continued to refresh the shadow clones. Thus, after half an hour, a group finally emerged that could burst the balloons without requiring assistance from his original self, taking 2.5 minutes in total. Naturally, Naruto immediately refreshed all the shadow clones. The updated shadow clones once again divided into 5 groups. Placing his hand on a balloon, Naruto merely sensed the internal conditions without interfering with the clone's chakra control. Soon after another 2.5 minutes, the balloon burst, soaking Naruto's attire with water. However, he paid it no mind and moved on to the next group, engrossed in his training. Within the ceiling space, the great fox, who had been reading a book, suddenly sat upright, closing the book and turning to the 5 shadow clones of Naruto seated nearby. Do not meditate just yet. Dispel your shadow clones. Foolish child. I knew it would come to this. Allow me some calm. Do you wish to suffer needlessly for so many years? Stay composed. Do not let your current body incur any risk of depleting its essence. This scene left everyone astounded. Even Locke and Might Guy wore expressions of disbelief. This pair, suspected to be father and son, were renowned for their diligent genius. Yet, compared to the black-framed Naruto, they seemed somewhat diminished. The intensity of this training was life-threatening. If roles were reversed, Little Lee would undoubtedly perish by the wooden stake behind the hill before completing his 2nd year, likely breaking his limbs in the process. Even in his final moments, he would struggle to rise and perform a leaf whirlwind against the stake. Kusina nearly fainted. The speed at which chakra was being depleted was staggering. Even in her prime, combined with the chakra of the 9 tails, she could not endure such consumption. In this brief period, Naruto expended chakra equivalent to that of 66 Kakashis. Absolutely not. Naruto must not learn the multiple shadow clone technique at such an early stage. I concur. The intensity of his efforts was indeed disconcerting for everyone present. Nevertheless, the allure of black-framed Naruto skyrocketed, causing many girls to gaze at him with hearts in their eyes. The great fox has not been this angry in quite some time. Naruto's chakra and mental energy were depleting rapidly, and the great fox quickly sensed this, secretly supplying him with additional chakra. Yet, it could not sustain the training of a round of shadow clones, and was soon drained. How could it not feel anxious? All right, the original will be informed. Thank you, great fox. You little rascal. I have yet to target your weaknesses, and you dare to turn the tables on me? Damn it. Who is truly the more vengeful one here? I merely mocked you a few times. With a bang, a shadow clone within the ceiling space dispelled itself. A surge of memories and experiences flooded back as Naruto, in a frenzied state, stood frozen in place. Moments later, one group of shadow clones burst a water-filled balloon in just half a minute. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and formed a hand seal. After these updates, all shadow clones that had entered a similar frenzied state dispelled, transmitting their memories and experiences back to him. Naruto sat down heavily, then realized that his clothes had already been drenched with cold sweat. He had been careless, inadvertently slipping into that state again. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that the shadow clones left in the ceiling space served a purpose beyond mere meditation and mental training. They were a contingency plan that Naruto had set for himself. This was why he had always restrained his training. Once he became serious, he would disregard everything, vowing not to relent until he achieved his goals. Chapter 157, Rasengan. This child is terrifying, Senju Hashirama remarked. Previously, the Black Frame Naruto mentioned that if Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would likely go blind within days. Uchiha Izuna added. But it seems that Black Frame Naruto himself is on the same path. If he learns the multiple shadow clone technique, Haruno Sakura interjected. Once he enters that focused state, he could potentially exhaust himself within half a day. Will he collapse like Kakashi-sensei did after the battle with Zabuza? Uzumaki Naruto queried. Such a simplistic view. Considering the risks of the multiple shadow clone technique, you would be overwhelmed and subsequently deplete your essence. Even with the 9 tails, you would lose half your life. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. This is merely the scenario with 1,000 clones. For those uninitiated, observing Black Frame Naruto was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. 4 seasoned ninjas, especially exceptional ones. It felt like an ant attempting to shake the heavens. Such an existence transcended mere genius. If conditions permitted, unrestrained by the depletion of essence, Black Frame Naruto's strength would soar. In this moment, Naruto himself compared his abilities to that of his counterpart in the black-framed world. For a fleeting instant, he seemed to understand why these 2 grand screens were termed contrasting viewing experiences. The black-frame screen and the golden-framed screen offered entirely different viewing experiences. I wonder whom you learned this from. The Great Fox, noticing Naruto's calmness, resumed lounging, unwilling to engage with the insufferable boy. Yet, internally, it began to ponder how to retaliate against Naruto. In the external world, after a brief rest, Naruto slowly rose. It seems today's training session must come to an end. I shall take a break now. He turned and ran off to fish in peace. Gazing into the crystal-clear river, Naruto gradually found tranquility. Yet, before long, his thoughts ignited once more. The flying ninjas, as described by Shiyuan, had confirmed that the 2nd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage employed earth release techniques. If they could fly, their offensive capabilities must certainly include long-range attacks. Long-range earth release. Naruto furrowed his brow. Could it be a bloodline limit? Shaking his head, he closed his mouth, realizing he still knew too little. Contemplating, he placed one hand in the water, slowly and steadily releasing chakra. Soon, the chakra began to spread with the flow of the water. This was Naruto's first time attempting such a thing. Suddenly, he froze. He could perceive everything within a 3-meter radius beneath the water. A thought surfaced in his mind. The land of rain, the ever-persistent rain of Amigakure. If Hanzo the salamander infused chakra into the rainwater, it would create a natural barrier. As soon as anyone entered Amigakure, they would undoubtedly be detected by Hanzo. No one could ascertain the whereabouts of Hanzo of the salamander, a figure revered as a demigod in Yuin village. Is this the reason for the mystery surrounding him? As Naruto's inner thoughts echoed on the large black-framed screen, the members of Akatsuki were left astounded. Even those familiar with Yuin village widened their eyes in disbelief. How could one even fathom this? If the black-framed Naruto were to truly access all information within the ninja world, the viewing system would become perilous. It seemed as though every village would lose its secrets. This was utterly absurd. In Yuin village, Nagato paused in contemplation. Indeed, the black-framed Naruto had deduced correctly. However, due to limitations in information, he remained unaware that even the major ninja villages that had never interacted with Yuin village were oblivious to Hanzo's demise. Currently, Yuin village was governed by the god, referring to the Akatsuki organization. Yet, as Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly, he questioned the very notion of divinity. Where does such power originate? Is it not from his Rinnegan? Without the Rinnegan, could it truly be his own? The Uzumaki clan, a distant kin of the Senju, had never heard of either clan possessing a bloodline capable of altering one's eyes. Was everything about him merely a design? Nagato had indeed harbored doubts. Nonetheless, the overwhelming power of divinity obliterated such thoughts the instant they arose. Moreover, his focus had always been on becoming a nuclear threat to the ninja world, seeking peace through dominance. Beneath the strange statue in Yuin village, Konan extended her small hand to catch the falling raindrops. It was evident that the black-frame Naruto held a keen interest in Yuin village, a convergence point of the three great nations that was hard to ignore. She hoped that developments would align with her prayers. The black-frame screen continued to display, showcasing jutsu related to the earth element. Capable of affecting the human body and possessing the ability to lighten it, this would allow for the creation of flying ninjas. With a swift motion, Naruto caught a fish. The concept of bloodline limits arose from the fusion of two or more chakra natures, yet not everyone could achieve such feats. This was a direction he could pursue once his body matured. Additionally, he must not neglect the training of chakra nature transformation. For now, he would focus on mastering the shadow clone technique. Releasing the fish, Naruto sighed. It was not the moment to realize his innate talent. Yet he found himself easily consumed by the pursuit of cultivation, which was quite frustrating. For now, he could only continue to redirect his focus. Inoki lamented, regretting that if only the black-frame Naruto were from their village. The lack of successors was a greater sorrow than anything else. Kuro exclaimed in frustration about the old man, while Inoki shook his head, observing the chatroom. Deidara had been unusually silent, aggravating him further. Just as he was on the cusp of a leisurely retirement, he did not anticipate being entangled with that troublesome Akatsuki organization. After assigning them a few missions, Deidara's presence had been conspicuously absent. To draw a clear line, he even proclaimed himself a rogue ninja from a Wagakure. Time flew by, and a month later, despite Naruto's diligent efforts to restrain himself, it took him a week to break a water-filled balloon with one hand. Another 10 days passed before he managed to burst a rubber ball. Subsequently, after several more days, he finally mastered the Rasen Shuriken. Although it was a challenging process, it was the only method available to him at this moment. Observing the blue chakra sphere in his hand brought a slight smirk to Naruto's lips. This jutsu was indeed impressive and highly malleable. Naruto planned to dedicate the upcoming time to simultaneously training 5 types of chakra nature transformations while continuing to develop the Rasen Shuriken. Recently, the Nine Tails had also quieted down, offering no other techniques or information. Thus, Naruto had no choice but to continue laying a solid foundation. There was one matter that piqued Naruto's interest. On this particular day, after Yuzuki Yugao had taken advantage of him, she departed, leaving him with information about the second and third Tsuchikage's ability to fly. Inoki suddenly exclaimed in alarm, realizing that news had spread too quickly. The ninja world was about to witness the emergence of a third flying ninja. If the black-frame Naruto learned of this, it would spell disaster, as Inoki's and Madara's secrets would be exposed. Inoki's concerns were justified. In the world of ninjas, information disparity was often the key to victory. Without Itachi Uchiha's intelligence, many ninjas would lose their fighting capabilities even before a battle commenced. This included Nagato's pain, with its shared vision and ability to infinitely regenerate. They could not be separated or resolved in a short span of time. If Nagato's true body remained undiscovered, it would not be long before a new pain surfaced. At Naruto's home, Nara Shikamaru frowned deeply. Naruto, are you implying that the son of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, will become our guiding Jonin? Ino felt as if the sky had fallen. That day happened to be a rest day for Team 3, prompting the younger generation to gather at Naruto's place. Since the trio of Tenten, Lee, and Neji had become ninjas, their gatherings had significantly dwindled. Moreover, as graduation approached, they began to train in their family's secret techniques after school. Moments earlier, Ino had been chatting with Tenten, feeling envious of her classmates for being in the same team as Lee and Neji. However, upon hearing about Team 3's current situation, even Neji could not suppress the twitch of his eye and let out a silent sigh. The others were left speechless, observing the now youthful and exuberant Lee. They glanced at Tenten and Neji, their eyes filled with pity. Just then, Shikamaru and Naruto began discussing the guiding Jonin. Seizing the opportunity, Ino rushed over, only to overhear the possibility of a new Jonin for the Ino Shikacho trio. Shikamaru, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, although it's quite unpleasant, it is very likely to happen. In recent times, they had all encountered Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, who had just returned from the land of fire. He bore a symbol of the guardian ninjas, one of the 12 ninjas tasked with protecting the daimyo. Ino, feeling utterly disheartened, lamented. How could my guiding jonin be that bearded man who smokes? No. Initially accepting the situation, she realized that the upcoming class divisions might not place her in the same class as Naruto. After all, separating the Ino Shikacho trio was no easy feat. Even if Ino could persuade her parents, Shikaku and Yoshino Nara would not easily agree, nor would the Yamanka or Akimichi families. Despite the fact that they were merely ordinary clan members, the three of them were heirs to the Ino Shikacho clans, which still publicly aligned with the Hokage. All right, Ino. There's no need to struggle, Shikamaru stated, reclining on the ground. Since Naruto is so certain, this matter is unlikely to change. This is Konoha. Indeed. Ningxi nodded in agreement. The bearded uncle who smokes will stubbornly pursue girls. How can one person embody all the traits she detests? Ino has also collapsed, though she is clever enough to rest her head on Naruto's thigh. If that is the case, our guiding jonin should also be a ninja from the Hokage lineage. Shino adjusted his glasses and glanced at Ya and Hinata, who was busy in the kitchen. What are you talking about? Ya scratched his head. Our cohort is rather unique. As there will be many political factors involved, Shikamaru remarked. In this era of peace, if one desires to become Hokage, one must possess sufficient prestige and the support of various ninja clans. Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi are evidently excellent candidates. The Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans are also targets for alliances. Hence, it is highly probable that you, Shino, and Hinata will be in the same class. Hearing this, Ye tilted his head, pondering that the remaining members would be Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. It is highly likely to be this way, Naruto chuckled lightly. No. That wretched Sakura is truly enviable. I too wish to be with my beloved. Naruto gently ruffled Ino's hair. Ino was reluctant to leave so soon and continued to act cute. It is indeed bothersome, day by day, to be preoccupied with these calculations. Shikamaru expressed his irritation. From early on, only he could resonate with Naruto. Now, there was also Ningxi. However, Ningxi was mostly quiet. Naruto noticed the defiance in his eyes, but chose not to intervene. He preferred Hinata to address this matter. Yet, it was evident that Ningxi did not afford Hinata the opportunity. Moreover, over the years, Hinata had been diligently training, striving to catch up with Naruto. Naruto, what do you intend to do? Soon, Inuzuka could no longer contain himself. Look, even the slowest responder, Inuzuka, has sensed that something is amiss with Naruto's assistance. Do as Shino does, Shikamaru interjected before Naruto could speak. In truth, Shikamaru had contemplated this matter for many years. He had also subtly broached the topic with Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku's response had been rather indifferent, and after that instance, Shikamaru had not brought up the topic again. Shikamaru recalled vividly. His father's voice had been calm, merely stating that as the future leader of the Nara clan, his responsibilities extended beyond just Nara, but also included Akimichi and Yamanaka. They could make mistakes. But as the leader of the three clans, he could not afford to err lightly. Having voiced this, he developed such thoughts. If he harbored such notions, then Ino and Choji need not be mentioned. Shikamaru believed that if it seemed feasible, he should proceed. Even if he failed, their fathers were still alive. He needed to prepare himself. There was only one chance. This implied that aiding Naruto was possible, but it was limited to a single opportunity. However, there was no need for psychological pressure. Even if they failed, the three of them could still withstand the wrath of the Hokage faction. After that instance, Shikamaru frequently observed others. When he saw his father growing closer to the leaders of the Yamanaka and Hyuga clans, he understood that the Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Yamanaka clans were trustworthy. Unfortunately, the Uchiha were no more. He recognized that this was his father's way of helping him see the internal dynamics of Konoha. One could say that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not particularly competent as Hokage. Otherwise, when Shino and Yo approached Naruto for assistance, Shikamaru would have intervened to prevent their integration into this small group. Orochimaru remarked, "A clever child has made the right choice." Senju Tobirama noted, however, at present, Kuroka Naruto will not consent, for he himself lacks absolute certainty and will not easily allow the 6 great ninja clans to intervene. Chapter 159, Approaching Graduation. Anoki commented, "Quite interesting, the position of Hokage has indeed been monopolized." Terumi Mei stated, "As far as I know, the village of Kumogakure seems to be the only one like this." The 4th Raikage scoffed, "If you have the ability, come and seize it. What of hereditary succession? We do not shy away from challengers." The 4th Raikage continued, But we will not resort to the various underhanded tactics like those in Konoha's upper echelons. The fourth Raikage added, if you doubt it, you are welcome to visit my Kumogakure. Mabui stated, Kumogakure also experiences internal strife, but everyone tacitly refrains from lethal force. Mabui elaborated. Every Raikage has been the strongest in the village, and before taking office, they would set up a platform and fight until the end. Mabui noted, moreover, the lineage of the Raikage has intricate connections with the daimyo. Samui remarked, thus, regardless of strength, prestige, or status, each Raikage has been deserving. Killer Bee exclaimed, yo. Just as Killer Bee began to speak, he was abruptly kicked away by the fourth Raikage. Anoki acknowledged, that is indeed an undeniable fact. Anoki continued, however, it appears that the third Hokage clearly intends for Asuma to become the fifth Hokage. Anoki assessed, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, along with the support of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans, coupled with the identity of the guardian shinobi and the Hokage's son, along with the Sarutobi clan's reputation among civilians, all point to a lack of need to consider strength. Orochimaru remarked, Sarutobi-sensei's consistent style means that even if Danzo wishes to seize it, he cannot. Orochimaru added, if Sarutobi-sensei were to succeed, Naruto would inevitably be relegated to the same position as Danzo now occupies. Tsunade commented, Orochimaru, regardless, you are still a Konoha ninja. Even if you have become a rogue ninja, must you slander Konoha alongside outsiders? Mito Minion concurred, Tsunade is correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had not spoken for quite some time. Tsunade and Mito Minion understood that it was their turn to take the stage. Orochimaru chuckled. Two old geezers. Orochimaru continued, I recall conducting research previously. Orochimaru asked, Mito Minion, would you like to hear it? Orochimaru continued, it concerns Asuma. Mito Minion's expression instantly changed. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, what? I want to hear. Tsunade admonished, Orochimaru, do not speak nonsense. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Within the base of the Akatsuki organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also darkened. Danzo sat in the prime seat, letting out a cold laugh. The black-framed large screen continued to display images. In the blink of an eye, there remained but a month until the graduation examination of the ninja school. All right, everyone quiet down, Irika said with a broad smile. He looked at the students in their seats, filled with satisfaction. In a daze, it felt as though he had returned 7 years back. This group of young children had just enrolled. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed from little kids into big friends. His gaze swept around the room. Ultimately, Irika began to boldly glance toward the upper right corner. The Naruto gang's reputation had spread, though he did not know when. Irika felt both gratified and helpless, even somewhat fearful. These little rascals were indeed a headache. It was not only him. Even the only teacher who had taught them once in the past 7 years was deeply affected. No teacher dislikes diligent and capable students. Well, under normal circumstances. Yet, every member of the Naruto gang was exceptional and eager to learn, enough to drive a teacher mad. If the situation were to worsen, it might even lead to bankruptcy. Irika sighed. As everyone settled down, Irika remarked, there is only 1 month left until the graduation exam. Everyone, let's focus and prepare diligently. In a month, I hope to see you all having successfully passed the exam and become ninjas. With a tap on the blackboard, Irika continued, in the upcoming month, I will also be preparing alongside you for the exam. So, let's all invigorate our spirits. As his words settled, a profound silence enveloped the classroom for a moment. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the stillness. 1 month, I can hardly wait. Following this, it seemed as though everyone had received a silent cue, and they began to whisper amongst themselves. I look forward to becoming a ninja. Soon we will wear the stylish Konoha headbands like Teacher Irika. I heard there will be team divisions, 3 people per squad. It would be wonderful if I could be in the same team as Naruto. You all can go after Naruto. I'm not greedy. I only want to be with Sasuke. Humph, a bunch of slackers. I want to be in the same class as both Naruto and Sasuke. As graduation approached, Irika did not interrupt the children's chatter, patiently awaiting the classroom to regain its composure. Without anticipation, how could one strive for excellence? Naruto's group remained unaffected. Nervous? That was simply out of the question. Naruto's group was practically comprised of top scholars. They understood that once they became ninjas, the opportunities to gather and connect would significantly diminish, thus their excitement waned. However, this was an inevitable reality. At that moment, the most impatient among them was the aloof Sasuke. He had been distant for 3 years. In that time, he had scarcely interacted with Naruto's group. Kiba once mentioned that while walking his dog, he passed by the now semi-restricted Uchiha clan territory and caught a glimpse of Sasuke's figure. It appeared he had been living alone within, often training late into the night. At that time, Kiba proposed holding gatherings, playing, and training within the Uchiha grounds. Thus, he was encouraged by others to approach Sasuke. Unsurprisingly, Kiba, frustrated, challenged Sasuke during a practical exercise, only to receive a thorough beating. Ultimately, he was defeated. This left Sasuke visibly upset for several days, adorned with numerous injuries. Struggling to contend with Kiba had deeply impacted Sasuke, compelling him to train obsessively. If he were aware that Kiba had been strictly forbidden from using anything taught by Naruto, perhaps the outcome of their encounter would have been different. Sasuke was undeniably strong. However, at this early stage, he had yet to unlock his Sharingan, and defeating Kiba, who had been trained by Naruto, was no simple feat. Gazing at Sasuke in the black frame world, everyone fell silent. A Uchiha genius? Hadn't he practiced that great fireball technique for quite some time? It seemed to lack the grandeur of Naruto's inaugural fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke's expression darkened. Yet, to his surprise, Naruto did not unleash his technique directly at him. 2 weeks later, within the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his position. Before him stood 3 familiar faces: Uzumaki Koharu, Kato Hamura, and Shimura Danzo. The graduation day for the Ninja Academy was fast approaching. Many of this year's graduates held unique identities. Kato Hamura spoke first. How to divide the classes is a pressing issue. Uzumaki Koharu squinted slightly, while Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly puffed on a cigarette, casting a glance at his close friend. Danzo slowly placed the class division list down. Hiruzen, am I mistaken? You actually intend for the Jinchuriki to become a ninja? What on earth are you thinking, Hiruzen? Danzo pressed. Koharu immediately joined in, questioning Hiruzen. This matter has been mishandled. You should have consulted us first. The graduation exam for this cohort at the Ninja Academy could be considered rather simple. Koharu and Hamura had anticipated this. They initially thought Hiruzen's actions were due to a lack of genin. However, it now appeared to be entirely for the sake of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Due to being a Jinchuriki, it was inevitable that his chakra control would be inferior to that of others. The graduation exam primarily assessed the basic 3-body technique, which was foundational to the point of being unassailable. Even in past examinations, the 3-body technique had never been singled out as a main assessment item. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly took a puff of his cigarette and stated softly, Naruto is also a member of Konoha and is entitled to become a ninja. Moreover, there is no rule in the village prohibiting Jinchuriki from becoming ninjas. Humph. Danzo scoffed. This is absolutely out of the question. Upon hearing this, both Koharu and Hamura nodded in agreement. Clearly, they did not support this notion. A Jinchuriki was a Jinchuriki. Once they became ninjas, they would inevitably have missions outside the village. What if an accident occurred during such a mission? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki absolutely cannot leave the village. Otherwise, we may never see Konoha again, and we cannot afford that loss. Hamura's face was grave. Indeed, if other villages take notice, it could plunge Konoha into crisis, Koharu added. Yet, Danzo suddenly fell silent. He narrowed his eyes, observing his close friend, aware that his ally had a contingency plan. In that case, Danzo stated, allowing the Jinchuriki to become a ninja is not entirely out of the question. Oh, Hiruzen was somewhat taken aback, knowing his friend's character. He expected vehement opposition to this matter. Koharu and Hamura were left speechless. You initiated this debate, yet you're the first to retreat? Allowing the Jinchuriki to become a ninja is a significant decision. After all, a Jinchuriki is an exceedingly unstable and dangerous element. Let a member of the root organization serve as his guiding jonin. That way, I can feel more at ease. Upon hearing this, Koharu and Hamura paused for a moment, then reacted. You mean to have someone from Danzo's root organization as the guiding jonin for the Jinchuriki? What difference does that make? Ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled. His face, lined with wrinkles, bore a smile. At that moment, Hiruzen felt that his choice was indeed correct. Nurturing Naruto to grow, initially assisting him for a period until he became familiar, then pairing him with Asuma, who was still young but possessed tremendous potential and was remarkably obedient. This way, when Asuma became the 5th Hokage, he need not fear his 3 old companions. Moreover, he had the backing of his own authority. As he chuckled, Hiruzen shook his head and waved his hand. All right, I have made my decision. As these words left his lips, the hearts of the three sank. I have already arranged for Kakashi to leave the Umbu. He will serve as Naruto's guiding jonin from now on. No one in the village is more suitable than him. No need for further discussion. Yuan Fei Rizan's hand gazed cheerfully at Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Minyan. The two were taken aback and promptly fell silent. Kakashi, indeed, is the most suitable choice. He possesses the Sharingan and is the disciple of the fourth Hokage. However, Shimura Danzo remained undeterred. Rizan's hand, I still disagree. The Jinchuriki must be guided by a jonin from my root organization. Enough. No need to continue. Yuan Fei Rizan's hand retracted his smile. Rizan's hand. You. Shimura Danzo was cut off as Rizan's hand narrowed his eyes. Danzo, are you questioning me? Do not forget your current status. You are not even my advisor. Yet you dare challenge me, the Hokage? Danzo's expression darkened instantly. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Mito Minyan fell silent. Rizan's hand had made his stance clear. Any further outburst could draw his ire. Do not forget, I am the Hokage. Danzo's face turned crimson, yet ultimately, he chose to say nothing more and turned to leave. Rizan's hand, you will regret this. The door slammed shut. Mito Minyan and Zhuanqin Xiaochun exchanged glances. In that case, we have no objections. Rizan's hand, as long as you are confident. With that, the two departed the Hokage's office. Observing the empty office, Yuan Fei Rizan's hand rubbed his temples, suddenly feeling the weight of age. Naruto, you must grow up quickly. I am becoming weary. With that, he rose slowly, stretching his back, and turned to gaze out at Konoha. Let Yuhi Koan take charge of teammate. Asuma, the path has been laid out for you. All you need to do is open your mouth to partake. Yamanaka Ino, disgusting. Nara Shikamaru, I knew this would turn troublesome. Haruno Sakura, Asuma-sensei is madly pursuing Yuhi-sensei, so the third is just going with the flow? Temari, if Asuma succeeds in winning over Yuhi, it equates to garnering the support of the 6 great ninja clans. Mabui, indeed, with this, Asuma's prestige as a Hokage candidate would soar. Kuratsuchi, and let us not forget, the Sarutobi clan has replaced the Uchiha as Konoha's guard, holding significant esteem among the civilian populace, especially since Asuma is the son of the third Hokage. Haruno Sakura, how infuriating. This is hardly fair competition. Samui, is there truly such a thing as fairness? Fourth Raikage, that old fool of the third Hokage is indeed a bane. For Konoha and the ninja world, he is an unadulterated softy. Anoki Humph. If I were the third Hokage, well, enough said. Otherwise, I would wake up laughing in my sleep. Kuratsuchi, you old man, I have tolerated you for long enough. Uzumaki Kusina, when does the quiz start? Uzumaki Kusina, I am quite eager. Namikaze Minato, I doubt it will be so soon. There are many scenes of Naruto training. And according to everyone, it is a reward compensating viewers. Senju Tobirama, indeed, what we just witnessed seems like a compensatory reward. And you, little girl from the Uzumaki clan, do not fret. We will intervene, and they will not escape. The finishing blow will be yours. Uzumaki Kusina, who asked you? Chapter 161, The Great Fox, what are you up to now? Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, ha. Tsunade, granduncle, be quiet. Uchiha Zuna, ha ha. Yamanaka Ino, the laughter of my handsome father is unmistakable. He is the most charming in the chat room. Uchiha Zuna, ha ha. Namikaze Minato, Kusina, I, Uzumaki Kusina, get lost. However, at that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the black-framed large screen. Boom. What happened? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Damn it. The explosion originated from the back mountains of Konoha. Everyone, remain calm and escort the civilians to the shelters. This explosion threw the entire Konoha into chaos. Even Yuan Fei Rizan's hand, who had been pondering future plans, was momentarily stunned. He then squinted slightly. Hokage-sama, there was an explosion from the back mountains. It is likely an enemy attack. Send someone to investigate first. I will follow shortly. Yuan Fei Rizan's hand took a deep breath and swiftly descended the stairs. Understood. The Umbu ninja hastily departed, organizing personnel to head towards the back mountains. Yamanaka Ino, an enemy attack? Haruno Sakura, is there really such a thing before graduation? Kuratsuchi, the black-framed world is different from our golden-framed world. An enemy attack is indeed possible. Senju Tobirama, I suspect it is not an enemy attack, but related to black-framed Naruto. Orochimaru, can such a commotion be created so easily? Orochimaru, no wonder he is black-framed Naruto. Everyone, Orochimaru, you are seriously ill. However, upon reflection, Orochimaru's words held merit. If the disturbance was indeed caused by Black Frame Naruto, his power would be terrifying. Mastering such large-scale destructive ninjutsu so swiftly was astonishing. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Konoha, Naruto gazed at the deep pit below, swallowing hard. Thankfully, I had my shadow clone try it out. Even the great fox in the ceiling space sat up straight. What is this kid up to now? Fortunately, it was a shadow clone, had it been his main body. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What nonsensical experimentation are you conducting? Furthermore, you dare get excited despite your body trembling uncontrollably. The great fox was genuinely on the verge of collapse. Ever since it accepted Naruto's words, it had not slept well. Naruto had indeed restrained his training, but his penchant for experimentation was unyielding. Had he not been cautious enough to use a shadow clone for the experiment, he would likely be in pieces by now. The great fox, frustrated and angry, held its head. I knew I should not have taught you Rasengan. You brat, calm down. Do not attempt anything further or document it. A large number of ninjas are rushing this way. The great fox's voice immediately reached Naruto's mind. Naruto jolted, casting a reluctant glance at the enormous pit below before hastily using body flicker to escape. He sensed the throngs of ninjas advancing towards him from Konoha. The commotion had indeed been too great. Yamanaka and Oichi, I never expected it to be the commotion caused by black-framed Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of technique is this? Uzumaki Naruto, it feels so cool, and its power is undoubtedly substantial. Naruto was thrilled. He suddenly realized how vast the gap was between himself and black-framed Naruto. So immense that he had lost all feelings of envy and jealousy, leaving only admiration. Starting from the same starting line, yet taking different paths. The Naruto of the black-framed world had already outpaced his current self by several streets. Given this, just like the tooth from the black-framed world, if he could not surpass him, why not join him? After all, they were both Uzumaki Naruto. Following the path of another self, there was no shame in that. For Naruto had discovered something. Strength appears to be the very foundation for survival in this world of ninjas. No matter how eloquently one speaks, it pales in comparison to the might of a fist. In a swift motion, Naruto returned home. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen donned a brand new combat uniform. Suddenly recalling something, he hurried back to his office to retrieve the crystal ball that monitored everything within the Konoha barrier. Moments later, images began to materialize within the crystal ball. It seemed that Naruto had taken a liking to venturing into the back mountains. It was imperative to confirm Naruto's safety. If he were not at home, could it be that Danzo had made a move against him? At that moment, Hiruzen's suspicions were not directed towards other ninja villages, but rather towards his close comrade, Danzo. This scene elicited a cold laugh from many in the ninja world, for it was evident that Hiruzen was well aware of Shimura Danzo's notorious reputation. It could be said that such a person was deserving of the contempt they received. Nevertheless, curiosity loomed. How had the black-framed Naruto stirred such commotion? With a deep sigh, Hiruzen felt a wave of relief upon seeing Naruto's bewildered expression. Thankful that Naruto had not ventured into the back mountains that day. The consequences would have been dire. Yet, a frown soon creased his brow. What was the source of the disturbance in the back mountains? With that thought, Hiruzen dispelled the chakra he had applied to the crystal ball. However, in the instant the image vanished, he found himself momentarily frozen. It felt as though Naruto had, through the crystal ball's surveillance, caught sight of his own aged visage. After a brief silence, Hiruzen exited the Hokage office. Confirming the situation in the back mountains took precedence. Could it be that the boy's mental fortitude had matured to such an extent? He had detected the chakra fluctuations from the crystal ball's monitoring so swiftly. Clearly, his talent surpassed Hiruzen's expectations. At such a young age, it seemed plausible that he could become a sensory-type ninja. Was it possible that Naruto had awakened the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan? It was certainly conceivable. While Kusina had not awakened them, her child with Minato might. In the Uzumaki household, Naruto furrowed his brows. This sensation felt familiar, yet distinct from what he had sensed following the Uchiha clan's massacre. If he was not mistaken, the recent chakra fluctuations were indeed significant. Contemplating this, Naruto stepped outside his home and gazed upon the skies above Konoha. The barrier was intact. Each of the 5 great ninja villages possessed their own. Konoha's barrier was likely designed with assistance from the former Uzumaki village and subsequently refined by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. If it bore the mark of Tobirama, The possibility of it having the capability to monitor every corner of the village was high, besides ensuring Konoha's safety. Another purpose might have been to surveil the Uchiha clan. Chapter 162, Naming the Hero, Namikaze Minato. Senju Tobirama. Why not deduce the age at which I was still wetting the bed? Upon this reflection, Tobirama found the possibility rather substantial, provided that he offered enough information to the black-framed Naruto. Sighing in resignation, he could only watch helplessly as such a promising talent was squandered. Feeling no sense of belonging to Konoha, Tobirama slumped to the ground, increasingly regretting why he had been so foolish as to die prematurely. Yet, had he not done so, how could he have spoken of the will of fire? The black-frame screen continued to display images. However, the sensation of being surveilled was overwhelmingly apparent. It was nearly impossible to monitor the Uchiha clan, yet it did shed light on something. It was this very thing that had watched over him during his childhood. No wonder he had occasionally sensed being observed back then. It must have been that old relic. Closing the door, Naruto seated himself and set aside the matter, thoughtfully reflecting on the memories and experiences relayed by his shadow clone. The great fox could not help but acknowledge that the Rasengan developed by Namikaze Minato had remarkable potential for growth. In response, the great fox within the ceiling space wore a contemptuous expression. However, upon recalling the recent exploits of Naruto's shadow clone, it begrudgingly conceded that perhaps he was indeed impressive. Yet, to have the fox admit to this was evidently no easy feat. More importantly, the great fox suddenly felt a twinge of fear. The color of the Rasengan had transformed to purple. In release. A complete-tailed beast ball necessitated both in and yang releases. The great fox was terrified, fearing that Naruto might suddenly become aware of the existence of both. In release was fundamentally based on spiritual energy, capable of creating forms invisibly. Yang release, on the other hand, was rooted in physical capability, imbuing forms with life. The combination of the two could create all things and instill them with vitality. Naruto lacked nothing in yang release. But as for in release, the great fox cast a glance at the 5 shadow clones of Naruto, who were currently meditating to enhance their spiritual power, then silently closed its eyes. It thought to itself that it absolutely could not say anything. If it did, that insufferable brat would surely fall into a frenzy again. Absolutely not. Suddenly, several images floated through the great fox's mind, prompting it to vehemently refute its own thoughts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this mere child surpass me, the great fox? It must be that I have been reading too many tales recently. Humph. No matter how skilled that foolish child becomes, he could never surpass me. Tion, I've never heard of in and yang release before. Senju Tobirama. This pertains to legends and the realm of the Sage of 6 Paths. Of course, in reality, everyone possesses it. They just fail to recognize it. Medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu are 2 excellent examples. Once the Rasengan is fully formed, it can indeed incorporate other elemental chakra types, without altering its form. The chakra within the Rasengan can be transformed into fire, earth, lightning, water, or wind attributes. Intrigued by the sensation of experimenting with bloodline elimination, Naruto had his shadow clones test the infusion of single elemental chakra types into the Rasengan. While unstable, the timing of the explosion was sufficient to strike the enemy. Subsequently, Naruto embarked on a new round of experimentation, directing his clones to infuse 2 chakra attributes into the stabilized Rasengan. He first considered his affinity for wind chakra and the fire chakra he had already cultivated. Most importantly, the combination of these 2 attributes would yield results far beyond mere addition. Fire release counters wind release, but the countering is not overtly pronounced. However, when fire release and wind release are combined, the effects become remarkably evident. Thus, Naruto instructed his shadow clones to commence the experiment, first infusing fire chakra into the Rasengan. Instantly, the originally formless Rasengan, which radiated a blue aura, transformed into a vibrant red. It appeared as though a sea of flames was sealed within the Rasengan. Following that, he infused wind chakra. In an instant, the power emanating from the Rasengan left Naruto astounded. From the memories and experiences relayed by the shadow clone, the moment the wind attribute chakra was infused, the previously calm and stable fire attribute chakra within the Rasengan became immediately agitated. Despite the shadow clone's earnest efforts to maintain the form of the Rasengan, it underwent a transformation. A sharp sound of wind emerged, and the shape of the Rasengan shifted, resembling a shuriken. However, the wind blades were merely in their infancy, barely hinting at the design of a Furin shuriken, and remained quite unstable. Almost instantaneously, the powerful wind blades within the Rasengan severed part of the shadow clone's hand, leading to its dissolution. This revelation left Naruto momentarily stunned, prompting him to ponder and arrive at a conclusion. Simply infusing chakra containing the 5 elemental attributes would not result in such a transformation. The sole distinction lay in the fact that the fire attribute chakra he infused had undergone a nature transformation. Subsequently, Naruto instructed the shadow clone to experiment with infusing other chakra attributes, yet none of them manifested any nature transformation during practice. Unsurprisingly, the Rasengan merely exhibited internal instability without the notable transformation that had just occurred. Thus, it became evident that the nature transformation of the infused fire attribute chakra had influenced the wind attribute chakra he was on the verge of mastering. This discovery sparked a bold idea in Naruto's mind. The malleability of the Rasengan exceeded his expectations. With this thought, he immediately set about putting it into practice, resulting in a significant explosion. Initially, he infused the fire attribute chakra with nature transformation into the Rasengan. Instantly, the Rasengan became unstable. Yet Naruto still had ample time to maneuver. Having prepared in advance, he promptly created 5 shadow clones. After infusing the fire attribute chakra with nature transformation, the other 4 shadow clones acted simultaneously to stabilize the Rasengan while simultaneously adding various chakra attributes. Suddenly, 5 elemental chakra attributes emerged within the Rasengan. The experiment did not stop there. The shadow clones endeavored to integrate Jinjutsu into the mix, aiming to achieve an effect where, upon striking an enemy, the Rasengan would explode with the added illusionary effects. This idea inevitably led the shadow clones to contribute a plethora of ninjutsu chakra. And then, there was no further development. From the memories and experiences relayed by the shadow clones, a purple-tailed beast bomb materialized. Indeed, the color of the Rasengan transformed to a vibrant purple, and its shape became indescribably bizarre. In the blink of an eye, the Rasengan, which had been approximately the size of a soccer ball, expanded to a diameter surpassing that of others. Even the 5 shadow clones struggled to maintain its stability. Just as Naruto believed he had created a unique Super Rasengan, it exploded. The elements of wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth ravaged the surroundings like a fully formed ninjutsu. With a resounding blast, Naruto was fortunate to be at a safe distance. Otherwise, he too would have been affected. To this day, he still feels a slight ache in his ears. Yet, he was inexplicably exhilarated. For that level of attack was nearly equivalent to the strength of the tailed beast bomb demonstrated by the great fox. At this point, everyone was left in disbelief. A genius? A genius who isn't fit to carry the shoes of the black-framed Naruto. Such a wild idea, coupled with this monstrous talent, truly exemplified a level of prodigy that was unparalleled. Bo Feng Shuimen. He has conducted the experiment I wished to undertake, but lacked the courage to do so. Bo Feng Shuimen. I would call this technique the advanced version of the light will popsicle initiating spiral dual style Rasengan. Bo Feng Shuimen. Flashing wind, fire, lightning, earth. Light will popsicle initiating spiral dual style Rasengan Naruto Kyubi. The crowd. Chapter 163 Potential issues Flashing wind, fire, lightning, earth. Light will popsicle initiating spiral dual style Rasengan Naruto Kyubi. In the Pure Land, Kusina could only facepalm in exasperation. Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Izumi exchanged glances, remaining silent. However, Kusina did not exhibit the indignation they expected. Instead, she appeared remarkably calm. Rasengan. Yes, that name was indeed hers. Reflecting on the past, Kusina shook her head. She despised being deceived. Minato was fully aware of this. Love was genuine, there was no doubt, but until her anger subsided, reconciliation was impossible. In the chatroom, Senju Tobirama. You seem a bit oblivious, Fourth Hokage. Bo Feng Shuimen, what? With an innocent expression, Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Izumi. Do you think that name sounds good? Bo Feng Shuimen, yes. It is very fitting. Snap. In that moment, countless girls, no, women, watched in shock as the illusion of Bo Feng Shuimen shattered. They never expected that the little son would be so inept at naming. Kakashi wore a bittersweet expression. When he had first developed Chidori, Minato had attempted to help him name the technique. Kakashi had merely nodded in a nonchalant manner, yet internally, he harbored some small expectations. Who would have thought that, in the end, Kakashi decided to keep it simple and name it based on its characteristics, as 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously. Just then, a voice brimming with wisdom resonated in the chat room. Deidara. Haha. Deidara. Excellent. Black frame Naruto, is it? Very much to my taste. Deidara. He has begun to grasp the greatness of art. Explosions are art. Anoki, shut up. Deidara. Old man, can you really control me? Anoki. Alright. Feeling bold, are we? If you have the guts, return to a Wagakure and see if this old bone can still keep you in check. Crack. Deidara fell silent. Humph. The old man has no appreciation for artistry. Meanwhile, the elder in the Pure Land could finally sit still. The current reincarnation of Ashura seemed excessively powerful. Is Sasuke the reincarnation of his brother Indra? The gap is too vast. Perhaps, this generation will indeed bring an end to this conflict. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked towards the golden-framed large screen that had gone dark. Our world cannot be far behind. The conflict between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke will conclude in this era. The scene on the black-framed large screen continued. In the back mountains of Konoha, when Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived clad in brand new armor, the area had already been cordoned off by Anbu ninjas. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, confusion flickered in the murky depths of his aged eyes. There were no traces left of the unprecedented ninjutsu, whose power rivaled that of a tailed beast strike. Beyond that, there were no other useful pieces of information. Who was the caster? What was their purpose? Not a single clue remained. The situation grew serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened. He ordered everyone to heighten the vigilance along the borders during this period. As for the village, he would ensure that someone was assigned to patrol daily. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly departed. The Anbu ninjas obediently followed orders and heightened their awareness of their surroundings. This incident was rather unusual. After Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed a ninja from the Sarutobi clan to notify the Konoha guard about the upcoming tasks. He hurriedly made his way to the base of the root organization. On the way, a figure appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Kakashi, there is no need for you to handle this matter. You have far more pressing concerns. In a couple of days, I shall arrange for someone to notify you to come. I hereby officially declare that henceforth, you shall continue to live in Konoha as an elite jonin. The situation was sudden, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to make this decision. Kakashi must not accompany him to the root organization. Otherwise, given Sarutobi's familiarity with his dear friend Shimura Danzo, it is likely that Danzo would act against Kakashi in order to influence the selection of the next jonin. Understood. Kakashi replied after a moment of hesitation. Very well, take these next few days to rest adequately. With that, Sarutobi set off toward the root organization's base once more. Meanwhile, the instigator had begun preparing lunch. Naruto murmured, feeling as if he had sensed the external world long before. He placed a towel in a basin while glancing at the beautiful young Uchiha Izumi lying on the bed. Her flushed cheeks seemed somewhat amiss. Was she too shy to awaken, fearing the confrontation? That seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, it was a positive sign, at the very least. It confirmed that the person he had cared for all these years was not devoid of emotion. Shaking his head, Naruto left with the basin. Before long, the great fox's perception was connected. Inside the ceiling space, the great fox rolled its eyes. Even the fox was wary of this stingy fellow. However, the great fox became increasingly convinced of its thoughts, for at this moment, the annoying little brat was indeed blushing. Ha ha ha, still unwilling to admit your weaknesses? It taunted. Just wait, for I am already developing my jutsu. During lunch, Naruto suddenly realized that he might have overlooked something. If these villages could control individuals with their own will, why not explore that avenue? Why not plant a fervent seed throughout the entire ninja world, one that could ignite with just a whisper of wind in the future? Contemplating this, Naruto began to frown in thought. To those suffering throughout the ninja world, under the oppressive rule of the daimyo and the system of the ninja villages, there was hardly any space left for survival. They employed various righteous causes to force one to kneel. The thought of persistence flickered through Naruto's mind like immature ideas. Just then, the voice of the great fox echoed in his mind. Do not dwell on such matters for now. The graduation exam from the Ninja Academy is merely days away. Little brat, do you naively believe that everything will be within your grasp? The Jinchuriki becoming a ninja? Haha. In your mother's era, with various influences at play, it might have been possible, but you? Naruto froze. This was indeed a detail he had neglected. To him, all obstacles would be smoothed over by the third Hokage, whom he trusted immensely. Yet, even so, his mother, Uzumaki Kusina, had still been kept under house arrest in Konoha. Not only that, even the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who was also the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, that formidable woman, had to remain in the village. Upon hearing this, Naruto did not refute. However, in comparison to his mother, Uzumaki Mido was evidently afforded more freedom. Instinct told Naruto that Uzumaki Mido possessed great strength. Yet, after the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, she had chosen to confine herself within the village to guard against potential threats from outside. Senju Tobirama remarked, "Indeed, my sister-in-law's strength is unfathomable." Senju Hashirama added, "Mido's prowess is no less impressive. You, Black Frame Naruto, have an eye for talent." Uzumaki Mido stated, after Hashirama's passing, "I remained in the village to maintain order. I even refrained from politics to prevent others from believing that the land of whirlpools sought to usurp Konoha." Senju Tobirama noted, "Despite my sister-in-law being Konoha's strongest asset back then, in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara silently nodded, acknowledging Uzumaki Mido's admirable qualities. To be honest, Konoha's configuration back then was exceptionally advanced, capable of overpowering foes with ease. What a pity. Otherwise, the current situation would not be as it is." Yet, Uchiha Madara was more concerned about when Uchiha Izumi would awaken. Once she did, the historical records inscribed within the secret base beneath the Uchiha clan's shrine would undoubtedly be deciphered. At that time, he would patiently wait for Black Frame Naruto to resurrect him. Thus, little brat, the Great Fox advised earnestly, "You must consider your escape route." Naruto smirked slightly and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Great Fox." After expressing his gratitude to the Great Fox, Naruto's thoughts returned to the present. The Great Fox's warnings indeed held a significant likelihood of coming to fruition. If he became a ninja yet still faced the fate of being confined within Konoha, he would bide his time until they could bring back useful information, allowing him to sift through and identify formidable allies before severing ties with Konoha. However, this would allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to escape far too easily. Naruto had never been a magnanimous individual. Rather, he held grudges. Everything Sarutobi had brought upon him would be repaid manifold. Likewise, Naruto was not an unequivocal villain. Generally, he would refrain from acting unless absolutely necessary, as anyone who offended him would hardly expect to leave Konoha unscathed. Coincidentally, there were many laborious tasks needed to reshape the ninja world and revive the land of whirlpools. Wasting such valuable resources was not in Naruto's nature. He would take things step by step. The old man was notoriously unpredictable, and no one could foresee his decisions. Taking a deep breath, Naruto continued his meal. Realizing that overthinking was futile, for now, he should focus on his own development. Whenever anything arose, he could always turn to the old man, who had always relished such matters. Days passed swiftly. "All right, do not be too excited or too anxious," Iruka said, standing before the children at the podium, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Tomorrow marks the graduation exam from the Ninja Academy, and I understand it may be challenging to control your emotions. Therefore, let us use this final class for self-study. Please refrain from disturbing your classmates." Iruka took a deep breath, finally uttering the words he had held back for 5 years. No one knew the struggles he had faced during those 5 years. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." This was the first time he had said this in quite a while. In that moment, the students realized how swiftly time had passed. Thus, they eagerly grouped together to approach Iruka with their inquiries. Initially, it was manageable, and Iruka felt a sense of reluctance. However, that changed upon seeing Naruto's companions arrive. Iruka's smile froze in place. "Yumino," Iruka muttered, "how tragic." "Yumino Iruka, the students are exceedingly exceptional. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, the pressure is truly immense." "Haruno Sakura, Iruka-sensei, you are clearly quite joyful. It is the final day. How could one not be happy to conclude this chapter on a high note?" The following morning, before the gates of the Ninja Academy, the graduating students gaze at the unchanged gates of the academy, reflecting a myriad of emotions after 7 years. Senju Tobirama. "So, what you mean is, this vital place, the Ninja Academy, has undergone no changes in 7 years? Orochimaru. Indeed, there have been changes. Senju Tobirama. What? Orochimaru. The Will of Fire has been updated several times, with contributions from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, though the true contributor is Uzumaki Naruto. Senju Tobirama, Inoki. Is this how little regard we have for the Ninja Academy? Huh. Without Orochimaru's destruction of Konoha, it wouldn't be long before Konoha collapses on its own. Uchiha Izuna. It seems that as a rogue ninja, Orochimaru harbors a deeper love for Konoha than those who merely speak of it. Uchiha Izuna, given his lineage. Such behavior is understandable. After all, he did slay his master. Similarly, standing before the gates of the Ninja Academy, Naruto's emotions are in turmoil. From this day forth, everything is set to change. If he could become a regular ninja, perhaps he could continue to develop in peace for a while longer. If not, then tonight would witness Uzumaki Naruto causing a ruckus in Konoha before departing the village. Thus, before truly leaving, Naruto would present a heartfelt farewell gift to the beloved Konoha, imbued with his profound emotions. In contrast to 7 years ago, when he stood as a mere pawn before the gates of the academy, Naruto now finds himself the center of attention. Dearest, a soft, melodious voice resonates from behind him. Naruto sensed her presence the moment she approached. He did not turn around. That familiar gaze, devoid of malice yet brimming with resentment, fell upon his back. Why don't you turn around and look at me? The girl leaped behind Naruto, her hands clasping his shoulders. I dare not move. Any slight motion might earn me another blow in your father's mind. Ino paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Casting a glance at her father's grim expression, she waved her hand. Father, you should return home. You are of no use here. Ino made a face at her father. Yamanaka Inoichi. Damn it. The naturally evil black-framed Naruto. Chapter 165 Irika. Congratulations, Naruto. Yamanaka Inoichi rolled up his sleeves, instantly activating Sage Mode. However, when he turned to face Naruto, he quietly lowered his sleeves. It seems fighting is not an option now. As for the class division, there is nothing we can do to change it, so do not make it too difficult for your father. Sensing the weight behind him, Naruto spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Ino immediately pouted. Humph. Every day, he boasts about how remarkable he is and how capable he is. Yet when I ask him to assist, he either feigns illness or claims to be on a mission. It's utterly infuriating. Come on, let us head inside. Ino stepped down from behind Naruto and naturally linked her arm with his as they walked in. So eager. It's evident you wish to monopolize that certain blonde. Aren't you waiting for Hinata? Naruto chuckled lightly. Fine. Ino's smile faltered slightly, and she ultimately stopped. That little Sakura is no match. But Hinata is different. Don't underestimate that sweet girl. Her little punches can truly pack a punch. Alas, does the shelf life of a caring little cotton-padded jacket expire so quickly? It hasn't been long, and already it seems to be leaking. Why the size? Yamanaka Rina, standing beside Yamanaka Inoichi, smiled softly. It's nothing. Yamanaka Inoichi painfully closed his eyes. Nothing at all. Well, perhaps we can invite that child to our home for dinner later. Yamanaka Inoichi suddenly turned to look, disbelief etched across his face. My dear, you are indeed my beloved. Yamanaka Rina stifled a laugh. Well, the child has grown. You can't expect her to stay at home forever. Can you? How could that be? My daughter, Yamanaka Ino, would surely be sought after. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Rina's smile broadened. Soon, several figures appeared in their line of sight. That child resembles Minato greatly, even more popular than he was back in the day. Whether my daughter can surpass him remains to be seen. Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes widened, and he immediately became agitated. Yet, when he looked up, he noticed Ino and Naruto were accompanied by two girls. He naturally recognized Sakura, while the other, with her pure white eyes, unmistakably revealed her identity. His wife seemed to have no issues. Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Chozo approached. At the same time, they were followed by Hyuga Hizashi, Inazuka Tsum, and Yamanaka Shino. Have they all arrived? Let us head to the shop and discuss further. Hyuga Hizashi spoke up. Due to his daughter's transformation, his expression was no longer consistently stern. Sister, goodbye, do your best. Hanabi waved her little hand at Hinata. That works. The leaders of the major ninja clans had no objections. It was a new establishment opened by the Hyuga clan, or rather, it should be said, under Hinata's name. However, the investment came from not just the Hyuga, but also the other 5 major clans. Besides being a restaurant where Hinata could dine whenever she was hungry, it also served as a secret meeting place for the leaders of the 6 major clans. In the classroom, upon entering, one could immediately see Sasuke's cold demeanor. No one paid him any mind. Let him stew in his own chill. Uchiha Sasuke. It's so disheartening that I still cannot be in the same class as Naruto. Ino was still somewhat hopeful. It's alright, Ino. Freshly graduated Jinin 1T be too busy and 1T leave the village. Perhaps we will even bump into each other while searching for cats or dogs. In contrast, Hinata was not as troubled. Being in the same class is acceptable, but I cannot bear the thought of drifting further away from Naruto. Thus, I must put in earnest effort. Upon hearing this, Ino promptly pulled Hinata into an embrace. Hinata, how can you be so adorable and so understanding? Hinata, at her core, remains the same Hinata. After some playful banter, her cheeks quickly flushed. Caught between the two girls, Naruto felt somewhat helpless. The exam is about to commence. All right. The two girls instantly fell silent. In the back, Sakura wore a persistent smile. Having specifically inquired with Shikamaru and confirmed that she had an 80% chance of being in the same class as Naruto, Sakura became exceedingly generous. Originally, it was her turn to sit beside Naruto these 2 days. However, due to this matter, she graciously relinquished her spot to Ino. Classmates, the exam content consists of what we have learned thus far. Do not be anxious, just perform as you normally would. The sweat of your hard work will not betray you. Irika attempted to help the students relax a bit. He then picked up the attendance sheet. The exam content will be the Bunshin no Jutsu from the 3 basic techniques. Next, those whose names are called will move to the adjacent class. Those who pass will receive their ninja headbands on the spot. Additionally, tomorrow morning, there will be a gathering in the classroom to announce the class divisions. After finishing his words, Irika called away a student. The examination time was brief. Before long, more than half of the candidates had already completed their turn, some with joy, others with sorrow. Soon, only a few remained in class, with Naruto among them. A feeling of dread washed over Naruto. Could the worries he harbored truly come to fruition? Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him. A glance revealed it to be Sasuke. That boy's face still stirred within him a desire to punch it. Naruto, it's your turn, Irika announced as he approached. Naruto silently exhaled, relieved it wasn't the worst outcome. He stood up and approached. Don't be nervous. As they neared the adjacent classroom, Irika observed the once eager child who had now grown to his shoulder's height. Momentarily lost in thought. Naruto nodded slightly. Irika smirked. What was he so worried about? If even Naruto could not pass, then surely no one in the entire grade could. Naruto, are you ready? If I'm ready, let us begin. The examiner was the familiar Mizuki. Irika nodded, signaling Naruto to start. Just then, the classroom door swung open. Irika frowned immediately. Who would dare interrupt the examination at such a time? Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback, as was Mizuki, upon seeing Naruto standing outside. With a loud bang, the shadow clones dissipated within the classroom. Mizuki's heart sank, though his expression remained unchanged. Tion exclaimed, this is bad. If that's the case, Black Frame Naruto-kun won't be able to access the multiple shadow clone technique from the sealing book. Orochimaru replied, do not worry. Black Frame Naruto-kun has already gained Master Sarutobi's trust. I believe Master Sarutobi would not squander such an excellent opportunity to show kindness. He added, in fact, I foresee that shortly, Master Sarutobi will lift the restrictions on Naruto, just as I was once allowed to freely peruse the Second Hokage's sealing book. When will that happen? Irika pondered for quite some time. Then, gazing at the youth standing outside, he slowly rose. Congratulations, Naruto. Irika was unaware that his eyes had grown somewhat misty. He took out the headband and personally tied it on Naruto. From this day forth, you are a true ninja of Konoha. Chapter 166. Kyubi, you have chosen the path to death. Kinkuro, it has not been easy. Temari, we have finally reached the end. From here on, the content will be much more exciting. Tion, soon, you will witness my victory over you. Temari, do not become too full of yourself. Haruno Sakura, Sasuke is likely to go mad. Uchiha Sasuke, don't say it, just don't say it. Watching Naruto on the large screen with a black border, he felt that the Sasuke within that realm might well be driven to madness. He had thought that the days of playing ninja were over. Yet even after becoming a ninja, the game continued. If during this period he discovered that despite 3 years of arduous training, the distance between him and Black Frame Naruto had not only failed to close, but had actually widened, Sasuke's expression darkened. He could not bear to imagine the scene that would unfold. It would surely be humiliating before the entire ninja world. The black frame screen continued to display. Thank you, Naruto said with a slight smile. Irika reached out, ruffling Naruto's hair. The last time I touched your head was the day you first sought my guidance. How had time flown by so quickly? Iruka felt a pang of reluctance. Iruka-sensei, I could actually study for another year, Naruto suggested. How can that be? Iruka immediately adopted a serious tone. A child as talented as you would only be held back by another year. All right, go back now. Iruka gently nudged Naruto. Naruto left with a light-hearted chuckle. As Naruto exited, Iruka let out a sigh of relief. I cannot delay you any longer. Despite this thought, Iruka could not suppress a smile upon returning to the classroom. The faint sadness of parting dissipated with Naruto's playful remark. First and foremost, congratulations on becoming ninjas. Additionally, there are many more tasks ahead of you. Tomorrow, come to school as usual, in this very classroom. All right, everyone, go rest. Those who did not pass need not be disheartened. Life. Iruka spoke at length. Finally, sensing the restless emotions of the children, he shook his head with a smile. Dismissed. Yay. The moment Iruka finished speaking, the students charged out of the classroom. Naruto was the last to leave. Being crowded at the door was clearly not their style. By now, many people had gathered at the school gate, parents of students, and plenty of onlookers as well. Those who had passed were all smiles as they shared the good news, while those who had not were naturally downcast. Under a tree not far away sat a boy who had failed the exam, alone on a swing, watching the joyful scene before him with lowered eyes. No one seemed to notice him there. Just then, a figure approached the boy slowly. The crowd murmured, if I recall correctly, that swing seems to be the exclusive spot of our world's Uzumaki Naruto. Samui remarked, before becoming a ninja, he liked to sit there alone, mourning while peering into others' happiness. Uzumaki Kusina asked, is there such a thing as happiness? Maki replied, at least they believe so. Tion interjected, isn't that self-deception? Temari chimed in, fool. What did you say? Haruno Sakura interrupted. Wait, we're losing focus. That child looks familiar. He is from the adjacent class. Yamanaka Ino speculated. Could Mizuki be trying to coax him into stealing the sealing book? Senju Tobirama scoffed. That is impossible. Kuratsuchi remarked, indeed. Getting into the Hokage building is already a feat, Orochimaru added, without Master Sarutobi's consent. A newly graduated genin could never hope to steal the sealing book unless he is Black Frame Naruto-kun. Headband. Damn it. That little brat hasn't he possibly passed the exam? Has he? How is that even conceivable? How could someone like him become a ninja? Damn fox. Shoo. Mind your words. Do you not recall the third Hokage's decree? Damn it. It's so frustrating. How can someone like him become a ninja while my kinda cannot? I truly do not understand what the third Hokage is thinking. All these words, without exception, fell upon Naruto's ears. Inside the ceiling space, the great fox narrowed its eyes slightly. These ants have chosen the path to their demise. Yet, Naruto remained remarkably calm. Such remarks could not even stir the slightest ripple of emotion within him. However, Ino was furious, hands on her hips, ready to lash out. In the end, it was Hinata and Sakura who restrained her. Here, Naruto was not without welcoming figures. Those there to greet him were naturally the members of Team 3, who had already been genin for a year. Last night, the little strong ones had informed their parents that they would gather at Naruto's place after the exam. They were just about to hold a secret meeting, and naturally, they agreed with pleasure. Everyone was happy, except for the unfortunate Xiaohuahua, who felt dejected and could not even manage to be a little shadow. She attempted to sneak out, but each time she was on the verge of success, she would be gently scooped back home by the maid Hinata Natsu. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaohuahua immediately puffed up her cheeks. Every day, she would run over excitedly. Ningxi leaned against a tree, revealing only half of his face. He lacked the courage to step out from behind the tree, for beside him, the newly transformed Li was fully embracing his true self, performing handstand push-ups, completely exposed to the gaze of onlookers. Ningxi closed his eyes, hoping not to be noticed. After exchanging a few simple words, the group was about to depart. At that moment, Naruto furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at the crowd. These foolish and pitiful individuals were certainly not worthy of his attention. The sensation of being watched was not akin to the surveillance conducted by the old man's barrier. Could it be that the old man had become so unpredictable? No, it seemed not to be directed at him. Ignoring the large fox within the ceiling space that was cursing, Naruto squinted slightly, his gaze cutting through the crowd, landing upon a petite figure. The girl seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto recognized her as Fonkai Meng Huang from the preschool class of the Ninja Academy. He had some impression of her. as she had mistakenly thought he was smiling at her when he had merely offered a gentle smile to Hinata. Subsequently, this brave little girl had dared to block his path, blushing as she handed him a love letter. However, at this moment, Meng Huang's appearance could only be described as disheveled. Her brownish-yellow hair was so unkempt that even her familiar ponytail could not be maintained. As he released his perception, Naruto furrowed his brows tightly. He could ascertain that the ninjas hiding in the shadows were not monitoring him, but were instead watching Meng Huang. Just then, a glimmer of light sparked in Meng Huang's vacant eyes as she caught sight of Naruto. Chapter 167. Fonkai Meng Huang? Meng Huang. Haruno Sakura furrowed her brow slightly. She recognized this child. How could this happen? Meng Huang herself was perplexed. Did she make her appearance so quickly? Wait, did she have such audacity? To deliver a love letter to the black-framed Naruto-kun in front of so many people? Oh dear, am I going mad? Haruno Sakura, Fonkai Meng Huang. ISNT she supposed to be with that dreadful grandson of the third Hokage? Haruno Sakura, what is happening? Orochimaru, at this point, we can no longer interpret everything through the lens of our world-S information. Orochimaru, the fate trajectory of black-framed Naruto-kun is entirely different from that of our world-S Naruto. Orochimaru, as you just mentioned, it is highly likely that due to the changes in black-framed Naruto-kun, the fate of Fonkai Meng Huang has also altered. Yamanaka Ino, the changes in black-framed Naruto-kun have resulted in alterations for the old monkey as well, although fundamentally, important matters remain unchanged since black-framed Naruto-kun still lacks sufficient energy to influence them. Yamanaka Ino. In short, the old monkey has undergone changes, leading to the altered fate trajectory of that dreadful grandson spoken of by Sakura. Yamanaka Ino. The old monkey treated Konohamaru with strictness, causing him to miss the opportunity to meet Meng Huang, and thus, not being chosen, he was not cultivated as a core subordinate of Konohamaru and did not receive special care. Ino analyzed extensively. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Correct. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto. Is there a Fonkai clan in Konoha? Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be that Meng Huang is also from the Senju clan? Within the chat room, an eerie silence fell following Naruto's statement. In the Pure Land, Kusina was momentarily stunned, then a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Something seems off. Naruto's expression darkened. His intuition told him that something was amiss regarding Meng Huang. Moreover, the individuals monitoring her appeared to be from two separate groups, the old man's Umbu ninjas and possibly the root organization led by Shimura Danzo, notoriously infamous in the ninja world. Why? In an instant, Naruto's thoughts raced. Did Meng Huang possess some special ability? Perhaps akin to the eyes of the Uchiha or Hyuga. However, Meng Huang's appearance was evidently neither Uchiha nor Hyuga. Her brownish-yellow hair. Naruto paused, then recalled the descriptions of the appearance of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, the legendary Sannin Tsunade, as well as her brother, Nawaki. He had never heard of Fonkai Meng Huang. She wasn't even as renowned as Kato. Wait, the Senju merged with the golden flash of Konoha, Minato. Could it be that Meng Huang has a high probability of being from the Senju clan? If that is the case, Nawaki's death might bear less suspicion from the Umbu, while the root organization holds greater suspicion. If so, then in the pursuit of a greater good, Meng Huang might play a significant role when attempting to recruit Tsunade. Looking at Meng Huang, whose eyes sparkled with hope, Naruto sighed. This village truly was rotten to the core. He could almost foresee that Meng Huang's fate would be no better than Nawaki's. Was it for experimentation? The wood release of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Senju possesses no one else who can wield wood release. It appears not to be a bloodline limit, but rather a bloodline exclusion. According to historical documents, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama also seemed to conduct experiments using people. Senju Hashirama should have volunteered, and the root organization took over afterward. Targeting the Senju clan and the surrounding Konoha, another grand conspiracy seemed to surface. The second Hokage Senju Tobirama was an exceptionally intelligent individual who made tremendous contributions to the ninja world. He was top tier in all aspects. But his choice of disciples might be one of his few blemishes. Suddenly, Naruto felt somewhat speechless. Senju Tobirama, I used that damned beast Danzo, that heartless monkey. Enough. No more talking. Once I cleanse the ranks, I shall atone with my death, to rest eternally. Please, do not dwell any longer. In the short street, Tsunade's expression darkened immediately. Shizen grew somewhat concerned for her. Yet, several thoughts surged uncontrollably in her mind. Rationality told her that it was not the right time to inform Tsunade. However, Tsunade-sama. Shizen took a deep breath, regaining her composure. Tsunade-sama cannot continue like this. Shizen, if all of Black Frame Naruto's deductions are valid, I believe Black Frame Naruto must be thinking that even the first Hokage's beloved grandson dares to assassinate so openly. Shizen, what about the other members of the Senju clan? Shizen, have they all perished like Nawaki, sent to the front lines? Orochimaru, there is no doubt. It is just as you said. Orochimaru, I am in command on the front lines, and Jiraiya is as well. Orochimaru, Tsunade's focus is on the medical team. She is unaware of these matters. Orochimaru, haha, the two great ninja clans that established Konoha are now extinct. The Senju clan remains with a few. But the Uchiha clan has only one person left. Non-humans do not count. Tsunade-sama. Shizen felt a twinge of anxiety. Let us go? Tsunade took a deep breath, regaining her calmness. Where shall we go now? Now, at once, return to the village and take a life. Naruto took a deep breath. This is not the time for such thoughts. Meng Huang is already running towards him. In an instant, the sensation of being watched intensified. Naruto realized that the Umbu ninja had taken notice of him. On the other side, the gaze of the root organization's ninja was unmistakable. It felt eerily similar to the experience he had encountered in the Uchiha clan's territory. Back then, he had been unaware of the existence of the root organization. It appears that the ninjas of the root organization have undergone some form of specialized training. Unlike the occasionally malevolent Umbu ninja, these root ninjas are uniformly unremarkable. They execute orders without question, as if the commands of Shimura Danzo are paramount. Naruto inhaled deeply again. He then turned to the side. Shikamaru, who was bringing up the rear, happened to block his path. Now is the moment. Naruto formed a hand seal with one hand. Jutsu activated. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Naruto's unusual expression, quickly stepped aside. Buzz, the technique succeeded. Naruto gently patted Shikamaru's shoulder. Under Naruto's careful control, the chakra fluctuations were minimal. At this distance, if there were no sensory ninjas present and they were not fully concentrating on him, he would go undetected. Meanwhile, Meng Huang, who was sprinting towards Naruto, froze in place. It was as if an invisible force had halted her progress. If you curse at me, Shikamaru will turn and scold you, and you can use that opportunity to escape. Then run towards a crowded area. I will find you. Chapter 168. The Darkness of Konoha Orochimaru. I dare say that the Black Frame Naruto-kun has undoubtedly guessed correctly. Orochimaru. Indeed, it is consistent with Danzo and Sarutobi-sensei's usual style. Orochimaru. However, I wonder what hidden truths lie beneath. On the other side, within the underground base of the root organization, Sarutobi Hizashi wore a grim expression. He seemed to have realized something and turned to glance at his close friend. His friend appeared calm, seemingly unaffected by the images displayed on the black-framed screen. Or perhaps indifferent to being discovered by Black Frame Naruto. Even if they are found out, so what? In Danzo's view, once he becomes Hokage, all problems will cease to exist. Black marks? Quite simple, just brainwash a few more times. Then, hide all the beautiful things done during his time in the shadows of Konoha. Some things cannot be whitewashed, just conceal them. After all, as long as they are not mentioned, no one will know. As for those who do know, they can be dealt with, or forcibly brought back to the root organization for reconditioning. Ultimately, the historical documents can be sealed away. Who could ever suspect that their esteemed Hokage was once part of Konoha's dark side? Damn fox spirit. Meng Huang stood frozen for a few seconds. Then she cursed loudly. In an instant, all attention turned to Meng Huang and Naruto. Naruto slowly retracted his hand. Shikamaru shot him an exasperated glance. Then he turned to Meng Huang. What a hassle, violating the ban. What do you intend to do? Before Shikamaru could finish, Meng Huang turned and ran. Wasn't that girl just sending love letters to Naruto? Ino was about to explode in anger. But upon seeing Meng Huang, her words caught in her throat. It's fine now, let's go home. Naruto smiled, urging everyone to leave. Since Naruto said so, the little ones naturally did not object. At this moment, everyone's focus was solely on Naruto. Even the hidden Umbu and root ninjas were no exception. By the time they realized what had happened, Meng Huang had already slipped away into the crowd, vanishing without a trace. For the little ones, such occurrences were relatively common. Of course, this was ever since they had started walking alongside Naruto. Naruto, Shikamaru, hands behind his head, glanced at Naruto, who had somehow found his way to the back of the group. Faced with Shikamaru's questioning gaze, Naruto's lips curved into his signature gentle smile. Really? This is too troublesome. I don't want to manage your attention. Shikamaru averted his gaze. He could easily guess what Naruto was about to do. But since Naruto had made his decision, he would not impede him. Among the little ones, aside from Hinata, who could occasionally practice with Naruto, Shikamaru understood Naruto's strength the best. The Ninja Academy had just finished its examinations. Today, Konoha was bustling with activity. The little ones were chatting and laughing. At a street corner, the sense of being watched that had completely vanished after leaving the school. Naruto formed a hand seal with one hand. Bang! In a puff of white smoke, Naruto's physical form disappeared from the spot. The shadow clone followed the little ones home, with Shikamaru providing cover. The little ones noticed nothing amiss. As for the passers-by, Naruto's speed was so swift that it was difficult to perceive. Even if they caught a glimpse, they would feel perplexed. On the other side, on the busiest street in Konoha, various shouts and arguments mingled together. A petite figure darted swiftly through the crowd. After weaving through for a while, the small figure vanished. Fengji Meng Huang was panting heavily. She had been running with all her might. At this point, she had reached her limit. However, just then, whoosha! A trident-style kunai appeared at her feet. The sudden appearance of the kunai startled her, and she instinctively opened her mouth to scream. But at that very moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, her mouth covered by a large hand. It's over. Fengji Meng Huang felt a pang of despair. She did not comprehend what was happening, only that her handsome senior, Naruto, would not deceive her. Unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen into danger, and Naruto was trying to warn her. I'm sorry, Naruto-senpai. I couldn't hold on until you arrived. Meng Huang closed her eyes in despair. Mama, it's me, Naruto whispered softly. At this moment, Meng Huang was completely transformed from her previous self. Her once peculiar hairstyle had vanished. Her hair fell naturally, almost causing Naruto to fail to recognize her. Honestly, this girl looks much better with a normal hairstyle. Naruto-senpai. Fengji Meng Huang's petite body trembled. She then opened her eyes, and before her stood the handsome face that had been appearing in her mind and dreams lately. In her excitement, gulp, the atmosphere became awkward. Naruto was not surprised. Whoosh! In the next instant, Naruto disappeared with Fengji Meng Huang. A few moments later, the Umbu ninja arrived first. Gone? We cannot lose track of them. Perhaps we should stop and choose another target. This little brat seems a bit off. Furthermore, if the third Hokage finds out about this, at this point, what are you still saying? Didn't you see how closely the root organization is following? That little brat carries the bloodline of the Senju. We could gain much from this. Rest assured, even if the clan leader finds out later, it will only result in a verbal warning at most. Finding another big fish like that little brat is not easy now. A few individuals engaged in discussion before deciding to split up and search for Fengji Meng Huang. Shortly after their departure, the root organization's ninjas arrived at this location, leaving traces of the Umbu behind. The team leader showed particular interest in the young child and insisted on continuing the search. Until the situation escalated, the Umbu would not allow them to act prematurely. Therefore, before the Umbu could locate her, they resolved to find her first and take her away, confident that the team leader would bear the consequences. With a swift motion, after erasing their traces, the ninjas of the root organization also departed. Once both groups had left, a figure slowly emerged from nearby, revealing itself as Naruto's shadow clone. Was the targeting of the Senju clan still ongoing? Could it be the old man? No. From the conversation among the recent Umbu ninjas, a wealth of information could be gleaned. They appeared to belong to the Sarutobi clan and were currently interfering with the root organization's mission for their own profit. The root organization sought individuals. With a scoff, the shadow clone dismissed the situation. Afterward, it dispelled itself, transferring its memories and experiences back to the original body. Naruto furrowed his brow slightly. Very well, the great fox, let us first engage with the old man's Umbu and Shimura Danzo's root organization. It is time for blood to be shed. Excitement ignited in Naruto's eyes. Humph, merely rotten fish and shrimp. If they cannot even handle such lowly creatures, they might as well wash up and sleep. The great fox remained disdainful. At that moment, Naruto felt a small hand gripping his own. Looking down, he saw the adorable face of Meng Huang, who, unbeknownst to him, had tears streaming down her cheeks. Naruto-senpai, she pleaded, please help my mother. Mother? Naruto's gaze darkened momentarily, but he quickly revealed a gentle smile, tenderly stroking the girl's hair. A faint musty odor emanated from her, indicating she had not rested well for some time and was living in poor conditions. First, let us eat. Once you're full, we can talk. He instructed the shopkeeper to pack another meal to take back for her mother. Naruto-senpai. Emo Huang's small mouth tightened, and tears continued to fall. Naruto nodded slightly. Emo Huang then wiped her tears and hurriedly picked up her chopsticks. Eat slowly, there's no need to rush. After saying this, Naruto glanced at the shopkeeper, who appeared somewhat dazed by the sudden turn of events. Naruto, feeling too lazy to use a transformation technique, simply fed the shopkeeper a minor illusion. Shortly thereafter, Naruto departed with Emo Huang, who held a takeout meal in her hands, her eyes shining with hope. However, Naruto's expression darkened. Using such a method to ruin the village, this was beyond mere ruin. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Naruto lifted Emo Huang into his arms. Move quickly. Before those people react, take me to your home.